This young man was originally a sword art genius. However, in the battle with Dugu Chiobai, he died just as he was making a breakthrough. This truly made it impossible for Jian Chen to rest in peace. And then, after an unknown period, he slowly regained consciousness. Something seems off about this. Could it be that even with such severe injuries, Jian Chen didn't die? That was the question he asked himself as his consciousness slowly returned. Jian Chen tried to open his eyes, dimly seeing a figure in front of him calling out incessantly. "Come, young master, let's eat." When his vision cleared, Jian Chen saw that the person in front of him was a young woman with a voluptuous and fiery figure. Her revealing outfit made the things on her chest constantly jiggle, looking extremely offensive to the eye. This made Jian Chen unable to help but speak. "Hey, put those dangling things away, you slut." His words made the other person freeze solid. 1, 2, then 3 seconds later, she let out a shriek, then ran out of the room, shouting as she went. "Master! Madam! The young master can talk." Jian Chen sat up and watched her panic back, wondering why she called him young master. And then, at that moment, he also realized in a panic that he had turned into a child. How could this be logical? He only remembered that he and that old man Dugu Chiobai were dueling on the mountaintop, and in the end, both were gravely injured, and both died. After that, the sky suddenly collapsed. Connecting all these details immediately gave Jian Chen an answer. This is bad. He transmigrated. After thinking of this, Jian Chen immediately looked around. This room was arranged very strangely, making him unable to guess where he was for a moment. But that wasn't the most important thing. Although Dugu Chiobai had been pierced by Jian Chen's sword, his remnants still lingered, which made him want to quickly return to his sect. No sooner said than done, Jian Chen, regardless of his current child's body, struggled to climb out of the crib. Just then, an elderly man rushed into the room, seemingly the master the girl had shrieked for earlier. Jian Chen didn't have time to think much and immediately ordered, "Hey, quickly take me back to Heavenly Sword Mountain." The man's expression instantly froze. A few seconds later, he returned to his normal demeanor, then excitedly picked up Jian Chen, laughing as he said, "Ha, Chang Tian can really talk now. The Chanyan family finally has a child of heaven. Our clan has hope of revival." As he spoke, he kept rubbing his cheek against Jian Chen, and the other person's beard hurt him terribly. Meanwhile, the servants in the mansion endlessly congratulated him. It makes sense. For a 6-month-old child to speak coherently, wasn't that the legendary Son of Heaven they always spoke of? However, they never asked Jian Chen if he wanted to receive their enthusiasm. He didn't care about any clan revival, all he wanted now was to return to Heavenly Sword Mountain. Thus, in a child's body, Jian Chen was completely helpless, unable to do as he pleased. Later, he learned that the world he had transmigrated to was called Tian Yuan Continent, a world completely different from where he had lived in his previous life. And Jian Chen's new identity was the young master of the Chanyan clan, Chanyan Xiangtian. And so, he lived as Chanyan Xiangtian, still carrying the memories of his past life. On one hand, he secretly investigated how to return to Heavenly Sword Mountain, and on the other, he secretly cultivated the Azure and Violet Sword spells again. 3 years passed in a flash, and the Chanyan clan's Saint Force test began. Jian Chen believed that after 3 years of cultivation, he could amaze everyone. His power would surely stun everyone here. The method for testing sacred power was also very simple. He just needed to place his hand on the large stone tablet in front of him. Unexpectedly, after Jian Chen placed his hand on it, an X-shaped character appeared on the stone tablet, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Because this character meant he did not possess the physique to cultivate sacred power, in common terms, he was a good-for-nothing. Not to mention others, even Jian Chen himself couldn't believe his ears after hearing this information. He, a sword Dao genius ranked first in the world in his previous life, had actually become a good-for-nothing in this life? Even more embarrassing was that after the event of speaking at 6 years old, Jian Chen had become a phenomenon in the clan. So, on the day of the sacred power test, many people came just to cheer him on. He had also planned to, in front of such a large crowd of admirers, grandly become a person with power that could overturn the world. Who would have thought that after the test was complete, the result was that young Master Chang Tian had absolutely no sacred power? Everyone's first reaction was to gape in astonishment. Everyone gasped loudly, asking each other if there had been some mistake. Their young master had been so outstanding since childhood, how could he be someone unable to cultivate sacred power? On the high platform, his father, Chanyang Ba, who had always placed complete faith in his youngest son since he was 6 months old, was equally shaken. He sprang to his feet, repeatedly asking, "Uncle De, what did you just say? Chang Tian can't cultivate sacred power?" The two women sitting on either side of Chanyang Ba also revealed two different expressions because of this. On his right was fourth concubine by Yun Tian, also Jian Chen's mother in this life, who was extremely worried. While the person sitting to Chanyang Ba's left was third concubine Yu Fengyan, who had also given birth to a son. Therefore, the fact that Jian Chen was just a good-for-nothing naturally made her extremely gloat. Below, after a few seconds of confusion, Jian Chen quickly calmed down, then turned to Uncle De and said, "I'm a good-for-nothing? Don't joke, Uncle De, this stone must be broken." Uncle De also didn't think this young master was someone incapable of cultivating sacred power. So he decided to check again himself. This time, it wasn't through the stone tablet, but through Uncle De's penetrating gaze. During this process, Chanyang Bao was extremely tense. However, after Uncle De finished the re-examination process, he only sighed deeply. "Is that it? Aren't you looking anymore, sir?" This time, Jian Chen also started to get anxious. Uncle De looked at him with a complicated gaze, then turned back to the eagerly awaiting Chanyang Ba. But he had to honestly say that even after careful examination, he still found no sacred power in Jian Chen's body, which meant this body of his could not cultivate. Chanyang Ba's face darkened upon hearing this, and Bai Yun Tian was also extremely distraught. While everyone was disappointed and unhappy, Yu Fengyan showed no consideration, loudly mocking, "Oh my, a genius who monopolizes so many cultivation resources from the mansion every month. How could he be a good-for-nothing?" Seeing no one react, she became even more arrogant, overstepping her husband's authority to order the servants. "Did you hear that? Your young master is no longer a genius. Quickly clean up everything, don't lose face." The family members who came to cheer Jian Chen dispiritedly packed up and left one after another. Seeing this, his small hand clenched into a fist, trembling uncontrollably. Jian Chen still couldn't believe what had just happened. For the past few years, he had clearly been cultivating the azure purple sword art, even achieving some success. So why does this body have no holy power at all? Not to mention, the spiritual energy in this world is much denser than in his previous life's world. By rights, his cultivation should have yielded better results. So, where exactly is the problem? The first level of the azure purple sword art is body refinement. Jian Chen had integrated all his holy power into his body for refinement. Could it be precisely because of this that the examination showed his body had no holy power? Thinking of this, Jian Chen exclaimed, "That sounds very reasonable, it must be the reason." "My lord, over here," Yu Fengyan began to sway and fawn over Chanyang Ba. "If Chang Tian is already a good-for-nothing, then the future of our Changyang family must still rely on Kur." Chang Yamba's face was dark at this moment. He clearly hadn't accepted that the son he loved and had high hopes for was a good-for-nothing. However, he couldn't continue to favor him when the results were so clear. He had no choice but to order his subordinates to transfer all cultivation resources previously allocated to Jian Chen to Chang Yangku, and simultaneously cut fourth concubine's allowance by half. Yu Fengyan was utterly delighted at achieving her goal, while Jian Chen couldn't help but shoot his father a resentful look. Seeing him change his attitude so quickly just because his son was a good-for-nothing, he really was too practical. Chang Yanbao walked a few steps, then stopped, suddenly turning his head to glance at Jian Chen, only to meet the determined gaze of his 3-year-old son. His mood was complicated, but he resolutely ordered his servants to disperse, forbidding any further discussion about today's embarrassing incident. Yu Fengyin quickly ran after Chang Yangba, and as she passed by Yun Tian, she couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. "Fourth sister, it must be very difficult for you to raise a good-for-nothing son." Bai Yun Tian truly had it tough. Being ridiculed like that, she could only grit her teeth and endure it, unable to speak up. It wasn't until Chang Yangba had gone far away that his trusted subordinate, Yun Si, approached to comfort Jian Chen. "Young master, please don't blame the master for being heartless. After all, he has to bear the responsibility for the entire family." "I know, I understand," Jian Chen replied obediently. Although he put on a sensible facade, he was still unhappy inside. Chang Yangba had his reasons, and Jian Chen had his own thoughts. Since he was merely someone who transmigrated here, and there was no real blood relation between them, this family was probably no longer worth hoping for. However, the person Jian Chen cared about was still sitting there. He slowly walked over to Bai Yun Tian, bowed his head, and whispered, "Mother, your son apologizes for being untalented." Bai Yun Tian was a gentle person who loved her son dearly, so how could she scold him in this situation? On the contrary, her reaction was much more extravagant than Jian Chen had imagined. "So what if you can't cultivate? Our Chang Tian's extraordinary talent in other areas is not inferior to anyone else's. By then, you will still stand out. Chang Tian, don't be afraid. With your mother here, let's see who dares to bully you." With that, Bai Yun Tian embraced her son. Jian Chen knew she was very sad, but she was still trying to comfort him. In this world, only Bai Yun Tian was truly devoted to him, and he regarded her as his birth mother. If that's the case, then for his mother's sake, Jian Chen was even more determined to silence all those who had mocked and disparaged him today. Thinking this, he turned back, tightly clasped Bai Yun Tian's hand, and resolutely said, "Mother, I will definitely not let you down. I will use my strength to make these petty people in the manor pay." Bai Yun Tian looked at her son with a slight surprise, because his resolute demeanor didn't resemble a 3-year-old child at all. Then she bloomed into a very gentle smile. "All right, your mother trusts you." For more years have passed since the day he was declared a cripple. Jian Chen is now 7 years old. As usual, today he was still holed up in the library pavilion of Changyang Manor, reading books. Throughout these years, Jian Chen had read over 1,000 books in here, and the one in his hand was the last one. Jian Chen was incredibly eager to know how much power he would gain by learning all the moves in the library pavilion and integrating them with the power of the Violet Azure Sword. So, after closing that book, he immediately stood up and tried a few basic moves to test his strength. Jian Chen exerted force and struck the wall with a powerful palm. Immediately, a deep, distinct handprint-shaped hole appeared on the sturdy wall. Meanwhile, Jian Chen didn't feel any pain at all. This result made him extremely satisfied. After his body tempering 3 years ago, he no longer needed to integrate Saint Force into his body, so his cultivation indeed progressed very quickly. By this time, dawn was approaching, so Jian Chen stealthily left the library pavilion, preparing to go and greet his mother. For years had passed. But he had always hidden it from Bai Yun Tian, not letting her discover that he was still secretly cultivating. Bai Yun Tian, however, always lived very optimistically, and constantly taught her son that no matter how difficult the circumstances, he must become a good man. "Mother, I'm sorry. If I wasn't a cripple, you wouldn't have to suffer like this," Jian Chen said petulantly, even though he hadn't been a cripple for a long time. Bai Yun Tian immediately replied, "What foolish things are you saying? We're living quite well like this now, even though it's cold tea and bland rice every day, we're healthy. And eating cucumbers is both delicious and helps with weight loss, isn't that killing 2 birds with 1 stone?" It had to be said, Jian Chen truly admired his mother's optimism. She also recounted that she heard Yu Fengyin recently spent a fortune on high-priced skincare products, but they had issues, causing her entire face to swell up. In contrast, even though she and her son were a bit short on money, they were very healthy. After chatting for a while, Bai Yun Tian suddenly remembered something and took a piece of paper from her sleeve. Chang Tian, these are your assignments for today. Jian Chen let out a long sigh, then pleaded. Mother, can I just read books? These assignments are really bothersome. Jian Chen only needed to skim through a book to remember its contents clearly. He truly didn't need to do these annoying assignments. But Bai Yun Tian was extremely strict in this regard. She believed that because her son couldn't cultivate Saint Force, if he wanted to become a capable person in the future, he could only rely on his studies. After all, doing so was only for his own good. Jian Chen continued to sigh, starting to ponder whether he should tell his mother the truth that he could already cultivate Saint Force. Unexpectedly, Bai Yun Tian seemed to read his thoughts and continued. Don't complain anymore. If you could cultivate Saint Force, the demands your mother would place on you would double. Jian Chen thought of that gloomy future and ultimately chose to conceal this secret cultivation, taking his assignments back to the library pavilion once more. But truly, there were no books left in there that he hadn't read. He didn't want to do the assignments at all. Jian Chen gnawed on a cucumber while thinking about where he should go to kill time. And then suddenly he smelled a faint aroma in the air. When he smelled it closely, he realized it was the smell of radish cake that Bai Yun Tian liked to eat the most. Without thinking much, he ran in the direction of the scent, intending to get some cakes for his mother. She would definitely be very happy. Little did he know, before Jian Chen's small hand could even reach the plate of cakes, it was snatched away by someone else. Oh, isn't this the young master? The esteemed young master of the Changyang family, coming to the kitchen to steal food. If this news gets out, it really won't sound good at all. Jian Chen recognized this scoundrel, Chiu Er. He was just a cook, but he belonged to Yu Fengyan, so he was extremely arrogant and didn't think much of Jian Chen and his mother. Seeing his terrible attitude, Jian Chen couldn't help but say with a cold face, Chiu Er, you know I'm the young master of the Changyang family, yet you dare to speak so disrespectfully? Aren't you afraid of being punished? Unfortunately, Jian Chen's words had no effect on that blind servant. He even replied more arrogantly. I'm Lady San's man. Lady C can't even control me, let alone a useless waste like you. Give me the radish cakes, Jian Chen ordered. Oh, I remember now, Lady C likes radish cakes, doesn't she? The young master is truly filial to his mother. As Chiu Er spoke, the surrounding cooks also joined in to attack Jian Chen, saying that if it weren't for him, how could Lady C, a divine master, have fallen to the point where she couldn't even eat a radish cake? Moreover, if Changyang Ba hadn't been merciful, the mother and son would have been expelled long ago. Jian Chen acted as if he hadn't heard these words, mechanically repeating his previous sentence in an even colder tone. Give me the radish cakes. His gaze was extremely intimidating, but in Chiu Er's eyes, he was merely a 7-year-old child without holy power, completely unthreatening. He deliberately let go, but claimed his hand slipped. The delicious plate of radish cakes fell to the ground and shattered. Jian Chen couldn't stand this humiliation and immediately rushed forward, punching Chiu Er. He took a full, furious punch from Jian Chen, saw stars, fell backward, and instantly lost consciousness. You rely on Lady San's backing. For years, you've done many evil deeds behind the master's back. Today, I'm here to settle accounts with you all. Jian Chen declared, his eyes sharp as knives. Following Chiu Er, those ignorant cooks also took turns getting punched by Jian Chen. All his resentment and anger were poured into this moment. These servants were merely cultivators of average cultivation. How could they withstand his punches filled with holy power? Watching their companions being beaten until they foamed at the mouth and passed out, the remaining few turned pale with fear. In contrast, Jian Chen calmly enumerated their crimes. For years, you've secretly embezzled the silver mint for my mother and used it for your extravagant pleasures. Did you really think I knew nothing? No one dared to answer, because Jian Chen's words were not wrong. They had always regarded him as a child. Who would have thought this child would be so formidable? Jian Chen wasn't idle enough to beat each one, he only took action as a warning. Before leaving, he didn't forget to threaten them. From now on, if this happens again, I will not spare any of you. Understood? The cooks who were so arrogant just moments ago now nodded vigorously, murmuring yes, yes, understood. Only after Jian Chen had left did they dare to quietly ask each other. Was that the useless young master we knew? He actually managed to knock down a soldier of the third cultivation layer? As for Jian Chen, after teaching those unruly servants a lesson, his mood was much lighter. Indeed, one shouldn't always be too forbearing in life. Sometimes, disciplining bad people is good for one's health. Walking a few more steps, he heard a commotion again. He wondered who it was. Turned out it was the third young master of the Chanyang residence, Chanyang Ku, who was training. This fatty was the son that Yu Fengyan wholeheartedly indulged. After the incident 3 years ago, all of Jian Chen's cultivation resources were also transferred to him. But one look was enough to know that Chanyang Ku had absolutely no talent. Just wielding the wooden axe wildly a few times made him so tired he puked up his lunch. Jian Chen couldn't help but show a look of disdain. It was truly remarkable that Yu Fengyan could be proud of this chubby son, making such a mess and still daring to claim he was practicing combat. Seeing him, his previously cheerful mood was ruined again. Jian Chen decisively turned his head, intending to leave, but unexpectedly, Chanyang Ku spotted him. He immediately ordered someone to close the door, blocking Jian Chen's path, intending to bully him thoroughly for satisfaction. After that, Chanyang Ku approached him, speaking in a cajoling tone. "Little brother, come here, third brother will give you candy." Jian Chen's expression darkened even further. He retorted, "Luring me with candy? Do you think I'm a 6 or 7-year-old child?" "Aren't you?" Chanyang Ku asked innocently. Jian Chen was speechless. Fine, he thought, he really is 7 years old right now. Chanyang Ku thinking he could lure him with candy was correct, he couldn't argue with that. In a flash, Jian Chen was grabbed by the sleeve and pulled away by Chanyang Ku. With his large physique, anyone looking on would assume the young master was about to suffer. But of course, Jian Chen wouldn't let him bully him like that. Moreover, this fatty and Yu Fengyan had bullied by Yun Tian and him countless times over the past few years. Since he was causing trouble himself today, it was a good opportunity to teach him a lesson. Thinking this, Jian Chen couldn't help but reveal a dangerously smiling expression. Chanyang Ku saw his smile and couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. He just felt that there was something wrong with his little brother today, as if he was plotting something. However, after calming down, Chanyang Ku reassured himself that Jian Chen was, after all, just a waste who couldn't cultivate, while his own cultivation had reached the 4th level, so what was there to fear? And so, he dragged him towards the training arena. Among the pile of weapons surrounding the arena, Chanyang Ku allowed Jian Chen to choose his favorite weapon. However, Jian Chen didn't even bother to glance at them, instead just snapping off a dry branch nearby. "No need, third brother, I'll use this to spar with you." Chanyang Ku's mouth hung open in surprise, but of course, he didn't think Jian Chen was capable enough to injure him with that thing, only assuming that his mind was not right. So Chanyang Ku was very confident that he could beat him to a pulp today. "Little brother, be careful, third brother is about to attack." This fatty even seriously warned him. As soon as he finished speaking, Chanyang Ku swung his axe and charged forward. He looked big and powerful, but in Jian Chen's eyes, he was nothing more than a recklessly moving pig, his movements crude and easy to dodge. He subtly leaned to his left, causing Chanyang Ku to lose his balance, and his blow struck the ground forcefully. Seizing this opportunity, Jian Chen quickly counterattacked. His dry branch was now as sharp as a sword, thrusting powerfully towards his opponent. However, in the end, Jian Chen still chose not to injure him, and the branch stopped about a handspan from his opponent's neck. Chanyang Ku, surprised and scared, quickly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and muttered, "What's going on? Third brother, you lost." After a few seconds of being stunned, Chanyang Ku immediately jumped up, claiming Jian Chen cheated and that this match didn't count. But when Jian Chen asked him where exactly he had cheated, he couldn't answer. Chan Yan Ku, his shame turning into anger, immediately spat all his saliva onto Jian Chen's face. Anyway, that last one didn't count, we have to fight again. What's the big deal? Even if they fought 100 more times, Jian Chen was still completely confident against this fatty, so he generously agreed. He reassured himself that he had been too careless earlier, which allowed Jian Chen to seize the opportunity to counterattack. This time, if he paid attention, Jian Chen definitely wouldn't be his opponent. But the more he thought about it, the more Chan Yan Ku felt something was off. Normally, even if he was careless, Jian Chen shouldn't have been able to win against him. Due to this doubt, he began to suspect the dry branch in Jian Chen's hand and proposed. "Little brother, can you let me see your branch?" Jian Chen was a bit puzzled. What was there to see about a mere branch? But he still tossed it into Chan Yan Ku's hand. At this point, Jian Chen had no weapon in his hand, but Chan Yan Ku, shamelessly, immediately knocked the branch away, then burst out laughing. "Haha, you good for nothing, without this branch, let's see how you'll beat me." Jian Chen's face grew serious, clearly annoyed. This fatty was exactly like his mother, lacking talent but loving to play dirty tricks. However, if he thought that simply disarming him would lead to his defeat, then he was gravely mistaken. Since his reincarnation, Jian Chen had diligently practiced the Azure Violet sword arts. Even without a sword in hand, he could still control it. As he recited the incantation, he tightly closed his eyes. The foolish Chan Yan Ku thought Jian Chen knew he had lost and was closing his eyes to accept defeat, and he laughed even louder. "You good for nothing. The future master of the Chan Yan family can only be me. Die." This time, Chan Yan Ku's attack was much fiercer than before. It seemed he had no intention of stopping at a mere sparring match. On the opposite side, Jian Chen remained unfazed by his opponent. In the final moment before his opponent's weapon could touch him, Jian Chen successfully summoned his dry branch, using it to knock Chan Yan Ku to the ground. He was struck, blinding him. And when he regained his senses, he saw the branch he had just knocked away now firmly stuck in the ground, right in front of him. At the same time, a warm liquid flowed down his face. Chan Yan Ku touched his cheek, horrified to realize that the branch had cut a deep gash in his face, which was now bleeding profusely. He immediately burst into tears. "You good for nothing, you dared to hit me. I'll go tell mother." Jian Chen was not to be outdone and immediately threatened his opponent with a terrifying tone. "If you dare to call me a good-for-nothing again, next time I'll take your life." Frightened by him, Chan Yan Ku quickly took a few steps back, then ran away as fast as he could, yelling. Looking at him like that, Jian Chen could only sigh. To be so disgraceful and still claim to be the future master of the Chan Yan family, how shameless! As for him, it seemed he could no longer conceal his strength after this incident. But it didn't matter. At most, he would just suffer a small punishment. Jian Chen only hoped this commotion wouldn't implicate his mother. Only, he didn't know that after he left, a stranger quietly approached the arena, then pulled out the dry branch that was firmly stuck in the ground, looked at him, and muttered. So he finally couldn't hold back and revealed his true strength? It seems the Moon Mansion is about to undergo a major change. Just as Jian Chen predicted, Zhang Yan Ku and his mother would certainly not let this matter rest. Even though Yu Fengyan's face was still swollen like a balloon from overusing beauty products, she still dragged her son to where Zhang Yangba was resting to cause a commotion. "Master, you must uphold justice for Kuer. If it weren't for his great fortune and destiny, I fear he would have lost his life today at Zhang Tian's hands." On the side, Chiu Er was also summoned. Crying and making a scene, he echoed his master in accusing Jian Chen. "Master, the young master is arrogant and violent, beating this humble one without cause. Master must punish the young master to uphold the family's decorum." Zhang Yangba was no fool. Of course, he didn't hastily believe one-sided accusations and immediately questioned them back. Zhang Tian clearly cannot cultivate saint force, so how could he possibly injure the servant and Kuer one after another? Yu Fengyan still wasn't giving up. She immediately shrieked, accusing Bai Yun Tian of always pampering and indulging Jian Chen, and therefore, this time, she must have used despicable means to harm Zhang Yangku. She even shamelessly declared that if Zhang Yangba didn't punish them severely this time, then she and her son would definitely be harmed by Bai Yun Tian and her son again in the future. The Zhang Yan family has always valued benevolence and generosity. If Zhang Tian truly assaulted others without cause, I will certainly punish him severely. Zhang Yangba replied, then ordered his servant to summon Jian Chen to be interrogated. Seeing him so serious, Yu Fengyan couldn't hide her secret delight. She was certain that this time she had succeeded in driving Bai Yun Tian and her son out to monopolize the Zhangyan mansion. The bright blue sky, scorching the silent ancient tiled roofs, light yellow brick walls, graceful round windows, and lush green trees surrounded a peaceful and beautiful scene. At this moment, Zhang Yangba stood calmly with his hands behind his back. I will give you justice in this matter. Feng Yin knelt on the ground, sobbing, Master, you must uphold justice for us. Suddenly, at the same time, Yun Tian gently stepped forward to stop them. There is no need to go find Zhang Tian anymore. She hesitated for a few seconds, then continued to explain, Master, today's incident has nothing to do with Zhang Tian. It was all I who acted in the shadows. Zhang Yangba frowned helplessly, injuring Kuer and Chiu Er. It wasn't Zhang Tian but you? Yun Tian lowered her head slightly, looking at him gloomily. She replied without evasion, Zhang Tian has no way to cultivate Saint Force, and I was worried he would be bullied, so I secretly followed and protected him all along. At this point, she immediately turned and pointed directly at the face of the mother and son who were making a scene. Today, I saw Chiu Er and Kuer bullying Zhang Tian. I was momentarily enraged, so I intervened to teach them a lesson. Feng Yin rushed forward to defend. Kuer's heart is kind, and old Chiu Er is always well-behaved. How could they bully Zhang Tian? Zhang Yangku immediately feigned innocence. I didn't bully Zhang Tian. Followed by Chiu Er's aggrieved voice, this humble one has been wronged. Taking advantage of the situation, Feng Yin quickly pointed accusingly at Yun Tian, its clearly fourth sister, to protect Zhang Tian, deliberately taking all the blame. Yun Tian glared and shouted directly at her, everyone in the mansion knows Zhang Tian cannot cultivate Saint Force, so how could he injure Kuer and Chiu Er? Feng Yin was left speechless by her sharp rebuttals and momentarily didn't know what to do other than sweat nervously. Despite the woman in front of her making a pitiful face smeared with makeup, Yun Tian suddenly knelt before the man. Master, I did everything. Zhang Tian is not involved. I am willing to accept the punishment. Zhang Yangba was startled and confused. This is... Pausing for a few seconds, he said softly and indulgently, Yun Tian, since you've admitted it, then I will punish you to reflect in confinement for 1 month. When Yun Tian heard Zhang Yangba say this, she closed her eyes and replied, no problem. Feng Yin quickly looked up at Zhang Yangba, showing her unwillingness, Master, but Kuer almost died. How can you let her off so easily? How can you let her off so easily? While he wasn't paying attention, she pulled her son closer and whispered, No, we can't let them take advantage like this. Zhang Yanku immediately clutched his head, acting, my head hurts so much, am I going to die? As if she knew no end, Feng Yin angrily pointed directly at Yun Tian, Kuer's life and death are related to the family's fate. Why don't you expel this wicked woman from the family? Yun Tian angrily embraced the magic orb and walked towards her, is that right? So if Kuer's injuries can be healed, we can clear this up? Feng Yin nervously pulled Zhang Yanku behind her to hide, sticking out her tongue childishly, no, who knows if you're pretending to heal him just to find an excuse to harm Kuer. Despite Yang Ba's expression becoming increasingly displeased, Yun Tian coldly snorted in criticism. Clearly, you're trying to use this opportunity to bully my child and me. Feng Yin, startled, shouted, nonsense. You were the ones who injured someone first. Just like that, the battle between the women showed no sign of cooling down, and Yun Tian, determined not to lose, lunged forward. Your child is a mischievous brat, shouldn't he be hit? Feng Yin defiantly retorted, your child is the mischievous brat. Witnessing the intense argument between the two women, Yang Ba could only turn around and flee helplessly. In less than 5 seconds, from a sturdy middle-aged back, all that remained was the blur of smoke as Yang Ba ran for his life. A few hours later, at a charming wooden house, nestled amidst lush green trees and clear blue water, with lotus leaves and stone lanterns adorning the peaceful garden, Jian Chen was sitting alone, picking his nose. It's been so long, why hasn't anyone come to find me yet? Didn't Zhang Yangku and his mother go to complain? At this, he suddenly leaned his head and rested his hand on his cheek in annoyance. Mother, I don't even know where she went. Being so foolish is really boring. Just as Jian Chen was staring blankly at the sky, a powerful energy suddenly shot towards him from behind. As if possessing keen senses, he immediately leaned and glanced at the approaching object. In the nick of time, Jian Chen managed to turn and dodge the sharp knife that plunged into the ground. He then angrily shouted at the masked assassin, "You dared to injure young Master 3, you must die." After speaking, he unhesitatingly ran to interrogate, "Did you Feng Yin send you?" The assassin, full of killing intent, accelerated, "That's right, Third Ant has put up with you for too long." As soon as the words fell, the assassin immediately spun and leaped into the air, gripping 2 daggers, preparing to strike. Facing the critical situation, Jian Chen didn't hesitate, launching himself high up to dodge the opponent's attack. Like other cold-blooded assassins, the assassin continued to raise his hand, creating a powerful red whirlwind. Witnessing this, Jian Chen quickly and skillfully dodged the explosion right next to his ear. He inwardly assessed the situation with tension. This person is at the 4th level of divine power, I can handle him. Thinking this, Jian Chen immediately unleashed a powerful magic stream to counterattack. Take this. Seeing this, the assassin laughed scornfully, "You think a mere twig can hurt me?" With a massive amount of magic enveloping his entire figure, Jian Chen smiled sharply, "Who says a twig can't hurt someone?" As he spoke, his stream of spiritual energy suddenly began to twist with the wind. In an instant, to the assassin's astonishment, a sharp blade unexpectedly pointed directly at his head. Witnessing the increasing speed of the sharp blade, the assassin was momentarily at a loss, only able to watch. In less than 2 seconds, the extremely powerful silver light decisively pierced right through the assassin, splitting his mask in half. The bizarre mask fell, and the play officially concluded. Yang Ba, now terrified and sweating profusely, looked at the person in front of him. Just as scared as he was, Jian Chen frantically waved his hands a few times. "Father." As if his expression suddenly changed drastically, Yang Ba said in a grave, deep voice, "Zhang Tian." Unexpectedly, he paused for a moment, then burst into emotional tears. You can really use divine power now." Under the radiant sun and clear blue sky, a large green tree cast its shade over ancient houses, creating a peaceful and vibrant scene amidst nature. Jian Chen now obediently confessed everything. "Yes, divine power, I could use it a long time ago." Pausing for a few seconds, he looked at Yang Ba seriously. "Third brother and Chiu heir were both injured by me. You can punish me however you want, as long as it doesn't implicate mother." Yang Ba happily placed both hands on his shoulders to reassure him. "Cheng heir, if you could cultivate, why didn't you tell father? That way, you and your mother wouldn't have." Jian Chen narrowed his eyes and coldly brushed his hand away. "What if I told you?" He recalled the past as he continued. "Later, when you saw I was a good-for-nothing, you ignored me and left me aside." At this, Jian Chen's voice suddenly became colder than ever. "Before, you thought I was a genius, so you showered me with 100% of your affection." With eyes full of hatred, he asked in a serious tone, "To you, what exactly am I? A son or a tool?" Yang Ba slightly furrowed his brows, looking at him helplessly. "Look, I have my own troubles. I have to think about the family." Jian Chen angrily shouted, criticizing him, "You have troubles? And what about my mother and me? In those years, do you know what my mother went through? Did you ever ask? You Feng Yin bullied us, did you care?" Ignoring Yang Ba's stunned expression, Jian Chen angrily yelled, "If I were truly a good-for-nothing, even if I died, I'm afraid you wouldn't even spare a glance." Hearing this, Yang Ba quickly used his weakest tone. Zhang Tian, how can you say such a thing? How could your father treat you like that? He sharply replied, actually, how you treat me doesn't matter, but don't you dare lay a hand on my mother. Yang Ba hastily wanted to explain, things aren't as you think. I am the head of the family, there are many things beyond my control. Despite his efforts to reconcile, Jian Chen indifferently turned and walked away. Yes, you are the head of the family, you have to think about everyone, but I only care about my mother. Pausing for a moment, he continued in a lofty tone, punish me or blame me as you wish. Anyway, this family means nothing to me anymore. As if completely unprepared for the situation, Yang Ba, left behind, could only mutter sadly, Zhang Tian. At the same time, from a nearby tree, Uncle Duck suddenly spoke up, Master, admitting your mistake isn't difficult. Hearing this, Yang Ba's tears streamed down, Uncle Duck, you saw it all. A few hours later, overlooking the entire traditional wooden house, where beautiful curved tiled roofs reflected in the clear pond, along with a large green tree creating a peaceful and quiet scene, someone's hoarse voice began to speak, honestly. Uncle Duck, walking along the corridor with Yang Ba, slowly explained, the young master leaned against a tree branch, injuring the third young master, and almost injured someone else. He truly has extraordinary talent, Yang Ba quickly responded, I had to use all my strength from the fourth layer of divine power to calm him down. Pausing for a moment, he looked puzzled, when he was first tested, they said Zhang Tian couldn't cultivate. Why can he now? Look. I had the same question. During the examination then, I already felt something was off. Young master is clearly a chosen one, why can't he cultivate? Speaking of which, the old man didn't forget to reveal, that's why for the past few years, I've been secretly observing the young master. He secretly went to the library to cultivate divine power, I actually knew about it long ago. Yang Ba looked at the old man in surprise, Uncle Duck, you knew all along, why didn't you tell me? Uncle Duck replied calmly, I was observing the young master, and also observing you, master. Yang Ba, confused, pointed at his own face, observing me? The old man calmly continued, if master always remained blind to this, I would take Chuang Tian away, to a place where he could be nurtured. Hearing that, Yang Ba immediately scolded, Uncle Duck, the Truong Duong family hasn't treated you badly, how could you do such a thing? Uncle Duck, unafraid, turned and left, Master, I am merely a servant of the Truong Duong family. You don't even care about your own son, yet you blame an outsider like me. Yang Ba was so angry he choked, this. Pausing for a moment to calm himself, he softly mumbled, I was wrong, I didn't fulfill my duties as a father. Causing misunderstandings between father and son. Uncle Duck chuckled gleefully, only building the stable after the cow is gone. By then, it'll be too late. Speaking of which, the old man casually assessed King Tran's aptitude, the young master is an emotional person. If master treats him sincerely, he will definitely change his mind. Hearing this, Yang Ba's eyes widened with joy, I understand, Uncle Duck. The next day, at the Truong Duong Estate's library, with its curving red-tiled roofs under the blue sky and dazzling sunlight, surrounded by green trees. Inside, Van Tien and Fong Yen and her child were sitting separately. Fong Yen, with her face swollen and distorted, looked at the person at the next table. Master has gone to punish Truong Tien, you two are finished this time. Van Tien gave her a cold, warning glance, you pig's head, don't exaggerate. If things don't work out, I'll take Truong Tien back to my home, it's fine. Speaking of which, she continued to cover her mouth, mockingly chuckling, on the contrary, you, in this state, dare you go out? Fong Yen angrily huffed, I'm much better these past few days, you don't need to worry about me. While the two women inside were still bickering, Yang Ba entered with King Tran, Van Tien, Fong Yen, I have investigated thoroughly. You were injured by Truong Tien. Fong Yen quickly seized the opportunity to shout, Master, you must punish Truong Tien. Van Tien was tense, Master. Yang Ba raised his voice sternly, although Truong Tien hitting someone was wrong, Cog Ni and Cao Ni should not have bullied anyone either. Therefore, this matter is considered fair. Let's not pursue it further. Apologize. Speaking of which, he feigned a tap on King Tran's head as a signal. The boy mumbled a few words, sorry, third aunt. Upon seeing his indifferent attitude, Fong Yan and Van Tien helplessly reminded him, is this how you apologize? It seemed they had no intention of letting him off easily. Fong Yan yelled directly at her husband, how can we let it go? Master, Kok Ni is our future hope, how can this? Yang Ba said in a deep, strict voice, silence. Cao Ni secretly made things difficult for Van Tien and her child, which violated family rules. I have already expelled him from the estate. Pausing for a few seconds, he patted King Tran's shoulder and continued, very well. From now on, anyone in the entire estate who dares to bully Van Tien and her child will definitely be punished. Fong Yan, intimidated by his sharp gaze for the first time, trembled, this. While she and her child were hugging and crying, Yang Ba turned to King Tran, smiling indulgently, well, is this considered fair? The boy smiled, satisfied, it's acceptable. Speaking of which, King Tran scurried over to Van Tien, Mother, you weren't bullied, were you? She smiled gently at him, Mother is fine. Didn't your father blame you? King Tran replied huffily, no, he and I had a man-to-man talk. Van Tien sighed helplessly, this kid, talking like an old man. Suddenly, Yang Ba looked at her, requesting, Van Tien, you helped Kok Ni treat his injuries. Could you also help Fong Yan with her injuries? Van Tien happily replied, it's fine, as long as Truong Tien isn't pursued. Fong Yan angrily shouted, we don't need her treatment. Yang Ba raised his voice to admonish, Fong Yan, don't make trouble. She dejectedly replied. Standing amidst the surging magic power, Van Tien began to close her eyes and concentrate, casting a giant magic orb. King Tran, standing behind, saw this scene and secretly marveled. As expected, in an instant, Fong Yan and Yang Kok, mother and son, instantly returned to their beautiful and handsome appearance. Before King Tran and Yang Ba's expressions of admiration, Van Tien displayed a smug look. At that moment, a thought suddenly popped into King Tran's head. If he knew how to control this energy, his cultivation would surely double. Not realizing he was deep in thought, Yang Ba suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Stopping for a moment, he continued in a serious tone. King Tran lazily replied. Van Tien quietly worried. Hearing this, Fong Yan joyfully raised her hand to cheer. Yang Ba ignored her and continued. In contrast to Van Tien's expression of shared joy for her son, Fong Yan was so angry she almost spat blood. King Tran stroked his chin with satisfaction. Yang Ba didn't forget to step forward and instruct. Stopping for a moment, he took out an envelope. Seeing King Tran still wide-eyed with surprise, Yang Ba calmly suggested. As if startled, King Tran nervously wondered. 7 years later, the ancient villa still faintly smelled of wood, and the trees were still budding. Yang Ba was now sitting, looking out at the human world. Uncle Duke slowly replied. Speaking of which, he leisurely raised his teacup to savor the aroma. Pausing for a few seconds, Uncle Duke quickly drained his tea. Yang Ba spoke with suspicion. Uncle Duke calmly stroked his beard. Hearing this, Yang Ba said thoughtfully. Pausing for a few seconds, he looked down at the envelope on the table, then helplessly spoke. A few hours later, under the dazzling golden sunlight, were old, dark gray tiled roofs worn by time, and rows of deep green trees stretching everywhere. Truong Min happily brought food to her master. Van Tien, lying in the sunlight, immediately pointed to the table, gesturing. Truong Min quickly replied. As if unable to hide her joy, Van Tien lay there giggling. Truong Tien, the treatment we receive. Pausing for a few seconds, she suddenly turned towards the house and said loudly. At the same time, through the windows, a silent figure sat inside the cool house. No one else, the owner of that back was King Tran, now 14 years old. As if immersed in another subconscious world, he now tightly closed his eyes in discomfort. In an instant, a brutal scene of slaughter gradually appeared in his mind, along with a string of gleeful laughter. Having said that, the masked assassins began to successively draw their swords, preparing to encircle them. Seeing them all charging forward, the pink-haired young man resolutely cried out. Hearing this, the assassin jumped decisively onto the pink-haired young man, laughing gleefully as he replied, "Chang Tian and the lone sect master perished together. He won't be coming back." Despite the rising death toll, the assassin still cried out savagely, "Kill them all! Kill!" Standing amidst dozens of constantly lunging swords, the group below now had no idea what to do but huddle together helplessly. As expected, in just a few short seconds, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly turned into a pitch-black night, reeking of fresh blood. As if gradually sensing the skin-splitting pain of those within his subconscious, screaming, "No, wait!" Jian Chen's entire body began to sweat profusely. He couldn't help but yell in anger, "Stop!" As if connected to the hatred of his previous life, Jian Chen's eyes rolled back as he stared into the void. After a few seconds, he plunged the tip of his blade into the ground and said in a gloomy voice, "It was just a dream after all." Looking at his tired reflection on the shining surface of the sword blade, Jian Chen suddenly let out a desolate smile and thought, "Over the years, you've truly been exhausted. I know you never experienced the warmth of a home in your past life, and all of this now makes you unable to give up." Clutching the sword tightly, he continued to converse with himself, "You haven't tried your best to become stronger. Instead, you've grown accustomed to life in Chanyang Mansion." As his eyes gradually deepened in thought, he didn't forget to remind himself, "But you are not Chanyang Chang Tian, you are Jian Chen, and your sect members are still waiting for you to return." Despite the surging magical energy swirling throughout his body, Jian Chen stood resolute, determined to constantly grow stronger and find a way back. Like a deeply etched oath, he fiercely lashed out with a cold, sharp sword strike into the air, then thought to himself, "This point, he absolutely cannot forget." A few seconds later, a massive, pale blue energy wave surged like a tempest amidst the mysterious night, with fragile purple specks of light. Looking at the Chinese characters on the stone wall, Jian Chen now felt a destructive fire igniting within him. He looked up vaguely and said, "I've advanced to the 8th level of Saint Force." Several hours later, returning to the ancient manor in the middle of the dense forest, Yang Ba and Uncle De suddenly turned their heads to look at the person in front of them, both speaking in turn. "Chang Tian, are you really at the 8th level of Saint Force? That's great. The young master truly hasn't disappointed us." Jian Chen smirked at them. "Can I open this letter now? I want to know how it relates to my future." Yang Ba immediately replied, "Of course you can." But unlike his initial anticipation, Jian Chen now stared blankly at the content inside, an admission notice. Yang Ba smiled and explained, "This is the admission notice from the most famous Kargath Academy in our Kargath Empire. Kargath Academy has trained numerous top-tier powerhouses, and only those who advance to the 8th level of Saint Force before the age of 18 are qualified to study there." Saying this, he didn't forget to pat the young man's shoulder encouragingly. "Chang Tian, your talent is truly outstanding. Kargath Academy is the most suitable place for you. The future of the Chanyang family depends on you." Uncle De quickly added, "Kargath Academy starts in 3 days, young master. You've just made it in time." Jian Chen smiled obediently, "I understand. I won't disappoint you." Yang Ba looked at the giant eagle beside them and continued to introduce, "Chang Tian, this is the spatial belt your father gave you. You can break through to the 10th level of Saint Force before you're 18 and condense a Saint weapon to become a Saint Master. I'll give you a spatial ring." Jian Chen replied confidently, "Father, it won't be long before I become a Saint Master." Yun Tian rushed over anxiously, "Chang Tian, this is your first time away from home. Without your mother by your side, you must take good care of yourself. These are the things your mother knows you must pay attention to when going out. You must study hard." Jian Chen smiled awkwardly. "Mother, I'm not a child anymore. I'll take care of myself." Yun Tian heard this and chuckled, whispering, "I heard that Yu Feng Yin was so angry she fell ill when she learned you were going to the academy. Son, well done." Jian Chen smiled no less slyly. "Mother, you're laughing at others' misfortune. Uncle De gently stepped forward to remind him. Young master, it's not early anymore, you should be on your way. Sitting steadily on the eagle's back with Uncle De, Jian Qin wasn't used to saying goodbye. Father, mother, I'm leaving now. Yang Ba and Yun Tian replied one after another. Be careful on your journey, remember to write back. No sooner had they finished speaking than the eagle let out a loud cry, signaling departure. Without any other expression of nervousness or fear, Jian Qin excitedly shouted, Zagyiastu Academy, here I come. Hovering between the lush green forest and the bright sky, the eagle was continuously soaring and circling in the air. Jian Qin couldn't help but break into a contented smile at this moment. He secretly mused, it's been a long time since I felt what it's like to fly. How nostalgic! Witnessing his astonished expression, Uncle De suddenly let out a hearty laugh. The young master is truly extraordinary. When I took your elder brother to Zagyiastu Academy that year, he was so scared he didn't dare to move. Jian Qin's eyes widened in confusion. What? As if a dozen questions were forming in his head, he continued to inquire. I have an elder brother at Zagyiastu Academy? Why don't I know anything? Uncle De chuckled and scratched his head, blaming himself for forgetting to tell him. Pausing for a few seconds, he slowly revealed. Elder brother Chanyang, who was born to the first madam. The master married 3 wives. The 2 madams didn't get along, and the first madam, in anger, took the eldest young master, who had not long been born, back to her family home. After that, she severed ties with Chanyang Mansion. Jian Qin nodded in understanding. So that's it, no wonder I've never heard of this elder brother since I was little. Speaking of which, he didn't forget to let out a cunning laugh. If his birth mother wasn't powerful enough, she might have also been suppressed by Yufeng Yin. The love, hate, and enmity of a great clan. Uncle De observed this scene and secretly evaluated. The young master seems to understand a lot, he's clearly not a child. He slightly bowed and stepped forward. When the eldest young master was 17, he reached the 8th level of divine power and went to the academy to study. Young master, if you have any trouble at the academy later, go find the eldest young master. Jian Qin raised his hand in a V sign and smiled mischievously. Thank you, Uncle De, I understand. A few hours later, nestled deep within majestic mountain ranges, stood an ancient academy. With his eyes fixed on the scene below, Uncle De announced in a deep voice. Young master, we've arrived. After a moment of wide-eyed astonishment, Jian Qin then excitedly exclaimed. Here. He paused for a few seconds, still trembling in disbelief. This is Zhajyasi Academy. As if a crowd had been waiting for a long time, Jian Qin looked around in confusion as soon as he landed. He exclaimed in bewilderment. There are so many people at the academy, how will I ever find Big Brother? Uncle De reassured him softly. Don't worry, the eldest young master is very easy to find. Just as he said, in an instant, Jian Qin was startled to hear someone's boisterous laughter. Chanyang Chang Tian, Big Brother is here. It turned out that the owner of that hearty laughter was none other than Chanyang Hu. While Jian Qin, losing face, turned away, it really is easy to find, I want to go home. Uncle De, on the other hand, comfortably waved his hand and smiled. After so many years, the eldest young master is still just as unique. Yang, who couldn't help but run over, eyes squinted in a smile. Uncle De. The old man quickly replied, Young master, the old master has always missed you very much. Hearing this, Yang, who suddenly frowned and scoffed coldly. Uncle De, don't mention him. That fawning old man and I have no relationship whatsoever. Pausing for a moment, he turned to look at the young boy beside him. Chang Tian, you've grown so big. Jian Qin obediently replied. Big Brother. After saying this, Yang, who didn't forget to continue chattering and laughing. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you at the academy, just come find me. Big Brother will help you get revenge. Uncle De softly instructed. Eldest young master, please take care of the young master. I have something I need to discuss with the headmaster. he quickly replied. Uncle Da, please rest assured. Leave it to me. I'll take Chang Tian on a tour of the academy. Jian Chen's eyes lit up as he thought to himself. This unreliable-looking big brother isn't so bad after all. A few hours later, the clear blue sky, with white clouds drifting over ancient rooftops, while lush green branches and yellow flowers adorned the scene, created a peaceful vista under the dazzling sunlight. Towering pavilions and colossal ancient architecture appeared, majestic under the blue sky. Yang Hu's fingers ceaselessly pointed to each spot to introduce them. This. As if immersed in a sense of pride, he grinned and chuckled. This is all Zhajiasi Academy. All right, the introduction is done. Jian Chen looked at Yang Hu in frustration. Big brother, you basically said nothing at all. He secretly evaluated, and in the end, he concluded that this big brother was truly unreliable. Seeing that he was a little unhappy, Yang Hu tilted his head slightly and reminded him. Tomorrow is the new student martial arts competition. I'll register you so you can blend in with others. Consider it your first step into a new environment. Jian Chen closed his eyes in helplessness. Big brother, do you have a misunderstanding about integrating into a community? Suddenly, Yang Hu gently pinned a golden star onto his shirt. It's a new student fight, very lively, you must perform well. This is your registration qualification. Jian Chen frowned in confusion, looking at the neatly pinned star. Big brother was a bit too enthusiastic. He had no interest in this competition, so he thought of simply leaving. Unexpectedly, Yang Hu suddenly remembered something. He quickly spoke, signaling his departure. Oh, right. I forgot to get your registration documents. Truong Tian, you go to the cafeteria and eat first, I'll go get the documents. Without even waiting for Jian Chen to reply, he just left. With the faint breeze, he darkened his face and complained. To just abandon me here like this big brother truly is. A long while later, in the spacious cafeteria, filled with warm golden light and vibrant red hues, along with blurred figures, an unintentional solemn and cozy atmosphere was created. Jian Chen sat munching, looking at the simple dishes on the table. The food here is both cheap and delicious. Even students from poor backgrounds can eat here. It truly lives up to Zhajiasi Academy's concept of equality between rich and poor. Even fighting couldn't stop him from eating. Just as he was about to pick up more food, he was startled by someone's sudden table slap. Hey, this table is ours, go somewhere else. Seeing Jian Chen make no move, Di Luong angrily growled. Hey, did you hear what I said? Jian Chen showed no fear, frowning unhappily. If you want to eat, sit down and eat together. This table belongs to the academy, since when did it become yours? Di Luong leaned in and pointed directly at his face. You're not worthy of sharing a table with us. I'll ask you one more time, are you moving or not? Thursday Lutz stood behind him, lazily reminding him. Second brother, why be polite to him? Just kick him out. Jian Chen closed his eyes and replied casually. Of course I'll move, once I'm done eating. So you guys can stand and wait. Since you're not sitting, stand and wait. As soon as he finished speaking, both brothers immediately took turns cursing him. Damn it, you refused the toast but will drink the forfeit. We've told you already, do you even know who we are? Determined not to let the fight break out, Dak Van calmly stepped forward to stop them. This fellow student, looking at your attire, you must also be of noble birth, wouldn't you say? What's your name, and which family are you from? He paused for a few seconds, then, without hesitation, sat down opposite him. Although the Academy strictly forbids nobles from oppressing commoners, it doesn't interfere with conflicts between nobles. As he said this, Dak Van's eyes gradually darkened. He threatened in a low voice. Do you believe I can make it so you can't get by in this academy from now on? At the same time, from the perspective of the onlookers, they began to whisper among themselves. It's the three Kadi siblings, how did this new student get involved with them? In contrast to the fearful looks of those around him, Jian Qin remained unconcerned, slurping up his noodles one bite at a time. He thought to himself, flaunting family connections and speaking rudely, "I've seen too much of this in my previous life, it's truly childish." As expected, seeing his nonchalant behavior, Dag Van angrily slammed the table. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Thursday Luan motioned with his hand, reminding him. "You damn brat, what are you playing at? My big brother is talking to you." No less than the two of them, Dag Luong now stood in a corner, gritting his teeth. As if the string of his sanity had officially snapped, he boldly lunged forward, snatching the tablecloth in an instant. Eat, eat, eat. In an instant, the dining table became a ruin, and the tablecloth silently fell right at Jian Qin's feet. Seeing him stand up without saying anything, Dag Luong took advantage of the situation. "I'll make you eat." With that, he didn't hesitate, grabbing the bowl of noodles and lunging to attack. As expected, right after Jian Qin quickly leaned to dodge, he immediately delivered a strong blow to his back. As if witnessing a horrifying sight, Dag Van and Thursday Luan simultaneously flinched, looking at Dag Luong lying sprawled on the ground. As if nothing had happened, Jian Qin held the bowl of noodles in his hand, munching away, aggressive, unstable, poor kung fu training. Without bothering about the swollen injury on his chin, Dag Luong angrily yelled, "You dare to mock me? I can't not kill you today." Suddenly, just as the atmosphere was becoming tense, they unexpectedly heard someone deliberately reminding them, "Stop fighting." Pausing for a moment, that person cheerfully slammed their hand on the table. "I'm done eating, this place is all yours." Hearing that, Dag Luong replied impatiently, "This is none of your business." Thiat Thap looked at him with a foolish grin. "We're all fellow students, don't fight." Dag Luong glared warningly. "Get lost, don't you understand?" Seeing him still standing there smiling nonchalantly, Dag Luong couldn't help but throw a punch directly at the person in front of him. "You lowly commoner, you dare to speak to me?" Thiat Thap opened his mouth and chuckled teasingly. "If you really want to fight, hit me. I'm thick-skinned, I'm not afraid of pain." Thursday Let looked at him and laughed loudly. "This lowly commoner is actively asking for a beating, second brother, you must teach him a lesson." Dag Luong replied imposingly, "You scoundrel, this is someone who asked for it." Kim Tran hurriedly and anxiously tried to stop them. "Enough. If there's anything, come at me, don't involve others." Dag Van reminded in a deep voice. "Second brother, stop. In the academy, conflict between nobles and commoners is strictly forbidden." At the same time, the surrounding students began to warn each other. "It seems like there's a fight over there, it's Dag Van. Let's go quickly, don't get involved." Dag Van slowly took a few steps. "You, offending the Cuddy family, don't you want to stay in the academy anymore?" Along with the golden magical aura continuously radiating from his body, he spoke in a relaxed tone. "After all, the academy won't intervene in conflicts between nobles. You don't want to be beaten to the point of broken limbs and carried out of the academy, do you?" Kim Tran gripped his chopsticks tightly and cast a cold glance at Dag Van. "You want to fight?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard someone shout loudly in response, "I'd like to see who dares to touch my fourth brother." In a flash, Duong Ho's muscular body slammed onto the wooden table, shattering it completely. He yelled irritably, "What kind of table is this? It breaks with one stomp." Kim Tran suggested softly, "Big brother, can you appear in a normal way?" Standing before Kim Tran's expectant gaze, Duong Ho bluntly pointed at the arrogant noble sitting there. "Cuddy Van, if you want to fight, I'll play with you." At this point, he suddenly remembered the pile of documents he was carrying on his shoulder. "Huh?" Without any embarrassment, Duong Ho quickly handed the pile of documents to Kim Tran. "Oh, right, fourth brother, these are the registration forms for the freshman martial arts tournament." Kim Tran replied helplessly. "Is this really the time to manage registrations?" Dag Van asked in surprise. "The freshman martial arts tournament?" As if a profound thought was stirring in his mind, he spoke in a strange, low voice. This kid is your fourth brother? Duong Ho couldn't help but laugh proudly. Isn't he very similar to me? Dag Luong glared at the two brothers. Who are you? Thursday Let said contemptuously, you dare to touch our Cuddy clan? Aren't you afraid of death? Unlike his two talkative younger siblings, Dag Van thought to himself, this madman Truong Duong Ho cannot be provoked. There's no way to deal with this kid, I'll just have to think of another way. To Dag Luong and Thursday Let's astonishment, he immediately turned around and left. I'll remember what happened today. Let's go. Seeing this, Duong Ho looked at the person next to him expectantly. Well, isn't Big Brother very influential? Kim Tran replied with a doubtful voice, this matter is probably not that simple. At the same time, outside the cafeteria, Thursday Let ran after him, asking, who was that person who just arrived? Dag Van slowly replied, his name is Truong Duong Ho, he's a very difficult person to provoke. Dag Luong was a little unwilling. Big brother, are we just going to let this matter go? He replied without hesitation, how can we let this matter go? Pausing for a few seconds, Dag Van continued to lay out his plan. That kid also registered for the freshman martial arts competition. We'll beat him to death in the match, and Truong Duong Ho won't be able to say anything. His gaze gradually darkened. He then stretched out his hand, making a gesture of elimination. Whoever dares to offend someone from our Cuddy family must die. A few hours later, standing in the middle of a wide road, was the figure of the young Kim Tran. He was grumbling annoyedly, Big Brother is really something. He suddenly said he had something to do and left in a hurry. He dejectedly recalled Duong Ho's instruction, fourth brother, I suddenly remembered I have something to do. You can explore the school by yourself, okay? Clutching the stack of documents in his hand, Kim Tran tiredly mumbled to himself, it's my first day here, a foreign land. How am I supposed to explore? This Big Brother is so unreliable. If you say I don't have friends, that's not true either. Pausing for a moment, he suddenly perked up, remembering Thiat Thap's words, Truong Tien, I'm heading back to the dorm. From now on, we'll be friends. If you need anything, just say so. Remembering this, Kim Tran unconsciously flashed an amused smile, that guy Thiat Thap is still all right. Pausing for a few seconds, he suddenly slumped onto the ground, frustrated, that boring freshman martial arts competition. I have no interest at all, I'll just cast a blank vote. After a while, sitting in silence, Kim Tran then cheerfully scurried around, chuckling, I'll just walk around the campus and learn more about the Empire's first academy. A moment later, the sky gradually turned fiery red, as if staining the dark foliage, and then an entire forest, with shades of orange and pink. As if unaware, as someone's shadow slowly approached, Man Din and Chu Tien were softly calling out to each other, senior brother, junior sister. Casually hearing their affectionate voices, Kim Tran couldn't help but reveal a perverted smile. In his previous life, in the sect, his junior brothers and sisters also hid in the bushes like this. It seems no matter where, people have their 7 emotions and 6 desires. As he said this, he suddenly noticed suspicious figures lurking in the distance. Kim Tran stroked his chin, evaluating, suspicious appearance, either a villain or a thief. A few hours later, elsewhere, Duong Chao sat pointing to the sky, I've investigated, she'll pass by here soon. You guys ambush well. Pretend to be hooligans to tease her, and I'll appear like a hero saving the beauty. Lu Vu quickly replied, Big brother, don't worry, we'll act realistically. Tran Phuc added without hesitation, to help Big brother pursue the beauty, we would gladly jump into a sea of fire. Hearing this, Duong Chao did not forget to remind them, my goddess is a little lamb, you must be gentle. Did you hear that? Lu Vu and Tran Phuc obeyed in unison, understood, sir. At the same time, Kim Tran, standing in a nearby corner, thought to himself, such a vulgar tactic, truly unoriginal. No sooner had his thoughts ended than the group quickly shouted with enthusiasm, action. Without any hesitation, Kim Tran immediately gripped a branch, gathered momentum to chase after them. Who uses such an old trick to deceive a maiden? I can't pretend not to see it. Night fell, the crescent moon shone brightly in the deep blue sky, dotted with countless stars. The treetops seemed to be dyed silver under the moonlight. At the same time, a pair of green shoes stepped lightly on the ground, breaking the silence of the late-night forest. As if seeing a peerless beauty for the first time, Chu Tian exclaimed without restraint, "What a beautiful woman!" Completely unaware that the person next to him was a bit jealous, he casually continued, "Isn't she that new student who's been getting a lot of attention?" Meanwhile, on the side of the person attracting all the attention, the young maiden suddenly startled, looking towards the masked figures. Duong Chao then let out a lecherous laugh. "Little girl, wanna have some fun with this big shot?" Hearing this, Tran Fook immediately waved his hand in agreement. "Aren't you afraid of being lonely by yourself?" Yu Noyet whispered fearfully, "What are you going to do? Don't come over here." Seeing her recoil a few steps, Lu Vu hummed as he approached, "What's there to be scared of, little sister? Come on, let big brother touch you just once." But unfortunately, just as he was about to reach out and grope the person opposite him, Yu Noyet immediately grabbed him tight. While the opponent was still disoriented, she quickly used all her strength to slam him to the ground. To the astonishment of everyone around, Yu Noyet, without hesitation, unleashed immense destructive power, causing the surrounding ground to shatter. Ngao Kang and Tran Fook, witnessing this scene, simultaneously exclaimed in confusion, "What the hell is this?" She was called a little lamb, but this is the most outspoken and brutal fight, isn't it? As soon as she confirmed the opponent was completely defeated, Yu Noyet calmly dusted off her hands, "Although I don't like fighting." Pausing for a few seconds, she sternly pointed directly at them, "But towards bad people, I won't be polite." Meanwhile, King Tran excitedly dragged the beaten-up leader along. "Hey, I didn't expect a girl who seemed meek and weak to put up such a fight." Saying this, he suddenly saw the pleading eyes of the two masked men. "Big brother, save us." Unable to hide his confused expression, King Tran frantically looked back and forth, seeing the real big brother running around in a panic. "Who's your big brother? Don't mess around." At this moment, Yu Noyet frowned, puffed out her cheeks, and stared at him. "You're their boss, then you need a lesson too." Hearing this, King Tran quickly waved his hands to explain, "Wait, young lady, it's a misunderstanding." Originally having no intention of listening to the person in front of her, Yu Noyet spun around and lunged forward light as a feather. "You scoundrel, take this." At the same time, Ngao Kang and Tran Fook were signaling, and King Tran looked over. "Who's that guy? Where's our big brother? Ignore him, it has nothing to do with us. Why aren't we taking this chance to run?" As if there was no other way to handle it, he suddenly let out a helpless smile. "Oh, well." With sharp eyes and powerful magic radiating throughout his body, King Tran excitedly said, "Just in time, I was getting bored. Let me see the young lady's strength." With her eyes slowly turning dark, Yu Noyet reached out, creating a pale pink stream of light. "You too." But just as she was about to strike a powerful blow at her opponent, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Stop." Suddenly immobilized by a faint magical current, King Tran secretly gasped in shock. "My body is being controlled." At the same time, Yu Noyet joyfully called out, "Teacher." Thursday D, while maintaining the magic, coldly reminded her, "The Academy has rules, unauthorized combat is strictly forbidden." "Have you forgotten everything?" Yu Noyet pointed towards King Tran and explained, "Teacher, I'm sorry, I was wrong, but he's a bad guy." "Didn't you once say that you'd never forgive bad people?" Hearing this from behind, he quickly replied, "I already said it's a misunderstanding." Thursday D frowned and reminded her, "I'll handle this. You go back and continue your cultivation." Yu Noyet obediently replied, "Yes." Having said that, she immediately started humming and skipped over to where King Tran was still being controlled. Without any respect, Yu Noyet openly stuck out her tongue to provoke him, making King Tran grit his teeth in anger. "This damn girl." Seeing her walk further away, King Tran began to look anxiously at Thursday D, secretly pleading in his heart, "Oh, ma'am, let's talk slowly. Things are not at all as your disciple says. I need to explain." With eyes full of killing intent, Thursday D slowly assessed him. "You The power within your body is a bit special. Hearing this, King Tran's eyes widened with worry. He secretly speculated, no way, could she have seen that I transmigrated? Before he could even speak, while he was lost in thought, Thursday D leaned slightly and looked straight into King Tran's eyes. No need to panic. I'm never curious about other people's secrets, even if you are the young master of the Truong Duong family. Suddenly having his lineage named, he instantly felt a secret tension. Could this woman know me? Even though the young man was still scared, Thursday D calmly extended her hand towards him. However, before that, you must prove you are worthy of living on. Otherwise. As she spoke, her gaze gradually deepened. Without hesitation, Thursday D immediately formed a magic circle at her fingertip. In just a blink, that magic orb powerfully swept past one of King Tran's ears at an extremely close range. As if wanting to devour him alive, Thursday D said in a dark, deep voice, I will personally kill you. Quickly realizing something was wrong, King Tran cringed in fear. In his heart, he felt wronged. What? Is this person crazy? We don't seem to have any grudges. Before King Tran's astonishment, Thursday D unexpectedly continued to cross her arms, creating a treacherous vortex. Kid from the Truong Duong family, remember my words. Witnessing the huge vortex slowly engulfing his entire body, King Tran silently exclaimed in bewilderment, this is. Even though he was struggling with his gaze, the vortex relentlessly continued to engulf King Tran's entire body from beginning to end. While he could still listen, Thursday D whispered meaningfully, this time, it's just a meeting gift. With the only eye not yet submerged, King Tran couldn't help but think with confusion, a meeting gift? A few seconds later, at another location in the forest, King Tran awkwardly moved his limbs, this is. Teleportation magic. Just as King Tran was fumbling to look around, where is this, he suddenly heard a familiar voice, little brother. Duong Ho, struggling and covered in blood, stumbled in front of him. How did you get here? King Tran cried out in a panic, big brother. Seeing him continuously staggering, he quickly ran to support him. What happened? Why are you so badly injured, brother? Duong Ho replied hoarsely. I wanted to go to the Bag Mountain to kill a beast and get a first-grade magic core for you, but I accidentally alerted a third-grade monster and took a few hits. As he spoke, he looked at the magic core in his hand and smiled widely. I thought I was going to die here, but I didn't expect you to arrive. I'm afraid I can't hold on much longer, so I'll give you this magic core. Pausing for a moment, Duong Ho unexpectedly placed the magic core in King Tran's hand. You're about to participate in the freshman martial arts tournament. This magic core can help you increase your strength during battle. Hearing this, King Tran trembled, clutching the magic core tightly. He whispered emotionally, big brother, you said you had something to do for 3 days. Was it to help me get this magic core? Standing under the brilliant sunset, Duong Ho tilted his head slightly, flashing a warm smile. I'm your older brother. I don't have many skills, so I can only do these things for you. After a few seconds, his strong body began to tremble again. The freshman martial arts tournament, fourth brother, you must perform well. King Tran silently pondered, is this tournament that important? Big brother went to get me this magic core, risking his life. Thinking this, he widened his eyes in surprise, watching Duong Ho slowly sit down on the ground. Glancing at his brother's silent, lying form, King Tran curiously asked, big brother, what are you doing? Duong Ho frowned, looking sorrowful, fourth brother, I can only help you this far. Remember to bring my ashes back. King Tran scratched his head blankly a few times. Big brother, can we please stop messing around? I just checked your wounds. They're all superficial, serious, but not fatal. Hearing this, Duong Ho joyfully exclaimed, huh? Not dead? He paused, rolled around, and then chuckled gleefully. I thought I was done for. Seeing this, Jian Chen turned his head away and sighed. Seriously, big brother, I'm impressed. If it weren't for me, you probably would have bled to death. Having said that, he quickly ran to where Yang Hu was lying to bandage his wound. The first aid procedure was finally complete. Jian Chen slowly moved his hands a few times. The bleeding had temporarily stopped. You just need to quickly return to the academy for treatment as soon as possible. You'll be fine. Yang, who happily patted his head, fourth brother, you're amazing. You truly are the genius praised by Uncle De. A while later, Qiu Di, now silently hovering in mid-air, watched as Jian Chen carried Yang Hu and walked. Have they caught up? Pausing for a few seconds in thought, she began to purse her lips tightly. But there's still a long way to go, little devil of the Changyang family. A few days later, at the three ancient watchtowers, standing majestically under the brilliant sun, the blue sky, white clouds, and lush green trees highlighted the splendor of the architecture. At the same time, below on the road, dozens of new students were rushing, one after another, towards a certain place. Along with that were whispers and discussions. The freshman competition is about to begin. I wonder which freshman will be number one this year. Hurry, or there won't be any space left. The colossal arena opened up, filled with brilliant golden light. In the center was a towering, circular grandstand, creating a majestic atmosphere, ready for fierce battles. Standing amidst the bustling crowd, Jian Chen's bright eyes widened as he looked in all directions. As expected of Card Academy, the freshman competition can create such a grand event. Just as he said this, he and everyone around him were startled by a loud, strong voice. Chang Yang Chang Tian, the sole cavalry of Tang Qian. Despite the increasingly dense chuckles from everyone around, Yang, who held a flag and shouted loudly, "Fourth brother, go for it. I've staked all my family fortune on you winning." Faced with the embarrassing situation, Jian Chen was momentarily at a loss, except to feign amusement. He reluctantly gave a thumbs up and thought to himself, with a big brother like this, how can I not lose face? Suddenly, from the high platform, someone's mocking voice unexpectedly rang out, "Fellow students." As soon as he confirmed everyone was listening, the elegant scholar began to introduce himself. "I am Bai Yan, the Vice Dean of Card Academy. I will be presiding over today's martial arts competition." At this point, Bai Yan waved his hand and smiled, his eyes narrowed. The rewards this time are the same as previous years. He paused for a moment, then slowly explained, "First place receives a level 3 magic core, second place a level 2 magic core, third place a level 1 magic core. Any student who makes it into the top 50 will receive 1 amethyst coin." As if unable to contain their excitement, all the new students erupted in a clamor. Making it into the top 50 means getting an amethyst coin. 1 amethyst coin is enough for a normal person to live comfortably for 10 years. At the same time, under the cool shade of a tree, Chioli began to sneer, ignorant commoners who've never seen the world, getting so excited over 1 amethyst coin. Truly pathetic. Di Liang quickly chimed in quietly, "My daily pocket money is never less than 3 amethyst coins." Returning to the center of the high platform, Bai Yan pointed his hand at a large board. According to the results of the draw, a knockout match will now begin. The rules are very simple, no weapons allowed, killing is strictly forbidden. I hope everyone can perform well. Pausing for a few seconds, he continued with an excited smile, "Now, I declare. The match begins." As expected, as soon as Bai Yan declared this loudly, all the new students around the stands immediately erupted in cheers. Jian Chen looked at the bustling crowd and gave an awkward smile. How exaggerated. As if he had already set his sights on him, Di Liang began to mock, "Kid, don't get eliminated too early. I'm waiting to personally take you down." Chioli stood next to him, sneering. Looking at him like this, there really might not be a chance to meet us. Jian Chen, hearing them, lazily replied, "Yes, you're both very mean, everything you say is right." As if completely caught off guard, the two siblings heard his sarcastic words and immediately yelled angrily in unison, "Damn it, just don't let me meet you, or I'll cripple you." A long while later, after the first round, Chang Yang Chang Tian stood nonchalantly, picking his nose amidst the stands, and it was none other than Jian Chen. Along with him were Yang, whose cheers of encouragement, "Fourth brother is amazing." The next person was Di Liang, who was aggressively pushing his opponent's face into the shattered ground. Card Liang, you commoner, go to hell. As expected, the last person to enter the bracket was Iron Tower. He extended his hand to ask, are you all right? Xiao Mai smiled awkwardly, I lost, you directly threw me out. In just a few short hours of fighting, the ranking bracket now began to feature elite names and were advancing to the quarterfinals. As if fate was inevitable, the bracket board now suddenly displayed the text, Chang Yang Chang Tian vs. Card D Thursday Li, quarterfinals round 1. As soon as her opponent was determined, Thursday Li immediately stepped forward and acted arrogantly, to make it to the quarterfinals, you must be lucky. Standing in the middle of the arena where the match was registered for Card D Thursday Li and Chang Yang Chang Tian, she suddenly heard Di Liang's urging voice, little sister, kill him. At the same time, Yang Hu cheered enthusiastically, fourth brother, go for it. Jian Chen lazily picked his nose, what a fated encounter. As soon as his words fell, Thursday Li lunged to attack without hesitation, but your luck ends here. Facing her imposing stance, Jian Chen remained calm, leaning to dodge the attack. Continuously witnessing his opponent constantly dodging, Thursday Li couldn't help but yell angrily, let's see how long you can hide. Facing the risk of losing, she secretly tensed up, clenching her teeth, he can avoid all my attacks without leaving the ground. While Thursday Li was still lost in thought, Jian Chen playfully shouted, it's my turn. Witnessing his powerful punch slowly coming towards her, Thursday Li's face unconsciously twisted in fear. As the punch's speed continuously increased, her expression of horror also spiraled out of control. To the astonishment of everyone in the stands. Just as he was about to deliver a finishing blow, Jian Chen suddenly stopped inches away. He now glared coldly, I don't want to hit women. I forfeit. Hearing this, a hint of doubt arose in Thursday Li's heart. Could he be stronger than me? How is that possible? Completely ignoring her own darkening expression, Thursday Li secretly fumed. No, I absolutely cannot lose to him, otherwise, what about my pride? As if unwilling to accept the reality of defeat, Thursday Li powerfully threw a kick directly at Jian Chen. I haven't lost yet. Along with the surging magic flowing powerfully around his body, he angrily swatted away her attack, you pighead. But at this very moment, what caught Jian Chen's sharp eye was a dazzling sharp object at the tip of Thursday Li's shoe. Seeing the speed of the kick continuously increase, his eyes widened in shock. In a blink, the sharp spike suddenly stopped, just an inch away from his eyeball. As if she had sensed victory was imminent, Thursday Li began to smile arrogantly. She thought to herself, I won. Facing the spike rapidly flying towards his pupil, Jian Chen now tensed and clenched his teeth. At the same time, his endangered eye suddenly lit up. With the latent power within his body, Jian Chen's matrix pupil suddenly pushed back against the sharp spike. In an instant, he mercilessly shot the sharp spike back towards Thursday Li. Seeing this, she fearfully stepped back. What? Without any of the initial leniency, in less than 2 seconds, the silver spike decisively stabbed directly into one of Thursday Li's eyes, causing her to scream in agony. Immediately after confirming his opponent was no longer able to fight, Jian Chen gently stepped forward and wiped the sweat from his brow. It's a good thing my Azure Frost sword art has achieved minor success, otherwise that would have been truly dangerous. At the same time, everyone outside the stands, seeing Thursday Li's defeat, began to whisper, what just happened? Why did Card D Thursday Li suddenly fall? We're too far to see clearly, but it looked like something flew out from under Card D Thursday Li's shoe. A few seconds later, Bai En walked over to check her condition. Fortunately, it's just ordinary poison needle, it won't cause death. Jian Chen crossed his arms and said first, this has nothing to do with me. Ignoring his astonished attitude, Bai En loudly declared, Card D Thursday Li violated the rules, her qualification for the competition is revoked. Pausing for a few seconds to add to the drama, he spread his arms towards Jian Chen. Chang Yang Chang Tian wins. Along with Yang Hu's series of exaggerated cries, fourth brother, I've struck it rich. Seeing brothers Di Yun and Di Liang, who began to shake with anger. Returning to the stands, Bai En unexpectedly showered praise. Chang Yang Chang Tian, you're quite something. Hearing that, Jian Chen couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Is he praising me? Why do I feel like the Vice Dean has an ulterior motive? Over the next few hours, the competition bracket was slowly approaching the championship position, and with it, the truly strong contenders were about to be revealed. Standing in the tunnel, preparing to head to the competition arena, Di Yun suddenly turned to call Di Liang, second brother. Pausing for a few seconds, he suddenly took out a small vial of medicine. This forbidden drug can enhance your strength. Drink it. Di Liang pouted, Big brother, don't you believe in my strength? His eyes suddenly turned dark. Di Yun coldly replied, I won't allow any accidents to happen. Third sister failed, disgracing the family. You must get first place to save face for the Card D family. Hearing this, Di Liang immediately put on a serious expression. Understood, big brother. Jian Chen proudly raised his hand in victory in the stands. At the same time, the referee's voice immediately announced, Contestant A is unconscious, Chang Yang Chang Tian wins. Just as the next match was about to begin, Tai Tao walked over and patted his shoulder a few times. You're truly impressive, Chang Tian. Jian Chen enthusiastically waved his hand in encouragement, Tai Tao, go for it. He smiled and replied, Brother, we'll meet in the finals. As soon as their mutual encouragement ended, Jian Chen suddenly looked in surprise at Di Liang, whose veins were bulging frantically. As if sensing something, he thought to himself, Card Di Liang's condition isn't quite right. The battle officially began. Tai Tao spoke without hesitation, I have great strength, I won't hold back when I fight. Prepare yourself. Di Liang scowled and shouted back, Stop talking nonsense. You're no match for me. The time for pleasantries was officially over. Bai Yan excitedly struck the bell once. The match begins. As soon as the bell rang, Tai Tao unleashed a powerful counterpunch without hesitation. At the same time, Di Liang's eyes widened, and he launched a retaliatory strike. In a flash, two powerful punches immediately collided, quickly creating a deafening roar that echoed across the land. With such an obvious disparity without an assisting item, Tai Tao staggered back. He thought to himself, his strength is even greater than mine. While he was still trembling from the pain, Di Liang secretly delivered another decisive blow. Ignoring his opponent's pain to the point of spitting blood, he powerfully flung Tai Tao into the air. I'll cripple you. With just one punch filled with abnormal power, Di Liang instantly sent Tai Tao sliding far away. As if to pursue and kill him, he lunged forward to attack again. Go to hell. Fortunately, at that decisive moment, Bai Yan suddenly appeared to intervene. Stop. At the same time, Jian Chen rushed over to check on the injured man. Tai Tao, are you okay? Di Liang looked unhappily at the person next to him. Vice Dean. Tai Tao then helplessly whispered, Chang Tian, I'm sorry, I lost. Jian Chen stood up straight and gave a confident thumbs up. Don't worry, I'll avenge you. Hearing this, he smiled and nodded. MHM. With his gaze suddenly sharpening, Jian Chen turned to Di Liang. Hey, are you ready to die? Hearing this, he immediately flew into a rage. Chang Yang Chang Tian, I'll kill you. Jian Chen looked at Bai Yan without fear. He coldly asked, Vice Dean, can the decisive battle begin now? At the same time, Yang Hu, who was outside the stands, suddenly shouted, Vice Dean, Card Di Liang clearly used drugs. He cheated. Revoke his qualification. And so, even as he kept shouting, revoke his qualification, revoke his qualification. Bai Yan smiled and feigned deafness, if you all agree, then the decisive battle begins now. Seeing that he deliberately ignored the previous warnings, Yang Hu couldn't help but angrily scold, this is corrupt. The Vice Dean is covering for the Card D family. This match is unfair. I want to see the Dean. Facing a barrage of criticism like daggers piercing him, corruption, cover-up. Bai Yan began to grit his teeth in anger. His anger immediately erupted, and he powerfully unleashed a swirling palm strike towards Yang Hu. You're too loud, go fly far away and reflect on yourself. Even though he had been blown high into the clouds, Yang Hu stubbornly shouted, "I'll be back." As if wanting to vent his anger on an innocent party, Bai En coldly glanced at Jian Chen. He secretly posed a problem for the boy. Dag Luong really used medicine. Zhang Yang Chang Tian, do you have the confidence to face him in this state? Thinking of this, Bai En turned around without hesitation and leisurely walked away. With his magical muscles constantly bulging as if about to explode, Dag Luong began to step forward, glaring, "To defeat you, I've abandoned my pride and transformed into this state." Pausing for a few seconds, he fiercely punched the ground, sending the surrounding floor tiles flying everywhere. "Zhang Yang Chang Tian, I'll make you remember the consequences of offending the Card D family." Facing the opponent's formidable destructive power, Jian Chen remained motionless, merely watching with wide eyes. As if unable to control the surging power, Dag Luong began to furiously widen his bloodshot eyes. In an instant, that terrifying punch once again created a surrounding tremor. Even though he was being engulfed by the flames of slaughter, Dag Luong loudly shouted, "My power can rival low-level sacred power, what do you have to fight me with?" Without any sign of fear, Jian Chen calmly waved his hand dismissively, "You'll find out very soon." As expected, Dag Luong was so provoked upon hearing this that his veins bulged. "Wait until I knock your teeth out." Having said that, he mercilessly rushed forward with lightning speed. "Let's see if you can still smile then." Completely contrary to Dag Luong's impatient and aggressive demeanor, Jian Chen lightly tilted his body to completely dodge the punch. In just a few brief seconds, he was easily able to discern his opponent's weakness. Without any unnecessary movements, Jian Chen quickly extended his hand and delivered a powerful strike to Dag Luong's slow elbow. As expected, with just a light strike from him, Dag Luong's arm immediately and unconsciously punched himself painfully in the face due to inertia. Just like that, his entire body then weakly slid a long distance across the rough ground. Even though Dag Luong was still lying in pain on the ground, Jian Chen calmly walked over. Pausing for a few seconds, he scoffed with a dismissive smile. "This is what it's like to fight against someone like this." The hatred in his heart showed no signs of subsiding, and Dag Luong furiously glared at the person in front of him, hateful. Thinking of this, he immediately propped himself up and unleashed a backward kick. As expected, in less than 2 seconds, Jian Chen easily caught his opponent's ankle with his hand. Before Dag Luong could even react, he was once again unexpectedly thrown into the air. Even though Dag Luong was facing the risk of sliding across the ground, Jian Chen excitedly cheered. Witnessing this scene, Dag Luong gnashed his teeth in indignation. "This bastard dares to trap him." At the same time, everyone outside the stands began to mock. "What is Card D Luong doing? Performing a circus act? Card D Luong can even do splits, I never would have thought." In contrast to the joyful laughter of everyone around, Dag Van angrily roared, "Second brother, what in the world are you doing? Be serious, don't disgrace the family." Back in the stands area, Dag Luong trembled with anger. "Do you dare to fight me fair and square, without using demonic arts?" Jian Chen sighed, showing his weariness. "All right then, I'll fight you seriously." With his muscles suddenly swelling at an alarming rate, Dag Luong growled with murderous intent, "Watch me turn you into a pig's head." Without any expression of fear, Jian Chen calmly pushed a powerful stream of spiritual energy to envelop his entire body. Before Dag Luong's wide, astonished eyes, he immediately used a clone technique to appear everywhere. Without any unnecessary movements, Jian Chen once again powerfully lunged and punched his opponent's abdomen in an instant. Having never intended to be lenient with villains, seeing Dag Luong stumble slightly, he continued to unleash a barrage of punches on him without hesitation. Even though his body was drenched in sweat from the dangerous attack, Dag Luong still shouted loudly, "Your speed is fast enough, but unfortunately, your fist technique is too weak. How about you land one punch?" As soon as his words fell, Jian Chen suddenly revealed a strange smile. "Who said it's just one punch?" Upon hearing this, Dag Luong's twisted expression immediately vanished, replaced by a contorted look of fear. In an instant, Jian Chen's firm fist immediately slammed into Dag Luong's nose, causing blood to gush out. Not stopping there, his other hand also took the opportunity to deliver another forceful blow to the cheek. Just like that, with his advanced clones, Jian Qin easily overwhelmed Dai Luong with a barrage of punches. Even though he showed no signs of resistance, he continued to attack relentlessly like a machine. After all, in less than 5 minutes, Dai Luong had completely lost the ability to fight. At this moment, Jian Qin frowned and coldly looked at him. "You're not even worthy of me using a sword." Speaking of this, he suddenly gloomily rubbed his forehead a few times. "I, a dignified sword god, coming here to bully a kid, it would be truly disgraceful if word got out." At the same time, Bian, standing outside, shouted loudly into the loudspeaker, "Zhang Yang Chang Tian wins and becomes the new student king." Seemingly unable to hide his excitement, Bian unexpectedly broke into a meaningful smile. He thought to himself, Zhang Yang Chang Tian is only 14 years old, yet why does it feel like he's been through 100 battles? Could this be a young man wise beyond his years? His eyes gradually became deep and unfathomable. He inwardly exclaimed, "Very good, this year we finally have a new student with enough strength." At the same time, Yang Hu's laughter unexpectedly rang out from the hot air balloon. "Zha Di Liang is also disgraced, finally losing to my fourth brother. So humiliating, so humiliating." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately looked in shock at the shadow of the hot air balloon that was suddenly destroyed by someone. While Yang Hu was confused and didn't understand what was happening, Bian and Jian Qin simultaneously held their hidden weapons, too noisy. In just an instant, the air was rapidly pushed out, forming a swirling palm. Yang Hu stubbornly shouted, "I'll be back." Meanwhile, in the audience area, Di Yun was secretly beginning to seethe with rage. "Zhang Yang Hu, Zhang Yang Chang Tian, I will never let you off the hook." With the flame of hatred reaching its peak, he immediately crushed the railing into hundreds of pieces. Despite his expression becoming more and more grotesquely distorted, Di Yun furiously gritted out each word, "Within 3 days, I will personally expel you from the academy." A long while later, under the crimson glow of the afternoon sun, peeking out from beneath the green canopy of trees were neatly arranged tiled roofs. Looking at the exquisitely crafted wooden box containing a glowing pearl, a leisurely voice began to sound, "Classmate Chang Tian, congratulations on becoming this year's new student king." With a lingering smile on his lips, Bian calmly continued, "This is the reward for the new student king, a level 3 magic core. After receiving your reward, you may leave." Without any hint of patience, Jian Qin quickly took the box, turned, and left. "Thank you, Vice Principal. I'll head back now." Bian, seeing that the other person was uninterested, calmly escorted him to the door. "Chang Tian, you must continue to work hard. I have high expectations of you." Jian Qin replied gloomily, "Yes." Immediately after he left, the other person quickly closed the door tightly. Bian then slyly raised an eyebrow. "Principal, what do you think of him?" Through the thin membrane separating the rooms, the old principal began to laugh with interest. "Exceptional strength, mature mindset. Is he really only 14 years old?" Bian slowly walked over. "Does the academy need to provide resources to help him cultivate and build a good relationship with him?" At this, the principal suddenly fell silent and took a puff from his pipe. "Not necessary for now. Chang Tian is outstanding. Some people won't sit still." Hearing this, Bian also looked at him seriously. "You mean them?" With a discerning gaze, the principal quickly laid out a long-term plan. "If he can survive the trials, it won't be too late for us to act." With utmost loyalty and understanding, Bian steadfastly clasped his hands in a salute. "Yes, Principal, I understand." A moment later, at the foot of the steps outside the study, Jian Qin unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. Not noticing Yang Hu dozing off on the ground, he curiously stepped forward and called, "Big brother." Yang Hu jolted awake. "What did the vice principal call you to the study for?" "What did he say?" Jian Qin extended the wooden box towards him with both hands. "He didn't say anything, just gave me the reward." Pausing for a moment, he opened the box and smiled proudly. "Big brother risked his life to get a magic core for me, so this level 3 magic core is for you." Upon hearing this, Yang Hu quickly composed his surprised expression and gently closed the box. "This is your reward, you keep it. It's very beneficial for your cultivation." Jian Chen whispered in surprise, "Big brother." Without waiting for him to insist, Yang Hu continued with a stern expression, "Chang Tian, I'm your big brother, listen to me." Faced with his firm attitude, Jian Chen could only give a helpless smile. "All right, then I'll keep it." The cheerful atmosphere quickly returned, and Yang Hu put his arm around his shoulder, chuckling, "That's more like it. Come on, big brother will treat you to a good meal to celebrate you becoming the new student king." Done speaking, the two brothers excitedly ran along the empty road under the setting sun. A few seconds later, halfway there, Jian Chen suddenly froze, looking at the banners hanging on both sides of the road. "Big brother, did you put all these up?" Yang Hu replied proudly, "Of course. Doesn't it look impressive? You've brought me great honor this time." Hearing this, he started looking around. "Big brother, something's not right." Seemingly quickly understanding the meaning of his words, Yang Hu hastily shook his head, looking at the debris blowing in all directions. "Why is there no one on the road?" As soon as he finished speaking, the two brothers immediately heard footsteps. As expected, Chioli then shouted sourly, "Big brother, we must definitely teach them a lesson." Following closely was Di Liang. "Big brother, Zhang Yang Chang Tian is studying dark magic, be careful." Di Yun replied coldly, "Zhang Yang Chang Tian defeated my second brother and third sister using despicable methods. I must reclaim justice for the Cuddy family." Yang Hu proactively stepped forward to shield them. "Aren't you just trying to save face after losing? Cuddy Yun, how about the two of us fight over this?" Hearing this, Di Yun replied without hesitation, "Fight me." Pausing for a moment, he quickly extended his hand, creating a magic circle. "Are you worthy?" Looking at the powerful light and the spear in Di Yun's hand, Yang Hu was a little surprised. "You can already condense a sacred weapon." At the same time, Jian Chen unconsciously widened his eyes in surprise. Cuddy Yun's power is stronger than Big Brother's. With the flow of spiritual energy slowly emanating from his body, Di Yun arrogantly chuckled, "Zhang Yang Hu, today I will cripple you and your brother, and expel you from the academy." Di Yun sneered, "In the future, our Cuddy family will rule by virtue and will not attack those who are unarmed." Without hesitation, he forcefully threw the sword towards Yang Hu. "Here, catch it." He grabbed the sword. "Cuddy Yun, so what if you've advanced to a saint? I'm not afraid of you." Yang Hu turned to Jian Chen and said, "Fourth brother, I'll hold Cuddy back, you find an opportunity to break out." Clutching the sword tightly, he charged forward, ready to deliver a fatal blow towards Di Yun. He also lunged forward, his eyes cold, a contemptuous smile provoking his opponent. "Overestimating yourself." The two swords clashed, the tips piercing into each other in a breathtaking moment. The sword in Yang Hu's hand vibrated, then suddenly cracked as if unable to withstand the pressure. "What?" With a precise strike, Di Yun broke the sword in his hand in midair. Yang Hu gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rising anger. "Damn it." He quickly rushed forward, gripping Di Yun with both hands. "Don't underestimate me." In that tense moment, Yang Hu turned his face and shouted at Jian Chen, "Fourth brother, go quickly." Hearing this, Di Yun smiled smugly. "Do you think you can control me like this?" In that instant, the power within him erupted violently, creating a wave of energy that spread everywhere. And with just one simple yet powerful move, he flung him away, which is why I said you overestimate yourself. Then, Di Yun focused all his power, vigorously summoning a surging flow of magical energy from deep within, directed straight towards Yang Hu. He was thrown far back by the powerful attack, his body swaying in midair. Jian Chen immediately called out anxiously, "Big brother." He asked, "Fourth brother, why didn't you take the opportunity to break out earlier?" He replied, "Big brother, how could I leave you behind?" Jian Chen started to get furious. "This scoundrel, to strike so heavily, I'm not done with him." Yang Hu saw him leave and quickly stopped him. "Fourth brother, don't go, you are not his match." Di Yun's disciples couldn't hide their excitement, their eyes lit up. "Big brother, let me handle him." Di Liang pointed his finger directly at Jian Chen. "Zhang Yang Chang Tian, last time was my oversight." With all his might, he slapped him hard across the face, the sound echoing clearly before he could finish his sentence. "This time, He slowly extended his hand in front of him, concentrating all the fire magic within, forming a swirling fireball glowing with brilliant red light. Jian Chen's face darkened as he warned, "I'm not in a good mood. I don't feel like listening to your rambling." The remaining disciples started to get scared. With one hit, Di Liang was sent flying. He walked forcefully towards Di Yun, saying seriously, "Di Yun, I've come to challenge you." A smirk appeared on his lips, carrying a hint of disdain and full of calculation. Di Yun sneered, "Defeating my second brother, you indeed have some ability, but Zhang Yanghu, even a level 10 Saint Force isn't my match. A level 8 Saint Force like you, is even worthy of fighting me?" Thursdayly encouraged, "Big brother, teach him a lesson he'll never forget, cripple him." He immediately got into a ready stance, saying, "I'll play with you a bit. No, I'll play you for a fool." With a cold expression, he spoke, each word carrying an uncompromising resolve, to the very end. Terrifying power erupted from deep within Jian Chen's body, spreading throughout his entire being and engulfing the surrounding space. His eyes were as cold as ice, fixed on him with a challenging and uncompromising gaze. In that silent moment, he suddenly recalled the battle with him years ago, the way Jian Chen dodged attacks. He charged forward, against absolute power. Whatever mystical technique you use is useless. He charged like a fierce storm, a roar echoing, "Cunning tricks, take this sword strike." Di Yun lunged directly at him with astonishing power, shaking the surrounding space like a violent earthquake. The sword sliced smoothly through the air, Jian Chen flexibly dodging the attack with precision. His eyes instantly turned chillingly cold, his gaze sharp as a knife. No one understood what happened. They only saw Di Yun's body suddenly emit light, causing Jian Chen to squint. He clenched his teeth, every muscle in his face tensed. A saint's body is as hard as iron. Your attack. Immediately after, Di Yun threw a powerful punch like a descending sky, but Jian Chen quickly dodged it. It was completely ineffective. He charged forward, continuously striking, each blow fast as a whirlwind, but he still gracefully evaded them all. Despite trying to remain calm, he couldn't stop the growing worry. No effect? Seeing that, Yanghu couldn't help but shout, "Fourth brother, hurry up, you're no match for him." With a decisive motion, Di Yun raised his sword high, a proud smile clear on his face. "Want to run? Too late." Jian Chen suddenly smirked, "I admit, the power of a saint is indeed formidable, but..." He swung the tip of his sword towards where he stood with powerful force, but the thrust still missed its target. Jian Chen moved swiftly, circling unexpectedly behind Di Yun, no matter how strong the body is. He calmly delivered a strong blow to his arm. The joint position is also fragile, making Di Yun stunned. "What?" He clutched his arm in pain. "My arm. No, this is impossible. I am a saint." Jian Chen calmly said, "This young master lives in luxury. Your combat experience is clearly trash." Thursdayly rushed over. "Big brother, are you okay? Your arm." Di Yun gave a decisive shove, sending her reeling backward. "Get lost." He lunged over, quickly grabbing his collar with strong force. "I must kill you." With an utterly calm expression, Jian Chen emphasized, "Have you ever killed anyone?" Di Yun suddenly froze, his eyes flickering, speechless upon hearing his question. Jian Chen's words made his hand tremble. "Trust me, if you bet your life, you'll die a miserable death." He looked at him with icy eyes, carrying a killing intent that made the surrounding air suddenly suffocating. "Get out, or die." Di Yun trembled, his entire body suddenly turning cold. He frantically turned and ran off. "You wait for me." Thursdayly was shocked. "Big brother." Jian Chen crossed his arms, so he ran away, truly useless. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Big brother, wait for us." He hurried over to Yanghu with an expectant look. "See how awesome my big brother is." He was surprised. "Fourth brother, are you really only 14 years old? You look quite intimidating." Jian Chen started acting. "What are you saying? I'm really only 14 years old, you know. Can you take me out to play?" He was startled. "Only a ghost would believe you. Your face, your expression." The two got into a cheerful conversation. Laughter echoed through the space. "Big brother, keep a little distance from me." Bian laughed loudly. That little imp Zhang Yang Chang Tian is too funny, don't you think so? The beautiful woman calmly replied, no need to say good things on his behalf. His life and death are not for me to decide. The beautiful woman suddenly blushed. Someone up there might be observing him. You're making him. Her voice was clear, echoing with the gentle breeze. This is the path. The gentle morning light shone softly upon the rooftops, illuminating an entire peaceful sky. Jian Chen carried a stack of books. Big brother is so unreliable. He said he had to go into seclusion and told me to come to the library to help him exchange books. He recalled Yang Hu looking at Jian Chen with sparkling eyes. Fourth brother, the cultivation technique you taught me is truly miraculous. Where did I learn it? He sighed. Oh no, I was careless for a moment and taught big brother the cultivation technique from my previous life. Jian Chen smiled complacently. I learned it in my family's hidden scripture pavilion. He understood, so that's it. I left the Zhangyang family when I was young, no wonder I didn't know. Yang Hu laughed loudly. With the help of this cultivation technique, I'm sure I'll advance to the God tier very quickly. These few days, I'll go into secluded bitter cultivation. Jian Chen was helpless. What's with this sudden burst of enthusiasm? Suddenly, a feeling of fatigue crept through his body, as if all his energy had been drained for no apparent reason. Jian Chen sighed, his eyes clearly showing a speechless expression, but he looked at the book with a beautiful woman on the cover that Yang Hu requested. How does the Academy's library have this kind of book? I think I understand why Big Brother found it inconvenient to return it. Before Jian Chen's eyes was a majestic and enormous library, surprising in its scale. He exclaimed, is this the library of the Jagaz Academy? It's indeed grand in scale. Jian Chen smiled excitedly. It's bigger than the Zhangyang family's hidden scripture pavilion, so it must have more books. It's truly a good place for cultivation. As Jian Chen was about to step forward, a pair of hands suddenly reached out to stop him. Stop. Chen Ke glanced around and then lightly gestured, hand over the protection fee. He asked again, protection fee? The man pointed, that's right. Tadi Yuan has dropped out of school and gone home. Now the library is under the management of our big brother Luo Jian. Jian Chen was shocked. Tadi Yuan dropped out of school? Chen Ke flicked his hand. Stop wasting words. Why are you asking so many questions? Hand over the protection fee quickly. Lu Ting appeared. Nonsense. The library is clearly under the management of our big brother Cheng Mingxiang. How dare you come here to collect protection fees? Chen Ke rubbed his head. All right, we're all classmates, making money together. This classmate, you should hand over 2 shares of the protection fee. Jian Chen looked at the two men as if watching a circus act. Are you serious? Chen Ke suddenly slapped his chest hard. We're collecting protection fees. Cooperate a little, or else. Both men's faces darkened, and they pointed at him, threatening, we'll beat you up. Jian Chen sighed. I wanted to be humble, but you guys aren't giving me the chance. Then, without giving the opponents a chance to strike first, he lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of blows. Both men knelt down. Big brother, we were wrong. We had eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai. Big brother, we won't dare to do it again. Big brother, please spare us. Jian Chen scolded. Tell me, where did you go wrong? Chen Ke knelt down again. Big brother, we were wrong. We shouldn't have come to the library to collect protection fees. He bent down, his hand gently touching Yang Hu's book that had fallen to the ground. Before he could react, Yu suddenly appeared right in front of Jian Chen, her steps light yet powerful. His eyes gradually widened, fragments of memories shattering, suddenly pieced together in his mind. It's you. She blushed. The teacher even said you weren't a bad person, so it turns out these people collecting protection fees, they're all your subordinates. Yu's cheeks puffed up round, red like ripe apples. And you. She reached out her hand, her finger pointing directly at his novel, and even reading this kind of vulgar, depraved book. Jian Chen immediately became flustered. How could I let you misunderstand? Listen to my explanation first. Yu crossed her arms. You perverted, depraved scoundrel, I won't let you get away with this. He was flustered. You've truly misunderstood. This book isn't mine, and they're not my subordinates. She puffed out her cheeks. You still won't admit it? You didn't want to hear any more explanations. She punched him. I heard them call you. He quickly turned his face and shouted, you guys explain it for me. The two ran off. You just wait. Someone will come avenge us. Jian Chen was helpless inside. What the hell? This makes it even harder to explain. He remained silent, concentrating entirely on summoning his magic, an invisible but powerful energy gradually engulfing him. Yu Yu's eyes widened, her gaze filled with surprise as she looked towards him, a hint of worry in her eyes. Jian Chen's face darkened, his eyes cold as ice, then he suddenly reached out his hand. Her eyes widened, watching Jian Chen's hand movement intently. It's coming. Suddenly, he raised his hand, pointing straight ahead, and shouted loudly. The echoing sound startled Yu Yu, making her turn back. Vice Dean Bai. Jian Chen unexpectedly sped up, running as fast as the wind, disappearing from the spot in a flash. Yu Yu turned back only to realize he had vanished with incredible speed, leaving her standing alone in the vast space. This. She puffed out her cheeks, her face suddenly flushed with anger, her lips slightly pursed. You wouldn't have it, damn it, he got away again. Don't let me see you again, or I'll make you pay. She immediately turned and left, unaware that he was hiding nearby, lost all interest in reading. Time to go. Jian Chen sighed in relief. I escaped her. As Jian Chen, fighting with a little girl, what kind of dignity would I have? Bayan suddenly appeared. You sure run fast. He stared open-mouthed at the person in front of him. Vice Dean Bai, when did you get here? He leaned closer to Jian Chen. Since you pretended to call me. You played it well. He stammered. Sorry, Vice Dean Bai. Bayan began to interrogate. What's your relationship with that girl? Why are you hiding from her? He denied it, said there was no relationship at all, only met her twice. A small misunderstanding occurred, which is why he avoided her. He suddenly smiled and asked, Zhang Tian, do you believe in fate? Bayan, holding a fruit in one hand, smiled and said, our academy has a total of 4 districts, with tens of thousands of students. For you and her to meet and even have a misunderstanding, that is fate. Hearing that, he put his hand on his chin, thinking, is that also considered fate? It's clearly a misunderstanding that's only getting deeper. In the breeze, Bayan slowly walked away. You'll understand later. I have things to do, I'll go ahead. He waved his hand. He was puzzled. What's with the vice dean being so mysterious? It's really confusing. Jian Chen bent down, picked up the book from the ground. Oh well, I guess I'll just go read. Suddenly from behind Jian Chen, a loud shout rang out. Brothers, it's him. Big brothers, it's him. Lu Ting and a group of people surrounded him. Damn it, we were outnumbered earlier, that's why you got the advantage. This time, we'll definitely teach you some manners. He sighed, speechless and helpless. I just wanted to go to the library. The defeated group immediately bowed and knelt, begging for forgiveness. Big brother, we were wrong. Jian Chen turned his back and walked away, advising, you guys stay here and reflect. I'm going to exchange books. The whole group shouted in unison, their voices blending in the air, yes, big brother. A subordinate rushed forward from afar, his feet pounding heavily on the ground in rapid succession. This is bad. The person flung the door open and shouted loudly, Brother La Jian, our people at the library were beaten. A heavy dumbbell crashed to the floor, emitting a resonant impact sound that made the entire floor shake as if it had just taken a heavy blow. La Jian held the hammer firmly, resting it casually on his shoulder, his eyes showing a hint of indifference. He asked in a cold voice, his eyes full of murderous intent, who dares to lay a hand on my people? A colossal monster, its body coiling, slowly crawled forward, each heavy step making the ground tremble. It let out a resounding roar, a fierce and terrifying sound that seemed to freeze the surrounding air. Ming Xiang suddenly appeared, tearing the monster apart brutally with his hands. He laughed horrifyingly. To hit Qing Ming's people, you really don't know what's good for you. From deep within the silent library, Jian Chen calmly walked out, each step echoing through the space. He rubbed his head. Finally, I've returned the book. Next time, I won't help Big Brother with such disgraceful deeds. Jian Chen's eyes widened, revealing unconcealed surprise. He scratched his head, looking at the crowd in front of him. Since when did so many people gather at the entrance? Step by step, Jian Chen quietly moved through the crowd at the front, gradually advancing forward. La Jian chuckled. Cheng Mingxiang, I heard Di Yun dropped out, so you're thinking of going out to compete for the boss position now. He replied with a laugh. La Jian, you know well, Di Yun was never my match. I was just too lazy to compete with him. Jian Chen curiously asked someone, excuse me, what's happening? The person replied, don't you know? Someone defeated Cheng Mingxiang and La Jian. He calmly spoke up, I know about this. I did it. The person laughed, you know and you still ask me? Suddenly, he let out a shout that made everyone turn around in surprise, you did it? His face bruised, Chen Ke gritted his teeth and pointed, his eyes full of resentment, Big Brother, it's him. La Jian and Mingxiang's gazes locked onto Jian Chen, both suspicious and assessing. La Jian said loudly, so you're the kid who injured my people. I heard your name is Zhangyang Zhangtian, the new king this year. Mingxiang's eyes were sharp as knives, filled with murderous intent as he looked at him. Jian Chen looked at him, this person's aura, it's really dangerous, a killing gaze. La Jian suddenly blocked Mingxiang. You stinking brat, don't think being the new king makes you so great. It's too late to kneel and beg now. The crowd buzzed, our boss, La Jian, is here. You're finished. You think you're so powerful? Can you beat so many of us? Jian Chen's smile carried a biting chill, like ice covering a tranquil lake. You people here. He suddenly recalled the image of himself being surrounded in the past, then slowly asked, this is considered a lot of people, then. The surrounding crowd roared, Jian Chen, today is your end. I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't kill you. Jian Chen raised two fingers, even if the whole world is my enemy, I will break through with a single sword. Just a crowd of people. His hand trembled slightly, streams of magic power compressed and converged, ready to explode. I don't even put them in my eyes. In the moment of extreme tension, Yang Hu suddenly appeared, wait. Turning back with a surprised expression, he shouted, Tai Ta, what are you doing here? He gave a thumbs up, Zhangyang Zhangtian is my brother, Tai Ta's brother. If they bully you, they're bullying me. If you want to fight, count me in. Jian Chen reminded him, Tai Ta, this is between them and me, don't get involved. Be careful not to bring trouble upon yourself. He crossed his arms, Zhang Tian, do you think I'm a coward? Do you still consider me a friend? La Jian, not wanting to waste any more time, quickly ordered, enough talk. They're here, take them all. Mingxiang also sternly ordered his subordinates to act immediately, go. Jian Chen and Yang Hu, surrounded by the crowd, stood close together. All right, Tai Ta, we'll fight shoulder to shoulder. He raised his hand, his fist clenched like thunder, and a gasp echoed in the air. With a swing of his arm, Yang Hu struck one person in the stomach, making him stumble, clutching his belly. A cold laugh echoed between heaven and earth. Jian Chen stood there, his gaze calm, as if everything was within his grasp. He took a deep breath, his internal power coursing through his limbs. As soon as his move was unleashed, it swept towards one person like a whirlwind. No sooner had the first move finished than he moved ceaselessly, his body gliding like wind. Another move was launched, striking directly at the second person. They surrounded Jian Chen, but still couldn't defeat him. In a flash, he swung his arm, slamming hard into one enemy's face, making him reel backward. Yang Hu was no less, slapping another person hard in the face. Come on, the fight isn't over yet. Mingxiang raised his hand, sharp claws gleaming with murderous intent. A bunch of trash. The claws transformed into sharp weapons, flying like steel arrows. Yang Hu charged into a fierce attack, completely unaware of the danger quietly approaching from behind. In a moment of shock, he discovered a steel weapon's blade was almost touching his skin, just an inch away. This is bad. Seeing the perilous situation, Jian Chen spun around, unleashing a move instantly, violet-green sword art, controlling energy with energy. He lunged forward like an arrow, blocking in front of Yang Hu, shielding him with his body from the incoming strike. With just 2 fingers, Jian Chen commanded a whirlwind, causing the opponent's sharp weapon to be blown away. Yang Hu let out a small sigh of relief. Zhang Tian, you're too strong. If it weren't for you, I would have been hit. Jian Chen looked at his trembling hand. Indeed, in terms of raw power, it cannot be made up for by technique and experience. He narrowed his eyes. This guy is a high-level Saint Master, 2 levels stronger than Ka Di Yun. That last strike was only 5/10 of his power. Ming Xiang sneered, your method of dispelling sword energy is very interesting. I've never seen it before. Tell me how you do it, and I might spare your life. Jian Chen questioned, in the academy, you're threatening to kill someone. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the headmaster? Yang Hu also chimed in, if the headmaster finds out, he'll definitely expel you. He slowly walked closer, carrying a heavy murderous aura. Do you think I care? Jian Chen sprang from the ground, charging straight towards Ming Xiang like a tearing arrow. Growling like a mad beast, he lunged forward, letting out savage, bloodthirsty roars, die. Just as the tension was palpable, a pillar of light suddenly erupted, tearing through the battle. From within the brilliant pillar of light, Bai Yin appeared, his voice echoing with authority, everyone, stop. Ming Xiang recognized, Vice Dean Bak. Fury flared in his eyes, the academy is not a place for you to act so brazenly. Jian Chen cupped his hands, greetings, Vice Dean. Bakken spoke up, fighting in public seriously violates academy rules. What kind of behavior is this? Lu Din and Ming Xiang simultaneously paled, their eyes revealing undeniable dismay. Bakken said coldly, since you're all so spirited, you all better perform well in the Demon Core hunt 1 month from now. If you don't qualify, I will certainly not take the punishments for your crimes lightly. He asked again, the Demon Core hunt? Bakken continued, freshmen don't participate in the hunt. Vice Dean, you're clearly targeting us. Starting this year, freshmen will also participate in the hunt. Those who don't meet the requirements will be directly eliminated. He smiled gently, everyone must participate, no one has the right to ask for leave or withdraw. Jian Chen pondered, compulsory participation. There seems to be a conspiracy here. The scene shifted to a majestic mountain range, shrouded in white clouds, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. Deep within a dark cave, a faint light pierced through a rock crevice, creating a mysterious atmosphere. Bakken asked, puzzled, Dean, letting Zhang Yang and Zhang Tian participate in the Demon Core hunt, is that really okay? The Dean sighed, those guys are pressuring the academy. What can I do? He narrowed his eyes, I didn't expect them to act so quickly. Should we warn that kid beforehand? He pushed a chess piece forward, no need. Consider it part of the trial. Bakken realized, Dean, you mean. The Dean's pawn just captured his rook, all candidates will participate in the Demon Core hunt. He continuously captured pieces on the board, let them speak with their strength. Amidst the tense atmosphere, he suddenly spoke, the winner takes all, the loser is nothing. Finally, the Dean slammed down a pawn, only the winner is qualified to marry Princess Lan. His eyes lit up with passion, his face beaming with excitement, checkmate. I win. Bakken was stunned, completely frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief, this. He sighed helplessly, Dean, did you just make a few extra moves when I wasn't looking? He flipped the board, if you lose, you must admit it. No need to look for objective reasons. Bakken was speechless, Dean, you're always like this. The Dean suddenly asked, oh right, how has Zhang Yang Zhang Tian been recently? I heard he disappeared after that day. Bakken replied with a smile, he found a hidden place to cultivate in seclusion. This kid isn't old, but he acts very experienced. He suddenly laughed, his eyes sparkling with unexpected excitement, I have a feeling about this hunt. The Dean's words were filled with deep anticipation, he will definitely achieve outstanding results. Deep within the dark cave, beside rustling trees, a gentle breeze blew through the dim night. Combining the violet-green sword art with the cultivation method from the library, the cultivation speed has indeed greatly increased. Jian Qin solemnly raised his hands, focusing on cultivation, and a radiant golden orb slowly appeared. He floated in midair, brilliant spiritual energy surrounding him, emanating a powerful aura. Jian Qin concentrated his spiritual energy. The mighty Saint power within a third-level demon core is enough for me to directly advance from Saint power 8th tier to a Saint. The golden orb quickly shrunk, but the spiritual energy within became more intense and abundant than ever before. He clasped his hands. The demon core absorption is complete. Now to try condensing the Saint weapon and directly advancing to a Saint. Jian Qin was drenched in sweat, drops rolling down his skin. Saint weapon, condense. He gritted his teeth, his whole body tensed, pushing himself to his absolute limit. Jian Qin's entire body began to strain. The Saint force required to condense the Saint weapon was too immense. Veins began to bulge clearly on his face. My Saint force is almost exhausted. Jian Qin let go, falling with a splash into the water, causing water to splash everywhere. He gasped for breath, sweat beading on his forehead, then spat out a mouthful of thick fresh blood, a metallic smell spreading. Jian Qin raised a hand to wipe his mouth. Although I couldn't force the Saint force to condense into a sword, I'm only one last step away from becoming a Saint. He held the formed Saint weapon. Only by infusing one's divine will into the Saint weapon, so that the Saint weapon and spirit merge, can one truly be considered to have advanced to a Saint. Jian Qin clenched his hands. To advance to a Saint, I still need a large amount of Saint force. This demon core hunting competition is the opportunity. In the silent space of the ancient palace, silver moonlight gently shone down. A hand slammed hard on the table, the sound echoing, disturbing the quiet air around. Ming Xiang began to rage. Chen Yang and Chang Tian are worthy of being my opponents? He ordered, in this demon core hunting competition, eliminate all those annoying good-for-nothings. Both subordinates replied, yes, young sect master. Ming Xiang hissed, Princess Jelen is mine. No one has the right to contend with me. On a circular path deep in the mountains, white clouds enveloped it. Before everyone's eyes was a spatial gate, swirling in rotating vortexes. Jian Qin worried, why hasn't Big Brother come out of seclusion yet? Is he going to miss this competition? He suddenly widened his eyes, his whole body tensing as he saw someone in the distance. The beautiful Yu Yu stood there, her soft hair gently fluttering in the wind, making her look like a celestial fairy descending to the mortal world. Jian Qin suddenly realized, his deep gaze slightly wavering, it's her. He put his hand on his chin, pondering, speaking of which, there have been several misunderstandings with her, and I still haven't clearly explained them to her. The beautiful Yu Yu slightly opened her large, round eyes, her gaze clear yet profound, like the autumn water. She suddenly glanced to the side, her gaze stopping on Jian Qin. He paused slightly, then stiffened and raised his hand in a greeting, a forced smile appearing on his lips. Yu Yu immediately turned her face away. Jian Qin was helpless. I still need to find an opportunity to explain things clearly to her. Amidst the ethereal light, the spatial gate gently opened, and Bai En slowly stepped out. He smiled and said, this demon core hunting competition is about to begin. I'm here to briefly announce the rules. Bai En began to explain, from the outside to the inside of the forest, it's divided into 3 regions. The deeper you go, the stronger the demonic beasts in the forest become. He held out his hand. The competition time is 3 days. You must submit 5 demon cores to pass the trial. Retreating midway or not submitting enough demon cores will result in failure. Bai En coldly reminded, any student who violates the rules, if their performance does not meet the standards, will be severely punished. Luo Jian, hearing this, spoke with a smug expression, only 5 demon cores. On the other side, Ming Xiang just listened in silence, his expression extremely unreadable. Jian Qin closed his eyes, his face impatient, Vice Dean is so long-winded. Bai En continued, each of you has been distributed a spatial belt. You will store the demon cores you obtain inside it. After the competition ends, half of the demon cores will be submitted to the academy, and the rest will belong to that person. Jian Chen stood with hands on hips confidently. This time, I must get the demon cores, preparing to break through to a saint. He began to instruct. Students who have not yet reached saint advancement can form groups in the 2 outer regions. To hunt demonic beasts, students who have already advanced to saints proceed to the heaven-level region. He suddenly chuckled, an uncontainable look of anticipation in his eyes. The competition starts now. From afar, a loud shout rang out from an airship. Everyone is here. Great. On the airship floating in the sky, Yang Hu stood proudly on it. He crossed his arms and shouted loudly, "Everyone, pay attention. Saint Zhang Yang Hu has appeared and is shining brightly." Jian Chen was truly speechless. He could only sigh as he watched the scene before him. Big Brother really loves to stand out. Suddenly, a section of the airship's fabric ripped, and the whistling wind caused it to sway violently. Yang Hu frantically clung to the swaying airship. "It's out of control." He screamed in fear in the air, leaving Jian Chen speechless. "Can't stop it. Help!" By inside, and the result is being tormented by Zhang Yang Hu like this. The whole atmosphere is ruined. He rang the bell in frustration, signaling, "Start the competition. Everyone, good luck." The crowd, drained of energy, replied, "Yes." Jian Chen scratched his head. Big Brother is truly a master at ruining the atmosphere. Everyone stepped out one by one from the spatial gate, the faint light behind them gradually fading. Ming Xiang ordered, "Keep a close watch on Zhang Yang Chang Tian. After entering the forest, find an opportunity to take care of him swiftly." Then, he coldly ordered his subordinates, "Take care of him swiftly, leave no survivors." The subordinates silently watched Jian Chen leisurely step into the spatial gate. Understood. Hidden deep within the dense forest, sunlight barely filtered through the leaves. Amidst the thick foliage, a figure flashed by like lightning, so light it made no sound. Jian Chen leaped up, his figure swiftly gliding through the branches, his silhouette blending into the forest canopy like a passing breeze. He mused. This forest is truly vast. So many students have entered, yet I haven't seen a single person. Suddenly, Jian Chen's eyes widened, a trace of surprise flashing as he caught sight of something amidst the dense canopy. In the instant he was soaring through the branches, Jian Chen's gaze suddenly locked onto something below. Beneath the dense canopy, a strange creature with a protruding horn was quietly moving below. Jian Chen's lips curved slightly, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. "It's a first-level demonic beast." Jian Chen's body halted in midair. His hand skillfully condensed magic, carefully approaching. One strike, and it must die. Jian Chen raised his hand, his sharp gaze preparing to deliver the decisive blow to the demonic beast below. A shout rang out. The first-level demonic beast's eyes widened, filled with panic as it unexpectedly encountered Jian Chen. Startled, it reacted abruptly and darted away like the wind, which surprised him. "It's really fast." Jian Chen looked into the distance. That sound just now. It seemed to be Tai Ta. He's in danger. Jian Chen leaped onto a branch, his body shooting away like a passing breeze. He left behind a silent space, with only the rustling of trees and the whispering whine through the leaves. Giant demonic beasts crawled around, each heavy step shaking the ground. Tai Tao was surrounded by terrifying demonic beasts, his piercing scream echoing, "Help!" Jian Chen was puzzled. Second-level demonic beasts? Isn't there only one first-level demonic beast in the forest here? Vines tightly wrapped around Tai Tao's legs, immobilizing him, while the demonic beasts slowly surrounded him. Jian Chen quickly grabbed a vine and climbed down like a gust of wind to save Tai Ta. He wondered, "Tai Ta, how did a second-level demonic beast take an interest in you?" He called Jian Chen's name, Chang Tian. Tai Ta laughed. "It suddenly charged at me, wanting to eat me. I chopped it with an axe, and it completely infuriated it." He suddenly wondered, "Chang Tian, why are you here?" He immediately replied, "Of course I came to save you. Let's team up and kill this guy." Tai Ta worried, "But it's a second-level demonic beast. Can just the two of us handle it?" Jian Chen confidently said, "No problem. With us teaming up, it's enough." He held his weapon. "All right, how should we do this?" He calmly said, "You figure out a way to block the giant serpent, I'll take care of the rest." With a firm grip on his weapon, Thiat Thap channeled all his strength and charged down. Got it. His landing echoed, shaking the surrounding space like an earthquake. Thiat Thap burst into a hearty laugh, his heart filled with intense excitement. "Bring on whatever tricks you have, I'll take them all." The demonic beast's tongue flicked out, wet and cold like a blade. Its steel-sharp fangs bared, aiming menacingly straight at Thiat Thap. He clenched his teeth, raised his weapon ready to receive the blow. "Take this." Then, Thiat Thap's axe swept across, carrying terrifying power. A painful roar erupted from the second-level demonic beast, making the air feel suffocating. From afar, King Tran gripped his sword, galloping towards Thiat Thap to reinforce him. He darted forward, aiming straight at the second-level demonic beast with a relentless attack. King Tran's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as a blade, filled with killing intent. The second-level demonic beast finally failed, its body collapsing in pain and despair. After the battle, the second-level demonic beast was defeated, now only a bare skeleton remained. King Tran and Thiat Thap stood silently looking at their spoils, their eyes mixed with pride and weariness. He gleefully held his weapon, busily collecting the spoils after the battle, demonic core. King Tran felt a bad premonition creeping into his thoughts, signaling something ominous. He couldn't help himself, letting out a resounding shout into the air, "Thiat Thap, to your right." A colossal demonic beast suddenly appeared, standing right next to Thiat Thap, startling him. Without hesitation, he quickly attacked the demonic beast to protect Thiat Thap from danger. He smiled brightly, "Truong Thien, you're too amazing. How did you know there was a demonic beast rushing out from that side?" He crossed his arms proudly, "My reaction is quite sharp." He sighed in relief, "Fortunately, it was a weak demonic beast." King Tran rubbed his chin. "Back then, when I was on the verge of death, I was also on the brink of breakthrough. Hundreds of miles around me were covered by my divine sense, nothing could escape my perception." A deep sigh escaped King Tran, containing unspeakable regret. What a pity. He kicked away the head of the previous demonic beast. "Now my strength is limited, my divine sense can only be used in a small range. Otherwise, wouldn't hunting demonic beasts be as easy as flipping one's hand?" Thiat Thap held the core of the previous demonic beast. "Truong Thien, this was just a first-level demonic beast, not challenging enough." He smiled in response. "This is a human-inhabited area, so it's normal to only have first-level demonic beasts." He raised his axe, but that giant fierce demonic beast was a second-level one. "If we team up and kill another one, that'd be good." He placed his hand on his chin. "That second-level demonic beast's origin is unclear, perhaps it's hiding some secret behind it." Under the evening sky, birds circled in the utterly tranquil space, while from afar, the shape of a monster gradually emerged, rising with powerful movements. Suddenly, both turned their faces, their eyes sharp as if they had detected something dangerous. King Tran's face darkened with killing intent, while Thiat Thap gripped his axe tightly, his eyes highly vigilant. The forest werewolf suddenly lunged out, making the surrounding air seem to explode. King Tran quickly recognized the creature before him. It was a first-level werewolf. Thiat Thap rested his axe on his shoulder. First level, whatever. My mother always said, why fear cheap black bread? Just eat until you're full." King Tran's voice was cold. "I once saw a description in a scroll in the library. This is a forest werewolf. It has never fought alone before. It slowly approached with sharp claws. When you see a forest werewolf." Thiat Thap's face clearly showed confusion, not understanding what was happening. "Then that means," King Tran said seriously, "you're already within the encirclement of over a dozen werewolves." He suddenly gave a cold laugh. "Thiat Thap, we can kill to our heart's content now." Hearing that, Thiat Thap broke into a radiant smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Two mysterious figures appeared in the mist. "Damn it, why is Truong Thien running so fast?" Once he entered Mat Lam, dense forest, he was nowhere to be seen. If the young sect master finds out we lost him, we're finished. From above, a giant figure shot down like an arrow, fast and powerful. Its landing shook the ground, shockwaves spreading through the air. Both figures suddenly shivered, realizing something terrifying was approaching, that is. Their screams echoed through the space, as if tearing the air. Help! Bakken hastily burst through the door. Dean, something's happened. Mad Lamb, dense forest, has suddenly been covered by a barrier, isolating it from the outside world. Hearing that, he turned his face in shock, his startled expression unconcealable. What? The barrier shook and then shattered, signaling an inevitable collapse. Bakken and the Dean stood before the spatial gate. After the Sanma hatch competition began, Mad Lamb, dense forest, was sealed by a barrier. I've tried many ways, but couldn't open it. He was surprised. This is the barrier set up by the first generation Dean. Don't even mention you, even I can't break it in a short time. He reached out and touched the barrier, the formation established by the first generation Dean. Why is it activating now? The Dean stroked his beard. I don't know either. Perhaps the Dean's research back then was related to Mad Lamb, dense forest. Sadly, the Dean unexpectedly passed away back then, and whatever research he was doing in Mad Lamb, dense forest, also became a secret. Bakken worried. What do we do now? A group of students are trapped inside, and those several individuals are also in there. If something happens. He was flustered, but the students of our Jagaz Academy. The Dean began to summon magic power. I'll exert all my strength. Perhaps I can break the barrier within a day. Besides that, we can only pray. With a gesture of clasped hands, he summoned an intense stream of energy, dispersing the holy power. Bakken stood in the spatial threshold, surrounded only by silence. He could only secretly pray for everyone. Please, don't let anything happen. Waves of energy surged, causing the space within the barrier to shake continuously. Sharp fangs gleamed as the werewolves snarled, ready to attack, their eyes flashing with bestial intent. They howled fiercely, rushing towards Thiat Thap and King Tran like a pack of rabid beasts. Both he and the other quickly got into position, half each. Let's see who finishes first. No problem. King Tran swung his sword horizontally, the steel blade tearing through the werewolves like lightning. Thiat Thap laughed delightedly, his eyes sparkling with unconcealed excitement. The axe in his hand drew bloody lines, taking down one werewolf after another. The sword in his hand flashed incessantly, wiping out one creature after another in the blink of an eye. The forest werewolf's eyes widened. It watched its pack members being dealt with by him and Yung Ho. Immediately, the forest werewolf darted away like the wind, escaping by a hair's breadth. Seeing this, King Tran gave a cold laugh. Just run. Thiat Thap, in the distance, also noticed. He quickly rushed over from afar like a flash, axe in hand, chasing after it. Where are you going to run? Thiat Thap leaped, lunging towards the forest werewolf. You must. His roar echoed like a sentence, exploding throughout the surrounding space. Die. Finished, Thiat Thap was satisfied. Truong Thien, we are so amazing. We handled so many werewolves. He said coldly, there's something wrong with these werewolves. King Tran pondered, the books say forest werewolves are all low-level first tier, but these werewolves are clearly high-level first tier. He was puzzled. Why didn't I notice? He observed the werewolves lying on the ground. They had the smell of human blood on them, and the bloodstains were still fresh. Clearly, they had just finished fighting with people. Could it be that someone around here has been ambushed? King Tran immediately realized something and quickly rushed off. Thiat Thap followed, puzzled. Both of them saw countless students ambushed, lying in pools of blood. Thiat Thap was shocked. They're all dead. How can this be? King Tran was startled. Those werewolves' strength all exceeded expectations, but to kill so many students is fundamentally impossible. He worried. Truong Thien, how can you still be so calm at a time like this? Are we really the same age? He lowered his voice. The strange things in this dense forest are increasing more and more. King Tran suddenly saw a person, a surprised look on his face. It looks like someone still alive. In front of him was Chu Dao, severely injured and lying unconscious on the ground. Thiat Thap and King Tran sat by the flickering campfire, its light casting pensive shadows on their faces. Tu Dao lay unconscious by the tree trunk, her face pale under the wavering firelight. After a long while, her eyes slowly opened, dimly perceiving the light around her. Thiat Thap saw her wake up and smiled, waving hello, you're awake. Tu Dao was surprised, where is this? I remember we were ambushed by werewolves earlier, and then. That's right, where are my teammates? Kim Tran calmly replied indifferently while chewing meat, they're all dead. Upon hearing his words, her face immediately turned pale, her eyes filled with disbelief. How can this be? She looked around cautiously. That's right, where are those werewolves? We need to find a hiding place quickly. Thiat Thap offered her werewolf meat. Don't worry, they've all been dealt with. The meat's cooked too, would you like a piece? She was immediately shocked, shot to her feet, and screamed, how can that be? Those werewolves. Thiat Thap flexed his arm to show off his muscles. Truong Thien and I are very powerful, you know. The firelight blazed brightly, illuminating the entire space, while white smoke slowly spread. Thiat Thap laughed, sounds like a big guy. Kim Tran reminded him, finish eating quickly, let's go check it out. Tu Dao looked surprised, you two really want to go? That spirit beast sounds powerful just from its name. Thiat Thap smiled and asked her, it's powerful, so that's why we're going. Do you want to come with us? Tu Dao hugged herself cautiously, no, I'm scared. I want to get out of here. He patted her head, is that so? Well, be careful then. She quietly put on her cloak, her figure gradually disappearing behind the dying firelight. Tu Dao suddenly turned her face back, showing a look of gratitude, thank you for saving me. Goodbye. Without waiting for a reply, she finished her words and turned to leave, leaving behind the smoldering firelight. Thiat Thap ate while wondering, is she that scared? Kim Tran was suspicious, this girl is a bit strange. The two talked as they walked. Truong Thien, it's normal for girls to be timid, what's there to be suspicious about? It's just a feeling. Never mind, let's go hunt spirit beasts first. A rumbling roar tore through the sky. A massive fire cloud beast appeared, bringing a power that made the space above tremble. Amidst the swaying leaves, two figures hid among the branches, their eyes following every movement below. It was Kim Tran and Thiat Thap. He recognized it, it's a second-tier spirit beast, the fire cloud beast. The books say this one isn't very formidable, it just has high defensive capabilities. Thiat Thap rested his axe on his shoulder, his face filled with admiration. Truong Thien, you know a lot. He calmly replied, it's all from reading in the library. Get ready to attack, don't let it escape. He immediately answered, understood. Without hesitation, both of them launched themselves from above, striking down straight onto the fire cloud beast. Both their sword and axe successively plunged, colliding with its thick skin. Even though the sword tip struck, it remained unharmed, as if impenetrable. Both of them stood on the fire cloud beast's back. You call this a bit high defense? It's extremely high. We can't even hit it. Its eyes suddenly widened, green blood vessels clearly visible on its eyeballs. The fire cloud beast's rage erupted fiercely, its roar echoing like thunder tearing through the sky. Jian Chen was startled and lost his balance, shouting, this is bad, we've angered it. Provoked, the fire cloud beast immediately tensed its body. It opened its wide mouth, full of sharp fangs, towards them. Then, the fire cloud beast spat out a powerful energy, a beam of light shooting straight towards Tai Ta. He had great difficulty dodging such a massive amount of energy. Standing to the side, Jian Chen couldn't reach Tai Ta immediately. He asked worriedly, Tai Ta, are you all right? After a moment, Tai Ta managed to sit up. He rubbed his head and reassured Jian Chen, I'm fine. But as his hand touched his head, he noticed something strange. Tai Ta clutched his bald head and cried out, where's my hair? It's gone. This reached Tai Ta's limit. He roared like a madman, damn it, I'm only 16. Next, Tai Ta lunged in front of the fire cloud beast, simultaneously yelling furiously, "How can it be gone?" After dodging its two sharp fangs, Tai Ta jumped up and raised the axe in his hand high. Then he decisively struck a fatal blow at the fire cloud beast's head, yelling, "Die!" But the fire cloud beast took the blow without a scratch. On the contrary, it took the opportunity to raise its colossal foot high. The fire cloud beast intended to squash Tai Ta, but luckily, he was still able to temporarily resist. In this moment of crisis, Jian Chen finally arrived, quickly reassuring him, "Tai Ta, hold on, I'm coming to help you." Witnessing the uneven battle between the fire cloud beast and Tai Ta, Feng Tian behind them smirked, "Interesting." He calmly dangled his feet from the tree branch, his words full of sarcasm, "Two students daring to provoke a level 2 demon beast? They truly don't know their place." These words reached Jian Chen's ears, and he paused momentarily. Feng Tian continued, "Why don't I graciously help them?" The sycophants beside him immediately spoke up. "Big brother, these two seem to have some strength. Wouldn't it be better to wait for them and the fire cloud beast to both suffer losses, and then we, the fishermen, reap the benefits?" These words perfectly aligned with Feng Tian's intentions. He feigned a solemn expression and lectured, "Disciples, remember the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This is sincere advice from your senior student, free of charge." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole group of scoundrels burst into laughter. They didn't notice that Jian Chen's expression had already darkened. After a moment of silence, he calmly looked up, his narrowed eyes revealing a dangerous glint. "Tai Ta, let's show these senior students why we dare to provoke a level 2 demon beast." On Tai Ta's side, even though he was bearing the fire cloud beast's immense weight, he had to retort, "I don't acknowledge this scum as a senior student." Just then, the fire cloud beast above continued to exert force, and the ground beneath Tai Ta's feet was almost completely shattered. At this moment, immense power suddenly erupted around Tai Ta's body. He yelled, "Get up for me!" As soon as those words left his mouth, the fire cloud beast's eyes suddenly went wide, a flicker of astonishment passing through its pale eyes. Next, the fire cloud beast's massive body was unexpectedly spun in midair. Then it was thrown to the side, and the ground where it impacted shattered and flew everywhere. Its face scraped against the ground, creating white steam, and its strong tusks were ground to bits. Only then was Tai Ta relieved. He tiredly lay on the ground, "I'm exhausted, can't move anymore." The fire cloud beast quickly regained its strength, roaring furiously towards Tai Ta. This time, it was Jian Chen's turn to act. He calmly raised his sword level with his face. Immediately after, Jian Chen aimed the tip of his sword straight at the fire cloud beast and charged forward. At this moment, it still hadn't noticed Jian Chen. Approaching Tai Ta, it quickly concentrated energy in its mouth. Then, the fire cloud beast ferociously spat out all that power towards Tai Ta. In the overwhelming light of that terrifying energy, Jian Chen, completely unharmed, continued to charge towards the fire cloud beast. When it wasn't paying attention, Jian Chen agilely leaped in front of the fire cloud beast's eyes. Next, he directly plunged his sword into its pale eye. It turned out Jian Chen had a plan all along. If the fire cloud beast's fur couldn't be penetrated, then attack its eyes. As soon as the sword was firmly embedded in the fire cloud beast's eye, Jian Chen chanted the incantation, "From the sword art, one sword breaks the sky." Immediately, the fire cloud beast roared in pain, its body thrashing violently. Soon after, the fire cloud beast gradually lost its strength and collapsed to the ground. Seeing that scene, Feng Tian and Lei Wei's eyes widened simultaneously in surprise. They exclaimed in confusion, "What?" After dealing with the fire cloud beast, in the dark night, Jian Chen's figure slowly approached Feng Tian's group. "You just said, who's the praying mantis?" At this moment, facing Feng Tian's pale face was Jian Chen's furious gaze. He gritted out, "Who's the oriole?" A moment later, under the hazy dome of power, Jian Chen stood observing on a rock outcrop, while below, Tai Ta was supervising Feng Tian's group. Feng Tian's face was streaked with tears, and he timidly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. two great seniors, this is all the demon cores we got. Please spare us. Taita picked up a demon core and examined it. After a moment, he spoke with satisfaction, we'll spare you this time. Hearing this, Feng Tian joyfully bowed his head, thank you, great senior. As if afraid Tai Ta would change his mind, Feng Tian's group hurriedly retreated, then we'll take our leave. Just then, Jian Chen's voice rang out, wait. Hearing his voice, Feng Tian didn't dare delay and quickly turned around. He cautiously asked, great senior, do you have any other commands? At this moment, Jian Chen's gaze was still fixed on the strange shield in the sky. He suddenly asked, are you senior students? Standing before the strange lightning bolts slashing across the shield, Jian Chen wondered, does the hunting competition always have this thing? But even Feng Tian didn't know. He vaguely replied, what's that? It wasn't here last year. This is the first time I've seen it. Meng Qiu added, it looks like a shield. Jian Chen's eyes deepened in thought. He looked at the shield suspiciously, it wasn't here last year. Could it be a new trick made by Vice Principal Bai? Then, Jian Chen subtly frowned. A sense of unease began to stir within him. I just have a feeling something isn't right. Taking advantage of Jian Chen's distraction, Feng Tian and the two others rushed away. If we don't go now, when will we? Tai Ta didn't bother to stop them. He watched them go and curled his lip, not good at fighting, but very fast at running. Seeing Jian Chen standing there lost in thought, Tai Ta had to call out, Chang Tian, is there something wrong with that shield? His voice interrupted Jian Chen's thoughts. He replied tensely, there are many things wrong with this hunting competition. I have a bad feeling. At this point, Jian Chen placed a hand on his chin as if thinking, it could also be that I'm overthinking it. After all, the competition hasn't called a halt, which means everything is normal. Hearing this, Tai Ta excitedly raised his hand, that's right. Continuing to hunt for demon cores is the proper thing to do. Later, the forest gradually returned to tranquility. Here, apart from the anomaly in the sky, there was almost nothing unusual. At this moment, in a nearby cave, a demon beast was guarding its resting comrades. But in the blink of an eye, two demon beasts lay covered in blood right in front of the cave entrance. It turned out Yunoyet had made her move. She looked at the demon beasts below with a bit of confusion. Since when did these demon beasts become so powerful? Seeing the demon beasts eliminated, the group of students following behind finally dared to relax. One person said, if it weren't for fellow student Yunoyet's intervention, I'm afraid we would all have died here. Another student complained, these demon beasts are too formidable, we simply can't defeat them. A student cried out, I want to withdraw from the competition, I want to go home. Hearing that, Yunoyet looked back and quickly reassured everyone, don't be nervous. Problems have occurred in the hunting competition, the academy definitely won't stand idly by. After speaking, Yunoyet touched the sword on her back, her eyes growing sharp. As long as we persevere, the dean and the others will definitely come to save us, so we can continue to live. These words successfully restored the students' morale. Trin Mac gritted his teeth, let's fight for our lives. Quang Tu next to him also shouted, they're just legless reptiles, let's kill them. Yunoyet turned to look at them, with the cold sword on her shoulder, she was confident. Let's fight together, everyone. But it seemed even Yunoyet didn't realize that these demon beasts that came later were truly very different. Its body was shrouded in darkness, only its red eyes glowed eerily. A fierce battle broke out again, with nearly equal numbers on both sides, it remained a stalemate. Before long, Yunoyet was exhausted. She tensely observed the demon beasts, as expected of a second-level demon beast, it's incredibly resilient. Just as Yunoyet was still deep in thought, a large tail suddenly lashed out at her. Fortunately, Yunoyet managed to dodge in time, she jumped high up. In front of her was a large rock that had been shattered. After missing its attack, the demon beast snarled and continued to advance towards Yunoyet. Seeing the fate of that rock, Yunoyet was instantly flustered and thought, damn it. If this continues, I won't be able to hold on. But the demon beast in front of her didn't give Yunoya time to think. It attacked her repeatedly. In just a split second, Yunoya had just managed to jump up when the rock beneath her feet cracked. At this moment, a look of worry appeared on her face. It seemed Yunoya had guessed something. Indeed, from the cracked rock, a sharp head emerged. Yunoya silently cried out, "This is bad." Then, the demon beast opened its wide mouth towards Yunoya. Yunoya retreated in horror. "It's over." Just then, a cold voice with powerful momentum rang out, "Violet Sword Art." No sooner had the words fallen than a streak of sword energy struck the demon beast's head. One sword cleaves the heavens. Standing to one side, Yunoya, now safe, quickly looked for the person who had just saved her. In the darkness, the figure of a majestic man appeared. A deep voice spoke. As the light illuminated his face, Jian Chen's arrogant expression appeared. He looked at Yunoya. "How do you plan to repay me for saving your life?" Seeing Jian Chen, she exclaimed in surprise. On the other side, Thiat Thap was also diligently fighting the demon beasts with everyone. Under his powerful axe swings, the demon beast was immediately sent flying. Looking in the direction the demon beast flew off, Thiat Thap regretfully sighed. "Can't get the demon core now." But these persistent demon beasts kept clinging to them, trying to kill them. They swarmed in greater numbers. Jian Chen calmly looked towards the demon beasts and spoke to reassure everyone. "Don't be afraid, everyone, we're here to help you." Trin Mac quickly recognized the person in front of him. Hearing this, Man Thursday immediately cheered. It was only then that Yunoya learned Jian Chen's true identity. She looked up curiously. Noticing Yunoya's gaze on him, Jian Chen arrogantly scoffed. "Was my master so infuriating that you couldn't even speak on stage? Let's see if you still have anything to say this time." Knowing Jian Chen's identity and strength, Yunoya finally felt relieved and exclaimed. As soon as she opened her lips, a long streak of blood flowed down. Yunoya looked at Jian Chen and entrusted. It turned out she had sensed her body had reached its limit. No sooner had she finished speaking than Yunoya's body swayed, then collapsed to the ground. Seeing that, Jian Chen quickly rushed down and tried to call out, "What's wrong with you?" But even as she lay in his arms, Yunoya showed no movement. Jian Chen thought in surprise. After a thorough examination, Jian Chen was astonished to discover. She had very severe internal injuries. "I can't believe she managed to hold on until now." Then, he turned to the people beside him and asked. Trin Mac stammered in response. He then explained. She completely disregarded her own injuries to hold them off. She could have abandoned us, but she said she wouldn't leave any friends behind. Hearing what Trin Mac said, a complex emotion flashed through Jian Chen's heart. A faint smile suddenly appeared on his lips, and his gaze towards Yunoya also softened a bit. This young lady, it seems, didn't show how weak she truly was. Then Jian Chen quickly returned to the main topic. He made a plan with Tai Ta. "Tai Ta, you take them out, I'll cover you." Hearing that, he pouted unhappily. Although the words were simple, they were full of loyalty. If they want to leave, they can. I, Tai Ta, will never abandon my brothers. Knowing that Tai Ta was stubborn by nature, Jian Chen didn't force him. He pulled Trin Mac. "All right then, Tai Ta and I will cover. You guys quickly take her out." Trin Mac politely replied, "Then we'll rely on you. Quickly take her to a safe place for treatment." Seeing that they had left, Jian Chen immediately teased, "The level of these magical beasts isn't low. Tai Ta, you can still regret it now." He gave a confident smile and replied, "What are you kidding? If you're scared, I'll protect you." Immediately after, the battle between the two of them and the pack of magical beasts began. Tai Ta eagerly jumped forward. "Let's go." With just one swing of his axe, the magical beast's massive body was split in two. The two quickly split up. Jian Chen took care of the ones behind, while Tai Ta fought the magical beasts in front. While they were fighting fiercely, a more advanced-looking magical beast slithered forward. It stuck out its long tongue to sense its surroundings, then quickly found its way to the two. Only then did Jian Chen realize its presence. He frowned worriedly. Careless. Before them, this magical beast clearly looked much stronger than the previous ones. I can't believe this reptile is almost level 3. Seeing the situation was grim, Tai Ta surprisingly thought of Jian Chen first. Chang Tian, leave me. Go now. It's better for one person to die than for both of us to die. But he had no intention of leaving. Jian Chen resolutely stepped forward. Don't joke, I won't abandon my friend and run away alone. With that, he focused all his strength into the sword in his hand. A powerful surge of energy then appeared around the sword. At this moment, Jian Chen was very confident. He tapped the sword in his hand and said, after a few rounds, I feel like my power has reached another level. As he spoke, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Jian Chen's lips. He thought to himself, indeed, only by experiencing life and death situations can one break through. What? Then, before Tai Tao's astonished eyes, Chang Tian, you. Jian Chen raised his sword and softly chanted, life and death. When he opened his eyes, the aura around him had completely changed. Go into this sword. Next, Jian Chen gripped the sword tightly in his palm, then flew towards the magical beast. Seeing him charge forward, the magical beast bared its fangs and roared for a long time. At its roar, countless other magical beasts suddenly crawled in. They quickly gathered in front of Jian Chen, then, just like that magical beast, bared their fangs towards the two of them. But Jian Chen paid them no mind. He used his sword to clear a path, stabbing through them. In mid-air, Jian Chen swiftly swung his sword through the magical beasts. His speed was so fast that only streaks of brilliant sword energy could be seen. In just a few moments, the magical beasts' heads and bodies were sliced into many pieces. At this moment, Tai Ta hadn't even had a chance to do anything. He watched Jian Chen in admiration, so fast. But this scene was already commonplace for Jian Chen. He recalled with emotion, that year, I truly was the #1 swordsman in all 4 directions. After dealing with those magical beasts, Jian Chen continued to rush straight towards the strongest one. Seeing him about to get close, it immediately condensed a surge of energy in its mouth. Then the magical beast opened its mouth, spewing terrifying power towards Jian Chen. However, he wasn't below it, he had already appeared directly above its head without anyone noticing. While the magical beast wasn't paying attention, Jian Chen pointed his sword at it and lunged down, using his violet azure sword attack. The magical beast couldn't avoid his move at all. Its head was quickly pierced by Jian Chen's sword. Not stopping there, he took advantage of the sword still being in the magical beast's body and immediately split its body in two with Mountain Splitter. After that sword strike, only a chaotic mess of blood and flesh from the magical beast remained on the ground. Although he could defeat it, Jian Chen had to admit to himself that his strength was completely exhausted. So he immediately collapsed. Seeing this, Tai Ta rushed over in a panic, Jian Chen. In his agitation, he embraced Jian Chen's body and shook him incessantly. Jian Chen, what's wrong with you? He wanted to speak but couldn't. I'm dying, don't shake me, I'm fine. It's just that my Saint Force is completely overexerted, I'll be fine after a short rest. Finally, the danger passed, and unexpectedly, they even collected a pile of monster cores. Sitting amidst this unexpected haul, Tai Ta happily jibbled a monster core. I can't believe we collected so much this time. We're rich. So many monster cores. Just as the two were resting, a mysterious black figure flashed past them. Then, from where that person had jumped, a puff of white smoke immediately billowed out. The mysterious person turned out to be Yang Hu. He lay on the ground in pain. Damn it, I got hit again. Just as Yang Hu was still bitterly disappointed, Tai Ta and Jian Chen poked their heads out. Brother. Before any of them could understand what was happening, an arrogant shout echoed, Yang Hu, still trying to run? It turned out to be Luo Jian and his 2 subordinates. He glanced around, then laughed greedily, Boss, the monster core is here. We're rich. Zhong Ding speculated, it seems they and the snake both suffered losses, allowing us to gain a windfall. Then Luo Jian quickly discovered Jian Chen and the two others. He looked up in confusion, it's them. Then, a dangerous look suddenly appeared in Luo Jian's eyes. He smiled cunningly, this is killing two birds with one stone. Eliminating you brothers and also picking up a pile of demon cores. Seeing Luo Jian's expression, Jian Chen knew a fight was unavoidable. So he told his teammate, brother, please take care of big brother. Hearing that, Yang Hu immediately advised him, fourth brother, don't get agitated. Luo Jian is a mid-level saint. Jian Chen didn't want to waste words on someone like Luo Jian. He decisively raised his sword, repeating, destroy us? After powering up, Jian Chen proudly carried his sword on his shoulder. He looked at Luo Jian arrogantly, rely on you? Yang Hu then noticed the aura around Jian Chen. He stepped back in surprise, fourth brother, you've reached the saint stage. Jian Chen didn't answer Yang Hu. He closed his eyes, focusing his power into the sword in his hand. At this moment, Yang Hu asked Tai Ta in confusion, is fourth brother a saint? Since when? He calmly revealed, just a moment ago. While focusing his power, the hilt of the sword in Jian Chen's hand suddenly cracked. Then, except for the part still in his hand, the rest disintegrated and flew away. Jian Chen stared blankly at the bit of saint force remaining in his hand. He thought to himself, just entering the saint stage, plus having been greatly depleted earlier, is my saint force insufficient to maintain a saint weapon anymore? This scene immediately gave Luo Jian and his group a hearty laugh. He pointed at Jian Chen and scoffed, so it's just a display piece. I thought you were some kind of genius. I thought you were some kind of genius. Zhong Ding chimed in, it does look quite intimidating. Big brother, Jing Wu enthusiastically stepped forward, it's just using an ox slaughtering knife to kill a chicken. Let me take care of him for you. Luo Jian seemed to want to directly assert his power. He arrogantly raised his hand in front of him. Kid, let me show you a little. Then, a long, heavy sword appeared from his hand. Luo Jian sneered slightly, this is what a true saint weapon is. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Yang Hu worriedly urged Jian Chen. Fourth brother, I'll hold him off. You guys go quickly. In contrast to his anxiety, Tai Ta remained calm. Don't worry, Chang Tian will be fine. As if to reassure Yang Hu, Jian Chen specifically emphasized. Big brother, no need to worry. I can defeat him even without a saint weapon. No sooner had he finished speaking than he walked up to a wooden staff with a sharp tip, then flicked it up with his foot. Jian Chen caught it, looking calmer than ever. Clutching the wooden staff in his hand, Jian Chen smiled confidently, this is enough. Tai Ta saw the object and asked curiously, isn't that the handle of my axe? Seeing the weapon in Jian Chen's hand, Luo Jian frowned. He was provoked to laughter, kid, are you looking down on me? Then, Luo Jian quickly charged forward, roaring in anger. Using a wooden stick to face a holy weapon, are you tired of living? Behind Jian Chen, Yang Hu, though reassured, was still worried. He loudly reminded Jian Chen, fourth brother, be careful. Luo Jian has wind attribute holy power, his speed is very fast. However, Luo Jian had already zipped around them like lightning. He laughed smugly, so what if he knows? Can he keep up with my speed? Tai Ta watched in astonishment and exclaimed, so fast. Hearing that, Yang Hu immediately warned in a loud voice. Luo Jian has the strongest movement technique among the students. Once he starts moving, you can only passively wait to be hit. Only Jian Chen remained calm. He raised a hand to his chin and smiled faintly. Fast speed, huh? If I secretly told you that I can predict the future, who do you think would win? Yang Hu was very curious upon hearing that. Predict the future? Jian Chen then demonstrated to the two, next, Luo Jian will thrust straight, sweep horizontally, slash vertically, and then be defeated by one of my sword strikes. Thinking he was joking, Tai Ta immediately reminded him, Chang Tian, at a time like this, can't you be a little serious? Yam, who next to him, also spoke up. That's right, fourth brother. We're facing a high-level saint. Our lives are important. Seeing they didn't believe him, Jian Chen decisively leaped up. He powerfully swung the sword in his hand, then watched closely. Luo Jian unexpectedly appeared directly above Jian Chen's head. He laughed triumphantly. Where are you looking? I'm next to you. Yet, Jian Chen easily dodged Luo Jian's sword strike with a slight sidestep. Tai Ta saw this and cheered. It's a straight thrust, indeed. Yam, who was equally surprised. No way. After that, Jian Chen calmly continued to predict Luo Jian's moves. Horizontal sweep. Indeed, Luo Jian actually swept the sword in his hand horizontally. Tai Ta exclaimed in surprise. Again, it's right. Yam, who suddenly had a thought. How can Chang Tian do that? Is it magic? In front of Jian Chen now, Luo Jian had already leaped forward, fiercely raising his sword high. Unexpectedly, Jian Chen dodged again, his voice calmly stating, then, a vertical slash. Seeing this, Tai Ta happily said, Chang Tian guessed right again. Yam, who was now somewhat relieved, now, whatever Chang Tian does, I won't be surprised. On Jian Chen's side, after avoiding Luo Jian's attack, he slowly said, finally, defeated by one of my sword strikes. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Chen immediately thrust the wooden staff into Luo Jian's chest from behind. At this point, Luo Jian ignored his injured body and questioned Jian Chen, why? Clearly my speed is faster than yours, so how could you avoid all my attacks? Now, the outcome was too clear. Tai Ta was overjoyed, didn't expect it, huh? Chang Tian can predict the future. Yam, who even kindly explained to Luo Jian, he already knew how you would attack. Hearing that, he looked back in surprise. He can predict the future. However, Jian Chen denied it. I was just kidding. Actually, I was luring you to make your moves. Everything you did was what I wanted you to do. Then, he let go of the wooden staff and arrogantly revealed his plan. I deliberately exposed an opening to lure you into a direct thrust. After that, all your attacks were within my predictions. Hearing that, Tai Ta pouted. I don't understand, but I'm greatly shaken. Yang Hu, who was beside them, also agreed. That sounds even more vague than predicting the future. At this moment, Uncle Da's old teaching echoed in Luo Jian's mind. Jianer, your practical combat experience is insufficient. A master with rich experience can predict your moves, and even manipulate them. Recalling that, Luo Jian became even more suspicious of Jian Chen in front of him. How can Chang Tian be a master with rich experience? He's clearly several years younger than me. For a moment, Jian Chen's name kept repeating in Luo Jian's mind, Chang Tian. Seeing his cheerful demeanor, Luo Jian grew more curious. What kind of monster are you, after all? In the shadows not far from where they stood, a pair of eyes was always watching. Hidden among the layers of branches and leaves, Mei Miao was smiling joyfully, a sinister glint in her narrow, long eyes. Excellent, he truly is the most perfect prey. As night fell, the entire forest was enveloped in a mystical blue, interspersed with the silver glow of the moon above. On the moonlit path, Tai Ta fell back to walk beside Yang Hu, his voice filled with undisguised admiration. Chang Tian is truly amazing. Luo Jian was completely defeated. In Yang Hu's mind, Luo Jian's expression at the time seemed to reappear. Boss Chang Tian, from now on in the academy, we'll all listen to you. Just thinking about that, he felt excited. Let's see if Luo Jian dares to cause trouble for us again in the future. Hearing the two of them talk about Luo Jian like that, Jian Chen advised, Luo Jian has already paid the price. One should be tolerant. These words made Yang Hu admire him greatly. He gave a thumbs up in praise. Fourth brother is righteous. In the future, you will surely become a great figure of the Kaisan kingdom. Tai Ta's eyes beside them also lit up. That's right, Chang Tian is truly excellent. Receiving their praise didn't make Jian Chen happy. He looked up at the sky, deep in thought. Compared to this, what worries me more is now. Compared to his initial calculations, Jian Chen was suddenly surprised. We've entered the Earth Zone, so why haven't we encountered any magical beasts? Hearing that, Tai Ta finally noticed the strangeness around them. That's right, where are the magical beasts? Yang Hu rubbed his head and looked around. Strange, there were so many magical beasts in the hunting competition area I participated in. Just then, a white beam of light shot out from the nearby forest. Hearing a sound from the trees, King Tran and Thiat Thap immediately looked in that direction, on alert. Then, Tai Ta pulled Jianchen towards it. Look, Chantian, what is that? Only Yang Hu was left behind, bewildered. Just as he was still wondering, what's wrong, a strange shadow appeared from the bushes behind him. Before Yang Hu could say another word, a hand reached out and covered his mouth tightly. The one who did this was unexpectedly Xiao Tao, but the aura around her was very peculiar. Realizing the dangerous situation, Yang Hu wanted to cry for help, but his mouth was tightly covered. He could only let himself be dragged deeper into the bushes. It wasn't until the surroundings became quiet again that Jianchen noticed something amiss. He turned his head in surprise, looking for Yang Hu's figure. Where's Big Brother? Tai Tao was momentarily stunned. He was just behind us a moment ago. Suddenly, Yang Hu stood up from the bushes nearby. He rubbed the back of his neck and explained, I accidentally fell. No problem, no problem. Seeing that he was fine, Tai Ta laughed heartily, his voice tinged with teasing, Big Brother, you're too careless. But Jianchen remained silently observing, his face clearly displeased. A moment later, Yang Hu suddenly brightened up, no problem, so let's continue searching around, looking for magical beasts. Hearing that, Tai Ta also eagerly replied, okay. After that, Jianchen and Tai Ta quickly walked forward, only Yang Hu lagged behind, the corner of his mouth slightly curved up. Then Yang Hu gave a sinister smile, turned around, and emitted a mysterious black aura. At the same time, in a dimly lit room, in front of a large chest, an annoyed voice sounded, not this one either. That person hurriedly flipped through the book in their hand, until their eyes landed on an ancient line of text, and they exclaimed, finally found it. Bai-En propped his hand on the table, muttering as he read the notes. The first-generation Dean sealed a fourth-grade magical beast deep within the dense forest. This magical beast is invisible and shapeless, and its magic cannot be easily countered. The more he read, the darker Bai-En's expression became, because it was clearly written that the magical beast had the ability to possess and take over a body. The scene shifted to the large barrier, covering the forest, from which a voice echoed, it turns out this barrier was set up to trap this magical beast. The Dean intently read the ancient book in his hand, his face growing more strained with each passing moment. Once this magical beast escapes its original seal, the barrier will appear and trap it deep in the forest. That magical beast can possess others, seizing their bodies. Its methods are very vicious. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the Dean frowned and immediately gave an order. The safety of the students is paramount, quickly rescue them. However, Bai-En brought up another point. What if the magical beast possesses a student and uses that opportunity to escape? It'll be hard to catch it then. But the Dean had already understood, it can only possess those who are Saint grade or below. After destroying the barrier, gather all the students and inspect them one by one. Then, without letting anyone say more, he quickly placed his hand on the barrier and ordered, just use the excuse that we're inspecting the hunting competition. Seeing that the Dean's mind was made up, Xiao Di turned to Bai-En, do you have any better ideas? He replied, flustered, no. Hearing that, Xiao Di also joined the Dean in creating a magic circle, urging, then hurry and help destroy the barrier. If Yu gets into trouble, none of you will escape responsibility. Bai-En also resignedly complied, I guess this is all we can do. With their combined effort, there was finally some movement outside the barrier. At the same time, deep in the forest, Yang Hu was sitting guard by the fire. Next to him, Tai Tao was sound asleep, looking comfortable, while Jianchen leaned against a tree trunk to nap. Suddenly, a bright streak of light appeared in the sky, spiraling down towards them. Seeing Yang Hu sitting there, the streak of light intended to rush towards him. When illuminated by the firelight, it turned out to be a second-grade high-level magical beast, the Night Demon Eagle. Yang, who seemed to have sensed it, he suddenly turned his head, a terrifying smile on his face. At this moment, in the night demon's red eyes, it wasn't Yang whose reflection that appeared, but Miao's. Seeing this, it didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly turned its head and flew away. Miao stood below, watching the night demon's flight path, lost in thought for a long time, pondering something unknown. A moment later, Miao suddenly turned around. It used Yamhu's voice, but with a strange inflection, and called out, "Fourth brother." Only silence replied. Miao softly called out again, as if testing, "Fourth brother." Now, it no longer bothered to pretend. Miao smirked cunningly and crept towards Jian Chen. Next, it raised its hand in front of him, its eyes narrowed in a smile until only the whites were visible. Just as that hand was about to touch Jian Chen, he raised his own hand and firmly gripped its wrist. Discovered, Miao gritted its teeth, a cold drop of sweat rolling down its forehead. In front of it, Jian Chen slowly opened his eyes. He sternly questioned the figure before him, "So you couldn't stand it anymore, huh? Who are you, and why are you impersonating my big brother?" Miao clearly didn't expect to be seen through so early. It was slightly surprised. "You already found out so early? Where did I reveal a flaw? My behavior was clearly very normal." Jian Chen couldn't deny that. He said in a loud voice, "Your behavior was too normal, unfortunately." Under Miao's puzzled gaze, Jian Chen actually replied, "My big brother isn't a normal person." Hearing that, Miao suddenly burst out laughing, its face revealing cunning. "So that's how it is. No wonder you're the prey I've targeted. You're so smart. I'll seize you." Jian Chen repeated in surprise, "Seize?" While he was stunned, Miao grabbed Jian Chen's wrist in reverse. It squeezed Jian Chen's hand tightly, its cunning smile and voice chilling. "Your body is mine now." As soon as it finished speaking, a beam of light from Yang whose eyes shot straight towards Jian Chen. However, in just a moment, the bodies of the two people were flung backward in opposite directions. Miao sat up, rubbing its head which had hit the ground. It wondered aloud, "I failed? You're just a Saint Master, why is your soul so strong?" Jian Chen looked at it proudly. He didn't mind revealing directly, "My soul came by crossing through life and death. In some sense, I also took over this body." Next, Jian Chen moved closer to Miao and pointed his finger at its forehead. "No matter who you are, get out of my big brother's body." Then, he slightly narrowed his eyes, and a powerful saint force emanated from them. Jian Chen chanted the spell, "Azure Purple Sword Art." Immediately after, Yang whose body flew backward, with a streak of saint force on its forehead carrying the power, "Slay Heart Demon." As the saint force gradually dissipated, Miao slowly regained its balance on the ground. It raised its hand in front of its face, then laughed loudly as if to provoke Jian Chen. "Your attack only affects the body I'm possessing, not me. Unless I actively switch targets, or the person I'm possessing dies, it can't be dispelled." With that, Miao even looked at Jian Chen with a challenging gaze, then taunted, "Come on, if you have the guts, kill me." Hearing that, he remained calm, unmoving. His hand suddenly made a strange gesture. "Are you sure?" Just as Miao was still gloating, one of its hands suddenly lifted on its own. Then, that hand slapped its own face. Yamhu's voice rang out, "Get out of my body, now!" Even though it was Yamhu's body that was hit, Miao was the one who felt the pain. It struggled to hold onto the hand while exclaiming, "Is my control over this body weakening? Impossible!" While Miao was distracted by Yamhu's hand, Jian Chen quickly rushed forward. By the time Miao realized and turned around, Jian Chen's voice was already right next to it, "From my big brother's body." Immediately after, he powerfully punched its face. Jian Chen shouted, "Get out!" Miao couldn't stand it any longer. It instantly transformed into a wisp of purple smoke, escaping Yamhu's body. After emerging, Miao revealed its grotesque true form. It roared in rage, "How could you? How could you hurt me?" Jian Chen, at some point, had drawn his sword. He calmly approached me Meow. In this world, there might be very few ways to deal with you, but in other worlds, there are many ways to deal with you. These words astonished me Meow. It seemed to understand. What do you mean? Are you from another world? Jian Chen, of course, didn't bother to answer. He lightly leaped up. No need for words. A calamity like you cannot be allowed to remain in this world. Just as Jian Chen's sword descended, Meow luckily managed to dodge it. Though he missed, Jian Chen's expression didn't change at all. He quickly turned his head and raised 2 fingers. From Jian Chen's fingers, a beam of Sanct force shot out, piercing straight through Meow's body. Hit, it clutched its pierced side in agony, then Meow roared with bitter resentment, "Damn it! If I had known, I should have killed you in the forest back then." Jian Chen quickly realized the important point. He questioned it, "Kill me in the forest? You saw me before?" Jian Chen quickly connected it to Xiao Tao in his mind. Then he understood, so, that girl was also possessed by you? Seeing that Jian Chen had guessed, Meow frankly admitted everything. I originally intended to possess her, disguise myself as a student, and leave the secret forest. Unfortunately, the result was I couldn't get out. Hearing it say this, the barrier above Jian Chen's head finally made sense. So, this barrier was to deal with you. What exactly are you? In an instant, Meow's body returned to normal. It calmly flew high up and said, "It's fine to tell you. My name is Meow. I can possess others at will. That year, an old man said I had done too many bad things, so he sealed me here." At this moment, Meow's face suddenly turned ferocious. It frantically poured out its heart. For all these years, I've always been trying to break the seal, wanting to be free. Unexpectedly, that old man not only sealed me but also created that barrier. Jian Chen narrowed his eyes at Meow. He seemed to have seen through the mystery behind it. How did you break the seal? And was there someone helping you? Guessed correctly by Jian Chen, Meow even had the mood to praise him. You are indeed very smart. That's right, someone really did help me. Immediately after, a dark shadow with long horns and bright, piercing eyes appeared behind it. Meow excitedly continued its story. At first, to break the seal, I captured the demonic beasts here, making them my subordinates. A few other dark shadows also appeared behind Jian Chen. He doubtfully asked Meow, "The strength of the demonic beasts here has become so powerful. Is that related to you? You told me so much. Is it because you want to stall for time to wait for reinforcements?" Faced with such a sharp deduction, Meow didn't say any more. "That's right. You know so many secrets, how can I let you leave alive?" As soon as it finished speaking, purple streams of energy swirled down towards Jian Chen. Meow coldly uttered, "Die." On the other side, after Meow left Yanghu's body, he snored soundly. Who knows how long it had been, but Yanghu finally woke up. He rubbed his eyes and said unconsciously, "Fourth brother, I just dreamed I was possessed by a young lady, and my body was taken over. I'm so sleepy." Suddenly, Yanghu heard a sound, so he looked up. 2 terrifying demonic beasts had appeared above his head at some point. Seeing them, Yanghu foolishly disbelieved it and even questioned himself, "Am I still not awake?" Immediately after, under the petrified gaze of the demonic beasts, Yanghu calmly lay back down to sleep. This scene in front of me must not be real. Jian Chen helplessly had to speak up, "Big brother, stop messing around. Quickly wake up and face the enemy." Hearing his voice, Yanghu startled up. Wasn't I dreaming? Was all of it real? Then, following Jian Chen's gaze, Yanghu finally noticed Meow. Next, Jian Chen pointed at it. He gravely explained to Yanghu, "He's the one behind everything. He's the one who took over your body." Hearing Jian Chen say that, the emotions within Yanghu immediately exploded intensely. I was possessed by this ugly guy? Will being stuck with him affect my good looks? Those words struck Meow's sensitive nerves, and it frantically screamed, "Do you think I wanted to possess your body that much? You damned guys. That wrath quickly spread to the demonic beasts below, and they growled, speeding up their approach towards the two. Next, Meow crossed its hands over its face, exerting itself so much that veins clearly bulged on its body. You. By the time Meow stretched out its hands, the demonic energy around it had soared to the sky. Meow roared loudly, "You thoroughly enraged me." Then it pointed its finger at Jian Chen and the other person. Meow commanded the demonic beasts, "Kill them. Kill them all." Upon receiving the command, the demonic beasts immediately charged towards the two. At that moment, Jian Chen suddenly remembered and called out, "Tai Ta, wake up." Yang Hu, standing next to him, anxiously yelled, "Brother Tai Ta, don't sleep anymore." But it was completely useless. At this moment, a demonic beast's massive foot was already right next to Tai Ta. In that critical situation, Yang Hu and Jian Chen had no choice but to rush over and pull Tai Ta away. After that, the two dragged Tai Ta's large, strong body and fled frantically. "Run, quickly. There are too many demonic beasts." Meow, of course, wouldn't let the three escape. It quickly ordered the pack of demonic beasts, "Chase them. Don't let them get away." Thus, guided by the moonlight, a strange race unfolded, led by two people dragging a sleeping person, with giant demonic beasts hot on their heels. At that very moment, Tai Ta's body suddenly got tangled in the vines on the ground. Yang Hu and Jian Chen didn't notice and pulled harder. Seeing that they weren't getting anywhere, Yang Hu wondered, why isn't Brother Tai Ta moving anymore? The two kept pulling with all their might, until they even pulled off Tai Ta's gloves, but it was still to no avail. At this point, both of them found it strange and simultaneously turned around to look. Only then did the two realize that Tai Ta's body had been pulled back by the tough vines. At this moment, with astonishing speed, Tai Ta had turned into a ball, flying straight towards Meow. While he was unaware, Tai Ta's hard head rammed straight into Meow's stomach. Hit by the blow, it immediately spat out blood, crying out miserably in its heart, "This isn't good, it hit a vital spot." And so, before Jian Chen could even make a move, Meow was defeated. Yang Hu and Jian Chen stared in dumbfounded amazement. The latter asked, "Is that even possible?" Yang Hu almost echoed him, "It can be like that?" Only when everything was over did Tai Ta wake up. He rubbed his head and asked, "What happened? Was I sleepwalking?" Hearing those words, Meow's body trembled continuously out of unwillingness. Along with its defeat, a strange flow of energy suddenly erupted from the bodies of the savage demonic beasts. A moment later, most of them had fled. Yang Hu watched in surprise. "Why have all the demonic beasts run away?" Jian Chen immediately explained, Meow is unconscious. The demonic beasts have regained their senses, so of course they'll flee to save their lives. After a long while, Meow finally woke up. It rubbed its forehead, its voice full of regret, "Damn it. If I hadn't been hit in the head, how could I have ended up like this?" As it spoke, a terrifying demonic aura suddenly emanated from around Meow. It still confidently said, "As long as my body mystifies." However, this time Jian Chen didn't want to drag it out any longer. He swiftly charged forward. Just as Meow was still smugly thinking, "No one can injure me," Jian Chen's sharp sword swept across its neck. Instantly, a stream of fresh red blood gushed from that spot. Jian Chen then spoke, "Could it be that you're useless now?" At this moment, he turned around, his face illuminated by the moonlight, standing out even more. "The violet-green sword art is your bane." On the other side, outside the barrier, the Dean's group was still working hard to break it. Before long, several large cracks suddenly appeared on the sturdy surface of the barrier. Then the cracks quickly spread and shattered, opening a path for everyone. Seeing it open, the Dean finally dared to stop, and at the same time urged, "The gate is open. Inform all teachers to enter the dense forest and bring all students out." His expression subtly darkened, and his voice gradually lowered, "Whether alive or dead." Bai replied, "Yes." The scene shifts to the student gathering point, where they are whispering to each other. The demonic beasts in the forest are terrifying. I saw several classmates killed with my own eyes. I thought I had died in there too. Luckily, I didn't encounter any, otherwise I'm afraid I would have been finished too. Unlike them, Yu was still anxiously looking towards one part of the forest. Still not seeing anyone emerge, she lowered her head, her eyes showing clear worry. Seeing Yu's pensive expression, her friend beside her wondered, Yu, are you still looking for Senior Yang Chen Tian? Hearing this, Yu's face flushed red, and Qi Xian teased even more, that's not like you, is it? To actively go looking for a man. Yu closed her eyes, trying to explain without revealing any flaws, what are you thinking? He risked his life to save us. Isn't it proper to thank him? Qi Xian suddenly reiterated the teacher's words. The teacher said all surviving students would gather here. Could it be that they? Yu's voice suddenly faltered. No, it can't be. In her heart, she still remembered Jian Chen's warm gesture. Yu smiled faintly as if reassuring herself, he's so special, surely nothing will happen to him. At this moment, inside the tent, Bayan was reporting the situation. Dean, the dense forest has been thoroughly searched, nothing found. That demonic beast. It must have possessed one of the students. Hearing that, he sighed, it was as he expected. Then, Dean Quang Quiet stood up. Bayan spoke up to stop him. Dean, you haven't recovered yet, why don't I handle it? But he had already made up his mind, for not preventing the demonic beast from escaping and letting the students get injured here, I am deeply ashamed. Speaking of it, the dean's eyes again glowed with killing intent. He growled, I must eliminate that demonic beast. Before leaving, the dean didn't forget to instruct, prepare all demonic beast inspection tools, and once an abnormality is detected, act immediately. Bayan respectfully replied, understood. Then, the dean went to the center of the courtyard and loudly ordered the disciples, everyone, place all the demonic cores you obtained on the table, I must check everyone's achievements now. Seeing Bayan meticulously examine each demonic core, one disciple painfully said, this is bad, I couldn't even defeat one demonic beast. I have no achievements at all, one person defended himself, the demonic beasts are so strong, it's good enough not to be killed. The final results were not very promising. One disciple spoke up, I only managed to defeat 3, with great difficulty. Somewhere, a loud laugh rang out. I got 4, a big win. The rest sighed in relief for having enough points. My group and I got 3 cores, we passed too. Just then, amidst the students, Min Tuong's voice rang out arrogantly, a bunch of good-for-nothings, it's not because the demonic beasts are strong, but because you're too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly pulled out the belt on his body, his face filled with self-satisfaction. Let me show you what a gap there is. Then, Min Tuong threw his belt onto the table. Unexpectedly, quite a few demonic cores spilled out. The group including La Qian stared in astonishment. Trongden exclaimed, so many. Kenvu also admired him immensely. Trin Min Tuong truly lives up to his name as the young master of Hoa Van sect, his strength is indeed formidable. Seeing their admiring gazes, Min Tuong's smile grew wider, this is what you call strength, you're all too weak. Only you know it on the side scoffed, arrogant and disrespectful, Hoa Van sect is truly unlucky for 3 generations to have such a young master. Kai Xian sighed upon hearing that, but Trin Min Tuong is indeed strong, I'm afraid no one can surpass him, we can only let him be arrogant. While Min Tuong was still boasting, a voice unexpectedly interrupted, Trin Min Tuong, you're already boasting about such a small achievement. It was then that Yunoyet turned around, she happily realized, this voice. Indeed, before them, the figures of King Tran, Duong Ho, and Thiat Thap appeared, Yunoyet secretly thrilled, it's him. Carrying Tu Dao on his back, it still couldn't stop Duong Ho's voice, the feeling of being watched by tens of thousands of people, it's truly exhilarating. Kim Tran felt the opposite, if it weren't for searching for the treasure you mentioned, we wouldn't have wasted time and appeared now. Speaking of that, Duong Ho got angry again, I thought that seal would contain treasure, who knew there was nothing at all. Thiat Thap was still the most optimistic person, but the treasure hunt game was fun too. Facing the group, Min Tuong, who had been interrupted, was furious. He pointed at King Tran. Truong Duong Truong Tien, you're actually still alive. What did you say just now, that your achievements are better than mine? King Tran smirked upon hearing that. His narrow, long eyes exuded a cold and domineering aura. Better than you, isn't that reasonable? Standing behind Yunoyet, Kai Xian was immediately captivated by that aura and exclaimed, I love it so much. Then, King Tran calmly walked to the table where Min Tuong's demonic cores were and requested, Dean, please bring a larger table here. Next, he tilted his head and looked over, his voice as if he had already secured victory. I want to show someone what it means to have someone even better. A group of people gathered around the square table Min Tuong had prepared. Is this table big enough? I want to see how many demonic cores you can bring out. King Tran saw his current boundless arrogance, then held his weapon and declared, then look closely. In a few short seconds, the weapon in his hand was suspended in the air. Don't be startled. In an instant, King Tran, with a smile hiding a scheme, stood still and watched the demonic cores fall. Min Tuong stood not far away, his face pale as he saw so many demonic cores falling, almost hitting him. As expected, Min Tuong, who had been so boastful earlier, was now buried under a mountain-high pile of demonic cores. The crowd watching from outside looked on in astonishment, mouths agape and eyes wide. Am I seeing things? Where did Truong Duong Truong Tien get so many demonic cores? He cleared all those demonic cores by himself. Seeing Min Tuong buried deep in the pile of demonic cores, King Tran casually walked over and declared, admit it or not, strength is a person's power, not a reason to look down on others. Kai Xian was utterly captivated by his appearance at this moment, her heart pounding wildly. Well said. Yunoyet next to her also blushed. He's crushed Trin Min Tuong's morale. He listened to King Tran's taunts, lowering his head in annoyance. Stop mocking me. What if there's a lot? Quality is the key. He used a bit of strength, sprang to his feet, and said as he walked, killing 100 low-level demonic beasts isn't as good as killing one high-level one. From Min Tuong's palm, a golden demonic core appeared, different from the previous ones. A level 3 demonic core. Do you have one? Bakken saw the demonic core and couldn't stop praising his ability. It's a low-level 3 demonic core. It seems Trin Min Tuong has always hidden his true strength. Beside him, the dean stood with folded arms, observing. After all, as the young master of Hoa Van sect, it's normal to have many trump cards. Holding the high-level demonic core, Min Tuong walked over to King Tran, raising it high in a challenging gesture. What do you have to say now? Can your pile of trash compare to mine? Suddenly, after a few seconds of silence, he chuckled and called out to the 3 people playing behind him, Big Brother. Min Tuong thought King Tran was calling him. His face darkened as he immediately refuted, It's too late to beg for help now, even if you call me Big Brother. Upon hearing his brother's call, Duong Ho clapped his hands and left the fun, running over. Stop it, Truong Tien was calling me. Seeing Duong Ho present, King Tran lightly rested his hand on his shoulder and whispered a few words. This kind of snatching work, we still have to let Big Brother do it. Duong Ho laughed and declared, Snatching is my specialty. As soon as he finished speaking, a red demonic core appeared, its power seeming terrifying. None other than Duong Ho himself was the owner of that demonic core. His taunting voice rang out, Trin Min Tuong, what do you call this? The next words uttered by Duong Ho froze Min Tuong, his mouth agape in shock. This is a level 4 demonic core. Bakken outside was also startled. Could it be that level 4 demonic beast? The dean at this moment broke out in a sweat. This is too terrifying. Not wanting to drag it out, Duong Ho held the level 4 demonic core, leaned into the pile of green demonic cores, and asked him one last time, well? You lose in quantity, and you don't qualify in quality either. What else do you have to say? This can't be. Furious, Min Tuong, like a child, looked at the dean and loudly tattled, Dean, they cheated. How could they have killed a level 4 demonic beast? I don't even have that strength. Seeing Min Tuong's expression at this moment, everyone burst into mocking laughter. He's flustered. I feel embarrassed for him. King Tran also chimed in, remember this, there are always others out there. Never get too conceited. His words were extremely hurtful, driving Min Tuong mad. He raised his hand, ready to strike. Shut up. You're not qualified to lecture me. Go to hell. Bakken quickly grabbed his arm, defending the boy. This is Tapjia Academy, not Hoa Van Sect. It's not your place to act. Looking at King Tran's friends, the dean lowered his voice and requested of them, you all, follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, he channeled his energy, and everyone flew high up with that surge of power. Kai Xian was bewildered by the scene before her. What's happening? This is my first time seeing something like this. The dean's serious expression, and next to him, you know it too. That level 4 demonic core, how did they even get it? With eyes full of worry, she looked up high. In this dense forest, not too far away, ahead was a dark void, like a vortex. It seems to hide a very big secret. In a strange space, through a reflected image, you know it appeared, her voice echoing, it seems the results are clear. Looking towards the opposite side, where 5 people sat on high chairs, one of them reminded everyone, tomorrow is Yunoyet's 16th birthday. Her engagement is already set. His Highness plans to marry Yunoyet to form an alliance with a certain powerful faction. The group of 3 sitting on one side discussed endlessly, trying to find the most suitable person. After this period of assessment, compared to the arrogant Trin Min Tuong, Truong Duong Truong Tien is indeed much more outstanding. I agree. I didn't expect that the Truong Duong family, which has declined for many years, could produce such a talent. Finally, after a long moment of listening to everyone's discussion, the person on the central throne decided, if everyone agrees, then issue the decree. With a satisfied smile still on his face, he declared, emphasizing each word, to bestow marriage upon Truong Duong Truong Tien. Not far from there, in a quiet space, the dean's residence. You mean? Sitting on the chair, holding a red magic core in his hand, he angrily looked at the group of people opposite him. Wei Mu was in a daze, turning into a physical form, and was accidentally stunned by Thiat Thap, which is why you all killed it. Seeing the dean was in a bad mood, Duong Ho immediately smiled reassuringly, Dean, you know me. When it comes to making others hate, I'm truly a top expert. Beside King Tran, with reverence, he smiled gratefully at him. Fortunately, thanks to Big Brother, Wei Mu was left panting and disheveled. Losing his composure, he looked at the 2 happily chatting and shook his head wearily. I've never seen a student angrier than you. Holding a cup of tea, the dean took a small sip. But Wei Mu is still a level 4 magic beast. How could Thiat Thap affect it? Thiat Thap was annoyed by that remark and rushed forward, yelling, Dean, don't you believe me? He clenched his hand into a fist, demanding to be allowed to demonstrate. Or should I reenact it for you to see once? Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, he waved his hand, quickly calming Thiat Thap's anger. All right, I believe you. My old things in this room won't be able to withstand it. The teacup lay gently in his hand, the dean's face darkened. That Wei Mu won't be simple. There must be a hidden story within this matter. The entire room instantly echoed with the voices of King Tran's group and him. I never expected that the dean couldn't even kill it at first, only seal Wei Mu, yet you guys annihilated it. It's just luck, that's right, good luck. Without hesitation, the dean raised his finger and pointed directly at King Tran, declaring, whether it's luck or strength, since you all killed Wei Mu, you are the winner of this hunt. This result is beyond doubt. He stood silently, his eyes gleamed with a hint of satisfaction as he thought to himself, I always felt that the dean seemed to know everything we didn't mention. Not bringing this up proves that the dean also doesn't want to make a big deal out of it. With the decision made, the dean's face lit up with a joyful smile. Thanks to you all for helping me solve a big problem. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. A moment later, where Unoyet was standing with her friends, a series of light beams descended to the ground. Keem Tran's group had returned safely, and the dean also appeared. Standing among everyone, he happily announced a decided piece of information: this hunting competition. Truong Duong Truong Tien is the champion. The competition ends here. Everyone, disperse. Those injured must be arranged for treatment immediately. Once again, the announcement left Min Tuong stunned, as if he misheard. Truong Duong Truong Tien clearly cheated. On what grounds is he the champion? I refuse to accept this. How could he kill a level 4 magic beast? Min Tuong's expression annoyed the dean, who lowered his voice and questioned. Silence. Do you dare to question the Academy's ruling? If you have any concerns, you can come to my office. Meeting adjourned. Seeing how he reacted, he finally dared not speak further, shriveling up and giving up. I understand. Ignoring their bickering, Keem Tran stood in front of the tent. Quickly go treat the injured. Everyone else return to your rooms, Doctor. Thiat Thap carried his injured friend into the tent for treatment. We have someone injured. After finishing his work, Keem Tran stepped into the tent and immediately encountered Unoyet nearby. Truong Duong Truong Tien, I've been looking for you everywhere. The two stepped outside. She looked at him and asked about his condition. Your injury is fine now, that's really good. Keem Tran was delighted by Unoyet's kindness. He smiled and said, I'm fine. I heard from fellow students that you risked your life in the dense forest to save us. Thank you for saving our lives. He continued to smile, looking at her and expressing his thoughts. There's no need for thanks. As long as the previous misunderstanding between us is resolved, that's good enough. Unoyet listened, placing her hand on her chest, a smile appearing. In that situation, willing to sacrifice yourself to save others, you must be a good person. I was presumptuous before, I hope you'll forgive me. She opened her eyes wide, no longer hesitant with Keem Tran, and clearly introduced herself. Allow me to formally introduce myself, I am Unoyet. He, too, was quite polite, raising his palm towards Unoyet. I am Truong Duong Truong Tien. Their hands quickly moved closer to each other, ready for a peaceful handshake. But an unexpected event occurred. An explosion appeared, throwing both of them back, accompanied by the appearance of a person. The familiar face made Unoyet freeze. She worriedly called out, Teacher. None other than her master, Thursday D, was the one who interrupted them. Don't rejoice too soon, your danger has only just begun. She glanced lightly at Keem Tran, then turned and left, urging Unoyet, follow me, something big has happened. And so, she was seemingly forced, taken away by Thursday D in helplessness. Sorry. He stood watching, letting out a sigh, his face clearly helpless. What's with the mystery again? Can't we just talk normally? Back in the room, Keem Tran sadly confided in Thiat Thap. He chewed slowly, his gaze distant. Darn it, that female student didn't remember anything after waking up. I even thought I could make 2 female friends at the academy. Even though still tired, he, from behind, conversely reassured him, don't be so gloomy anymore. We still have a reward, don't we? Let's wait and see what rare item Big Brother will bring back then. Unexpectedly, in front, Duong Ho appeared, mouth agape, laughing gleefully. Good news. Seeing his expression, Keem Tran smiled brightly, offering his own guess. Big Brother, why are you so excited? Could the reward be beautiful women? Sure enough, his guess was exactly what Duong Ho was thinking. He asked in surprise, you already knew? This made Keem Tran himself stunned. What? The whole room became noisy. The cheers of all 3 people echoed nonstop. The reward is beautiful women? Is that true or false? Still in that room, silence fell. No one said a word to anyone. Keem Tran seemed to have something unpleasant on his mind, standing alone with his eyes tightly closed. Seeing his brother like that, Duong Ho next to him also anxiously asked, Fourth brother, you don't seem too interested. Over here. Thap, hands on hips, agreed with his point of view. Exactly. You could marry that princess. Aren't you happy? King Tran listened, uninterested, crossing his arms and turning his back. I don't even know who that princess is. You tell me to marry her? I can't accept that. Seeing that he didn't know the background of his fiancée, Duong Ho eagerly introduced, Princess Kachlan. She's the current king's only daughter. But he only received a scrutinizing look from King Tran, without a single word in return. To prevent him from feeling awkward, he still asked with the same attitude, so what? But Duong Ho could only surrender, that's all. That's all I know. He gently scratched his head, retrieving memories, then told King Tran everything. Princess Kachlan has always been very mysterious since childhood. Only the royal family knows her true identity. No one outside has ever met her. Hiding her like that, she's probably not an ugly princess, is she? At this point, Duong Ho's eyes couldn't hide his excitement. Even if she's extremely ugly, she's still a princess. Marry her, and in the future, you could inherit an entire kingdom. But he only received a disdainful answer from King Tran, being a king? I'm not too interested. Why should my life be decided by others? Not wanting to waste time on pointless matters, King Tran turned his back and left the room. I'm going outside to calm down for a bit. This arranged marriage is ridiculous. It's so annoying. Leaning against the doorframe, Thap worriedly asked him, Big brother, you don't think Truong Tien will run away from the marriage, do you? Duong Ho watched his retreating figure, still confidently saying, run away from the marriage? It won't come to that, will it? But remembering something, his expression changed from normal to pale. Openly defying an imperial decree is a capital offense. I have to persuade him. Duong Ho acted on his words, flung open the door, and called out King Tran's name, Fourth brother, don't be so rash. But in the distance, at the entrance to the path, his figure had vanished, faster than the wind. At the same time, by the lush green grass, near the resting tower, two female figures appeared. It turned out to be Unoyet, sitting and savoring a piece of watermelon. Teacher, do you think Truong Tien will agree to the arranged marriage? He doesn't know I'm Princess Kachlan. Opposite her was her master. Thursday D assured her, the Truong Duong family will definitely agree. After all, this is a good opportunity for the Truong Duong family to return to its former glory. As for Truong Tien, I don't know. Holding the half-eaten slice of watermelon, Unoyet declared firmly, if he's a power-hungry fellow who agrees to the marriage. Then I'll go find my father and annul the engagement. Hearing her speak so resolutely, she continued to probe, what if he doesn't agree? A sudden question put Unoyet in an awkward state, but she still answered, if he doesn't agree, then he's truly special. I feel I can consider it a little. Thursday D heard her disciple's answer, looked up dejectedly, he agrees to the arranged marriage, and you annul it. He doesn't agree, and you don't annul it. I truly don't understand you young people's affairs. Unoyet blushed and buried her face in the watermelon. With her eyes closed, she sensed something, then opened her eyes wide and looked into the distance. Thursday D had already spotted an acquaintance, King Tran, slowly walking up the stairs from afar. Speak of the devil, and he appears. As he walked, he mumbled, no different from a soulless person. In my previous life, I wandered the world alone. Free and unrestrained. Now, out of nowhere, I'm being forced into a marriage. To suddenly have someone by my side, I haven't gotten used to it yet. From somewhere, a discarded watermelon rind, its flesh all gone, fell directly into King Tran's line of sight, making him blink in confusion. Without hesitation, instinctively, King Tran looked up, searching for the owner of the watermelon. As soon as he looked up, Unoyet, holding a watermelon and sitting gracefully, spoke up, Student Truong Tien, what a coincidence. Come here and eat some watermelon. Her appearance startled him, making him scratch his head in embarrassment and confusion. Why are you here? Weren't you supposed to leave for something? Unoyet immediately replied and probed, it's all sorted out, so I came here to enjoy the scenery. I heard the king arranged a marriage for you. Grabbing a sweet slice of watermelon, Kim Tran popped over and sat next to Unoyet. How did you know? The girl next to him pretended not to know anything, smiled and congratulated him. I get news very fast. Congratulations, you're marrying a princess. Kim Tran showed little emotion. His lifeless eyes spoke. What is there to congratulate? I haven't even met the princess yet, and suddenly I'm being forced into a marriage. Hearing this, Unoyet looked down at him, explaining the benefits to Kim Tran. Marrying a princess means in the future you could inherit an entire nation. Many people dream of it. Taking a big bite, he spit out the seeds and clearly stated his thoughts. What I want, I will earn with my own strength, not rely on others' favors. Hearing that answer, Unoyet understood his intentions and asked in surprise, You want to break off the engagement? Kim Tran, without regret, lightly bowed his head and continued to confide about his difficult situation. This arranged marriage is a decision by the royal family. If I break off the engagement, it will implicate my family and disrespect Princess Kachlan. I can't harm innocent people. Hearing this, Unoyet trusted him even more, smiling contentedly. I didn't realize you also think of others. Not stopping there, Kim Tran looked into the distance with ambitious eyes. I'm still young right now, I only want to cultivate. I don't want anything else. I'll wait until my strength is great enough in the future, when I can negotiate with the royal family, then resolve this matter. Holding a slice of watermelon, the girl couldn't help but interject after hearing him speak. You look very mature, you don't seem young at all. Are you sure you're not lying about your age? The repeated questions about his age made Kim Tran uncomfortable. He started to sweat and changed the subject. No, I'm really just a child. Eat watermelon. Unoyet saw his expression and laughed, her laughter echoing throughout the rest stop. Truong Tien, I find you truly interesting. Not far away, Thursday D, still holding a slice of watermelon, observed them. Indeed, I don't understand the matters of young people. At that very moment, another space appeared, surrounded entirely by trees and leaves. Min Tuong, looking furious, pressed down on the injured Duong Ho on the ground, lowering his voice and asking loudly, Tell me, where are Truong Duong and Truong Tien? He was like a wild beast at this moment, emphasizing each word with sharp fangs. If you don't speak, you will be the first to die. The battle for survival began. As the smoke gradually cleared, Duong Ho and Min Tuong confronted each other. His face was covered in fresh blood, and despite the pain, he spoke up to defend Kim Tran to the end. Trin Min Tuong. The king's decision was to arrange the marriage. Do you really think if you kill Truong Tien, you can marry the princess? Duong Ho's sudden question stunned him. He tried to maintain some anger, retorting, I am the young master of Hoa Van sect. With outstanding strength, Princess Kachlan can only marry me. The king's arranged marriage for Truong Tien was him being muddled. Min Tuong's arrogant attitude infuriated him. He clenched his fist and shouted, Trin Min Tuong, if you act so recklessly in the academy, the dean will not let you off. He was not to be outdone. He channeled his inner energy, and a stream of spiritual energy appeared before his sharp claws. My father has invited the dean and the others from Bakken to be guests at Hoa Van sect. Now, in the academy, no one can save you all. Hearing those challenging words, Duong Ho didn't care. He held his arms out, spinning like a whirlwind. I don't hope for others to save me. With blood still streaming down his face, he lowered his voice and emphasized each word, don't forget. As soon as he finished speaking, Duong Ho's power seemed to explode. He slammed his hand onto the ground. My holy power is of the earth attribute. Min Tuong was caught off guard and was pushed high into the air by the rising stone slabs from beneath Duong Ho. He stood blank-faced on the high ground, looking down to search for Duong Ho's figure. Once he pinpointed Duong Ho's exact location, Min Tuong immediately used all his inner energy, attacking forward with purple spiritual energy. Duong Ho was busy running, so the terrifying stream of power struck him directly, making it difficult to counterattack. Fortunately, he was unharmed, glancing lightly at the scratch-like wound on his back. Seeing Min Tuong's subordinates prepare to attack, Duong Ho raised his hands, entering a defensive state. The campus isn't a good place to hide. Not giving them a chance to approach him, he lunged like a tiger, grabbing one by the neck. Only by running to the back mountains is there hope of escape. On this side, seeing Duong Ho about to escape his grasp, he frantically ordered his subordinates, "Chase him! Don't let him get away!" Returning to the rest tower at this moment, student Truong Tien, don't be too quick to refuse the arranged marriage. On the table, the delicious plate of watermelon was now just a pile of scattered rinds and seeds. After a conversation with King Tran, Yu Noyet smiled and affirmed, "Princess Catch Lan is probably much better than you imagine." As soon as she finished speaking, King Tran's shocked gaze pressed on her. He interrogated her continuously, "Do you know Princess Catch Lan? Are you a member of the royal family?" But he only received a smile, along with Yu Noyet's direct gaze, "You'll know later." Just like that, she quickly left the place, skipping as she walked, "I have to go now, goodbye." Leaving King Tran alone, watching from inside the building, his eyes filled with deep thought. He let out a long sigh, reassuring himself, whether in my previous life or now, I still can't understand the minds of girls. But before he could think about it much, he was bewildered by a purple aura from behind him. King Tran, with his third sense, turned his head back. "I can feel strong vibrations of ancient saint force. Someone is fighting nearby." Not far away, Min Tuong had chased Duong Ho all the way there. With a face showing clear anger and cunning, he said, "Truong Duong Ho, playing cat and mouse." Min Tuong, filled with resentment, raised his sharp claws forward, "Stop right here." At this moment, he was like a giant bird, rising high and heading straight for Duong Ho. As if by surprise, before he could attack, an unknown aura challenged him. Min Tuong was surprised by the event, turning his head around in confusion. "Who is it?" It was none other than King Tran, who arrived just in time as Duong Ho was in danger. "Big brother, are you okay?" His mouth full of blood, he was supported by King Tran's arm around his shoulder, standing steadily. "Fourth brother Trin Min Tuong wants to kill me, run away quickly." With little strength left, Duong Ho slumped, trying to say each word to King Tran, "Go find the Dean." Seeing King Tran actively delivering himself, Min Tuong happily pointed directly at him, "Truong Duong Truong Tien, you've willingly delivered yourself to my doorstep again." He couldn't control his emotions, raising both hands, laughing with delight, "Truong Duong Truong Tien, you've willingly delivered yourself to my doorstep again." Hearing Min Tuong's words, King Tran's expression lost all joy, turning completely gloomy, "Even though my big brother is a bit simple-minded and troublesome to others." He recalled the times Duong Ho risked his life to bring him demon cores. "He risked his life hunting demon cores for me, always saving all the good things for me." In King Tran's eyes, Duong Ho was always important. "After the one who gave birth to him, in this world, besides my mother, the only person who gives me a sense of family warmth is Big Brother." Returning to reality, King Tran spread his palm, stained with blood from Duong Ho's wound, and lowered his voice, "This is my big brother's blood." Without hesitation, each word, accompanied by his frowning and resentful expression, emerged, "A blood debt must be paid with blood." King Tran's entire body, still pouring forth inner energy, erupted in a few short seconds. "Dare to injure him like that, you all deserve to die." With a flushed face, he loudly declared Min Tuong's fate, "Trin Min Tuong, the one who must die today is you." He stood there with his subordinates, watching him erupt with hateful flames, feeling a bit disheartened. "I, the dignified young master of Hoa Van sect, the strongest in Jagasi Academy, am actually being intimidated and pushed back by the gaze of a new student." Thinking all that, trying to calm himself down, Min Tuong clenched his teeth. He also began to channel his inner energy, spiritual energy radiating around him as he spoke, "Come on, let's see who really dies." Min Tuong, like a wild beast, lunged forward, raising his sharp palm high, retaining favor as pleasant. On this side, King Tran had finished preparing his sword, and he angrily declared, "You think you're the strongest person in Jagasi Academy?" As soon as he finished speaking, carrying the grudge for Duong Ho, King Tran lunged forward to start the battle. "Let me open your eyes to what it means to be beyond the heavens." Just like that, both of them charged. The battle of life and death began, dust flying throughout the campus. With just the tip of his sword, he neutralized the technique from Min Tuong's finger in astonishment. Such precise aiming? Min Tuong couldn't believe what was happening, his eyes wide open. He just advanced to Saint Master not long ago. How can he control Saint Force so subtly? He clenched his teeth, frowned, and pulled his sword back, facing Min Tuong, who was thrown backward by the residual impact. Kim Tran, with an expressionless face, held his sword in hand, lifted his foot, and launched a quick attack. Just like that, the slashes that spoke his mind were unleashed by him, not missing a single strike. Finally, he was severely wounded, clutching his bleeding chest, thinking, "I'm injured, how can this be?" But Min Tuong was inherently arrogant and unwilling to be humiliated, clenching his teeth and charging forward. No, absolutely not, he must have just gotten lucky. Just like that, he charged forward, driven by his obsession with his own strength, but every attack was neutralized by him. Impossible. But Min Tuong kept attacking in helplessness. "Keep fighting, I won't admit it." A few minutes later, not wanting the battle to drag on in boredom, Kim Tran delivered the final blow, a slash straight to his chest. Min Tuong had no choice but to surrender, clutching his wound, his face showing extreme pain. He was stunned, turning his head back to where the boy stood motionless, resentfully asking, "Why?" "It's like my attacks were all anticipated. I couldn't land a single hit." Kim Tran showed some respect for his opponent, casting a brief glance and clearly explaining, "Until now, I've always held back against you." As soon as he finished speaking, he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, slashing it down onto the ground, "Because I didn't want to kill you, but today is different." Kim Tran's face clearly showed defiance, as he forcefully declared, "If you want to harm my elder brother, your crime is unforgivable." Not wanting to waste words on a scoundrel like Min Tuong, he lowered his voice and spoke his final words, "Die." Just like that, a series of slashes rained down on him. Min Tuong shrieked in agony. The slashes kept coming, growing in number, sending him flying backward. In less than a minute, Min Tuong completely collapsed, falling to the ground, clutching his profusely bleeding shoulder. Seeing his condition, Kim Tran spoke, his voice full of scorn, "What grand young master of Hoa Van sect? What strongest of Gaseous Academy? And yet, you can't even withstand one blow. It's as easy as turning your hand." Already beaten to the point of being crippled and subjected to such harsh words, Min Tuong screamed, "No." His eyes wide, he tried to reassure himself, this must be fake. Images rushed back. When Min Tuong was young, he was already praised by everyone as talented. This sword technique, a normal person would take a month to learn, but the young master learned it in a day. He truly is a genius 1 in 10,000. That made him increasingly arrogant, seeing his teammates as nothing but trash. Min Tuong alone was so powerful. These are the achievements within the sect. The young master is a prodigy of heaven and earth, his future is surely boundless. Entrusting Hoa Van sect to the young master will make it increasingly prosperous and flourishing. His master's trust in him grew day by day. Tuong Mi, in the future, you won't just be the sect leader of Hoa Van sect, but also the king of an entire country. He felt like he had reached the peak, with a triumphant smile and an ambition greater than any mountain. "It's all mine, it's all mine." Back to reality, with the wound still etched on his chest, Min Tuong trembled, "I am the future sect leader of Hoa Van sect, and the future king. I am a genius, I won't lose." He sprang to his feet, ordering his subordinates, "Go together." With so many of us, are we really afraid of one person? Kill him, and I'll reward you handsomely. On this side, Kim Tran knelt, sword ready, his tone disdainful, "Your strength is far inferior." As he spoke, his face revealed blatant contempt, "Aren't you going to make up for it with numbers?" The slashes delivered by Kim Tran, each one eliminating one of Min Tuong's subordinates. Seeing his comrades miserably defeated, their mouths covered in blood, Min Tuong called out his name from behind, "Truong Duong Truong Tien, you are indeed formidable." But it ends here. It turned out he still had an ace up his sleeve, Duong Ho, who was being held by the head and pinned to the ground. Don't you care a lot about your elder brother? If you don't want your elder brother to die, cut off your right hand. Hearing Min Tuong's demand, King Tran remained silent, glancing briefly at him. Seeing that he wasn't cooperating, he became furious, pulling the senior's head up and repeatedly yelling, "Hurry up, or I'll drag your elder brother down with me as a funeral sacrifice." A series of trees were cleanly sliced through by King Tran's slashes, falling effortlessly. Min Tuong was once again startled by the sight, his jaw dropping in confusion. What? It didn't stop there. A sudden slash from the boy unexpectedly gifted him, grazing straight across his arm. Just like that, Min Tuong became frantic, his arm gushing with blood, screaming wildly, "My arm!" King Tran's face was devoid of emotion, a slight smile accepting his proposition, "Abolish your arm?" Very well. Ignoring Min Tuong, who was frantically trying to stop the bleeding from his arm, he lunged forward, catching his unconscious brother Duong Ho. "However, it's your arm." While clutching his bleeding arm, he turned his head angrily, declaring to King Tran, "Truong Duong Truong Tien, you dare to harm me? My father won't let you off the hook. I'll make sure you, Truong Duong Truong Tien, are annihilated." Seeing him still arrogant, the boy smiled slightly, gripping the hilt of his sword and suggesting, "As long as I kill you, no one will know what I did then." Suddenly, Min Tuong trembled. It seemed he had guessed King Tran's intentions. Without hesitation, he mustered all his strength and ran away from there. He kept pleading, "Don't kill me. Save my life." It seemed luck was smiling on him. Not far away, some people appeared behind him. "Want to run? Who's fighting on the back mountain? Do you have any rules in your eyes?" Seeing people to rely on, he quickly ran towards them, tattling, "Teacher, save me. Truong Duong Truong Tien wants to kill me." Seeing this, they ran over to ask Min Tuong about the situation. "What happened? Quickly save him." Seeing the crowd cling to him, he was a little annoyed and abandoned his earlier intention. It seems there's no way to kill Trin Min Tuong to silence him now. Not wanting to waste time, King Tran carried Duong Ho on his back and walked away quickly. "Fine, for now, I'll take Big Brother to a safe place." A moment later, far from where those people were, inside a deep, dark cave with no visible exit. After a long period of unconsciousness, Duong Ho regained consciousness and opened his eyes, looking around. At this moment, his body was bare, dried blood clinging to his back. Duong Ho looked at him lying down. "Fourth brother." Duong Ho's face couldn't hide his fear and confusion as he looked at King Tran several times. "It seems fourth brother and I both died tragically. Could this be the Samla underworld?" The more he thought, the more resentful Duong Ho became, clenching his fists, tears rolling down his cheeks. "I pity my fourth brother, so young, yet he died by Trin Min Tuong's treacherous methods. I cannot rest in peace." Seeing him overreacting, King Tran sighed and analyzed, "Big brother, can you please not overreact? Trin Min Tuong was beaten by me and ran off a long time ago." He, on this side, didn't seem to hear him, forcefully declaring, "I must turn into a vengeful spirit and demand Trin Min Tuong's life." "Fourth brother, what did you say? You're not dead?" But Duong Ho still seemed hesitant, pointing at the dried bloodstains. "So what's this blood all about?" Hearing that, he chuckled softly, picking up some berries and offering them to him. "These are fruits I found in the forest. Their juice can stop bleeding. When I applied them to you, they got on your clothes. That magical?" Duong Ho was no longer worried, throwing the berries into his mouth, chewing them deliciously, then asked again, "So how did you manage to beat Trin Min Tuong and make him run?" King Tran's next words made him, who was eating, choke and spit out water. "I crippled Trin Min Tuong's arm. I originally wanted to kill him to silence him, but then I ran into the patrolling teachers, letting him get away. How am I supposed to deal with this trouble?" He looked scared and worried as he analyzed Min Tuong's background. "You crippled Trin Min Tuong's arm? The Trin family is the only heir to the Hoa Van sect. They won't let you off." Duong Ho bared his teeth, as if wanting to devour him alive, for his thoughtless actions. "Fourth brother, you must run. If the Hoa Van sect catches you, you will surely die." but he only received a shake of the head and a refusal from King Tran. If I run, the Hoa Van sect won't spare the Truong Duong family. I can't implicate them. He let out a long sigh, bowing his head with a look of clear regret. It's a pity that the dean and the others were invited to the Hoa Van sect. Right now, no one at the academy can stand up for us. As soon as the words left his mouth, an idea flashed in King Tran's mind. He stroked his chin and chuckled softly. The dean is at the Hoa Van sect. It seems I can take a gamble. Immediately after, as the sun rose, birds chirped in the morning within a large sect building. In the reception hall, a group of high-ranking sect members were all present. The dean sat at the table, asking loudly, seeing the time being wasted, "Sect Master Trin, you specifically invited us here just to drink wine and have fun?" Beside him, Bakken added, "If there's nothing else, we'll return first. There are still many matters at the academy." Min then, hearing the complaint, smiled awkwardly, trying to keep them. "It's rare for you esteemed guests to visit. Please wait a moment. Nothing will happen at the academy." As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly wiggled his finger, adding, "Even if something happens, it won't concern you." The short sentence left both Bakken and the dean puzzled. Could Trin Min Tuong intend to harm Truong Tien? He spoke to him directly. In the academy, they wouldn't dare cause such a ruckus, would they? Min then, unconcerned, filled his wine glass and looked at the two men with gratitude. "Headmaster, Vice Headmaster, thank you for looking after Tuong Ni in the academy these past few years. I toast you all." Before he could drink his wine, a subordinate rushed in from outside. "Sect Master. Sect Master. This is bad." Seeing this, he quickly stood up and asked in a low voice, "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" Though afraid, the subordinate bit his lip and trembling, reported to Min then, reporting, "Sect Master, the young Sect Master in the academy had an arm crippled by Trangdyung Truong Thien and is gravely injured, close to death." Upon hearing the news, both Bakken and the headmaster, who had just taken a sip, spat out all their wine. Min then's face, however, changed color. He frowned, his tone clearly shifting. "What?" Inside Yunoyet's room, a flickering yellow light spread out through the window. She, at this moment, held a steamed bun in her hand, munching on it with relish. Trang Thien crippled Trin Min Tuong's arm. Beside her, Thursday D added, "Unless a 7th-tier light saint is invited, Trin Min Tuong's arm is crippled for good." Yunoyet didn't remain silent. She stated her opinion directly, "But this entire kingdom fundamentally has no 7th-tier light saint master." She listened to all her reasoning, then took a long breath and explained, "Sect Master Trin has submitted a petition to His Majesty, requesting punishment for Trangdyung Truong Thien. His Majesty is currently deliberating on this matter." Hearing that things had come to this, Yunoyet, unwilling to accept it, slammed her hand on the table and declared, "I must go see the Emperor to beg His Majesty for Truong Thien's pardon." Seeing her reaction, Thursday D quickly reassured her, "Yunoyet, don't get agitated." Yunoyet, seeing her master's reaction, quickly explained, "Truong Thien isn't someone who likes to cause trouble." She, facing her, also understood some of the complexities and spoke up, "If he injured Trin Min Tuong, there must be a hidden reason behind it." Thursday D bowed her head slightly, her eyes and face filled with sadness. "Whether there's a hidden reason or not, it no longer matters." She, on this side, gazed into the distance, continuing her master's words, "Hoa Van sect is the kingdom's foremost sect, while Trangdyung Truong Thien is merely a genius from the Lakhan family. Which side carries more weight is clear. Will father have to sacrifice Truong Thien?" Thursday D, seeing her student's continued sadness, helplessly raised her head slightly. "He is the king, he must think for the entire nation. This is the reality." Yunoyet didn't care. She turned her back and looked towards the moonlight outside the window. Truong Thien. After one day, the morning sunlight shone through the green leaves. At this moment, inside the grand hall, where the throne was placed, various ministers were present. It was none other than King No, seated on the throne, who asked loudly, "A day has passed, and Trangdyung Truong Thien still hasn't been found. Below, Min then was furious. He roared violently, "This subordinate reports that Trang Gyung Truong Thien is hiding inside the academy. I humbly request His Majesty's approval for this subordinate to conduct a search." Opposite him, listening to those words, the headmaster vehemently retorted, "Dream on. The academy is not a place you can rampage through." Seeing him protect his student like that, Min then grimaced and shouted, "I just received intelligence. Not long ago, Trang Gyung Ba pursued him to the Kasi Academy." How does the headmaster explain this? Hearing the question, he flinched and broke out in a cold sweat. Trang Gyung Ba came to the academy? Even Bakan was flustered on the headmaster's behalf. This. Seeing that neither had a satisfactory answer, Min then clasped his hands and proposed, "I humbly request His Majesty to allow this subordinate to bring Min to the academy to apprehend him, to prevent Trang Gyung Ba and his son from escaping." But no sooner had he finished speaking than a familiar voice and footsteps entered. "There is no need for Sect Master Trin to trouble himself. I have brought Truong Thien back." It turned out to be Gyung Ba, holding chains. He led the bound King Tran inside. "What's going on?" With a worried look, he clasped his hands and bowed to King No. Trang Gyung Ba failed in his discipline, allowing Truong Thien to make a grave mistake. Therefore, I humbly request His Majesty to mete out punishment." Seeing Gyung Ba kneeling with his head bowed, Min then furiously pointed and denounced, "Trang Gyung Ba, stop playing games. Aren't you trying to get Trang Gyung Truong Thien pardoned?" Seeing this, he quickly raised his head and gripped Min Nan's hand. "Sect Master Trin, I apologize. Truong Thien committed a grave error and must be punished according to reason. I will bring him to the Hoa Van sect and hand him over for you to deal with." But Min Nan, seething with rage, forcefully threw Gyung Ba's hand away. "Let go of my hand, Gyung. Don't touch me." Seeing his father being humiliated like that, even though he was bound, he spoke up boldly, "The one who committed the act should bear the consequences. I was the one who cut off your son's arm. If you want revenge, just aim it at me. Don't involve the Trang Gyung family." King Tran's resilience moved King No. Standing behind Min then, he whispered, "Sect Master Trin. If Patriarch Trang Gyung sacrifices familial bonds for the greater good, then you, too, should display the demeanor of a sect master." Deeply affected by that suggestive remark, he kept thinking, "No matter what your schemes are, if you dare come to Hoa Van sect, you're just looking for death." Min Nan's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, staring at King Tran. "Fine, then I'll settle the score with Trang Gyung Truong Thien alone, not with the Trang Gyung family." An idea flashed in Min Nan's mind, and he pointed straight at the boy, giving an order. "Guards, escort Trang Gyung Truong Thien to the dungeon behind the mountain." His subordinates immediately took the order. "Yes." Meanwhile, Bakan's expression became contorted, his brow furrowed as if he wanted to help King Tran. The dean seemed to have read his thoughts and quickly raised a hand to stop him, ordering, "Calm down, don't be impatient. Let's just watch quietly." He watched the boy, bound in chains, being led away, feeling a bit angry but still affirming, "Perhaps Truong Thien will bring us another surprise." An hour earlier, Gyung Ba, hearing that his son had caused a major incident, immediately rode a beast that looked like a giant eagle, landing on the ground. As a father, he urgently asked about King Tran's condition. "I received the news and rushed here. Are you injured?" Seeing Gyung Ba's expression, the boy was confused and kept asking, "Father, you're not blaming me for causing such a big problem?" He listened, then replied with self-reproach, "If there's anyone to blame, blame me. I couldn't protect you completely. You punished a villain, but now you have to worry about revenge." To keep his beloved son out of danger, Gyung Ba urged, "I've made all the arrangements. I'll immediately take you away from Laksam Kingdom if you keep going like this." But he only received a headshake in response from King Tran. "Hoa Van sect will absolutely not spare the Trang Gyung family." The boy's words brought tears of happiness to his eyes. "My good son, you're actually thinking about the family." King Tran, expressionless, explained the reason, "I'm doing this for Mother, it has nothing to do with the family." Suddenly, while talking, a thought flashed in his mind. I have a plan. I'm preparing to make a big gamble. Returning to the main hall, King Tran was completely wrapped in chains, being pulled forward. Men and subordinates didn't notice that the boy's face now clearly revealed his scheme. Hoa Van Sect, I'd like to see what you can do to me. King Tran, covered in chains, was led up the stairs by men and subordinates. He cast a curious glance around, then discovered a problem. King Tran immediately looked at the men in front and asked a critical question, isn't this the way to the back of your mountain? None other than Min Tuong, with one arm crippled, stood on the last step. Trong Dung Truong Thien, you crippled my arm. The more he spoke, the more his eyes revealed hatred, his teeth bared as if he wanted to devour the boy. I will take your life to compensate. King Tran saw Min Tuong's appearance and laughed gleefully, you finally arrived. His eyes narrowed, revealing his true intentions. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Returning to a few hours earlier, Dung Ba heard the plan and immediately retorted sharply. You want me to take you to Hoa Van Sect to surrender? Truong Thien, you're insane. The boy looked at him, understanding his father's mood, and explained, I've already inquired, the king and the dean are both at Hoa Van Sect. With them there, Hoa Van Sect won't dare to directly harm me. As he spoke, King Tran raised his finger, shaking his head as if refuting something. Trin Min Tuong is a vengeful person. If I actively present myself, he will definitely want revenge. This is my chance. Seeing his stubborn son, Dung Ba rushed over, putting a hand on his shoulder, trying to persuade him again. But on Hoa Van Sect's territory, what you're doing is too risky. Unable to control his emotions, King Tran raised his hand, and a dense purple spiritual energy emanated. If I want to preserve the family. The spiritual energy slashes emitted, leaving Dung Ba stunned. I must take this risk. In just a few seconds, a series of slashes crashed into the line of towering green trees. In an instant, the trees were severed, and the logs fell, lying scattered on the ground. Watching his son's display of skill, he was so astonished his eyes nearly popped out. This. King Tran looked extremely pleased, chuckling softly as he told Duong Ba, Father, with my strength, as long as I don't encounter an elder-level master, no one in Hoa Van Sect can stop me. Listening to every word he said, he was extremely happy, thinking to himself, after not seeing him for a few days, this boy has matured a lot. Just like that, Duong Ba slapped his chest, making a final decision, all right, I'll bet on you this time. Back with King Tran, Min Tuong, filled with resentment, pointed at his subordinates and ordered, go, kill him for me. He looked at them, his face clearly showing contempt, just relying on you lot. Not wanting to prolong it, King Tran used his internal energy, and the steel chains were shattered by him. King Tran raised his hand, a surge of purple spiritual energy appeared, calling out his name, Young Master Tran. Without much effort, King Tran lightly lifted his foot and flew towards Min Tuong. I'm afraid the one who's going to die is you. Returning to the palace, inside the main hall, the sunset glow was now dimly shining in. King No's face showed clear frustration. Resting his chin in his hand, he asked those below, Sect Master Trin, how do you intend to deal with Truong Duong Truong Tien? The truth behind Trin Min Tuong's injury is unclear. Do not take this opportunity to seek revenge. Standing below, listening to the question, Min then reported proudly, Your Majesty, rest assured, I will definitely investigate the truth, deal with it fairly, and give everyone a satisfactory answer. No sooner had he finished speaking than a subordinate ran in from outside, his face clearly showing panic. Sect Master, this is bad. The man bowed his head and recounted every detail, leaving him gaping, not knowing how to resolve it. Truong Duong Truong Tien just threatened the young master and ran out of the sect. After listening to the information for a long time, Min then finally came to his senses, trembling with anger. What? Before him now was Min Tuong's body, lying there unconscious with a swollen face. What happened? The subordinate, knowing this was a difficult problem, clasped his hands, trembling, and recounted when King Tran held the sword to his neck, the young master took us to kill Truong Duong Truong Tien, but unexpectedly, he killed us instead. If you don't want to die, get me out of here. He continued the story, and everyone bowed their heads in fear. After Truong Tien escaped, he brutally beat the young master, then swaggered away. Afterward, he left with great satisfaction. Get lost. Killing you would only dirty my hands. Having gained an advantage, the trio of Duong Ba, Bakin, and the head pointed directly at Min then, questioning him. Sect Master Trin, you dare to condone your son killing Truong Tien? Hoa Van Sect is being completely unreasonable. Hearing and seeing all this, on the throne, King No angrily questioned Min then, Sect Master Trin, is this what you call dealing with things fairly? He, who was once wronged, now became a culprit, standing there bewildered. Damn it. Min then was utterly furious, rushing towards his subordinates to vent his anger wildly, a bunch of useless trash. Good. Following the plan, Duong Ba clasped his hands and knelt on the ground, urging King No, Your Majesty, if Truong Tien has escaped, I will go capture him now. He bowed his face, constantly begging King No, I implore your majesty not to blame the Truong Duong family. Standing on the throne, King No raised his hand and praised Duong Ba incessantly. The Truong Duong family head shows great righteousness, a commendable attitude. Issue the command. Finally, both his and his son's goals were achieved. The announcement rang out, this matter is unrelated to the Truong Duong family. No one is allowed to blame the Truong Duong family. Mission accomplished. After the guilt was clarified, King No ordered the soldiers. Truong Tien fled to avoid punishment, a deplorable act. Issue a nationwide arrest warrant. Yes. 5 days later, in the border city of Lac Sam Kingdom, Bac Van City, a bustling trade hub for merchants. A group of people were hastily loading goods onto carts, preparing for their departure day. Quickly pack the goods. The caravan departs today. Leaving Gach Sam Kingdom. Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared, holding a neatly folded scroll in his hand. Uncle, greetings. I am the guard sent by the Mercenary Guild. Following the scroll, Wu De opened it to read its contents. Little brother, you look quite young. What's your name? Upon hearing that, his hands gripped the collar of his clothes, and he hastily took off his hood. Me? None other than him, he's back. Seeing Jian Chen, he shouted in a daze. Jian Chen. Gach Sam Kingdom. Early in the morning. Inside the great hall. Voices echoed loudly. Your Majesty. At this moment, at the dining table, the officials kept urging King Wu to make a decision quickly. Huayun sect continued to submit petitions, urgently requesting the royal family to bestow Princess Kaylin upon Cheng Mingxiang. With heavy pressure on his shoulders, King Wu clasped his hands together, and with a somewhat forced expression, suggested, Tell them that Princess Kaylin has gone out to travel, and the matter of the marriage bestowal will be postponed indefinitely. The unexpected news that had just been updated caused the officials to chatter noisily. Your Majesty, has Princess Kaylin really left? The matter of the marriage bestowal being suddenly postponed. Is it perhaps just a play? The attitude of the crowd finally angered King Wu. Yu Yu's father couldn't control his emotions, and slammed his hand forcefully on the table. The marriage bestowal for Zhang Yang Chang Tian was because of his outstanding talent. He could be the one who might resolve the kingdom's dangers in the future. On King Wu's face was a mix of emotions. His eyes narrowed as he explained. But now Zhang Yang Chang Tian is missing. Who else in the kingdom is worthy of Princess Kaylin? That Cheng Mingxiang? Hearing that, the officials finally fell silent. One of them still wondered, hesitantly muttering, but if there is no explanation to the Huayun sect, I'm afraid. To avoid awkwardness, King Wu closed his eyes tightly and offered a satisfying proposal to the Huayun sect. He issued an edict, granting the Huayun sect a large sum of gold and silver as compensation, and the matter of the imperial marriage would be dismissed. Seeing the matter settled, Yu Noyet's father, weary, turned his back and left the dining table, ignoring the officials who were still whispering. I am tired. That's all for today. Not far away. Returning to his room, King Wu opened the door and walked in. Chiu Di was inside. Unable to suppress his curiosity, King Wu turned his head to her, asking about the progress. Have the arrangements been made? Listening to the question, Chiu Di clasped her hands together and promptly reported the situation. It has departed and will leave the kingdom in a few days. Seeing King Wu striding away, she couldn't hide her curiosity and quickly asked, Are you not going to tell It about the kingdom's troubles? But she only received a shake of the head and a smile from the emperor. If I tell her, will she not go? Suppressing his emotions, King Wu took a long breath and made a request to Chiu Di. If the destruction of the kingdom cannot be avoided, having a king buried with it is enough. From now on, I will entrust It to your care. Seeing the emperor gradually move further inside, she bowed her head respectfully and declared, I pledge my loyalty to King Wu. Seeing this, King Wu stopped, pointing straight into the air, emphasizing each word. The one you are loyal to is not me, but this nation. Hearing every single word uttered by the emperor she respected, Thursday D was saddened and let out a long sigh. Raising her head, she looked up at the gate with the national emblem on it. Is this country about to face utter destruction? The sky was already draped in sunset colors. At the city gate, King Tran looked up at the kingdom's emblem. He let out a long sigh, his face full of relief, because the previous matter had been resolved. I'm about to leave Laksam Kingdom. Father sent a message, saying the family has severed all ties. I can depart with peace of mind. Feeling lonely, King Tran recalled the time he roamed alone in the past. The current situation reminds me of the days when I descended the mountain to wander the martial world by myself. Before he could dwell on the past, the commotion from the group behind him startled him. It was Hoa Van Sek's subordinates, holding reins, riding monsters, and charging ahead. Get out! Get out! They acted lawlessly, crashing straight into a cargo cart, causing the horses to scatter. Nguduk stood there bewildered, as a crate from above was falling onto his head. Luckily, King Tran saw it. He rushed over, grabbed his clothes, and lifted him out of danger. Nguduk was deeply moved, looking up at him with endless gratitude. Thank you, Brother King Tran, seeing him safe. King Tran smiled politely and explained, I protect the guards of the trade caravan. This is my duty. He looked up ahead, where those people were putting up some kind of poster, but the content wasn't very clear yet. Suddenly, Jian Chen's eyes widened. He looked like a soulless person. It seemed something bad had happened. Sure enough, on the wall was a wanted poster of Jian Chen, along with big letters saying, Reward. Those people, by order of King Wu, were announcing to the people in the capital with a loudspeaker, a heavy gold reward for anyone who captures Zhang Yangchang Tian. Even if it's just providing a clue, there's also a big reward. Looking at them, he was stunned. He felt a rather high appreciation at this moment. Worthy of being the kingdom's #1 sect, Huayun sect. My horse has been traveling nonstop, yet they are only a little slower than me. Jian Chen avoided revealing his identity and hastily pulled his hood to cover his face. With a wanted poster out, if I don't disguise myself, I'll definitely be discovered. Half an hour later, at the entrance gate of the capital, King Wu's Huayun sect was checking people entering and exiting. Jian Chen's suspicious appearance attracted the suspicion of a guard nearby. That guard didn't care, blocked him, and made an urgent demand. You, take off your hood. Following the command, Jian Chen was quite cooperative, placing his hand on his hood. and slowly taking it off. Half of his face was revealed. The checking guard called his comrades over. "There's a suspicious person here." Under the hood that was about to be taken off was Jian Chen's face, clearly showing his annoyance. Jian Chen's annoyance had reached its peak. A surge of spiritual energy radiated in all directions. Beneath the hood at that moment, his expression changed significantly. His rage could erupt at any moment. Suddenly, Wu De appeared from nowhere, standing in between to stop their inspection. "Commander Garland, please hold. We're all on the same side." When he said that, one of them was puzzled. "Brother Wu De, do you know this person?" "To save Jianchen this time." Wu De quickly put his arm around him and fabricated an identity for him. "This is my brother-in-law. He just wanted to come out with me for experience. He's not an escaped convict. What's more, he also lied to the inspector, saying Jian Chen had a contagious skin disease. He had smallpox before. His face is full of spots. He's very ugly. That's why he has to wear a cloak." The man believed him completely. "Really?" To make the inspector believe him, Wu De guaranteed, "You know I'm a coward. I wouldn't dare hide an escaped convict." Thus, they passed the checkpoint smoothly. "All right, you two can go." Holding the reins of the horse, he waved goodbye to that foolish man. "When I return, I'll invite Commander Garland and the brothers for a drink." Jian Chen remained silent, sitting quietly on the piled goods, slowly leaving the kingdom with Sam, knowing he had a lot on his mind. Wu De looked at the road while comforting him. "They won't chase us. And you don't need to worry about anyone in the Merchant Guild snitching. They only listen to me." Even with his dedicated help, Jian Chen still harbored significant caution in his heart. "Why help me? If you hand me over, you get a large sum of money." Such a question made Wu De laugh and explain. "If you were a bad person, I'd definitely hand you over for the reward. But you are a good person." Sitting on the cart, listening to him, he innocently continued to ask, "You believe I'm a good person?" Wu De smirked, his voice full of confidence. "After all, I've been out in the world for many years. I can still clearly distinguish good people from bad." He was a person who valued loyalty quite a lot, recalling when Jian Chen saved him. "Besides, didn't you save my life? To me, you are a good person." Seeing this, neither owed the other. He quickly requested, "All right, then we don't owe each other anything. Let's part ways here. We'll meet again if fate allows." But Wu De quickly grabbed his clothes, pulling him back and holding him in place, afraid he would escape. "Who told you could leave, huh?" To make Jian Chen trust him, he quickly took out a contract paper. "You are currently a mercenary hired to protect our merchant guild. I spent money to hire you. You must bring us safely to the Fenglan Kingdom." "Oh, right." Reading the content, he smiled awkwardly. "I almost forgot." Jian Chen reached out and lightly touched his chin, thinking for a long time before remembering. "It just so happens that I don't know where to go either." He just lay on the goods as they moved forward. "Then I'll continue escorting you." Wu De, controlling the horse and leading the way, smiled cheerfully. "All right, brother Jian Chen. The safety of the entire journey relies on you." Merchant Guild, encampment area. At this time, it was already getting dark. Jian Chen's group also arrived in time. On the lush green grass, merchant tents were gathered, extremely lively. This place is the encampment area for all merchant guilds. Everyone staying together will be even safer. Wu De chose a spot and began setting up the tent. He stood observing, exclaiming in admiration, "There are quite a lot of people here." Hearing that, he immediately smiled and continued, This place isn't just for merchant guilds. There are also adventurers and soldiers from all over. So of course it's crowded. All the other merchants were also present. Carriages and goods lined up in long rows. This is the encampment area where our merchant guild often stays. Not far from them was a stranger, completely covered, silently observing. One of the merchants, annoyed, ran over and criticized. "Hey, move aside." Luckily, Wuda was sensible. He smiled, advising, "It's fine, we're all in this camp together. It's good as long as we're safe and sound." Jianqin stood beside him, saying nothing, silently observing the unknown individual. He, with a high level of vigilance, said to him, "In an outermost spot like this, once danger arises, we'll be the first ones to get hurt." "I know. But there's nothing we can do." Wuda listened and understood quite well, but just laughed it off. "Who told us we were few and weak? Only fit for the outermost lodging?" Under the sunset glow of the late afternoon, the two figures stood side by side, chatting. They could only hope nothing would happen tonight. Thinking about sleep, Wuda suddenly let out a long, frustrated sigh. "Every time I'm in this camp, I worry so much I can't sleep." That night, the moon shone brightly across the space. The incessant chirping of crickets filled the air. Inside the small tent, he was sound asleep and snoring rhythmically. Just a few meters away, outside at that moment, Jianqin was still awake, sitting on the goods. He was frustrated, turning his head to look at the sleeping Wu De and grumbling. Who was it that said they worried so much they couldn't sleep? It wasn't just Jianqin on guard. The nearby tents also had guards clearly stationed to prevent any problems. From above, spear-like sharp points furiously plunged down. More than rainwater. In an instant, the guards collapsed on the ground. Not a single one of them alive. Jianqin was now closing his eyes tightly, his whole body emitting a dense purple spiritual aura. He, instinctively, raised his hand, filled with internal energy, scattering the incoming arrows. Jianqin shouted, warning Wu De, who was still asleep inside. "Wake up, everyone! We're under attack." To prepare for the danger, he didn't forget to summon the rain sword. A sword appeared, firmly in his hand, holding a large saber. He descended from above, targeting Jianqin. Yet, there was still an enemy awake. With the weapon ready in his hand, he crouched into a defensive stance. Quickly, both of them plunged into a furious battle. From the tent, shouts rang out. "What? We're under attack!" Parrying each strike from the Python Master, Jianqin frowned, narrowing one eye in concern. "Too strong, he's a mid-stage Saint Master. One level higher than me." From inside, Wu De had woken up. Holding a knife in his hand, he quickly stepped out. "Everyone, be careful. We're under attack." He looked around. Suddenly his eyes widened, as if realizing something. At this moment, in front of Wu De was a large bandit gang, the members of which were incredibly fierce. "The Python Bandit Guild is here. You guys are doomed." Seeing the presence of the Python bandits, everyone's faces showed fear. "This is bad, it's the trade Python bandits. If you don't want to die, come out and fight for your lives." "I don't want to die, save me." One of them swung his axe forward with great ferocity, looking utterly barbaric. Luckily, Wu De was quite observant, tilting his head slightly and neatly dodging, not missing a single hit. Hovering in the air, facing Mangshi, Jianqin yelled, "Brother Wu De, quickly get the people below out of here." While blocking and attacking him, he reassured the group, "Let me cover you." Seeing that, the man below also felt a bit relieved, urging the people nearby, "Hurry up." Taking advantage of Jianqin's lapse, Mangshur launched an attack, a spiritual energy slash appearing. You want to escape from the hands of me, the bandit Mangshur? He pointed the sharp blade, like Death's scythe, straight forward, with a triumphant tone. Sounds a bit too poetic now, doesn't it? Jian Chen realized the danger, eyes wide, yelling fiercely, purple lightning sword art. He swiftly retreated backward, shouting loudly, drifting cloud steps. In a sudden reversal, Jian Chen turned the tables, appearing behind Mangshur. This brat is clearly a mid-level saint, why couldn't I hit him? He turned his back, just as Jian Chen's sword was near his chest, finding an opening. But luckily, with his nimble body, Mangshur arched slightly and dodged cleanly. The sword is too fast. Like a shrimp, he instantly sprang backward, too fast for the naked eye to follow. Jian Chen held his sword, watching Mangshur's feet on the ground and thought, this is wind-attributed saint force. He gritted his teeth in annoyance, surprised by Mangshur's ability. Even my fastest sword strike couldn't injure him. On this side, Mangshur was no exception, gritting his teeth and questioning Jian Chen's background. Who exactly is this brat? Curious, he pointed at the sword Jian Chen held and yelled, what was that sword just now? Can a saint unleash such a fast sword strike? If you're going to act, commit to it. Jian Chen, holding his sword, which glowed with spiritual energy, put on an arrogant face that already surprised you. Do you believe my sword can be even faster? Just a few intimidating moves, and Mangshur was already scared, snot dripping from his nose. You can swing your sword even faster? He bared his sharp teeth, raised his sword to shoulder height, and yelled with full momentum, watch this. Just a small action made him so scared that he trembled and quickly ran away. Seeing that, Jian Chen also quickly ran off, not forgetting to mockingly laugh, just kidding. Tricked, Mangshur's face turned beet red with anger, damn it. You dared to play me. I'll cut you into 100 pieces. He held the weapon in his hand, spiritual energy billowing, saint weapon condensation. Without hesitation, with the anger in his heart, Mangshur held his saber and relentlessly chased after him. Jian Chen sought an escape route, looking back at him. This guy is the strongest enemy I've faced since I transmigrated here. Too difficult to deal with, it's best to run. He quickly ran towards Wu De's tent, looking for him. Brother Wu De, where did they go? But he was stunned by the sight before his eyes, not blinking for a second. It was the stranger from this morning, rummaging through the belongings of a bound person lying unconscious. A money bag was pulled out, witnessed by Jian Chen, who was quite surprised. The stranger's face changed, eyes shining brightly as they held a handful of money. Not letting the thief get away so easily, Jian Chen grabbed the stranger's hand tightly. So you're the thief? Their eyes met, the stranger's beautiful features captivating him. Jian Chen held the hand firmly, blurting out a guess, a woman. But Mu Yun cut him off in annoyance, quickly shaking off his arm, let go. This old man is a man. Their conversation was cut short as Mangshur caught up, raising his saber high in the air. You rotten brat, where do you think you're going to hide? A single slash separated them both, each fending for their own life. Mangshur, full of rage, unleashed multiple slashes straight towards him. Mu Yun's face was terrified, shrinking back and explaining quickly, I was just passing by, can you let me go? He listened but paid little heed, declaring loudly, today, all of you must die, no one will escape. Seeing that persuasion was futile, he raised his hand to summon something, grumbling, today's just too unlucky, why do I keep running into lunatics? Immediately, a sharp blade was already firmly in Mu Yun's hand. You brought this upon yourselves. Now Mangshur quickly channeled his inner energy and shouted loudly, take this. His eyes revealed a look of madness, then he said again, another one comes to die. And just like that, the magical treasure in his hand quickly slashed fiercely towards his opponent. Mu Yun gritted his teeth. He barely managed to dodge this attack, and internally, Mu Yun was silently lamenting, a mid-level Saint Master. Mangshur's eyes grew even more crazed. He roared, then I'll deal with you. Immediately after, a huge beam of light appeared in the sky. His slash seemed to cleave the ground into two. Mu Yun gritted his teeth, putting a bit more strength into his hands, and tending to try and stop the opponent's slash. At the same time, Jian Chen quickly shouted a suggestion, "Hey, let's team up against him." Despite being in extreme difficulty, Mu Yun still feigned indifference. "Who'd bother teaming up with you? Get lost." Now Mangshur was incredibly smug. He arrogantly said, "What if all of you come at once? This old man isn't scared." Looking towards Mu Yun, Jian Chen said seriously, "If we can't deal with him, I'm afraid neither you nor I will get out of here today. Let's team up." He pouted and said again, "Since you've begged me to team up, then I'll reluctantly agree." No sooner had he finished speaking than Wu De cried out in alarm, "Junior brother Jian Chen, help! Help us!" Now he suddenly turned and left, instructing Mu Yun, "You hold him off. I'll be back in a bit." He angrily looked at Jian Chen and cursed, "That bastard! Tricking me into teaming up against the enemy, only to take the opportunity to run away." At the same time, Mangshur once again leaped up. "Don't worry, after I kill you, I'll kill him to vent your anger." Now, in this urgent situation, Mu Yun finally spoke coldly, "I originally didn't want to reveal my true strength." After a pause, a gentle breeze finally blew past, revealing his cute face. Mu Yun's eyes were firm, holding his sword tightly. At the same time, Mangshur had already slashed, but now Mu Yun's body was as light as a bird, and he quickly flew up to dodge. It didn't stop there. After successfully dodging the attack, Mu Yun continued to channel his inner energy into his sword and shouted loudly, "Take this!" Mangshur stood there dumbfounded. He froze, staring intently at the long cracks. His gaze swept behind him, sweat pouring down. Mangshur was secretly startled. This is... After a pause, he vaguely remembered that the move Mu Yun had just used was a combat skill. Before his guess could be answered, a loud explosion quickly rang out right where Mangshur was. Mu Yun stared intently at his opponent, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Mu Yun muttered to himself, "You want to kill me?" But immediately, Mangshur's voice rang out again, "I never expected." From within the hazy smoke, his figure slowly reappeared. "You actually know combat skills. It's a pity your power isn't enough. If you were a Saint Master, I'd already be dead." Mangshur looked at Mu Yun with interest. "This is getting fun. Hand over your combat skills, and I'll spare your life." Yet Mu Yun acted as if he wasn't afraid of guns. He raised his middle finger and then taunted his opponent, "In your dreams." These words truly agitated Mangshur. He yelled, "Then I'll chop off your legs." Seeing his opponent's powerful aura, Mu Yun was a little startled. This time, he truly had no more moves to use. When Mangshur attacked, Mu Yun could only stand still and endure. But luckily, Jian Chen returned in time and blocked a fatal blow for him. Seeing him return, Mu Yun was surprisingly dumbfounded and gaped in astonishment. "Didn't you want to run away?" On this side, Wu De's group angrily shouted back in protest, "Nonsense! Brother Jian Chen wanted to help us." The others also chimed in, "That's right." On this side, Jian Chen was frowning, channeling his inner energy, and said, "I said we'd team up to deal with him. I won't go back on my word." He then struck out with a palm and simultaneously told Mu Yun, "Your task is complete, leave the rest to me." He hadn't even drawn his weapon, but now Mangshur had been sent flying a distance away. His hand couldn't help but tremble. Mangshur gritted his teeth. It was the same trick as before, damn it. After a pause, he said to himself, "I was careless." No sooner had he finished speaking than Mangshur's entire body collapsed weakly. On this side, Jian Chen let out a sigh of relief. It was all or nothing. Luckily, it succeeded. But suddenly, a wave of pain surged through him, making his entire body stiffen. Jian Chen seemed to have suffered internal injuries at this moment. He couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood, which startled Mu Yun. He quickly stepped forward to support Jian Chen. Now, the malice in his heart had diminished significantly. Mu Yun glared at him. "You forcibly elevated your cultivation to execute that move, and endured so many waves of wind attacks. Both your internal and external injuries are very severe." Mu Yun then scolded him worriedly, "What kind of hero? You almost lost your life." Although suffering from internal injuries, Jian Chen calmly replied, "If I didn't risk it, I'd surely be dead." After that, Mu Yun couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, "Why did you save me just now?" Jian Chen replied simply, "I once said." He awkwardly pushed Jian Chen aside, such a glib tongue. "It seems you're perfectly fine." Clutching his aching face, Jian Chen wrongfully explained, "I'm telling the truth." Mangshi's subordinates were now scared out of their wits. "Boss is taken care of. Big brother is dead." They heard it like a clap of thunder. Each of them gasped and shouted, "What? No way." Jian Chen overheard them, his eyes showing disdain. So this guy was their boss. No wonder he was so powerful. Immediately after, Jian Chen seemed to have come up with a brilliant plan, a wicked smile appearing on his face. After a pause, he stomped hard on the back of one of them and shouted, "Your boss has been killed by me. You're next." They cried uncontrollably and scrambled to flee. "Damn it, this little life is more important. The boss is dead, we're no match for him, let's run." In just a short while, peace was restored to the area. The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. They ran away. "We get to live." At this moment, Wu De spoke again, "Gentlemen, although we repelled the bandits, they were just a small group. The main force of the Mangshang bandits hasn't appeared yet." After a pause, he determined, "To avoid their revenge, we must quickly leave here and travel through the night to reach Fenglan Kingdom." Everyone immediately followed. "Right, hurry, I don't want to die here." Looking at Mu Yun, Jian Chen asked, "I have to follow them to Fenglan Kingdom. What about you?" He casually replied while happily eating a cake, "Coincidentally, I also have to go there, so I'll go with you guys." Watching Mu Yun, Jian Chen was a bit worried. "You have 9 skills on you that no one here can see. If they're exposed, I'm afraid you'll be bullied." He didn't care. "It's fine, who's afraid of whom?" Stopping for a moment, Mu Yun suddenly turned around, extended his hand, and said, "Oh, right." Jian Chen thought for a while, not knowing what this kid would do next. Immediately after, he shook hands with Mu Yun and introduced himself, "My name is Jian Chen, nice to meet you." Mu Yun irritably pushed Jian Chen's hand away. "Who wants to shake hands with you? If it weren't for you, my jacket wouldn't be torn. You have to compensate me." He hesitated, "About that?" Then, Mu Yun leaned in and whispered to him, "You've already taken responsibility for it, haven't you?" Jian Chen gave a bitter smile, "It's fine, I'll accept it, but I also need to know your name." Mu Yun let out a breath and then said, "Remember this." Pausing for a moment, he pointed to himself and said, "My name is Mu Yun." After that, they simply went together to the place Jian Chen had previously set. Seeing the other person cultivating, Mu Yun couldn't help but tease, "Your cultivation method is truly special, teach me." Jian Chen opened his eyes and gave a faint smile, "A family secret, not to be passed on." Then he looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, "The Lam Fong Kingdom is a military kingdom, there really are a lot of bounty posters." Mu Yun's eyes sparkled with interest. "The people listed here are worth a lot of money." Jian Chen was surprised, "Huh?" Stopping for a moment, Jian Chen's eyes suddenly froze, and his heart was stirred. "No way." Looking at the name at the top of the list, Jian Chen was stunned for a long time. Finally, he vaguely recognized the face of the top-ranked bounty target, Dugu Qiubai. They both stood there for a long time, and Jian Chen felt as if the surrounding space had frozen. Mu Yun saw Jian Chen's troubled expression and curiously asked, "What did you see that made you so surprised?" Then, he pointed at the bearded old man and asked, "Do you know who that person is?" Mu Yun casually leaned against the carriage, "Of course, isn't that Dugu Qiubai?" Jian Chen muttered, "It really is him." Immediately after, Jian Chen went mad. He lunged towards Mu Yun and shouted, "Where is he?" He disdainfully pushed Jian Chen away. "We're both men, don't get physical. If I knew where Dugu Qiubai was, I would have already provided the information and claimed the reward." Mu Yun then scoffed, seeing the huge reward, "Are you tempted? I advise you to give up, our strengths are too far apart." Now, Jian Chen finally calmed down. He coldly asked, "What do you know about him?" As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun casually held out his hand. "Want to hear information? Pay up." Having no choice with him, Jian Chen reluctantly handed over a large pouch. "Is this enough? Speak quickly." His eyes lit up. Then Mu Yun said, "Dugu Qiubai is a powerful expert who suddenly appeared in the Fong Lam Kingdom more than 10 years ago. His strength was tyrannical, he loved to kill, and he quickly became the #1 bounty target in the Lam Fong Kingdom." Jian Chen began to speculate. "More than 10 years ago, that matches the time I transmigrated. He and I transmigrated together, then I turned into a child. Why is he still in his original form?" Mu Yun continued, "Then he suddenly disappeared without a trace. All information related to him was classified as top secret by the mercenary guild. But the bounty still exists, so he's probably still alive." Jian Chen asked in surprise, "Top secret?" Then he speculated, "Only members of the mercenary group can see it." But Mu Yun quickly replied, "No." And he immediately corrected Jian Chen, "Only high-level mercenaries can see it." Jian Chen added, "If I want to see Dugu Qiubai's information, I must become a high-level mercenary." Mu Yun pursed his lips again. "Oh, what a coincidence. I also heard a rumor that Dugu Qiubai is always looking for someone named Jian Senior." Jian Chen immediately speculated, "Jian Chen, Dugu Qiubai is looking for me." Meanwhile, Mu Yun was engrossed in his own thoughts. My cute little money. He calculated in his head, "I have to find Dugu Qiubai. Maybe I can find out the secret of transmigration from him to help me return to my original time." And so, they continued their journey, moving forward together. When they arrived, he and everyone greeted each other. "Brother Jian Chen, Brother Mu Yun, I'm taking the merchant team to the Merchant Guild. Hope to meet again." Jian Chen also respectfully said, "Brother Wu De, hope to meet again." Then Mu Yun waved goodbye to Jian Chen. "We should go too, bye-bye." He was startled and quickly pulled Mu Yun's arm, dragging him back. "Don't go, I need your help." Quickly shaking off Jian Chen's hand, he said indifferently, "If you want me to work, you have to give me money." "Do you still have money?" Jian Chen honestly replied, "It's all gone, but I know where to find a great gold exchange." Mu Yun's eyes widened. "A great gold exchange?" Finally, due to the allure of money, Mu Yun reluctantly followed him. "We're here." The two of them walked into an old tavern, thick with dust inside, as if no one had visited for a long time. The people inside all had grim faces and extremely strange appearances, making anyone who looked at them feel a chill. Mu Yun curiously asked, "Isn't this your first time in the Lam Fong Kingdom? How do you know about this tavern?" Jian Chen said, "I heard it at the army camp. This is where fugitives gather in the city, the favorite place for bad guys." Then Jian Chen told him, "You sit and have a drink, I'll be right back." Following Jian Chen's words, Mu Yun quickly ordered a glass of water. The person behind the counter coldly replied, "All right." Meanwhile, two people were happily drinking together. "Come on, bottoms up." On this side, Jian Chen quickly approached the table of those two guys and said just loud enough, 100 gold coins bounty, 15 gold coins. As soon as they heard, the two guys became furious. "Who are you, kid? What do you want with us? Get out of my sight before I get angry." His voice turned cold. Jian Chen casually asked again, "What do I want with you?" Then, a devilish smile appeared on Jian Chen's face as he continued, "You are my great gold exchange." As soon as he finished speaking, a shrill scream echoed, and Mu Yun, who was sitting there drinking water, suddenly looked back in surprise. From behind the old curtain, Jian Chen emerged like a demon, carrying one man with one hand and dragging the other on the ground, slowly walking out. The two men were thus thrown in front of Mu Yun, leaving him momentarily stunned and speechless. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Jian Chen calmly said to Mu Yun, "Bounties on the city wall, I found these two here. Is their bounty enough?" He paused, and his eyes suddenly became cunning as he glanced over. "If not enough." Everyone there couldn't help but sweat and silently cursed, "Damn it, no way." With that, everyone quickly ran outside. "I don't have a bounty, spare me. I'll be a good person from now on." Then Mu Yun said to the counterman, "Give me another glass of wine. I need to drink to calm my nerves." He hadn't fully recovered yet and mechanically replied, "Okay, okay." Then Mu Yun spoke up again, "Complete the missions of a high-level mercenary, accumulate enough merit, and you can get promoted." Mu Yun continued to ask, "What if I want to accumulate enough merit quickly?" He glanced over and said, "Going to the Monster Beast Mountain Range isn't a bad choice. There are many missions to complete there, and it's also where Dugu Chiubai first appeared." Saying that, Jian Chen slammed the barley water glass onto the table with great vigor. He raised a hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, then immediately stood up. "All right, let's go there then." Immediately after that, the two of them walked together to a high cliff, both looking out into the distance below. Jian Chen marveled, "Is this really the Monster Beast Mountain Range? It's truly magnificent." Mu Yun continued, "It's rare and novel at first, but after seeing it so much, it's nothing special." He paused for a moment, then glared at the dangerous person beside him. "Let's be clear, I'm only responsible for guiding and providing information. You hunt the monsters yourself. If you want my help, it'll cost you." Jian Chen replied, "No problem, I just need someone who understands monster beasts to guide me." Then Mu Yun added, "Among the mercenary missions related to the Monster Beast Mountain Range, the most valuable prey is the golden silver snow serpent. But the golden silver snow serpent is extremely rare." Jian Chen replied, "No need to take risks, I'm here to complete missions, not to seek death." Mu Yun then said, "I recommend you complete this mission, kill 10 phantom bats. Though difficult, the reward is generous, and the merit is high." Jian Chen replied, "All right, I'll listen to you, the professional." A cunning smile appeared on Mu Yun's face as he said, "Of course, listening to me is definitely the right choice." The two continued walking. Mu Yun then said, "This is an area where phantom bats always lurk. The night bat's body is almost transparent. You need a special method to detect them. Do you want to know?" Jian Chen calmly replied with a sound, He smiled even brighter, "This will cost extra." Jian Chen's face stiffened upon hearing that. Then he couldn't help but ask, "You recommended this mission to me, but you're actually just trying to make extra money, aren't you?" Mu Yun responded gleefully, "These are all business opportunities." After walking for a while, Jian Chen suddenly felt something strange beside him, and his inner self quickly became alert. Immediately, he drew his sword and thrust it fiercely towards the creature, startling Mu Yun beside him. What was that? Seeing Jian Chen stab the bat just like that, he was utterly surprised. "Huh? How did you do that?" Jian Chen slyly asked, "Do you want to know?" Quickly imitating Mu Yun, he slyly added, "This will cost extra." Mu Yun was furious. He irritably turned away, "I'm not interested in knowing." Meanwhile, Jian Chen was still happily smiling with the bat he had just hunted. Immediately after, Mu Yun found a high rock to sit on. "If you already have a way to hunt phantom bats, then hurry up and complete the mission. I don't have the patience to wait for you." With that, he soared through the air, his sword in hand deftly thrusting and slashing at several bats flying high above. Mu Yun was secretly bewildered by Jian Chen's actions. Jian Chen's moves are unique, and he has feelings for the lonely old eccentric. Could they be related? After a moment, Mu Yun's face suddenly turned pale. He silently screamed in his heart, "Could it be? Jian Chen is the son of the lonely old eccentric? No way!" This thought made Mu Yun so scared he almost fainted. Mu Yun's whole body was now trembling nonstop. So that's it. No wonder he was so insistent on coming to the Monster Beast Mountain Range. It turns out it's to find his father. Turning to look at him, Jian Chen silently wondered, what is he mumbling about? After a moment, Jian Chen seemed to realize something, and he froze. Then, Jian Chen stared intently at Mu Yun, and the killing intent emanating from him also flared up fiercely. Mu Yun was startled and immediately backed away. "What do you want to do? Are you trying to kill me to silence me?" Seeing Jian Chen charge towards Mu Yun like that, he shrieked, "I just won't tell your secret, okay? Hey! But contrary to his thoughts, Jian Qin brought his sword behind Mu Yun's back and simultaneously thrust it forcefully. It turned out that behind Mu Yun's back was something large and strange, which almost successfully attacked Mu Yun. Jian Qin was pushed back and frowned. The attack force is too strong. Mu Yun was momentarily scared. This is. Not giving up, the creature once again launched a fierce attack towards the two of them. Now Mu Yun finally picked up his sword. He angrily swung it. Damn it! Just as Mu Yun struck, the creature dispersed and then gradually disappeared. Mu Yun quickly retreated and asked, "Did you see what it was clearly?" Jian Qin quickly replied, "Too fast, couldn't see clearly." But at this moment, a golden figure, like a dragon's body, began to writhe on the ground. Mu Yun stammered, This is... Looking at the beast, he quickly recognized it after a moment. According to Mu Yun, this was the golden silver snow serpent. Now, the golden silver snow serpent stared intently at the two of them, its eyes exuding danger. Mu Yun forced a smile. To think we'd encounter a golden silver snow serpent. I don't know whether to call this lucky or unlucky. Jian Qin then said, "Look at its length. This is a level 2 golden silver snow serpent. What I sent flying just now was its head." Mu Yun was surprised. Then what did I send flying? Could there be another golden silver snow serpent? With a grim look, Jian Qin said, "If there's still another one, we wouldn't have enough lives to die. We need to find a way to leave here." Mu Yun became nervous, then he turned to ask Jian Qin, "Do you have a plan?" Before his words finished, he charged forward again. "I'll attract its attention. You use your combat skills to clear a path and break out." Mu Yun was scared. "I asked for your plan. I didn't tell you to order me around." Staring intently at him, the golden silver snow serpent fixed its venomous gaze and prepared to attack. Now, the golden silver snow serpent immediately lunged towards Jian Qin, who was also ready for battle. The sword in his hand struck directly at it. A burst of light erupted, accompanied by a rising wind. Jian Qin's body suddenly trembled. He gritted his teeth in fear. "The scales are really hard. I can't cut through them at all." Immediately after, the golden silver snow serpent opened its mouth wide and forcefully swung towards Jian Qin. Now, Jian Qin quickly ducked down as the golden silver snow serpent thrashed violently. Before Jian Qin, the snake now appeared with 4 heads flying around him, making him flustered. Jian Qin looked at it. He couldn't help but sweat as he muttered to himself, "It split." As soon as Jian Qin realized it, the 4 heads flew straight towards Jian Qin, startling him. He immediately channeled his internal energy, quickly creating a protective shield around his body. At the same time, Jian Qin then loudly commanded, "Mu Yun, opportunity." On this side, he quickly understood and charged forward, replying, "Understood." But now, a figure from behind suddenly lunged towards Mu Yun, its speed both nimble and flexible. He was quickly constricted by it, and only now did Mu Yun realize the snake's tail. On this side, he shouted loudly, "Jian Qin, what attacked me just now was its tail. I'm trapped." As soon as he finished speaking, that tail quickly moved towards Mu Yun and was preparing to strike down. Meanwhile, seeing his companion in danger, Jian Qin was startled. "Mu Yun." Jian Qin clenched the sword in his hand and simultaneously struck towards the tail. After a moment, having channeled his inner force into the weapon, Jian Qin quickly threw it towards it. But on this side, the mouth of the gold-silver snow serpent opened wide, preparing to bite Lu Feng hard. Unable to react in time, Jian Qin was quickly bitten hard on his shoulder, causing blood to gush out. But on this side, that sword finally successfully pierced deeply into its tail. Carrying immense power, the sword then emitted a powerful aura, piercing deep into its golden scales. Mu Yun was not moved. Instead, he shouted, "Why did you save me? Now we're both going to die here." Despite being seriously injured, Jian Qin calmly replied, "We're a team. I won't let you die in front of me." Now, the gold-silver snow serpent tossed Jian Qin into the air. Mu Yun looked at him, startled. Now, as he felt himself free-falling into its mouth, Jian Qin thought to himself, "I didn't expect this. To die just like that. The snake venom has already permeated my body." Jian Chen's eyes began to close slightly, and eerie gray-blue veins appeared on his face. After a pause, Jian Chen suddenly felt something was wrong. He was surprised and thought, huh? He asked himself, what is this? I can see everything around me without using my eyes. He felt his surroundings glowing brightly, and the energy sources around him emanated just like that. Jian Chen closed his eyes and thought to himself, it's not seeing, but feeling. And now, he was delighted, my divine sense has become stronger. On this side, the snake was still continuously dispersing its inner force, its entire body was completely enveloped by a giant aura. It turned out that aura emanated from Jian Chen. The gold-silver snow serpent stared intently at Jian Chen. Mu Yun looked at him, his eyes couldn't help but be dumbfounded. His power. Has it broken through? On this side, the sword stuck in the gold-silver snow serpent's tail also began to stir, trying to push deeper inside. Finally, for some unknown reason, a huge energy erupted from the sword, and it began to vibrate violently. Seeing that terrifying sight, Mu Yun's mouth dropped open in shock. Is that Jian Chen's sword? Now, Jian Chen then looked directly at his weapon and shouted, commanding sword with spirit. In the eyes of the gold-silver snow serpent, a fierce glint appeared, but it didn't know how to resist. At the same time, that sword pierced through its neck, making the gold-silver snow serpent momentarily stunned. Immediately after, where the sword had cut, the gold-silver snow serpent was violently slashed, causing fresh blood to gush out. On this side, though Jian Chen's eyes were closed, he could still feel it. Great, so great. The Jian Chen sword can injure it. After a pause, he quickly channeled his inner force. All right, even if I die, I must drag this rotten snake down with me. Not stopping there, once again, the sword flew to another part of the gold-silver snow serpent's body. It moved nonstop from place to place, and everywhere the sword swept past, its sharpness caused the gold-silver snow serpent no small amount of injury. Seeing the scene before him, Mu Yun's jaw dropped in astonishment. The sword can fly on its own? This isn't. As soon as he felt that the gold-silver snow serpent was sufficiently injured, Jian Chen once again shouted loudly, "Go!" In the air at this moment, its desperate roar echoed, and fresh blood continuously splattered. Jian Chen was secretly startled. Even if your whole body is as hard as a stone, what's wrong here? But not stopping there, now the sword shot straight towards the gold-silver snow serpent's mouth and stabbed forcefully. Under the relentless sword attacks, the gold-silver snow serpent was fundamentally unable to move. It thrashed desperately on its painful body. Now, blood continuously spewed from the gold-silver snow serpent's mouth. It had completely lost the strength to resist. Jian Chen's eyes became hazy, and he hesitantly muttered to himself, "We won." Finally, Mu Yun was freed. He was also overjoyed. Good, so good. We won. But at this moment, the scene before his eyes left Mu Yun completely stunned. Seeing his companion falling from the sky, Mu Yun cried out in fear, "Jian Chen!" Time passed, and in the dense forest, only the two of them were left, relying on each other. Mu Yun made Jian Chen lie down to rest. He was in so much pain that his whole body kept gasping for breath. After a moment, seeing his eyes suddenly tremble, Mu Yun happily said, "Jian Chen, you're finally awake." Slowly sitting up, Jian Chen asked in disbelief, "This? I'm actually fine?" Mu Yun smiled smugly and handed over the item, saying, "The snake's inner core can neutralize its venom." He couldn't help but praise, "You're really amazing. What's the name of that move you used to kill the snake?" Jian Chen also showed off, "That's a move I've kept hidden. I hope you can keep it a secret for me." Then Mu Yun whispered, "I know, you don't want to reveal that you're the son of Dugu Qiubai." Jian Chen's face stiffened as he asked, "What?" He paused, startled. "Wait, what are you talking about? How did I become the son of that lonely old scoundrel?" Mu Yun laughed gleefully, "I guessed it. You're Dugu Qiubai's son, don't try to hide it from me anymore." Then he stated his grounds for suspicion. "Dugu Qiubai's famous move is flying swords, so how can you say you're not his son?" Jian Chen listened in surprise. "What? Now he secretly calculated, after that lonely old scoundrel transmigrated, he even knew the move controlling sword with spirit? Mu Yun's eyes lit up. Since you're fine, let's split this golden snake. It's a valuable treasure. After they were done, both suddenly felt something was amiss. Mu Yun began to channel his inner energy to investigate the situation. Then he said to Jian Chen, I can sense Sank power fluctuating here. I didn't expect such an unexpected gain. And it's a golden silver snow snake at that. I'm rich this time. At the same time, someone suddenly approached, making the two instantly vigilant. Jian Chen called out, Who's there? The newcomer was named Seventh Brother. He looked extremely cunning and spoke, Gentlemen, this snake belongs to me. As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates behind him rushed forward. The situation between the two sides was tense. Jian Chen stared intently at the opponent to gauge the situation. Jian Chen said coldly, The snake belongs to you, so what about us? How do you plan to deal with us? Seventh Brother couldn't hide his depravity. The surroundings are beautiful. Dying here would be quite wonderful, don't you think? Hearing him, Jian Chen and Mu Yun simultaneously looked annoyed. Why do all villains talk in the same cliché way? They paused, then looked at each other and spoke in unison. Such good synergy. Mu Yun pointed at the group. If we could deal with the golden silver snow snake, aren't you afraid we can deal with you too? Seventh Brother sneered. You too. One of you seems to have exhausted his saint power, and the other is seriously injured. How could you deal with us like that? He then smiled smugly, still trying to scare us. You two kids are too green, don't try to act arrogant like adults. Then he began to channel his inner energy, a slight curve on his lips. Thank you for risking your lives to deal with the golden silver snow snake for us. Now it's your turn to die. With that, he swiftly swung his sword into the air, creating an overwhelming surge of inner energy. Mu Yun began to strategize. I'll hold them off, you find a way to escape. Jian Chen worried. How will you get away then? He said nonchalantly, Don't worry, I have many tricks up my sleeve. Without a good-for-nothing like you holding me back, it'll be even easier to escape. Hearing this, Jian Chen glared at him. Who are you calling a good-for-nothing? Without saying more, Mu Yun quickly drew his sword. Your Sank power is almost depleted, so aren't you a good-for-nothing? I listened to you just now you have to listen to me. Jian Chen then said, It wasn't easy to kill the golden silver snow snake. How can we just hand it over to them? Mu Yun was startled. Are you suggesting? Jian Chen quickly took out his weapon, exuding danger, and said, Only that middle-aged man among them is strong, the others aren't scary. Let's kill them on the spot to cut off future trouble. Mu Yun was even more frightened. Your Sank power is only enough to condense one weapon. How can you fight them? Jian Chen, on the other hand, replied calmly, You'll know once we fight. Immediately after, Mu Yun began to divide tasks. Then you deal with their leader, and I'll handle the others. Jian Chen immediately agreed, Okay. As soon as they finished discussing, a fierce aura flashed in Mu Yun's eyes as he intently watched the opponents. Immediately, Mu Yun charged forward, aiming for Seventh Brother as originally planned. Seventh Brother couldn't help but scoff, You foolish thing, not knowing your own strength. Can't you just die obediently? And so, he and Mu Yun had a showdown right after, two blades clashing with a piercing sound. On this side, his henchmen looked at Jian Chen and mocked him, With just this weapon, your skill is too useless. Is that all? You want to challenge all of us by yourself? However, he said nothing, merely closing his eyes calmly and beginning to gather his internal energy. Seeing him close his eyes during the fight, they amusedly teased, What, were you scared so badly you shut your eyes tight? But that wasn't actually the case. After his strength increased, his perception of everything around him became stronger. Divine sword control would likely not deplete holy power. Immediately after, Jian Chen struck out with his sword. Dealing with these small fry was fundamentally no difficulty at all. One strike, divine sword control. Those subordinates looked at the sword energy sweeping past, and they themselves were momentarily stunned. Now, in their eyes, there was only a dazzling surge of energy frantically rushing towards them. As soon as the sword strike passed, all of them were attacked simultaneously, and fresh blood had already stained the entire area red. They fell, and at this moment, they all looked at Jian Chen with extreme fear, as if he were a demon returned to claim their lives. Meanwhile, Mu Yun and Seventh Brother were still dueling, and it seemed the advantage was leaning more towards Mu Yun. He was so angry he gritted his teeth. No way! You clearly ran out of holy power, how can you still attack? He didn't care. Instead, he laughed loudly. Jian Chen, well done. Standing amidst the scattered corpses, he said, the beautiful mountains and clear waters around here are also wonderful. After a pause, Jian Chen glanced at Seventh Brother again, asking indifferently, what do you say? His face flushed with anger. I truly underestimated you all. Luckily, I was careful and left myself a way out. Having said that, he quickly gave an order, and from a distance, several figures flashed out like lightning. Attack! Mu Yun, of course, was not useless. He quickly reached out his hand and blocked the killing intent. Jian Chen immediately warned, there's still a holy master expert hiding in the shadows. As soon as he saw Seventh Brother flee, Jian Chen hurriedly said, quick, chase him. Seventh Brother, arrogant as he was, now faced with these two frenzied opponents, had no choice but to turn tail and run. At this same moment, Jian Chen suddenly felt a piercing pain course through his body. Mu Yun yelled loudly, hey, why are you lagging behind? Don't let him get away. His eyes suddenly froze. Mu Yun's face turned pale, and his entire body then broke out in a cold sweat. Ah! Seeing him lying motionless on the ground, Mu Yun momentarily didn't know what had happened and could only yell with a pale face, Jian Chen. In the end, they let Seventh Brother get away. In the dark mountains, Mu Yun couldn't leave Jian Chen alone. Hurriedly rushing over with his blade, Mu Yun anxiously asked, Jian Chen, what's wrong with you? He lay slumped on the ground, his whole body listless. I don't know, it's just that suddenly everything went dark before my eyes, and my head feels very dizzy. Mu Yun vigilantly asked, could it be the trick of that lurking holy master? He quickly refuted, no, it's my own problem. It's probably due to the depletion of my holy power. Jian Chen stood up, rubbing his temples, don't worry, I'm fine. Mu Yun asked suspiciously, are you sure you're okay? Circulating his internal energy to observe, Jian Chen said to himself, I understand now. Divine sword control, while not consuming holy power, depletes my mental energy. Now, he could finally let out a sigh. Just now my mental energy was depleted, which is why my whole body felt dizzy. It seems from now on, I can't use divine sword control casually. Then Jian Chen added, it seems we can't chase him anymore. Mu Yun replied, I didn't expect there was still a lurking holy master. How devious. Fortunately, we scared them all away. He speculated with a cold face, those mercenaries have all fled, so the news about the gold and silver snow serpent will surely be leaked. Now he looked back at the snake's corpse and then said, I'm afraid we're about to be hunted down. Mu Yun, however, was nonchalant, such a large demonic beast mountain range is enough for us to escape. With me as your guide, I guarantee you'll have nothing to worry about. At the same time, a strange aura emerged from his chest, startling Mu Yun. Jian Chen was also surprised. He curiously asked Mu Yun, what is that? He immediately became flustered, sorry, I have to leave right now. Let's part ways here. Jian Chen had a bad feeling, what's happening? Mu Yun quickly took out paper and a pen, this is an urgent situation, not convenient to reveal. Let's settle the debt now. He was startled, where did you pull out that pen and paper from? Mu Yun began rambling, the gold and silver snow serpent is too big, not easy to split. It's all yours. My compensation discount portion, let's count it as 50,000 purple gold coins. Plus hiring me as a guide, providing intelligence, and helping in combat, these fees add up to 60,000 purple gold coins. This price ensures you won't lose out. Hearing this, Jian Chen gave a bitter laugh, you really are suited to be a merchant. Mu Yun held up the paper. Brother, do you have a small bill? Jian Chen quickly said, you really are my good brother. All my accumulated things are in this spatial ring. For the rest, I'll give it to you when I have money. Holding the ring in his hand, Mu Yun happily said, all right, I'll remember the debt you owe me. Goodbye. Meanwhile, on this side, that strange light suddenly appeared in Jian Chen's palm, leaving him stunned. But Jian Chen seemed to still have questions. Hey, wait. He's already gone now. He was bewildered. At least leave a way to contact you. Otherwise, how will I find you? Aren't you afraid I'll default on the debt? Then Jian Chen looked at the large snake corpse inside. Now what should I do with this? It's clearly impossible to transport it. He paused for a moment, deep in thought. That's right. I read in the Academy's library that refining the golden silver snow serpent can create an invulnerable body immune to all poisons. Jian Chen began to calculate. Although this cultivation technique carries the risk of having my consciousness invaded by the serpent race, I can't worry about that much now. After a brief pause, he touched the golden silver snow serpent. Before the troops bring people back, I must seize the time to refine this snake. As he circulated his internal energy, he recited the incantation in his mind. Transform into a serpent, become its body. Replace flesh and blood, and vulnerable to all poisons. Immediately, a golden aura rapidly appeared. Now, golden snake scales appeared on his face. Jian Chen gritted his teeth. This refining process is too painful. The light from the golden silver snow serpent's body grew more intense, illuminating the entire area. At this moment, its entire body gradually evaporated with the transformative power emanating from Jian Chen. After a while, he finally absorbed the entire large snake into his body. Only a golden mist remained in the air. Jian Chen's face became cold, and the scales became even more prominent. Immediately after, he couldn't help but spit out blood. It seemed Jian Chen had overexerted himself. He secretly felt uneasy. This is not good. Jian Chen's entire body swayed, fresh blood continuously spewing out, and the golden scales now covered his entire body. Clutching his aching head, Jian Chen silently cried out in agony, this isn't good. My consciousness is about to be invaded. At this very moment, Jian Chen seemed to have begun transforming into a beast. His hands were covered in scales and grew dragon-like claws. He gritted his teeth. His entire body felt like it was being torn into 100 pieces. The pain felt like it would kill Jian Chen at this moment. Finally, Jian Chen couldn't hold back any longer, and he transformed into a half-human, half-beast. His face looked terrifying. Jian Chen was also secretly panicked. This isn't good. If this continues, I'll lose myself and become a snake man. Now, quickly stabilizing his mind, he suddenly remembered, that's right, I have the violet-green sword art. Jian Chen's face was now losing its human form. He closed his eyes. It's come to this, I can only gamble everything. Now his hands began to rise, trembling uncontrollably. Violet-green sword art, please, it must work. After speaking, Jian Chen shouted loudly, slay the inner demon. Immediately, a circle of light appeared, enveloping his body. Behind Jian Chen now, a golden mist was quickly thrown off his back. Then, it gradually faded and disappeared, leaving only a faint mist in the void. He sighed. His form has improved. That's great, it worked. Jian Chen lay exhausted on the ground. Luckily, I have the violet-green sword art, otherwise, I'd be finished. This body immune to all poisons is too hard to cultivate. He looked at his hand. The silver-gold snow serpent's energy has been completely absorbed into my body. I've initially cultivated the body immune to all poisons. Jian Chen clenched his fists, determined, from now on, I'll continuously blend the energy into my body, and the body immune to all poisons will achieve an increasingly higher degree of perfection. After a pause, he seemed a bit disgusted with himself. This place isn't suitable to stay long. This body reeking of sweat, I need to quickly go take a bath. When night fell, the guy's seventh brother finally quickly led his men over for revenge, but of course, the person was no longer there. Seeing the deserted surroundings, he angrily cursed. Damn it, he ran away. At the same time, a voice rang out, "It's just as expected. It would be strange if they didn't escape." As soon as he saw that person, seventh brother quickly prostrated himself. "Squad leader, what should we do?" Then he added, "Announce a reward, spread the news of the silver gold snow serpent. The one who killed me, they won't escape alive from the magical beast mountain range." As soon as they heard this, all the disciples immediately shouted in unison, their voices echoing throughout the mountain range, "Yes." At this time, he was resting by a nearby stream, the gurgling water sounding incredibly soothing. Immersing himself in the water after days of exhausting travel, Jian Qin couldn't help but let out a long, contented sigh. "This feels great." He bobbed in the water, thinking, "After cultivating the body immune to all poisons, my perception of everything around me has become even sharper." Allowing his body to float freely, Jian Qin pondered, "It's as if I am a part of them." It had been a long time since he had been able to relax like this. Jian Qin felt as though he and the river water had merged into one, and he joyfully hummed, "I am the river water. I am the swimming fish." At the same time, deep beneath the river, a strangely shaped octopus was observing Jian Qin. "I am the rock." Of course, he was oblivious. The song continued to hum in his mouth. Not stopping there, Jian Qin let himself drift down the rapidly flowing waterfall. After landing below, he happily opened his eyes to enjoy it and sang again, "I am all things in the world." At this point, Jian Qin screamed, almost out of control. His little guy just swung freely in the water with its owner. Successfully landing, a piercing sound of water suddenly erupted, and the waves couldn't help but crash forcefully against the shore. Jian Qin sat up, completely refreshed from being clean in the water, his face unable to hide his delight. After a pause, Jian Qin's gaze suddenly froze, and his face also became stiff. Before him now, a girl as beautiful as a flower suddenly appeared, clad only in a thin piece of cloth, and moreover, she was about to take off her clothes to bathe. After the somersault earlier, Jian Qin was now naked, his private parts dangling freely into the water, and he thought to himself, "In the water, there's a woman." In the girl's eyes, he was now the little chick. She stared, utterly stunned and bewildered. Immediately after the scream rang out, Jian Qin plopped back into the water. Quickly resurfacing, he closed his eyes and said, "Wait, don't scream." Her face paled as she quickly closed her legs, covering her sensitive area. Jian Qin hastily explained, "Little sister, I'm telling you I didn't know anyone was here." "Sister, no." But of course, how could the girl believe this was a coincidence? Her body trembled with rage, "Misunderstanding my ass. Go to hell, pervert." With that, a large rock quickly flew at Jian Qin's face without mercy. He took the full force of the blow, stunned to the point of nearly fainting, but didn't forget to compliment, "This young lady is so strong." Immediately after, the rock pressed down forcefully, submerging Jian Qin. Now, as he swam underwater, he thought to himself, "This young lady seems to be around my age, yet she's already a Grand Saint Master." Looking at the clear five-finger imprint on his chest, Jian Qin was also a bit surprised. He struggled in the water, exclaiming, "The Jaga Academy is called a gathering place for geniuses, but no one there can compare to her." Afterward, Jian Qin obediently swam beneath the river. "This girl definitely has an extraordinary background. I must explain clearly to her, otherwise, I'm afraid I'll gain another enemy." Then, as he thought and planned, he needed to get his clothes back first. Once he had dressed himself properly, Jian Qin returned there again. "Where did that young lady go?" Just then, an angry voice rang out from behind Jian Qin, "Pervert." As he turned his head to look, the girl emerged, holding a sword and radiating fury, "I'm going to kill you." Right after that, without a word, she channeled her inner energy. First technique, Water Command. Water Dragon Strike. Immediately after that, the water's surface began to churn with powerful waves, surging directly towards Jian Qin. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to just stand there and take it. Jian Qin quickly leaped up, dodging the attack. Immediately after, he looked at her and tried to shout loudly, "Miss, listen to my explanation, it's all just a misunderstanding." In an instant, the woman quickly appeared behind him, regardless of whether it's a misunderstanding or not. Peeking at me bathing is a capital offense. Immediately after, the water surface undulated so much that even the other side of the bank trembled along. The two old men swayed just like that. In the silent, dark night, an angry shout rang out. The man standing behind Yunqing couldn't help but shout loudly. "Old monster Feng, why are you just standing on the bank, daring to let an outsider cross the waterfall and approach the young lady?" Feng Yuan, his face red, stammered. Yunqing said coldly. Feng Yuan tilted his head back and took a gulp of wine. The young lady is even considered invincible among those her age. How could that guy be a match for her? But Yunqing didn't think so. On this side, the ground and rocks were shattered, and Jianqin dodged here and there just like that. Finally, when he realized he couldn't bear it anymore, he shouted. This girl, Huang Long, was simply unreasonable. With that, she continued to deliver a deadly blow. Finally, he was stabbed in the left chest. Jianqin gritted his teeth in pain. Not stopping there, Huang Long maliciously tightened her grip, pushing the sword deeper into Jianqin's chest. He thought to himself, this young lady has used a vicious move. If I don't resist. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, Jianqin quickly drew his weapon. Annoyed, he gripped his opponent's collar tightly, his hand exerting force. Very quickly, Jianqin turned the tables. He easily slammed his opponent into the water. Huang Long was now a bit stunned. She stared intently at him with a dazed expression. Another massive explosion that shook the mountains rang out, and everywhere became chaotic due to this fight. In an instant, Huang Long was flattened in the water. Victory quickly shifted to Jianqin's side. Standing before the quiet night, he said loudly, "What happened earlier was just a misunderstanding. I've already apologized. I hope you won't make things difficult for each other, otherwise." Huang Long couldn't stand this humiliation. She then snapped. Immediately after, he felt that figure in front of him waver slightly. In an instant, she had completely broken free from Jianqin's control, and immediately after, her skilled body soared over the water. Staring intently at his opponent, Jianqin's jaw dropped in surprise. The two of them stared intently at each other like that, and the surrounding space also began to grow tense. Staring intently at Jianqin, she assessed him indifferently. At the same time, Huang Long once again channeled her internal power and shouted. Now, that clear water dagger rapidly swirled in the water, creating a large whirlpool. The sword tip plunged down, carrying huge splashes of foam that danced like a vivid performance. Despite this, it now seemed as if the water had a spirit, and the lurking ripples took the form of terrifying illusory beasts. Jianqin had never seen anyone so unreasonable. He angrily shouted. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, Jianqin quickly channeled his internal power and struck forcefully down at the ground, and a fierce wind formed from this. Not stopping there, he leaped forward, carrying a shocking bolt of lightning in his hand. Just like that, Jianqin's internal power formed an arrow shape, piercing through the waves that had been trying to attack him earlier. Huang Long was momentarily startled now. She silently cried out in distress, "It's over, I can't dodge it." Just as Huang Long lost her composure, a hand suddenly appeared from mid-air, aiming for her forehead, giving her no time to react. After that action, somehow, Van Thua was able to bring her back to the other side of the bank. Looking at his opponent, Jianqin couldn't help but gape in surprise. This old man is too strong. He growled, his face clearly displeased. "You audacious brat, how dare you injure the young lady?" At the same time, Feng Veen, from behind, somewhat drunkenly praised, "That move just now was quite good, what a pity." Jianqin quickly turned around, secretly alarmed. When did another person appear behind me? Finishing his thought, Feng Veen immediately channeled his internal power and struck. "How dare you peek at someone's daughter bathing? Truly a damned brat." The moment this sentence was uttered, Jianqin was sent flying. Because his internal power was too strong, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and the pain quickly spread. Just like that, he shot straight up into the air like a rocket tearing through water. Now, Jian Chen felt like he had lost half his life. He was completely unable to resist. After that, Jian Chen fell heavily to the ground, powerless. Han Lon watched, amused. Fresh blood spewed out once more. Jian Chen couldn't bear the pain and let out a small cry. Fong Ving was a bit surprised. To take a blow from me and still not die, you've got some skill. Pausing for a moment, his somewhat hazy eyes suddenly became serious. Fong Ving looked at his opponent just like that. At the same time, he looked at his own hand again, and his heart suddenly trembled. This is... Seeing his hesitation, Han Long quickly reminded him, Uncle Fong, hurry and kill him for me. But now Fong Ving changed his mind. Never mind, he's already severely injured. Let him be here to live or die on his own. Han Long was annoyed. Uncle Fong, he's a perverted thief who secretly watched me bathe. We can't let him go. Van Thua continued, speaking for her, young lady, the main matter is important. If those people catch up to us, we'll be in big trouble. Immediately after, they quickly summoned their mount and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Han Long didn't forget to look back at Jian Chen, who was still lying there, mouth agape. Immediately after, she cursed him in a cold voice, just stay here and slowly die. As soon as she finished speaking, the beast quickly carried them away, disappearing deep into the large waterfall. Tonight, meteors flew everywhere in the sky, making the scenery look incredibly ethereal. The dragon spread its wings and soared in the sky. It blended into the silent night, looking extremely majestic. At this moment, Van Thua suddenly seemed to have something on his mind. Old Monster Fong, tell me, have you discovered something about that young brat? Fong Ving exclaimed, so you noticed it, huh? Van Thua calmly replied, I've been playing with you for many years, there's nothing you can hide from me. Han Lon, at one side, listened in confusion. Uncle Fong, Uncle Van, what are you two talking about? Holding up his hand, Fong Ving said, earlier, when I struck that brat with the palm of my hand was injured. I don't know how that brat did it. Han Lon looked over in surprise. That perverted thief is weaker than me. How could he injure Uncle Fong? Van Thua also exclaimed, how can it be? That brat's strength is at most that of a saint. Yet he could injure you? Now, Van Thua also seriously recalled, speaking of which, that brat's saintly weapon was also very strange. It seemed to be controlled by the brat's consciousness, and furthermore. Pausing for a moment, he then speculated that brat could also evade my saint force's detection and approach the young lady. Fong Ving glanced and said, this brat's background is probably not simple. I'm worried there's a powerful force hidden behind him, so I decided to spare his life. Han Lon was still arrogant. What force could possibly compare to our family? Uncle Fong, you're too timid. Van Thua coldly reminded, young lady, do not be arrogant. This is a sensitive time. We cannot bring more enemies to confront our family. She stuck out her tongue teasingly, I won't. But immediately after, Van Thua's expression suddenly turned serious. Han Lon was now sweating. Understood, Loner understands now. After Van Thua stopped pursuing the matter, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was too dangerous. Looking behind her, she still felt regret. It's a pity I couldn't personally kill that pervert. Then, Han Lon said to herself, but he probably won't survive anyway. By the stream, King Tran still lay motionless there. A long time had passed, and he still couldn't get up. King Tran's consciousness slowly awakened. He thought to himself, damn it, I'm too severely injured. My whole body can't move. My tendons and bones seem to be broken. If not for the purple clear sword art protecting my body. As he thought, he recalled the attack just now, and was a little startled. After a pause, King Tran secretly speculated, I'm afraid that palm strike could have killed me instantly. Clenching his fist, he was exhausted. Though I wasn't killed on the spot, right now, I can only wait to die. King Tran regretted, to have just improved my strength, only to die like this. I'm truly unwilling. At this moment, King Tran suddenly felt an abundance of spiritual energy around him. What is this? He guessed, it seems to be some form of holy power. After my perception ability improved, I can now detect new things? This source of holy power looks quite familiar. After a pause, his eyes finally opened wide. Kim Tran's heart was startled. That's right. He began to sense it again. This is the bright holy power that my mother used when healing others. Slowly raising his hand, he trembled slightly. A bright holy master relies on the surrounding bright holy power to heal. If I can use it to heal. After a moment, Kim Tran seemed to feel that energy flowing into his hand. I'll give it a try. It's better than dying a painful death here. Immediately, Kim Tran focused his gaze on these energy sources. It swept across Kim Tran's face, surprising him. His eyes suddenly froze. At the same time, several large creatures suddenly appeared in the sky. No one knew why these figures appeared simultaneously. At the same time, one of them spoke, royal aura detected near the waterfall ahead. The other person coldly ordered, pursue them. Whoever is there, kill them all. Immediately, he gave the order, and they swiftly descended towards the stream. But seeing no one around, they were somewhat regretful. There's no one here. We're too late. It seemed the leader still didn't believe it. He looked around and observed, did they escape? On this side, Kim Tran thought to himself, it seems these newcomers are bad people. Luckily, my aura has now merged with the surrounding environment, otherwise, it would be big trouble. But that person was so cautious that he channeled his internal energy and slashed directly into the water in front of him. The surrounding space remained completely silent, with only the sound of flowing water everywhere. The subordinate quickly reported, there are no anomalies under the pond. It seems they really did escape. On the other side, that person replied, continue the pursuit. Immediately, they rode their giant birds and quickly flew off to find and eliminate anyone with royal aura. Deep under the river, Kim Tran secretly rejoiced, luckily, my mindset is stable enough, and my aura isn't disordered. But at the same time, a large rock suddenly appeared from above and slowly sank, startling him. What's that? Immediately after, of course, he couldn't dodge it while underwater. The large rock slammed hard into his back. Kim Tran felt his bones breaking into many pieces. He gasped for air, it's over. The intense movement caused my recently healed bones to break again. His head spinning, he was helpless. Failure at the moment I was most confident. I never thought I'd end up suffocating to death. After a long while, Kim Tran's eyes slowly opened. His entire body felt as if it had shattered. The two girls sitting beside him cheered happily, he's awake. That's wonderful. Kim Tran still couldn't open his eyes, but he secretly sensed this atmosphere. The three young ladies smiled like flowers. Young master, you're finally awake. Kim Tran wondered, could it be that I've stumbled into the immortal world that so many men dream of? At the same time, a man's voice echoed from somewhere, but unfortunately, he drowned. This guy is really heavy. Kim Tran now fully regained consciousness. He was startled, huh? The deep voice echoed again, he's awake. That's great. He's been saved. Now that his consciousness returned, standing before him were old men, not beauties. In his eyes, each person looked absolutely terrifying. Jian Chen's face turned pale. His eyes seemed like they would pop out. Who are you guys? Are you ghosts? The three of them said in unison, we were nearby and heard a noise, so we came to check it out. And just in time, we saved you. Who are you? Why did you drown? What happened here just now? Did some masters fight here? Also, Xiao Yao, speak a little less. The young brother just woke up, remembering that book, I'll go watch it with him too. Jian Chen secretly groaned, this dream is all because of Big Brother. I really shouldn't have read Big Brother's books normally. The man named Kaida quickly said, Xiao Yao talks a lot, young brother, please don't mind him. Xiao Yao laughed heartily, I just can't control my mouth. Hu Ba continued, young brother, why did you drown? The injuries on your body don't seem light at all. Jian Chen seemed unwilling to tell the truth. I was scooping fish from the pond when suddenly the water surface became turbulent. Countless stones fell into the water. I was hit and accidentally drowned. Kaida observed, it seems there really were masters fighting here, causing the cliff to become like this. He looked around, secretly guessing, this waterfall has been destroyed like this. Who exactly were those people? Could it be related to the woman from before? Xiao Yao was delighted at this moment. Brother, what's your name? Are you interested in joining our Blazing Flame mercenary group? Although our group only has 3 people, in the future, we will become the largest mercenary group in the Phone Kingdom. He was surprised. Blazing Flame mercenary group? Kaida quickly covered his mouth. Young brother, I'm sorry, Xiao Yao was just joking. Hu Ba also quickly added, yeah, just pretend he's talking nonsense. Jian Chen looked at them and secretly assessed, these 3 don't seem like bad people. My injuries haven't healed yet. And I'm unfamiliar in this foreign land, so joining their group might not be a bad idea. Immediately after, Jian Chen spoke up, it just so happens that I have nowhere to go. If you big brothers agree to take me in, that would be truly great. Kaida was startled, really? Young brother agrees to join? Xiao Yao, on the other hand, was extremely delighted, great. The Blazing Flame mercenary group is growing stronger. Immediately after, the oldest man quickly introduced, young brother, my name is Kaida, and I am the leader of the Blazing Flame mercenary group. The plump young man also immediately added, my name is Huba, I'm the vice leader. And finally, the most boisterous young man in the group, my name is Xiao Yao, I'm the representative for the leader of the Blazing Flame mercenary group. And he briefly introduced himself, my name is Jian Chen. Kaida added, welcome to the Blazing Flame mercenary group. Xiao Yao loudly said, Jian Chen, from now on you're the representative for the vice leader. Hu Ba scratched his head honestly, brother Jian Chen seems more reliable than Xiao Yao. Let Xiao Yao be the representative for the vice leader. He was annoyed, my experience is more profound than Jian Chen's, he definitely has to be the vice. Kaida quickly added, then let brother Jian Chen be the second vice leader. Seeing them bicker and pinch each other's cheeks so naturally, Jian Chen couldn't help but feel happy. But sadness also suddenly rushed over, these people remind me of my friends when we first formed our group before I transmigrated. But that voice kept echoing in his head, senior brother Jian Chen, in the future, if you become the sect leader, can I be the vice leader? Stop dreaming, do you even deserve it? Those were also the days Jian Chen felt the happiest. At that time, everyone walked, talking and laughing animatedly, the vice leader must, of course, be me. These thoughts made him even more determined, I must find Dugu Qiubai, investigate the truth of transmigration, and return to the sect soon. At the same time, Kate said, to celebrate junior brother Jian Chen's joining, we'll go to the mercenary market to buy things. Xiao Jiao delightedly said, really? That's great. Hearing this, Jian Chen couldn't help but be surprised. He stared at them intently, mercenary market? After that, they quickly arrived at the mercenary market. Many large creatures like birds and other strange species flew abundantly in the air. As soon as he arrived, Jian Chen was incredibly surprised. He couldn't help but exclaim, this place is so big. Cade walked ahead and introduced, this is the mercenary market, the first place for soldiers to exchange goods. It later became a market. Jian Chen looked around, I didn't expect such a bustling market to be in the mountains. At this moment, his and Xiao Jiao's eyes seemed to land on something. Xiao Jiao was surprised, the person on that wanted poster, isn't he similar to Jian Chen? Cade continued, indeed, quite similar. The wanted poster also says this person killed a second-level gold thread silver snake. Hu Ba also added, only a Saint Master level expert would have the ability to do that. Jian Chen clenched his teeth in frustration, damn it, I didn't expect the news to spread so fast. I need to find a way to distract them. Then he quickly explained, I only have the strength of a saint. How could I possibly kill a gold-silver snow snake? Looking at the eyes of the 3, he secretly cried out internally, oh no, is my identity about to be exposed? The three were silent, staring intently at him, their vigilance suddenly increasing. Then, all three burst into laughter and dismissed it. That's right, Brother Jianchen makes a lot of sense. An expert who could kill a gold thread silver snake, why would they drown? It seems they just look alike. Jianchen breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. After a pause, Xiao Jiao said, it would be great if such an expert joined our mercenary group. Jianchen secretly felt relieved. It seems I successfully distracted them. Cade growled, Xiao Jiao, don't fantasize anymore. Such an expert wouldn't even look at our mercenary group. Immediately after, he quickly reminded Brother Jianchen, to avoid trouble, why don't you disguise yourself a bit? Being mistaken for the person on the wanted poster would be disastrous. He immediately complied, thank you, Big Brother Cade. Right after, he loudly said, let's go, I'll take you to buy things. Xiao Jiao was excited, time to spend money. Hu Ba, standing nearby, reminded, little Dao, don't spend money on useless things. Inside the market, the atmosphere was extremely lively. Leader, I want this. Shopkeeper, give me 4 portions. They went to a bookstall, and the seller immediately called out, freshly released cultivation techniques here, buy 1 get 2 free. Looking over at the clothing stall, clearance sale here, half price, everything is like that. There was also abundant meat and food here, clearance sale here, half price, everything is like that. Xiao Jiao delightedly said, Leader, the money you've saved for so long, you can finally buy things for sister-in-law and Mila. Cade also beamed, it's been half a year since I've been home. I wonder if Mila has learned to say dad yet. Immediately after, he turned to him, Brother Jianchen, buy whatever you like. If you don't have enough money, I'll lend it to you. Jianchen was a bit flustered. Xiao Jiao whined. Hu Ba glanced disdainfully. He quickly retorted. Cade said loudly. Jianchen secretly sighed. At the same time, Jianchen's face suddenly turned pale, and a strong energy radiated from his body. Jianchen looked at his hand with a hint of surprise. Immediately after, he started looking around. After a pause, he stopped at a stall selling crystals. The stall owner was currently dozing off. Staring intently at the round crystal, which emitted a purple energy, it truly captivated his gaze. Jianchen crouched down. He observed the item for a long time, feeling a bit suspicious. Immediately after, Jianchen felt his body involuntarily lunge forward, which surprised him greatly. It seemed his swords truly reacted to this thing. He felt as if they now wanted to be drawn towards each other. Slowly calming himself, Jianchen speculated. Immediately after, Jianchen quickly tried to place his hand on the purple stone. At the same time, his complexion seemed unwell. Jianchen secretly felt uneasy. Seeing him sitting by the stall, Xiao Jiao couldn't help but be curious. Over here, he was trying to lift the stone. Jianchen was silently screaming internally. But at the same time, he could feel it continuously emitting an immense power. Jianchen's face also grew serious. He said to himself. At the same time, the stall owner, Kai Han, happily asked him. He then smiled brightly and introduced. Hearing this, Jianchen's expression changed dramatically. He secretly speculated. He didn't know how long he had been standing at this stall, but Jianchen remained in a daze. He looked at the stone, pondering, then asked. Kai Han honestly replied. He was surprised. Then he added with a smile. Jianchen gave a wry smile. He secretly thought. After a pause, Jianchen's face suddenly turned pale again. He became dejected. Thinking of that young man, Jianchen's heart was still incredibly vexed. At this moment, Cade walked by. Xiao Jiao didn't understand. Hu Ba again disdainfully said. Jianchen shyly pointed at it. He generously said. Immediately after, Cade pointed at it. Kai Han quickly said, not much, not much. Then he held up one finger, 1,000 gold coins. Hearing this, all 4 of them looked as if they'd been struck by lightning, their mouths agape in shock. Cade stammered, how much? Tu Jiao spoke bluntly, this broken rock sells for 1,000 gold coins. Why don't I just rob someone instead? Ho Ba continued, surely you're not seeing that we want to buy it, so you deliberately increased the price, are you? Immediately after, Kai Han smiled brightly like a flower, gentlemen, harmony brings wealth, the price can be negotiated. Kim Tran turned pale, forget it, it's too expensive. But Kate said, Brother Kim Tran, I promise to give it to you, I must keep my word. Immediately after, he put down a large money bag, here are 830 gold coins, one price only, are you selling or not? Ho Bao was startled, leader, this is all your savings that you accumulated with great difficulty. Kai Han delightedly quickly took the money, selling, of course I'm selling, thank you all for your support. Kate said loudly, all right, it's a deal. Kim Tran grumbled, this scoundrel merchant, I will definitely find an opportunity to get the money back for Big Brother Cade. His eyes glared at him in annoyance. Kim Tran's mind was now constantly cursing him, scoundrel merchant. Kai Han broke out in a sweat from the stare, such terrifying eyes, this money probably wasn't easy to earn. Immediately after, he said, since you gentlemen have taken care of my business like this, I'll give you some extra benefits. Cade asked again, what benefits? He sweatily offered a scroll, I see you all are soldiers, and I happen to have intelligence on two two-headed mountain cats, so I might as well give it to you. Hearing this, Cade was so surprised his mouth fell open, two-headed cats? Fourth-rank magic beasts? Kim Tran immediately became vigilant, such important intelligence, why would you give it to us? Kai Han gave a wry smile. I'm not hiding anything. Though this intelligence is important, many people know about it, selling it outside would only fetch a few hundred gold coins. He then added. He quickly snatched the paper, smiled brightly again, changing his tune instantly. And immediately after, everyone didn't linger at this stall for long, Ho Ba spoke up. Kai Han watched the four of them leave and secretly felt relieved, it seems I escaped a calamity. Cade then said, all the money is gone, let's end our stroll here for today, I'm bored, it just started and it's already over. Kim Tran apologized, it's all my fault, I ruined everyone's stroll. Cade replied, Brother Kim Tran, don't be so polite, I already said it's a gift from me to you. Immediately after, Kim Tran asked again, as long as we hunt the two-headed cat, we'll have money. Tu Jiao added, easier said than done, a fourth-rank magic beast isn't something we can deal with. Immediately after, he decided to confess, stop pretending, I'm revealing my hand, I'm the one on the wanted list, I'm the one who hunted the fake gold and silver snow. Cade was surprised, no way. Tu Jiao was also stunned, he had clearly denied it just now. Ho Ba wondered, then how do you explain falling into the water? After that, a faint smile appeared on his lips, wondering what Kim Tran was plotting now. He paused for a moment, then lightly channeled his inner energy and punched the large tree next to him. The three brothers were all agape in astonishment. Kim Tran coldly asked, do you believe me now? But just as he displayed his talent, a figure lurking in the distance saw everything. It turned out to be seventh brother, who was still harboring thoughts of revenge, so he delightedly thought, found him. At the same time, in the market, after Kim Tran and his group left, it seemed the place was no longer peaceful. Kai Han had been beaten, I'm telling the truth, I really only sold them a rock, and the intelligence on the two-headed mountain cat. Immediately after, the other person grabbed him by the collar, making Kai Han extremely frightened. Seventh brother said coldly, all right, hand over the intelligence on the two-headed mountain cat and I'll spare you. Kai Han replied hastily. All right. Okay. Just then, I also wanted to keep a share for myself. Immediately after, seventh brother quickly reported, Commander, that kid and the Blazing Flame mercenary group went to hunt twin-headed cats. On this side was Claris. He quickly stood up, that gender-ambiguous person isn't here. Seventh brother continued, when I received intelligence about the secret gathering, I only saw that kid. Claris said coldly, it seems they've split up. No, seventh brother asked again. Commander, what should we do now? He recalled, that year, Elder Dugu once said that magic beasts often hunt humans from behind. That kid and the twin-headed mountain cat, I'll take them all. Seventh brother asked again. Commander, what about this business deal? That guy looked over at Chihan, then coldly ordered, he's no longer useful. Kill him. Quickly putting his coat back on, Claris calmly ordered his subordinates. Gather the manpower. He sat comfortably on the chair and added, this time, he absolutely cannot be allowed to escape. The subordinates respectfully replied, yes. The scene shifts to that mountain range, where Jian Chen and his 3 new brothers began hunting beasts. First, there was this big bear. He casually struck a few basic blows, making it grunt and spray blood in pain. The 3 of them hid behind a tree, exclaiming, Brother Jian Chen did great. Is this what easy victory feels like? They were completely regarded as the group of 3 who set the mood. Jian Chen, you should be the commander from now on. He was helpless, you guys just casually act like salted fish. Kate spoke up, Brother Jian Chen is so powerful, of course there's no room for us to show our skills. Xiao Jiao joyfully said, with senior brother Jian Chen here, the Blazing Flame mercenary group is one step closer to becoming the largest mercenary group in the Wind Blue Kingdom. He honestly said, before, we didn't dare to dream of hunting tier 4 magic beasts. Now I just want to ask, where are the twin-headed cats? Cade continued. That's right, this is the area marked in the intelligence report. Could it be that those merchants tricked us? Hu Ba stared intently at the letter. This place is the area marked in the intelligence. Could it be that petty merchant fooled us? Jian Chen patiently said, perhaps the twin-headed cats are quite cautious. Let's continue searching. But by then, the stomachs of the other 3 were rumbling loudly. Xiao Jiao shyly said, even just cheering takes a lot of energy. How about we eat first? Hu Ba then said, Xiao Dao really knows how to hold others back. He's only most active when it comes to eating. Jian Chen also spoke up. I'm a little hungry too, just in time, there's food right here. After that, they took the meat of that large beast and roasted it to eat. The savory aroma spread throughout the quiet forest. Suddenly, Jian Chen seemed to hear something. He quickly became alert. From within the bushes, a rustling sound continuously echoed, growing louder and more frequent with each moment. Jian Chen quickly stood up to warn them. Something's coming. Hu Ba guessed, could it be a 2-headed mountain cat? All 4 of them were now in a state of readiness for battle, silently holding their breath and waiting. Suddenly, something burst out from the bushes, carrying a powerful inner force. Jian Chen loudly said, it's here. As soon as he finished speaking, a small orange beast with agile eyes playfully darted past. Seeing its form, everyone was astonished, as they had expected a terrifying large beast. Just like that, it casually ran past as if it owned the place. Kaida stiffened, what is this? The small animal casually ran towards the piece of meat, excitedly took a bite, and enjoyed it as if it were at home. Hu Ba speculated, it only thinks about eating. Could this be a young demon beast? The little Jiao was tickled. Big brother Hu Ba, your words hurt me. Jian Chen stared intently at it. His thoughts also paused, this is. Then he spoke again. I once saw it in the Academy's library. This is the offspring of the golden-maned tiger king. Once grown, it will directly become a 5th-grade demon beast. The 3 brothers' eyes lit up. Once grown, it can become a 5th-grade demon beast. Jian Chen looked at it, annoyed. No wonder we haven't seen any 2-headed mountain cats. The golden-maned tiger king is the natural enemy of the 2-headed mountain cat. The great tiger king must be nearby, so the mountain cats have hidden away. Immediately after, Jian Chen quickly grabbed it by the scruff of its neck. He joyfully exclaimed, caught it and still eating. What a gluttonous cat. Kaida was so moved he was about to cry. This is a 5th-grade demon beast cub. If we can tame it into a magic pet, that would be a great weapon. From behind, a sinister voice rang out. That's right. La Si, from behind him, spoke up with amusement and nonchalance, I think so too. Hearing an unfamiliar voice, Kaida quickly turned his head to see who it was. Before them stood a tall, muscular man with countless scars on his face, looking incredibly imposing. Kaida gasped, unable to help but exclaim, Commander Kraus. Jian Chen was secretly surprised. This person is a great Saint Master. I couldn't even sense him. Tonight, in the quiet forest, even the birds were frightened by this aura and scattered. The three brothers' eyes were wide with surprise, their mouths agape as they stared at the other party. They spoke in unison, then looked at the man and shouted, Commander Karras. Then he looked towards Kim Mao. It seemed to be wary of that man. Then he looked over. Brother Kai Duk, do you know this person? Kai Duk was terrified. He is Commander Karras of the 2nd Josher mercenary group in Wax City. Karras looked at Jian Chen and said, Kid, you don't know me, but I know you. He looked at him and questioned, you stole the golden silk silver thread serpent from my subordinates. No one has ever dared to steal from the Josher mercenary group before. You're the first. Jian Chen recalled the 7th brother, those guys were your subordinates. You've come to reclaim the golden silver snow serpent. Hearing him say this, he scoffed, you underestimate me too much. He paused, then said, as for the golden silk silver thread serpent, forget about it. It's just a 2nd-grade magic beast anyway. How could it be as valuable as the 5th-grade magic beast in your hand? At this moment, Kai Duk looked at him worriedly. As everyone was talking, at the same time, from a distance, someone was aiming a shot at Jian Chen's people. After a while, the hidden assailant finally released the bowstring, and the sharp arrow flew straight towards them. Hearing a strange sound in the wind, Kai Duk quickly looked back, appearing extremely startled. Immediately, Kai Duk pulled Xiao Jiao aside, simultaneously shouting a warning, Xiao Jiao, be careful. Kai Duk couldn't help but curse, despicable. A sneak arrow to harm people. Hu Ba shouted, if you have the guts, come here and fight me face to face. Xiao Jiao turned pale, that was a close one. Jian Chen started to feel unhappy. I'm sorry, I've implicated you all. This has nothing to do with you all. I'll hold them off, you all run. Kai Duk shouted, what on earth are you saying, brother Jian Chen? You are a member of our Blazing Flame mercenary group, we face life and death together. Xiao Jiao, though scared, was also resolute, that's right, today we'll fight them to the death together. Hu Ba boldly declared, yes, fight them to the death. Immediately after, Kai Duk looked at everyone and shouted, Blazing Flame mercenary group. He asked, what should we do when our brothers are bullied? Both then said, fight, of course. At the same time, a warm sensation spread. Jian Chen hadn't felt such warmth in a long time. He silently smiled from the bottom of his heart. Then Jian Chen stepped forward and declared, leave Karras to me. You all deal with the others. Everyone understood. Meanwhile, La Tu started laughing maniacally. He opened his mouth and gave orders excitedly. Attack! Those soldiers quickly charged over, La Tu simultaneously yelled, kill all these insane fools. The aura of those three brothers also surged like a flood, any scoundrel who dared to touch Jian Chen. They all rushed forward to beat them up. Meanwhile, Jian Chen, with a cold face, quickly channeled his internal energy, preparing to fight the leader. Then, he quickly flew towards La Tu, staring intently at his opponent, surrounded by a murderous aura. But just as Jian Chen was about to charge, La Tu remained nonchalantly standing there, which greatly surprised him. Jian Chen frowned. While flying past, he had secretly observed his opponent for a while, his heart also wavering, this guy. He's not even dodging? La Tu, on the contrary, was extremely amused, as if waiting to play with a child. Immediately after, he channeled his internal energy and simultaneously yelled, stop looking down on others. A deafening explosion rang out, and the surrounding ground now shook like an earthquake. La Tu stood there nonchalantly. He scoffed, is this all the strength you have? Immediately after, that large hand once again tightly gripped Jian Chen's arm. La Tu began to channel his internal energy, and Jian Chen's arm was now somewhat stiff and unable to move. Now Jian Chen's face also became stiff. He stared intently at his opponent, unsure how to react. Seeing La Tu so nonchalant, Jian Chen broke out in a sweat. He guessed, Holy Force armor. He smiled smugly. Not bad, my holy weapon is different from others, my entire body is covered in armor. Indeed, as La Tu said, his entire body was now covered in Holy Force armor. But Jian Chen remained nonchalant, saying, it seems defeating you won't be easy. After a pause, a smile once again appeared on Jian Chen's lips. It seems I can only use that method. La Tu looked at Jian Chen and couldn't help but laugh heartily. You have a second plan? Then he channeled his internal energy and asked, bow your head in defeat, or abandon those useless guys and run for your life. Then Jian Chen looked towards Kim Mao. Little cat, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer a bit. Immediately after, Jian Chen threw Kim Mao and his hand over. Karis, do you want us? Or do you want this little tiger cub? He didn't expect him to throw such a treasure, so he gaped in surprise. Furious, gnashing his teeth, La Tu looked at Jian Chen, speechless. You. Then La Tu also started running at full speed. Wait until I catch that little tiger cub, then I'll come back and settle the score with you. Immediately after, Jian Chen let out another cunning laugh. Without Karis, these mercenaries are just gnats. Meanwhile, little Kim Mao was screaming as it ran for its life, and La Tu gleefully chased after it maniacally. He looked at Kim Mao covetously. That little tiger runs really fast. Amidst the echoing mountains and forests, his scream tore through the night. Stop. Meanwhile, a small figure was tearing apart that large beast's carcass, blood flowing profusely. Its sharp eyes glanced over, its mouth still covered in fresh blood, looking utterly terrifying. Then, as if sensing something, the beast stopped tearing its prey, stood upright, and looked around. It seemed to be sensing something. Immediately, it let out a fierce, loud roar. It was the adult Kim Mao. Its aura was incredibly overwhelming. Its fierce face and blood-soaked mouth made anyone who saw it afraid. Over here, Jian Chen also heard its cry. He was startled and turned his head to look. Xiao Jiao couldn't help but say, that roar is terrifying. What kind of monster is approaching? From behind, the large Kim Mao let out an indignant howl, then lunged towards Jian Chen's group. In a flash, one of them was quickly dragged away by the Kim Mao. It acted swiftly and accurately. Not stopping there, another beast on the other side targeted Kaida, chasing them in scattered panic. Seventh brother took one look and knew it was a demon beast manipulated by the golden Mao Tiger King. Upon hearing this, Kaida's group was so frightened their faces turned pale. Seeing the large Kim Mao exuding murderous intent, the whole group frantically shouted, the Tiger King is here. This is bad. Let's retreat. Over here, Kaida was being chased by a demon beast, running frantically. Help! Brother Jian Chen, hurry, come here. As soon as he arrived, that demon beast was struck down by Jian Chen's sharp and swift sword. Immediately after, he quickly told everyone, the Tiger King is here, we must escape quickly. Xiao Jiao quickly replied, no problem. Hu Ba also chimed in, everyone, listen to everything. As he sensed, many demon beasts were heading this way. It seemed the Tiger King was very eager to save its cub. It was truly impatient. Kaida was scared, the little tiger isn't in our hands. Are we really safe? Then he pointed behind him, according to my senses, that way has the fewest demon beasts. We'll break through the encirclement from there. Everyone immediately agreed, okay. Tonight, the small forest, once peaceful, harbored unforeseen dangers deep within. On this side, Luo Si walked around alone. It seemed he had achieved his goal. Holding the small Kim Mao in his hand, he smugly said, that direction has relatively few demon beasts, it's quite safe. At the same time, a huge surge of internal energy flew from behind towards Luo Si. Feeling a powerful pressure behind him, he instinctively slowly turned his head to look, and couldn't help but sweat. At this moment, the Kim Mao was staring intently at him. The little Kim Mao, seeing its kin, happily wiggled its paws, looking utterly pitiful. Upon seeing it, Luo Si was so startled his mouth hung open. No wonder there haven't been any demon beasts nearby. It turned out the Tiger King was here. At this moment, standing next to it, Luo Si truly felt the oppressive power of this beast. Immediately after, he tightened his grip on the little Kim Mao in his hand and shouted, "Don't come closer, or I'll kill it." The Tiger King had human-like intuition. It seemed to understand what he meant and stopped attacking him. Luo Si gritted his teeth. He began to calculate, if this continues, I won't be able to escape. I have to find a way to run. Pausing for a moment, he suddenly heard rustling sounds from far away within the bushes. Luo Si's face couldn't hide his joy. He smiled brightly and loudly said, "Someone's coming." On this side, Jian Chen's group was running quickly forward, and following his guidance, everyone was moving alongside him. Stopping for a moment, Jian Chen suddenly realized something was wrong. His heart abruptly stopped. Immediately after, Jian Chen quickly shouted, "Stop! The Tiger King is nearby." No wonder there were fewer and fewer magical beasts on the way here. Hu Ba was startled. What? From above, Luo Si simultaneously flew towards them, and he shouted loudly, "Here's a good thing for you all." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly threw something towards them, then shouted, "Catch!" Xiao Jiao instinctively reached out his hand. He stared blankly at the item. What is this? After that, Luo Si, amused, hid in a nearby secluded spot and muttered to himself, "You all can die here in my place." Immediately after opening the bag, Xiao Jiao was dumbfounded, a tiger cub. Jian Chen couldn't help but be startled. At the same time, the golden Mao King finally lunged, but Xiao Jiao was still completely unaware. Jian Chen was startled. He looked at Xiao Jiao then shouted loudly, "Xiao Jiao, throw it away quickly." Hu Ba immediately rushed forward and pushed him away, simultaneously shouting in alarm, "Xiao Jiao, be careful." Xiao Jiao escaped death thanks to Hu Ba, but now it was Hu Ba who was in danger under the fangs of the golden Mao King. Blood splattered, and in Xiao Jiao's eyes, there was now extreme shock. Jian Chen was the same. He stood frozen, watching Hu Ba fall under those sharp fangs, and for a moment, didn't know how to react. Now, even Kaido was stunned. The three of them simply couldn't react in time because everything happened too quickly. In a flash, Hu Ba was completely in the golden Mao King's mouth. It let out a terrifying roar that frightened them. After a while, its body was dropped by the golden Mao King, lying motionless on the ground, to the astonishment of the three remaining members. Hu Ba was still faintly breathing. He lay in front of Xiao Jiao, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Hu Ba tried to say, "Quick! Run!" Finally, Xiao Jiao calmed down. He frantically shouted in despair. Tears streamed down his face. Xiao Jiao looked at the golden Mao King and shouted, "I'll fight you to the death." Seeing the person in front of it draw a weapon, it also began to get into an attacking stance. Jian Chen shouted, "Xiao Jiao, come back quickly!" But he fundamentally didn't listen anymore. Xiao Jiao recklessly flew up, confronting the large beast. But of course, Jian Chen couldn't let his friend sacrifice himself in vain. He quickly channeled his inner energy and prepared to attack. With a slash through the golden Mao King, Xiao Jiao's jaw dropped in astonishment at the imposing momentum. He made a large cut towards it, but its claw stomped heavily towards Jian Chen, making him quickly lunge away. Xiao Jiao looked at Jian Chen in fear and couldn't help but shout in worry, "Jian Chen!" Now looking at the golden Mao King, Jian Chen secretly gritted his teeth. Its attack power is too strong. And of course, it wouldn't stand still and let others attack it like that. Now the Tiger King began to gather inner energy in its mouth. It roared, carrying a massive source of inner energy that caused the surrounding air to show signs of being suffocated. On this side, Jian Chen put his hands in front of him to block the attack, but Xiao Jiao was weaker. He couldn't help but spit blood from all 7 orifices. Finally, he couldn't bear it and collapsed to the ground. Jian Chen looked over and shouted in alarm, "Xiao Jiao!" But now, Xiao Jiao seemed to have lost his reason. He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling, "I must kill you, to avenge brother Hu Ba." On this side, the Golden Mao King continued to charge, its imposing aura fixed on the two targets in front of it. Xiao Jiao trembled. I must kill it, to avenge Brother Hu Ba. Jian Qin couldn't help but remind him, Xiao Jiao, you're too badly injured, don't mess around. Immediately after, Jian Qin rushed forward, Brother Kaida, take Xiao Jiao away. I'll hold back the Tiger King. But now, Kaida also seemed to be overwhelmed with grief and lost his composure. You take Xiao Jiao, I'll hold back the Tiger King. Jian Qin was startled. Brother Kaida, you are no match for it. He growled, is it you instead? Jian Qin knew that, but he still said, but let me hold it back, so everyone can escape. Then Kaida stepped forward. The Tiger King rules this entire forest. Unless we can completely escape this magical beast forest, it won't work. Otherwise, it'd be very difficult. Among us, your strength is the greatest, only you have a chance to escape from here. After a pause, he quickly spoke loudly, in the name of the Blazing Flame mercenary group, I order you to take Xiao Dao and leave. Jian Qin was surprised. The older brother who was always cheerful unexpectedly looked so serious at this moment. In the end, Kaida was right. Although Jian Qin was reluctant, he had no other choice. Yes, leader. Immediately after, Jian Qin quickly left. Brother Kaida, take care. Xiao Jiao shouted loudly, I'm not going, I want to stay with the leader. Knowing that he couldn't survive against this golden-maned king, he made his dying wish, junior brother Jian Qin, remember to avenge us. On this side, Xiao Jiao looked at Kaida, stunned. His voice trembled, leader. Finally, they quickly escaped the golden-maned king. Jian Qin chose a suitable spot and stopped. He continuously channeled his internal energy into the other person while repeatedly muttering, Xiao Dao, you must live, you must live. Immediately after, Xiao Jiao's voice trembled, am I going to die? Jian Qin quickly replied, I can use the holy light elixir to heal you. You'll be fine, I'm sure. Then Xiao Jiao said again, Jian Qin is so amazing, he knows everything. Not like me, I'm just useless. Jian Qin cried, trembling, don't say anything more, I'll heal you. Xiao Jiao's breath was weak, he stammered, the Blazing Flame mercenary group, only. You remain. As he said this, Xiao Jiao's eyes slowly began to close. Jian Qin was stunned. He stared intently at Xiao Jiao lying motionless on the ground. Tears mixed with resentment, Jian Qin enunciated each word, Zhou family mercenary group. Klaus, speaking this name, Jian Qin carried a visible resentment in his eyes. Just then, a roar quickly echoed, Jian Qin flinched and froze. He immediately turned around, muttering to himself, the Tiger King has caught up. Then Jian Qin slowly stood up, right now, I'm no match for the Tiger King. I can't let Brother Kaida and the others' sacrifice be in vain. Under the bright moonlight, Jian Qin shouted loudly, Xiao Dao, I will definitely return, personally kill the Tiger King, and avenge you all. After burying his brothers in a makeshift grave, Jian Qin quickly turned and left. Following its cries, he immediately launched himself forward, weaving through the trees and grass in the forest. As he went, Jian Qin pondered, the Tiger King is too fast. If it comes to a race, I'm no match for it. After a pause, he decided, I'll have to take a gamble. I'll conceal my aura, hoping to escape it. That way, Jian Qin quickly flew into a dense bush and hid for a while. On this side, the golden-maned king had quickly rushed past, its speed also incredibly astonishing. Indeed worthy of being called the Lord of the Forest. Where the golden-maned king passed, no beast dared to block its path, and its imposing aura was immense. Hidden in a nearby dense bush, Jian Qin silently peeked out to observe. He secretly warned himself, it's here. The golden-maned king's sharp claws dug deep into the rock, each step it took creating bright sparks. Now in the darkness, the golden-maned king ceaselessly sped forward to seek its next prey. After a moment, it seemed to catch a scent with its keen nose. Then, its gaze turned towards a tall tree nearby and stared intently for a long time. After a pause, it circulated its internal energy throughout its body, emanating a thick killing intent, then let out a resounding roar. The golden-maned king, with its fiery eyes and fierce roar, seemed to tear through space. At this moment, Jian Qin clenched his jaw, his eyes wide, his face tense, showing extreme stress. He muttered to himself, "Damn it." The golden-maned king continued to roar as if from the depths of its chest, surrounded by swirling bright energy that merged with its erupting power. At this moment, he assumed a posture to channel energy, raising his hands and clenching them tightly near his head, as numerous electric currents enveloped his body. Immediately, he shot forward, soaring towards the golden-maned king, his entire body covered by streaks of electrical energy. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, swung it high, the blade glowing with streaks of purple energy, his gaze sharp, his jaw clenched, as he prepared to deliver a decisive blow. Jian Qin charged down in a powerful attacking stance, unleashing an extremely potent technique, divine sword control. At this moment, one of the golden-maned king's eyes glowed fiery red, surrounded by streams of red-orange light and purple-white lightning. Jian Qin confronted it directly, his entire body dashing down like a lightning bolt of death, while it bared its sharp fangs at him. After the attack, he gently landed below, as the golden-maned king opened its mouth and roared. Still clutching the sword in his hand, his eyes widened, unable to believe the truth before him. A full-force blow couldn't injure it, it still stood there. A roar erupted, sending surging electric currents from its mouth. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed, and giant spiraling energy vortexes erupted from it, shooting upwards. A whistling sound ripped through the silent night, and that energy stream formed a long slash that cut across the forest, sweeping away everything in its path. The energy stream emanating from the golden-maned king's roar possessed terrifying destructive power, cutting through the mountain it passed. At this moment, Jian Qin swiftly escaped that energy stream. He stood on a high tree branch far away, observing the colossal explosion erupting in the forest. His breathing was ragged, sweat streamed down his cheeks, and he exhaled in relief, saying, "Luckily I escaped." Suddenly, he froze, his cold gaze sweeping across the space. He spun around. Where's the Tiger King? Suddenly feeling imminent danger, behind him, a colossal dark shadow with sharp claws was raised high. Suddenly, around Jian Qin, white energy pillars appeared, bursting from the ground like giant spears. A blinding light exploded, and spiraling energy rays shot down like blades to crush everything. He was caught off guard, red blood splattered, the whistling wind mixed with a choked sound in his throat. Damn it! The golden-maned king appeared ferociously, covering the entire sky, its eyes blazing like two torches, its sharp fangs bared. He could only think, truly. The cold moonlight illuminated the silent forest. On the ground, Jian Qin lay motionless, while a colossal sharp claw descended from above towards him. Just as the golden-maned king's claw was about to strike, a colossal purple and blue energy vortex suddenly enveloped him. The surrounding air grew thick with killing intent. The golden-maned king roared, its eyes shining as if wanting to burn everything. At this moment, the night sky churned with dark clouds, the moonlight faded but was enough to clearly reveal the golden-maned king's silhouette, as it paused, observing something. Suddenly, space seemed to be torn apart by a purple energy ray, erupting and surging upwards as the ground trembled. Those energy rays were lightning bolts emitted from a sword, the golden light from the hilt reflected the purple light, creating a majestic aura. The sword was surrounded by lightning bolts, twisting together like electric dragons. The night sky seemed to be torn apart by the purple lightning bolts. The golden-maned king growled, standing silently, watching those lightning bolts. Suddenly, the sword flew into the air, shining brightly like a divine torch, and it let out a whistling sound. At this moment, colossal energy sources erupted from the sword into the sky, forming a furious storm that enveloped the golden-maned king. A painful roar echoed, blood splattered everywhere, space trembled, and those energy ribbons coiled around the golden-maned king's body. Jian Qin remained motionless, but he was protected by the sword's energy, while the golden-maned king's pained roars continuously echoed beside him. Now, the crescent moon was just a faint streak of light, swallowed by the energy storm from the sword. His entire body was enveloped by a radiant purple aura, making the scene utterly mystical. Amidst this, a faint green light burst from Jian Chen's body, gently radiating into the surroundings. Suddenly, countless flower petals appeared from nowhere, covering Jian Chen's body. Under the crescent moon, countless sparkling white flower petals drifted throughout the space, as if the night sky had frozen in that moment. A large town seen from above, bathed in brilliant golden sunlight, with houses close together with red-tiled roofs interspersed with lush green trees. At this moment, Han Lone held a light orange dress in her hands, printed with white cloud patterns, creating a feeling that was both delicate and traditional. Uncle Yun, standing behind, called out, "Miss, let's continue quickly. We shouldn't linger in the streets for too long." She was bargaining with the clothing shop owner. "I want them all." Uncle Fong immediately added, "What's there to be afraid of? It's noisy here with many people. Even if that guy chases us, he won't find us." Suddenly, the voice of a mysterious, hooded figure rang out, "You have his aura on you." Huang Wan immediately turned back and asked, "What are you talking about?" From a distance, Uncle Yun and Uncle Fong rushed over, shouting loudly, "Who's there?" As fast as a flash, the two arrived facing the mysterious figure. They assumed a stance together and said in unison, "Stay away from the young lady." But only the cloak remained. Uncle Fong said, "He ran away." Uncle Yun asked with great suspicion, "Who exactly was that person?" Huang Wan hurried back towards the two uncles who were waiting for her. In the distance were lush green trees bordering the neighborhood. From a high rooftop, she stood still, her eyes fixed on the distant horizon, her voice softly echoing, as expected, "You've also come to this world." The air was filled with killing intent. Every gust of wind carried the breath of a storm. With a cold, enraged face, he roared, "Jian Chen!" Here were majestic mountains, gray cliffs interspersed among deep green forests. The scene was called Monster Beast Mountain Range. The scene now was a vibrant golden forest with tall trees, their dense foliage forming a shimmering curtain of light. At that moment, Jian Chen suddenly appeared. He was bewildered by the scene before his eyes. Now the scene was a vast space under a clear blue sky, dotted with a few white clouds. He kept to himself and silently wondered, "Where is this place? Where is the Tiger King?" Jian Chen unconsciously picked up some fragments. He gently squeezed his fingers, a question rising in his heart, "These are all fragments of trees?" He looked around him, a chilling feeling rising in his heart. Could it be that all the trees around here are? Did the Tiger King do this? He gently stopped and exclaimed, "No, that's not right. If it were him, with such terrifying destructive power, how could I not be injured?" He looked down at his body. His clothes still had deep red bloodstains, but the injuries caused by the Tiger King had already healed. What exactly is going on? The gentle sunlight shone down on Jian Chen's pensive face, a question rising in his heart. If the Tiger King has disappeared, then what about elder brother Kaide and the others? In the silent forest, he stood motionless, his gaze directed at the stone graves lying there. He fondly recalled past memories, images of Kaide happily talking about his daughter. "It's been half a year since I returned. I wonder if Mila has learned to call daddy yet." Images of Xiao Dao also flooded back. He was overjoyed with the belief, the Blazing Flame mercenary group will definitely become the strongest mercenary group in the Fenglan Kingdom. And he, in his memories, was also happily sharing, "Everyone gives me the feeling of long-lost family." He collapsed, bowing his head against the tombstone, whispering full of regret, "I never expected." Memories of that horrific day resurfaced. He heard the voices of his teammates, "Quick, run." Kaide, in that moment of life and death, still only thought of others. "By the authority of the captain of the Blazing Flame mercenary group, I order you to take Xiao Dao and leave." The moment Xiao Dao fell, he whispered his last words, "The Blazing Flame mercenary group. Only me left." And then Jian Chen cried out in pain and regret, "It's all because I was too weak, unable to protect everyone." His face was taut, tears streaming, filled with resolve. Standing before the graves of his brothers, Jian Chen cut his own hand with his sword. He stood still before the stone graves, blood dripping from his hand, and said, "I stand here, shedding my blood to swear." Jian Chen, with burning determination, vowed to personally take the lives of the Tiger King and the Zhou clan mercenary group, to avenge everyone. The scene shifted to a deep green mountain range, sunlight painting thin streaks of light on the slopes. Jian Chen had now left the stone graves. He thought to himself, I didn't expect so many things to happen in the Monster Beast mountain range. I will return here again. As he walked, he planned for his future actions. First, I'll go to Wax City. I'll make proper arrangements for elder brother Kaida's wife and daughter, then investigate information about the Zhou clan mercenary group. Suddenly, he encountered a group of people, led by Xiong Chang. Oh, wait a minute, you stop right there. Jian Chen was wearing a cloak that covered him completely. He silently bowed his head and hurried past them. Just as he walked past, a deep voice suddenly rang out, "Oh, wait a minute, you stop right there." He unconsciously thought to himself, what's going on? Could it be that this person has seen my wanted poster? Immediately after, Jian Chen turned abruptly and asked, annoyed, "Did you just call me?" Xiong Chang lifted his chin and looked at Jian Chen, his tone full of arrogance, obviously. Who else would I be calling? Did you just come out of the Magical Beast mountain range? With his hand at his side, already channeling his internal energy, he asked the other party coldly, so what? Xiong Chang put on an arrogant posture, raising his voice as if bestowing a favor this young master wants to cultivate in there. You seem quite nimble. Be my guide. If there's anything good, you'll get your share. The subordinate standing next to him also enthusiastically chimed in. Following our young master, you'll definitely earn more than working as a mercenary. This is your good fortune, don't miss out. Witnessing such a good cop, bad cop routine, Jian Chen rolled his eyes, thinking, so, he's just a useless rich young master. Having thought that, he resolutely turned and walked away. No interest. Xiong Chang was startled by this. He jumped up in a rage. This young master's willingness to take you in is a great honor for you, yet you dare to refuse. With that, Xiong Chang immediately ordered his subordinates, grab him for me. I need to teach him a lesson. No sooner had he spoken than two figures fiercely rushed forward, closing in right behind Jian Chen. He didn't flinch, leisurely turning his head back, his eyes slightly narrowed in impatience. And then, in just a blink, no one could clearly see what had happened. A painful scream rang out, and the subordinate was instantly battered, his face swollen, his mouth spitting blood. The other one fared no better, his cheeks swollen, his face knocked crooked by a single palm strike. Thus, in an instant, both subordinates were knocked unconscious and lay flat on the ground before they could even touch a single strand of Jian Chen's hair. Everything happened too quickly. Xiong Chang and the remaining subordinates gaped, truly unable to believe their eyes. Despite this, he still talked tough, pointing a finger and threatening Jian Chen, "Where did this bastard come from, daring to hit my men?" Xiong Chang continuously yelled, "Don't you know who I am?" Jian Chen looked at the other party coldly, his figure subtly moving. The moment Xiong Chang was still loudly blabbering, "I am," Jian Chen, quick as lightning, closed in on him. His hand unexpectedly swung up next to Xiong Chang's face. He immediately fell silent, his face turning ashen. With a mere flick of his hand, Jian Chen easily sent Xiong Chang flying into the air, making him scream in terror. Jian Chen snorted coldly, "Keep your mouth clean." The subordinates hadn't given up yet. They simultaneously tightened their grip on their weapons and charged towards Jian Chen. Jian Chen once again demonstrated his superiority, using only simple punches to sweep away the group of people who tried to approach him. Not long after, the entire forest returned to silence, warm rays of sunlight filtering through the dense canopy. At this moment, Jian Chen was sitting triumphantly on the backs of the subordinates, grumbling with annoyance, "I don't care who you are. You have no right to order me around. I'm not in a good mood. Don't force me to kill someone." He raised an eyebrow at the person opposite him, his eyes clearly showing irritation. Xiong Chang knelt down in a panic, sobbing for mercy. My lord, I just came from home, wanting to visit the magical beast mountain, and unfortunately offended you. Please don't kill me. Seeing Jianqin didn't respond, he hurriedly offered an item. This is my belt. There's money inside. I'll give it all to you, just spare my life. Jianqin didn't stand on ceremony, slowly reaching out to take it. I'll let it slide this time. He turned and walked away, not forgetting to remind Xiong Chang, from now on, know your place a little. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're rich. He dared not defy, bowing his head submissively, yes. However, as soon as Jianqin was out of sight, Xiong Chang's expression changed. He gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Time continued to pass, shifting the scene to Wake City. The atmosphere here was exceptionally peaceful. In a house somewhere in the city, Nuang Lan held her daughter in her arms, looking confusedly at the person in front of her. You're Kaida's friend. Where is he? Jianqin placed Xiong Chang's belt on the table, smiling as he explained, Big Brother Kaide and the other brothers have been entrusted with a mission to the kingdom of Samson. The mission was urgent, so they only sent me to deliver the money to everyone. With that, he smiled charmingly and spoke to the little girl in front of him. You're Mila, right? Big Brother Kaide talks about you all the time. A second later, Jianqin turned to Nuang Lan, instructing, Sister-in-law, there are 10,000 gold coins inside the belt. It's the living expenses Big Brother Kaide sent back for everyone. She was greatly startled upon hearing this. Where did he get so much money? Nuang Lan noticed something was amiss and stood up in horror. Did something happen to Kaide? Jianqin quickly waved his hand to reassure her. Sister-in-law, don't overthink it. The mission Big Brother took this time is a big one. The employer paid a generous amount. Just then, he quickly detected hurried footsteps echoing, growing closer and closer. Outside the house, Hung Kwong, followed by his subordinates, had caught up, stood with hands on hips, and yelled loudly, Get out here, you stinking brat. Under Nuang Lan's bewildered gaze, Jianqin slowly walked out the door, not forgetting to reassure her, Sister-in-law, don't worry, I'm here, no one can harm any of you. As soon as he appeared, Hung Kwong let out a smug chuckle, We meet again, aren't you happy? Jianqin furrowed his brow and questioned, How do you know my movements? He quickly made a guess, could it be this belt? But I've checked it, there was nothing unusual about it. Hearing this, Hung Kwong became even more arrogant, puffing out his chest as he said, That's the secret art of the Heavenly Bear family, of course, you wouldn't know. Jianqin's expression instantly darkened. He let out a cold snort, I truly underestimated you. Hung Kwong glanced at Nuang Lan and her daughter standing behind him, curling his lips into a sneer, Is this your daughter? After I kill you, I'll take good care of them for you. At this point, Jianqin could no longer hold back. He gritted his teeth and hissed each word, Sister-in-law, take Mila inside. I'll handle things here. As soon as the two retreated into the house, Jianqin channeled his internal energy, and an incredibly terrifying aura burst forth from his entire body. Amidst the surging energy, a sword was summoned to his hand. Jianqin spoke in a low voice, You're courting death. He almost gnashed each word, veins prominent on his forehead, his eyes flashing with intense killing intent. The air fell silent for a few seconds, there wasn't a soul around. In response to Jianqin's warning, Hung Kwong was not afraid. Instead, he scoffed provocatively, still talking so arrogantly at a time like this. Of course, he had a reason to be so confident. This time, I brought the experts from my family. You're dead for sure. Jianqin glanced at the two opponents, silently assessing them, two Saint Masters, one a low-level Grand Saint Master. They're indeed not weak. Seeing Jianqin's silence, Hung Kwong mistook it for fear and laughed triumphantly, It's too late to be scared now. After I kill you, that mother and daughter will be mine. I like both mature women and young girls. Jianqin pressed his lips together, silent, his expression hidden beneath his hooded cloak. He thought to himself, in the magical beast mountain range, I couldn't protect everyone. He could only watch them die before his eyes. Just thinking about this made Jian Qin clench his hands into fists. He had secretly made a firm resolution in his heart: I will protect Big Brother's wife and daughter, not allowing anyone to harm them. With that thought, Jian Qin narrowed his eyes, staring coldly at the group opposite him. Hung Kuang had been babbling on and on without receiving any response, and he quickly grew irritable, immediately ordering his subordinates. Go, seize him for me. I want him to understand that in Wake City, the Heavenly Bear family rules. Hung Kuang, believing himself to have the upper hand, gloated and laughed loudly. I don't believe you can handle so many people. At this moment, 3 of his subordinates leaped towards Jian Qin, attacks ready in their hands. He didn't bother to dodge, remaining silently still. A powerful surge of internal energy suddenly flared around him. The next second, Jian Qin unexpectedly lunged forward. The sword light flashed in an instant, and one subordinate immediately bled. With the same move, he easily dealt with the 2 behind them. They had no time to react at all. And then, in a flash, heavy bodies slammed to the ground. Jian Qin had successfully taken down the 3 subordinates who had threatened to attack him. His gaze fixed on Hung Kuang, he coldly retorted, whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. The opponent was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat, stammering, how can this be? The 2 experts behind him also had to exclaim, this young man is too powerful. How can someone so young be this strong? Wu Jun proactively stepped forward to speak with Jian Qin. May I ask where you come from, sir? Why have you become an enemy of the Heavenly Bear family? Is there some misunderstanding? He raised an eyebrow slightly, calmly replying, seeing me powerful, you want to probe my identity? I am a wandering mercenary, with no backing. Jian Qin paused for a moment, unable to hide the indignation in his voice. Furthermore, what's this about us being enemies? Clearly, someone lacking self-respect came looking for trouble with me. As soon as these words were uttered, Hung Kuang felt a pang of guilt, quickly turning to urge Wu Jun. Why waste words with him? Don't forget, the Heavenly Bear family feeds you. Everyone, attack. Kill him. Wu Jun feigned helplessness, sighing softly, then I must apologize for offending you. Jian Qin gripped the broadsword tightly in his hand, narrowed his eyes at the opponent. No need for more talk. With that said, without hesitation, he gritted his teeth and launched himself, rushing towards the opponent. In a flash, Jian Qin appeared before Wu Jun, unleashing a lightning-fast attack. Wu Jun was no slouch either, quickly drawing his sword to block. Not stopping there, Jian Qin suddenly pulled his sword back forcefully to gain momentum. Wu Jun sensed danger and quickly tilted his head to dodge, the sharp blade grazing his face. Jian Qin gave his opponent no chance to rest, continuing with a barrage of attacks, countless sword glints flashing incessantly. Wu Jun struggled to defend against the tricky attacks, silently lamenting in his heart. At this moment, he couldn't keep his composure any longer, quickly turning to yell at his accomplices. Wu Lan and Duan Shat now snapped back to reality, immediately rushing over to assist their accomplice. All 3 experts simultaneously surrounded and attacked Jian Qin, with both sides locked in an intense struggle. Hung Kuang clicked his tongue in displeasure. The very next second, he suddenly remembered something and glanced in one direction. Nguyen Lan and Mila were hiding behind the door, anxiously observing Jian Qin's situation. As soon as he saw the 2 of them, an idea suddenly sparked in Hung Kuang's mind, and he curled his lips into a sinister smile. Very soon after, Jian Qin, who was dealing with the experts, heard a desperate scream. Nguyen Lan's desperate cries reached his ears. He quickly turned his head towards the sound, and saw Mila being restrained by Hung Kuang, a sharp knife poised to be pressed against her face. Nguyen Lan had been knocked unconscious by Hung Kuang, lying sprawled on the cold ground. He loudly threatened Jian Qin. He glared furiously. Hung Kuang seemed to have heard a joke, letting out a contemptuous laugh. With that, he suddenly tightened his grip on Mila's neck, making it difficult for her to breathe until her face turned red. He laughed mockingly. Witnessing this scene, Jian Qin couldn't help but grow anxious, his eyes turning bloodshot. In just a second, a powerful purple light energy erupted around Jian Qin. he roared furiously. Hung Kwang remained fearless, forcefully squeezing Mila's jaw and threatening loudly. Jian Chen finally dared not act recklessly and quickly compromised with him. Seeing him stand motionless, Hung Kwang grew impatient, frantically urging. Jian Chen plunged the sword in his hand into the ground. Hung Kwang was still not satisfied, nagging. Jian Chen's expression gradually darkened. He tightened his grip on the broadsword in his hand. The next second, Jian Chen decisively threw it aside. Only a whistling sound was heard. Hung Kwang laughed smugly. He waved his hand, ordering the 3 experts under him. His lips curved slightly, and he slowly spoke. Hung Kwang didn't understand the meaning of Jian Chen's words and frowned slightly. At the same time, the broadsword had silently flown to directly behind him. Hung Kwang only then noticed its presence, his face blank as he wondered. However, he ultimately didn't have time to receive an answer as the sharp blade shot forward. The next second, Hung Kwang stood frozen, his eyes wide with clear terror, and a sudden spray of blood erupted. He had been struck, and his entire body fell backward, blood gushing like a spring. Nguyen Lan quickly pulled Mila to the side. Everything happened in a flash. Duan Shat cried out in panic. With that said, they frantically ran to check on Hung Kwang's condition. Jian Chen stood calmly in place, retrieving the broadsword into his hand. He coldly swept his gaze over the 3 opponents, directly declaring. Duan Shat was sweating profusely from anxiety, asking his companions with a trembling voice. Wu Jun tried to reassure them. Our strength is superior. Everyone charge. After a brief discussion, all 3 experts immediately charged fiercely towards Jian Chen. He didn't bother to dodge, slowly raised the sword in his hand and pointed it directly at them. Jian Chen unleashed his ultimate move. Streams of surging energy gathered at the tip of his sword, swirling into a dazzling ball of light. In just a moment, the sword rain thrust technique was ready. The power emanating from it made Wu Jun hesitate. He quickly found an excuse to back off. Duan Shat stopped in his tracks upon hearing this. However, they didn't have time for more words. Both of them simultaneously fell under Jian Chen's attack, screaming a miserable cry of pain. Wu Jun ran for his life, determined not to look back. Jian Chen glanced at the distant figure, sighing softly. He couldn't help but worry. Escaping alone wouldn't be difficult for him, but what about Brother Kaida's wife and child? Time continued to pass, and soon a group of menacing figures charged towards Nguyen Lan's house. The hurried footsteps echoed, growing closer. Jian Chen remained calmly seated amidst the corpses strewn across the ground. As soon as he saw him, Wu Jun frantically accused. Jian Chen looked up at the approaching crowd and spoke in a low voice. He secretly calculated that he needed to buy time for Ancestor Zhu to lead Mila to escape. Xiong Lai strode forward to stand before Jian Chen, sternly questioning. His eyes flared with anger, he gritted his teeth and enunciated each word. Jian Chen calmly confronted his opponent. He uttered these words with an air of profound righteousness. Upon hearing this, Xiong Lai frowned deeply, each word seemed to be forced through gritted teeth. The very next second, he channeled all his inner energy into his fist, roaring loudly. The energy around Xiong Lai erupted, his punches and kicks tore through the air, heading straight for Jian Chen. With his feet firmly planted, he tightly gripped the sword in his hand, channeling his inner energy to withstand his opponent's attack. Jian Chen quickly sensed Xiong Lai's powerful aura, a hint of shock crossing his face. From the opposite side, he roared in anger, questioning. With that, Xiong Lai turned sharply to interrogate Wu Jun. Patriarch, he seemed to know some kind of combat tactic. Before I could understand what was happening, the young master was already dead. Upon hearing this, Xiong Lai immediately pointed and berated Jian Chen. He was speechless. As a villain, can't you say something more original? Faced with the opponent's indifferent attitude, Hung Leet aggressively summoned his weapon and coldly shouted, "Then go die." With that said, he mercilessly brought down a heavy hammer strike right where King Tran was standing, sending shattered earth and rocks flying everywhere. He reacted extremely fast, instantly leaping onto a nearby rooftop, completely dodging the opponent's attack. Kim Tran shrugged and smirked. I'm not playing with you anymore. Farewell. The corner of his mouth curved slightly, and he decisively used his ultimate move, the violet-green sword art. With graceful steps, Kim Tran's figure shot forward, his footsteps light as wind, and in an instant, he disappeared from the sight of the people below. Hung Leet roared in anger, gritting his teeth. He ordered his subordinates, chase him. On the other side, Kim Tran moved while deep in thought. Cao Tao is leading Mila out of the city to the west. I have to lead the pursuers to the east for them to be safe. Just as he was worrying and calculating, countless rays of light suddenly surged up right beneath his feet. Kim Tran was momentarily stunned, instinctively dodging the attacks. He glanced back, quickly realizing the problem. A wave of irritation rose within him. They're chasing too fast. Hung Leet was giving chase with all his might, his face fierce and defiant. On the contrary, I want to see how you're going to escape from my hands today. The distance between him and Kim Tran grew closer. With no other option, he decisively took a run up and leaped off the rooftop. With his agile movements, Kim Tran easily soared over the towering wall in front of him. He jumped down without hesitation, landing safely and steadily. Looking back at the wall behind him, the corner of Kim Tran's mouth couldn't help but curve up confidently. However, it wasn't long before, in the very next second, cracks suddenly appeared on the sturdy wall in front of him. Kim Tran was startled, his eyes wide. Hung Leet punched the wall forcefully with his bare hands, creating a large hole. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at him. Where are you running to? At this point, Kim Tran had no choice but to counterattack, swinging his hand to throw his sword towards the opponent. Hung Leet easily swatted it away with his hammer, then snorted coldly, Is this your strategy? I was already prepared. He laughed scornfully, Without a weapon, let's see what you'll do. Kim Tran showed no fear, his face confident as if he had the situation in hand. Who says I have no weapon? With just a flick of his hand, the sword Hung Leet had just struck away arced back around. He took in the entire scene, momentarily stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Faced with the sword's erratic movements, Hung Leet could only struggle to defend himself. He felt extremely confused. No one can control this weapon, yet it can fly through the air on its own. How is this possible? Flashes of purple light continuously flickered, casting shadows on the nearby wall. Hung Leet tensed his muscles, tightly grasping the blade that was menacingly aimed at him. He finally understood, so that's how Kwang Mi was killed. Just then, Kim Tran suddenly appeared behind him, holding the sword firmly in his hand. Go meet your son. Just when it seemed the battle was over, Hung Leet unexpectedly took a stance, channeling internal energy around his body. At the same time, Kim Tran put all his strength into a powerful stab at his back, but the sword point couldn't even touch the opponent's skin. He himself didn't anticipate this situation, his face showing clear shock. It won't pierce. Hung Leet smirked, stating, I possess Earth Attribute Divine Power, which has the strongest defensive capability. With that said, Hung Leet suddenly spun around, swinging his hammer towards Kim Tran. You're the one who will die. Under the opponent's attack, Kim Tran was pushed back, his feet dragging long furrows on the ground as he struggled to keep himself from falling. Not stopping there, Hung Leet continued to strike relentlessly, his eyes glowing with intense murderous intent. He slammed his hammer hard into the ground, causing countless rocks to surge up and shoot straight towards Kim Tran. Everything happened in a flash. His eyes widened, and he couldn't help but be terrified. At the critical moment, Jian Qin quickly assumed a defensive stance, channeling his inner energy to try and block Xiong Lai's move. He gritted his teeth, secretly lamenting that something was wrong. Damn it, he miscalculated. Tian Xiong Lai was stronger than he anticipated. On Xiong Lai's side, he wasn't idle either, trying to control the sword that was menacingly aimed at him. His expression clearly showed his shock. Could this sword have a mind of its own? Without much waiting, the sword suddenly darted, escaping his palm and leaving a deep trail of blood. Xiong Lai looked down at his bleeding palm, his eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe it could break through his protective sacred power and injure him. While he was seething with frustration, the sword once again returned to Jian Chen's hand. Xiong Lai fumed, yelling, "Brat, what kind of tactic is this? Hand it over, and I won't hold you accountable for Jiang Er's death anymore." Hearing this, Jian Chen raised an eyebrow and scoffed. "Just a moment ago, every word was about avenging your son, and now you're going back on your word." The opponent still spoke boldly. "Brat, don't be so quick with your tongue. Once I catch you, I'll have my ways to make you confess." He looked sternly at Xiong Lai, his entire body emanating a powerful aura. "It seems if I don't kill you today, I'll never have a peaceful day again." He lunged towards Jian Chen, clearly fearless. "You know you're not my match, yet you still want to fight to the end. You're quite something, Brat," he snorted coldly, replying, "Talk less, just die." Just as Xiong Lai was about to strike the first blow, Jian Chen's figure subtly moved. He appeared and disappeared around his opponent, making it difficult for him to cope. Thus, Xiong Lai constantly darted his eyes, trying to keep up with Jian Chen's movements. In just a few seconds, he was surrounded by a thick cloud of dust. Xiong Lai angrily yelled, "Petty tricks! So what if you make it dusty here?" He considered himself clever, closed his eyes, and snorted, "I just need to sense your breath." Before he could finish his words, Xiong Lai's eyes widened in shock. "I can't sense his breath. How can this be?" However, he quickly recomposed himself, channeling his inner energy into the hammer in his hand. Xiong Lai decisively slammed a powerful blow onto the ground, causing a fierce gust of wind to blow away the surrounding dust. As the dust cloud gradually dispersed, he immediately looked around anxiously, but saw no sign of Jian Chen. He ran away. Xiong Lai furiously gritted his teeth, displaying a fearless demeanor, then took the opportunity to flee. "This brat is cunning and treacherous, he must be eliminated." Wu Jun and his subordinates happened to catch up, asking tremblingly, "Patriarch, where is that brat?" The opponent ignored him and issued orders, "Execute my command. Go back and relay my order, gather the men and follow me into the magical Beast Mountain range to find him." Not long after, the scene shifted to the magical Beast Mountain range. The Tianxiong family's subordinates shouted as they searched, "That brat was injured by the Patriarch, he couldn't have run far. Search thoroughly." In a nearby corner of the forest, a few subordinates took the chance to gossip, "Do you think that brat could escape?" Someone immediately chimed in, "This time the Patriarch sent over 30 Saint Masters and over 200 Saint Sages. That brat wouldn't escape even if he grew wings." They were unaware that Jian Chen was hiding right there, every word reaching his ears. Jian Chen gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "If you want to chase me to my death, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Thinking this, he suddenly leaped down to where the two gossiping subordinates were. Afterward, a series of punches, kicks, and wailing sounds echoed through the forest. Wu Jun quickly noticed the situation in the distance. "Something's happening." He hurriedly led his men towards that direction, witnessing bodies lying scattered in pools of blood. Wu Jun was stunned, speechless. This. He didn't have time to look any longer. Just then, countless screams once again echoed. A moment later, on another side, Xiong Lai stood on a rock outcrop, observing the entire scene from above, listening to Wu Jun's report on the situation. His voice clearly revealed his annoyance. "Not only did we fail to catch him, but he also killed over a dozen of our men." Wu Jun tremblingly reported, "He seems to know how to conceal his breath. Once our men split up, they'll be subjected to surprise attacks." At this point, Xiong Lai could only wave his hand and order, "Forget it. He's in the dark, and we're in the light. There's no need for unnecessary sacrifices. Retreat." He didn't forget to add a reminder, "Post a bounty order to have mercenaries deal with him." Xiong Lai snorted coldly, "I don't believe he can escape." It didn't take long before a series of wanted posters with bounties were plastered all over the city, drawing curious crowds. They buzzed with discussion. Who is this guy, to have both the Zhou clan mercenaries and the Tianxiong family put out a bounty at the same time? On the wanted posters that everyone was interested in, Jian Chen's image was clearly printed from various angles. Blending into the bustling crowd in front of the bounty posters, a cloaked figure was trembling in waves. That was Mu Yun, his eyes shining brightly, exclaiming excitedly, "I'll make this even more interesting." Under the cool blue water, a figure appeared with a crisp laugh. "This Tianxiong Lai is truly my transportation minister. Hiring so many people makes it obvious I don't have money to spend." Jian Chen scrubbed his body, chuckling, "It's a pity I'm not interested in robbing." "Oh well, forget it." A small leaf slowly fell, and the calm water suddenly rippled, with waves of foam surging up. A colossal rock monster emerged, splashing water everywhere, growling ferociously. Jian Chen was startled. "Oh no!" Without hesitation, he grabbed his clothes and ran for his life. A Chiu family beast, level 3. The Chiu family beast relentlessly pursued him. Jian Chen quickly put on his clothes and summoned his sword. He looked clearly annoyed, glaring and shouting, "You're disturbing my enjoyment." Then, Jian Chen suddenly leaped into the air, swung his sword, and cried out, "Die!" He decisively struck the Chiu family beast with powerful slashes, but its stony exterior only suffered minor scratches. Seeing this, Jian Chen frowned tightly, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Its defense is really hard. Not far away, a group of people was slowly approaching. They exchanged whispers. "Are you sure about the description?" Someone immediately confirmed, "No mistake. Medium build, his weapon is a long silver sword, and his sword speed is very fast." "It's Jian Chen from a wanted poster." As soon as these words were uttered, the whole group became agitated. "What? Captain Shang Mo, is that really Jian Chen from a wanted poster?" Some even arrogantly declared, "Who cares who he is? He's alone, only just over 20 years old, and there are so many of us." Captain Shang Mo also agreed, curling his lips into a sly smile. "Let him defeat the level 3 magic beast, then we'll all attack him together." In an instant, the whole group was chatting and laughing. 10,000 purple crystal coins. We can slowly enjoy it. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared from nowhere, slowly speaking. 10,000 purple crystal coins? I want some too. The other group immediately grew wary, pressing, "Who?" The hood obscured Mu Yun's expression. He chuckled softly, "Who I am isn't important. What's important is, the money is mine," Mu Yun fiercely declared before lunging towards the group opposite him. Meanwhile, on Jian Chen's side, amidst the noisy commotion, streaks of sword light flashed continuously. He furiously rained down rapid sword strikes on the Chiu family beast, without stopping for a moment. Jian Chen began to lose patience. "Damn it, its entire body is covered in scales, it's basically impenetrable." He narrowed his eyes slightly, and an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. "I can only..." Thinking this, Jian Chen tensed his body, channeling his internal force. Waves of purple light energy flashed in midair. "Here it comes again." The next second, the Chiu family beast suddenly roared, its colossal body moving, causing waves of water to surge. Jian Chen lost his balance and was pushed backward. He struggled to hold his ground, while above, the flying sword still spun violently, emitting dazzling cold light. Jian Chen realized the time had come. He formed a hand seal and decisively shouted, "Now's the time." Following Jian Chen's command, the long silver sword drew a beautiful arc and swiftly shot through the cool water. "Go," he loudly declared. At that moment, sword chi erupted, and streaks of sword light spun around the Chiu family beast. Jian Chen successfully unleashed his technique, controlling the sword with spirit. Flying Feather Judgment. He launched an attack directly at the Chiu family beast's mouth. "Open for me." A dazzling golden magic core immediately fell out. The magic beast was defeated, its heavy body crashing to the ground. Jian Chen knelt, panting. The cultivation of a great Saint Master is still not enough. A level 3 magic beast takes so much effort. Just then, he noticed some movement in the corner of the forest not far away, his expression full of doubt. The scene shifted to the situation in that forest corner. Countless corpses lay scattered on the ground. Mu Yun stood there coldly. In his ears were the frantic screams of a mercenary, strong one. "No! Hero, Hero, spare my life, don't kill me. He slowly turned around. I'm too lazy to kill you guys. The other party immediately nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, hero, spare our lives, spare our lives. Mu Yun threw purple pills to the survivors and slowly said, take 2 of these pills. Go to Wake City and spread a piece of news for me. Return here in a month for the antidote. They trembling put the pills into their mouths, respectfully asking, Hero, what news do you want us to spread? Mu Yun replied, the news is that Jian Chen is in the demonic beast mountain range, and furthermore, he has been seriously injured. He carefully instructed, remember, I want all of Wake City to know that Jian Chen is here, understand? The 2 mercenaries quickly replied, understood, understood, understood. At this, Mu Yun roared, now, get out of here. At the same time, Jian Chen, hidden behind a nearby tree, watched everything, thinking to himself, I'm seriously injured. What kind of trick is this? A moment later, Mu Yun slowly spoke up, they've all left. Aren't you going to come out and meet me, Jian Chen? Jian Chen looked at the figures back, speaking in a low voice, why did you find so many people to deal with me, sir? Are we enemies? Unexpectedly, the other party chuckled softly, enemies? No, not really. It's just, you owe me money. Mu Yun said, then actively took off his hood, revealing his smiling face. His sudden appearance surprised Jian Chen. Mu Yun. Your bewildered expression made Mu Yun giggle, surprised, aren't you? Unexpected, right? As soon as he reacted, Jian Chen irritably grabbed his collar and said, why did you find so many people to deal with me? Mu Yun choked and coughed violently, trying to speak, let go quickly. Is this how you asked for advice, you bastard? Hearing this, Jian Chen angrily shouted, what do you mean? The other party escaped his grasp, face flushed, muttering, do you know how valuable you are right now? Jian Chen looked puzzled. Valuable for what? Mu Yun explained, right now, the Heaven Bear family and the Zhou clan mercenaries have a bounty of 10,000 purple crystal coins for your capture. You're so valuable, so many mercenaries will definitely come to catch you. He spoke with growing enthusiasm, the more mercenaries there are, the more we can plunder together, which is even better than 20,000 purple crystal coins. At the last sentence, Mu Yun's eyes lit up, and he cheered excitedly, the old rule. You want the monster cores, I want the money. How about it, isn't it great? Jian Chen happily put his arm around him, nodding repeatedly, this works. Mu Yun pushed his hand aside, showing a look of disgust, talk is talk, don't get handsy. The scene shifts to the next few days. Jian Chen and Mu Yun cooperated to deal with the crowds that flocked in, speaking sharply, the Leopard Mercenary Group intercepted and killed 4 Royal Army teams, killed 67 mercenaries. The Bloodshed Mercenary Group wantonly killed villagers half a month ago, killed 240 people. Having said that, Jian Chen swung his sword without hesitation, swiftly dispatching each one. Mu Yun, of course, refused to be outdone, striking with agile and decisive moves, coldly snorting, all of them are those who deserve to die. With that, both coldly sheathed their swords, calmly observing the piled-up corpses on the ground. Several days passed like this. One day, Mu Yun was roasting meat when a group of people aggressively approached, asking, hey, kid, have you seen any trace of Jian Chen? He feigned innocence and pointed behind them, are you talking about him? As soon as these words were uttered, the entire group instantly turned around in a panic. Jian Chen stood with his arms crossed, leaning against a tree trunk, smiling and greeting, hello, brothers. After a perfunctory greeting, he waved his hand and uttered a short phrase, goodbye. The next second, countless sword lights flashed, tearing through the mercenaries and making them shriek in pain. Very quickly, the entire forest fell silent again. Jian Chen slowly walked towards the corpses of those people. He cheerfully high-fived Mu Yun, and the two spoke in unison, acting on behalf of heaven, delivering justice. Not long after that, Mu Yun sat next to Jian Chen, happily counting today's haul, yours, mine, we're rich. Meanwhile, he sat cross-legged, closing his eyes, focusing intently on cultivating, with surging spiritual energy swirling around him. In just an instant, Jian Qin quickly sensed something. His eyes snapped open. This is... The energy around him erupted into a sky-high pillar of light. Jian Qin entered a breakthrough, advancing to Saint Master. The advancement process completed, the purple light around Jian Qin gradually faded, and he could finally let out a sigh of relief. Mu Yun witnessed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "Nice, you've advanced to Saint Master so quickly." Jian Qin cheerfully laughed back, surprised. Just then, some uninvited guests suddenly appeared. So many purple star coins, what an unexpected joy. With that, Zhongde grinned sinisterly. "Let the hunt begin, Jian Qin, give up your life." He didn't pay any attention, nonchalantly saying, "It's these same old lines again, my ears are numb from hearing them." Mu Yun rubbed his hands happily. "Today, this young master is in a good mood, so I'll spare your dog lives. Leave behind your spatial rings. Then you can get lost." Zhongde, feeling underestimated, gnashed his teeth. "Damn it!" He roared in anger. "In front of us, the Zhou clan's mercenaries, you dare to..." Hearing this, Jian Qin immediately interrupted. "You said you were the Zhou clan's mercenaries." Zhongde thought he was scared and laughed arrogantly. "What's wrong, scared? If you're scared, hurry up and lick this grandpa's boots, then you might remain whole." Before he could finish speaking, a sharp sword light unexpectedly slashed out. Blood splattered onto Zhongde's shoulder. He trembled and looked back, his face pale. Jian Qin growled, "Zhou clan's mercenaries. All of you deserve to die." With that, he mercilessly launched a furious attack on the group of people in front of him. A moment later, only the smell of blood lingered in the air. Mu Yun slowly walked over to assess the situation. Witnessing the fate of the Zhou clan's mercenaries, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Hung upside down to bleed to death. You're truly vicious." Jian Qin didn't bother to reply, he merely snorted, "These people don't even deserve death." Mu Yun raised an eyebrow at him, suddenly intrigued. What kind of deep hatred is this? Before he could finish speaking, Jian Qin's expression subtly changed, as if he had just detected something. He quickly pulled Mu Yun aside. "Careful." Just then, an attack sliced through the spot where he had just been standing. The slash grazed Mu Yun's neck, leaving a shallow line of blood. Jian Qin angrily roared, "Who's there?" From the opposite side, a figure slowly emerged, its silhouette blending into the night. "For two little brats to steal so many purple star coins, it's not a waste for this old man to make a move." Jian Qin and the other quickly sensed the powerful aura from the opponent, their faces showing shock. A high-level Grand Saint Master. Jian Qin stepped forward to shield Mu Yun, sternly questioning the stranger who had just appeared. A Grand Saint Master, fighting over such a small reward? Hu Lang drew his knife, a cunning smile playing on his lips. "You two don't just have a little money on you, you've robbed quite a bit these past few days, haven't you?" Mu Yun was immediately provoked, drawing his weapon and charging forward. "You damned old man, dreaming of touching my money." The opponent continued to taunt, "Come on." With that, a cold blue light streaked past Mu Yun's neck. He gasped in shock, hearing Hu Lang's mocking laughter in his ear. "The more you move, the faster you'll die." Mu Yun clutched his neck and knelt, groaning in pain. Jian Qin quickly realized the problem. "It's poisoned, how sinister." Hu Lang observed this scene, his face unable to hide his satisfaction, laughing heartily. Then, he shrugged mockingly, "Give up and surrender, this old man is making his move now." Jian Qin felt indignant, coldly questioning, "You are a Grand Saint Master, yet you still use poison to deal with a Saint Master. Don't you have any shame?" With that, he immediately charged at the opponent with his sword. The man was still in the mood to joke. Who needs dignity when earning money? The next second, the two swords clashed, and torrents of energy from both sides fiercely contended. And then, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, the ground shook violently, and a whole corner of the forest glowed brightly in a dazzling purple light. Jian Qin was pushed back by the pressure, trying to keep his footing as he landed. Hu Lang stood calmly behind the dense dust screen. The situation wasn't looking good. Jian Qin coughed, sighing inwardly, "Damn it, the gap between a Saint Master and a Grand Saint Master is so huge, I can't possibly win. Opposite him, Hu Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at him, and spoke in a deep, hoarse, mocking voice, "Little brat." With that, he suddenly launched an attack. A streak of green light flashed in the night. Hu Lang boastfully shouted, "Let's see how hard your skull is." Jian Qin quickly leaned aside to dodge, gritting his teeth in shock. So fast. Not stopping there, Hu Lang suddenly moved, his footsteps as swift as the wind. In a flash, he had closed in on Jian Qin, raising his leg to deliver a decisive kick. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, retreating in time to dodge. However, things weren't that simple. Hu Lang unexpectedly unleashed a counterattack. A swirling green light surged in midair. Each strike was incredibly fast. Jian Qin couldn't dodge in time, and his wrist was grazed, drawing blood. He exclaimed, "This isn't good." While the two were fighting in the air, Mu Yun sat cross-legged in a corner, channeling his internal energy to heal his wounds. In the end, he still spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face pale. Jian Qin quickly returned to Mu Yun's side, anxiously asking, "How are you?" He shook his head slightly, struggling to reply, "This poison is truly strange, I can't force it out at all." At the same time, Hu Lang leisurely strode closer, a sneer on his lips, "Little brat, let's see how long you can still hop around after getting poisoned by me." At this point, Jian Qin urged Mu Yun, "I'll stop him, you run away quickly." He naturally didn't agree immediately, but, "Brother." Jian Qin didn't give him a chance to refuse, directly interrupting, "No buts, go quickly." With that, he rushed forward, engaging Hu Lang. Mu Yun clenched his teeth, his gaze fixed on the jade green item in his hand. "Is there no other way?" "I'm truly unwilling." After pondering for a moment, he finally made up his mind, crushing the item in his hand into fragments. In just a few seconds, a spatial gate opened right in front of Mu Yun. A figure appeared, and seeing him gasping for breath sitting on the ground, kindly asked, "Poisoned?" Mu Yun looked up at the figure, struggling to speak, "Help, help me, save me." The other person replied, "My friend." However, Mu Yun had long since been drained of all his strength and collapsed after uttering those words. Jia Lin helplessly watched him lie by his feet, raising an eyebrow in exasperation, "My friend." On the other side, Jian Qin had fallen into a disadvantage, and Hu Lang's relentless attacks made him drop the weapon in his hand. The man coldly snorted with arrogance, "Go down." Jian Qin's body was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground. Jia Lin witnessed the entire scene, wordlessly glancing at the arrogant man standing in the air. He didn't utter a single word, yet just standing there, the aura emanating from him was enough to make people suffocate. With just such a glance, Hu Lang was so terrified that he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking in alarm, "What strong pressure! When did he appear without me noticing?" On this side, Jian Qin quickly seized the opportunity, subtly swinging his sword. The sword light burst forth, and the silver sword shot out like an arrow. "Go!" Hu Lang, however, disdained the counterattack, leaned to dodge, and immediately channeled his internal energy to return the favor. Such a trivial trick. However, before he could react, Jian Qin's sharp sword whizzed through the air towards him. Hu Lang hadn't anticipated this situation, his eyes wide with terror. A powerful slash tore through his chest. This was divine sword control, a decisive strike. Fresh blood gushed out, Hu Lang's body staggered. He was unwilling to accept it. When did the second sword strike appear? Jian Qin looked towards Mu Yun, who lay motionless at Jia Lin's feet. He tried to call out loudly, "Mu Yun." In the deep night sky, a brilliant purple light erupted, like a shield enveloping a space. That energy enveloped the area where Mu Yun lay and Yi Lin stood beside her. Separated from Jian Qin, he exclaimed, "This is..." The surrounding space vibrated, cold streaks of light ripped across his vision. He clenched his hands, his eyes filled with astonishment. Space power! He saw a swirling light from the spatial gate in front of Yi Lin ignite. He spoke, just stepping into the Saint Master realm and already able to cross a realm to kill a Grand Saint Master. Not bad talent, cultivate diligently. He stood silently for a few seconds before the gate, his gaze resolute, then turned to look at him, exclaiming, "You can become a powerful expert." In an instant, Yi Lin and Mu Yun vanished along with the spatial gate. Before leaving, he didn't forget to call back, "You two will meet again someday." Jian Qin pondered for a long time, muttering to himself, "He can freely use space power? At the very least, he's at the Saint King realm. Mu Yun is not simple." After that, he sat down to inspect the items scattered nearby. 700 level 4 demon cores, 1,000 level 3 demon cores, over 1,000 level 2 demon cores, and tens of thousands of supreme-grade spirit coins. He turned towards Hulang, who lay unconscious nearby. He whispered about the treasures he had just found. Even a whole month's hard work doesn't yield as much as this time. Jian Qin checked inside his clothes and discovered a glowing white item. "What's this?" He picked it up, observing the item carefully. It was white and furry. He shouted, "White animal hide." Jian Qin suddenly remembered Yun Tian's words, "Chang Tian, this is my family's heirloom treasure, passed down for hundreds of years." Memories of her continuously flooded back. "My family was also wiped out overnight because of this treasure. I carry it with me, looking at it when I miss my mother." He whispered, "Mother." He held the animal hide carefully. "This child will surely return safely, just like mothers." How did this old man get this treasure? What exactly is this animal hide? Ideas about the secret of the animal hide appeared in his mind. Unaltered by fire, untouched by swords and blades. Is it a treasure map? A martial arts manual? No, it doesn't seem like it. The important thing is, there's nothing on it. Seemingly unable to figure it out, Jian Qin gave up the idea. Can't figure it out, better to focus on improving my strength. Time flew by. 1 year later, outside the cave, golden sunlight shone brightly in the clear blue sky. In a corner of the cave, purple flames blazed. He sat with his back against the rock wall, concentrating on circulating his energy. Jian Qin clenched his will, breathing heavily, sweat rolling down. The atmosphere was very tense. Fiery red rock formations, surrounded by purple flames, the air vibrated, and the heat seemed to tear through space. Suddenly, many sources of purple energy erupted from the cave, soaring into the sky. The ground trembled. Advancement. High-level Saint Master. Jian Qin was now kneeling on one knee, surrounded by brilliant purple energy strands, swirling around his body like living fire. He had succeeded. He let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, I've finally advanced." He stood up straight, his eyes as sharp as knives. His voice echoed, "Chao clan mercenaries, Tianxiong family, the time has come for you to pay your blood debt." Suddenly, he felt the cave tremble, rocks and debris scattering with a terrifying sound. A streak of white and purple light shot out at extreme speed, leaving a long trail of light, colliding with a large rock, causing it to split apart. It turned out to be a white magical beast, its entire body emitting bluish-purple lightning, its eyes glowing red. This was a 5th-tier magical beast, the cloud-piercing beast. And facing it was a gigantic magical beast with black wings, 2 fiery red horns, and glowing eyes. It was a Skywing demon ox. Jian Qin stood nearby, temporarily hiding himself inside the cave wall. He muttered to himself, "Too powerful, with my current strength, I can only run." The ground trembled violently, bolts of lightning and fury entwined with purple light. An explosion echoed throughout the forest, a massive energy burst, shattering rocks and earth. Suddenly, a purple light blade tore through the air, plunging into the Skywing demon ox's neck, blood gushing out, its eyes wide from the surprise attack. The cloud-piercing beast roared, dashing down like lightning, its red eyes filled with killing intent. The space was now stained crimson, streaks of brilliant purple energy flying like the scythes of death. That streak of light was the cloud-piercing beast, charging straight towards the Skywing demon ox, which was now baring its sharp fangs. The Skywing demon ox slightly tilted its body to dodge the attack, and the light immediately changed direction, tearing horizontally. Nearby, Jian Qin observed the battle carefully. One has extreme speed, the other has maximum defense and strength. Fifth-tier magical beasts are truly abnormal. He noticed that both magical beasts seemed to be showing signs of fatigue, their speed suddenly slowing down, and their strength also significantly weakened. Jian-Chen carefully assessed the situation. It seems their power is about to run out. After a period of fighting, the Skywing Demon Ox was injured in the eye, its breathing labored. Jian-Chen subtly tilted his head, half hidden behind the rock. One is heavily injured, one is blind. Immediately, he drew his sword and rushed out of the rock cave in a fighting stance. Both injured, exhausted of energy, 2 magic cores can help me reach the realm of a great Saint Master. Outside, the Skywing Demon Ox delivered an extremely fast blow towards the injured cloud-piercing beast. He thought to himself, I'll use my extreme speed to execute it. The cloud-piercing beast was kicked into the sky, its body motionless. He made a decision, first, kill one. No sooner had he finished speaking, Jian-Chen darted towards the area where the magical beasts had just fought. Quick as lightning, he saw only the Skywing Demon Ox with a bleeding wound remaining there. Light shone on his cold face, his eyes sharp as blades looking straight ahead. He decided, dealing with a blind one, the chances of winning are very high. The Skywing Demon Ox detected Jian-Chen's presence. The magical beast immediately charged straight towards him with surging momentum. He instantly channeled his energy, soaring up from the ground to dodge the magical beast's attack. He unleashed the move, Brutal Charge, an attack with sharp, incredibly powerful light streaks that just struck the ground. The force of the attack created blinding dust, cracks spread around, and the Skywing Demon Ox collapsed to the ground. Jian-Chen was now in mid-air, highly concentrated, continuously striking the ground. He continuously unleashed his techniques, the ground trembled, and massive streams of energy tore through the air. In the distance, a standing figure appeared, calm and focused, observing the unfolding battle. It was Tan Gi, standing with his arms crossed, his gaze firm, a small green snake on his shoulder. Tan Gi exclaimed, "Cloud-piercing beast, I've finally found you." Tan Gi chatted with the green snake, "The target has appeared, this kid is ours." After all this time, he still hasn't taken down a mid-level Saint Master. At the same time, elsewhere in the forest, a group of 3 people were attacking one person together. Another person stood in the distance, giving orders, "I'll give you half an incense stick of time, quickly take him down." A voice responded, "Yes." They leaped high and swooped down, attacking the person below who was desperately resisting. They yelled, "You scoundrel, surrender quickly and we'll leave you whole." The person on the ground uttered, "Damn it." Dazzling light, the ground trembled under the impact of the attacks. Amidst the swirling dust, Min Dong was struggling to resist, his hand gripping his sword tightly, his breath ragged. In the faint light, drops of sweat rolled down his face. He was silent for a few seconds, then spoke angrily, "You want to kill me?" Min Dong roared, concentrating all his strength, his hand radiating powerful energy. In an instant, his body enveloped in energy, he charged from afar. Min Dong shouted, "You're not good enough yet." At this moment, Kwang Hu, standing opposite, was pressured by the immense speed. He widened his eyes in surprise, such fast speed, Before he could react, he was struck by the energy from him, like a blade cutting through him. "You're actually a wind element Saint Master." Returning to the area where King Tran was fighting the Skywing Demonic Ox, he was thrown back, crashing into an ancient tree. He slowly sat up, his hand clutching the sword hilt, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his eyes filled with determination, but his body seemed exhausted. Opposite King Tran was the Skywing Demonic Ox, also weary, trying to regain its strength. Seeing the demon beast still tired, he immediately gathered all his strength and charged like an arrow, his sword tip pointed directly at the demon beast. Purple light erupted around his feet, he pushed off with force and flew into the air. From above, his body was enveloped by a bright purple energy vortex, while below, the Skywing Demonic Ox looked up in surprise. Amidst the blue sky, King Tran spun his sword, creating multiple energy vortices. He swung his arm, his eyes blazing with defiance. "I don't believe it, I can't break through your defense." He performed his sword technique, divine sword mastery, grand revolving wheel, and the swirling energy surged like a whirlwind. The skywing demonic ox was hit, roaring in pain, its cries echoing throughout the forest. Without a moment's pause, he continuously launched multiple attacks at the demon beast. The decisive blow was a horizontal slash concentrating all his power. He landed gently on the ground after the attack, while the skywing demonic ox lay motionless with its body no longer intact. Suddenly, a very loud noise shook the entire forest. The demon beast's massive body crashed down right behind him. Now, sunlight pierced through the clouds, shining down on the lush green forest. Kim Tran stood tall, letting out a soft sigh after the fierce battle. Beneath his feet, dust still lingered around the corpse of the skywing demonic ox. Kim Tran collected the spoils of war. He exclaimed joyfully, "The demon core of a fifth-tier demon beast is indeed full of power." He gazed at the shimmering purple light emanating from the demon core. With these 2 demon cores, if I only intensify my cultivation, I can advance to Grand Saint Master soon. Pausing for a few seconds, he decided to stride into the forest. I must quickly retrieve the Swift Cloud Beast's demon core and then make my escape. Fifth-tier demon beasts indeed begin to awaken their intellect, and they like to gather in herds. If another one comes, then it'll be dangerous. As he walked, he discovered a Swift Cloud Beast lying motionless not far away, its body tightly constricted by a green snake. Kim Tran hurried closer, his eyes sharp, his voice full of warning. Where did this poisonous snake come from? He instinctively looked up at the Swift Cloud Beast's head, confused, and asked with tension, "Where's the demon core?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Kim Tran. He looked back. "Are you looking for this, young man?" Kim Tran tensed, his voice filled with surprise and caution. "Earth Saint Master." Amidst the hazy forest, light shone through the leaves, illuminating the messy ground. 2 figures faced each other, Tangi holding a glowing demon core in his hand as he slowly spoke. "It seems you're not in a hurry to retrieve this 5th-tier demon core, little brother." Kim Tran maintained a calm demeanor. A low voice replied, "If you don't want to return it to me, my wanting it is useless anyway." He chuckled, his voice full of appreciation and amusement. "A bit interesting. I won't hide it, this Speed Cloud Beast demon core is very important to my family. I've been tracking it for a long time, but you got here first. If you want to take it back, this old man can bear the pain, but you must offer a combat skill in exchange." Upon hearing this, Kim Tran's eyes flashed, radiating an unpredictable coldness and sharp aura. Kim Tran's voice calmly added, "I don't have any combat skills on me." Hearing this, he clasped his hands behind his back and roared, "Are you messing with me? The sword technique you just used to kill the skywing demonic ox was both fast and powerful, definitely not the level of a high-tier Saint Master. If not a combat skill, then what is it?" Kim Tran raised an eyebrow and replied concisely, "Let alone me not having it, even if I did, and gave it to you. Would you let me live?" Tangi's face darkened, his eyes gleaming fiercely. "Insolent brat." As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately swung his hand, and spiritual energy erupted, gathering around his entire body. Then he struck a palm towards Kim Tran, shouting, "Being too smart isn't always a good thing." With just one palm strike, Tangi sent him flying backward, his body soaring far away. Kim Tran was flung far away, falling hard onto the ground, his body trembling from the impact. Not stopping there, Tangi lunged forward, gnashing his teeth and shouting, "Die for me." At that moment, a snake suddenly appeared in Kim Tran's hand, its body coiling around his wrist. Kim Tran slowly raised his hand, his eyes still calm, his voice deepening, "Don't move." Jian Er's body froze, his eyes wide in surprise. "Brat, what do you mean?" Jian Chen stood up, speaking in a clear voice, 100-mile shadow, combined with specially concocted medicinal powder, no matter where the prey runs, it can't escape. This kind of special venomous snake. It's very difficult to train, and few people know about it. If I kill it, and you return to your clan with the Speed Cloud Beast's demonic core, you will probably have a hard time explaining yourself. Jian Er was startled, his eyes flashing with anger. "I underestimated you. What do you want?" A vacuum barrier, inside which a small snake was coiled, silently dangerous. In his hand was a vacuum barrier. Jian Chen smirked, his voice threatening. In a quarter of an incense stick's time, this barrier will explode. You still have some time to consider returning my demonic core and letting me go. He gritted his teeth, exhaling sharply, his eyes cold, full of arrogance and hubris. Do you really think you can escape the grasp of a great Earth Saint Master? He replied, you don't need to trouble yourself with that. Jian Air swung his hand, and a surge of energy erupted, heading straight for him. Hearing that, Jian Chen raised his hand to block the attack, softly saying, thanks. With just a slight movement, he activated the vacuum barrier, instantly condensing all the surrounding energy. Then he struck hard towards Jian Air, and Jian Chen calmly said, here's your snake back, Yang Mu Wei Noi Q Tru Kuok. He quickly turned and fled, staggering with each step, his figure rapidly disappearing from view. He roared in anger, bastard. I'll definitely chop you into a million pieces. Only then did Jian Chen breathe a sigh of relief. That was close. A moment later, he dashed off, thinking to himself, gotta run fast. The speed of a great Earth Saint Master is not to be underestimated. He could catch up any time. Meanwhile, at the edge of the cliff, mocking laughter rang out. Run, let's see you run. Not running anymore, are you? Ming Dong stood at the edge of the cliff, surrounded by men holding sticks and swords, closing in on him. He panted, sweat pouring down his cheeks, his teeth clenched as he softly cursed, damn it. Immediately after, he ran, shouting, I absolutely won't die by the hands of you scum. But then, as if seeing something, Ming Dong's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately yelled, oh my God, get away. The great Jinx just ran over here. A heavy thud echoed, like something had fallen hard onto the ground. One of them exclaimed in shock, damn it, I didn't think he still had strength. Another shouted, why is there still one more? Looks like a fat sheep. Never mind, go deal with him. Die. Ming Dong exhaled sharply, a flicker of despair in his eyes, thinking, oh heavens, this old man is probably done for this time. At that very moment, a sudden flash of light streaked past right in front of him. Jian Chen suddenly appeared, leaping high, spinning around, and unleashing a precise and powerful counterattack. He landed lightly, composed, and his calm voice rang out, amateur martial arts. Seeing what just happened, Ming Dong froze, staring after him, unable to stop himself from exclaiming, too fast. After speaking, Jian Chen immediately ran, and Ming Dong, seeing this, chased after him. Brother, don't run. Ahead is. When he arrived, he panted, shouting in alarm, a cliff. His shout was cut short as they both stood before a deep, bottomless cliff. Jian Chen slightly turned his head and asked, you chased me to tell me this? Ming Dong gasped, replying, no. Jian Chen then said, thank you. He said sincerely, thanks for what? You saved my life. You run too fast. A faint sound made Jian Chen instantly alert, his eyebrows raised in suspicion. A fierce roar came from behind, Jian Air's voice thundering, you little bastard. Let's see where you'll run now. He turned his head, his eyes glinting with determination. He caught up so quickly. On the towering cliff, fierce winds blew, dust obscured the sky. Jian Chen and Ming Dong still stood there, while in the distance, Jian Air pursued them. He roared, his voice echoing throughout the cliff. Kid, you're still not dead. Ming Dong shouted, his voice hoarse but full of ridicule, old geezer, your dog's legs are still weak. I'm perfectly fine. Jian Chen frowned and asked in a low voice. What's going on? Ming Dong said angrily, I was chased by them because of a few rank 4 magic cores. This guy is their leader. Jian Air smirked, his aura surging, and said in a cold, deep voice, you two ungrateful fools, if you had handed over the items, you might have kept your dog lives. Now, neither of you can hope to survive. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a burst of spiritual power made the ground tremble. Jian Chen glanced at Ming Dong beside him and sharply ordered, split up and run. The two figures immediately split into two directions. But immediately after, Jian Air swung his hand fiercely, and a swirling mass of energy appeared from his palm. His furious roar echoed through the forest. Still trying to run? The energy turned into a giant vortex chasing Jian Chen. He tried to speed up, but the cold laughter from behind still resonated. Can you run? Killing intent surged. Jian Air roared furiously, swung his hand down with a powerful chop, and shouted, "Die for me." His powerful punch sent Jian Chen flying far away. In the thick dust and smoke, both of them slid off the edge of the cliff and fell into the abyss. At that moment, Jian Air, standing above, cried out, "Damn it, my spirit weapon!" Below, the water surged high, strong waves swirling around the steep cliffs. After a hard fall, both struggled to the surface, swam to shore, and gasped for breath. Jian Chen panted, his cloak soaked and tattered, his eyes sharp. He spoke in a cold, hoarse voice, "You rotten old man. I, Jian Chen, survived a great calamity. One day, I will seek out your family to avenge this humiliation." Ming Dong paused upon hearing this and asked, "Jian Chen?" Then he said in surprise, "You are Jian Chen?" He replied briefly, his eyes burning bright, "Yes." After getting ashore, Ming Dong stared at Jian Chen and then exhaled, "My name is Ming Dong. Thank you for saving me last time." Upon hearing this, he calmly replied, "It was an unintentional rescue. No need to thank me." Ming Dong took out 2 magic cores and offered them, "Here, these are for you." Jian Chen raised an eyebrow slightly but still took them. "These are... What's the meaning of this?" "No meaning," he replied with a smile, "you saved my life. I have nothing to repay you with. The only valuable things I have are 4 rank 4 magic cores. Take 2, don't despise them for being few." Jian Chen stared at the 2 brightly glowing magic cores in his hand and chuckled softly, "How similar." Then he continued, "I don't need magic cores. Have you joined a mercenary group yet?" Ming Dong laughed, "No, I'm used to wandering alone and can't stand being bound by all sorts of rules." Jian Chen pondered for a moment, then said seriously, "Ming Dong, I have a rather unreasonable request." He continued, "What is it?" "As long as it's not my life, you can ask for anything else." He looked at him, his eyes serious, "I want to invite you to join my Flame Mercenary Group. Although my Flame Group is not large in scale right now, I am confident I can make it the #1 mercenary group on the Tianyuan continent." Ming Dong was stunned, then tilted his head slightly in thought. He rested his chin on his hand, frowning slightly, "So, how many people is not large in scale?" Then he thought, if the scale is too large, it would be difficult, all sorts of rules, just thinking about it gives me a headache. Jian Chen coughed lightly and calmly replied, "It's just me, with you, that makes 2. Hearing this answer, he immediately gaped, almost falling over. "Holy crap! I say, Commander, as the Vice Commander of the Blazing Flame Mercenary Group, shouldn't I know a little about our next plan?" Jian Chen's face was stern. "Cultivate." Ming Dong mused, "Isn't it about taking mercenary missions, killing magical beasts for monster cores?" He took out a storage bag and threw it towards Ming Dong, saying, "Here are 8 rank 4 monster cores. In this half month, you must quickly raise your strength." Ming Dong smiled wryly, "All right, then what after half a month?" His voice deepened, "After half a month." Jian Chen's eyes were sharp, "We will eliminate a clan and a mercenary group." His words almost made Ming Dong choke. He widened his eyes, "All right, what are we going to eliminate with just 2 people? You're not crazy, are you?" Half a month later, lightning struck down from the sky. Energy roared. Ming Dong looked back in a panic from afar and yelled, "You beast!" He looked at Jian Chen and exclaimed, "You advanced to Great Saint Master. Are you even human? To advance to the Great Saint Master realm in just half a month." Jian Chen calmly replied, "What's so surprising? Haven't you also advanced to mid-level Saint Master?" Ming Dong panted, his face pale, "Can they be compared? I ascended one small realm, you ascended a whole major realm." His eyes narrowed slightly, as if detecting some anomaly occurring around them. Ming Dong also seemed to sense something, and he anxiously asked, "What's wrong with you?" After that, Jian Chen trembled and stepped back, saying in a panic, "Stay away from me, keep your distance from me." The sky suddenly vibrated, sword chi spread in all directions, moonlight soared to the clouds, piercing through the layers of mist. A sky-shattering explosion rang out, startling Ming Dong as rocks and dust flew everywhere. Thousands of miles away, Old Chen muttered, "Such powerful aura. What on earth is this?" He gently stroked his beard, his eyes serious and pensive as he said, "Could it be that a top-tier powerhouse has been born in this place?" In the sky, brilliant purple lights swirled and exploded, forming a gigantic vortex like an energy whirlwind spreading throughout the air. A man with a serious gaze said, "This is sword intent. Such powerful sword chi. I wonder who possesses such high attainment in the way of the sword." Thousands of miles away. Looking at the sky, the man softly said, "Could it be that during my years of reclusion, a peerless powerhouse has emerged on the Tianyuan continent?" Jian Chen stood amidst the spiritual energy storm, his aura still surging, rocks shattering. A resounding call echoed, "Master!" From the void, two small, delicate figures appeared, two small lowly girls, their eyes shining bright as they simultaneously called out, "Master, we can finally speak to you." Jian Chen was stunned after seeing them, his eyes wide, and he murmured, "Too lowless." Ziying and Xiao Suo gently clung to Jian Chen, "Master, a hug." Ziying lightly placed a kiss on his cheek, as gentle as the morning breeze. "So, you are." She smiled, "We are the sword spirits of the twin Ziqing swords. I am Ziying, the sword spirit of the Ziqing sword. Master can call me Ziying or Xiaoying." Xiao Suo continued, "I am the sword spirit of the Qing Suo sword. Master can call me Xiao Suo or Xiao Qing, either is fine." Jian Chen was surprised, the sword spirits of the twin Ziqing swords? Could it be that the twin Ziqing swords I cultivate have given birth to sword spirits? Ziying quickly denied, "That's not it." Xiao Suo said, "We are like Master, we came to the Tianyuan continent from another world." She began to recount, "That year, Ziying and I, because our sword bodies were broken and our vital qi greatly damaged, drifted to the world Master once shocked and fell into a deep slumber." Xiao Suo spoke with admiration, "We were awakened by Master cultivating the Ziqing sword art. We never expected that in a place with such thin heaven and earth elemental energy, you could achieve such astonishing attainments in the way of the sword, relying on the incomplete Ziqing sword canon." Ziying shouted, "Master is truly a genius." She suddenly lowered her voice, as if each word was heavy with unspoken regret, "Unfortunately." Xiao Suo sat on the rock weeping, "Unfortunately, in the end, Master fell." Ziying trembled, "Just died." Xiao Suo continued, "Until Master died, we decided to escort Master through time and space to the world I once lived in." She said with anticipation, "With Master's talent in swordsmanship, and our world, Master would surely become famous." Xiao Suo suddenly sighed, "Unfortunately, during the space-time travel, our power was depleted extremely quickly, and we couldn't hold on for long." She said with reluctance, "In the end, we had no choice but to bring Master to the Tianyuan continent." Jian Chen was surprised, "So it was you who saved me? Then why didn't you come to see me sooner?" Ziying shouted angrily, "We wanted to too. But the space-time travel exhausted our power, we fell into a deep slumber, and it took several years to wake up." She climbed onto his head, "Moreover, after we woke up, Master's divine sense was too weak, we couldn't connect at all. It wasn't until Master's divine sense got a little stronger just now that we quickly came out to see you." Jian Chen let out a sigh of relief, "So that means I just broke through to the great Saint Master realm, and my divine sense became a bit stronger." Ziying smiled brightly, "Exactly." Xiao Suo spoke up unexpectedly, "And as Master's realm increases, you can use our power." He stammered, "I used the Ziqing sword art before too." Ziying laughed in response, "You can't say that." Jian Chen's eyes lit up. "Indeed," she smiled and said to him, "Master will know when you try it." He began to focus all his power. All right, let me see the power of the Ziching sword spirits. A purple lightning bolt tore through the sky, spreading across space. What is this exactly? The lightning swept across the ground, carrying enough power to destroy everything in its path. Where the lightning passed, the ground cracked, such powerful destructive force. Two faint streams of light slowly separated from Jian Chen's body. It was Xiao Suo and Zi Ying. It's killing me, baby. He asked, puzzled, what's wrong with you two? Zi Ying put her hands on her hips. Releasing sword chi like that is very tiring. Xiao Suo yawned softly. Master, our energy consumption was too great. We have to return to the sword body to go into a deep slumber. Jian Chen stammered, then how can I replenish your energy? Zi Ying said helplessly, silly master, absorbing many high-grade demonic cores will do it. Hearing that, he took out countless demonic cores, absorbed demonic cores. I have plenty of demonic cores. Ming Dong gently leaped from above to the ground, landing softly and gracefully. Seeing him, he anxiously asked, Jian Chen, are you all right? Immediately after, Jian Chen turned his face away. Let's go, come with me to Wax City. Ming Dong hurriedly followed him. To do what? Jian Chen simply replied calmly, to kill people. Half a month later, gentle rays of sunlight pierced through space, casting a faint glow on the ancient city gate. Finally here. Ming Dong exclaimed, this Wax City is so big. He pondered, strange, why is the atmosphere in the city so peculiar? Jian Chen's eyes revealed high vigilance. Could it be that something big has happened? Ming Dong looked at him suspiciously. Who are we here to kill, leader? Jian Chen merely replied, you'll know in a moment. Suddenly, a shout came from behind. Damn it, you dare to meddle in our Zhou mercenary group's business. They both saw the chaotic crowd in front. Are you not planning to stay around here anymore? In broad daylight, are you trying to abduct innocent women or something? One person's complaint rang out, full of pain and indignation. It's you. Mila fearfully hid in her mother's arms. Mommy, Mila's scared. Nuan Lan hugged her daughter tightly. Mila, don't be afraid. The ruffians continued to tease. Little sister, don't be scared. Big brother will protect you. Some chivalrous people stood to shield the mother and daughter. They're really scum. Suddenly, Wu Jing's eyes were filled with astonishment, his mouth slightly agape, unable to utter a word at the sight before him. An invisible force streaked through the air, defeating the ruffian before he could even react. Then, with icy eyes, Jian Chen coldly spoke, scum. No one expected he would single-handedly take down all the aggressive ruffians. All of them were dead. Wu Jing was rooted to the spot, his eyes wide and mouth agape, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Then, he was stunned and shocked and exclaimed, so fast. Mila let go of her mother's hand and ran to him, Uncle Jian Chen. Nuan Lan quickly called out, Mila, run slower. The little girl admired him. Uncle Jian Chen was so handsome just now. Jian Chen smiled gently. Good girl, Mila, tell Uncle where the Zhou Mercenary Corps headquarters is. Mila took his hand and led Jian Chen, pointing, over there. He smiled, all right. At the large gate leading into the Zhou Mercenary Corps' camp, the guards stood still, their eyes vigilantly following every movement. Laughter echoed. With the participation of the Zhou Mercenary Corps, Wax City's defensive strength against this wave of magical beasts has increased significantly. Dolly smiled. The captain worries about Wax City's safety. Dolly thanks you in advance. Loss replied politely. Commander Dolly, you are too kind. Wax City is also the foundation of our Zhou clan. It should be so. The outer door suddenly burst open with a powerful crash, as if someone had kicked it down without hesitation. His subordinates roared in unison, their shouts echoing across a corner of the sky. Who dares to trespass into the Zhou clan? Without exchanging a single word, Jian Chen and Ming Dong coordinated seamlessly, dealing with each enemy in a flash. Sword in hand, sparkling with steel light, with an imposing aura, he shouted his name, Loss. Jian Chen's words came out cold and decisive, ringing like an unappealable death sentence. Come out and face your death. Loss stomped his foot heavily on the ground. The earth beneath him trembled slightly from his furious force. He slowly walked forward. I wondered who had the guts to break into my Zhou clan. Turns out it's a child who slipped through our net. Law smirked. You even brought an assistant. What, is your life worth so little? Ming Dong pointed his hand in his direction, his eyes showing a bewildered expression. You have a grudge against him. He gripped his weapon tightly, charging forward like a whirlwind, his face fierce, clearly not a good person. Los's hand glowed as he concentrated all his power into it. Let me see. He slightly raised his hand, and from the air before him, a cold blade slowly appeared. How much strength does your assistant have? Dolly raised his hand to cover his face, the dazzling light from both making him squint. Such powerful aura. Dolly was astonished. This person's combat power is completely on par with Los. If we can make use of him, this beast tide will have more assistance. Los laughed arrogantly, both high-level city masters. You're a bit stronger than me, not bad, but there's a limit to that strength. He held his blade and stepped towards them both. Today, neither of you will leave the Zhou clan alive. Suddenly, a hand appeared, blocking both of them. Hold on. Jian Chen asked, Who are you? He cupped his hands. I am Dolly, commander of the Wax City Guard. Please listen to what I have to say. Dolly tried to mediate. The beast tide, which occurs once every few decades, is approaching. Wax City is in danger. Your grievances can be settled later, after the beast tide. Jian Chen adamantly refused. No, I must kill Los today. Amidst the tension, Los suddenly placed a hand on Dolly's shoulder. Commander Dolly. He flew into a rage. I will not allow anyone who has harmed a member of the Zhou clan to live. Los gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, lunging forward like a descending death sentence. They must die. When Ming Dong broke the silence with a question, should I go? He replied seriously, no need. He suddenly turned into a flash of lightning, vanishing from sight, leaving Ming Dong standing in silent observation. In an instant, Jian Chen's shadow vanished, leaving an empty space with Los rushing forward. He appeared like a ghost, darting behind him at lightning speed. You dog thief. Jian Chen's hand trembled as his sword unleashed a surge of energy, thrusting straight towards Los. Die. A powerful force suddenly sent him flying, and he landed miserably on his back. Los struggled to brace his hands on the ground, slowly getting up in pain. Great Saint Master. He said with an incredulous look, You actually reached Great Saint Master. Dilly quickly intervened. Young friend, both of you are great Saint Master powerhouses, with limitless achievements in the future. It's just that now is a dangerous time for Wax City. Why not forge good relations and turn war into peace? Jian Chen quickly teleported, appearing instantly next to Los. Commander Dilly. He said coldly, You are not me. You have never experienced what I've had to endure. Jian Chen didn't hesitate, charging towards Los like an arrow. Los was knocked backwards by his blow, losing his balance completely. He was thrown down, sliding a long distance on the ground before stopping. Jian Chen turned his face and shouted, You are in no position to tell me to be benevolent. Los clutched the gem tightly in his hand, veins visibly bulging under the pressure. Even if you are a great Saint Master. Immediately, he gripped it tightly and crushed the gem with immense power. Today, you must die. A glowing magic circle appeared on the ground, emitting a strange surge of energy. Dilly looked on in shock at the scene, screaming in panic, his voice choked with fear. This is... The Tiger Wolf Guards appeared, carrying an imposing aura that made the surrounding air heavy. Zhou clan's Tiger Wolf Guards. Dilly dashed off. Young friend, wait a moment, I'll go invite the city lord to take charge of the situation. Los roared. Zhou clan's Tiger Wolf Guards, ordered to kill the enemy. Even if the city lord comes, he can only pick up your corpse. A twisted smile on his face exuded undeniable malice. 30 high-level Saint Masters. They pressed closer step by step, surrounding him tightly and dangerously. We'll crush you to death. Ming Dong was stunned, looking at the scene before him, not knowing what to do. A strange light emanated from the sword in Jian Chen's hand, brilliant like a blazing purple flame. A faint purple glow spread, enveloping the entire tense space. The purple sword flashed brightly, and Jian Chen charged straight at his opponents with incredible speed. Under the overwhelming power, the masks of the Tiger Wolf guards were knocked off their faces. He glided past the sword's tip, strands of hair flying with his movement. Let me. Jian Chen didn't hesitate, knocking each one away with absolute decisiveness. Get out. Each one was sent flying, falling with thuds right where Ming Dong was standing. He spun around and delivered an extremely powerful kick, directly to an enemy's head, sending him flying far away. Under the terrifying force, the man was sent flying like a sandbag, tumbling several meters to a stop near loss. From a distance, Jian Chen charged like an arrow cutting through the wind, aiming straight for him. Loss shuddered, his face contorting with extreme tension and anxiety as he saw him approach. Immediately after, Jian Chen held his sword and mercilessly stomped on one of his subordinates. He ground his teeth so hard they audibly gnashed, his eyes blazing with fury. Who else is there? Loss couldn't move, as if frozen by the pressure from Jian Chen. From within his long robes, he pulled out an old cloth pouch, something inside seemed to be shaking gently. The clang of metal echoed as the pouch burst open, gold coins spilling onto the ground. He yelled, his voice echoing through the space, their Saint force is greatly depleted, they're exhausted. Loss's wicked smile reappeared, injure them both, reward 1,000 purple gold coins. The entire group of Tiger Wolf guards swept forward like a hurricane upon hearing him say, kill one, reward 10,000 purple gold coins. Kill. He calmly gripped the hilt of his sword, his cold eyes unwavering. The sword's magical power spread powerfully, flinging them away like a fierce whirlwind. Get out. Jian Chen flashed like lightning, continuously unleashing countless sharp sword points like a rain of blades. Clanging sounds echoed as the Tiger Wolf guards were thrown back, their bodies colliding with each other. Damn it. Jian Chen was like a whirlwind, flashing past each opponent, dealing with each one swiftly and precisely. Though panting heavily, Ming Dong's eyes still gleamed with unyielding determination. Law sneered, let's see how long you can resist. When your Saint force is depleted, that's when you die. Ming Dong suddenly yelled, if I help you hold off these hounds for 10 breaths, can you deal with that trash? He replied, I can. A satisfied expression appeared on Ming Dong's face as he spoke, good. He raised his sword high, and blue magical energy began to swirl around the blade, radiating overwhelming power. Magical power surged within him as he raised 2 fingers, a mysterious light emanating, prepare. Seeing the opportunity, Ming Dong shouted, now's the time. Explosive, whirlwind slash, come on. Lost struggled to raise his hand, persistently resisting Jian Chen's terrifying pressure. Jian Chen shot forward from a distance, his body like a swirling wind. Loss, prepare to die. The people below looked at the chaos above, completely confused. What is happening? A figure flashed by, unable to dodge, crashing directly into the wall with a loud thud. They looked at Loss lying on the ground. This is the leader of the Zhou mercenary group. How did he get beaten like this? From the swirling dust, a blurred figure emerged, making the atmosphere even more tense. Jian Chen said coldly, scum, have you thought about how you want to die yet? Loss begged for mercy, spare my life, I'll give you all my money. A sharp, murderous glint flashed in Jian Chen's eyes, spare your life? His words drifted lightly, but his foot didn't wait, it shot up and slammed hard into Loss's face, fine. A fatal kick from Jian Chen sent him flying, go ask old who. His old memories flooded back then, you were the strongest, only you had a chance to escape. Jian Chen clearly remembered Kaida's words that day, I, in the name of the Blazing Flame mercenary group leader, demand Yuan take Xiao Dao and run. His fist clenched tightly, raised with full determination, asked Xiao Dao. Jian Chen slammed his head into the ground with immense force, asked Commander Kaida. He tightened his arm around Loss's neck, almost suffocating him under the immense pressure. A powerful kick from Jian Chen sent him flying straight towards the signboard hanging over the gate, making the entire signboard shake. From above, the signboard suddenly fell, breaking in half with a resounding crash. He stood there, face cold as ice, watching the signboard fall without a single expression. Jian Chen softly called out names, his voice gentle as a light breeze. Old Hu, Xiao Dao, Commander. He looked up at the vast sky, his eyes filled with distant memories and nostalgia. Everyone, do you see it? Ming Dong turned to look at Jian Chen, his eyes full of curiosity, then asked, where to next? His face darkened. Jian Chen's voice echoed coldly, next, we go. A group of guards sped from a distance, their footsteps urgent on the ground. Move aside. A shout rang out, the city lord is at work, you have no business here, quickly move aside. Yunli inquired, young brother in front, are you Jian Chen? Jian Chen glanced over, next, someone must be inviting me for a drink. Ming Dong was surprised, what? Yunli praised, brother Jian Chen is indeed a prodigy, it's an honor to meet you. He clasped his hands respectfully, Jian Chen greets the city lord. A curious smile appeared on his face, young brother, you know me? Jian Chen replied softly, in Wax City, for you to make Commander Dali so respectful, only the city lord can do that. He exclaimed, young brother, you are indeed intelligent. Yunli looked at Lazarus stuck on the signboard above, it seems I'm still late. Jian Chen's cold gaze swept over casually, it seems the city lord has come to question me. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, no one could guess the meaning behind that smile. He just looked at Yunli, his eyes deep and gloomy, without saying a word. He suddenly ran over and placed his hand on Jian Chen's shoulder, young brother, you jest. Yunli extended his hand in invitation, how about we talk inside the manor? He agreed, as the city lord arranges. At the city lord's manor, electric lights illuminated the entire manor, making it even more magnificent and imposing amidst the silent night. Yunli and Jian Chen chatted happily, speaking frankly, it's regrettable that the Zhou clan mercenaries were annihilated, it's impossible to persuade them to do good. That was their fate. What I, Yun, am truly worried about is the impending beast tide, and the overall combat strength of Wax City. He held the wine glass in his hand, City Lord, rest assured, the loss of combat strength from the annihilated Zhou clan mercenaries, my two brothers and I are enough to make up for it. He suddenly widened his eyes, these words are not idle boasts. Otherwise, the Zhou clan mercenaries would not have been annihilated, it's just that. The wine glass gently touched the table as Jian Chen slowly set it down, I won't hide it from the city lord. Jian Chen declared, tomorrow, I still have to make a trip to the Heavenly Bear clan. Yunli asked again, the Heavenly Bear clan? He said anxiously, brother, the Heavenly Bear clan is a top-tier combat power clan in Wax City, you. Jian Chen's eyes were icy, filled with killing intent, the combat losses of these two families this time, I will provide an explanation after the matter is concluded. For now. A terrifying power erupted all around, City Lord, please do not obstruct me. After that dinner, on the way home, Ming Dong on the other side patted his full stomach with a loud thud. Jian Chen and he walked and talked, where to next? Let's go eat noodles. You weren't full just now. I'm not like some people who are starving. Ming Dong stuck out his full belly, who told the city lord's manor to prepare so many delicious dishes. Dali looked at their backs, City Lord, should we just stand by and watch them fight the Heavenly Bear clan? Yunli replied, we'll wait and see. Just the two of them alone couldn't have completely annihilated the Zhou clan mercenaries in such a short time. There must be an Earth Saint Master assisting them from behind. He placed his hands behind his back and calculated, judging by his tone and words when he spoke, half of it suggests he has powerful backing. If we can win them over, our strength will definitely be several times stronger than the Heavenly Bear clan and the Zhou clan mercenaries. Beneath a calm expression, Yun Li's voice rang out, moreover, Tianqiong Lai and Tianqiong Daoyun have been rampant in Wax City for too long. It's time to bring them down a notch. The next morning, a voice shouted, I say, Tianqiong Lai, what is this about, calling everyone so early in the morning? One person commented, that's right, many things have happened in our clan. Our friendship goes back over 10 years. If there's anything, just say it. Why do we have to come to your clan to discuss it? Tianqiong Lai shouted loudly, this matter cannot be taken lightly. The kid who annihilated the Zhou clan mercenaries yesterday. is the same guy our Heavenly Bear clan pursued a year ago, named Jian Chen. The reason I summoned all of you brothers this time is because I want. Gao Yuan said as if he had already guessed, you want us to help you kill that kid, right? He gritted his teeth, his face hardened as if he wanted to crush everything. No need. Tianqiong Lai and the others, everyone, pull back and block him. His strength is only that of a Saint Master, but his speed is very fast, even I can't keep up. He slammed his hand down, just hold him tightly, and I'll definitely flay him alive. The guards outside eavesdropped. What does the Patriarch want to do? All the influential people in Wax City have been called here. It seems to be related to the annihilation of the Zhou clan mercenaries yesterday. This matter has already caused an uproar throughout the city for the past 2 days. Something was thrown across, hitting a man's leg, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. The man yelled in a rage, damn it, who's throwing things around like that? Jian Chen rushed over, shouting loudly with a sharp voice, your grandpa. He didn't give them a chance, defeating both men decisively. Ming Dong looked regretful, such a delicious pancake, and you used it to hit someone. What a waste. Jian Chen calmly replied, leaving him speechless, once I'm done fighting, I'll treat you to a full meal. Ming Dong opened his mouth and put a piece of pancake in. My leader, I like to eat pancakes, not the big pie you're drawing for me. He wondered, however, there isn't even a single soul here, why are you so tense? He lowered his voice, who said there's no one? Them. Laughter echoed, reverberating through the vast, haunting space. They've arrived. The enemies had closed the circle around both of them, giving them no chance to escape. Ming Dong looked around and asked worriedly, his eyes full of suspicion, why are there so many great Saint Master experts? Xiong Lai slowly dragged his heavy axe, approaching menacingly, you dog. He suddenly rushed towards him with astonishing speed, I'll use you as a sacrifice for my son. Jian Chen went berserk, his voice ringing out with immense pressure, emphasizing each word, old man. He quickly drew the sword from his belt, the blade immediately glowed brightly. A brilliant light emanated from Jian Chen, radiating a dazzling aura. Like two exploding streaks of light, they rushed straight into each other in a fierce collision. At the rear courtyard of the Tianqiong family, rows of skulls were piled up, stark white and chillingly eerie. Dao Yun, hearing the news, asked with a cold voice, who dares to fight in the Tianqiong family? He dashed away quickly, leaving behind the chilling sea of skulls, seeking death. A firm foot stomped down on the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. Jian Chen stood there, amidst the desolate space with ruins stretching before his eyes. What the hell is this? His eyes looked up at the sky, intently following the brilliant light in the sky. A figure emerged, swinging a large axe full of murderous intent, overflowing with ferocity. Like a bolt of lightning, he transformed, soaring quickly through the air like a flash. Dao Yun held the big axe, big brother, who dares to cause trouble in the Tianqiong family. Xiong Lai, seeing this, yelled loudly, Dao Yun, you've come at just the right time. The scoundrel who killed your nephew is here. With a cold voice and calm demeanor, he replied indifferently, is that so? Then you all. A thunderous explosion rang out, shattering the surrounding space, grind his bones to dust. Jian Chen stood silently, his eyes intently watching the scene before him. A wide hole opened in the ground, making the scenery desolate. Xiong Lai laughed and cried, Xiong Chang, your killer has been crushed into a pulp. Your revenge is complete. The smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, revealing a dazzling light emanating from inside the stone where Dao Yun had sealed Jian Chen. His face darkened, and his body suddenly froze as if it had been iced. Jian Chen's voice rang out, spreading like thunder, your son was arrogant and killed innocent people without reason. With a lightning-fast strike, he shattered the stone, sending fragments flying, so he deserved such an end. The dazzling light made Xiong Lai quickly cover his eyes, squinting uncomfortably. A fragment flew from afar towards Xiong Lai, but Dao Yun rushed forward and blocked it in time. How can this be? He stood there, eyes wide, unable to believe what had just happened. In just 1 year, you actually advanced to a great Saint Master. Jian Chen held his sword straight. Back then, you hunted me down, making me suffer greatly. I dare to return. His entire body erupted with purple light, powerful enough to kill you. Control sword with spirit, great revolve. The sword point stopped right in front of Xiong Lai, making him dare not move. Get out! Dao Yun fiercely swept his axe across to block his attack, roaring furiously, take this. Without hesitation, he channeled all his strength and charged straight forward. If you only have this much skill. Dao Yun's axe head glowed, emitting a cold, murderous light. The one who dies can only be you. A terrifying demon appeared from the void at his summoning, rushing forward like a nightmare come to life. Ming Dong stumbled, asking in a panicked voice, his eyes full of bewilderment, what is this? He looked at Jian Chen worriedly, why is there such heavy malevolent energy? He calmly said, no matter what he does. His roar echoed, carrying a raised sword and a destined judgment, just kill him and it's done. Two sources of magical power, one from his sword, one from Dao Yun, collided, making the space tremble. Dao Yun was pushed back. Jian Chen looked on expectantly, let me see what tricks you're really up to. In a flash, Xiong Lai appeared and disappeared, then charged straight forward. A gigantic stone hand punched Ming Dong hard, making him stagger. Damn it! Jian Chen's face suddenly turned pale, revealing his panic. This isn't good. Flames erupted around them, and a ferocious earth element monster appeared from the smoke and dust. Its feet stomped on the ground with tremendous weight, creating a resounding boom. It possessed a colossal appearance. Jian Chen, you little brat! Earth, fiery explosion. Fiery explosion left a trail of raging flames with every step. Die! The people below were terrified. Such powerful combat strength. Tian Xiong Lai is actually this strong. Xiong Lai stood on Fiery Explosion's shoulder and roared, what are you all waiting for? He loudly gave his command, but his subordinates just looked at each other awkwardly. Block them! In just a flash, the subordinates erupted with full power, charging fiercely to pursue Jian Chen. Don't even think about running. Punching and cursing, Ming Dong unleashed all his anger on his opponent with unstoppable force. Get the hell out! Jian Chen spoke softly, today, I only want to provoke the Tian Xiong family. If you don't want to die, don't get involved. The subordinates concentrated their power and charged forward. Such arrogance, brat! Die! He spoke in a cold, emotionless yet overwhelming tone, really. Soaring into the air, he unleashed a barrage of attacks, dealing with each enemy with incredible speed, leaving them defenseless. You don't know what's coming. Jian Chen landed gently on the ground, creating a soft sound where he touched. His clear roar echoed, calling out his name with all his fury, Tian Xiong Lai. Jian Chen's voice rang out, every word imbued with killing intent. You're next. In a decisive movement, he swept his sword with powerful force. Jian Chen put all his power, combining the strength of his two swords, control sword with spirit, purple-green double strike. Xiong Lai said with confidence, such petty tricks are nothing before my absolute defense, just child's play. The blue magical energy unexpectedly gained the upper hand, gradually piercing through Xiong Lai's fiery explosion hand. That green law rushed forward, and the ferocious fire he unleashed burst into flames. How could it be? Hung Leet stood stunned, wondering what was happening. How could it be? Hiding behind a rock, Dao Van couldn't hide his worry as he called out to Hung Leet. After a fierce battle, the violent flame couldn't resist, falling in bitter defeat. Dao Van rushed after Hung Leet, who was falling freely through the air in despair. As he lay dying on the ground, he commanded. Hearing this, Dao Van wept in pain, shouting out to his brother. Jian Chen stepped forward. He looked at him with disgust. Dao Van, overwhelmed by grief, went mad. He cried and laughed. Dao Van's entire body emitted fierce red lightning. Ming Dong looked at the scene before him with worry. Under the hazy clouds, Dao Van's shadow embraced Hung Leet, his footsteps silent amidst the stillness. Dao Van roared in fury, his entire body erupting with terrifying power. Countless skulls with hellish red eyes stared intensely into the realm of the living. Wave after wave of skulls with glowing red eyes screamed and surged towards him, like resentful spirits awakened after 1,000 years. He summoned countless giant skulls to surround them. From above, Dao Van gave a cold stare directly at Jian Chen and Ming Dong, who stood silently below. Ming Dong began to panic. The ground trembled, and from the void, a giant skeleton emerged, each step echoing like thunder. Someone exclaimed in frustration. Tian Hung Leet, Tian Hung Dao Van actually treat human lives as dirt, worse than beasts. Each bone creaked, and the skeleton slowly extended a hand towards the crowd. The giant bony hand slammed down onto the ground, creating a shockwave that tore through the land below. Van Luke from the other side smiled and said. Jai Hao smiled politely. City Lord Van Luke, there's no need to be so polite. Each time the beast tide attacks, the chance of a Tier 5 demonic beast appearing is very low. You can handle it yourselves. Huin Tu slightly lifted her veiled hat. To be honest, it's not good. Van Luke smiled gently. Jai Hao placed his hands behind his back. He spoke a lot and... Not early, I dare not hide it. This time, I invited both of you to Aku City early because I want you to help me suppress a junior. Huin Tu was surprised. Van Luke smiled softly. Suddenly, a chilling surge of demonic energy rushed forward, sweeping directly towards the three. Huin Tu was startled. The giant skeleton crawled across the ground, each bone radiating thick demonic energy. Jian Chen gritted his teeth. Ming Dong pointed downwards. Dao Yun controlled the skeleton and laughed smugly. Under my annihilation demonic energy, you can't possibly escape. Jian Chen turned back and instructed Ming Dong, buy me 3 breaths of time. He agreed, all right. Ming Dong turned back and shouted upwards, if you don't want to die, come up with me. Hold him off for 3 breaths of time. The people above hesitated, then agreed, all right. Everyone attack together, let's go together. He charged forward with his sword, you dog-headed bastard, get out of here. Dao Yun flung Ming Dong to the ground, the fate of trash is only death. From behind, Jian Chen, quick as a flash, silently closed in behind him. Immediately after, he swung his sword straight at Dao Yun, take this. In an instant, Jian Chen's sword pierced through all defenses, utterly defeating Dao Yun, violet green, universal sword chi. He was defeated, falling to the ground with a look of disbelief. How can this be? Dao Yun's belly was ripped open, blood bursting forth, causing him to scream in pain. Immediately after, a resounding explosion erupted, and smoke and fire billowed and spread. Jian Chen stood still, his expression as calm as a mountain unmoved by a storm. A voice rang out from somewhere, it seems this is the rising new star of Wake City. He frowned, who? The newcomer was able to approach this place without making any sound. Jian Chen looked at the 2 people in front of him, City Lord, these 2 are. Yunli smiled kindly and gently said, let me introduce you, these 2 are. Huin Tu cut in, who I am doesn't matter. I heard that a young genius appeared in Wake City. He placed his hand on his chest, his face showing clear interest, I'm very fond of it in my heart. Huin Tu's entire body blazed with power, surging forth, I truly wish to spar with you. Ming Dong was stunned, damn it, such terrifying pressure, my body can't move at all. Jian Chen panted under the pressure of an Earth Saint Master is indeed astonishing. Then, Jian Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp light, violet-green sword chi. He slowly raised his sword to the sky, the light from the blade was incredibly powerful, causing the surrounding space to suddenly shake violently. Huin Tu stared intently at the terrifying power present before him, his eyes filled with astonishment. He stood frozen, his eyes bewildered and shocked, then suddenly exclaimed, this is... Huin Tu extended his hand, magical light shimmering around his fingers, as magic power gradually formed in the air. Suddenly, a sharp attack whizzed past his face, making Huin Tu scream. Immediately after, he was flung into the air and shot far away, dust flying in his wake. Jai Hao placed his hand on his shoulder, steadily helping Huan Tu regain his footing. As soon as he regained his composure, he gasped, his face pale, "You. So strong." Jian Chen slowly emerged from the newly dissipated dust. He calmly replied, "You flatter me." Huan Tu panted, each breath heavy and labored, then managed to say, "What a disgrace." Both Huan Tu and Jai Hao cupped their hands. "Little brother, using the great Saint Master realm, you can break through the full power pressure of an Earth Saint Master, truly a young hero. Unrivaled in the same tier, Gatada is extremely impressed, deeply impressed." Jian Chen also politely replied, "You two are too kind." Huan Tu wondered, "It's just that the powerful strength little brother just unleashed, it doesn't seem to be Saint Force, may I ask?" Jian Chen replied politely, "Honestly, I can't fully control this power. If it weren't for your overwhelming pressure." "Me too," Jai Hao lightly pushed Huan Tu's hand. "Their meaning is that it's inconvenient to say, don't be so pushy." He raised his hand, "I was rude. City Lord Van Luke, with little brother Jian Chen here, plus the two of us, this beast-tied attack. Waku City doesn't need to worry anymore." Van Luke showed agreement. "Yes, Ambassador, you are right. Van Luke is truly fortunate to have the help of you three." Skulls gathered in a crowd, spinning on the ground, creating a horrifying sight. Everyone was abuzz. Why are there so many skulls? Thien Hung Dao Van cultivates demonic arts. These skulls are all people who died after he drained their vital essence. Van Luke said coldly, "No wonder thousands of people mysteriously disappear from Wucheng every year. What a Thien Hung family." He cupped his hands respectfully, "Brother Jian Chen, for eliminating Thien Hung Dao Van and ridding Waku City of a menace, Van Luke is immensely grateful. I will return to investigate thoroughly. All those involved will be expelled." Jian Chen politely said, "City Lord, you're working hard." Van Luke invited Jian Chen, "Little brother, when you have free time, please visit the City Lord's manor. This case will be based on your opinion." He turned his back, "City Lord, please go slowly." Min Dong put his arm around Jian Chen, "This case is based on little brother's opinion? What does that mean?" He laughed. "It means whoever is involved, whoever is innocent, whoever gets expelled in this case." Jian Chen turned around and said with a certainty that frightened everyone, "Whatever I say goes." The crowd shouted, "We were just invited as guests. We truly didn't know that Thien Hung Dao Van was committing such evil. We beg Brother Jian Chen to reconsider." "Yes, yes, yes, we beg Brother Jian Chen to reconsider." Min Dong pointed, "Now it's Brother Jian Chen, huh? You, and you. You guys were quite aggressive earlier, weren't you?" The subordinates hurriedly begged for mercy, "Brother Jian Chen, no, great hero Jian Chen. We were previously deceived by that dog thief Thien Hung. We were blind. Please don't hold it against us common folk." "Yes, yes, we immediately switched sides after discovering Thien Hung Dao Van was wrong. Great hero, yes, we also contributed to eliminating Thien Hung Dao Van. We also put in effort." Min Dong blocked Jian Chen, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Step back. Do you still want to fight?" Everyone was scared. "We wouldn't dare, sirs." After a moment of silence, Jian Chen suddenly spoke, interrupting them, "Stop arguing." He smiled lightly, "I don't intend to make things difficult for you, but the fact that you were invited as guests shows you have deep connections with the Thien Hung family. I'll give you two choices." Upon hearing Jian Chen, the crowd responded in unison without hesitation, "We are willing to hear the details." Jian Chen presented the first choice. "First, be investigated. All related forces will be expelled. You are all leading forces in Waku City. I'm sure you don't want to be investigated." He stated the second choice. "Second, from now on, pledge allegiance to me and join my mercenary group." The crowd, without hesitation or delay, said in unison, "We agree to pledge allegiance." "May we ask what kind of mercenary group the Great Heroes is?" At Kai Manor, a dim light covered the signboard, creating a mysterious allure. Jian Chen, Min Dong, and the new subordinates chatted together. I have a small house. Let's make this the temporary headquarters for our Blazing Flame mercenary group. I apologize to the captain. You call this a small house? This is already very good. This place is great. You have a good heart. Not at all, not at all. Van Jayat suddenly asked. Your subordinate has something to ask the captain. He replied, Speak. He cupped his hands. Currently, the 5 of them are disbanding their mercenary groups, but our Kai family and the Denis family are focused on business. If we disband hastily, there will be huge losses. About this, Jian Chen calmly replied, Then your 2 families should maintain your original mercenary groups and focus all your efforts on earning money. He turned around and instructed, Make sure to take over the Chao family's mercenary group and the Thien Hung family's businesses in Waku City as quickly as possible. Wherever martial force is needed, come to me. The Blazing Flame mercenary group will clear all obstacles for you. The subordinates replied in unison, Yes, Captain. Suddenly, someone ran from afar. Van Jayat scolded, Patriarch, Patriarch, this is bad. No manners. Don't you see the captain is here? What's with all the shouting? The person hurriedly said, De Kang and 5 mercenary leaders brought their people and directly stormed in, aggressively saying they want to see the new captain's strength. Hearing that, he hesitated for a moment, then turned back and called out to Jian Chen, Captain, this. Please be understanding, it's nothing. Jian Chen sneered and suggested, Arrange for them to go to the arena. Immediately after, the announcement began to spread. Tai Si, former leader of the Fiery Mercenary Group, De Kang, former leader of the Golden Dragon Mercenary Group, Cha Erga, former leader of the Mercenary Group. A group of people appeared, cupping their hands. Mo Tian, former leader of the Devil's Sky Mercenary Group, former leader of the Vanguard Mercenary Group. Their voices rang out at the same time, in unison and resolute, Greetings, Captain. Jian Chen smiled and said loudly, 5 brothers, your actions and words are resolute, very good. I, Jian Chen, will not treat you poorly. Soon everyone will know that joining the Blazing Flame mercenary group was the right decision. A strange voice suddenly rang out, cutting him off mid-sentence, but De Kang and his group appeared, taunting, I see you've brought your brothers here, but it doesn't seem very sincere, does it? You talk a big game. A soft-skinned little brat, what ability do you have to make us serve you? That's right, you're quite pretty. You'd be better off embroidering. As he stuffed food into his mouth, Ming Dong grumbled, what a foul mouth. He suddenly charged directly towards one person, so fast that even the wind couldn't keep up. Ming Dong gave that person a strong punch to the mouth as a lesson, a slap to the face. De Kang and his group saw their companion being hit and immediately rushed in, take this saber of mine. Despicable. A sneak attack. Ming Dong spun around and cursed loudly, you curs, trying to gang up on me? A burst of power erupted from him, throwing back the enemy and snatching the weapon from his hand. Without stopping, that burst of power continued to disarm the next enemy. Before the force could dissipate, it swirled strongly to the side, knocking the weapon out of the next enemy's hand. A gleaming sword blade flashed through the air, a sharp sword tip darting forward like lightning. Jian Chen glided like a ghost, his sword in hand striking down enemies one after another. Damn it! A candied hawthorn skewer slipped from someone's hand, falling to the ground, the glistening red candies rolling silently. He smiled lightly and coldly ordered, Stop! You've already died once. Hearing him, they asked back in surprise, their faces stunned, What do you mean? Jian Chen turned his face, his eyes shining brightly, and reminded them, Feel your necks. One person reached for his neck, his face turning pale, then froze when he saw fresh blood on his hand. He raised his hand to convince them, See if I have the qualifications to lead you. They all cried out in shock, How did this happen? They couldn't believe it, he had only cut a thin layer of skin on their necks, not harming them. This divine swordsmanship and control over strength. Is this even human? Jian Chen asked again, convinced now? The whole group respectfully surrendered, Mighty Captain. We swear to follow you to death. He smirked, his voice full of confidence, asking in the coolest way possible, how's that? Ming Dong gave a thumbs up, awesome. Before they could react, the ground suddenly shook violently, trembling as if it would crack. What's happening? The people below started murmuring, this is a summoning signal. The magical beasts are about to attack the city. Jian Chen recognized the situation and quickly ordered, everyone, go to the city wall and join the battle. Magical beasts breathed out hot breath, their sharp fangs glistening under the light. They roared fiercely. They advanced, their eyes fierce, their momentum crushing everything in their path. The crowd stared in shock at the approaching magical beasts. What was happening? Previous attacks had all been on the city walls. They didn't understand why the formation was so orderly this time. It seemed like someone was controlling them from behind. Jian Chen's eyes widened. In that instant, he suddenly realized something. Could it be? The magical beast's sharp claws struck the ground, creating long cracks and a resounding echo. Jian Chen shouted in shock, his voice echoing through the space. This time, a fifth-stage magical beast had appeared. Now, on the city's side, a shocking tremor immediately arose. The magical beasts were gradually appearing, relentlessly rampaging everywhere with immense destructive power. Yunli, startled, told him, this is the fifth-stage demonic beast, the green-scaled demonic ape, it's commanding the attack. Immediately after, he quickly ordered, brothers throughout the city, heed my command. Kill the magical beasts, cut off their left ears, and you can claim a reward at the city lord's mansion. As soon as Yunli gave the order, everyone on this side shouted in unison, kill the magical beasts. Kill. The resounding shouts were filled with momentum. The magical beasts, suddenly attacked, were somewhat confused. Everyone continued to shout loudly to boost their morale. Kill. On this side, Ming Dong flew past, secretly calculating, I can't defeat the green-scaled red-scaled beast, but if those low-level magical beasts dare to come over here, I'll kill them. As he spoke, he fiercely struck at the magical beasts, sending them flying far away. Ming Dong's face showed extreme indignation. He couldn't help but curse, you beasts. Immediately after the momentum rose, Yunli didn't forget to remind everyone, keep the left ear. Seeing things gradually turning for the better, everyone cheered excitedly, the vice commander is amazing. I truly admire him. Yunli watched, couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Ming Dong is confronting them all by himself, truly incredible. His joy was short-lived when a sudden loud roar startled him, making his face turn as green as a banana leaf. Yunli then realized and became vigilant, this isn't good. Fourth-stage magical beasts are attacking. This is too many. Ming Dong then said, damn it, they all seem to be fourth stage. I'll disperse them first. We'll form teams of 2, attacking them step by step, from near to far. Then he bravely led the army to fight the magical beasts. Break for me. Wind extreme blasting giant wind. This oppressive aura was incredibly vast, forming a whirlwind that swept powerfully towards the magical beasts. Instantly, they were terrified by this momentum. Each one opened its mouth and growled, displaying its might to scare the opponent. After the dust settled, movement in the distance startled Yunli once more. From the nearby bushes, another creature suddenly appeared. It had the shape of a snake, but it wasn't a snake. As soon as it appeared, this magical beast roared loudly towards Yunli and lashed its tail powerfully. His face paled, why is there still a fifth-stage sword alligator? Jiahao was startled, at most, the 2 of us can only fight one. Huanxi also hesitated, 2? We can't fight 2. At this moment, Jian Chen's expression suddenly turned cold. He said, not just 2. Then Jian Chen warned, there's also one even more powerful than the green-scaled demonic ape and the sword alligator. Huanxi was startled, really? Why don't I feel it? Meanwhile, thunder and lightning echoed in the sky. Ming Dong looked at the scene before him and was instantly startled. That ferocious beast approaching is the golden-furred Tiger King. Its body is now much more muscular than before. As soon as he saw it, Jian Chen was filled with killing intent. He gritted his teeth, then coldly said, "Golden-furred Tiger King." Without thinking twice, Jian Chen immediately flew into the air. "Pay for my brother's lives." Yunli was startled. "Little brother, don't get agitated. We're both trapped by the green-scaled demonic ape. You can't win alone." Meanwhile, several demonic beasts also rushed over like lightning, opening their mouths and raising their claws to attack relentlessly. On this side, Ming Dong certainly wouldn't give up either. He quickly drew his sword and chopped at them. "Die!" The green-scaled demonic ape wouldn't give up. It continuously roared and attacked relentlessly. Meanwhile, Jian Chen, Zhe Hao, and Huan Si were flying quickly to support Ming Dong. The three figures charged towards the sword alligator and the green-scaled demonic ape. Of course, they were also mentally prepared to fight back. Ming Dong was surprised, a fifth-stage demonic beast. At the same time, the green-scaled demonic ape wildly swung its arm towards Jian Chen, causing him to instantly falter. Jian Chen was now like a madman. He faced the sword alligator and scornfully said, "You dare to stop me? Seeking death." As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Chen glared, quickly grasped his weapon, and launched a flurry of attacks. Facing the enormous demonic beast, he shouted with resentment, "Purple-green sword Qi, help me defeat the enemy." Seeing the situation before him, Yunli was momentarily stunned, and his face also turned a bit pale. In the sky at this moment, Jian Chen, like a demon, flew around, continuously emitting shocking white smoke. This also startled Zhe Hao into confusion, a single strike to slay a fifth stage. Now, standing before his enemy, Jian Chen coldly said, "Golden-furred Tiger King. A blood debt must be paid with blood, an eye for an eye. Die for me." With that, Jian Chen quickly channeled his internal energy and lunged towards it. The golden-furred Tiger King was no slouch either. It let out a savage roar. Its cry was enough to severely injure those with weak internal energy. It seemed the green-scaled demonic ape didn't want Jian Chen to approach the golden-furred Tiger King. It did everything to protect its king. While dodging, he suddenly sensed something dangerous, and sweat couldn't help but pour down his face. Ming Dong, standing beside him, was startled and quickly shouted, "Jian Chen, be careful." As he spoke, he rushed forward, successfully blocking an attack for him. Jian Chen was flustered. Ming Dong. The green-scaled demonic ape, taking advantage of its success, punched hard into the ground, causing dust and smoke to rise thickly. Fortunately, Jian Chen managed to pull Ming Dong out of the dangerous area, and both quickly retreated. He asked anxiously, "How are you?" Ming Dong coughed once, then said, "I won't die." "You need to be more careful. You were almost killed by the big ape." Meanwhile, the golden-furred Tiger King also quickly stomped towards the two. It opened its mouth wide and gathered internal energy. Zhe Hao was surprised, such powerful aura. "Is this the peak fifth-stage Tiger King?" Immediately after, Jian Chen coldly instructed, "Ming Dong, later, go help them kill the green-scaled demonic ape. If you can't kill it, just hold it back." Ming Dong stammered, You perhaps want to." At the same time, Jian Chen channeled his internal energy, grinding out each word with indignation. "I want to avenge them." With that, Jian Chen didn't hesitate and immediately lunged to approach his target. Now, Jian Chen no longer hesitated before this massive beast as he did before. Instead, his eyes radiated determination and confidence. On this side, everyone was attacking the green-scaled demonic ape, and it punched hard into the ground, causing them to falter. Meanwhile, Jian Chen was still facing the golden-furred king, choosing to directly attack its head. Jian Chen was a bit bewildered. Without using the power of the purple-green sword spirit, he couldn't even injure its outer skin. Immediately after, its sharp claws swiftly lunged towards Jian Chen, making him momentarily startled. Quickly sensing the danger, Jian Chen secretly exclaimed, "Not good." Just a moment of carelessness, he was forcefully thrown far away by the golden-furred king, and he involuntarily let out a loud cry. Immediately after, his entire body slammed hard against the back of the green-scaled demonic ape. Feeling something touch it, the green-scaled demonic ape quickly turned around to look. He then landed. Damn it, the power of the violet-green sword spirit had just been used and needed time to recover. It couldn't be used in a short time. And on this side, the green-scaled demonic ape continued to wreak havoc, and this place had already become a chaotic mess. Suddenly, the golden-furred king and the green-scaled demonic ape now surrounded Jian Chen, seemingly intending to attack at the same time. He was momentarily startled, two fifth-tier demonic beasts attacking together, this. Before he could finish his thought, the golden-furred king again gathered its inner force and attacked him. Jian Chen immediately flew up, and a loud explosion instantly echoed from where it had attacked. Avoiding one danger only to fall into another, the green-scaled demonic ape roared loudly at him and raised its hand, about to slam down. Jian Chen, however, was startled. He gritted his teeth, his face paling. Damn it, I can't avoid it. At this same moment, a surge of power quickly shot out, tightly coiling around that massive arm. Both of them were now restrained by Zhai Hao and Xian Si. Ming Dong stood behind. Big Ape, your opponent is here. With that, he immediately struck its head hard, carrying a powerful surge of inner force. The golden-furred king on this side was also in pain from Jian Chen's attack. It narrowed its eyes and roared furiously. Jian Chen immediately struck again, angrily shouting, "Break it for me." But, of course, it wasn't that easy. The golden-furred king was not yet defeated and was determined to fight back. And that green-scaled demonic ape also quickly broke free from the control of the other two. Without prior agreement, they were both sent flying at the same time, their loud shouts echoing throughout the area. Zhai Hao stood up cautiously. Too strong, it's impossible. Ming Dong, bruised all over, sighed and then looked around for their weak points. At this moment, Ming Dong was hit by a powerful surge of inner force, sending him headfirst into the ground. Looking in that direction, Ming Dong exclaimed in surprise, "He's still alive." Jian Chen quickly stood up and reached for the sword beside him. He was now gaping in astonishment. The power of the violet-green sword spirit had finally recovered. Jian Chen charged forward once more, shouting, "Ming Dong, help me force them into a straight line." Hearing this, he immediately agreed, "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, Ming Dong quickly channeled his inner force and condensed his technique. After a brief pause, he quickly unleashed a powerful gust of wind towards the ferocious beast. On this side, they were also intensely fighting together. The strong winds made the golden-furred king momentarily flustered. Ming Dong's attack combined with Jian Chen's sword skills made them cry out in unbearable pain. Of course, it didn't stop there. Jian Chen pressed on with his advantage, violet-green condensation, heaven-splitting sword. Now, in the golden-furred king's eyes was extreme resentment. It gritted its teeth and stared ahead. Following that, another earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the light of that power fiercely erupted nonstop. Everyone seemed shocked. They all simultaneously covered their faces with their hands. Up here, Jian Chen quickly maintained his distance, while the green-scaled demonic ape appeared to be lying still and motionless. Yunli stood on that tall building, so nervous that he could barely breathe, staring intently in that direction and wondering, is it dead? The green-scaled demonic ape seemed to be dead, but this made the golden-furred king appear to be going mad. Its eyes glowed with a dark crimson, and its sharp teeth slowly ground together with a grinding sound. Jian Chen frowned, his face cold as he stared intently at it, his internal vigilance remaining high. At the same time, the golden-furred king started to retreat, seemingly sensing that he was a formidable opponent. But Jian Chen wasn't afraid of it at all. He stood staring intently at the aggressive beast in front of him. Ming Dong saw this scene and was extremely frightened, turning pale. What's he doing? Immediately after, the golden-furred king disappeared in an instant. Everyone on the city wall looked at the situation before their eyes and couldn't help but joyfully shout, "It's retreating! It's retreating!" Ming Dong, frightened, slumped down. Damn it, it finally retreated. Xian Si was joyful. The Beast King actually got scared and ran away. This has never happened in the history of Ngoak City. But it seemed Jian Chen was unwilling to let it go. He clenched his teeth and growled each word, You can't leave. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick wave of killing intent erupted from him. Jian Chen wanted to pursue and kill it completely. He immediately unleashed a massive sword chi and shouted, Die! The golden-furred king ran in fright, involuntarily glancing behind it and clenching its teeth. But it seemed this time it couldn't escape the call of death. That beam of light exploded, carrying the beast's terrified roar. Under the scorching sun, the golden-furred king, with its heavy body, fell to the ground. Jai Hao stared blankly, murmuring to himself, Dead. It's dead. Ming Dong couldn't help but rejoice. He couldn't believe it. We won. That day, the entire city echoed with earth-shattering sounds. We won. We won. Everyone cheered joyfully. They had never felt so relieved. We won. Below, the crowd continued to cheer. We won. But at the same time, it seemed Jian Chen was severely injured after overexerting his inner strength. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Just like that, he quickly fell down, despite everyone around him worriedly calling out, Jian Chen. Jian Chen, are you okay? Jian Chen, wake up. Jian Chen. When he opened his eyes, he saw Kaida patting his head. Well done, Jian Chen. He was surprised, squad leader. He laughed with delight. We didn't misjudge you. Hu Ba also praised, Jian Chen is amazing. He offered a piece of meat with a bright smile. Have this chicken drumstick, young man. Xiao Jia next to him scoffed, Ba. At least give him a drumstick you haven't bitten yet. Hu Ba annoyedly said, We're brothers, Jian Chen won't mind. Then he offered it again, right, Jian Chen? He reached out and took it, replying, I don't mind. But immediately after, Jian Chen reached out to grab it but couldn't touch the person in front of him. This made him even more surprised. Jian Chen's eyes clearly showed agitation. Kaida then said, The Blazing Flame Mercenary Group is entrusted to you, Jian Chen. As soon as he finished, his image dissipated. Now, the words from back then echoed in his mind, Blazing Flame Mercenary Group, number 1 under heaven. Long live the Blazing Flame Mercenary Group. Tears streaming down, Jian Chen lowered his head and shouted, Long live the Blazing Flame Mercenary Group. Returning to reality, he was still lying in bed, the sounds of someone calling him, Jian Chen, still echoing in his head. After a while, he finally woke up, his eyes still dazed and vacant. As soon as they saw him open his eyes, everyone joyfully shouted, He's awake. Jian Chen is awake. You're finally awake. Looking at everyone, he wondered, How long have I been asleep? Ming Dong happily said, Exactly 2 days and 2 nights. You sure are a heavy sleeper, kid. He paused for a moment, then startled, quickly asked, Are the 2 esteemed sirs still here? Has the beast tide retreated? Xian Si delightedly said, It retreated. Brother Jian Chen, with one sword, cut down 2 5th-rank magical beasts. Without leaders, the magical beasts fought chaotically among themselves and were driven back by everyone. Jian Chen sighed, Then that's good. Immediately after, everyone happily recounted how Brother Jian Chen had rendered great service in this beast tide. It was thanks to Jian Chen and his defeat of 3 great magical beasts that they were able to overcome the crisis. Afterwards, everyone sat down at the table. Xian Si said, These are the spoils of war that City Lord Yunli asked the 2 of us to bring. They belong to Brother Jian Chen. Inside these spatial rings are some spoils of war from the brave members of the Blazing Flame Mercenary Group and the corpses of magical beasts. Little brother, take a look. Jian Chen replied, The 2 sirs are too polite. Then he added, This time, if it weren't for the 2 sirs' help, Jian Chen would not have been able to slay the 5th-rank magical beasts. Jian Chen only needs 1 magical core from the Tiger King, the other 2 belong to the 2 sirs. Xian Si was stunned, The 2 of us contributed very little, Brother Jian Chen. Ming Dong also happily said, Jian Chen is speaking from the heart. If the 2 sirs refuse, you would be looking down on our Blazing Flame group. Jai Hao spoke up, Well then, thank you, 2 brothers. In the future, if the Blazing Flame group ever needs us, we certainly won't stand by and watch. We'll jump into the fire for you. Then Jian Chen added, in the future, the Blazing Flame group will rely on your care. Jian Chen thanks you in advance. Xian Si continued, telling the mercenary group, in half a year will be the Mercenary Grand Assembly held once every 50 years. Two brothers with such capabilities absolutely must not miss it. Jian Chen was surprised. A mercenary event? Ming Dong asked in stunned surprise, what is that? He looked surprised, then asked again, you all don't know about the event? Ming Dong quickly replied, mercenary. No, we don't. Then he explained, the mercenary event is a martial arts tournament that Mercenary City holds once every 50 years. Participants must be under 50 years old. Just by entering the top 100, you can receive a generous cash reward and also a badge of honor issued by the Alliance. Immediately after, Xian Si looked at everyone. If you can enter the top 10, you can choose a heaven rank cultivation technique. Jian Chen's eyes widened excitedly. Heaven rank cultivation technique. Ming Dong continued, that's so cool. The evil technique that guy, Tianxiong Dao Yun, cultivated was probably a human rank cultivation technique, and it was already so twisted. A heaven rank cultivation technique, then that would be. Xian Si added, it doesn't stop there. Entering the top 3 not only allows you to choose a heaven rank cultivation technique, but also a heaven rank combat skill. Ming Dong smiled brightly, heaven rank combat skill. Jian Chen also replied, that's a combat technique. Mercenary City is truly abundant. Then Ming Dong happily added, hey, based on your two sirs' strength as Earth Saint Masters, what rank could you achieve in the Grand Assembly? Jai Hao hesitated, well, I'm afraid, we were still children during the last Grand Assembly, and it's another 50 years until the next. Xian Si added, the two of us are too old, we no longer have a connection with the Grand Assembly. Hearing this, Jian Chen thought to himself, that's quite unfortunate indeed. Finally, Ming Dong and Jian Chen went together. After crossing the peak and then running, these two magical beasts would probably be exhausted to death. He continued, we must try to reach a larger city ahead to change mounts. There's only half a year left, and hundreds of thousands of miles more, we can't stop. Jian Chen was startled, suddenly remembering, your urgency is commendable. But with our strength, one a mid-Saint Master, one a great Saint Master, participating in the Grand Assembly like this, isn't that just asking for trouble? Ming Dong replied, that place is where all the mercenary elites of the Tian Yuan continent gather, after all. Jian Chen then asked, do you know the difference between a talented person and an ordinary one? Ming Dong was surprised, where? Then Jian Chen added, one dares to think and act, while the other is a frog, only daring to stay in the well and not leap out to break their own limits. He reasoned, we are low-level powerhouses, but low-level powerhouses have nothing to lose. After all, those who are barefoot aren't afraid of wearing shoes. He paused for a moment. Ming Dong continued, it seems, we truly have nothing to lose. Jian Chen burst out laughing, who's mediocre? You're mediocre. Your whole family is mediocre. Then, both of them laughed merrily, their voices echoing through the forest. After a while, Jian Chen happily shouted, come, 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 have a chicken drumstick. Ming Dong then replied, no thanks, I'm mediocre, I don't deserve to eat a chicken drumstick. Jian Chen smiled brightly, even mediocre people can eat chicken drumsticks. You are what you eat, so if your brain is dull, just be a bit more agile with your hands and feet. Ming Dong retorted irritably, damn you, you're the dumb one. Jian Chen laughed heartily and freely. At the same time, a voice rang out urgently, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Jian Chen looked over in surprise at the people rushing in a commotion towards them. Don't block the way. Get out of my way. Seeing this, Jian Chen was puzzled and asked himself, he hesitated, this is. Looking at the emblem on the elephant, Jian Chen then said, people from the Fawn Lamb Kingdom. Ming Dong was surprised, what's wrong? You know them? Jian Chen said, the elite squad of the Fawn Lamb Kingdom, always dealing with our kingdom. He paused, then wondered aloud, why are they here? According to Jian Chen, this time the Sam Kingdoms are completely finished. That evening, they discussed with each other, although their strength is formidable, they can't withstand the siege from our 4 great kingdoms. I'm just afraid that old monster, Truong Duong Palace, will suddenly return. He's a character infinitely close to the Saint King realm. What's there to be afraid of him for? The burly man frowned. That old man has been away from Truong Duong Palace for many years, most likely dead. This time, their lamb kingdoms are finished. The soldier next to him replied, even if that old man doesn't return, they still have nearly 10 Sky Saint Masters. That's a tough nut to crack too. Then they joked with each other, our 4 great kingdoms combined have over 30 Sky Saint Masters. 3 against 1, even a rat can be cornered. Besides, we've been preparing for so long. They're forced into battle, what do they have to fight us with? Are they going to use women to wear us down? On this side, Ming Dong whispered, the Lamb Kingdoms, that's your homeland? Jian Chen replied, yes. Not only that, the Truong Duong Palace they mentioned, that's my home. He hesitated, this. At the same time, a voice from behind startled them both, who are you? Looking at the two, the soldier immediately shouted, intruders. An ambush. But right after he finished speaking, a sword blade slashed forcefully across the soldier's neck. Chao Gi, who was sitting there, was startled, damn it, who's tired of living? At the same time, Jian Chen swooped down from the sky, it's you who are tired of living. From above, Jian Chen pointed his sword towards the group of people, with an extremely cold and imposing expression. Immediately after, another soldier was pierced through the stomach by his hidden weapon, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing their comrade fall, the soldiers yelled, enemy attack. Surround him quickly. Immediately after, Jian Chen and Ming Dong quickly landed. The two of them were now surrounded by the soldiers. Jian Chen stared intently at them and thought, no wonder they're the elite troops Brother Jian mentioned. They didn't panic at all after a surprise attack. At the same time, Chao Gi immediately stepped forward, staring intently at him, and asked, who are you? Jian Chen excitedly held his sword and charged, me? I'm your father. The soldier quickly warned, Commander, be careful. Chao Gi quickly drew his sword, attack. These two are definitely spies from the Sam Kingdoms. They cannot be allowed to escape alive from here. Immediately after, both quickly drew their swords and attacked each other. Thick sword energy burst out and flew rapidly. Now, Ming Dong and Jian Chen stood back to back, both vigilantly staring at their opponents. After a moment, Jian Chen, with a cold face, flicked his sword blade out, carrying a dense wave of killing intent. The moment that sword energy was unleashed, the head of a soldier nearby was immediately severed from his neck. Chao Gi shouted loudly, be careful of his weapon. The energy on his weapon is very unusual. Immediately after, he quickly grabbed his sword and lunged towards Jian Chen, shouting, witness my blazing flame sword art. From behind, another soldier then grabbed a spear and lunged over, shouting, witness my ice spear. On this side, Min Dong defended while looking at him, simultaneously shouting, Brother Jian, be careful. Immediately, he dodged, and the spear happened to thrust forcefully through the flank of the other person. Jian Chen's skilled feet spun on the ground, he easily and successfully escaped the encirclement. Immediately after, he raised his leg and forcefully kicked the soldier's sword. Just like that, the sword swung powerfully towards another person, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Gao Yi bit his teeth in fear. This person's strength cannot be underestimated. I didn't expect the kingdom of Gashing to have such a strong youth. He was unwilling. I absolutely cannot die silently like this. I must report this matter to His Majesty the King. Jian Chen on this side was suddenly startled. He looked towards Gao Yi, who was quickly flying away to escape. Jian Chen then stroked the blade of the sword in his hand and said, have I allowed you to leave? Azure Frost Condensing Spirit Sword. Immediately after, that stream of sword energy rapidly shot straight towards Gao Yi. Just like that, the sword pierced through his chest, fresh blood spurted out, and a large hole was drilled through his chest. His eyes seemed about to burst. Gao Yi secretly broke into a cold sweat, thinking, no, it's impossible. Half an hour later, the sky had quickly darkened. At this time, Jian Qin quickly sat by the riverbank and circulated his internal energy. He was concentrating on transmitting internal energy into the stone slab. Jian Qin remained deeply focused, sitting silently for a long time. Immediately after, Jian Qin's eyes widened, and his entire body now exuded a massive surge of internal energy. Jian Qin stared intently at his fist. It seems that to restore the Azure Frost Sword Spirit, the number of demon cores required far exceeds my imagination. At this moment, Min Dong laughed loudly. Brother Jian, how's the quality of the demon cores in the hands of the Fenlong Kingdom soldiers? He replied, acceptable. Min Dong smiled wryly. Big brother, do you know how many demon cores you've absorbed? An ordinary person absorbing this amount would surely explode and die. Jian Qin then frowned, contemplating, what should we do next? Min Dong was tired. Should we return to the kingdom of Gaxing to inform them, or? Jian Qin then said, no need. Let's continue to the big mercenary guild. Our current strength is too weak. Even if we go back, it won't change anything. All right, he immediately replied, then we'll listen to Brother Jian. It was morning. He looked at the other person. Min Dong, let's go buy a few fast-running demon beasts. That way, our travel time will be a bit more comfortable. He happily replied, whatever Brother Jian says. At this moment, a fat merchant spoke up, esteemed guest, if you want a fast-running demon beast, take a look at this third-tier demon beast. He quickly replied, the one I'm riding now is already third tier. Don't you have anything better? The merchant added, high-tier demon beasts. Regarding the price. Immediately after, the money pouch was quickly thrown into his hand, and then he asked coldly, is that enough? Immediately after, the merchant smiled brightly, certainly, no problem. Sir, please look at this fourth-tier Kirin Mila. Its speed is extremely fast, Jian Qin replied. I'll take this one. At this moment, a loud voice shouted from behind, wait. From behind, the young man urgently galloped his horse forward, shouting, brother, wait a moment. Can you hear me out? Immediately after, he quickly flew up from his seat and shot straight towards Jian Qin. Looking at him, he hurriedly said, this brother, could you please yield this Kirin Mila to me? I'm willing to pay double the price. But Jian Qin showed no interest. He waved his hand and then said, I'm very sorry, it's not for sale. This young man, named Qin Xiao, said, brother, don't rush. Listen to me first. My family has 2 fourth-tier Kirin Milas. Moreover, one of them has already reached 2 stars. Could you please yield to me a little? Or I'll pay triple. Then Jian Qin said, if you really want it, it's not impossible, but there's one condition. Qin Xiao regained his composure and said, brother, please speak. Looking at him, he then said, if you can withstand 3 of my sword strikes, then I'll give you this Kirin Mila. If you can't withstand 3 of my sword strikes, then you'll give me both Kirin Milas from your house. How about that? At this moment, a person standing behind Qin Xiao simultaneously shouted loudly, how dare you? Qin Xiao frowned, is there a place for you to speak here? He quickly lowered his head and whispered, yes, young master. Shut up. Qin Xiao then exclaimed with delight, all right, brother. I'm sure to win this bet. Come on, hit me, I can't wait anymore. Just like that, both of them now stared intently at each other, preparing for their match. At the same time, Ming Dong looked intently at Jian Qin and said, brother Jian, good luck. On this side, the servant looked at Qin Xiao and also cheered, young master, good luck. After a pause, he then shouted loudly and waved his hand, come on, everyone. At this moment, Jian Qin quickly channeled his internal energy and shouted, Violet Azure Sword Art. At the same time, Jian Qin had already prepared everything. He also warned his opponent, be careful. With that, Jian Qin directly raised his sword to the sky and simultaneously unleashed a massive surge of internal energy from above. His eyes quickly turned red. Carrying that source of internal energy, Jian Qin shouted loudly. Qin Xiao looked at him, startled. His face couldn't help but turn pale. Qin Xiao thought to himself, such powerful aura. He was about to strike at his opponent, but Jian Qin kept warning him, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively charged forward, focusing intensely and aiming directly at his target. Just then, Qin Xiao also channeled his internal energy, right on time, Sha Tian Song Tian Mu. Jian Qin continued to charge through. At this moment, he let out a loud shout, break it for me. On this side, Qin Xiao also gritted his teeth. He tightened his power and said loudly, don't even think about it. Immediately after, both sources of internal energy simultaneously targeted each other. The aura of the two could be said to be evenly matched. After a moment, Qin Xiao's expression changed. He seemed a bit stunned by Jian Qin's power. In an instant, Qin Xiao was sent flying backward, with rocks and debris scattering everywhere. Qin, being worried, then quickly shouted and ran over, young master. On this side, Jian Qin quickly put his sword away. Not only that, he humbly added, I yield. Despite losing, he laughed heartily, brother, you are truly strong. I, Qin Xiao, wholeheartedly admit defeat. Jian Qin then said, brother Qin, you're too kind. This battle was just an even match between us, no winner or loser. Qin Xiao was frank, a loss is a loss, there's nothing to be ashamed of. I, Qin Xiao, am not someone who can't handle losing. Then he stepped forward and asked him, may I ask what this brother's name is? My name is Jian Qin. From the Qasim Empire Kingdom. Qin Xiao then said, then I'll call you brother Jian Qin. Jian Qin then said, if I won, then the previous bet. Qin Xiao quickly interrupted, brother Jian Qin, don't worry. I'll have someone bring those 2 Kirin Milas over. With that, he looked at Qin Bing, who immediately understood and bowed, yes. Scene changed to a large building where a voice echoed, that rascal, that damn brat shower. The man quickly slammed his hand hard on the table, he's really causing trouble. Where is that brat now? Reporting, family head. The young master is currently in the living room drinking and chatting with young master Jian and young master Jian's friend. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly let out a roar, then shouted loudly, men. Jian Ju immediately appeared. Qin Tian then ordered, tonight, go test and see what that brat is capable of. He quickly replied, yes. Scene change. On this side, a lavish spread of food was set on a large table. Qin Xiao, on the other hand, was cheerful. Brother Jian Qin, today I, Qin Xiao, am completely defeated and convinced. Jian Qin secretly thought, half an hour ago we were fighting fiercely, and now we're eating and drinking at their house. Qin Xiao then said again, brother Jian Qin, if we have time in the future, we must spar with each other. Jian Qin secretly evaluated, it seems this Qin Xiao is also a person of integrity and loyalty. Thinking this, he then said, brother Qin, what you said is certainly no problem, it's just. Hearing this, he was slightly surprised, then asked, does brother Jian Qin have some difficulty? Just say it. Jian Qin smiled brightly and said, Ming Dong and I just happened to be passing through here. Our intention was to go to Mercenary City to participate in the Mercenary Grand Gathering. We originally planned to rest in Walasi City and replenish some supplies before continuing, but unexpectedly, as soon as we entered the city, we got into a fight and met you, little brother. Qin Xiao smiled even brighter. Indeed, brother Jian Qin and I are destined. He asked in surprise, brother Qin, what do you mean by that? Are you also going to participate in the Mercenary Grand Gathering? He continued, that's right. Pausing for a moment, he added, if that's the case, then brother Qin Xiao should definitely come with us, or you won't make it in time. Qin Xiao replied, brother Jian Qin, there's no need to rush. Have you heard of the Space Gate? At the same time, Jian Chen was a little surprised and guessed, could it be that Brother Qin Zhao's family has a space gate? According to Jian Chen's understanding, it is entirely composed of space. With just one step, one can cross thousands of miles. With one step, one can cross to the other side of the Tianyuan continent. It is very mystical and subtle, the only magical gate that can transmit over long distances. Qin Xiao quickly waved his hand. Brother Jianchen thinks too highly of my Qin Tian clan. Although we are a major household here, we still cannot possess a space gate. He paused for a moment and then continued, however, in our main kingdom of the Choya Kingdom, there is a space gate. So, we can borrow this space gate to go to Mercenary City. Brother Jianchen, why don't you stay here with my Qin Tian clan and wait to go to Mercenary City with us 2 months later? Hearing this, Jian Chen secretly thought, if that's the case, then I can cultivate here with peace of mind for 2 months, and my strength will definitely increase even further. By then, I might even win the championship in the Mercenary Grand Gathering. He then stood up. Then I thank you, Brother Qin Xiao. After returning, Jian Chen quickly circulated his inner energy. He sat quietly on the bed, practicing. On the rooftop at this moment, a dark figure quickly flew onto Jian Chen's roof and lurked. He held a small knife in his hand, then skillfully opened a roof tile to observe the person below. Seeing that Jian Chen was not paying attention, Jian Ju immediately circulated his inner energy and forcefully threw the knife in his hand downwards. He remained seated, unmoving. Jian Chen's expression was as if he was unaware of being assassinated. But in reality, he was secretly smiling in his heart. So, you finally couldn't hold back and made your move? Thinking this, Jian Chen quickly circulated his inner energy. He stared intently forward with sharp eyes. From Jian Chen's body, that mysterious energy simply emanated intensely. Not stopping there, Jian Chen immediately struck that inner energy upwards, startling his opponent. Jian Ju seemed surprised. He couldn't dodge in time, but at the same time, he was shocked. What? Just like that, the aura continuously emanated intensely, preventing Jian Ju from hiding any longer. Knowing he had been discovered, he then stared coldly at Jian Chen and asked, "Who exactly are you?" He continued to circulate his inner energy and attack him, while also replying, "That's what I want to ask you." Jian Ju was startled. He just stood there bewildered by the attack, not knowing how to react. He quickly brought his short sword up to block his chest, but it seemed all his efforts now were somewhat futile. Not only couldn't he block Jian Chen's attack, but now Jian Ju was also sent flying a long distance. He glared, sweating in secret fear. This kid can actually defeat me. Jian Chen also assessed his opponent. This person's strength was at least that of a great Saint Master of the third lineage. Then he secretly made up his mind that he absolutely had to clarify this person's background and the purple-green sword art. In a short period, he was on the defensive twice. For a moment, Jian Ju was a bit flustered. With swift movements, he immediately drew his sword and blocked in front of himself once again. Jian Ju's reaction looked very passive. But unfortunately, now his weapon was finally broken in half by Jian Chen's internal energy. Jian Ju was quickly sent flying a long distance. He was bewildered, not expecting the opponent to possess such terrifying power. Lying prostrate on the ground, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. At the same time, Jian Chen also quickly followed. Jian Ju secretly panicked, "Run! I must tell the patriarch that this kid is playing the pig to eat the tiger." He said coldly, "Where are you running to?" At the same time, a worried voice sounded from behind, "Brother Jian Chen, are you all right?" He was startled and turned around. "Ming Dong, what's wrong with you?" He quickly said, "Just now, someone ambushed me. Let me pierce his chrysanthemum with a sword." Looking at the large hole in the roof, Ming Dong was startled. "Holy crap, Brother Jian Chen, you were ambushed too." He was bewildered, but neither of us has ever offended anyone in Luolangxi City Alley. "Who exactly did this?" Jian Chen quickly said, "I made such a big commotion, yet the guards in Brother Qin Zhao's courtyard are sleeping soundly." Hearing this, Ming Dong panicked, "Brother Jian Chen, Do you mean that Qin Shao sent people to kill us tonight? Jian Chen quickly speculated, perhaps it's not Brother Qin Zhao's idea. He is an upright person. And the person who came wasn't here to take our lives, just to probe our strength. Ming Dong gritted his teeth in anger. I didn't expect the Qin family to be such a dirty family too. He reassured him, in this world, which family doesn't have a dark side? All right, it's getting late. We'll see what Brother Qin Shao says tomorrow. Ming Dong hesitated, this. All right, I'll listen to you. Early in the morning, Qin Shao quickly ran over, Brother Jian Chen, you're awake. He happily threw open the door, Brother Jian Chen, I'm telling you, last night I came up with a move that could. As soon as he looked up and saw the large hole in the roof, Qin Shao was immediately startled. Qin Shao innocently asked, Brother Jian Chen, why is your roof punctured? Did some female hooligan peep at you last night? Jian Chen calmly replied, last night, a mysterious man in black came to kill me. I don't know if it was a woman. Qin Shao was truly unaware. He was startled, what? How can that be? But all the courtyard guards are useless then. At the same time, a cold voice rang out, Shower, what are you yelling about so early in the morning? He quickly shouted, Father, you've come at just the right time. I have something to tell you. Qin Tian quickly replied, what's all the shouting about? Qin Shao introduced, this is Brother Jian Chen, whom I befriended yesterday. Jian Chen bowed, greetings, Patriarch Qin Tian. He acted as if he didn't know, young Brother Jian Chen is indeed a talent. Then Qin Shao irritably recounted, Father, listen to me, this is what happened. Hearing this, Qin Tian became even more enraged, how dare someone cause trouble in my Qin family? The servants' faces turned pale, Patriarch, please calm your anger. We will definitely use all our strength to apprehend the culprit. We beg the Patriarch to give us a chance to atone for our mistakes. Qin Tian then ordered, I give you 7 days to catch the culprit. Otherwise, you will no longer remain in my Qin family. The servants knelt submissively, thank you, Patriarch, thank you, Patriarch. Then he said to him again, young Brother Jian Chen, I'm truly sorry. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Qin Shao, you take Jian Chen to the Zhen Bao Fong in the city first. He quickly and respectfully replied, Patriarch Qin, you're too polite. This Zhen Bao Pavilion is. Qin Shao happily said, Brother Jian Chen, I know, I'll tell you. Then Qin Shao put his arm around his shoulder and walked out, happily saying, this Zhen Bao Pavilion is a place that sells strange and rare antique items. Qin Tian watched his retreating figure and secretly thought, to be able to survive from the hands of a Grand Saint Master of 3 revolutions, this kid is not simple. After they walked and chatted for a while, they finally arrived at their destination. The streets were bustling at this time. Qin Shao happily introduced, Brother Jian Chen, this is the largest Zhen Bao Pavilion in Luolangxi City. Here you can find many rare and exotic treasures. At the same time, a charming girl ran over and whispered, inviting, welcome, young Master Qin. What would young Master Qin like today? Qin Shao delightedly introduced, this is my brother Jian Chen. Today I'm taking my brother here to look around and see if we can buy anything good. Immediately after, the girl named Xian Hong quickly smiled and said, hello, young Master Jian Chen. Shall I call a few sisters to take you around? Ming Dong was also captivated by the girl next to him, Brother Jian Chen, you should also find a girl to guide you around. He wasn't interested, so he told the two, you two go on ahead. I can go by myself. Qin Shao didn't bother him, all right, then find me when you're done. After saying goodbye, he walked alone, pondering, the twin swords of Ziqing in my body are vibrating continuously. It seems there must be a treasure upstairs. As he thought, he walked straight to a room not far away. Looking at the items there, Jian Chen exclaimed, as expected of the largest Zhenbao Pavilion in Luolangxi City. So many treasures! His eyes scanned over some things. What exactly is it that's making the Ziqing sword spirit vibrate like this? With that thought, he turned around, looking for what he needed, which was He picked up the golden ring and slowly examined it. His face also grew more pensive. Jian Chen then put it down. He was a little disappointed. It's not this. At the same time, a voice rang out, startling Jian Chen. Young master truly has a good eye. Su De walked over from behind. The ring in your hand, young master, is called the Demon Arm Ring. It is a genuine item in our Jinbao Pavilion. Wearing this ring can activate a paralyzing effect. He patiently explained, currently, this ring sells for only 10,000 purple gold coins. Everyone was surprised to hear this. Holy crap, a broken ring for 10,000 purple gold coins? That's faster than robbing. Don't talk nonsense, you didn't hear the ring's ability. Su De stepped forward with a suggestion. If young master wants it, I'll give you a 99% discount right now. You only need to. Jian Chen cut him off. No need. Being suddenly rejected so directly, his ears felt like they'd been struck by lightning. But Su De was still very determined. He tried to say, young master, listen to me. At the same time, after observing for a while, Jian Chen's eyes suddenly landed on something, a dark green stone, lying neatly and silently in a corner. Jian Chen quickly picked it up. As soon as it touched him, the stone emitted energy. Jian Chen smiled contentedly. He secretly rejoiced, this is it. Then, Jian Chen handed it to Su De and asked, Elder, how much is this item? He was utterly disappointed. I thought he was a young master with good taste, but he's just a penniless nobody with no eye for treasures. That broken stone isn't for sale. If you truly want it, buy something else and it'll be a free gift. Hearing this, Jian Chen exhaled, his expression easing slightly. With that, he held up the jade pendant. All right, I'll buy this jade pendant. You can give me this stone as a gift. Su De's expression changed as he held up 2 fingers. The jade pendant is 20,000 purple gold coins. No discount. Everyone was stunned. 20,000? That's twice as expensive as the ring just now. I think that broken jade pendant is only worth 8,000 or 9,000 at most. Perhaps this young master just offended this old man, and now he's taking revenge for personal reasons. At the same time, a powerful internal force emanated from his body. It seemed Su De was displeased. He gritted his teeth. Our Jinbao Pavilion conducts business honestly. If this old man says this jade pendant is 20,000, then it is 20,000. Jian Chen immediately paid. All right, if you say 20,000, then 20,000, but you must give me this stone as promised. Su De continued, don't worry, what our Jinbao Pavilion says, goes. Immediately after, he quickly took the stone and held it carefully in his palm. Looking at it, Jian Chen chuckled to himself, thinking, indeed, I was right. At the same time, suddenly, a beam of light from who knows where illuminated the entire area. Su De was surprised, a 5-colored divine stone. That broken stone is actually the legendary 5-colored divine stone. The crowd stirred. Could it be the legendary 5-colored divine stone that brings good fortune to its bearer? If used as an ornament, it can make the wearer invulnerable to blades and spears. This kid just hit the jackpot. A 5-colored divine stone is worth at least tens of millions of purple gold coins. I must be blind to have missed such a treasure. Then Jian Chen said again, Elder, you just said you'd give this item to me. You can't go back on your word, can you? Su De happily replied, it seems my old eyes still need more training. Young master, rest assured, Jinbao Pavilion conducts business honestly. If we said we'd give it to you, we will. He respectfully replied, thank you, senior, secretly thinking, I must leave this place quickly, or I'll definitely be targeted by others. Just as he was about to leave, a voice rang out, startling Jian Chen. Stop right there. Tian Ke walked over from behind and said disdainfully, kid, I want this 5-colored divine stone. Name your price. Looking at him, he grew cold and then asked, what if I don't sell? Tian Ke didn't hold back and replied, then you probably won't be able to leave this room alive. Upon seeing him, everyone gasped in astonishment. I can't believe young Master Tian K of the Qing Tian family is here too. It seems this young brother is going to have bad luck today. Tian K looked at Jian Chen scornfully. Don't you want to live? Obediently hand over the five-colored divine stone. Despite this, Jian Chen calmly looked at the other party and said disdainfully, good boy, don't block the way. Get out of the way. Tian K's face flushed with anger upon hearing this. What? Who are you calling a dog? Fine, it seems you want a beating instead of a drink. He then ordered the person behind him, Old Cheng, break this brat's legs for me. I want him to only be able to crawl on his knees for the rest of his life. Upon hearing his master's command, Cheng Lin looked at Jian Chen with delight and smugly replied, yes, young master. With that, Cheng Lin immediately activated his internal energy and charged towards Jian Chen. As soon as his punch was thrown, he quickly dodged it with ease. But of course, Jian Chen wouldn't just let himself be threatened like that. Immediately after, he leaped behind Cheng Lin and attacked. The sword in his hand was unleashed, carrying a powerful internal force, aiming directly at his opponent. In just an instant, Cheng Lin was struck by Jian Chen, his face turning pale, and his body was weakly pressed to the ground. Not stopping there, the sword in his hand seemed to have a mind of its own, quickly flying back to Jian Chen. He performed a few basic sword moves, and then the sharp sword was plunged in front of Cheng Lin, making him turn pale with fright. After a while, Cheng Lin was finally stepped on by Jian Chen, now unconscious. Tian K secretly flinched. Where did this kid come from? He's so formidable. Then he blurted out, who exactly are you? How dare you disrespect my Qing Tian family? Let me tell you, my Qing Tian family is... Immediately after that statement, a punch landed directly on Tian K, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. What the hell are you yelling about? You're annoying me to death. Tian K's head was stuck in the ground, unable to utter a single word after that punch. He angrily sat up and cursed at the other person, you bastard. How dare you ambush me? Upon seeing the person in front of him frowning, he stammered, Qin. Qin Xiao brother. He glared at him, radiating anger. Tian K, are you looking for a beating? How dare you mess with my brother, Qin Zhao's brother? Tian K then looked around blankly. Your brother, who? Qin Xiao pointed towards him and then coolly introduced, Jian Chen. Tian K was speechless for a moment. Damn it, I think you're asking for another beating. How dare you lay a hand on my brother? Watching his cousins fight, Jian Chen thought to himself, I used to wonder why the Qing Tian family wasn't surnamed Tian. It seems this Qing Tian family is formed by the two branches, Tian and Qing, coming together. Tian K was not afraid yet. Qin Xiao, just you wait. After I get back, I'll definitely tell my father about this. You'll be punished, just you wait. Qin Xiao was annoyed, damn it, you dare threaten me with your father? I'll beat you to death first. Right after that, he was about to hit that ignorant fellow again when a hand quickly stopped him. Jian Chen then happily said to him, Brother Qin Xiao, let's just drop this matter. Qin Xiao quickly obeyed, today, out of respect for my brother, I'll let you off. Otherwise, I would have broken both your legs. Then he asked worriedly, Brother Jian Chen, are you all right? He calmly replied, luckily, Brother Qin Xiao arrived in time. Jian Chen then didn't linger. Let's go, I've also bought what I needed. Qin Xiao agreed, all right, I'll go call that kid Ming Dong, then we'll head back. The two of them walked together to Luolangxi City, Qing Tian family manor. As soon as they stepped inside, the melodious sound of a zither echoed in the air, sounding incredibly pleasant. At this moment, Qin Xiao then said, hearing that music, my second sister must be home. Come on, I'll take everyone to meet her. As soon as he saw him, Qin Tian, who had been waiting, glared at him with a murderous look. Just waiting for this, Qin Tian immediately shouted, you wretched brat, you hit Tian K again. Tian K pretended to be innocent, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Qing Tian couldn't stand this joking face anymore and angrily dragged his son away. His father already told me. Come here. Qing Xiao yelled, Father, gently. Brother Jianchen, go talk to my second sister first. I'll come find you all later. Just like that, the two of them left, leaving Jianchen standing there, completely bewildered. Afterward, he walked alone through Qin Zhao's family courtyard, a place of incredibly beautiful scenery. The sound of the zither still resonated everywhere, a woman's slender hands calmly gliding over each string. The gentle and jade-like girl was Qin Xiao, and she was also the second young miss of the Qin family. As soon as she sensed someone approach, Qin Xiao immediately asked, Who are you, and why have you come to my Qin family? He respectfully replied, This humble one, Jian Chen, is a friend of brother Qin Xiao. I apologize for disturbing young Mrs. Elegant Leisure. Qin Xiao immediately stood up, Where is my elder brother? Jian Chen honestly replied, He was dragged away by the Qin family head who was yelling at him. Upon hearing these words, Qin Xiao gently sat back down on her chair. Then she asked, Young Master Jian Chen, what do you think of my music? He honestly replied, Young Miss can play such celestial music, capable of blending the sound of the zither with the human heart. This humble one is truly impressed. Qin Xiao gently said, listening to young Master Jian Chen, it seems young Master Jian Chen understands zither music. Jian Chen humbly gave a slight smile, Young Miss jokes. This humble one merely expresses my feelings. Stroking the zither with her slender hands, Qin Xiao seemed to adore it greatly. She politely said, Thank you for your praise, young Master Jian Chen. It's just that I can play such beautiful music. Perhaps it's all thanks to this zither, which contains the divine power of the Qin Saint Celestial Demoness. Saying this, Qin Xiao's face showed a hint of sadness. Hearing this, Jian Chen was also startled, his inner thoughts crying out, The Qin Saint Celestial Demoness? Then he couldn't help but ask her, Miss Qin, who is this Qin Saint Celestial Demoness? Qin Xiao was surprised. Young Master Jian Chen comes from a distant kingdom, so of course you wouldn't know the Qin Saint Celestial Demoness. Then she recounted, the Qin Saint Celestial Demoness used zither music to kill enemies, making it difficult to guard against. No one could endure long under the Celestial Demoness music. Anyone who passed by her would either lose themselves in an illusion created by the music, or their soul would be directly annihilated, their body and spirit destroyed, dying invisibly. With a proud expression, Qin Xiao said, Decades ago, the Celestial Demoness played one piece, causing millions of soldiers to all fall into a coma. They slept for 3 days and 3 nights before waking up. Jian Chen was secretly bewildered. One piece of music caused millions of soldiers to fall into a deep sleep for 3 days and 3 nights? How can that be? Upon hearing this, Jian Chen expressed his heartfelt admiration. If there's a chance, this humble one would like to experience this celestial demoness for myself. Qin Xiao then said, The celestial demoness has already become a saint. How could she be so easy to meet? He hesitated. Miss Qin, you mean? Qin Xiao paused, then turned to Jian Chen. Oh right, I heard the servants say that you and my elder brother are going to the mercenary gathering together. Jian Chen affirmed, That's right. Qin Xiao inexplicably hesitated. Young Master Jian Chen, Before he could finish, Qin Zhao's voice rang out, Brother Jian Chen, second sister, I'm here. Seeing his swollen face, Jian Chen was startled. Brother Qin Xiao, what happened to you? Qin Xiao replied nonchalantly, Don't even mention it. That brat Tian Ke went and complained to my father, and my father beat me up to let him vent his anger. Jian Chen felt apologetic, I'm sorry. Qin Xiao quickly said, Don't worry about it. Although this old man got beaten, I also gave that Tian Ke a good beating just now. Hearing this, Jian Chen secretly felt helpless, thinking, You deserved that beating. Qin Xiao then stood up. Big brother, if you're here, I'll return to my room. He was surprised. Second sister, are you returning this time to join us for the mercenary gathering? She hugged the Guzheng to her chest and walked while replying, We'll talk about the departure time later. Watching her receding figure, he thought to himself, before going to the mercenary gathering, I must find a way to increase my strength to the level of a great Earth Saint Master. After she left, he asked, Brother Qin Xiao, when are we departing for Mercenary City? He replied, no rush. The mercenary gathering is still more than 3 months away. We should wait another half a month before departing. Jianqin continued, if that's the case, I'll go to the nearby forest to cultivate and see if I can break through. Qin Xiao also showed interest, good. We also wanted to go into seclusion anyway. We'll meet in half a month. Then he remembered, oh right, where's Ming Dong? Why isn't he with you? Qin Xiao explained, I heard he's playing with the little girls at the treasure pavilion. Jianqin listened, helpless, that kid. Meanwhile, Tian Ke was begging someone, Uncle Wu, you must help me. The old man calmly said, young Master Tian, rest assured. For someone with no status or background, it's a small matter for old Wu to kill him. It's just that. At this point, Wu Jin's face suddenly turned cunning. Young Master Tian, are you sure you didn't see wrong? That brat Jianqin is carrying a 5-colored divine stone. He loudly said, how could it be fake? Everyone at the treasure pavilion knows. Uncle Wu, do you think I'm lying to you? Uncle Wu, I just want to beat that brat to vent my anger. The 5-colored divine stone is yours, anyway, that thing is useless to me. The old man immediately replied, then I thank young Master Tian. As long as that brat leaves the Qin Tian family. At the same time, a servant immediately ran in, Elder Wu, that brat has left the city. He was secretly startled, left the city? The 5-colored divine stone in that brat's hand. How dare he go out at this time? Wu Jin then asked, do you know where that brat went after leaving the city? The subordinate respectfully reporting to Elder, that brat said he wanted to go to the forest east of the city to see if he could break through before the mercenary gathering. Wu Jin was pleased, young Master Tian, don't you think this is heaven helping us? Tian Ke respectfully said, Uncle Wu, I'm troubling you. It was night. Jianqin sat alone by a small river, diligently building a fire to keep warm. While eating meat, Jianqin thought, I fought magical beasts all day today. Tomorrow, I'll find a suitable place to absorb the energy of the 5-colored divine stone and see if I can. Suddenly, a surge of aura immediately appeared, instantly putting him on high alert. By instinct, Jianqin quickly leapt up and successfully dodged an attack. Looking at the small pit struck beside him, Jianqin's expression immediately became serious. He looked at his opponent and asked, who are you, senior? Why did you suddenly ambush me? Wu Jin got straight to the point as he attacked, brat, hand over the 5-colored divine stone, and I can let you die with your body intact. Jianqin no longer paid attention to formalities and asked directly, are you someone Tian Ke hired? Wu Jin didn't deny it, he sneered, if you already know, then don't blame this old man for being ruthless. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jin immediately channeled his internal energy and flew towards Jianqin. As soon as Jianqin felt this aura, he was startled, this old man is actually a great Earth Saint Master. But of course, Jianqin didn't back down, he immediately charged forward as well. The two clashed, and 2 powerful streams of internal energy erupted, creating a huge whirlwind. Wu Jin gave a cunning smile as he looked at Jianqin, as expected of the 5-colored divine stone, it can actually make you fight on par with a great Earth Saint Master. He then raised his voice, Jianqin, you have 2 choices now, one is to leave the 5-colored divine stone behind. I won't torture you, I'll give you a quick death. The second is that I'll torture you to death first, then take the 5-colored divine stone from you. You choose directly. But now, his eyes were like those of a demon. Jianqin stared intently at him and asked, are you sure you can defeat me? Wu Jin scornfully said, how laughable. You don't seriously think that merely relying on a stone can bridge the gap to a great Earth Saint Master, do you? After speaking, he simultaneously channeled his internal energy and lunged towards him, yelling loudly, die. Jianqin's expression showed no fear whatsoever, He looked at his opponent and then disdainfully curved his lips into a smug smile. Just then, Wu Jin's sword struck simultaneously, but Jian Qin easily dodged it with a light sidestep. Of course, he didn't just stand still to dodge. Jian Qin simultaneously channeled his internal energy into his sword and thrust it straight at his opponent. The sword then shot straight up into the sky. Not only that, but it also weaved several circles in the air, looking incredibly beautiful. Seeing the scene before him, Wu Jin couldn't help but gape in astonishment. What? Jian Qin didn't stop. He leaped forward to approach his opponent, his hand ready to deliver another punch. Just like that, Wu Jin was overwhelmed. His body flew a great distance, looking utterly helpless and disheveled. The moment he stopped, Wu Jin landed, and a cloud of dust billowed, obscuring the view in front of Jian Qin. Sitting up and clutching his chest, Wu Jin was momentarily terrified. This supreme treasure actually possesses such great power. But he didn't give up. A hint of malevolence appeared on his face. Jian Qin, today the five-colored divine stone will be mine. Jian Qin asked, perplexed. Whether or not I can defeat you has nothing to do with the five-colored divine stone. Wu Jin didn't believe him. Arrogant brat. You were only able to break my sacred weapon by relying on external force. He looked at the old man with disdain. External force? All right, then I'll let you see my true strength. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jian Qin vanished. Meanwhile, Wu Jin had already begun channeling his internal energy again. Before he could react, he was already right behind him, disdainfully saying, mediocre. Wu Jin startled, quickly turning around. His heart secretly trembled. So young. How could he be so strong? But before he could finish his thoughts, he quickly unleashed a direct strike. His opponent's fresh blood splattered all over the ground. Wu Jin was completely defeated by Jian Qin. Now, looking down at the pool of blood on the ground, he saw his own reflection in it. As for Wu Jin, he had completely vanished from this world. After confirming that his opponent was no longer breathing, Jian Qin coldly and disdainfully said, "How boring." Time passed. 7 days later, Jian Qin was still sitting there, concentrating on channeling his internal energy to break through his strength. His eyes now opened wide, carrying a hint of sharp determination. Immediately after, a powerful surge of internal energy erupted from Jian Qin's body and shot outwards. Looking at himself now, he secretly delighted. Indeed, after devouring the five-colored divine stone, I successfully broke through to the Earth's Saint Master realm. As he thought, Jian Qin condensed the treasured sword in his hand. The sword was extremely exquisite, and not only that, but it also bore his name. Jian Qin reached out, skillfully gripping the sword, his eyes sweeping over it to evaluate the item. After a moment, Jian Qin instinctively delivered a powerful strike into thin air. The powerful sword chi caused even large ancient trees to sway. Before his very eyes, that sword chi actually split a large rock in half right in front of him. Unable to hide the delight in his eyes, he joyfully said to himself, "It's time to go to the mercenary assembly." The scene shifted back to Qin Zhao's house. The surrounding space still maintained that quiet and dignified appearance. As soon as he saw him, he spoke up, "Brother Jian Qin, you're finally back. You disappeared for 10 days straight, which worried me a lot. Afraid you wouldn't make it back in time to miss this assembly." Ming Dong added, "Jian Qin, really, you should tell me where you're going. I wouldn't know where to find you." Jian Qin playfully teased, "I think you wanted to find the young ladies at the treasure pavilion, right, Brother Qin Xiao? Am I right?" Qin Xiao laughed heartily, "That's right, Brother Jian Qin, you wouldn't believe it, those girls at the treasure pavilion now." Ming Dong's face turned beet red. All right, I'm just combining work and leisure." Looking at his teammate, Jian Qin was delighted, "Not bad, you've already broken through to the great Saint Master realm." Ming Dong smugly replied, "Of course. I've been so diligent." Qin Xiao stared intently at his opponent, then playfully probed, "Brother Jian Qin, you're not going to be like that brat Ming Dong, are you?" He was teased until his face turned red and quickly denied it. Nonsense, I'm not that kind of person. Qin Shao shouted loudly, Brother Jian Chen. I was talking about the breakthrough. What did you think I was talking about? Jian Chen stammered, I also thought it was a breakthrough. Then he quickly changed the subject. That's right, shouldn't we be heading to the mercenary assembly now? Qin Shao also became serious. Early tomorrow morning, we'll depart for the mercenary assembly. Get good rest tonight. Night gradually fell, moonlight brightly illuminating the dark night sky. Inside his room, Jian Chen was still focused on channeling his inner force to practice, when suddenly a knock on the door rang out. Without waiting for his answer, Qin Tian walked in from outside and immediately got to the point, Brother Jian Chen, I need your help. I hope you can agree to my request. He silently watched him, feeling wary. He wouldn't be here to cause trouble for me again, would he? Qin Tian suddenly praised him, young Brother Jian Chen is truly a prodigy. In just a few days, you've broken through to the great Earth Saint Master realm. He frowned, Patriarch Qin Tian, you flatter me. This junior just had a bit of luck. May I ask why Patriarch Qin Tian is visiting so late at night? He looked embarrassed. This old man is here to apologize for sending people to investigate young Brother Jian Chen a few nights ago. Then Qin Tian pushed over a book and lowered his voice, I still hope Brother Jian Chen can forgive me. He explained to him that this was a cultivation technique that concealed one's aura. After cultivating it, not only can one conceal the aura that hasn't fully dissipated upon reaching the great Earth Saint Master realm, but one can also completely hide their true strength. Jian Chen spoke sternly. Patriarch, let's let bygones be bygones regarding the late-night ambush. After all, that person was too weak. But regarding Elder Wu, I still hope you can give me an explanation. Hearing this, Qin Tian was startled. He quickly asked, Elder Wu, what happened to him? Jian Chen replied, a few days ago, Elder Wu tried to snatch my treasure in the deep forest. I ended up killing him. Didn't you know? He gaped. I didn't know. Jian Chen secretly groaned internally. It's over, I shouldn't have said anything. Immediately after, Qin Tian stood up. Young Brother Jian Chen, this old man came here today for two reasons. First, to apologize, and second, to hope you can help Qin Shao at the mercenary assembly. He said sorrowfully. Shao's personality is too simple. If Qiner encounters any danger, I still hope young brother can lend a helping hand and protect Qiner's life as much as possible. Jian Chen happily stood up. Patriarch, rest assured. Brother Qin Shao and I became like old friends at first meeting. Even if you hadn't asked, I would still help him. Qin Tian was extremely pleased to see him happily accept. Good, I was right about you. But then Jian Chen hesitated and asked. It's just, what about Elder Wu's matter? Qin Tian waved his hand and explained. Younger brother Jian Chen, there's something you don't know. Our Qin Tian family was formed by the alliance of two clans, the Tian and the Qin. Neither side saw eye to eye with the other. He smiled slyly and told Jian Chen, you killed Elder Wu, who was a member of the Tian clan, not the Qin clan, so rest assured, this family head will turn a blind eye. After that, Qin Tian simply left, leaving Jian Chen bewildered behind him. Finally, the mercenary gathering was here. They were on a large airship, soaring through the clouds. Ming Dong on board cheered excitedly. Damn, this airship is amazing. Jian Chen, however, was different. His complexion didn't seem too good, his eyes kept gazing into the distance. Now, images of his loved ones kept appearing in his mind, one after another. Jian Chen could never forget their smiles. Hatred surged within him. Jian Chen secretly made a vow, Huayun sect, the day I return to Changyang Mansion is the day I make you pay blood for blood. 1 month later. The Mercenary Plaza, this place was incredibly vast. Everyone gathered here today. On those large stone slabs, the elderly elders sat silently. It seemed their task was to monitor the participants. Ming Dong looked upwards. When will this old geezer wake up? Hurry up and announce the start of the assembly. Qin Xiao laughed heartily. Ming Dong is just like me, neither of us has any patience. Jian Qin reminded the two of them. Patience. At the same time, the teleportation gate began to activate, and a beam of green light appeared. Immediately, the elder's eyes opened, carrying an oppressive aura. Old Man 15 shouted loudly. The realm gate has opened. I now declare that the mercenary gathering, held once every 50 years, officially begins. The crowd below buzzed with excitement. This is the order of entry. The first stage of the elimination round will be held in an independent world. After entering the realm gate, you will be teleported to a random location. Jian Qin reached out and grasped a token. He also listened in. The elimination period is 1 year. During this year, the first 500 people to collect enough command tokens will advance, the rest will be eliminated. Jian Qin then immediately gripped that token tightly. At the same time, all three of them were suddenly surrounded by a blue ball, startling them. Immediately, they were all taken into that teleportation gate by that blue sphere. All of them seemed to have been sent to the same place. They were quickly thrown directly down into a vast green forest. Jian Qin sat up. He coughed a few times, then looked around, couldn't help but wonder. Where is this? As soon as the words fell, from behind Jian Qin, a strange aura immediately appeared, making him quickly become alert. Looking at the bushes behind him, Jian Qin shouted loudly, "Who's there? Come out!" Hearing his voice from the bushes, Ming Dong immediately stood up and said loudly, "Jian Qin." Jian Qin was happy. "You were teleported next to me." Jian Qin. Ming Dong was also delighted. "Brothers, if we join forces, we'll definitely get good results in this competition." Seeing him so optimistic, Jian Qin quickly reminded him. "Ming Dong, don't be careless, this competition." As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Qin's face immediately tensed up, and he shouted loudly, "Careful." Then he quickly grabbed Ming Dong's hand, and a blue light, from unknown origins, suddenly appeared around the two of them. From the ground, a giant monstrous beast emerged, opening its huge mouth towards the two of them, quickly throwing Ming Dong far away. Jian Qin immediately channeled his inner power, staring intently at the beast. Under the sunlight, he looked incredibly majestic. Jian Qin drew his sword and looked at it, saying coldly, "You came at just the right time." The giant python opened its huge mouth and attacked him. Compared to it, Jian Qin was truly tiny. But he certainly couldn't lose to this beast. He immediately launched himself forward and delivered a powerful strike. Ruckus. Due to this blow, the python was temporarily frightened, writhing its body in pain in midair. Then, he landed next to it. The sword was still tightly gripped in his hand. But now, a large hole had been pierced in the python's head, and fresh blood continuously poured out. And this angered the python, which once again aimed at Jian Qin and attacked. He showed no fear, on the contrary, he was quite calm. Reckless beast, Azure Frost Infinite Sword Edge. Then Jian Qin channeled his inner power, simultaneously delivering another large slash towards the python. Its entire body lay limply on the ground, seemingly unable to withstand any more after just 2 blows. From afar, Ming Dong's voice echoed. "Jian Qin, I'm here." He held his sword in his hand, then looked around. "Jian Qin, where's that snake?" Jian Qin calmly pointed towards the snake. "You mean this thing?" "It's dead." Hastily sheathing his weapon, Jian Qin said happily. "All right, let's quickly go explore the secret realm, don't waste time here." Min Dong immediately pulled the other's hand. "Wait a moment, this giant python has a treasure, we can't just leave." After fumbling around for a bit, Min Dong was delighted. "Jian Qin, look, a level 3 magic stone." Jian Qin was generous. "You take it, this thing is useless to me." He thought to himself, "I'm already a great Earth Saint Master now, a level 3 magic stone is no longer useful to me." After that, the two of them went to another place together. There was a large canyon here, and a strange scent continuously emanated from around it. As soon as he saw that, Jian Chen immediately speculated. It wouldn't appear here without reason. This place is definitely extraordinary. There must be a secret treasure. Min Dong offered a small bottle of medicine. Jian Chen, I brought antidote pills, but I don't know if they're effective against this poison. Jian Chen said honestly. I don't need this. You eat it. Min Dong was surprised but didn't ask further. All right then, but if you don't feel well, you must tell me immediately. At the same time, a voice sounded from behind them. It really is acquired without any effort at all. This stranger's name was Chang Kai. He looked at the two of them, then said again. Two brothers. This secret realm has many dangers. If you don't want to die in vain, hand over everything on you. Min Dong became anxious. Jian Chen, this person is a great Earth Saint Master. But in Jian Chen's eyes, he didn't care much. Chang Kai was smug. It seems you two young brothers have good judgment. So, are you going to obediently hand over your things now? Immediately after, Jian Chen quickly reassured him. Don't worry, a mere great Earth Saint Master, leave him to me. He looked at Jian Chen, then spoke coldly. Brat. Such big talk. Don't cry later when I beat you. Of course, he wouldn't back down, so he immediately challenged mockingly. The item is in my hand. If you have the guts, come and take it. Chang Kai didn't expect Jian Chen to not even put him in his eyes. He got angry and then shouted. You're asking for death. At the same time, a strong murderous intent flashed in Jian Chen's eyes. He stared intently at the opponent. On this side. That stream of sword chi also quickly shot towards Chang Kai. His sword broke in two. The opponent thus spat out a large mouthful of blood, looking extremely disheveled. He was beaten so badly that his body went flying in one direction and his weapon in another, his entire body sent sprawling. Chang Kai's eyes almost popped out. He looked at him, stammering, no way, this is, really. Chang Kai couldn't believe his eyes. You're so young, how can you be so powerful? You have no martial ethics. Jian Chen placed the blade against his neck and said, hand over everything you have on you. That way, I might still give you a chance to live, otherwise, I'll kill you right now. Offer your belongings with both hands. Chang Kai was terrified. I was wrong, spare my life, I won't dare again. He extended his sword's tip. He quickly retrieved that ring towards himself and examined it for a while. All the good stuff seems to be in here. Having achieved his goal, he didn't want to take the opponent's life, so he said to Ming Dong, let's go. He asked with interest. Jian Chen, when did you break through to Great Earth Saint Master? He didn't hide it. It was just a few days before leaving the Qing Tian clan. Pausing for a moment, Jian Chen speculated. If what Brother Qin Xiao said is true, at that time, you were also with the young ladies at the treasure pavilion, striving to break through, right? Then he said happily. All right, let's quickly go into the mountain valley and see if there are any treasures. But Ming Dong suddenly got scared. Don't say anything more. As soon as he finished speaking, those pink wisps of smoke immediately enveloped the two of them. Jian Chen quickly blocked in front of Ming Dong. Be careful. This isn't poisonous fog, this is an illusion. They pressed their backs together, as the waves of pink smoke continuously surrounded them. At the same time, a voice rang out, surprising them both. 5,000 years. I've finally waited for you to arrive. Very quickly, in front of the two of them, another place appeared from a distance, with a building vaguely visible on the high cliffs. Immediately after he finished speaking, everyone quickly said to each other, go on in. Ming Dong looked at Jian Chen, bewildered. What should we do? He replied, let's go in and see what's going on. He also vaguely complied. All right. With that, both of them soared forward together at a rapid speed. As soon as they entered, they saw a man dressed in white robes sitting grandly high above. Then, both respectfully and loudly said in unison, "Greetings, Senior." As soon as Tian, who was sitting there, heard the voices, his eyes couldn't hide his excitement. 5,000 years. Looking towards Ming Dong, he happily continued, "I've been looking for you for 5,000 years." Then he stood up and asked excitedly, "Child, are you a descendant of the Ming family? Does your Ming family have an ancestor named Ming Yitian?" Ming Dong replied, "Ming Yitian is indeed the old ancestor of this junior's family." "May I ask, Senior, how you know the name of my family's ancestor?" His gaze towards him grew even more affectionate. Tian said, "Child, come here, I have something for you." Jian Chen secretly speculated. No killing intent could be detected from this old man. It seems he isn't trying to harm Ming Dong. Then he responded to Ming Dong's bewildered gaze, "Go, go. The senior probably won't make trouble for you." Following Jian Chen's words, he quickly stepped forward respectfully. "May I ask, Senior, what instructions you have?" He handed him an item. "This ancient jade piece was entrusted to me by that old fellow Ming Yitian, asking me to give it to his descendant. This ancient jade piece not only records Ming Yitian's lifelong unique techniques, but it also has a connection to his descendants." Ming Dong slowly touched it, and Tian spoke again. "Just now, when you entered the main hall, this ancient jade piece kept vibrating within my spatial ring. I knew then that Brother Ming's descendant had probably arrived." Ming Dong asked in surprise, "Senior, do you happen to know my Ming family's ancestor?" "But my Ming family's ancestor?" Tian asked, a little sadly. 5,000 years ago, Brother Ming and I founded a mercenary group together, traveling all over the world. It was very joyful. According to him, but when we were exploring in the Death Demon Cave, we were ambushed by a demon curse. Your ancestor Ming Yitian saved me, using himself to block the demon curse for me. He sacrificed himself to protect my safety. Tian never forgot that day. Before he died, Brother Ming entrusted me to give this jade pendant to his descendant. But by the time I arrived at the Ming family, I found that the Ming family had been exterminated by someone unknown. After that, I carried the ancient jade, traveling all over the Tianyuan continent to search for the enemy who destroyed the Ming family, but unfortunately, I still couldn't find any descendants of the Ming family. Later, in order to find a descendant of the Ming family, I established a palace here, hoping to find news of a Ming family descendant through those who come to the mercenary convention." As he spoke, he looked at Ming Dong with watery eyes. 5,000 full years, I finally found you." Tian said joyfully, "Child, your ancestor and our lifelong friends. You don't need to call me Senior. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Tian." He respectfully replied, "Yes, thank you, Uncle Tian." Tian added, "If I'm not mistaken, you and your friend are here to participate in the mercenary convention, right?" Ming Dong smiled brightly, "Uncle Tian is right. This is my good brother, Jian Chen. Come forward, greet Senior Tian." Tian then said to Ming Dong, "Child, your current strength is too weak. Stay here for a while, and I will do my best to help you increase your strength." He hesitated, then asked, Uncle Tian, can my brother Jian Chen also cultivate with me?" Jian Chen quickly interjected, "Ming Dong, this is a family inheritance. It's not appropriate for me to stay here, and besides, I have other things to do." He asked in surprise, "What is it?" He smiled brightly, "The patriarch entrusted me to protect Qin Xiao during this mercenary convention. I must go find him." Ming Dong hesitated, this. Seeing him hesitate, he quickly said, "All right, you focus on improving your strength. Come find me when you break through to the Great Earth Saint Master." "Okay." Then Jian Chen respectfully added, "Senior Tian, I'm entrusting Brother Ming Dong to you." He replied calmly, "Don't worry, this old man guarantees he'll be completely transformed." Now he felt at ease. In that case, this junior will take his leave. Then Jian Chen quickly left. Ming Dong watched his retreating figure with a hint of regret. Looking at him, he smiled with satisfaction. Good, it seems Ming Dong found a good brother. Meanwhile, Jian Chen had gone to a stream. He was sitting there taking water. At the same time, from behind Jian Chen, someone was rustling in the bushes. Quickly drawing his sword, he immediately shouted, "Who's there? Come out, you sneaky one." At the same time, a girl stared intently at him with killing intent. "You stinking pervert, prepare to die." His eyes couldn't hide his shock. Jian Chen exclaimed, "Luaner." Huang Luan grew even more irritated. "You stinking pervert, is Luaner a name for you to call?" Jian Chen smiled wryly and quickly explained, "Miss Luaner, it really was a misunderstanding at first." She glared, aiming her bow at him. "Stop wasting words. This young lady will enforce justice today." Immediately after, Huang Luan released the bowstring. "Die, peeping Tom." Jian Chen turned pale and flew into the air, dodging that big explosion. Huang Luan roared, "You stinking pervert." She aimed at him again and shouted, "If you're still a man, stop dodging around." As he ran, Jian Chen muttered to himself, "Do you take me for an idiot, standing still like an unaware target for you?" At the same time, a cunning voice rang out, "Luaner, my little darling, we meet again." Huang Luan irritably turned around and cursed, "Sure Xiren, you still dare to appear before me." Jian Chen looked back and mused to himself, "Judging by the situation, he seems to be Miss Luaner's enemy." Temporarily ignoring Jian Chen, Huang Luan changed her attack direction towards that guy. Channeling internal energy into her weapon, Huang Luan powerfully shot an arrow at her opponent, her face filled with anger. Xiren sneered, raising his hand to lightly flick a few fingers. Immediately after, a large circle of power appeared around him, and the arrow could not penetrate it. And just like that, a huge explosion erupted on his side, and Huang Luan stood there, shielding her face with her hand. Huang Luan shielded her face with her hand, her eyes looking at her opponent with not a trace of goodwill. Xiren mocked with amusement, "Luaner, don't waste your strength. Your king's weapon can't hurt me." Hearing this, Jian Chen was surprised. What grade is a king's weapon? Why have I never heard of it before? Then, he looked towards the bow in Huang Luan's hand, assessing it. Then Huang Luan snapped, "Sure Xiren, if you dare to lay a finger on me, my Huang family will relentlessly pursue your Sure family until death." He wiped his mouth with a sly smile, "Don't worry, once I possess your body, I will take responsibility for you and immediately go to your Huang family to propose marriage." Huang Luan, disgusted, couldn't help but curse, "Sure Xiren, you're truly disgusting. Even if I die, I won't let you touch a single strand of my hair," she said, then shot another arrow. Another bright light burst forth, and Huang Luan was lightly thrown aside, her situation extremely dangerous. Immediately after, she ran next to Jian Chen, "You stinking pervert, help me deal with them, and I won't shoot you anymore." Xiren threatened, "Kid, this is a grudge between the Sure family and the Huang family. You'd best not meddle." Then he threw out a belt, "Look, this is someone who meddled before. He tried to save this girl and ended up half dead from our beating." Watching the cloth fall before him, the other man threatened again, "Kid, you can still retreat now, otherwise." After a pause, Jian Chen was startled. He nervously muttered, "Chen Xiao." As soon as he thought of his friend being in danger, Jian Chen immediately channeled his internal energy, and Xiren recoiled in surprise. Huang Luan now looked at him with different eyes. She was secretly startled, such powerful spiritual energy. Then, Jian Chen's aura swiftly soared into the air, and his figure vanished in an instant. Another person walking beside Xiren suddenly felt an aura rush towards him, then he was startled. But just as he managed to regain his bearings, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He couldn't understand why an ordinary person could have such terrifying speed. Jian Chen stared intently at Xiren and said coldly, "I don't want to waste time with you. Tell me, the owner of this belt. Where is he now?" Jian Chen's voice was guttural, as if a demon intimidating him. Xiren yelled, "How dare you? You dared to sneak attack when the Sure family guards weren't paying attention. Guard Wang, kill this kid. Avenge Uncle Lu." The guard was scared, but, "Young master, Ah! Xiren roared, aren't you going to act quickly? But having no other choice, he also charged towards Jian Chen, die. Immediately after, Jian Chen drew his sword to block in front of him. They seemed unwilling to cooperate. Wang Ting clenched his fist, then he threatened Jian Chen, watch me break your pathetic sword. His fist then heavily struck Jian Chen's sword, but he couldn't touch it at all. Jian Chen, who was in front of him, quickly disappeared, leaving Wang Ting completely bewildered. At the same time, Wang Ting felt a sharp pain in his chest, and he gaped in surprise. Jian Chen frowned and asked, why can't you just obediently answer my question? Huan Long was secretly startled. How did his strength suddenly become so formidable? Could it be that he held back when he fought me? He paused for a moment, then looked with disdain at Ziran, who was stealthily trying to escape. Immediately, his sword blocked Ziran's path. Ziran was slightly startled. Ziran stammered, You brat! You can kill my guards, but how dare you lay a hand on me? My Shi family will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Jian Chen lost his patience. He glared at the other person with a cold voice, answer my question. Or, like them, die. He stared at Ziran with hateful eyes, as if he could strike at any moment. Now, the two of them stared intently at each other, killing intent beginning to rise. Seeing himself threatened, he became furious. Do you really think I, Shi Ziran, am afraid of you? Without another word, Jian Chen immediately charged towards his opponent with his sword. Seeing Jian Chen's formidable power, he quickly panicked, indestructible golden body. Both were incredibly aggressive, but the advantage seemed to be leaning towards Jian Chen. He charged forward like a mad rocket, but his sword still couldn't reach Ziran. He haughtily chuckled, brat, keep showing off. If you've got the guts, come and strike me down. Ziran then took out a weapon. I originally saved this to teach that damned girl a lesson, but using it on you is just as suitable. Watch the whip. With that, he swung the whip in his hand towards the boy, looking incredibly smug. Jian Chen was not afraid. He struck hard at his opponent while nimbly dodging all the dangerous blows. The more they fought, the darker Jian Chen's expression became, and his gaze towards Ziran grew much colder. Immediately, Jian Chen unleashed a powerful Azure Annihilation Heaven Sword attack. Its aura was incredibly oppressive. Ziran immediately lost sight of him. Huan Lon on the side cheered excitedly, well done, you rotten hooligan. Kill that dog for this young lady. Immediately after, she took out her bow and arrows. Sure Ziran, watch this young lady shoot you dead, you shrinking turtle. But immediately, Jian Chen darted beside Huang Long. He held her hand and said, don't move. His turtle shell isn't easily broken. At the same time, he appeared in the sky, which surprised Huang Long greatly. Ziran said disdainfully, I originally didn't want to use my secret treasure, but I have no other choice. Then he channeled his internal energy, his voice filled with smugness. This is the Shi family's royal armament, called. Huang Long, standing beside him, was startled. Mountain protecting seal. How is the mountain protecting seal with you? He smugly said, I didn't expect you to have some knowledge. You actually recognized my Shi family's mountain protecting seal. Immediately after, Huang Long fearfully pulled Jian Chen's hand. Rotten hooligan, run. Standing high above, he played cat and mouse. Let's see where you two will run to. Quickly moving his joints, Ziran then shouted loudly, mountain protecting seal, suppress them. The cauldron began to grow larger. Huan Lon on this side was still running frantically with her head down. Looking at the object, Huang Lon panicked, oh no, we can't escape. Am I going to die here today? But at the same time, Jian Chen suddenly pushed her away. Loner, you go first. She didn't expect Jian Chen to do that, her eyes wide with panic. Huan Lon was startled, you. Rotten. Hooligan. Then she stumbled and fell to the ground, while Jian Chen was struck by the large cauldron. The ground beneath also cracked due to its weight. Huan Lon inexplicably shed tears, you rotten hooligan. Who allowed you to push this young lady? Didn't I tell you to run fast? Above, Z-Ran gloated, dare to defy me, sure Z-Ran? This is your end. You'll be crushed into minced meat by me. Then he said to her, Loner, your little subordinate has been crushed into minced meat by me. If you obediently come here and listen to my words, I might consider it. At the same time, from inside that cauldron, a surge of power slowly gushed outwards. Immediately after, that aura charged strongly towards Z-Ran. But it seemed he was also very quickly on guard. Internal energy immediately enveloped his body. As they turned their heads to look, both Z-Ran and Huang Long gaped in astonishment. Kim Tran gently helped her up. Miss Loner, the situation just now was urgent. I had to hastily send you away. You're not hurt, are you? Huang Long looked stunned. Rotten hooligan, you're okay? He quickly explained, I have a defensive magic treasure. This Bao Sun seal can't kill me by smashing. Do you know how to destroy his turtle shell? Z-Ran was secretly startled. This kid truly has a treasure. Now it's me fighting too, and my protective barrier's energy isn't much left either. The Bao Sun seal consumes too much energy with a single use. There's no other way, I can only run first. Immediately after, he circulated his internal energy and flew away. Consider yourselves lucky. I'll find someone to deal with you two scoundrels later. Huang Long quickly retorted furiously, if you're so capable, don't run. If this young lady doesn't shoot you into a hedgehog, then I'm not a Huang. Kim Tran quickly held her back. Miss Loner, do not pursue a cornered enemy. But at this moment, he couldn't endure it anymore. His entire body crumpled, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. His eyes gradually blurred, and Kim Tran with difficulty gave her his last words, run. Then he collapsed to the ground. Huang Long screamed in alarm, hey, rotten hooligan, don't scare me. And so, Kim Tran fainted. He didn't know how long he lay there, only that it was now dark. Huang Long laid him on the ground. After this incident, she no longer held any hatred towards Kim Tran. Looking at the young man who wouldn't wake up, Huang Long finally took out the medicine she carried. Luckily, the holy water was still there. Saying that, she gently poured it into Kim Tran's mouth. Drink quickly, you'll be fine after you drink it. But he couldn't swallow any of it, the good medicine just flowed out. Seeing the spilled medicine and him still unconscious, she began to panic. What should I do? She gazed intently at him, her face couldn't help but turn crimson like GAC fruit. Then Huang Long stopped thinking and tilted her head back to drink the water. With her eyes tightly shut, Huang Long awkwardly pressed her body close to Kim Tran's. Their lips met, and the warm medicine flowed into his body. After a long while, Kim Tran still hadn't woken up. Huang Long sat upright, watching him intently. She hugged her knees, sadly thinking, there really are fools in this world willing to risk their lives to save others. Thinking that, she started crawling towards him. I just want to see if this guy has swallowed it yet. She kept staring at him. Kim Tran remained lying there, filling her heart with worry. At this moment, Kim Tran suddenly woke up. He looked at her blankly. Miss Loner, what are you looking at? Huang Long stammered and shifted her gaze elsewhere. See, consider yourself lucky. This young lady just wanted to see how someone who directly confronted the Bao Sun seal didn't die. Then Kim Tran asked, where is this? Huang Long awkwardly replied, that grandson sure ran away. I saw your injuries were too severe, so I found a cave nearby. Kim Tran, having just woken up, asked again, oh right, what is that Bao Sun seal? Its power is immense. It's probably not one of your saint artifacts, is it? Huang Long quickly explained, the Bao Sun seal, like my Sun Moon Bao, are both king's weapons. She explained, king's weapons are saint artifacts used by Saint King powerhouses. After Saint King powerhouses pass away, these saint artifacts did not turn into dissipated energy in heaven and earth, but were perfectly preserved. Kim Tran also quickly replied, so that's how it is. I didn't expect saint artifacts to be condensed from the bodies of Saint King powerhouses. No wonder their power is so immense. Huan Long pouted. If I also reached the realm of a second-ranked Great Earth Saint Master, I could definitely use the Moon Bow to shoot that your dog into a hedgehog. Kim Tran recalled and asked, is my inability to cut him also related to the king's weapons? Han Long replied, that's the barrier power that a Saint King powerhouse left on him. Its defensive power is extremely strong. Kim Tran asked, is there a way to break that barrier, or make it disappear for a short time? She replied, when the attack power exceeds the barrier's tolerance, the barrier will naturally be broken. Additionally, the barrier power will disappear after he uses it up. Kim Tran was curious, but how long can his barrier power actually last? She hesitated, I'm not sure either. Kim Tran began to calculate. It seemed that when he met him again, he would have to find a way to continuously deplete his barrier energy. Then he quickly prepared to leave. Thank you, Miss Long Ni, for saving my life. I still have important matters to attend to. Han Long was startled and quickly reminded him, Stinky Rogue, the holy water only saved your life. Those injuries will take at least 3 days to heal. You should honestly stay here and recover. But Kim Tran couldn't help but worry. No, I have to go find someone. She quickly held him back. You're having trouble walking now. Who are you going to find? Kim Tran then said, the owner of this belt is my brother. I promised his father to protect him during the mercenary convention. Han Long hesitated. You've offended Thatch Tuong Nin. He will definitely not let you off. Without my help, if you encounter Thatch Tuong Nin, it's a dead end. I won't allow you to take such a risk. He looked at her, bewildered. Miss Long Ni, why do you care so much about me? Han Long was so embarrassed she became angry. Who cares about you? I'm just saying that only I am allowed to deal with you. No one else is. But in the end, he decided to leave. Thank you for your concern, Miss Long Ni, but I, Kim Tran, cannot ignore my brother's life and death and stay here to recover. Han Long trembled with anger. She yelled, this stubborn guy, he's infuriating me. Afterward, he quickly walked out, but that figure still trailed behind him. Kim Tran was surprised. He turned back and asked Han Long, why are you following me? The arrogant girl replied, who's following you? This forest is so big, I can go wherever I want. Kim Tran couldn't help but expose her. Are you perhaps afraid that Thatch Tuong Nin is coming to catch you? Han Long spoke loudly again, if he dares to come here, I'll shoot him into a porcupine. Besides, even if I can't defeat him myself, Uncle Fong and Uncle Van will help me fight him. At this moment, Kim Tran suddenly came up behind her and covered Han Long's mouth tightly. Quickly pulling her to hide behind a large tree, Kim Tran whispered, Shoo, someone's coming. 2 figures quickly flew in front of Kim Tran. It seemed they were chasing each other. Seeing the young man who had fallen to the ground, Kim Tran inwardly exclaimed, Cam Tu. Tan Khan pointed his sword at the man's neck, daring to defy the Thatch family. This is your fate. If you don't want to die, surrendering now is still an option. The man frowned and said loudly, I, Cam Tu, would rather die here today than be a dog for that scoundrel. Tan Khan angrily charged with his sword. You refused the toast, so you'll drink the forfeit. At the same time, a surge of energy shot towards him, startling Tan Khan. Both Cam Tu and he turned their heads. Tan Khan then shouted loudly, who's there? Kim Tran stared straight ahead and said loudly, come take your dog's life. Cam Tu quickly said loudly, Kim Tran, he's a Great Earth Saint Master. We don't stand a chance. I'll hold him off, you go quickly. Tan Khan was delighted and said, Kim Tran, excellent. It seems I didn't search in vain. Immediately after, a surge of power quickly shot towards Kim Tran. Tan Khan was extremely pleased. The Thatch family has a bounty on you in the secret realm. Your head is worth a fortune. Seeing him strike, Han Long worried and immediately warned him, be careful. Fearing she would be hurt, Kim Tran pushed her behind him without a word. Han Long only managed to shield her face with her hand as rocks and dirt, carried by the wind, scattered everywhere. Han Long was startled, her eyes frozen as she looked towards her opponent, Kim Tran. Seeing him frozen, Tan Khan laughed gleefully. This bounty is as easy to get as turning one's hand. However, Keem Tran chuckled faintly and said, Grand Earth Saint Master, is this all your strength? Han Lon was surprised. She stared intently at Keem Tran, silently watching for his next move. Without making them wait long, Keem Tran quickly channeled his internal energy, causing the ice block to shatter. Keem Tran then straightened his leg, kicking a large rock towards Tan Khan, his power now incredibly intimidating. Tan Khan looked at the rock he threw and couldn't help but show disdain, petty trick of a mere insect. Immediately after he sliced through the large rock, Keem Tran channeled his internal energy and flew into the air. The two swords clashed violently, the metallic sound deafening and piercing. Just as the sword struck down, Tan Khan delightedly asked, Didn't expect that, did you? I have two sacred weapons. With that, he quickly channeled his internal energy and simultaneously yelled, Go die. Before the smile had left his lips, a swift cut grazed Tan Khan's neck. As soon as he made the cut, he calmly said, Sorry, I also have two sacred weapons. After defeating Tan Khan, Keem Tran quickly walked over. Cam Tu, are you okay? Leaning against the tree, Cam Tu chuckled faintly and replied, Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. Keem Tran sat down and said kindly, Drink this elixir to stabilize your injuries first. He reached out to take it and quickly said, Thank you. After that, Cam Tu didn't hesitate and quickly put the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Sitting upright and channeling his internal energy, he focused his vital energy to restore his injured body. At night, all three sat around a small fire to warm themselves and also to rest a bit. Keem Tran looked at her, Miss Lone Ni, why do you keep staring at me without saying anything? Is there something on my face? Han Lon asked curiously, Perverted rogue, you clearly have two sacred weapons, why didn't you use them when you killed that Thatch guy? He was a bit sad, Miss Lone Ni, if I couldn't break Thatch Tuong Nin's defense, no matter how many sacred weapons I had, it would be useless. Han Lon added, That's not wrong. Keem Tran fumbled around for a while, then took out a large leg of meat. Miss Lone Ni, eat something to replenish your strength first. Han Lon, who was hungry, quickly snatched the food, at least you have some conscience. On this side, he smiled happily, your eye for talent isn't bad. He asked in surprise, Cam Tu, what do you mean by not bad? I don't understand what you're saying. But Han Lon immediately cut in, you chicken-headed idiot, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll shoot you full of holes like a porcupine. Cam Tu knew his place, all right, I'll shut up. Keem Tran then asked, Cam Tu, why did you offend the Thatch family? Was it also because someone else dragged you into it? Han Lon startled and glared, perverted rogue, what do you mean? Eating meat, Cam Tu frowned and honestly told Keem Tran, I was being hunted because Heavenly Tier Combat Skill. Hearing this name, both Keem Tran and Han Lon were simultaneously startled. Cam Tu then continued, First, I was teleported to a large mountain within the secret realm. According to his account, he continuously defeated several competitors in the secret realm. And by chance, he learned from one of the competitors that there was an ancient master's cave dwelling in the forest at the peak of the South Mountain. It was said that within the ancient master's dwelling, not only were there many magical artifacts and spirit herbs, but also a powerful heavenly tier combat skill. Keem Tran wondered, heavenly tier combat skill? He quickly replied, That's right, Keem Tran, do you two want to go take a look? Then Cam Tu stood up dejectedly and said, My current strength isn't enough to join in. Keem Tran then said, All right, then you stay here and recuperate. He secretly vowed, I must definitely obtain this heavenly tier combat skill. At dawn, Keem Tran and Han Lon now traveled together, and they quickly descended. As soon as they arrived, the two of them saw a large teleportation gate there. Keem Tran looked ahead and said to Han Lon, This is the teleportation gate to the secret realm. On this side, everyone was also buzzing with discussion. The demonic beast guarding the cave dwelling isn't dead yet? No, if this continues, I'm afraid by the time the competition ends, we still won't be able to enter that cave dwelling. It seems we can only wait for the 5 great experts to arrive and work together to defeat the demonic beast. He listened and wondered, who are the 5 great experts they're talking about? Han Lon then replied, Tan Kai, Dak Ko Fong, Tien Mac Lin, Kin Duk Vu Kang, Thach Tuong Nien. He asked in surprise, Thach Tuong Nien also counts? Han Lon explained, he has the king's weapon and a life-preserving barrier. Why wouldn't he count? King Tran coldly smiled, secretly pleased. He was worried, not knowing where to find him, but unexpectedly, he delivered himself to his doorstep. Then he said to Han Lon, if we know Shi Xingran is coming soon, then let's prepare well in advance. Just as both of them were about to pass through the teleportation gate, a spark suddenly shot towards his feet, as if someone was deliberately trying to block them. Min Tri aggressively looked at him and contemptuously said, where's this country bumpkin from? Do you understand the rules? Is this a place you can come to? The crowd buzzed with chatter. The people of the Kiet Duk family are bullying others again. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let him hear you. Seeing King Tran just standing there, he yelled, are you deaf, kid? If you don't want to die, then leave quickly. King Tran didn't say anything. Instead, his face was filled with killing intent, and he charged forward with his sword. A clean cut of the blade, and Min Tri screamed in pain. While Han Lon was still bewildered, King Tran had already finished his move. He didn't stop there. He continued to strike Min Tri hard, making him spit out blood. His large body was sent flying far away, and that leg had long since flown off in a different direction. Such a large person being easily sent flying by King Tran left everyone around him stunned. After regaining his composure, he clutched his leg and screamed, my leg. You actually dared to chop off my leg. Everyone couldn't help but marvel, is this kid really that awesome? He actually dared to attack someone from the Kiet Duk family. What's this kid's background? He looked at her, Miss Lon. At the same time, a loud, startled shout rang out, stop. Another person aggressively flew up to attack King Tran. You dare to attack someone from the Kiet Duk family, and you still expect to leave alive? Han Lon was startled by the weapon and quickly warned, be careful. That long spear is a king's armament. King Tran thought, a king's armament? Could he be one of the 5 great masters Lon Ni just mentioned? Vu Kang then loudly said, prepare to die. But of course, he wasn't to be outdone, and Vu Kang was immediately sent flying far away. He was not resigned to defeat and immediately attacked again, Divine Spear Technique, Divine Dragon's Tail Wag. King Tran secretly frowned, I'd like to see how hard this king's armament really is. At the same time, a massive surge of inner energy rapidly burst forth, creating a powerful momentum everywhere. Just like that, the earth-shattering explosion shook the trees and plants all around. Vu Kang began to look at him warily, the sword in your hand is also a king's armament? Which family do you belong to? King Tran then calmly said, it seems these 5 great masters are nothing special. Vu Kang was enraged upon hearing that. He then frowned and asked, what did you say? King Tran then coldly said, don't worry, the sword in my hand isn't a king's armament, but it's enough to kill you. Vu Kang glared and loudly said, you're seeking death. But at the same time, a faint aura swept past his neck. A loud explosion echoed from behind him. Vu Kang was startled and utterly bewildered when he looked back. He looked towards Han Lon, secretly surprised, Sun and Moon Bao. Why is a girl from the Hong family helping this kid? On this side, the teleportation gate had also begun to progress, and loud noises continued to reverberate. Very quickly, 2 figures rapidly flew out from within the teleportation towards King Tran. As a result, while they were fighting, a young man suddenly stepped between the two, confusing King Tran. The young man scratched his head and then looked around, Brother Tan, that thing's skin is too thick, I can't cut through it. He then looked around in confusion, you two are. Ko Fong then turned his gaze to Han Lon. He stared at her blankly for a long time. Finally, his whole body stiffened, and Ko Fong gave a forced laugh. Did I interrupt your love duel? Tan Kai landed from behind. Brother Fong, your emotional intelligence is too low. Some things shouldn't be said explicitly. King Tran explained, "Gentlemen, please don't speak nonsense. Miss Lone and I are innocent." Han Lone quickly interjected, "That's right, keep talking nonsense and I'll shoot you into porcupines." Then Ko Fong looked towards Wu King again, then amusedly teased, "So you're a sword dog." He clenched his weapon and roared, "I'm furious. I, Jayat de Wu Kang, have never suffered such humiliation. I'll fight you all." At the same time, a clear voice immediately rang out, "It's really lively here." From the sky, a beautiful figure, like a celestial maiden, flew over from who knows where. The girl landed, looked at King Tran, and happily greeted, "Little brother, hello, I'm Tien Mac Lin." Standing behind him, Han Lone was so angry that she pouted, muttering, "Shameless." Mac Lin waved and smiled brightly, "Little sister, what's your name?" "Little sister, there's no need to be jealous of me, I have no ill intentions." Han Lone yelled, "Stop talking nonsense. Who'd be jealous of a stinky hooligan like you?" Mac Lin then said, "Little sister is too angry, that's not good. A good child is gentle, that's what men like." Unable to argue back, Han Lone angrily turned away and stomped her foot on the ground to vent her anger. Mac Lin then blushed and said, "Little brother is truly handsome, he's captivated me." "What's little brother's name?" He quickly replied, "My name is King Tran." Mac Lin secretly thought, "This guy isn't one of the 5 great masters. I thought he was one of them." Then she turned to ask the other 3, "May I know the names of you 3 little brothers?" Although they weren't acquainted, since the beautiful lady asked, they couldn't refuse. All 3 respectfully introduced themselves one by one, Ko Fong, Tan Kai, Jayat de Wu Kang. Mac Lin exclaimed, "3 of the 5 great masters appearing before me, it truly makes me both happy and apprehensive." Tan Kai stepped forward, "Miss Tien Mac, you speak too highly. Miss Tien Mac is also considered one of the 5 great masters, isn't she?" Mac Lin humbly replied, "I am a delicate woman, how could I be as formidable as you gentlemen?" On this side, King Tran didn't bother joining in, he idly looked into the distance. A figure, carelessly looking around, was slowly stepping out from a thicket quite a distance away. At this very moment, King Tran suddenly grabbed his sword and charged forward, his face filled with killing intent. No one understood what was happening, he resolutely threw his sword into the bush. Looking closer, it turned out to be Tuong Ning, who at this moment was unaware of the danger he was in. The moment he looked up, Tuong Ning was stunned to see the sword flying straight towards him, leaving him bewildered. He tried to dodge, but it was too late, and the sword grazed Tuong Ning's face. Where he stood, a flash of light quickly appeared, accompanied by a great shockwave. Tuong Ning's face turned pale, he looked at the tree trunk behind him, which now had a large hole. At the same time, his own blood flowed down his wrist. The stinging pain made him tremble, Tuong Ning couldn't believe his eyes. Sweating, he looked towards King Tran, silently bewildered, "I was almost killed just now." King Tran clicked his tongue in regret, "I almost killed him." Thatch Tuong Ning reacted. Mac Lin secretly felt bewildered, what did he just say? Reacted? Does he even know what he just did? She stared intently at the young man in front of her. At such a close distance, he almost successfully annihilated Thatch Tuong Ning, one of the 5 great masters. Once again, Tuong Ning took out the cauldron that had previously injured the young man. He channeled his internal energy, and the cauldron grew larger. Then he began to prepare to strike towards King Tran. He and Han Lone stood there, she was a bit startled to see Tuong Ning counterattack. He was so angry his face turned crimson, "King Tran, I, Thatch Tuong Ning, will fight you to the death today." A storm brewed, and at the same time, the cauldron slowly grew larger, completely occupying a section of the sky under the gaze of many people present. Tuong Ning stared intently at him, then he stared intently at him and simultaneously roared, "King Tran, I'm going to crush you into mincemeat." Staring intently at his opponent, King Tran secretly calculated, "I can only try the strongest sword energy to see if it can sever this king's weapon." On this side, Han Lone had already drawn her bow and arrow, "You stinking hooligan, run. Don't just stand there." Ko Fong seemed to be on King Tran's side, amused. Excellent. I couldn't cut down the beasts in the cave, but can I cut you down? No sooner had he finished speaking than a fire cloud sword strike, heavenly seat cloud, was unleashed in midair, bringing with it a massive wave of scorching flames that enveloped the surroundings. At the same time, Wu Kang and Tan Kai also charged forward, joining forces to push back the large cauldron in the sky. Mo Lin looked at him scornfully. Thatch Tuong Min, your temper is too hot. We didn't even offend you. Tuong Min was startled to see everyone attacking him at once. Damn it. That bastard King Tran tricked me, made enemies everywhere. Now he's scared, but it's too late to withdraw. No sooner had he finished speaking than the large cauldron slammed down heavily, causing a violent tremor that shook the ground here. Then he looked at everyone in a panic and shouted, Everyone, I, Thatch Tuong Min, didn't mean it. Is everyone all right? At the same time, a surge of energy quickly struck, instantly startling him. King Tran, from mid-air, immediately shot straight towards Tuong Min. He quickly plunged his sword towards Tuong Min, who swiftly channeled his inner energy to block it. King Tran's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation. He stared intently at his opponent while simultaneously striking. But just like the first time, King Tran was once again sent flying a great distance. His eyes darkened. I can feel his energy shield weakening. 3 more strikes, and I can definitely defeat him. At the same time, Tuong Min shouted, King Tran, you shameless coward who only knows how to ambush. Do you dare to fight me openly? He then drew his small sword, intending to use a barrage of sword strikes to deplete his energy barrier while approaching him. But at the same time, a hand from behind immediately grabbed King Tran's robe, holding him back. He stared intently at that person, and King Tran's face couldn't hide his bewilderment. Hon Long couldn't help but scold him, you idiot. He says go, and you just go? Then she looked at her opponent and couldn't help but curse, Thatch Tuong Min, you've spent your whole life hiding in an energy barrier and have no right to talk about others. If you didn't have the power of the barrier, I, young mistress, would shoot you full of holes like a porcupine. Suddenly being cursed at like that made him extremely annoyed. You rotten girls. I'll send you 2 dog and bitch lovers to hell. Immediately after, a powerful hand gripped Tuong Min's hand that was making seals, startling him. Tan Kai looked at him gently, making Tuong Min tremble. He said, Brother Thatch, could you listen to me for a few words? Surrounded by everyone, he was scared and quickly explained, Everyone, I, Thatch Mo, was just impulsive earlier. I didn't mean to be your enemy. Tan Kai smiled brightly, then quickly released his hand. Don't worry, we all understand. Otherwise, you'd be mincemeat right now. Then he said loudly, Everyone, aren't we here for the treasure in the cave? I just went with Doc Ko Fong to check it out. There are 2 demonic beasts inside. After a pause, Tan Kai continued, Based on just the 2 of us, I'm afraid we can't enter the cave. So I have a suggestion. Looking at everyone, Tan Kai spoke again, I hope everyone can temporarily put aside personal grudges. How about we all unite, combine our strength to defeat the demonic beasts, and then enter the cave to find the treasure? Ko Fong smiled brightly, clapping his hands and saying, Exactly. Let's go together this time. I don't believe we can't chop those beasts down. Mo Lin also quickly agreed, That's right. Aren't there 9 heaven-tier skills in the cave? After seeing everyone agree, Tan Kai quickly crouched down beside King Tran. He whispered, loud enough for him to hear, Brother King Tran, it's not too late for you to act after we get the treasure. Tan Kai then didn't turn his head back, so he completely missed his expression, but he couldn't help but secretly be wary, this guy. But he couldn't be stubborn forever. King Tran quickly put his weapon away. All right, then let's follow Brother Tan's suggestion. Tuong Min also frowned, staring intently at him, then said, Consider yourself lucky, you little brat. King Tran coldly replied, Thatch Tuong Min, you'd better pray that tortoise shell of yours lasts forever, otherwise, you'll really die. Mo Lin looked at him, unable to resist teasing, King Tran, little brother, you're really interesting. To call the energy barrier left by a Saint King expert in someone else's body a tortoise shell, very vivid. Han Lon angrily kicked King Tran's leg, shameless slut. He asked blankly, why did you kick me? Han Lon calmly replied, I like it. Then Qin Ji said to everyone, this is the guardian beast that Brother Du Gu Feng and I just encountered in there. According to his introduction, these are the Flying Spirit Serpent and the Purple Gold Thunder Lion. After saying that, Qin Ji spoke up again, let's split into teams. Qin Ji educated everyone about these two demonic beasts. This Flying Spirit Serpent can not only fly into the sky, but its entire body is also highly poisonous. The other one has very thick scales, making it difficult for ordinary attacks to cause damage, and its entire body is enveloped in lightning. Gu Feng pointed at them, I don't care how you divide yourselves, I'm going to kill this lion anyway. That beast almost electrocuted me to death just now. I, Du Gu Feng, want revenge. Kim Tran pointed at the Flying Spirit Serpent and then said, let Miss Lone and I handle this Flying Spirit Serpent. Qin Ji then looked at him and said, Brother Kim Tran, if you say so, you must have a way to deal with it. Kim Tran replied, Lone Mi's king's weapon is a bow. If the Flying Spirit Serpent can fly, Miss Lone can shoot it with her bow. If we get close to the Spirit Serpent, I can entangle with it and prevent it from approaching Miss Lone. Hearing this, Han Lone was once again smug. She blushed and then haughtily replied, right, exactly. Meanwhile, Mo Lin suddenly cast a tender, captivating gaze at King Tran. Mo Lin then said, King Tran, little brother, my whip can stop that snake from flying around freely. Can I deal with the Spirit Serpent with you, little brother? Han Lon angrily stood in front of him, no need for you, you vixen. Get lost, this young lady doesn't need you. Mo Lin quickly dodged around and hugged him, King Tran, brother, she's so angry. You must suffer a lot being with her normally. Han Lon couldn't contain her anger and took out her bow and arrow, I'll shoot you dead, you green tea. Seeing the tense situation, King Tran quickly put his hand up to block her mouth, Miss Mo Lin, please don't provoke her anymore. Her mood hasn't been good lately. Mo Lin maintained her playful attitude, oh, I know I was wrong, little brother. Then he took Han Lon's hand, Miss Lone, let Miss Mo Lin join us. Her king's weapon can indeed help us restrict the Flying Spirit Serpent's movements. Finally, Han Lone obediently listened to him. She lowered her bow and arrow, no longer bothering to look at the other party. Qin Ji spoke up, then it's settled. Brother King Tran and the two ladies will deal with the Flying Spirit Serpent, and the four of us will handle that lion. King Tran asked again, Brother Qin, what's this? He replied, this is an antidote pill. The Flying Spirit Serpent has potent venom, if you get poisoned, use this immediately. Quickly accepting what Qin Ji offered, King Tran happily and sincerely said to him, thank you. Immediately after, everyone quickly split up and entered the secret realm. In front of them was the sleeping Flying Spirit Serpent. At the same time, its eyes suddenly opened wide, staring intensely at them, blood-red. Concurrently, an arrow tore through the wind, flying swiftly towards the giant snake's face. Thus, it writhed and quickly dodged fiercely, its huge body had swiftly evaded that attack. Not stopping there, the giant snake continued to unleash a large surge of internal energy, counterattacking in the direction the arrow was flying from. Han Lon couldn't help but marvel at its counterattack. This beast reacts so quickly. At this moment, the giant snake quickly opened its mouth wide and lunged towards King Tran to attack. Everyone else also began to act. King Tran spoke first. Miss Mo Lin, seal the space above the snake. Lone Mi, create distance and shoot your arrows. Listening to him, Mo Lin quickly replied, understood. Immediately after, she swung her whip and struck towards the giant snake. On this side, King Tran quickly closed the distance with the giant snake. He struck hard towards it, shouting, watch my sword. As soon as he finished speaking, a large gash was cut onto the snake's body. King Tran performed these actions with great skill. The pain caused the giant snake to let out an exasperated, chilling cry. Its body instantly became powerless and collapsed to the ground. But of course, it didn't give up. Immediately after, the giant snake spat out venom, attacking King Tran. He gazed intently in that direction. The venom was now only a short distance from King Tran. Seeing him in danger, Han Long was instantly startled. She immediately yelled a warning, "Be careful, get out of the way quickly." Scene shifts to Qin Kai's side. They were fighting Tu Kim Loi, and the situation didn't seem very promising. Ko Fong grabbed his weapon and lunged, striking its head first. "That's for shocking me just now." Suddenly, his face showed a flicker of surprise. Ko Fong stared intently at Tu Kim Loi. It stood proudly, looked towards him, then let out a resounding roar. But at this moment, Ko Fong still didn't know what it intended to do. Qin Kai was startled. He lunged towards Ko Fong and simultaneously yelled, "Go, quickly!" Fortunately for him, just as Qin Kai pulled Ko Fong out of danger, the top of the tower struck the ground. The two then looked at each other in bewilderment. Not far away, Tuong Nin was also channeling his internal energy to control that magical artifact. Seeing his brother almost in danger, Qin Kai glared behind him. "Thatch Tuong Nin, what exactly do you mean by that?" After escaping danger, Ko Fong and Qin Kai both turned their eyes to Tuong Nin. He angrily shouted, "You bastard, you don't even bark when you make a move." His expression darkened, showing a smug look, and he spoke arrogantly, "The secret realm is inherently treacherous. If you two think I, Thatch, am doing something wrong, then don't come with me." Ko Fong was very annoyed by that attitude, but could do nothing but helplessly curse, "You." Qin Kai quickly stepped forward to hold his arm, stopping him, "Brother Fong, don't get agitated." At the same time, he thought to himself, "I can't offend Thatch Tuong Nin now, I'll back down for the time being." Then, looking up at Tuong Nin above, he negotiated, "Thatch Tuong Nin, we admit defeat this time. Just be a bit more careful next time." Seeing his yielding attitude, he immediately acted arrogant. After retracting the Baoshan seal, he waved his hand and ordered the two behind him, "Let's go. See what's happening over there." Meanwhile, King Tran's battle was reaching a critical stage. Han Long, bow in hand, stared intently at the smoke in front of her, muttering, "Darn it. You two, get out of this poisonous mist quickly. I can't shoot carelessly right now. If I hit them, it'll be bad." Suddenly realizing something was approaching, she immediately raised her guard, her sharp eyes glancing behind her. When she confirmed it was an acquaintance, Han Long immediately rushed forward for help. "Qin Kai, come help me." After landing, Qin Kai immediately inquired, "Miss Long, where are King Tran and Tnmo Lin?" She replied hastily, "That rotten snake spat out poisonous mist and surrounded the two of them." Hearing this, he also became instantly worried. "What? How long have they been trapped in the poisonous mist?" Han Long quickly replied, "Almost half an hour." Qin Kai gritted his teeth and cursed, "This is bad. The poison of this flying spirit snake's mist is extremely potent. Even a Grand Earth Master couldn't withstand it for an hour. We must quickly rescue them." Inside the poisonous mist, Mo Lin called out in alarm, "King Tran. My antitoxin pill is about to run out. We need to quickly figure out a way to get out." King Tran was currently slashing at the flying spirit's body with all his might, his sword strokes continuously raining down. When he landed, he frowned, lamenting inwardly, "This demonic beast's skin is too tough. I can only try that move." Before King Tran could even unleash a new move, a hand quickly reached out and grabbed him by the collar, pulling him away, leaving him too astonished to speak. "Hey!" After Mo Lin pulled him away, she explained, "King Tran, didn't I say we needed to leave quickly?" King Tran paid no attention to these words and immediately said, "Miss Tnmo, you go out first. I'll try again to see if I can kill this demonic beast." Taking advantage of their lapse in vigilance, the flying spirit swung its tail towards Mo Lin's back, intending a sneak attack. He screamed in panic, "Miss Tnmo, be careful." But it was too late. She was hit hard in the back by its tail, sending her body flying. Mo Lin screamed in pain, and at the same time, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Kim Tran rushed over to support her weakened body, asking anxiously, Miss Tnmo, are you all right? Though weakened, Mo Lin still propped herself up and, with hazy eyes, gestured, go quickly. At this moment, before him was the flying celestial spirit, spreading its wings with its mouth wide open in a threatening manner. Kim Tran furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with anger. You brought this upon yourself. Immediately after, an incredibly powerful energy emanated from his body, gradually concentrating into the sword in his hand. Once enough energy had accumulated, Kim Tran decisively struck towards the flying celestial spirit. It showed no fear, immediately lunging forward, its wide-open mouth swallowing the sword strike. But what it never expected happened. Its entire body stiffened, and the energy from the sword strike enveloped its whole being. Outside, Han Lon, seeing the poisonous mist slowly dissipating, immediately called out worriedly, Kim Tran. Tuong Min, holding the Bao Sun seal, walked over smugly, Lon Ni, it seems your good brother has become a snack for the flying serpent. She immediately turned to him and cursed, shut up, you coward. He raised the item in his hand and said with arrogance, originally, if a certain little girl had been a bit more obedient, I wouldn't have minded helping. After all, the beautiful Tnmo Lin is also in there, but it's a pity. Before Tuong Min could finish his sentence, a series of painful screams erupted from within the poisonous mist, making everyone's eyes turn towards it. From within the poisonous mist, a column of light from immense power suddenly appeared and shot straight up into the sky. Tuong Min, extremely startled, immediately summoned his magical artifact, Holy King's Armor. Immediately after, a beam of light shot out and collided with his barrier, creating a shockwave. Tuong Min suddenly spun around, his eyes filled with astonishment. Kim Tran and Mo Lin had appeared there. He immediately cursed, damn it, your turtle shell is really hard, even harder than that beast in there. Seeing him safe, he shouted in panic, Kim Tran. Qin Kai, seeing him appear, immediately teased, brother Kim Tran, so you've come out. If you hadn't, I'm afraid Miss Lon. Han Lon immediately blushed and quickly interrupted, Qin Kai, what nonsense are you talking about? Who's worried about this rotten ruffian? Mo Lin immediately guessed his intention and teased, I wonder which little girl was just heartbroken. Shouting brother Kim Tran's name on the side. She blushed even more, but still stubbornly retorted, I'll fight you, you shameless woman. Kim Tran then walked over and took Han Lon's hand, all right, the demon beast is dead. Let's quickly go to the great gate of the secret realm. She immediately turned her face away. And still cursed, let go. Who told you to hold my hand? A moment later, the group had moved to their target location, the gate of the secret realm. Kim Tran surveyed the entire area and silently speculated, behind this door is probably a treasure cave. Ko Fong then eagerly stepped forward. He channeled his strength into the sword in his hand and shouted, it looks like we'll have to smash this door. But a surge of power emanated from the gate, successfully blocking Ko Fong's entire attack, leaving it completely unharmed. Kim Tran and the others observed this entire process from behind, collectively startled and exclaiming in their hearts, what? Before them was a massive, solid stone door, its surface covered in grotesque ancient patterns and faint cracks from time, with flickering light from the torches on either side revealing specks of dust in the air. Ko Fong tried to strike it with his sword. He stared intently at the stone door and said gravely, this broken stone door is even harder than that beast from before. Qin Kai approached, looking up at the door with determined eyes, break this stone door and we can enter the Immortal's cave. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and said to the people below with certainty, let us use our king's weapons simultaneously. I don't believe this stone door can withstand our attack. Ko Fong, who was below, heard this and immediately replied, all right, let's do as Brother Qin said, everyone, let's strike this stone door together. Behind them, the beautiful Mo Lin smiled and said in a half-teasing, half-serious tone, so, young gentlemen, let's put in some effort later. Whether we can break this thick stone door will depend entirely on all of you. She turned to look at Kim Tran, smiled faintly and asked, young Sir Kim Tran, would you like to give it a try? Keem Tran calmly replied, his voice serene, I don't have a king's weapon in my hand, and the width of this passage is limited, so I won't block the way. He suddenly turned around and said scornfully, if you don't have the skill, then get out quickly, otherwise, when treasures appear inside later, it won't be your turn. Keem Tran remained unperturbed, his voice tinged with a warning, when the door opens later, be a little careful, don't get blown to death by the stones. He heard this and gnashed his teeth, exclaiming, you. He immediately thought to himself, this kid wants to ambush me while we're breaking the door, I must be on guard. Qin Kai spoke up, signaling everyone to begin, everyone, make your move. Immediately, streams of colorful light simultaneously erupted, swirling and intertwining, striking directly at the stone door. The explosion from the door shook the entire cave. Dust billowed everywhere. Amidst that, a heaven-tier combat skill suddenly flew out from inside the door. All three, Keem Tran, Vu Kang, and Tuong Nin, simultaneously looked up. Then the three flew upwards, each wanting to seize the heaven-tier combat skill quickly. No one was willing to retreat, all three hands touched the object at the same time, locked in a fierce struggle. As the three were fiercely contending, Keem Tran suddenly swung his sword, splitting the heaven-tier combat skill into 3 pieces. After cutting it, he calmly landed on the ground with a solemn face. At that moment, a sudden surge of killing intent shot straight towards Keem Tran. Tuong Nin roared, Keem Tran, die! And Vu Kang shouted, a heaven-tier combat skill? Is that something you're worthy of holding? Han Lon witnessed the scene before her and was stunned, crying out, Keem Tran, be careful. Keem Tran turned around, the sword light in his hand flashing, and said decisively, perfect timing. Tuong Nin flew from a distance, using his king's barrier to strike towards Keem Tran. He used his sword to strike back at him, both were in a fierce confrontation. Vu Kang suddenly appeared behind Keem Tran, seemingly intending to ambush him. But as if realizing something was amiss, his eyes were filled with vigilance. Something glided past, hitting Vu Kang and sending him flying far away. He broke out in a sweat, staring blankly at the object and thinking, what was that sword? At the same time, Tuong Nin was still fighting Keem Tran with all his might. The sword grazed the back of his head, startling him, his eyes widening. Keem Tran seized the opportunity, striking hard at Tuong Nin's king's barrier. He used all his strength to shatter the king's barrier, sending him flying far away. Tuong Nin witnessed everything, stunned, he stood motionless like a statue. He stood there trembling, his face pale, stammering, no, it can't be. After speaking, Tuong Nin collapsed. Keem Tran stood with his back turned, still calm as if nothing had happened. He bent down, picked up Tuong Nin's king's barrier, and held it in his hand. Everyone around was surprised and panicked after witnessing this. Qin Kai murmured, Keem Tran actually killed Thatch Tuong Nin. Ko Fong clutched his head, his mouth wide open, holy shit. Keem Tran is incredible. Mo Lin narrowed her eyes, thinking, this person actually pierced through Thatch Tuong Nin's king's barrier with a sword. Meanwhile, Han Lon stood there covering her mouth, continuously thinking, he actually broke Thatch Tuong Nin's barrier. Keem Tran turned to Vu Kang, who was fearfully backing away, his voice cold as steel, your turn. He stammered a plea, Keem Tran, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Keem Tran's eyes were calm and unwavering, he replied coldly, too late. Keem Tran, with a resolute posture, sharp and determined eyes, gripped the hilt of his sword, which was ablaze with energy. After that, he charged straight in the direction Vu Kang was fleeing, his sword moving as swift as the wind. As he ran, he frantically turned his head to look back, his eyes clearly showing fear. With powerful force, the sword plunged straight into the ground, exploding everything and sending dust everywhere. Vu Kang stood leaning against a rock, his voice cracking with a mix of fear and surprise. Why am I unharmed? Could it be? He stepped out, pointing his sword at Keem Tran and shouted, Keem Tran, I know now, you were only able to kill Thatch Tuong Nin purely by luck. Keem Tran retracted his sword, asking nonchalantly, oh, why do you say that? He recalled what had just happened and said with certainty, "Your sword didn't pierce through Thatch Tuong's royal barrier earlier. But the energy of the royal barrier was completely used up by that idiot Thatch Tuong Ning, so your sword strike was just a coincidence." Mac Lin was startled upon hearing this, thinking, so that's it, I knew it. How could King Tran be so strong? He couldn't have broken the royal barrier that easily. Suddenly, Vu Kang flew up, channeling his energy into a large circle, then yelled, "I'm not as foolish as Thatch Tuong Ning. The energy from the royal barrier on me will definitely allow me to kill you." Having said that, he swung his arm, the sword tip flew forward, and he roared like thunder, "Divine Dragon Spear, Flood Dragon emerges from the sea." King Tran also swiftly made his move. He swung his sword powerfully, then flew forward to fight. The two directly confronted each other, each using all their energy, neither willing to yield. King Tran's sword swept behind Vu Kang, but with his guard up and a lesson learned from before, he glanced back and raised an eyebrow. Then he gripped his weapon tightly, as if preparing to unleash a decisive move. Their swords were raised high, the heavens and earth seemed to explode, and the fighting spirit surged violently. King Tran's sword struck, but unfortunately, Vu Kang leaned back and dodged it. King Tran retracted his sword, while Vu Kang jumped around with a satisfied look. With a terrifying expression, he said confidently, "It seems I wasn't wrong in my thinking, King Tran, today you're dead for sure." With that, he went wild, sword in hand, rushing towards King Tran. King Tran frowned deeply, raised his sword, and murmured, "I was tricked." He swung his sword powerfully, his expression changing, his lips pressed tightly, a thought rising in his mind, "Let's see if your turtle shell is harder or my blade is sharper." The sword swept horizontally, a flash cutting through the air, every movement swift and precise. King Tran shouted loudly, "Blue-violet sword chi, sacred moon absolute breath slash." The sword struck directly in front of Vu Kang's eyes, who stared in horror. His face contorted, his eyes wide, he screamed in astonishment, "No!" Streams of light continuously converged, then exploded, destroying everything. After the battle ended, the air gradually settled. King Tran stood before Vu Kang, saying calmly, "Killing Thatch Tuong Ning was indeed a coincidence because his royal barrier energy was depleted, but why are you so sure I can't break your turtle shell?" Vu Kang, looking disheveled and with torn clothes, exclaimed, "You!" After everything that had just happened, the scene gradually returned to peace. The two, Tan Kai and Ko Fong, stood watching the scene before them intently. King Tran turned to look at them and said, "You two didn't add insult to injury earlier, thank you." Ko Fong clutched his head, sweating, and secretly thought, "Oh my goodness, good thing I didn't get involved, otherwise I'd be lying there too." Tan Kai clasped his hands, speaking sincerely, "We couldn't help at that moment, please forgive us, Brother King Tran." Mac Lin approached, her eyes filled with concern, "Brother King Tran, are you not hurt?" He replied calmly, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Tien Mac, I am fine." Hong Lon appeared out of nowhere and kicked King Tran hard, whispering, "Hussy, shameless." Mac Lin covered her mouth, embarrassed, and whispered, "Brother King Tran's little lover is getting jealous, I'm so scared." King Tran stood between the two, not knowing what to do. He sighed and said, "Two young ladies, we've entered the cave abode. I sense the spiritual energy within is extremely abundant, how about we cultivate here?" Tan Kai spoke up, "Brother King Tran is right, the spiritual energy in this cave abode is incredibly abundant, and there's still a long time left in the secret realm trial. We might as well cultivate here a bit to advance our cultivation." Ko Fong stood beside him, echoing, "So what are we waiting for? Let's go." As night fell, King Tran diligently arranged the celestial-grade combat skills he had acquired. He picked up a piece, his eyes gleaming, and murmured, "Heaven-seizing creation art." He recalled this combat ability. The heaven-seizing creation art could allow one to exert 3 to even 10 times their actual combat power for a certain period. The consequence was a significant depletion of holy power, with the amount depleted corresponding to the increased combat power. King Tran's lips curled into a slight smile, and he mumbled softly, "This time, I've struck it rich." In the silent cave, King Tran was meditating in the lotus position, surrounded by a stream of energy. forming a swirling light. After 9 heaven-seizing techniques, the group had cultivated in the spiritual energy-rich cave for 1 year. A year later, right in that same spot, the spiritual energy vortex around him now surged like a turbulent sea. His power had increased significantly. He raised his hands with purple-blue spiritual energy flames, burning brightly. He murmured to himself, "The spiritual energy in this cave is truly abundant, directly increasing my power by 1 level." Kim Tran stood up and walked to find everyone. He thought, "I wonder how much time has passed." Suddenly, a shout rang out, "Good dogs don't block the way." Immediately, from above, a large figure crashed onto the cold ground. Kim Tran was stunned for a moment. He glanced over the person lying there, muttering to himself, "Another master has arrived." "It turned out to be Min Dong," he said. "By what right is this cave denying me entry?" "It's not your family's property," he exclaimed in surprise. "Min Dong." Min Dong said with a cheerful face, "Kim Tran, I've finally found you." Kim Tran said with a profound tone, "Min Dong, it seems your strength has increased rapidly under the guidance of Senior Tien, hasn't it?" After a few seconds, Min Dong recalled the hard training period. "Kim Tran, in the past year, I thought Uncle Tien Ba would train me to death." Kim Tran looked surprised. "What, you've been training for a year?" Min Dong replied with a calm face, "That's right, haven't you all been cultivating here too?" As he spoke, he looked towards his teammates who were still cultivating. He exclaimed, "Oh no, we were all meditating, we almost forgot about the time." Kim Tran turned to Min Dong. He asked, "How much longer until the qualifying round ends?" He replied, time-wise, about 3 more days." At this moment, he continued to talk to him while searching for something in his clothes. "Oh no. During the secret realm, I mostly meditated here. I don't have many tokens. What if I get eliminated from the qualifying round?" Min Dong seemed to understand. He said with a very happy face, "You don't need to worry about that. On the way here, I picked up a lot of gold tokens from many people. I have quite a bit now. I'll share some with you." "How many do you have?" He paused for a moment, then muttered to himself, "This young master has over 2,000 tokens on him, so I can put them to good use." Kim Tran's voice rang out, full of astonishment, "About 20,000 tokens." Min Dong shouted as if he couldn't believe his ears, "How many?" After that, he decided that for everyone to get out in time, Kim Tran woke everyone up from their cultivation. Dak Ko Fong's echoing laughter broke the silence. "Haha, my strength has grown even stronger." Right behind him was Tan Kai. Suddenly, Mok Lin whispered, "My skin seems to have gotten better too." Hom Lon, however, looked angry, shameless. After a pause, Tan Kai approached him, pointing at Min Dong and asking, "Kim Tran, who is this gentleman?" Immediately, he introduced, "Everyone, this is Min Dong, my brother." Min Dong cheerfully said, "Hello everyone." Raising his sword as he spoke, Min Dong wasn't paying attention, letting the tip of his sword touch a certain spot on the cave wall. A strange sound echoed. He said in confusion, "What's wrong? What did I hit?" Suddenly, a crack appeared on the ceiling, growing larger and larger, then countless glittering treasures suddenly fell down. Tan Kai excitedly said, "It seems Kim Tran's brother accidentally triggered a mechanism in the cave, causing all the treasures in the cave to fall out. Everyone, grab them quickly." The glowing gems spun, and everyone reached out to grab them. Without any unnecessary movements, Kim Tran quickly picked each gem. A moment later, he landed on the ground, then he suddenly noticed cracks spreading across the cave floor like a spiderweb. Immediately, Kim Tran urged, "The cave is about to collapse, everyone retreat quickly." Qing Ji also shouted loudly, "Listen to Jian Chen, run quickly. This cave is about to collapse." Everyone quickly ran out as fragments of earth and rock fell from above their heads. Suddenly, a giant boulder crashed down at the mouth of the cave, sealing off the only exit. At that moment, Jian Chen quickly leaped up, gripping his sword tightly, and unleashed an attack on the boulder. A thunderous explosion echoed, a brilliant golden light burst forth from the technique he unleashed, and the space trembled violently. An exit was created, and everyone quickly soared out. Immediately afterwards, the rock cave collapsed. a resounding explosion echoed, and dust billowed up, obscuring their vision. Jian Chen sighed in relief, sweat trickling down his forehead, finally making it out. He was almost buried alive. Pausing for a few seconds, he turned his head, constantly scanning, searching for his friends. "Are you all right?" Qing Ji offered sincere thanks. "Fortunately, thanks to brother Jian Chen." Gu Feng chimed in, "That's right, otherwise, a few of us would surely have been buried underground like radishes." He extended an invitation, while also handing him a jade piece. "Brother Jian Chen, if you have time in the future, you can visit my Qin Huang kingdom to travel around. This jade pendant is my token. Bring it to the imperial palace, and someone will surely welcome you." "All right, if there's an opportunity in the future, I'll definitely visit Qin Huang kingdom to see brother Qin." Jian Chen held the jade piece, speculating to himself, this jade pendant. Could brother Qin be royalty from the Qin Huang kingdom? Qin Ji and Gu Feng bid farewell to Jian Chen and Mo Ling and set off back to the Qin Huang kingdom. He and she stood watching until the two were completely out of sight. A moment later, Mo Ling looked at Jian Chen with gentle eyes and said, "Brother Jian Chen, I should be going too. You must not forget me." He calmly replied, "Miss Tian Mo, you're speaking too seriously. If there's an opportunity, we'll meet again." Sunlight pierced through the leaves, casting shimmering streaks of light on the ground. Mo Ling walked away, waving goodbye, while Jian Chen quietly watched her. Suddenly, from behind him, Huang Wan blurted out, "She's already gone, what are you still looking at? If you want to look so much, why don't you go after her?" Jian Chen immediately turned around and asked, "All right, what are your plans next?" Huang Wan replied softly, "Let's go this way, and I'll tell you." As soon as she finished speaking, the two soared into the air. At the same time, Ming Dong placed his hand on his chin, his eyes reflecting a thoughtful expression. "This young lady definitely likes Jian Chen." Huang Wan led Jian Chen to a large river deep in the forest. He asked with a hint of doubt, "Miss Luan, is there something so important that needs to be kept secret?" After a few seconds of silence, she warned him, "You killed Shi Xingran and Jie de Wukong. Moreover, you took their royal battle armor. These two families will not spare you. You must be more careful from now on." Pausing for a moment, Huang Wan softly added, "Also, thank you for helping me kill Shi Xingran. He's dead, so I should be leaving now." Jian Chen, with a cheerful expression, quickly replied, "Miss Luan, you're too kind." At this moment, Huang Wan secretly fumed to herself, "You dead pig's head, don't you know to ask this young lady to stay?" As soon as she finished speaking, she delivered a powerful kick that sent Jian Chen flying. She yelled, "You blockhead, I'm about to leave, and you don't even bother to ask my name?" Sweat trickled down his forehead, and he blurted out in confusion, "I wouldn't dare. I'm afraid if I say one wrong thing, you'll shoot me full of arrows like a porcupine." Huang Wan stood facing Jian Chen, kicking his leg, her voice firm, "What did you say? Is this young lady that petty?" Then, she turned her face towards the shimmering water and revealed, "My surname is Huang, my name is Huang Wan. Goodbye." Suddenly, a cry escaped Jian Chen's mouth, "Wait a moment." Huang Wan froze, her eyes wide. She happily replied, "What is it?" He immediately asked, "Miss Luan, you probably don't have a royal barrier on you, do you?" She quickly said, what is it?" Jian Chen then continued, with an expectant look, "Miss Luan, you don't have a protective barrier, and you possess a royal weapon that everyone covets. Leaving alone isn't safe. If you trust me, you should still come with me. The qualifiers will end in 3 more days, I don't want anything to happen to you." Huang Wan, with a happy face, shyly replied, If you insist on keeping me, then." Suddenly she noticed a strange sound coming from behind the two of them. It turned out to be Ming Dong, who had been hiding behind the bushes and witnessed everything that happened between the two of them. At this moment, Huang Wan, too embarrassed, drew her bow, intending to shoot Ming Dong. "What are you laughing at?" A loud explosion echoed through the green forest, accompanied by Ming Dong's cry, "Young miss, I was wrong, spare my life." Night fell, painting the sky black. Everyone decided to set up camp in a clearing in the forest. By the flickering fire, everyone discussed together. Jian-Chen spoke up, "Let's see the last thing we got from the cave dwelling." He then took out a small, golden item, emitting a brilliant light in the night. Suddenly, a skull and a ribcage fell to the ground, tearing through the silent space. Ming Dong and Huang Luan were extremely surprised, and both exclaimed simultaneously, "Holy King's skeleton!" Jian-Chen held up the skull and observed it for a while, then said, "What's the use of this skeleton, that you're shouting about it so loudly?" Huang Luan's eyes widened in astonishment. She blurted out, "You really don't know about the Holy King's skeleton?" Jian-Chen immediately replied with a naive expression, "I don't." "What can this thing do?" Huang Luan immediately leaned forward, holding the bone, and loudly declared, "Then allow this young lady to explain the value of the Holy King's skeleton to you." She explained in great detail, after a Holy King powerhouse dies, the holy weapons condensed from the energy within their bodies do not disappear into heaven and earth. Instead, they transform into pure energy that remains within the body, then slowly enters all the bones, finally hidden within them. Therefore, the skeleton left behind by a Holy King powerhouse after their demise is almost equivalent to the full power of a Holy King. It is extremely precious. Once one obtains the skeleton left behind by a Holy King powerhouse after their demise, it is equivalent to obtaining the full power of that Holy King powerhouse. The flickering firelight reflected on Jian-Chen's probing face. "If that's the case, then what about the royal weapons in your hands?" He delved deeper. "Furthermore, if all the energy of a Holy King powerhouse's body integrates into their bones, then the holy weapons, having lost their energy, should dissipate. How can they continue to be preserved?" Huang Luan continued to explain, "When a holy king is about to reach their great limit, they will sacrifice their holy weapon out of their body, and then forcibly sever the connection between themselves and the holy weapon. This way, their holy weapon will perfectly preserve their lifelong power, never to dissipate, and royal weapons are precisely such derivatives." Jian-Chen listened intently, then stated his understanding. "Why do those whose strength reaches the Holy King realm, when nearing their great limit, actively sever their connection with their holy weapons? Is it to benefit future generations?" Immediately, Huang Luan revealed the reason, because of a mysterious legend. He urged, "A legend? What legend?" The night wind in the forest howled in gusts, gently rustling her hair. Huang Luan spoke in a deep voice, "The revival of kings." As soon as she finished speaking, Jian-Chen exclaimed loudly, with an expression of extreme surprise, "What?" Sitting by the campfire with everyone, Jian-Chen, filled with doubt, asked, "Are there really holy kings who have revived using this?" Huang Luan sat hugging her knees and sighed, "It's just a legend. At least, my Huang family has never heard of any holy king reviving." Jian-Chen held the skull in his hand and examined it seriously. "I guess there's definitely something hidden here that we don't know about. Otherwise, I really don't understand why those 9th-level Holy King powerhouses would deeply believe in this never-before-realized legend." Huang Luan sat beside him, frowning. She also looked doubtful and agreed, "That's right, otherwise, there's really no way to explain it. Why all holy kings, without exception, chose to sever their connection with their holy weapons when nearing their great limit." Then Jian-Chen asked Ming Dong, "Did Senior Tian tell you about this?" He shook his head, "No, Uncle Tian only told me that the Holy King's skeleton can resurrect." Everything came to a standstill. One sighed, another held their head in exhaustion. Suddenly, Huang Luan held out a ring and asked everyone, "Look what I got." At the same time, the wooden box fell uncontrollably to the ground in front of her. The wooden box even opened its lid automatically, and a magical artifact flew out from inside. Huang Luan gazed intently at this blue, scroll-like magical artifact. Jian-Chen saw this and warmly praised, "A Sky-tier water attribute combat skill, it suits you." Huang Luan didn't care for this, throwing it to him. "Trash. The Sky-tier combat skill I cultivate is even better than this. This young lady bestows it upon you." Jian-Chen grew curious, "Isn't it good to cultivate more?" His doubts weren't unfounded, as Huang Luan quickly offered her opinion. Each Sky-tier combat skill is extremely profound. An ordinary person would find it difficult to fully comprehend even one in their lifetime, let alone cultivate as many as possible. Unless one has fully mastered a Sky-tier combat skill, it's best not to waste time on other cultivation methods. Not only does it waste energy, but it also yields no achievements. Jian Chen reluctantly understood. He stored the combat skill in his spatial artifact. All right. After remembering, he didn't forget to ask everyone. I forgot to ask when we looted the treasures from the Immortal's cave just now. Do you all have enough participation tokens? Should we share some? Qin Xiao generously immediately pulled out his storage bag. Jian Chen, I have over 500 of them. Take them all. Jian Chen took the bag but was quite puzzled internally. Brother, aren't you participating in the later competitions? Qin Xiao only showed a disappointed expression and said, my strength is too lacking. I'd better go back to cultivating. Huan Luan seemed to recall something related to this topic. If you want to advance, you need at least 5,000 tokens. Hearing her, everyone was startled. Ming Dong shouted, 5,000 just to advance? Jian Chen was also surprised. 5,000 is enough? Huan Luan, seeing everyone's reaction, boasted gracefully, this young lady, have nearly 130,000 in my hand. If anyone is willing to beg, I don't mind giving them 3,000. Jian Chen didn't take it as a joke. He immediately thought of his teammates. That's right, Ming Dong, quickly beg Miss Luan. You only have over 2,000, which definitely isn't enough. Or how about I give you 5,000? But after giving you 5,000, I'll still have 150,000 left. I wonder what rank that would be. Huan Luan never expected him to take this so seriously. She immediately kicked Jian Chen to make him stop overthinking. Go to sleep. Jian Chen sat up, his face damp, and asked the woman who had stood up and left, sleep, then sleep, but why did you kick me? He immediately fell into thought again, holding up the wooden box curiously. This was also obtained from the Immortal's cave. I wonder what kind of treasure it is. When Jian Chen decided to open it, he didn't know what was inside that caused his expression to change. This is... Scene change. The morning sun shone into the large courtyard where the Mystic Realm's gate was located. Everyone gathered there, bustling. They're here. They're here. The survival Mystic Realm is over. I wonder if anyone can advance to the final round this year. Many people were emerging from the gate. The host's voice immediately rang out, silence. Only Jian Chen had a distinct feeling and question. What kind of power was that just now, to be so mighty? To transmit everyone out of that space? Could it be a Saint King, or a Saint Emperor, or an existence like a Saint Sovereign? When he looked around, he was even more bewildered. Where are Luaner and Ming Dong? Over here, Shiru loudly shouted, those with fewer than 5,000 tokens may leave. Those who have exceeded 5,000, come here to register. Your rankings will be determined based on your token count. The other participants heard this and protested, why so many? That's right, the number you've set is too high. Last time, it only required 3,000. Shiru showed no deference to anyone and immediately struck at those voicing opinions. Silence. This move of his instantly sent those two falling heavily to the ground. Shiru was very unwilling to waste time. Anyone else? If not, quickly come and register. Witnessing the scene, Jian Chen became wary of this person. This senior's formidable strength is above that of a Sky Saint Master. Shiru continued with his instructions. The top 16 in total tokens can advance to the final showdown. One agile person quickly stepped forward first. Senior, I am Zhuge Qing, with a total of 8,400. After receiving the tokens, he held out 2 fingers and a thumb from one hand, waving them. Look! The floor tiles were automatically rising in the direction of Shiru's hand. When they stood tall and upright, they were colossal and imposing, yet resembled a stone tablet. Indeed, he was using his bare hand to conjure a pen to write on this stone slab. The name of the registered person and their token count appeared. After that, he called the next person, next. It was Jian Chen. He didn't hesitate to hand over everything. Senior, I am Jian Chen, with a total of 21,000. The other contestants couldn't believe it. Are you kidding me? Over 20,000. How many people did he kill to get that? He's just boasting. I don't believe he has that many. Yin Sherwu happily conversed with him again. Jian Chen, right? This old man remembers you now. Don't disappoint this old man in the dueling round. Soon, that stone tablet was filled with people's names and their strength. They listened and looked, still unwilling to accept it. This guy actually has over 20,000, oh my God. A flying ship was soaring past a magnificent and splendid place, the city of mercenaries. On that flying ship was Jian Chen's team. Qin Xiao, valuing him highly, put his arm around him and praised him. Jian Chen, you're too amazing. You actually took first place to enter the dueling round. Next, the champion of the Mercenary Grand Assembly will be yours. Ming Dong, standing beside him, also happily gave a thumbs up, showing his agreement with this statement. Jian Chen was extremely modest. Qin Xiao, the people behind me aren't necessarily weaker than me. The outcome of the dueling round is still unpredictable. Just then, the ship flew past, allowing Ming Dong to see the ranking of the contestants carefully carved on a stone stele. That's right, I even thought I could be in the top 8 with over 6,000, but I ended up second from the bottom. Jian Chen quickly comforted him, all right, your rank doesn't really matter. We have to fight in turns anyway. Ming Dong agreed, that's right. Then Jian Chen remembered something and quickly asked, oh, right, Miss Huan and Qing Ji, have you seen them? Suddenly, a hand appeared from behind and rested on Jian Chen's shoulder. It was Qin Xiao, his eyes gleaming slyly. Jian Chen, Miss Huan is currently resting in the lounge on the ship, but I, your brother, would like to give you some advice. He wondered, what is it? Unexpectedly, Qin Xiao wanted to introduce his younger sister to him. Miss Huan is indeed beautiful, but she's a bit fierce. Have you considered my younger sister? My younger sister is gentle as water and extremely delicate. Jian Chen, of course, had never thought about this and stammered, this. Immediately, Qin Xiao grabbed his shoulder and tried to persuade him by badmouthing others. Jian Chen, even though I'm not here, I feel that woman is too fierce. He kept talking, Jian Chen, listen to me, that younger sister of mine. As he spoke, Jian Chen's expression suddenly became panicked, unable to speak. Seeing this, Qin Xiao wondered, what's wrong with you? Unbeknownst to him, the woman he spoke of was right behind him, radiating killing intent. As soon as he turned around and saw Huang Huan's expression, Qin Xiao could only stand frozen in fear, letting his sweat and snot run down. I'm screwed, trying to dig a hole for my sister has been discovered. Finally, he could only drag Ming Dong to another side to change the subject. Ming Dong, Mu Yuntian, the founder of the City of Mercenaries, single-handedly defeated the experts of the white race. He preserved the Tianyuan continent, his prestige echoing through ancient and modern times. Unfortunately, he still couldn't resist the erosion of time. I'll take you to see it. Ming Dong was unexpectedly dragged away against his will, so he refused, but it was insignificant. I said I'd go. No, wait a minute, where are you taking me? Leaving the two alone, Jian Chen stammered before the woman, Miss Huan, hello. Huan Huan not only didn't let it go but also retorted, what, you think I'm fierce too? Jian Chen, unfortunate, quickly denied it. Miss Huan misunderstood, I absolutely did not mean that. He tried to think quickly, I must find a way to end this problem soon. Oh, right, what's Miss Huan's rank? She replied dismissively and then continued to retort, 7th. What, do you despise me for being fierce? That hussy Tian Mulan is ranked 11th. If you think she's so great, go find her. Jian Chen truly didn't understand women's hearts. Why couldn't such a small matter be resolved? He didn't want to be misunderstood. Miss Huan, don't talk nonsense. You know perfectly well that Miss Tian Mulan and I are innocent. By the way, I've never even watched anyone bathe. When Huan Huan heard this, she was stunned and her face turned red. Why did you suddenly bring that up? She immediately kicked him down and stomped on him repeatedly. You stinking pervert, today I'm going to beat you to death. Jian Chen, even with 3 mouths, couldn't retract what he just said. Miss Lone, that's not what I meant. Afterwards, Huang Lone, showing disappointment and sadness, turned her back and walked away. I really must go now. I hope we can meet again in the future. Jian Chen, however, didn't chase after her, only advising, Miss Lone, take care. Although Shi Xingran and Jiedo Wukong have been killed by me, their family members will definitely not let you off. If you encounter danger, just come find me. Huan Long pretended to be cold. You don't need to worry about me. I still have Uncle Feng and Uncle Yun, and as long as I'm in Mercenary City, they wouldn't dare lay a hand on me, even with 10 times the guts. It was then that she lowered her voice and said with reluctance, remember my name is Huang Long. Don't you dare forget it. At a mansion late at night, the bright moon illuminated 1,000 clouds. Inside the brightly lit, open hall, there were clearly people. The atmosphere in the room was not as relaxed as outside, but rather awkward. Elder Saw inquired of the young man with a refined expression, holding a teacup at the table. Young Master Qin, can you tell this old man who exactly killed our young master? Qin Ji first gently asked, you are from the Shi family, so the other person is from the Jiedo family? The man standing next to Elder Saw immediately spoke up, that's right. Unexpectedly, Qin Ji openly revealed, the one who killed those 2 is Jian Chen. You must know him. Furthermore, he is the top-ranked person on the stone tablet. Elder C wanted to know more, then what about our young master's cloud-breaking spear? Qin Ji calmly poured tea into his cup. The cloud-breaking spear and the mountain protection seal are, of course, both in Jian Chen's hands. The 2 elders, having received their answers, clasped their hands in gratitude. Thank you, young Master Qin, for telling us. But as the 2 turned to leave, Qin Ji called out again, stop right there. Where do you 2 intend to go? Elder Saw was already too angry and spoke bluntly, where to? Of course, to kill that brat Jian Chen. Hearing this, Qin Ji burst into laughter. Good, good, good. It seems Elder Saw intends for the Shi family to be annihilated. And Elder C? Do you also intend for the Jiedo family to be buried with them? Elder Saw no longer wished to show respect. He unleashed his cultivation. Young Master Qin, what do you mean by that? He then reminded Elder Saw, this is Mercenary City, not the backyard of your Shi family. Furthermore, Jian Chen is now the top-ranked person in the qualifiers. Do you dare to lay a hand on him? Do you really think Mercenary City is a soft persimmon? Elder C, understanding the situation, also advised, Old Saw, calm down. Young Master Qin is right. Elder Saw, surprisingly, relented, thank you, young Master Qin, for the reminder. As the 2 elders turned to leave again, he added, oh, right, I'm reminding you 2 of something. Jian Chen, Qin Ji, have definitely befriended him. I still hope you 2 won't do anything unpleasant. These 2 old eccentrics truly wanted to go mad. Young Master Qin, does your Qin family intend to become enemies with our 2 families? Qin Ji maintained his faint smile. You 2 jest. I am merely reminding you, not threatening. The elders could only angrily kick open the door and leave. Farewell. Gu Feng, having witnessed this scene, asked quietly, Brother Qin, by offending the Shi family and Jiedo family like this, won't your father scold you? Qin Ji immediately replied, my father will not only not scold me, but he'll praise me instead. In his mind, he thought of Jian Chen and was secretly looking out for him. To slay Jiedo Wukong, who possessed a king's barrier, with 1 sword. A person of such strength can be a friend, but absolutely not an enemy. Finally, he stood up from his chair and asked Gu Feng, oh, right, have you registered for the arena battle yet? He immediately replied, yes, I have, thanks to your token. I'm ranked 10th. After getting the answer, he left the Taoist temple. You should go rest quickly. Tomorrow there's a drawing for matches, isn't there? His thoughts, however, still drifted to someone else. Coincidentally, tomorrow when you're competing, I'll go tell Jian Chen about this so he can be careful. Gu Feng found Qing Ji's attitude somewhat curious. What are you going to do? He simply left a light remark, if there's nothing else, I'm going to listen to some music from the Orchid Pavilion. Tonight's moonlight was truly bright, so Gu Feng decided to sit alone at the stone table. Holding the piece of hide in his hand, he thought, I got this when I was looting something in a cave not long ago. This thing. Gu Feng was seen reaching into his spatial storage, seemingly about to take something out. There were 2 pieces of hide with details identical to that paper fragment. Indeed, these 3 pieces of hide could be fitted together. Perhaps they were cut from a larger piece of hide. But what do the characters on this hide ultimately signify? Then he sighed in disappointment and decided to throw them back into his spatial storage. Forget it. I'll talk about it when I have enough complete beast hides. With just these few fragments, I can't figure anything out. The next day finally arrived. The morning brought gentle sunshine, and everyone had gathered at the competition venue. Ming Dong walked alongside Jian Chen and asked, Jian Chen, I've never seen many of the names on this stone tablet. Qing Ji isn't there either. He quickly replied, it's normal. Many people, to preserve their strength, will stop looting once they have enough tokens. Qing Ji walked unhurriedly towards the 2 of them. Jian Chen, I finally found you. Out of politeness, Jian Chen asked him, Brother Qing, is something the matter? Qing Ji leaned closer to Jian Chen to whisper a reminder, last night, people from the Shi family and the Jie De family came looking for me. They know you killed Shi Xingran and Jie De Wukong. You need to be careful. Jian Chen also whispered back, thank you for the information, Brother Qing. Qing Ji added another instruction, no need to be polite, Jian Chen. As long as you're in Mercenary City, the Shi family and the Jie De family definitely won't dare to act. But if you leave this city, I'm afraid trouble will find you. Jian Chen clasped his hands in gratitude, Brother Qing, rest assured, I have my own plans. He was still enthusiastically good-natured to the very end. All right then, if you ever need me, just send someone to the largest inn in the city to find me. Jian Chen happily agreed, okay. Just then, Shi Wu appeared and announced to everyone present, next is the final round of Mercenary City. The rules for the finals are as follows. There are 16 participants in the finals. These 16 will compete in pairs. The winners will form the top 8, and then continue in one-on-one battles until the ultimate champion is determined. The 8 losers will compete in pairs to determine the top 2, who will then join the top 8 winners to make up the top 10. After speaking, he didn't forget to cast a spell, making a colossal arena appear. At the same time, he reminded everyone, the top 16 names on the stone tablet, please proceed to the arena immediately for the draw. Jian Chen and Ming Dong bid farewell to Qing Ji, Brother Qing, we're going to draw lots now. He happily agreed, all right. Before the 2 of them could even land on the arena, they heard a young woman's voice, little brother Jian Chen, you're here. Your sister missed you so much. Being embraced by the woman, Jian Chen seemed a little uncomfortable. Miss Tian Mo, what are you? Looking like she wasn't doing much better, she whispered to him, I'm sorry, sister truly had no other choice. Please help your sister, that guy with the short head is really disgusting. At the same time, a shout rang out nearby, where did this brat come from? Jian Chen had no obligation to tell him, so he retorted, who are you? This guy didn't hesitate to introduce himself with an arrogant tone, this young master is Gara, ranked 6th on the stone tablet. If you don't want to die, get out of my way immediately, don't block this young master's path. Jian Chen didn't like this type of person, oh, 6th, huh? You're so arrogant, I thought you were 1st. Gara maintained his confident demeanor, what about 1st? This young master simply didn't try his best in the preliminary round. He arrogantly added, if this young master encounters the top-ranked person from the preliminaries, I will surely torment him slowly, letting him die in humiliation. Gara's words made Jian Chen frown in anger and growl, is that so? Then you'd best not encounter me in the arena, otherwise I'll let you know the consequences. Hearing him say that, he was silent at first, his reaction still unclear. A second later, Gara burst into contemptuous laughter. So you're the top-ranked Jian Chen, huh? Turns out you're just a wet-behind-the-ears brat. Rarely did Gara look serious. He pointed at the person opposite him. I warn you, hand over the woman next to you to me now, and I might spare your life in the arena. Jian Chen was no pushover. He showed no deference and formally challenged him. If you want to die, there's no need to wait for the draw. I can kill you right now. The two seemed to glare at each other, as if they would immediately come to blows if no one intervened. Yet, another person with a burly physique appeared behind Gara and spoke up to stop him. Let it go, Gara. Don't bother with the child, he's just talking big. He seemed to obey this tall man. Second brother, all right. This guy also gave them a warning. You're Jian Chen, right? I'll remember you all. When we're in the arena, don't blame me for being merciless. He shamelessly spoke in front of Mo Ling. Woman, my younger brother has his eyes on you. If you don't want to suffer, you'd best be obedient. Ming Dong, who had been silent until now, couldn't hold back anymore. What kind of person are you, to dare speak to me like that? Chap Phi had already turned his back, but his voice was still arrogant. I'll give you a piece of advice. None of you will leave this arena alive. Jian Chen couldn't help but retort, then I'll also give you a message. Let's see who ultimately lives and who dies. In the large square, the center of the Mercenary Congress, every eye was fixed on the middle of the field, where the results for the fourth match's draw were displayed. The tense atmosphere gradually subsided as Sherwu's voice rang out, echoing throughout the square. The fourth match, Jian Chen, drew number 10, opponent from the 16-8 ranking is ranked 10th. Du Feng, in the corner of the stands, Feng was stunned, his eyes wide, his mouth agape as he cried out, by what right? I don't want a yacht. Qing Ji approached and gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. It's all right, just hold on for 15 minutes and you'll win. Feng had a frustrated look. He sighed, I don't think I can hold out for 15 minutes. Qing Ji gave a bitter smile and said, I don't think so either, that's why I didn't sign up. Feng replied with a mocking look, Brother Chain, today is the first time I understand why everyone calls you Dog Chain. Sherwu, from above, spoke in a stern voice, the order of challenges has been determined. All opponents are invited to their respective arenas to commence battle. The scene shifted to where the match was about to take place, where Jian Chen and Feng faced each other. Jian Chen advanced with his sword, then smirked, Du Feng, long time no see. Opposite him, Feng stood calmly, his aura cold and heroic. He casually said, Jian Chen. After the secret realm, we haven't had time to fight yet. Let's have a satisfying battle later. Jian Chen replied, all right. Both of them were ready to begin. Sherwu stood in the middle, raised his hand, and loudly declared, let the match begin. Feng poured all his strength into his greatsword, sword energy surging. He charged towards Jian Chen and shouted, secret technique. Jian Chen parried the blow, and the clash between the two sword tips rang out harshly. He swung his sword powerfully, his movements light as the wind, then counterattacked so quickly that Feng couldn't react in time. Feng was startled, he gasped, then let out a roar that echoed everywhere. After that, he punched the ground with tremendous force. The punch made everything shake, then Feng's body flew high into the air. After witnessing everything, Jian Chen exerted all his energy to continue fighting. His sword emitted a dazzling and surging energy, as if it were about to explode. Jian Chen unleashed his move, pointing his sword directly at Feng, who was airborne. A brilliant ray of light shot straight towards Feng's back, making him raise an eyebrow in caution. But at that moment, Feng turned around, using all his strength to block the explosive energy that Jian Chen had unleashed. After blocking, Feng exhaled in relief, sweat pouring down his face. If he had been a moment slower, he might have been finished. Feng landed on the ground, calling out to Jian Chen, well fought, keep going. Below the stands, Ming Dong clenched his fists, shouting loudly, Jian Chen, go for it. Qing Ji stood beside him, smiling slightly and saying, Ming Dong, no need to worry. I think Jian Qin will win very soon. Ming Dong turned to him, asking with a bewildered tone, Oh, why do you say that? Qing Ji looked at the two still fighting fiercely on the arena. He calmly said, Du Gufeng himself probably hasn't noticed that Jian Qin still hasn't gotten truly serious with him. Du Gufeng's greatsword, although having immense destructive power, the problem is that it's too heavy. He's probably worried that after just a few swings, his body's spiritual energy will be completely depleted. In the arena, Jian Qin dodged a sword strike Feng swung. Qing Ji paused, then continued, on the other hand, Jian Qin just needs to avoid being hit by Du Gufeng, and besides. He recalled the match between Jian Qin and Yukong, then frowned and thought, if Jian Qin wanted to kill someone, I'm afraid Du Gufeng would have already died by his hand. I really want to know how Jian Qin managed to break through the king's barrier. The match ended, Jian Qin still stood firm, breathing steadily, his face calm and cold as he asked, Du Gufeng, what do you say? Still want to fight? Feng slumped to the ground, panting heavily, sweat pouring down his forehead, exclaiming, No more fighting, no more. You're tougher than a beast, I'm almost dead from exhaustion. I surrender. Shiwu's clear voice rang out, Arena number 4, Jian Qin wins. Jian Qin retracted his sword, his eyes still gentle, gesturing towards Feng and saying, Du Gufeng, your moves are too cumbersome. Fighting anyone like that will always put you at a disadvantage. He gave a dry laugh and sighed, There's no other way, this cultivation method of mine is just decisive and powerful. After saying that, he mumbled to himself, Disadvantage my ass, I've cut down so many people, how come no one runs as well as you? Below the stands, Qing Ji cupped his hands in congratulations, Jian Qin, congratulations on entering the top 8. Ming Dong said happily, Jian Qin, well done. He replied, thank you. Then Jian Qin turned to ask Ming Dong, are you also preparing to compete? Before he could answer, a loud no echoed from a distance. All 4 people simultaneously turned their heads to look where the sound had come from. A man was kicked in the stomach, painfully flying far back and falling to the ground. Gala walked over, stepping on the man's face with his shoe, distorting it. He stomped hard and said arrogantly, This kind of strength is worthy of coming to the mercenary assembly? The man on the ground trembled and said, I give up. As soon as the man finished speaking, Gala unleashed a blow directly to his face, hitting him while saying, What did you say? I couldn't hear you clearly. Seeing this, the crowd below the stand stirred, angrily shouting, Hey, why are you still humiliating him like that? That's right, didn't he already surrender? That's completely lacking in sportsmanship. He glared, roaring, Shut up. Mercenary assembly, the strong are respected. If you're afraid to die, don't come. Gala turned his head and said sharply to Shiwu above, Old man, am I right? He calmly said, On the arena, life and death are destined. Arena number 1, Gala wins. Upon hearing this, Gala turned around, his terrifying face breaking into a cold smile as he said, Jian Qin, don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Jian Qin glanced at him, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, the shimmering light from his blade reflecting in his sharp eyes, signaling a new battle was about to begin. He slowly replied, Oh really? But I won't. The atmosphere in the arena ignited once more. Jian Qin was already in a fighting stance. Gala also got into position, full of momentum, declaring loudly, Well met. But immediately, a deep voice rang out, Both of you, calm down for a moment. The voice belonged to Shiwu. He stood imposing in the middle of the arena, his arms spread wide, exerting an incredibly formidable and awe-inspiring force of obstruction. One of his hands was using 2 fingers to clamp tightly onto the tip of the sword that Jian Qin was swinging. His other hand blocked Gala's incoming punch. Jian Qin looked at him with great respect, then thought, This is the elder in charge of registration. This senior strength is truly terrifying. On the other side, Gala opened his mouth and cursed loudly, Where did this old man come from, daring to ruin my good time? Jian Qin immediately retracted his sword. He cupped his hands and said humbly, "Senior, I merely wanted to seek justice for his opponent." Shiru turned to look at him. He said in a stern voice, "In arena duels, life and death are destined. Whatever you want to claim, wait until you meet him, then speak. Understand?" After hearing this, he replied, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." Gala still spoke with a confident voice, "You should be lucky this old man saved your life today, otherwise you'd be dead by now." Jian Chen turned and left, walking down from the grandstands. Gala shouted from behind, "Don't go. If you have the guts, come back." Thabngu watched Jian Chen leave and thought, this young brother, with such a mindset, will achieve great things in the future. However, his hand was still firmly gripping Gala's fist, making him yell, "Old man, let me go." He let go of his hand and looked sternly at Gala, reminding him, "This old man reminds you of one thing, although this mercenary city is beyond the law, it is not lawless chaos." After speaking, Thabngu flew high up and raised his eyebrows, thinking, "Little friend Jian Chen, I hope you don't disappoint this old man." On the grandstands, boisterous voices rang out again, making the atmosphere lively. "Place your bets. Place your bets. Today is the 8-4 round. Bet small for fun." Jian Chen approached Qing Ji and Ming Dong, asking, "Where's Dugu Feng?" Qing Ji replied, "He was bored touring all last night, drank too much, and hasn't woken up yet." Ming Dong said, half joking, half serious, "Jian Chen, let's have a real fight in the finals, you and I." He immediately replied, "Okay." Jian Chen stared at the name of his next opponent on the board. He turned to ask, perplexed, "Qing Ji, do you know this person named Ju?" Qing Ji answered, "I have no impression of them." Ming Dong also looked and added, "I didn't see this person's match yesterday either." Ming Dong walked over and draped his arm over Jian Chen's shoulder, excitedly saying, "What are you scared of? Aren't we brothers who kill gods and Buddhas if they stand in our way?" The solemn announcement kicking off the series of matches rang out. Today's arena competition officially begins. Challengers for the first and second matches, please step onto the stage. Jian Chen turned and went onto the arena, quietly saying, "I'll go first." Qing Ji encouraged, "Jian Chen, you can do it." Ming Dong shouted loudly, "Jian Chen, go for it." Jian Chen stood on the arena, looking at the girl in front of him, with her petite figure but extraordinary aura, and thought, this Jew is actually a girl. Her weapon is daggers, 2 of them. Thabngu stood high above, his majestic voice echoing everywhere as he loudly announced, "Let the match begin." The girl named Ju, with a cold expression, crouched, ready for the battle about to begin. Large ice shards were created by her, then launched directly towards Jian Chen. Huge blocks of ice hurtled through the air, penetrating all obstacles, heading straight for him. Jian Chen immediately counterattacked. He swung his sword, powerfully striking the ice shards. While Jian Chen was fighting the ice shards, Ju seized the opportunity. She charged towards him with her daggers. In the midst of the clash, Jian Chen keenly observed her movements, looking for an opening in the smoke. Gripping his sword firmly, he launched a move towards Ju, with surging momentum, creating violent whirlwinds. She immediately retaliated, continuously unleashing a barrage of ice shards. Ju, with 2 daggers in her hands, erupted with energy that shook the entire space. The battle unfolded fiercely, creating plumes of smoke that obscured the view of the entire grandstand. The smoke completely obscured Jian Chen's vision, making him tell himself, this girl's cultivation technique is very strange. The longer the fight, the more disadvantaged I'll be. I must end this quickly. Suddenly, a figure quickly glided past behind him, with movements as light as the wind. A few gigantic icebergs appeared, emitting a cold blue light. They were hurtling towards Jian Chen's back, carrying a powerful aura that made him tilt his head cautiously. But unexpectedly, ice appeared beneath his feet, quickly freezing into 2 solid blocks. Jian Chen turned his head in panic, gritting his teeth and muttering, "I'm screwed." From above, a colossal ice block struck down like thunder, but Jian Chen's sword blocked it horizontally, shattering it in an instant. At the same time, the ice shards attacking from behind were also shattered by his reversed sword blade. He bent down and punched the ground, shattering the 2 ice blocks at his feet. Then he thought, I must find a way to get rid of this smoke obscuring my vision first. Leveraging force, King Tran launched himself and shot straight up into the air, moving extremely fast. But at that moment, 4 ice chains appeared from nowhere and immediately enveloped King Tran. The 4 chains tightly bound King Tran's hands and feet, which surprised him and made him unable to struggle. Looking down below, it was Tuet using both her hands to control the chains that were tightly binding King Tran. With a cold face and unwavering eyes, she stood still, watching King Tran high above. That ice chain shot out from Tuet's hand, so cold that it made the very space freeze. It slithered over in an instant, wrapped around King Tran, tightening around him coil by coil. King Tran held the small knife. You want to freeze me? Let's see if you have the ability. He tensed his body, intense light erupted from him, and the ice chains exploded into pieces, completely shattered by his power. Tankai's eyes widened. That's right, it's the same type of spiritual energy that formed the sword which killed the king of the barrier, Gid Wukong, that day. What exactly is the attribute of the spiritual energy on King Tran? King Tran stood silently amidst the white clouds, his figure ethereal, as if blending into the sky and earth. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a brilliant, blazing light erupted from his pupils, so fierce and intense that it shook the surrounding space. King Tran drew his sword, his figure shooting forward like lightning, his sword energy tearing through the clouds. A green vortex appeared instantly, and a sharp green arrow formed within it, ready to fire with maximum power. The green arrow shot out from the vortex, silently but decisively, soaring towards Tuet. Frowning with worry, she intently watched the attack about to hit her. The ground shook violently, layers of rock and earth erupting from beneath, as if awakened by a terrifying force. Immediately after, the ground beneath Tuet's feet cracked open, and she floated into the air. Tuet clenched her jaw, her body hovering in midair, her eyes filled with shock. She gently waved her hand, and a pristine white mass of snow gathered from the void. King Tran extended his hand, and a powerful, brilliant green light column rose from his palm. The light column surged, piercing through layers of thick clouds, tearing through the gloomy sky. Amidst the swirling dust, 2 figures became clear, standing motionless. The crowd below wondered, who won? I don't know, there's no movement. King Tran smiled gently, his eyes full of warmth and tenderness like morning sunlight. Tuet frowned, her eyes full of suspicion, asking confusedly, why did you stop earlier? She recalled herself dodging King Tran's knife. Why did this guy hold back? Tuet pointed her sword at him. King Tran smiled and replied, it's just a match, not a fight to the death. Winning or losing is enough, and besides, I have no enmity with you, young lady. She retracted her sword. In the matches to come, if you're soft-hearted, you'll die. After that, Tuet turned and walked away. He clasped his hands. Thank you for the reminder, young lady. You let me win. Thapnga gently raised his hand, his deep voice resonating afterwards, the winner, King Tran. Tankai congratulated him again. King Tran, congratulations, it seems you're definitely the champion now. King Tran chuckled in response. Just luck, because that young lady named Tuet is very strong. If it were a fight to the death, I might not have won. King Tran looked around in surprise and asked, where's Min Dong? He smiled and replied to him, he's gone to compete. Let's go watch. King Tran immediately agreed, let's go. On the other side, Mac Lin and Min Dong clashed, fighting fiercely without mercy. Min Dong unleashed a powerful punch directly at Mac Lin, causing his opponent to stagger under the intense force. A voice announced, Min Dong wins. Mac Lin puffed out her cheeks. I didn't expect King Tran's friend to be so strong. She glanced around and saw King Tran standing there, watching the match from afar. A smile on her lips, her eyes sparkled with mischievousness like a playful child. Mac Lin ran over and hugged King Tran's arm. King Tran Gij, your friend was too heavy-handed. If you meet him, you must avenge me. A voice rang out. You call this heavy-handed? If you had met me, I would have shot you full of holes, like a hedgehog, without any mercy. He turned around to see Han Lone frowning. Lone, young lady Lone, long time no see. She crossed her arms and turned away in a huff. Her cute expression made one only want to coax her. Kim Tran subtly gestured for help to Tan Kai and Min Dong. Brothers, help me. Tan Kai led Min Dong away. Min Dong, you must be tired after that fight. I'll take you to get something to eat. He didn't understand anything. No, I'm not tired yet. Tan Kai insisted. No, you're tired. Min Dong grumbled. Hey, where are you dragging me off to again? Why are you just like Cam Tu? Kim Tran looked over and said to Han Lone, so, young lady Lone also came to watch the martial arts arena? Suddenly, an announcement rang out. Next match, Han Lone vs. Cha Jia Fei, arena number 12. Han Lone, preparing for battle, didn't forget to threaten him. Wait until I win, then I'll come back and settle the score with you. As she walked, she grumbled under her breath, that disgusting scoundrel just freezes up when he sees a woman. We'll see how I deal with you. Suddenly, Han Lone stopped short as a voice called out, Lone Ni, be careful. Han Lone couldn't react in time. The man unleashed a powerful punch that sent her flying backward. Han Lone tensed up and braced herself with her hands, regaining her balance and momentum. She placed her hands on the ground, channeling her strength into her legs, and delivered a powerful kick straight at Jia Fei. Han Lone's foot landed forcefully on his body, but it had no effect whatsoever. Her face filled with shock, she gritted her teeth. This fool's body is really tough. Han Lone spun around and landed squarely on the ground, radiating immense aura. She deftly moved behind Jia Fei, sword hilt firmly in hand, ready to strike. A barrage of arrows simultaneously launched, tearing through the air. Storm Arrow Art. Kim Tran realized, this heaven-grade combat skill of hers is indeed stronger than that fist scroll. It must consume a lot of sacred power. Jia Fei looked at the incoming arrows. Such a petty trick, trying to show off in front of a master. He crouched down, tensing his body to gather all his strength. Full system heaven-grade combat skill, full-body beetle shell. The spectators below were also affected by Jia Fei's power. Such strong spiritual power. Mac Lin hugged Kim Tran's arm. Kim Tran gidge. He mused, I'm afraid Lone Ni won't win easily this time. Han Lone looked at Jia Fei below. It seems this fool also has a king's barrier. Her eyes suddenly widened. Han Lone seemed to have realized something that made her heart pound. Jia Fei vanished mysteriously, leaving no trace below. Then, he stealthily appeared behind Han Lone, completely unnoticed by her. Jia Fei's fist clenched behind Han Lone's back, preparing to attack. The punch drew closer. She stood frozen, stunned, and unable to move. It's over. At that critical moment, Kim Tran appeared, blocking the punch for her. Kim. He turned his face back. Lone Ni, just listen and concede defeat. You're not his opponent. Han Lone refused. Why? I haven't even been injured yet. He yelled, no. These two absolutely won't stop. I can't let you fight this dangerous guy. Han Lone's face suddenly turned red. She stammered in embarrassment, this. She quickly turned her face away, hiding the obvious embarrassment on her face. Well then, I concede defeat. Jia Fei saw that scene and furiously roared, do you think I'm invisible? Kim Tran said coldly, I'll give you a piece of advice. If you want to save your younger brother's life, then quickly step back. He heard that and laughed loudly. I'm dying of laughter. A pampered young master dares to threaten me? Jia Fei's crazy laughter spread through the space. All right then, I'll wait for you on the stage. Both Kim Tran and Han Lone left the stands together under his gaze. Suddenly, Han Lone's legs trembled. She started to lose her balance, and her head felt dizzy. Immediately after, Han Lon fainted, her entire body limp as she leaned against King Tran. He looked at her. Indeed, I wasn't wrong. Lon Ni's combat technique just now consumed a lot of holy power. She could hardly hold on any longer. Luckily, I brought her back in time, otherwise. Mo Lin saw that and ran over, asking worriedly, Brother King Tran, what's wrong with her? He replied, don't worry, she just fainted from too much holy power consumption. First, let's find a place to help her recover her holy power. She obediently said, yes. In an ancient room, a faint light pierced through the dim space. Elder Sa said angrily, Elder Shao, what do we do now? Not only is the young master dead, but the king's armament has also been stolen by that King Tran. Elder Shao appeased him, my dear brother, calm down, don't be hasty. We cannot act within the city, otherwise, both of us will suffer grave disaster. He slammed his hand down, it's all King Tran's fault. Not only did he fail to steal the sun and moon bow, he also took the king's armament. It's a complete loss, I'm so angry I could die. Elder Shao stroked his beard, that's right, King Tran should be meeting that young man named Gala tomorrow, shouldn't he? Elder Sa was surprised, yes, why, brother? He took out a glowing pill. This pill is called the Blood Burst Pill. Tomorrow, we'll find a way for that kid Gala to take this pill before he goes on stage. It can directly make the spiritual power in the kid's body explode, allowing him to kill King Tran on the competition stage. Elder Sa pointed, Elder Shao, when it comes to despicable deeds, that's you. He said casually, what are you talking about? Am I not doing this for the benefit of both our families? Then, both raised their glasses together. The clinking of glasses echoed in the space, for benefit, for the family. Scene change. Gala was sitting with Jia Fei. Big brother, tomorrow I will definitely make that King Tran kneel and beg for mercy. He instructed, but don't forget our mission. Jia Fei said seriously, this time, we must not only win the Mercenary Guild Championship but also let the continent know the name of our mercenary group. His eyes widened in surprise, then he suddenly yelled, his voice full of alertness, who? Elder Sa and Elder Shao suddenly appeared, no need to panic, both of us are here to help you too this time. Jia Fei's brows furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with vigilance as he asked again, why do you two say that? Elder Sa replied, tomorrow you will duel King Tran on the arena. We too also have a grudge against King Tran, so we want to lend you a hand, hoping you can kill King Tran on the arena. Gala found it ridiculous, a mere King Tran? I don't need help from anyone else. Elder Sa shook his head, no, you two misunderstood. King Tran's strength is definitely stronger than you imagine. Jia Fei said smugly, esteemed elder, although King Tran's token count is indeed the highest, a duel on the arena isn't about who has more tokens. He raised his hand, young man, this old man knows that in the qualifiers you merely collected enough tokens and didn't kill anyone. So, you simply feel that King Tran could rank first by killing more rookies than you, right? Jia Fei gave a faint laugh, his eyes glinting with challenge, is that not the case? Elder Shao spoke up, since it's come to this, then we too also have something we want to say directly, King Tran has killed 2 young masters of great families. Furthermore, these 2 young masters not only possessed the king's armament but also had the protection of the king's barrier. He was surprised, what? Do you mean King Tran can break the king's barrier? He replied seriously, that's right. Otherwise, our young master couldn't possibly have been killed by King Tran. Gala blurted out, I don't believe it. How could a king's barrier be broken so easily? King Tran must have used some despicable trick. Elder Shao calmly placed a small vial of medicine on the table, saying, no matter what method was used, the breaking of the king's barrier is a fact. Before leaving, both Elder Shao and Elder Sa reminded them, this is the elixir I've provided for you, it can increase your strength by 30% in a short amount of time. I hope you don't disappoint me. If you're afraid of King Tran, it's fine if you act like cowards, just consider it that I misjudged you. Gala was furious, he raised his hand, intending to attack, but Jia Fei immediately blocked him. You damned old man, who are you calling a coward? He spoke respectfully. Thank you for the reminder, senior. My brother and I will be careful in tomorrow's duel. Gala asked, puzzled, Big brother, do you really believe what those two old men said? Jia Fei handed him the vial of medicine. Take this elixir. Tomorrow during the competition. Don't drink it unless absolutely necessary. Gala was so surprised he couldn't believe it, calling him with wide eyes, Big brother? Jia Fei instructed, don't forget, our mission isn't just a simple victory. Only when our mercenary group's name spreads throughout the continent can we continue to live. With a helpless expression, he took the vial and nodded in agreement. All right. The scene changes. Kim Tran was sitting by the bed, intently reading the book in his hand. Han Lon slowly opened her eyes, her gaze still hazy. This is... He joyfully asked, Loner, you're awake. She sprang up, looking dazed. Where is this? Kim Tran explained, this is an inn in the city. You fainted after the competition, and I didn't know where you lived. I could only bring you here first. She blushed. Oh, is that so? Han Lon's eyes sparkled, and her cheeks were a sweet red. He worriedly placed his hand on Han Lon's forehead. Why is your face so red? Has the spiritual energy in your body not recovered yet? She stammered, No, I'm fine. Kim Tran was delighted. It's good that you're fine. Oh, right, I just studied the combat technique you gave me. Loner, your combat technique today consumed too much. Han Lon silently cursed in her head, this idiot, all he knows is cultivation. He's really making this young lady mad. He was still enthusiastically talking, how about you think about it and practice this? I just looked at it, this combat technique. She forcefully kicked him out, get out. This young lady wants to sleep. Kim Tran rubbed his back, oh, okay. Then we'll talk tomorrow. He screamed in his heart, you've been asleep for 4 hours since your fight. As he opened the door, he was surprised to see 3 people eavesdropping outside. What are you 3 doing here? Qing Ji rubbed his head. Brother Feng, look, I got lost again. Elder Feng put his arm around Ming Dong. Brother Qin is right. Ming Dong and I got lost too. He gave a thumbs up. Exactly, this inn is just too big. All 3 leaned forward, their eyes eagerly peeking clumsily. Inside, Han Lon shouted, blushing, Kim Tran, you stinking pervert. The day of the Grand Assembly arrived. Today was the semifinals. Who would be the final champion this time? Thapnga stroked his beard and announced, today's first match, Ming Dong vs. Jia Fei. I invite both contestants to the arena. Ming Dong placed his hand on his shoulder. Kim Tran, watch me kick this brat down and avenge sister-in-law. Han Lon's cheeks flushed crimson. She couldn't control her emotions and shouted, what nonsense are you talking about? Kim Tran warned him, be careful, Jia Fei's strength is probably not low. Ming Dong said confidently, his words firm and clear, don't worry. On the stage, Jia Fei crossed his arms and said arrogantly, I can't believe I'd meet a piece of trash like you in the semifinals. It seems even heaven doesn't want you to keep living in this world. Ming Dong stretched his hands, stop babbling here. Later, I'll make sure you can't even cry. Immediately after, the referee's cry echoed, signaling the start of the match. The match begins. Immediately after, he gritted his teeth, and a fierce surge of lightning erupted, engulfing his entire body. From Chat Fi's hand, a long golden sword appeared, rumbling lightning entwined around its blade, exuding a terrifying aura. The crowd below was stunned. Light attribute holy power, this guy actually has light attribute holy power. He roared, swinging the sword and charging forward like a raging storm, go to hell. Ming Dong calmly gripped the hilt of his sword, a slight smile curving his lips. A loud explosion rang out, then the space immediately vibrated violently, energy waves spreading everywhere. The 2 swords clashed, a harsh sound rang out, lightning and sparks scattering across the air. Chat Fi roared, putting all his strength into pushing the sword, watch me crush you. Amidst the tremors, Ming Dong remained calm, subtly stepping back. He calmly spun around, neatly dodging the sword strike that sliced through the air, leaving only a cold gust of wind in its wake. A smile flickered across Ming Dong's lips, then his figure vanished, appearing behind Chat Fi in a flash. He spun around in an instant, the tip of his sword slashing across his waist, leaving a cold trail of light in the air. Chat Fi froze, only having time to realize the sharp pain spreading from his waist throughout his body. Ming Dong laughed mockingly. If you're just an idiot who only knows how to use magic, then I advise you to quickly get off the stage, or else it won't be good if you lose your life later. Hearing that, he started to rage and yell, "You brat, don't be too arrogant." The wound on Chat Fi's waist gradually healed. I possess light holy power, I cannot die. Ming Dong prepared his stance, saying expectantly, "Today, I'd like to see indeed. If I can really kill a cockroach like you." In an instant, Chat Fi's entire body erupted. Rumbling lightning enveloped him like an angry storm. In a flash, Ming Dong had charged forth like a gust of wind, so fast that Chat Fi had no time to react. The crowd below stirred at the sight. This guy is called Ming Dong. Such speed! This speed! Could his body be wind attribute? It must be, otherwise he couldn't have this speed. Chat Fi gritted his teeth, trying to follow Ming Dong's shadow as it moved around him at terrifying speed. In a fit of rage, he swung his sword forcefully, the steel blade slicing across, leaving a flash of light amidst the lightning. A cold smile flickered across his lips, then his figure slowly faded, leaving only a cold gust of wind behind him. Chat Fi angrily gritted his teeth, letting out a furious roar, "Not good." Ming Dong appeared behind him, swinging his sword powerfully, the blade tearing through the air and piercing straight into Chat Fi. Chat Fi was startled and spun around abruptly, his face contorted with rage, lightning flickering around him. He kicked hard, but Ming Dong deftly dodged, leaving a gust of wind brushing past his ear. Ming Dong stood there with his arms crossed, his cold gaze and provocative smile further enraging Chat Fi. He began to summon lightning in his hand. "Brat, you've completely enraged me." Chat Fi's power erupted, causing the ground to crack. "Today, I want to cut you into 1,000 pieces." Ming Dong provoked him. "Do you really think you can't be killed? If I had grabbed your heart just now, I don't believe you'd still be prancing around on this arena with me." Chat Fi's whole body flared violently, a gigantic pillar of light shot straight up into the sky, blowing away everything around it. His body gradually transformed, a majestic armor covered his entire body, emitting a heavy oppressive aura that made heaven and earth tremble. Ca sneered, "He's asking for death. If Big Brother has used the sacred armor of light, then that brat Ming Dong is surely dead." Chat Fi said coldly, "Come on, brat, today I will show you the distance between you and me." He immediately charged forward. "You think that just because you put on that turtle shell, I can't hurt you?" Kim Tran saw this and anxiously shouted to stop him. "Ming Dong, stop." Without hesitation, Ming Dong powerfully swung his sword and charged straight at Chat Fi. Ming Dong's sword tip crashed hard against his tough armor, but Chat Fi remained motionless. He gaped in disbelief. This guy is too stubborn, he's not even dodging? Chat Fi looked at Ming Dong with murderous eyes. "Brat, you've boasted enough, now, let me send you on your way." No dodge. He raised his hand, grabbed the sword tip, and clenched it tightly, his eyes burning with challenge. At that moment, Ming Dong froze, his entire body stiff. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Chat Fi gripped the glowing sword tightly, and darted forward like lightning. Supreme esoteric skill. He swung his sword across him, a dazzling golden light flashed like a bolt of lightning tearing through the air, first cross slash. A terrifying force struck, Ming Dong spat blood, flying backward like a leaf caught in the wind. In an instant, a colossal explosion erupted, blinding light tearing through the sky. The crowd below covered their faces in astonishment. Heaven-grade combat skill. Chat Fi is actually using a heaven-grade combat skill. It seems this time the champion will definitely be Chat Fi. Ming Dong still hadn't given up. He yelled, "Don't think you're the only one with a heaven-grade combat skill, take this." Ming Dong clenched his fist. Gathering all his strength, spiritual energy surged around his body, concentrating. Ming Dong stomped his foot on the ground, spiritual energy erupted from beneath his feet, causing the air around him to vibrate. He clenched his fist, a blue magical energy surged, radiating brilliantly around him. Ming Dong poured all his strength into his fist, blue magical energy flashed, heaven-grade wind element combat skill, Wind God's Fist. The crowd below the stand stirred uneasily. My God, these two actually both have heaven-grade combat skills, two heaven-grade combat skills clashing. Who knows what consequences it will have? Truly exciting. Not good, two heaven-grade combat skills colliding, the power will surely be earth-shattering. I wonder if the barrier around the arena can withstand it. Everyone, fall back quickly. Chat Fi stood there, watching Ming Dong charge with a fist covered in blue magical energy. Go die. He slashed his sword forcefully into several streaks of golden magical energy, supreme esoteric skill, limitless light slash. A spiritual energy explosion erupted, energy waves diffused, shaking heaven and earth. The thunderous explosion made the crowd below stumble, their ears ringing. Who won? I don't know, I can't even open my eyes, their Saint Force is too powerful. From below, Jian Chen subtly transmitted his voice into Ming Dong's mind. Ming Dong, you must win. As the dust settled, people saw Ming Dong and Chat Fi standing motionless within it. Why aren't they moving? What happened? One of them pointed and shouted, look quickly, Brother Chat Fi isn't doing well. Magical energy concentrated at the sword tip, the sword had forcefully pierced through Chat Fi's sturdy armor. Chat Fi fell to one knee, his spiritual energy in disarray, his breathing heavy, he panted after exerting all his strength. He yelled wildly and triumphantly, it looks like I'm the one who gets the last laugh. Ming Dong's eyes changed, his pupils disappeared, leaving only an eerie white. He tried to keep his balance in vain, but then still fell, accepting defeat. Shiwu saw him fall and immediately announced, the winner, Brother Chat Fi. Chat Fi was smug, although we are both 6th-rank Great Earth Saint Masters, my Saint Force attribute is light, so I can survive the collision. He stepped closer and stomped on Ming Dong, as for you, today you will become one of the chickens I kill, go die. From high above, a mysterious light burst forth, so brilliant that its radiance spread throughout the space. The light flashed like a divine sword, cutting across the path, blocking Chat Fi's every step. The light turned out to be Jian Chen's sword, the sword suddenly turning back. The sword returned to his hand, accompanied by the surrounding spiritual energy. He saved Ming Dong from danger. Take Ming Dong away, he said coldly, announce the next match, referee. Shiwu heard that and immediately announced the next match, Jian Chen versus Gara, both sides please step onto the arena. Jian Chen handed Ming Dong to Qin Ji, asking him, Brother Qin, please take care of Ming Dong for a bit. Qin Ji supported Ming Dong, okay, I'll take him to the infirmary first, you be careful. A terrifying murderous aura emanated from him, no need, I only need one move to kill him. Jian Chen looked at the arrogant Gara, if your elder brother hadn't had murderous intent towards Ming Dong just now, I would have spared your life in this match. He coldly announced, like a death sentence, but now, you can only die. Immediately after, Shiwu announced to everyone, the match begins. He laughed confidently, Jian Chen, you're too arrogant. Gara. Time seemed to freeze for a moment as Jian Chen powerfully slashed his sword, purple sword chi, moonless slash. Gara's entire body was severed before he could react, no, impossible. Without bothering to look back, he decisively turned and walked away, his face expressionless. Jian Chen coldly announced in front of Chat Fi, in the next match, you will be the one to die. The scene shifted to a warm room. By Ming Dong's bed, Huan Lon and Jian Chen were quietly watching his movements. After a long while, Ming Dong finally woke up. He frowned, looked around, and asked, Jian Chen, where am I? Hearing Ming Dong's call, he quickly approached. He gently reassured him, Ming Dong, relax, this is an inn. It's all right now. But Ming Dong suddenly sat up, and he regretfully expressed his thoughts. Jian Chen, I'm sorry, we clearly said we'd enter the finals together. Jian Chen didn't blame him at all. He patted Min Dong's shoulder lightly, as if to comfort him. Don't worry, tomorrow I'll definitely win the championship and avenge you. He replied, okay. Seeing that Min Dong was no longer in any danger, Jian Chen and Huang Long decided to leave. Well then, Min Dong, you rest first. As they were about to leave, Min Dong called out to him loudly. Jian Chen, wait a moment, I have something I want to give you. As soon as he finished speaking, Min Dong took out an exquisitely crafted piece of green jade from his person. He explained, this is a heaven-grade combat skill, the Crushing Prison Shadow Kill, given to me by Senior Tian Ba. As he spoke, Min Dong rubbed his head, a little embarrassed. He held up the jade piece. Initially, I planned to use this ultimate skill to defeat you in the finals and then give it to you, but now that I've lost, I'll give it to you early. Knowing its origin, Jian Chen was even more hesitant to accept it. He raised his hand to refuse. No, Min Dong, this is something Senior Tian gave you. I can't take it. However, Min Dong didn't give him that chance. He directly tossed the jade piece to him. Stop being wishy-washy, do brothers need to talk about this? At most, you can find me a better heaven-grade combat skill later. A better heaven-grade combat skill will do. Since Min Dong had said that, Jian Chen found it inconvenient to refuse any further. He decisively caught the jade piece. All right, since that's the case, I won't waste your good intentions. At the same time, tens of thousands of miles away, in the Sher family's main hall, it was late at night. Through the oiled paper windows, the light from inside shone brightly, standing out in the darkness. Inside, a hand gripped the edge of a table, veins bulging. A voice full of anger erupted, damn it. It turned out to be Elder Sher's voice. He loudly questioned his subordinate. That person named Jian Chen not only killed Renner but also stole my Sher family's mountain guardian seal? Gonzun knelt on the ground, and only after a long while did he tremble as he raised his head to reply. The Grand Elder said so. Hearing him say that, Elder Sher became even angrier. He slammed the table and ordered, pass on my command. Immediately, my Sher family is issuing a wanted decree. No matter who it is, as long as they bring Jian Chen's head to my Sher family, they will be heavily rewarded. Gonzun bowed his head in fear. Yes, Gonzun obeys the family head's command. On the other side, several days passed, and Jian Chen had been preparing for the upcoming finals. He secluded himself in his room, his gaze always fixed on the box in his hand. Suddenly, the room door opened. Huang Long cheerfully rushed in. Jian Chen, what are you looking at? He was so engrossed in studying the box in his hand, he couldn't take his eyes off it. He replied, I'm trying to figure out how to activate this thing. Seeing that box, Huang Long frustratingly rubbed her forehead. I've told you many times, if there's no bloodline recognition, you can't use the king's weapon. But Jian Chen didn't listen at all. His eyes were still fixed on it. Research. I don't have anything else to do anyway. Is there something you need me for? Putting that aside, Huang Long's voice suddenly became quieter. She nervously played with her hair. So, tonight the mercenary city will host a night market. As if afraid he would notice her awkwardness, Huang Long even tried to justify herself. I naturally know that you definitely need to rest well to prepare for tomorrow's match. But if you really want to visit the night market, I would be willing to go with you. Jian Chen, as expected, didn't understand her intentions. He calmly replied, what's so interesting about a night market? When I was little, there were similar gatherings right outside my house. However, as soon as he spoke those words, under Jian Chen's puzzled gaze, the spiritual energy around Huang Long erupted violently. The atmosphere in the room became eerily quiet. Facing her contorted expression was Jian Chen, who couldn't understand anything. In this urgent situation, he had no choice but to call out, Qing Ji. At this moment, still unaware, he cheerfully replied, Jian Chen, what's wrong? It wasn't until he met Huang Long's gaze that Qing Ji's soul instantly flew away. Jian Chen, what mischief have you gotten into with Miss Huang again? He quickly went to Qing Ji's side. He whispered, Qing Ji, I heard Miss Loner say there's a night market in Mercenary City tonight. Only then did Qing Ji vaguely understand the situation. Yes. He inwardly cursed, Jian Chen, that young lady has been so forward, you brat. Thinking this, Qing Ji secretly made a decision. Miss Huang, I will help you today. So, he tried his best to persuade Jian Chen. Jian Chen, the Mercenary City's night market and the Mercenary King competition both happen once a year. Not only that, Qing Ji also offered a reason that was hard to refuse. And because of the participants. The market will have many people from all over the world buying and selling. Therefore, the chance of finding treasures at this night market is also very high. As expected, this trick worked. When Jian Chen heard about treasures, his eyes lit up. He happily started calculating to himself. So they actually sell treasures? If I could unearth a treasure, wouldn't I just take off directly? He then quickly turned and agreed with Huang Luan. All right then, let's go for a stroll tonight. Even though she had achieved her goal, Huang Luan couldn't feel happy. She secretly felt jealous in her heart. What's the meaning of this? Could it be that this young lady isn't even as good as a pile of scrap metal at the night market? You rotten rascal, you're making me so mad. Finally, Huang Luan had no choice but to leave, still fuming. She grumpily left a remark, go if you want. There are plenty of people who want to go for a stroll with this young lady. Seeing this, Jian Chen rubbed his head and forced a smile. Qing Ji, who was nearby, looked at him in secret astonishment. He never expected that Jian Chen, who was unmatched in the world, would also have times when he had to suffer a loss. At the same time, in the shadows, Chafee held a strange object. He secretly muttered, Jian Chen, you forced my hand. Suddenly, it was the next morning. The scene of an arena was revealed. At this time, the stands were packed with spectators. Over here, the boss was still busy taking notes. He enthusiastically called out to everyone, place your bets, brothers. The chance to get rich is here. Today, the odds are 1 to 5. Hearing this, someone stepped forward and asked, who's the 5? The boss immediately held out 5 fingers and replied, of course it's Jian Chen who's the 5. His opponent, Brother Chafee, has the power of light, and he's a 6-turn Grand Saint Master. The crowd, who had been hesitant, quickly became boisterous. They rushed forward with their money bags. I'll bet 10,000 purple gold coins on Brother Chafee to win. The next person's bid was even higher. I'll bet 50,000 purple gold coins on Brother Chafee to win. The price kept increasing. I'll bet 100,000 on Brother Chafee to win. Just as the empty table was about to be filled, a large cloth bag was suddenly thrown down. It knocked over several smaller bags around it. Unexpectedly, Qing Ji also came to place a bet. He offered an astronomical price. I'll bet 200,000 purple gold coins on Jian Chen to win. The person next to him immediately yelled, Brother, are you crazy? Brother Chafee, with the power of light, a 6-turn Grand Saint Master, how could he possibly lose like this? Qing Ji's face suddenly became stern. He looked at the person with a disdainful gaze. You know nothing of true power. Next to Qing Ji, Miss Feng also refused to be outdone and took out her betting money. I'll also bet on Jian Chen to win. I'm putting down 100,000. Returning to the arena, Jian Chen stood opposite Chafee. Both of them appeared calm, but in reality, they were constantly assessing each other. After observing for a while, Chafee spoke first to break the silence. Jian Chen, you have light attribute Saint Force in your body too, don't you? At his question, Jian Chen's face suddenly fell. He cautiously asked back, how do you know? At this moment, Chafee raised his hand. His voice held a hint of smugness, even though you used a special method to hide your aura. But there's a resonance between light Saint Force, you can never deceive me on this point. Seeing Chafee realize this, Jian Chen immediately questioned. If that's the case, how dare you still stand on the arena? Have you forgotten how I killed Carla yesterday? Hearing this, his hands suddenly clenched. Then, a fierce surge of spiritual energy emanated from around Chafee. He growled, Jian Chen, I admit that I misjudged you during our previous encounter. That's why I let my younger brother die by your hand. Immediately after, Chafee's body and face were covered by a layer of silver armor. He spoke proudly, but whether it's Ming Dong or you, it's your luck to become my opponent. The announcement also just sounded, the match begins. As soon as the match started, Chafee yelled furiously, Die, Jian Chen. No sooner had he finished speaking than he lunged in front of Jian Chen, then bent his body and sprang upwards. With that motion, a golden sword energy immediately swept towards Jian Chen. But he swiftly dodged it. From Chafee's blade, a small, very strange-looking spark suddenly flashed. Jian Chen, with his keen eyes, discovered that point. He worriedly murmured, No, this is bad. Indeed, from that slash, a brilliant ribbon of fire shot powerfully straight into the sky. The audience was also stunned by this sight. After a while, someone finally spoke up, Oh my God, is Brother Chafee really that strong? The person next to them immediately speculated that Jian Chen must have turned into ashes. However, they guessed wrong. After the smoke from that fire dispersed, Jian Chen still stood firmly on the arena floor. You are indeed stronger than your younger brother. It's no injustice that Ming Dong lost to you. After saying that, he quickly rushed towards Chafee. Jian Chen, seemingly confident of victory, declared, But if this is your limit, then the championship is mine. Following that, many other Jian Chens appeared in the air. They surrounded Chafee together in the middle. But Chafee showed no sign of wavering. He raised the sword in his hand, the same old move is useless against me. Then, with all his might, he plunged it forcefully into the ground, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly glowed dazzlingly. That power quickly transformed into a pillar of light, shooting straight up into the sky. Even Jian Chen had to retreat. Facing this terrifying power, he calmly threw out an object wrapped in a green glow. You dare to show off such petty tricks in front of me? That glowing object shot straight towards Chat Phi. The wall of power surrounding him couldn't stop it either. In just an instant, that glowing object pierced through the final barrier. Chat Phi watched in horror. His eyes widened, and he wondered, how could this be? While he was still stunned, Jian Chen had already appeared behind Chat Phi. It was only then that Chat Phi noticed something strange. He frantically turned his head to look back, oh no. But it seemed it was already too late. A streak of red blood shot into the air. In front of Chat Phi, Jian Chen stood calmly. He mockingly spoke to him, Well, a lucky one who made it to the finals. Not only did I stab you with a sword, but I also destroyed your weapon. Now without a weapon, how do you plan to defeat me? Chat Phi refused to admit defeat. He pushed Jian Chen's sword away with his hand and roared, Jian Chen, Chat Phi, will never rest until you're dead. Taking advantage of Jian Chen withdrawing his sword, Chat Phi retreated. Then, he unexpectedly pulled out a small vial, decisively opened the cap, and poured the pill inside into his mouth. With the help of that medicine, the spiritual power in Chat Phi's body suddenly increased several-fold. Moreover, he seemed to have prepared in advance, drawing a new sword from his personal space. Seeing this, Jian Chen slightly frowned. His glowing eyes had just helped him recognize what was before him, a king's armament. Han Lone below also noticed this. She cried out in alarm, Oh no! That big guy actually has a king's armament. I wonder if Jian Chen can defeat him. Unlike Han Lone, Tan Kai seemed much calmer. He thought to himself, Miss Hong, what are you talking about? Jian Chen has already killed 2 people who had king's armaments. In front of us, with a crack, it's gone. Outwardly, Tan Kai, of course, didn't say that. He waved his hand to reassure Hong Lone, Miss Hong, no need to worry, we all know Jian Chen's strength. There was one more sentence Tan Kai kept to himself. You should be worrying about how long this Chat Phi guy can still live. On the arena, Chat Phi menacingly raised his sword. Jian Chen, prepare to die. As soon as the blade was brought down, a massive holy power shot towards Jian Chen. Holy slash, annihilation of heaven and earth. Because he dodged, the attack went straight into the barriers surrounding the arena, causing a rather large crack. Jian Chen was bewildered. Looking at the slash mark, even he had to exclaim silently, this Chap Phi's strength is too great. Thinking of that, Jian Chen cautiously looked at Chap Phi. By now, the ground had been cut with a long gash. The power he unleashed from the king's armament was several times stronger than Qin Ji's. For Du Feng and the others, just a slight graze would be the end of me. Against a strong opponent like Chap Phi, Jian Chen decided to charge forward, calculating in his mind, I couldn't even damage a masterless weapon like the Treasure Mountain Seal, let alone a weapon with an owner like this, in the hands of this Chap Phi. Next, Jian Chen jumped in front of Chap Phi. It seemed he had a plan. It looks like he can only think of a way to break through the armor on his body. Then came the clash of two weapons. The violet-blue sword art, Yuan Jing. Jian Chen thought as he fought, I hope this armor of his doesn't have a king's barrier as thick as a turtle's shell. Just then, Jian Chen's eyes caught a tear in the armor on Chap Phi's shoulder. Very good, he thought, his armor isn't that sturdy. But before he could celebrate for long, his face changed. Jian Chen exclaimed in shock, what? It turned out that tear was healing itself, and Chap Phi didn't even have to lift a finger. At this moment, Chap Phi's eyes were bloodshot, and a strange red energy suddenly radiated from his body. Seeing the aura around Chap Phi gradually change, Jian Chen involuntarily froze. This guy isn't right. Before he could think further, Chap Phi charged at Jian Chen. The long sword in his hand immediately struck towards Jian Chen. In this critical moment, he barely managed to raise his sword to block. Though he blocked it, with such a deadly strike, Jian Chen could only desperately hold on. In just a moment, he was suffocated. Jian Chen clutched his chest in pain. Huang Lon, who was observing, was startled by this. She worriedly called out his name, Jian Chen. After a while, Jian Chen finally let out a breath, then stood up, a powerful spiritual energy radiating from his body. Chap Phi, still ferocious, attacked Jian Chen, seemingly wanting to finish him off in one blow. This time, Jian Chen did not dodge. He opened his eyes, a look of fury emanating from them. Heaven-snatching creation art, 10 times energy. A good chance to test the heaven-rank martial skill obtained in the secret realm. Now, facing Chap Phi's sword, Jian Chen could block it with just 2 fingers. The crowd below erupted in noise again. One person exclaimed, what? Another added, how could that Jian Chen so easily block such an attack? Only Elder 15, observing from the side, understood everything. He silently stroked his long beard. This young man has temporarily enhanced his strength to the 8th transmission Great Master realm through a secret art. It seems the outcome of this battle is already decided. Those words were indeed true of the situation on the arena floor at that moment. Chap Phi was sent flying by one kick from Jian Chen. Not only that, the armor he was most proud of shattered instantly. Even more terrifyingly, Jian Chen raised his sword high, his eyes radiating immense danger. Next, Jian Chen spun around and flung the sword in his hand far away. Violet blue sword art, infinite sword array. Immediately, a blue sword chi appeared before Chap Phi, but he clearly couldn't dodge it. Because Jian Chen's sword array was too precise, each strike pierced vital points on Chap Phi's body. After piercing, the swords transformed into sword chi, tearing through his body in multiple directions. A moment later, Chap Phi gradually lost his strength. On the ground remained only a body, covered in wounds and a horrific expression. At this point, Jian Chen approached Chap Phi and sent him off with a single sword strike. Truly pitiful, his mind completely destroyed by drugs. After dealing with Chap Phi, Jian Chen, though victorious, still had to admit, you were truly a very strong opponent. If not for the heaven-snatching creation art, I fear I would truly have been defeated by you today. The outcome of the match was now clear. Elder 15 raised his hand and solemnly announced, "The champion of this mercenary grand assembly is clear. The champion is." As that name, Jian Chen, was uttered, the crowd below immediately erupted in cheers of admiration. Immersed in the lively atmosphere of the stands, Huang Lon's eyes were fixed on Jian Chen's back from beginning to end. Suddenly, she remembered the awkward moment of their first meeting. Jian Chen was now so outstanding that Huang Lon had to ask herself, is he really the same person from back then? After the breathtaking match, the group happily gathered around a dining table. Ming Dong enthusiastically raised his wine glass. "Tonight, we celebrate Jian Chen winning the Mercenary Grand Assembly Championship. We won't go home until we're drunk." Next, it was Qin Ji's turn to raise his glass to Jian Chen. "Jian Chen, tonight, after we part ways, I must return with Du Gufeng. If you ever visit Qin Huang Nation later, don't forget us brothers." He replied generously, "Don't worry, I definitely won't." Mo Ling seemed a bit tipsy. She brought her wine glass close to Jian Chen. "Jian Chen Gij, I have to leave tomorrow too. I wonder if we'll ever meet again. You definitely mustn't forget me." With a beauty like Mo Ling leaning so close, Jian Chen awkwardly rubbed his head. "Miss Tian Mo is joking. Your elegance and charm are so outstanding that anyone who has met you could never forget you." Hearing that, Huang Lon turned away jealously. She sharply elbowed Jian Chen in the stomach as a warning. "Jian Chen Gij. I have a family secret technique, the memory erasing art. Do you want to try it later? I guarantee it will make you forget things that aren't worth remembering." The joyful banquet eventually came to an end. In the late night, only Huang Lon remained with Jian Chen. He took out the jade pendant Ming Dong had originally given him and handed it to Huang Lon. "Wear this jade pendant. It can save your life in times of danger." Clutching the jade pendant in her hand, Huang Lon's face flushed red, but she tried to act normal. "Consider yourself lucky. In that case, I won't let Feng Baba and Yun Baba come and beat you up anymore." Before parting ways, Jian Chen further instructed, "Loner, you must be careful on your journey." Huang Lon calmly turned around. "Don't worry, I have Feng Baba and Yun Baba. The Shi family can't cause any trouble." Having said that, she immediately flew away, but her eyes still held a lingering worry. "You stinky rascal, you must also be careful." After seeing Huang Lon off, Jian Chen could finally let out a sigh of relief. Just then, Ming Dong approached with an inquisitive look. Jian Chen asked, "Ming Dong, what do you want with me?" Ming Dong nudged him lightly and teased, "Jian Chen, since Miss Huang likes you so much, wouldn't it be better to keep her by your side?" Jian Chen rubbed his forehead helplessly. He replied, "No, don't you remember the army we encountered on the way here?" Hearing that, Ming Dong asked, "Are you talking about the soldiers from the Fenglan Kingdom?" Jian Chen's eyes suddenly became tense. He seriously expressed his concerns. "That's right. The Fenglan Kingdom wants to invade the Gusen Kingdom, and Gusen is my homeland. Before this matter is resolved, I don't want Loner to get involved." Understanding Jian Chen's dilemma, Ming Dong stopped teasing. He suddenly asked, "All right. Oh, by the way, Jian Chen, as the champion of the mercenary tournament, will you be going to the central area of the mercenary city to cultivate tomorrow? Do you know how long you'll need to cultivate for?" Jian Chen wondered. "Yes, probably about half a year." "Why?" Hearing him say that, Ming Dong's eyes lit up. It turned out he already had a plan. "That's great. While you're cultivating, I'll also ask Tian Baba to bring my parents here." Pausing for a moment, Ming Dong seemed to remember something and instinctively rubbed his head. After a moment of silence, he looked at Jian Chen, his voice full of sincerity. "Jian Chen, this time I'll be passing through the Gusen Kingdom. Do you want me to relay a message to your parents?" When asked about that, Jian Chen pondered for a moment. Of course, he had countless thoughts in his heart. "Father, mother, how are you all doing now?" Then, Jian Chen took out a thick scroll. He quietly asked Ming Dong to deliver it. Ming Dong, please help me deliver this to the Patriarch Chanyang Ba of Chanyang Mansion in Luo City, Gusen Kingdom. The scroll had 4 characters written on it, Jiuchong Yun Dong. Ming Dong took the scroll and assured Jian Chen in a firm voice, "All right, I'll remember." In a flash, it was the next morning. Thapngu was praising Jian Chen, "Young man, this old man certainly didn't misjudge you." He humbly cupped his hands and bowed. "Senior overpraises me. This junior's victory in the championship was merely luck." Seeing Jian Chen's demeanor, Thapngu was even more pleased. This young man not only has outstanding strength, but his character is also rare. His voice became much gentler. "I will take you to the armory to choose a heaven-tier combat skill and a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Let's go." Jian Chen respectfully replied, "Yes, thank you, senior." A moment later, the two had passed through the teleportation gate. Before them was an ancient library, bathed in sunlight as if gilded with gold. In front of Jian Chen, Thapngu continued to explain, "The greatest reward for the champion is not a heaven-tier combat skill, but the ability to enter the sacred land." His words immediately made Jian Chen curious. A heaven-tier combat skill isn't the greatest reward? Could it be that there are saint-tier combat skills in the sacred land? Thapngu smiled kindly and replied, "Saint-tier combat skills are nothing to boast about." Jian Chen immediately exclaimed in surprise upon hearing that. "What?" Talking as they walked, the two had already entered. Thapngu pointed to the bookshelves. "All the heaven-tier combat skills are placed on the highest level. You can go get them yourself, only 2 volumes. Jian Chen quickly looked around. Yes. With that, he went to browse around by himself. Jian Chen couldn't stop exclaiming internally, "This tiny study actually has so many heaven-tier combat skills." Very quickly, he got to the main point, water element heaven-tier combat skills, Raging Sea and Overlord /. These weren't suitable for him. After that, Jian Chen reached for another volume. "This isn't it, this also doesn't fit." It wasn't until he found a book in the corner that Jian Chen stopped. "This is." On it was written, 9-layer cloud movement. At the same time, on the shimmering blue lake surface, a small pavilion lay quietly on the water. Inside the pavilion, melodious zither music continuously echoed. The heavenly demoness was deeply engrossed, pouring her soul into each pluck of the strings. Just as the zither music resonated, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, then cautiously asked, "Who's there?" Before the heavenly demoness, 15th, leading Jian Chen, slowly approached. Heavenly demoness, 50 years no see, still as breathtakingly beautiful as ever. Behind him, Jian Chen seemed to have guessed the identity of the person in front of him. Could it be that this woman before me is the Zither Saint Heavenly Demoness, whom the second miss of the Qing Tian clan mentioned? Seeing the two arrive, the Heavenly Demoness remained calmly seated, but her gaze had already focused on Jian Chen. "Elder 15th, who is this young man?" 15th immediately raised his hand to introduce. "His name is Jian Chen. He is the champion of our mercenary convention. Although he only has the strength of a 6th-level Earth Saint Master, his potential is limitless. His future achievements will definitely not be inferior to ours." Jian Chen also cupped his hands and introduced himself. "I am Jian Chen." Seeing him, the heavenly demoness was also quite surprised, her eyes revealing a hint of admiration. "Is this year's champion really so young?" Having received his request, the heavenly demoness gently stood up and adjusted her skirt. "If Elder 15th has asked, then I will take him into the sacred land." After that, she walked straight outside, simultaneously giving an order, "Jian Chen, stand next to me." He respectfully replied, "Yes." Before leaving, Jian Chen did not forget to thank 15th, "Thank you for your care, senior." He nodded in response, "Go, this old man won't bother you young people any longer." Next, the heavenly demoness waved her hand, and a magic circle immediately appeared beneath their feet. During the movement, Jian Chen's body was enveloped by a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, the circle transported the two into a vast room. When Jian Chen regained his composure, he was stunned by the scene before him. This is... At this moment, the heavenly demoness's voice rang out. She explained, "This is the greatest treasure of Mercenary City, the sacred land of mercenaries." Hearing this, Jian Chen gratefully cupped his hands. "Thank you, Senior." The heavenly demoness looked at him and replied, "There's no need to be so polite. You are already the champion of the mercenary convention, just call me heavenly demoness." Jian Chen, of course, dared not. He hesitated. "Heavenly demoness Senior, this..." Just then, a voice suddenly cut in. "Heavenly demoness, haven't seen you in a few years, you're truly getting more and more beautiful." The heavenly demoness seemed to recognize the owner of that voice. She turned her face away in annoyance. The person who appeared was an old man with a long beard. He friendly raised his hand, then slowly approached the two. "Heavenly demoness, we've known each other for 200 years now. I wonder when I can invite you to your 3 Saint Islands for a visit. This is King Bijian." The heavenly demoness didn't even turn her head. "Excuse me, my 3 Saint Islands do not welcome outsiders." King Bijian still wanted to save face. "Heavenly demoness, you're being too polite. Our relationship, can it still be considered outsiders?" But she bluntly replied, "Yes." Seeing the heavenly demoness so cold, he irritably turned his attention to Jian Chen. "A face I've never seen before. Kid, what are you here for? How can you come to the sacred land? And also, why are you standing so close to the heavenly demoness?" In response to King Bijian's unpleasant attitude, Jian Chen remained as calm as usual. "I am Jian Chen, the champion of this mercenary convention, and Senior Heavenly Demoness led me here." Upon hearing him, he scoffed, "A mere nobody dares to be so arrogant? Don't you know the proper etiquette when meeting a Saint King?" Realizing King Qian was intentionally making things difficult for him, Jian Chen didn't hesitate to mock, "Not all Saint Kings are worthy of respect." His words successfully enraged King Qian. He gnashed his teeth and hissed, "Damn it, I see you're looking for death, you brat." Jian Chen braced himself against the powerful spiritual energy emanating from King Qian. He inwardly marveled, "Is this the power of a Saint King? I'm far too weak." In just a moment, he lunged at Jian Chen, simultaneously roaring with fury, "Today, I'll teach you a lesson." Yet, at that critical moment, Jian Chen was dismayed to realize, "Oh no, I can't move my body." Just then, a hand with powerful spiritual energy reached out in front of him. It was the heavenly demoness. She had intervened to block King Qian's attack on Jian Chen. The heavenly demoness placed her hand on Jian Chen's back and coldly stated, "King Bijian, Jian Chen was brought here by me at Elder 15's request. Are you trying to challenge me and Elder 15 by trying to kill Jian Chen in front of me?" King Qian was speechless. He could only swallow his anger. "This little brat, I can't believe he made me lose face in front of the heavenly demoness. I'll remember this grudge." But King Qian didn't dare to make another move. He angrily withdrew his hand. "Consider yourself lucky today, brat." Having just escaped danger, Jian Chen cast a grateful look towards the heavenly demoness. "Thank you, Senior." Suddenly, she unexpectedly asked, "Elder 15 said you are a 6th Revolution Great Saint Master." Jian Chen was slightly surprised to hear the heavenly demoness ask this. "Yes, is there a problem, Senior?" Upon receiving his answer, the heavenly demoness turned and walked away. "No problem. Follow me when we enter the sacred land later." Jian Chen replied, "Yes." In truth, she was thinking, a 6th Revolution Great Earth Saint Master can directly resist the spiritual pressure of a Saint King. It seems this Jian Chen is not simple. Afterward, the large gate in front of the two opened, radiating abundant energy from within. The heavenly demoness spoke, "The sacred land is open, Jian Chen, follow me." He quickly followed, "Yes." Then, the figures of the two instantly vanished without a trace, leaving only 2 bright streaks of light in the air. In an instant, they were inside the sacred land, landing on a nearby rock outcrop. Having only been here a short while, Jian Chen was already sweating. He lightly wiped the sweat from his face. "It's really hot in this sacred land." The heavenly demoness, however, showed no reaction. She gently waved her hand. Following that, a corner of the golden rock was detached, and that piece quickly flew towards them. Catching the rock piece, the heavenly demoness turned and handed it to Jian Chen. "Take this, it's one of the champion's rewards." Seeing the unusual glowing energy around it, Jian Chen curiously asked, "Senior heavenly demoness, what kind of stone is this?" Upon hearing this, she explained its origin. "We call this a sacred land crystal, condensed from the energy within the sacred land. If absorbed, it can not only significantly increase one's strength but also enhance one's spiritual power." Jian Chen exclaimed in surprise, "What? It has such an effect? If I ate all the crystals below, wouldn't I be invincible?" The heavenly demoness looked at him helplessly. "You're thinking too simply. First, this crystal is only effective for cultivators below the Saint King level. Second, if you consume too much at once, you will surely explode and die." Jian Chen grimaced. "This." The heavenly demoness wasted no more time. She got straight to the point. "Just swallow it directly. Entering the first area to refine it will significantly enhance your strength." Holding the piece of rock tightly, Jian Chen's eyes grew more excited. "All right." Amidst the surging sea of lava, Jian Chen sat in meditation, with swirling purple energy bands rising around him. Then suddenly, a fierce light erupted around Jian Chen's body, and his cloak was also blown away. Only then did he open his eyes, satisfaction in their depths. 8th Revolution Great Earth Saint Master. Coupled with the heaven-stealing creation art. At this Great Earth Saint Master realm, I have no more opponents. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Have you finished absorbing the Saint Land crystal?" Hearing the voice, Jian Chen turned and clasped his hands in a salute. "Many thanks for Senior's guidance." Seeing that he had completed the first step, the heavenly demoness continued to instruct, "Since you've refined the crystal, go explore the other areas." She softly directed Jian Chen. "To the east is where you can comprehend the 6 sources of heaven and earth's power. The northern area is the essence of this saint land, preserving saint-tier combat skills and some powerful cultivation techniques created by past seniors, whose power rivals saint-tier combat skills." Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise, "Senior isn't going?" The heavenly demoness calmly replied, "I cultivate the path of musical instruments and sound. Those combat skills and cultivation insights aren't suitable for me, they wouldn't benefit me much." Jian Chen had no further questions. He bowed in salute. "Then this junior will take his leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Chen resolutely turned and walked away. The heavenly demoness watched his retreating figure until it disappeared. After confirming Jian Chen had left, the heavenly demoness' expression changed. She warned in a loud voice. "By Jian Wang, you and I both know what your intentions are. I advise you to abandon that idea." Bai Jian Wang appeared in midair. He raised his hand and replied, "Oh my, heavenly demoness, your words. I have no ill will towards him. I merely wanted to see what kind of person this year's champion is." But the heavenly demoness didn't bother to argue. She gently closed her eyes. "Bai Jian Wang, you and I both know what your intentions are. I advise you to abandon that idea." Bai Jian Wang fell silent, but his wretched eyes revealed his inner thoughts. "Heavenly demoness, I will definitely make you mine." On Jian Chen's side, he followed the heavenly demoness' instructions and found a stone carving, left by Saint Emperor 9th Heaven Qin Yu. Seeing these carvings, Jian Chen suddenly became suspicious and wondered aloud, "Are these saint-tier combat skills?" Despite his lingering doubts, Jian Chen's eyes remained fixed on the stone wall. He seemed to have recognized something there, and a thought suddenly arose in his mind. The mercenary city actually has so many Saint Emperor powerhouses. Just as Jian Chen was engrossed in thought, Qin Chang's voice interrupted him. "Young man, who are you? Why has this old man never seen you before?" "Senior," Jian Chen immediately clasped his hands and announced his name. "This junior is Jian Chen, the champion of this mercenary assembly." His words surprised Qin Chang, who looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. "The champion of the mercenary assembly." After a long moment, Qin Chang finally remembered. "Oh, that competition. It's been so long since I've been out, I almost forgot about it. That's right, who brought you in this year? Jian Chen replied, it was Senior Heavenly Demoness. But Qin Chang waved his hand, indicating he was mistaken. He tried to clarify, no, I'm not talking about the Heavenly Demoness. There must have been someone dressed like me, acting as a referee or something, right? Only then did Jian Chen realize who Qin Chang was referring to. He quickly responded, is Senior referring to the 15th Elder? This junior doesn't know the 15th Elder's name. Hearing the mention of 15th, Qin Chang's expression suddenly relaxed. 15th came in? Where is he? Jian Chen was momentarily flustered by the question. Senior 15th Elder did not enter. He said he doesn't have much time left. Not seeing 15th, Qin Chang's expression darkened again. Is that so? 15th's great tribulation is approaching then. He sadly turned and walked away. Everyone's gone, only I am left here to suffer. Jian Chen naturally couldn't get too deeply involved in their affairs. What he was currently focused on was, Senior, are these carvings on the wall the legendary Saint Tier combat skills? Qin Chang's gaze swept across the carvings on the wall, and he replied, these are indeed the Saint Tier battle techniques that this old man and his friends have contemplated their entire lives, yet still couldn't fully comprehend. Upon receiving Qin Chang's answer, Jian Chen's confusion only grew stronger. Just by looking at a few pictures, one can comprehend Saint Tier battle techniques. There isn't even a single cultivation method. Seeing that he still didn't understand, Qin Chang raised his hand to explain, Saint Tier battle techniques are different from Heaven Tier battle techniques, they fundamentally have no cultivation methods. Every move and every stance completely relies on one's own comprehension. Executing Saint Tier battle techniques means completely borrowing the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, to comprehend Saint Tier battle techniques, one must reach the strength of a Saint King, because only by breaking through to the Saint King realm can one initially comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth and control some of its power. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze looked behind him. Jian Chen quickly nodded. At this moment, Qin Chang calmly closed his eyes again, and he kindly reminded, wait until you reach the Saint King realm before returning, otherwise you'll end up like my 11th brother, who wasted his entire life because of these tattered battle techniques. The meaning in that sentence immediately made Jian Chen ponder. He wondered. After a short pause, memories flooded Qin Chang's mind, and he recounted softly. That year, our Black Moon mercenary group reached a cooperation agreement with Mercenary City. We protected the sacred land on behalf of Mercenary City, and in return, gained the qualification to enter the sacred land. I was the 5th, and I had 10 more brothers below me. Among them, the 11th brother was the smartest. In our entire mercenary group, he and the daughter of the Green Moon Sword Sect Master were deeply in love. But in the end, because he wanted to comprehend these ruined battle techniques on the cliff, he ended up living a solitary life in this mountain cave. After finishing the story, Qin Chang stood up, brushed the dust off his robe, and reiterated. That story made Jian Chen think of Yu and Huang Long, and he suddenly hesitated for a moment. However, Jian Chen didn't want to give up, so he politely declined. Hearing this, Qin Chang felt relieved and started walking. He waved goodbye to Jian Chen. A moment later, only Jian Chen remained, studying the stone carvings. Suddenly, the saint weapon within him vibrated violently as if sensing something. The commotion reached Jian Chen, and he unconsciously stared blankly at the stone wall. In just a moment, the saint weapon inside him emitted a surging saint force. Jian Chen clutched his chest in surprise. Next, he unconsciously summoned 2 saint weapons, a dagger and a long sword. Then, as if controlled, Jian Chen's body automatically followed the poses depicted in the stone carvings. After a few seconds, Jian Chen's eyes suddenly widened, and he roared loudly, his veins bulging on his face. After that shout, Jian Chen decisively swung both arms, striking the stone wall in front of him. After unleashing the explosive power within his body, Jian Chen regained his composure and observed. Before he could even think, his chest throbbed again, and Jian Chen worriedly cried out. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize his spirit energy in time. Jian Chen looked at his hand in surprise. His spirit energy had been completely drained. If he were to use the complete martial technique, he wondered how much spirit energy would be needed. It was then that he realized. First, I need to raise my own strength. Thinking this, Jian Chen took out several demon cores. Half a year quickly passed, and the deadline Jian Chen had set with Ming Dong was approaching. While he was still meditating with his eyes closed, the heavenly demoness approached and reminded him. Jian Chen's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and his voice held a hint of regret. Hearing that, the heavenly demoness crossed her arms over her chest and explained. Once you reach the Saint King realm, you can cultivate here for 50 years after each mercenary gathering. Jian Chen replied with a hint of regret, all right. As soon as she finished speaking, the heavenly demoness produced a crystal. This is a teleportation crystal. Crush it, and you'll be teleported to the mercenary city's plaza. Judging by the time, Elder 15 is probably waiting for you already. Before leaving, Jian Chen respectfully cupped his hands, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your care these past few days, Senior Heavenly Demoness. All right, she said, waving her hand. There's no need to be so formal. Go on. Watching Jian Chen's retreating figure, a hint of expectation flashed in the heavenly demoness' heart. I hope you can become a Saint King realm expert soon. Outside the teleportation gate, there had been activity for a while. Elder 15 quickly noticed it. It seems the kid has come out. A moment later, Jian Chen's figure indeed appeared at the exit. Seeing the person who came to greet him, he bowed. Elder 15, long time no see. Elder 15 nodded in response. I'm glad you still remember this old man, kid. Jian Chen had always respected Elder 15. Hearing him say that, he immediately replied, What do you mean, Elder 15? That day, it was all thanks to your guidance that this kid was able to enter the Holy Palace. Elder 15 knew his sincerity wasn't fake. He smiled kindly and waved his hand. All right, kid, don't be so polite with me. Take this. Jian Chen caught a yellow object. He looked at it in surprise. Elder 15, this is. Jian Chen opened his palm. On it was an exquisitely designed emblem. At this moment, Elder 15 began to explain. This is the final reward for the mercenary champion, called the Mercenary Medal. Though it appears small, it actually contains many profound mysteries. The Mercenary Medal is crafted from many precious materials and inscribed with true laws within. It can be activated with Saint Force. Once activated, it can quickly condense the essence of heaven and earth within a radius of dozens of miles, greatly increasing the cultivation speed of cultivators. Hearing his explanation, Jian Chen immediately made a calculation. If this emblem were given to the Blazing Mercenary Group or Chanyang Manor, it would probably have a huge effect. His task completed, Elder 15 turned and walked away. All right. This old man has to go too. In another 50 years, kid, you must come back here and have a drink with this old man. Jian Chen respectfully cupped his hands to bid him farewell. Definitely. The sky quickly turned dark. At this moment, Jian Chen sat quietly by a bonfire on the edge of the forest. Since coming out, he had been focused on studying the book in his hand. This combat technique probably has other uses. Ming Dong called him. Just then, a small movement caught Jian Chen's attention. He became vigilant, his gaze immediately sweeping towards the source of the sound. Next, Jian Chen calmly put the book away, then called out loudly into the endless darkness, If you're already here, stop hiding and come out and state your intentions. Seeing that Jian Chen had discovered him, the other person no longer hid. He spoke, as expected of the Mercenary Gatherings champion, Your sensitivity to killing intent is very keen. The person stepped out from their hiding place. He casually introduced himself, This old man is the third elder of the Shi family. How are you, young brother Jian Chen? Hearing the familiar surname, Jian Chen finally remembered. The Shi family. Could it be Shi Xianran's family? Oh no, I've only been cultivating these past 6 months. I completely forgot about this matter. However, outwardly, he still feigned ignorance. The Sure family? Which Sure family? Esteemed sir, have you perhaps mistaken me for someone else? Sure Sanlao didn't want to beat around the bush. He directly stated, young brother Jian Chen is indeed forgetful. In just half a year, have you forgotten that the Sure family's third young master, Sure Xingran, died by your hand? Seeing the imposing aura emanating from Sure Sanlao, Jian Chen cautiously spoke, Senior, I and Sure Xingran. Unexpectedly, the elder frankly denied it. It's nothing. I know that young people fighting don't always know their limits. Accidentally killing an opponent is a common occurrence. You don't need to worry about this matter. This old man is here today for something else. Jian Chen heard this and asked, What is it that concerns you, Senior? Sure Sanlao's face was shrouded in shadow, only his aged eyes shining brightly. He uttered in a low voice, The Mountain Protection Seal, young brother Jian Chen. This old man doesn't want to play games with you anymore. Return the Mountain Protection Seal to our Sure family, and we'll resolve this enmity and live in peace. All right? Jian Chen, of course, didn't want to hand over that item. He cleverly refused, Senior, I don't have that, it fell into the secret realm of Mercenary City. Sure Sanlao just uttered, oh. He didn't say much more, but quickly burned a talisman in his hand, Mountain Protection Seal, come forth. But unexpectedly, the Mountain Protection Seal emerged from Jian Chen's spatial storage. He wanted to stop it but couldn't. Oh no, I didn't expect them to have this method. Facing Jian Chen, Sure Sanlao still wanted to use persuasive words, young brother Jian Chen, if you give it to me now, this old man will still not make things difficult for you. What do you say? However, he had long realized the Sure family's intentions. He couldn't let him take this, they might harm honor. Therefore, Jian Chen firmly held on, Senior, I will not give this to you. Hearing his answer, Sure Sanlao sighed regretfully, what a pity. If that's the case. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful killing intent emanated around him. Sure Sanlao slowly spoke, then I'll just have to kill you. Immediately after, he powerfully charged towards Jian Chen, but Jian Chen quickly dodged. Seeing Sure Sanlao in such a crazed state, Jian Chen wanted to retreat. But with a glare, Sure Sanlao quickly drew his sword, where do you think you're going? Next, he decisively unleashed a crimson sword aura towards Jian Chen. Faced with such a fierce sword aura, Jian Chen couldn't avoid it. He was forced to parry it with his own sword. In the air, the two sword auras clashed violently, but it had little effect against Sure Sanlao's sword strike. Realizing the peculiarity of the opponent's sword aura, Jian Chen exclaimed in shock, What? Seeing his expression, Sure Sanlao contemptuously said, Does a mere Earth Saint Master really think he's invincible? This time, nothing could stop that power. Jian Chen was momentarily stunned. But just as the sword aura was about to strike Jian Chen, a layer of magic power suddenly appeared and blocked it. Sure Sanlao saw this and became furious. He roared, Who is it? Who dares to ruin my Sure family's good deed? Don't you want to live? It turned out that the newcomers were Olden and Yun Zhang. Olden, you mean there are really Heaven Saint Masters in this world who are so shameless? Olden quickly understood and replied, Yun Zhang, I told you long ago, the bigger the forest, the more kinds of birds there are, the shameless ones. Having been rescued by them, Jian Chen gratefully clasped his hands in greeting to the two, I am Jian Chen. Thank you two for saving me. At this moment, Yun Zhang realized with surprise, What? Your name is Jian Chen? Aren't you the champion of the Mercenary Assembly half a year ago? Jian Chen answered blankly, This year's champion is indeed me. Hearing him confirm it, Yun Zhang happily patted Old An's shoulder, Olden, we've struck gold, brother. The champion of the Mercenary Assembly. We found a big prize this time. On the opposite side, Sure Sanlao couldn't be happy. Oh no, I've run into colleagues. Nothing unexpected can happen. Thinking this, he still wanted to negotiate. This young brother has an item belonging to our Sher family. If you two want to rob him, could you let this old man retrieve that item first? This old man guarantees that once I retrieve our Sher family's mountain protection seal, I will absolutely not interfere in any of your affairs. Those words angered Yun Jing. He pointed and cursed directly at Sher Sanlao, bastard. This old scoundrel thinks Olden and I are bandits. We are simply helping those in need when we see injustice. We are. Olden next to him seemed more composed. He raised his hand to stop Yun Jing and said, "From your words and attire, I can tell you're from the Sher family, right?" Sher Sanlao unexpectedly asked back, "Do you know the Sher family, sir?" Hearing this, Olden mocked in a loud voice, I know. A bunch of arrogant dogs who bully others, wouldn't you say?" As soon as he spoke, Yun Jing's laughter echoed throughout the forest. "Still, Olden, you're so eloquent, you insult people without swearing." Noticing their unfriendly attitude, Sher Sanlao grew slightly suspicious. Among them, one is named Yun Jing. Does the family have an enemy named Yun Jing? And that person named Olden, why have I never heard of him? On the surface, he still tried to appear calm. "Do you harbor enmity with my Sher family, sirs?" Olden casually spoke, "Not before, but now we do." These words successfully provoked Sher Sanlao, who shouted, "You two better not be unaware of what's good for you." At this moment, Jian Chen, who was standing behind, suddenly interrupted, "Thank you, two seniors, for your help, but this is a grudge between me and the Sher family. Please don't make things difficult for yourselves because of this." Old An's expression remained unchanged. "Jian Chen, I have a question for you." Jian Chen naturally didn't refuse. "Please speak, senior." Unexpectedly, Olden directly asked, "Do you have a mercenary group?" Although Jian Chen didn't understand his intention, he quickly replied, "Yes, why?" Hearing that, Olden explained, "It's like this. 3 months ago, Yun Jing and I met a person named Ming Dong. The three of us became acquainted, so we asked Ming Dong if he wanted to form a mercenary group with us. But he said that he had already formed a mercenary group with you." Yun Jing excitedly continued, "That's right. So we asked him if we could join this mercenary group and play together. Then he told us to come to the mercenary city to find you, saying that you still had about 3 months before leaving the mercenary city." Only then did Jian Chen understand. "So that's how it is, Ming Dong sent you?" Olden nodded in affirmation. Originally, my brother and I were planning to see what your character was like before deciding." Pausing for a moment, Olden placed his hand on his chest, sincerely expressing, "My brother and I highly value your character, so we want to ask you, can Yun Jing and I join your mercenary group?" Jian Chen happily accepted. "Welcome, of course you're welcome." As if only waiting for that, Yun Jing immediately happily raised his hand and shouted, "That's great. It seems our mercenary group's future is definitely something to look forward to." Done with Jian Chen, Olden turned back to Sher Sanlao. He raised his voice to remind him, "Sher family elder, do you still want to make a move against us now? I'll remind you, Yun Jing and I are both Heaven Sky Saint Masters. Are you confident in fighting two of us alone?" Facing two such strong opponents, Sher Sanlao could only grit his teeth and inwardly howl. Unexpectedly, an obstacle appeared halfway. Just as he didn't know what to do, a voice rang out, "Sher Sanlao, I'm here to help you." Sher Sanlao loudly called out the person's name, Jie Deba. The newcomer was none other than Deba. Sher Sanlao wondered, "Jie Deba, why are you here?" Deba spoke with resentment, "This brat Jian Chen not only stole your Sher family's mountain seal, but my family's king's weapon is also with him." Hearing that, he exclaimed, "What?" After clearly explaining the reason, Deba sternly said to the other two, "Now it's 2 Heaven Sky Saint Masters against 2 Heaven Sky Saint Masters. Do you still want to stand up for him?" Yun Jing subtly moved his shoulder joints, his face showing determination. "Nonsense, my brother and I have already joined Jian Chen's mercenary group." Olden quietly instructed, "Jian Chen, later we will hold them back, you run away quickly." Jian Chen asked worriedly, "Are you too confident in dealing with both of them?" Again. "No, but getting out of their hands is not a problem, so Van Tran and I will help you buy time." You seized the opportunity. At this moment, Jian Chen actually asked Olden to help him by 10 breaths of time. He'd deal with the two of them. These words startled him. Yes, 10 breaths. What? Olden, fearing he misheard, asked again. What did you say? Jian Chen calmly repeated. Help me by 10 breaths of time, I'll deal with them. You're not joking. Olden still wanted to stop him. Jian Chen, they are Sky Saints. Even though you are currently an 8th tier Earth Saint. But no matter how strong an Earth Saint is, they cannot harm a Sky Saint. In response, Jian Chen was already in a ready stance, trust me. Seeing him so confident, Olden was unconsciously stunned. Could he really have a way to injure a Sky Saint? Thinking so, he decided to take a gamble. All right, if you say so. Afterward, both sides quickly clashed, while Jian Chen was still preparing behind them. It just so happens there are 2 Sky Saints here, let's test the power of this Saint tier combat skill. Although at the same level of power, the time difference was too great. Van Tran and Olden gained almost no advantage. Old Man Shirsan spoke up. Are the two of you still so stubborn? While dodging his attacks, Van Tran confidently replied. We're all Sky Saints, who's afraid of whom is still uncertain. On Olden and Duke Ba's side, he even mockingly shouted. Otherwise, the two of you should just give up today, and next time bring more Sky Saints to cause us trouble. Indeed, these words enraged Duke Ba. He roared. Damn it, do you think Sky Saints are cabbages on the street? Standing before the two, Duke Ba threatened in a loud voice. Finally, I'll give you two one more chance. Retreat, or die. Olden still calmly replied. My brother and I have the same answer, we won't retreat. Van Tran immediately affirmed with a firm voice. That's right. Hearing them, Duke Ba's eyes radiated killing intent. He slowly drew his weapon. In that case, I can only let the two of you die. The weapon Duke Ba drew was a long red sword, its body enveloped in Saint Force. Olden saw it and gasped in surprise. King's weapon. Yun Zhang, who was beside them, also recognized its aura, he said in a stunned voice. King's weapon, your Jie family has quite a few treasures, huh? On the opposite side, Duke Ba said no more. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand then slashed towards the two of them. Even though it hadn't reached them yet, the powerful Saint Force emanating from it made both of them wince. Next, Yun Zhang and Olden simultaneously summoned their weapons. Just as Duke Ba's sword energy was about to strike, the two of them swiftly swung their swords to block it. A suffocating clash ensued again. However, the outcome wasn't very favorable. Duke Ba's spiritual power quickly broke through and surged directly towards them. This is bad. At that moment of imminent danger, Jian Chen's voice also rang out. Physician and Yun Zhang, lie down quickly. The two of them immediately lay down, and as soon as they did, another powerful stream of Saint Force swept overhead. In midair, that stream of Saint Force quickly blocked Duke Ba's sword energy. He watched in astonishment, his eyes wide. What? Shirsan Lao only then noticed something unusual and yelled. No. But it was too late. Duke Ba's sword move was repelled and then self-destructed. Only when the smoke and dust from the explosion gradually cleared did a disheveled Shirsan Lao appear. What kind of martial weapon is this? Meanwhile, Duke Ba immediately urged. Go quickly. And so, Shirsan Lao and Duke Ba had no choice but to swallow their anger and flee, leaving Yun Zhang calling after them. Stop, you two turtles, don't run. Olden quickly stopped him when he saw that. Yun Zhang, don't go. A moment later, Olden suddenly remembered Jian Chen. He worriedly turned around. Jian Chen, are you all right? He sat on the ground, tired, but his face clearly showed satisfaction. It seems this Saint-tier combat skill is indeed extraordinary. Hearing Jian Chen mention that, Olden exclaimed in surprise. What? Saint-tier combat skill? Jian Chen, you're only an 8th transmission Earth Saint Master, how do you possess a Saint-tier combat skill? After speaking, Olden helped Jianchen stand up. He gently explained, because I won the Mercenary Convention Championship, I was fortunate enough to cultivate in the Mercenary Sacred Land for half a year. I only understood a little about the Saint Tier martial skills within. It can't be considered a true Saint Tier martial skill. Jianchen slung his arm over Old An's shoulder, who was looking at him with curious eyes. What? You can actually comprehend a bit of Saint Tier combat skills now? Jianchen found a clean tree and sat down to rest. He unexpectedly asked back. What's wrong? Is it that hard to comprehend a little? Isn't it just comprehending a half move? Yunjing was a bit flustered upon hearing this. Jianchen, do you want to hear what you're saying? That's right. Olden next to him rubbed his forehead dejectedly. Forget even a tiny bit, many Sky Saint Masters don't even have the qualifications to look at Saint Tier martial skills. Then, he handed Jianchen a small ceramic bottle. This is a spiritual energy pill. It can quickly replenish spiritual energy in the body. Is there anywhere else on your body that isn't feeling well? He took the bottle of medicine in confusion. It's just that the spiritual energy in my body was drained, nothing else. One night's rest will be fine. Seeing that Jianchen didn't seem to be in much danger, Olden finally felt at ease and turned around. Then you can rest here, we'll keep watch. Jianchen politely replied. All right, thank you. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning, and Olden was wondering. Jianchen, do you really not need the two of us to follow you? Yunjing also agreed. That's right, what if those two damned old men from yesterday come looking for trouble again? At this moment, confidence clearly showed on Jianchen's face. He calmly replied. It's fine, I guess after yesterday's sword strike. They won't dare to look for me anytime soon. Besides, they might not even know where I'm going. Also, there's a bigger reason. I really need you two to go to the Kingdom of Gessen to help me investigate some information. Olden looked at Jianchen suspiciously. What information do you want us to help you investigate? It was then that he recounted the previous situation. Half a year ago, when Ming Dong and I participated in the Mercenary Convention, we encountered soldiers from the Kingdom of Azure Wind and a fight broke out. From the soldiers' accounts, I learned that the Kingdom of Azure Wind seems to have intentions of invading the Kingdom of Gessen. Therefore, I hope you can help me investigate a bit why the Kingdom of Azure Wind wants to go to war with the Kingdom of Gessen. Noticing the seriousness of the matter, Olden replied earnestly. Understood, leave this matter to Yunjing and me. A moment later, the three of them had to part ways. Jianchen waved goodbye to Yunjing and Olden. Travel safely. Olden waved. See you later. Meanwhile, Jianchen also continued his journey. He walked without showing any signs of fatigue. After an unknown amount of time, Jianchen rested on a rock. He drank water while contemplating. A little further north and I should reach Saka City. Just then, a desperate cry broke the surrounding quiet atmosphere. Help! Help! Lanning ran over and accidentally fell into Jianchen. She pleaded weakly. Young master, please save my life. Following Lanning was a group of fierce bandits. The leader, Chu Yuan, spoke up. Young Miss Lan, I think you should obediently come with us. Seeing Jianchen, he menacingly licked the blade in his hand. If you don't want to die, scram, kid. We, the Black Wind Bandit Group, value trustworthiness the most when doing business. Lan Ning, from behind, was so angry she had to shout. Bastards! I already gave you money for passage, but you went back on your word. You have no integrity at all. Chu Yuan laughed loudly upon hearing that. Who told young Miss Lan to be so stunningly beautiful, making our leader yearn for you day and night? Lan Ning warned fearfully. How dare you? If my grandfather knows something happened to me, he will definitely not let you off. But Chu Yuan clearly didn't care. He sneered. Your Lan family, how much power do you have? Don't we know it already? Just your Lan family is not enough to even be on the radar of our Black Wind Bandit Group. Brothers, move out, tie her up for our leader. The two behind him shouted loudly. All right. Seeing how fierce they were, Lan Ning had no choice but to beg Jian Chen for help. Sir Hero, please save me. I will definitely repay you. He didn't reply immediately, but first scanned the group of people with his eyes. A great Saint Master leading two Saint Masters to rob people. They reminded Jian Chen of when he first left the kingdom of Jessen and began his adventure. It seemed he always encountered this type of combination. Remembering it only made him sigh. One could only say that life is full of unexpected events everywhere. After a moment of consideration, Jian Chen, in his kindness, still wanted to give them a chance. I'm in a good mood right now. You three, leave. I don't want to kill anyone. However, the three men in front laughed loudly. Chu Yuan pointed at Jian Chen's face and mocked him. You're killing me, this poor kid really knows how to show off. One of them even boasted. Kid, my big brother knows Earth Tier combat skills, Earth Tier. Do you understand the gold content of Earth Tier? Chu Yuan, feigning modesty, waved his hand. Don't show off like that. Hearing those jarring words, Jian Chen gently waved his hand, and a powerful surge of holy power shot out. A moment later, only a patch of scorched grass remained on the ground. Jian Chen calmly looked at them. This? At this moment, the whole group, finally frightened, knelt down. Chu Yuan, the loudest one, cried out. Esteemed hero, please spare us. We still have elderly and children at home. Our families are waiting for us to return and care for them. The subordinate beside him also didn't want to be outdone. We cannot die, otherwise our families' lives will be extremely difficult. A moment later, the three men were tied behind Lan Ying's carriage. Her voice rang out from the carriage. Many thanks for young master's life-saving grace. My name is Lan Ying, the eldest daughter of the Lan family of Saka City. Lan Ying looked at Jian Chen with gratitude. May I know what to call young master? He calmly stated his name. I am Jian Chen. Seeing Jian Chen appear here, Lan Ying became curious. Young master Jian Chen, do you have business in Saka City? He humbly replied. Not really. I'm just roaming the continent to temper myself, and happened to pass through here. Hearing that, Lan Ying praised him. No wonder young master Jian Chen is so powerful at such a young age. Just as she enthusiastically wanted to say something more. That's right, young master Jian Chen. Miss, we've arrived. Hearing that, Lan Ying pulled Jian Chen along. Young master Jian Chen, I'll take you to meet my grandfather. He will definitely thank you. Of course, he would refuse. I didn't do this to be repaid, and I want to go into the city to buy a few things. But the stubborn Lan Ying would not agree. No, you must follow me. In the end, Jian Chen had no choice but to follow. As soon as she got off the carriage, Lan Ying happily rushed over. Grandpa. Lan Ming kindly embraced her. My dear granddaughter, you've had a difficult journey. Grandpa will send someone to guide you. Comforted by him, Lan Ying's tears fell like rain. She sobbed and said, Grandpa, let me tell you, this time it was thanks to young master Jian Chen, otherwise, those bandits would have. Hearing this, Lan Ming immediately understood Lan Ying's meaning. He looked at Jian Chen gratefully. Young brother, this time, it's all thanks to you. I truly must thank you. He humbly bowed in salute. Elder, you're too kind. This junior merely drew his blade to help when he saw injustice. The smile on Lan Ming's face grew wider. He praised Jian Chen. Good, someone who draws his blade to help when he sees injustice, truly a hero in his youth. Just then, his gaze fell upon Chu Yuan and his group behind them, and Lan Ming spoke sternly. The Black Wind Bandit group, correct? It seems I haven't disciplined you in a long time. Have you been living too comfortably? Then he waved his hand, signaling the household guards behind him. Take these three rascals and lock them in the family's dungeon. I'll interrogate them later. The household guards immediately followed the order. Understood. After dealing with them, Lan Ming looked at Jian Chen with a smile again. Young brother, I invite you to stay at a residence within our Lan family, so we may wholeheartedly show our hospitality. He found it inconvenient to refuse and could only accept. Then I shall trouble you. Time gradually passed until evening. At this moment, the Lan family's manor was brightly lit. Inside, Lan Ming was raising his wine glass. Today, I thank young brother Jian Chen for saving my granddaughter. Everyone, let's toast. Jian Chen raised his glass in response. Family head Lan, you speak too highly. By the way, I wonder if there's a spatial gate in Tata City? Hearing this, Lan Ming pondered for a moment. He sighed and replied, with Tata City's level, it's impossible to have something like a spatial gate. Young brother Jian Chen, if you wish to use a spatial gate, I'm afraid you'll have to go to an even larger city. This seemed to be within Jian Chen's expectations. He secretly thought, as expected. It seems I'll have to plan more carefully from now on. I must return home before the Fonlan Kingdom and the Gaisen Kingdom go to war. Lanning noticed Jian Chen's expression and eagerly asked, Young Master Jian, are you in a hurry to go somewhere? To her question, Jian Chen only replied vaguely, not really. I just want to train a bit more. If there was a spatial gate, it would be quite convenient to travel to some places. Hearing this, Lanning was reassured. Then, she mentioned, if that's the case, the 10,000 Poisons mountain range outside the city has many powerful magical beasts. Many people from Tata City go there to train. Plus, I heard that recently, a powerful 6th-stage magical beast was discovered there. This news struck Jian Chen like a bolt of lightning. He exclaimed in surprise, What? Really? Because Jian Chen knew a lot about magical beasts, a 6th-stage magical beast was already equivalent to the Sky Saint Master realm of humans. But fearing he wouldn't believe it, Lan Ing, who was sitting next to him, added. It's true, I heard its head and body were severely injured, and this morning, many mercenaries also went to the 10,000 Poisons mountain range to investigate. Seeing Jian Chen so attentive, Lan Ing then made a suggestion, Jian Chen, if you also want to go see. I'll arrange for someone to take you there tomorrow. This was exactly what Jian Chen wanted. He cupped his hands in thanks, thank you, clan head Lan. Just before dawn the next day, a member of the Lan family brought Jian Chen to a forest. He handed Jian Chen the cloth bag in his hand and said, Mr. Jian Chen, ahead is the 10,000 Poisons mountain range. This is some anti-poison pill that the clan head prepared for you, please be careful. Jian Chen politely accepted, thank you. After that, he couldn't wait any longer and quickly darted straight ahead. While flying towards the 10,000 Poisons mountain range, something below suddenly caught Jian Chen's eye, this is. The forest was unusually silent, and in a clearing, a group of fierce-looking men gathered around a patch of ground, facing a large, dangerous white tiger. Jian Chen sat on a branch observing everything and thought to himself, found it, this must be the 6th-stage magical beast they mentioned. With a puzzled expression, he pondered, how strange. Why do I feel dark energy fluctuations on this tiger? A white tiger should be lightning attribute, could it have just been injured by these people? Below, Bai Yao carried a sword on his shoulder, his face cold and unyielding, he said gruffly, you can leave, this magical beast belongs to us. 2 men stepped forward. One gritted his teeth furiously and said, who are you? The other's eyes showed contempt, and he threatened in a low voice, that's right, speaking so arrogantly, be careful or we'll kill you. Bai Yao held out the token in his hand. He showed no fear, his voice firm, I am from the Demon Cloud family. If anyone is ignorant, don't blame my Demon Cloud family for being impolite. Jian Chen remained on the branch, observing everything happening below. After listening, he muttered thoughtfully, the Demon Cloud family. It seems they are on par with people like Shi Xiangyan. I wonder which side is stronger between them and the Shi family. As if he had realized something, Jian Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought to himself, next time the Shi family comes to cause trouble, I've found someone to take the blame. But he then frowned and thought. But the mountain seal. Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting Jian Chen's train of thought. Demon Cloud Family, attack! Below, two soldiers from the Cloud family, hearing this, gripped their swords with fierce energy and charged straight towards the White Tiger. The White Tiger counterattacked. It roared furiously and released a circular energy, blocking the attack of the two Cloud family soldiers. The White Tiger's counterattack shattered the soldiers' swords and sent them flying. At that moment, a loud shout rang out, urgently calling, "What? Old Kai, the weapon, be careful!" The White Tiger lunged at the two Cloud family soldiers with dangerous, blood-red eyes and long, sharp claws. It used its paw to forcefully step on the soldier, the downward force sending him flying backward, groaning in pain. Jian Chen observed, then frowned in surprise. Those two just now were also Great Earth Saint Masters, just like him. Yet, facing the White Tiger, they didn't have any fighting power. It seems this magical beast can't be a rank 6 magical beast. Suddenly, as if seeing something appear, he exclaimed in shock, "That's..." Beside the White Tiger appeared a small white tiger, named Tianyi. It rubbed its head against the White Tiger's leg. Jian Chen seemed to realize. He thought, so that's it. This magical beast isn't rank 6, but rank 7. It only appears to be rank 6 now because its strength decreased after giving birth. Bai Yao was up high, ambition clearly visible on his face. He quickly shouted, "That's a rank 6 magical beast cub. Everyone charge! We must capture this White Tiger cub." All the Cloud family soldiers, after hearing the command, charged towards the White Tiger. It also roared ferociously and prepared to counterattack. Half an hour later, numerous Cloud family soldiers lay dead, scattered across the ground. Beside them, the White Tiger was panting heavily after the long battle. And Tianyi, with its small form, was beside it, also very angry, its shimmering eyes reflecting fury. Bai Yao still didn't give up. He waved his hand, ordering, "Everyone continue. The large magical beast won't be able to hold on much longer." The White Tiger looked at the crowd in front of it, then roared as if ready for the next battle. One man from the group, witnessing this, exclaimed, "The big one isn't doing well anymore." The person next to him added with a greedy tone, "Still, be a little careful. First, sever its leg." The scene below showed a group of people, ready to confront the White Tiger. Jian Chen recalled the image of his mother, her gentle eyes and warm, familiar smile. He clenched his hand, which was trembling with anger. From below came greedy voices, "This big tiger's hide can definitely fetch a high price. Fool, do you know how much a rank 6 magical beast cub is worth? We're about to get rich." A soldier, sword in hand, charged forward, preparing to stab the White Tiger and Tianyi, who were lying there. But at that moment, a figure appeared, blocking the White Tiger. With a single sword strike, the soldier fell. Jian Chen stood there with a dignified posture, his voice calm yet powerful. "Gentlemen, I, Jian Chen, want this White Tiger. You may leave." The Cloud family soldiers, seeing this, shouted, "Where did this brat come from? Someone who doesn't know their place." Jian Chen, with a stern face, swung his sword decisively, a brilliant light flashing in midair. The soldiers were struck by his sword, causing them to cry out in panic and pain. Jian Chen stood calmly amidst the dust, sword in hand, with the White Tiger roaring fiercely behind him. Bai Yao stepped forward, pointing at Jian Chen with a ferocious expression. Then he flew up, sword in hand, attacking Jian Chen, his eyes burning with fury. Jian Chen immediately responded. He swung his sword, sending beams of immense energy towards Bai Yao. He turned and shouted at the people behind him, "Are you all not leaving? Are you waiting to die?" Hearing this, the men shouted in panic, "Run! This brat can easily defeat people from the Cloud family." The person next to him also cried out in fear, "This kid's strength is unfathomable. Run!" As soon as he finished speaking, they hastily fled, leaving the battlefield silent after the noisy conflict. Jian Chen watched them and murmured, "The opponent's strength in this city is too weak. It seems Great Earth Saint Master is already the limit." Jian Chen turned and reached out to stroke the white tiger's head, while the white tiger sank down, breathing heavily. Its eyes looked at Jian Chen, containing something like a plea. He looked at it and said, "You quickly take your cub and hide. Don't let anyone find you again. Next time, I'm not sure if I can save you." Then, an urgent sound rang out, trembling, full of despair, begging him, "Save my cub." Jian Chen immediately felt a surge of vigilance. How did I not feel anyone nearby at all? Then he looked at the white tiger again. "Were you just talking to me?" It quickly replied, "Yes, human." Staring intently at it, Jian Chen couldn't believe it. This magical beast actually knew how to speak human language. Staring intently at him, it quickly introduced itself. "I am White Tiger, a 7th-stage magical beast." Jian Chen was surprised upon hearing this. A 7th-stage magical beast, the strength of this magical beast is equivalent to the human Saint King realm. White Tiger then bit his sleeve and whispered, "Human, I beg you, save my cub. It was just born, it can't just die like this." He was startled. "You don't need to worry so much. There are no humans stronger than you around here. As long as you don't actively go out looking for trouble, perhaps no Saint King realm human will come to bother you." But now, the white tiger was sad. It lowered its head and then said, "No, my life is over." Then it showed Jian Chen its wounds. He looked at them, surprised. "Who caused these 3 wounds on you? Why do they have dark energy?" The white tiger looked at him and pleaded, "Human, I can tell you everything, but I hope you can promise me one thing." Then it presented the small white tiger in its arms and said to him, "Please help me raise my cub until it grows up." Jian Chen looked at it and was slightly startled. The cub of a 7th-stage magical beast, this little fellow's future achievement will be at least a 6th-stage magical beast. Then Jian Chen asked it again, "Aren't you afraid I'm like those people from earlier? Why are you so sure?" It quickly replied, "No, you're not like those people. Partly it's from our magical beast tribe's intuition, and partly it's from your eyes." Jian Chen was surprised and asked, "My eyes?" White Tiger replied, "Yes, human, your eyes are clear, without that greedy, dirty look. Therefore, I am willing to entrust my child to you." He had some doubts. "Then what about you? With the strength of a 7th-stage magical beast like you, can't you withstand those minor wounds on your belly?" Now White Tiger quickly recounted, "Deep within the Runghong mountain range there is a magical beast clan that rules all high-level magical beasts in the Runghong mountain range. This clan is called the Golden Blade Clan." It introduced, "I am a high-ranking elder in the Golden Blade Clan, and my husband is the clan leader's biological younger brother. My husband and I coincidentally gave birth to the legendary Heaven-Winged Divine Tiger. We originally thought it could make our tribe stronger, but unexpectedly, we were instead hunted down by the Golden Blade Clan's clan leader." According to what White Tiger recounted, "My husband died at the hands of the Golden Blade Clan leader to protect me and our cub. My cub was also seriously wounded by the Golden Blade Clan leader and won't live much longer." Pausing for a moment, it added, "I brought the child here, originally thinking I had escaped the tribe's pursuit, but unexpectedly I was besieged by humans. Just as I fell into despair, you appeared." Jian Chen was surprised. "Just 3 scratches will end your life?" White Tiger replied, "That's right, the dark energy in these 3 scratches is the power of the Golden Blade Clan's royal bloodline. Only a 7th-stage Light Saint Master can remove this energy from my body, but our tribe and humans have too bad a relationship." Jian Chen then happily said, "If that's what you mean, then it's easy." Then he also introduced, "I happen to be a Light Saint Master. Although I'm not yet 7th stage, healing shouldn't be a problem." White Tiger was surprised. "You are a Light Saint Master?" "No, aren't you a sword cultivator?" Slowly sitting down next to White Tiger, he quickly explained concisely, "Main profession, sword cultivator, side profession, healer." The scene shifts to the other side. Elder Bai rushed in, panting, to report, "Ancestor, this is bad, something terrible has happened." Quickly catching his breath, he hurriedly added, "Ancestor, the cub of the 6th-stage magical beast has been stolen by someone." Mo Yun spoke with rage in his words. Elder Bai, the item was stolen, and you still have the nerve to come back? Elder Bai lowered his head in fear. Ancestor, this Bai Benqing's life is insignificant, but the cub of the sixth stage magical beast is a matter of great importance. I must return to report. Mo Yun then said, tell me, what force dares to oppose my Mo Yun clan? Elder Bai truthfully reported, a young man named Jian Chen, who must be the champion of the Mercenary Grand Assembly half a year ago. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but wonder, the champion of the Mercenary Grand Assembly, what is he doing in Saka City? Then Mo Yun asked again, where is that Jian Chen? Elder Bai quickly reported, it said that Jian Chen saved the eldest young lady of the Lan family, Lan Ing, so he must be a guest at the Lan family. On this side, Jian Chen quickly said to White Tiger, once I leave later, you quickly find a place to hide. He held the cub and instructed, I've left the holy light power within you. Although it has suppressed the dark energy in your body, you cannot engage in combat with anyone right now. Once you use your energy, the energy balance in your body will be broken. At that time, let alone level 7, even an 8th level Light Saint Master won't be able to save you. White Tiger rubbed its head against his face, then sincerely said, Jian Chen, I will forever remember your kindness in my heart. Then it licked its cub's face again and said, the winged divine tiger grows very slowly. It needs to consume many heavenly treasures and earthly wonders to accelerate its growth. Jian Chen happily reassured it, don't worry, I know what to do. For now, we should leave here immediately. The longer we stay, the more variables there will be. White Tiger quickly prepared to turn and leave, you're right. Watching its disappearing figure, Jian Chen secretly said in his heart, for the sake of your child, you must also continue to live, White Tiger. As soon as he returned, Lin Ying walked in, young Master Jian Chen, you're back. He happily looked at the other person and then said, yes, I just returned from the Magical Beast Mountain Range, Miss Lan. Looking at Tianyi who was sleeping, Lin Ying exclaimed with delight, what is this? Why is it so adorable? He quickly said, Miss Lan, what you're holding is the cub of a 6th stage magical beast. Lin Ying was startled, what? There's such an adorable magical beast? At the same time, Jian Chen quickly spoke loudly, Your Excellency, since you've arrived, don't hide anymore. Mo Yun stood outside and then shouted in, Jian Chen, I am the head of the He Yun family. I wonder if I can meet you. As soon as Lin Ying heard the person's voice, she was immediately startled. The He Yun family head, he dares to come here? Jian Chen was surprised and asked, what? Is he that formidable? She quickly explained, the He Yun family is the largest family in Saka City, much larger than your Lan family. Looking at Tianyi, Lin Ying recounted, a few days ago, he came to force me to marry him, over 60 people, without any shame. My grandfather spent a lot of money to make him give up. Jian Chen then said to her, if that's the case, I'll go meet him. Looking at him, Jian Chen calmly asked, He Yun family head, what do you want with me? He didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to the main topic, Jian Chen, the 6th stage magical beast cub is in your hands. He replied concisely, yes. So what? Mo Yun then said again, Jian Chen, are you willing to hand over the magical beast cub to our He Yun family? He began to offer benefits to entice him, our family will definitely give you a good price, and with our power within our sphere of influence, we will unconditionally meet your demands. Before he finished listening, he quickly refused, my apologies, I have already promised someone to raise and protect this little white tiger. Mo Yun asked again, why must you put yourself through such hardship? Raising a magical beast takes a lot of time. To raise a mature magical beast, it takes at least decades, even hundreds of years. At that time, you. However, he calmly replied, it's none of your business. If there's nothing else, then leave. At the same time, Mo Yun began to channel his inner force, Jian Chen, you seem to not understand. You, a great Earth Saint Master, can pretend before others, but before a Sky Saint Master like me, you should reconsider your tone. Jian Chen was not to be outdone, you'd best also watch your words, to avoid tarnishing the He Yun clan's reputation in Saka City. Although this old man is a Sky Saint Master, he is also a powerful individual. Even if I go all out, I won't have a chance. Now Mo Yun was angered by him and roared, "Well said, you arrogant brat. If you're unwilling to hand it over, then I'll just have to take it." Then he launched an attack towards Jian Chen, Earth Element, single sword falling sand. He also immediately drew his sword and launched a counterattack, Violet Azure Sword Art, Flying Star. Unexpectedly, Jian Chen's sword chi was able to defeat Mo Yun's attack in an instant. He couldn't believe his eyes, so he was surprised and said loudly, "What?" Immediately, he channeled his inner force to protect himself. Mo Yun was just moments away from being injured by him. And immediately after, a loud explosion rang out like fireworks illuminating the sky, and Jian Chen slowly ascended towards it. Not intending to give Mo Yun a way out, in the very next second, he launched another attack, Violet Azure Sword Art, Limitless. Mo Yun covered his face with his hand and couldn't help but praise, "As expected, you truly have skill, no wonder you won the championship of the Grand Assembly." But of course, he wouldn't admit defeat. "Jian Chen, it's useless. No matter how strong you are, an Earth Saint Master cannot harm a Sky Saint Master. It's a difference in realms, you're dreaming if you think you can." On this side, he channeled his inner energy and took out a small dagger from his body, preparing to attack. As soon as he finished thinking, that auxiliary sword struck Ma Yun's right side, instantly terrifying him. Ma Yun stared at Jian Chen. "This sword is truly strange, it can fly in the air. Is it a unique sword technique? That Jian Chen hasn't even reached the Sky Realm yet, but already possesses such power. If I give him more time, my Black Cloud family will offend as Saint King. No, I must eliminate him." Then he looked at him again and shouted, "Jian Chen, you intend to be an enemy of the Black Cloud clan. So don't blame me for being ruthless, today is your death day." Following that statement was the attack, Earth System, Overlord Chi Release Slash. Ma Yun was still very smug. "Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." Before that attack, Jian Chen was quickly able to easily dodge it. Of course, Jian Chen didn't stand still either. He continued to frown and at the same time stared intently at his opponent. After channeling his inner energy, that sword chi forcefully shot back towards Ma Yun. He also created a shield in front of him, then said loudly in an intimidating tone, "I told you, no." But what Ma Yun didn't expect was that the shield was actually shattered by the sword chi. Seeing the situation before him, Ma Yun was so surprised that his face turned pale. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" Before he could recover, that slash flew straight at him, making Ma Yun scream in terror. Looking at him, Jian Chen secretly sighed. As expected of a Sky Realm expert, he didn't die from a direct sword strike. Gala at the assembly was cut in half, but he wasn't. He also secretly thought, "What sword technique did that brat use just now? It was able to break my defense. Is it a heaven-tier sword technique? Certainly, only a heaven-tier sword technique could exert such powerful force. No, I'm not his opponent, I can't die here." In the end, Ma Yun chose to flee. He also dared not risk his life to exchange for a white tiger. As soon as the person left, Jian Chen let out a breath and slumped onto the ground. He tiredly said, "Fortunately, he ran, otherwise, I would have been the loser." Dragging his tired body inside, he secretly thought, "It seems I must find a way to restore the Violet Azure Sword spirit. Then I'll have something to use against opponents." As soon as she saw him, Lin Ying immediately stepped forward and praised, "Young Master Jian Chen, you are truly amazing." Jian Chen humbly replied, "It's all right." "It didn't affect you just now, did it?" She happily replied, "No, no. I've wanted to cultivate since I was little, but Grandpa wouldn't let me, saying that girls shouldn't fight and kill." As he said that, he suddenly started, and his gaze shifted to the white tiger lying next to him. Jian Chen looked at it kindly. "Are you awake? Are you hungry?" Lin Ying smiled brightly, "So cute. I'll go get some food for it." After saying that, Lin Ying quickly ran out to get food for it. As for him, after that short battle, Jian Chen quickly sat on the bed, channeling his inner energy to heal his injuries. Tian trotted over to him and observed for a while. It seemed to want to say something. As soon as it entered, Tian pounced straight into Jian Chen's arms, but he didn't understand what it wanted. This made him, who was meditating, startle slightly. Young Lady Lan is getting food. Wait a moment, you're a tiger, you can't eat cloth. But immediately after, it bit and tore Jian Chen's clothes, making him freeze. Looking at the shirt it tore and then delightedly ate right there, he couldn't help but be extremely surprised. What's going on? Do young beasts have special appetites? But as soon as he looked closely, Jian Chen quickly realized this was blood. Now, he finally understood. Tian didn't want to eat cloth, this little guy wanted the blood on his shirt. At this moment, Lin Ying happily walked in. I brought you a bowl of 8 treasure porridge, with pork hock inside. Jian Chen quickly said, thank you for your trouble, but perhaps young Lady Lan could help me prepare some monster beast blood here. But as soon as she entered, the sight of him not wearing anything immediately caught Lin Ying's eye, making her blush uncontrollably. Yet, Jian Chen didn't understand. He asked in surprise, young Lady Lan, is your face sick? Then, that warm hand touched Lin Ying's forehead to check her temperature, making Lin Ying completely freeze. Having never had such intimate contact with the opposite sex, Lin Ying was flustered and accidentally dropped the bowl of porridge onto the floor. It was as if she'd seen a ghost. She scrambled out, saying to Jian Chen, let me go prepare it. Now left alone in the room, Jian Chen watched her go, frozen. What was that about? Meanwhile, Lan Jun seemed furious. Father, you want to marry off Yuer to Jian Chen, we don't understand at all. Lan Ming calmly replied, a 20-year-old Earth Saint Master, champion of the military assembly, how can you not understand such an outstanding person? Based on my experience, his future achievements will be even greater. Lan Jun was still not satisfied, but father, he has too many enemies, the Lan family can't bear the burden. Lan Ming snorted coldly and then said, many enemies? Junior, remember, there's no such thing as an enemy. Then he looked out at the sky and explained, just now, the Black Cloud family elder saw trouble with Jian Chen and almost lost his life. Patriarch Mo Yun and I are both Sky Saint Masters. Lan Ming recalled Jian Chen's strike. To be able to harm a Sky Saint Master at the Earth Saint level, there's no one worthy of being called an enemy. Lan Ming then looked a little sad. I had originally just gone to lend a hand, but I didn't expect that old man He Yuntong was no match. I just hope Jian Chen doesn't take it to heart. On this side, in the silent night, a figure quickly flew past, carrying an immense aura. As soon as the two subordinates saw him, they became cautious. They drew their swords and alertly shouted, who goes there? But as soon as they saw the familiar figure, both immediately shouted in surprise, old ancestor. They looked towards Mo Yun and then anxiously asked, old ancestor, are you all right? Mo Yun then said, I'm fine, quickly find out if Jian Chen has any enemies. One of them bowed and replied, yes. His face looked as if he wanted to kill someone. Jian Chen, it's because of you. My Black Cloud family will make sure you live a life worse than death. Now dressed neatly, Jian Chen returned to his original handsome appearance. As soon as he stepped in, he looked towards Tian, who was peacefully sleeping soundly like a child. He couldn't help but say with a hint of envy, I really admire this guy, he eats and then sleeps. At the same time, a voice rang out, young Master Jian Chen. Lin Ying walked over and softly said, young master, grandfather invites you to the discussion hall. He was surprised, is something wrong? She immediately replied, I'm not sure, please follow me. As they walked together, Lin Ying spoke up, grandfather, Jian Chen is here. He also bowed. Jian Chen greets Patriarch Lan Ming. Lan Ming quickly feigned politeness. Little brother Jian Chen, I apologize for last night. This old man drank a bit too much and didn't know that old man He Yuntong came to cause trouble. Jian Chen replied, please don't be so formal, it was my trouble to begin with. Then he looked towards Lin Ying again. My dear granddaughter, please make us some tea, won't you? She obediently replied, yes, grandfather. Then Lan Ming said to him again, little brother Jian Chen, how do you find my granddaughter? Jian Chen immediately replied, Miss Lan is gentle, amiable, and kind-hearted. Lan Ming gave a faint smile and got straight to the point, that's not what I meant. I want to ask if you are willing to take care of my granddaughter. Hearing this, Jian Chen was startled. He gasped in surprise, Patriarch, what do you mean by that? Lan Ming lowered his voice and spoke sincerely, little brother, my words are true. This old man sees great talent in you. I want to entrust my beloved granddaughter and the fate of the Lan family to you. What do you think? Jian Chen was flustered, you haven't blamed me for refusing yet. I still have unfinished business, and I'm not ready to talk about romantic matters for now. Lan Ming still held on to his decision to form a marital alliance. Well then, once you're done with your business, we can discuss that matter further. He hesitated, well. At the same time, a subordinate quickly entered from outside to report, Master, people from the Black Cloud family have arrived. Hearing this news, Lan Ming was surprised, people from the demonic Cloud clan? Jian Chen then said, Patriarch, I think they're here for me. If it's inconvenient, I'll excuse myself for now. He secretly calculated, good, I'll take this opportunity to win him over. Then Lan Ming quickly agreed, all right, then go rest behind the screen for a bit. After making arrangements, Lan Ming ordered his subordinate, let the people of the demonic Cloud clan in. The person immediately obeyed, yes. As soon as he entered, Bai Yao introduced himself, I, Bai Yao, elder of the demonic Cloud clan, pay my respects to the Patriarch. Lan Ming calmly asked, Old Immortal, what brings you here? He quickly handed over a letter, tonight, the ancestor is hosting a banquet at the restaurant. We hope you will honor us with your presence. Lan Ming immediately got straight to the point, if you want me to deal with little brother Chen, then forget it. He is now my future grandson-in-law. He turned his back and smiled brightly, Patriarch Lan's words might be a bit premature. Lan Ming frowned and asked, what do you mean? Then, Bai Yao cast a deadly gaze and asked, do you know the Shi family and the Jie family? Hearing this, Lan Ming was startled, could it be the Shi family of Zhongyun City and the Jie family of Black Wind City? Bai Yao replied with amusement, exactly. He continued to ask, don't you know that your granddaughter has offended those two families? Lan Ming was stunned, what? Bai Yao then added, Patriarch Lan, I advise you, if you still want to exist here in the future, quickly hand over Jian Chen. His message delivered, the person quickly left, leaving only Lan Ming standing dazed in the room. His body trembled, that brat Jian Chen offended these two great families yet he's unharmed? Could it be that this brat is even stronger than I thought? At the same time, Jian Chen emerged from behind the screen, Patriarch Lan, I must go. I can't implicate you all. Lan Ming then said, brother, how can this be called implicating us? Oh right, do you really have a grudge with those two families? Jian Chen calmly replied, if they said so, then it must be true. He couldn't help but be curious, how did you offend them? He calmly replied, killed their family members and stole the king's soldier at the troop summoning assembly. He said it so casually, but Lan Ming was struck by lightning, his eyes wide and jaw agape, what? On this side, Shan Lao, sitting high up, said, Mo Yun, you did very well. If things succeed tonight, my Shi family guarantees that Saga City will be yours. He respectfully said, thank you, Third Elder. Deba offered wine, Third Elder sure, we must eliminate him this time and settle the hatred in our hearts. Shan Lao reassured, don't worry, he'll have a hard time escaping this time. My Shi family has dispatched 8 Heaven Realm experts. I don't believe he can leave here alive. Before leaving, Jian Chen instructed, Little White Tiger, I'm leaving you with Miss Bai Lan. You must obey her and not cause any trouble. Lan On worried, young master, both of you listen to grandfather, follow me to the secret passage to escape, but he quickly refused, no, it will harm you all. Jian Chen reassured her, don't worry, I'll be fine. I've always managed to escape before, and now that I'm in the Heaven Realm, no one dares to fight me. He then handed over a ring, Miss Lan, I'm entrusting this to you. Remember, no one must know you have this, otherwise your grandpa won't be at peace. Lan On quickly replied, MHM. After that, he quickly soared into the air. It's time to deal with this bunch. At the same time, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy heading towards him. Instinctively, Jian Chen quickly turned in that direction to see who was coming. Looking at the two old men, he calmly said, Long time no see, both of you. Deba arrogantly said, Jian Chen, where are you going to hide now? He immediately channeled his internal energy and simultaneously struck with a sword, Sacred Realm martial skill, Heavenly Feather Slash. Deba was startled. He loudly yelled, retreat quickly. Shirsan Lao was no different, shouting in panic, run. But just then, as the powerful energy was about to explode, it suddenly stopped and vanished into thin air as if nothing had happened, leaving the two old men bewildered. Deba, filled with anger, exclaimed, that bastard dares to trick us. Shirsan Lao was also full of hatred, chase. On this side, Jian Chen had already quickly flown far away. He didn't intend to escape, but he also seemed to have other plans. As he flew, he thought, if I remember correctly, the city of war weapons is in this direction. As long as I reach there, I'll be safe. He arrived very quickly. Jian Chen swiftly landed beneath the tall city. But at the same time, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an imposing aura, causing his body to uncontrollably be pressed down. Looking up, Jian Chen couldn't help but be startled. It's you too. Elder Sa looked at him disdainfully. Jian Chen, Sa Ca City is where you'll be buried. He stared intently at the two old men and couldn't help but ask, who are you? Jian Chen recalled Zhuo Fei's warning before he died. Jian Chen, be careful of the Shi family and the Jie family. Then he continued, are you two the ones who gave Zhuo Fei the blood pill at the war weapons tournament, right? Elder Sa replied, that's right, it was us brothers who did it. Only then could we make him die faster. Elder Xiao calmly said, I didn't expect Zhuo Fei to be such a good-for-nothing. Even after consuming so many blood-explosive pills, he couldn't defeat you. He frowned, then secretly thought, indeed, that strange feeling at the time came from these two old devils. Finally, Elder Sa couldn't help but shout, Jian Chen, die now. He looked at the handful of internal energy striking towards him and secretly cried out, damn, these two old men are at the heaven realm. After that, he channeled his internal energy, dodging left and right, struggling immensely to fight the two of them. Just then, a loud explosion from the opponent's side rang out, startling Jian Chen. Waiting for the two of them to show an opening, he quickly fled far away to ensure his own safety first. Elder Sa, of course, didn't leave Jian Chen any room to retreat. Where do you think you're going, you worm? But as he struck, the two old men couldn't help but be annoyed. Darn it, it's an illusion. Elder Xiao then said, let's split up and chase him. Whoever finds him first sends a signal immediately, summoning our clan members to deal with him. I don't believe he can escape today. Elder Sa quickly agreed, all right. And so, under the night sky, two figures flew swiftly through the air. Jian Chen flew on, secretly thinking, I didn't expect the demonic Cloud Clan to find so many helpers. I hope Miss Lan is all right. At the same time, a voice rang out, startling him, Jian Chen, so you're hiding here. Watch my sword. Just as he turned around, that surge of power quickly slashed towards Jian Chen. He stared intently at the person, but now he couldn't dodge that critical blow. His entire body was rocked by that surge of power, and Jian Chen was sent tumbling violently through the air. He secretly groaned inwardly, run. My vital energy hasn't recovered from yesterday's fight with that old man from the demonic Cloud Clan. Now, I can only run. Finishing his thought, he quickly launched hidden weapons towards Elder Sa. Suddenly attacked, the Elder was momentarily startled and couldn't dodge the blow. Watching Jian Chen leave, Elder Sa shouted, Jian Chen, a great Earth Saint Master cannot escape a Heaven Saint Master. The realms are too far apart. Meanwhile, he found a secluded spot and concentrated his inner energy to heal his wounds. Jian Chen was then somewhat satisfied. I've recovered quite a bit of spiritual energy. I can continue running to Allure City. I hope they don't find this place. Afterwards, he looked up at the sky to observe the situation of those two persistent men. Then he overheard their discussion. Old Saw, are you sure Jian Chen is in this mountain range? Elder Saw said, I'm sure. Although I don't know what secret technique that brat used to increase his speed, I tracked him here by his injuries. I'm certain he's here. Then Jian Chen slowly drew his weapon. If it's just these two, I can handle them. But at this moment, Elder Saw looked at the other party. Elders, you've arrived. Deba immediately said, we must quickly find a way to capture Jian Chen in a short time. He carries our clan's treasure, it must not be lost. Jian Chen frowned and said, for heaven's sake stars? It seems these two families are determined to kill me. Elder Shursan spoke, how about this, tonight, the four of us will guard in 4 directions. If there's any movement, we'll immediately report it. If he doesn't appear by tomorrow, send men to wipe out the Lan family. I don't believe he'll just stand there and watch his woman be killed. Elder Saw seemed pleased, that's a good plan. Elder Shao quickly added, then let's do it like that. Hearing them discuss their pursuit, Jian Chen couldn't help but frown in anger. Immediately after, he quickly flew out from where he had been hiding not long ago. Elder Saw was still meditating, and at the same time, he slowly approached his target. Activating his inner energy and staring intently at the opponent, Jian Chen immediately aimed precisely at his target. Just like that, he charged towards Elder Shursan and attacked, catching him off guard. As soon as he turned to look, the elder loudly shouted, who's there? But it was too late. While the elder was unprepared, Jian Chen quickly struck a powerful blow that pierced Elder Shursan's chest. He stared at his chest in shock. No, impossible. I am a heaven saint master. Watching him fall helplessly, Jian Chen said coldly, you die. You already touched someone you shouldn't have. At the same time, a loud laugh rang out. Jian Chen, we finally found you. This time, let's see where you run. He looked at the 3 elders, then said disdainfully, you are the ones who should run. At this moment, Deba shouted, Jian Chen, hand over the king's armament of our Jie family, and I will let you have an intact corpse. Elder Saw also threatened, hand over the precious mountain seal quickly, or my Shi family will make your life worse than death. Jian Chen pointed his sword at them and said, if you want to take back the king's armament, then come and snatch it. Are you heaven saint masters just a bunch of useless braggarts? Elder Saw channeled his inner energy and struck, insolent brat. Let this old man see how long you can last. But at this moment, Jian Chen quickly spoke coldly, stared intently at his opponent, and then charged forward. He unleashed a palm strike, aiming directly at Elder Saw's hand as a counterattack. Watching his palm strike be so easily broken, Elder Saw was stunned and bewildered. What? Impossible! At the same time, Elder Shao also channeled his inner energy and flew over to help block the attack. Pointing his sword at him, he said coldly, Jian Chen, today we will no longer care about reputation. Elder Shao firmly declared, today, the 3 of us will definitely kill you. With that, he quickly struck a powerful, fatal blow towards Jian Chen. This was the attack, heaven rank martial skill, pure shadow heavenly illusion body. Just then, a huge explosion rang out, making him unable to help but fly far away. Jian Chen gritted his teeth, but at the same time, Elder Saw immediately blocked his path, giving Jian Chen no chance to escape. At the same moment, he unleashed a powerful palm strike directly at Jian Chen's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. The large rock behind Jian Chen couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded. Attacked so heavily, Jian Chen immediately fell face down to the ground, now struggling to crawl back up. But at the same time, Deba channeled his inner energy and swung his sword, about to strike down powerfully at him. This one strike of his sent Jian Chen flying far away. That surge of inner energy simply sent him soaring. On the ground, a large crack now appeared, extending over a whole area, but fortunately, Jian Chen managed to escape. He gritted his teeth and channeled his inner energy. Heaven rank martial skill, sees tendon create mud art. Jian Chen secretly calculated, he had originally wanted to kill one person and flee, but now it seemed the only way was to fight with his life. Thinking it, he quickly launched the sword in his hand, attacking Deba first. He glared and said loudly, Jian Chen, your biggest mistake was letting those two leave. Afterward, he flew into the air. If those two were still here, today you would still have had a chance to use that martial skill to repel the three of us. Immediately, Daba's strike made Jian Chen vomit blood. Elder Saw seized the opportunity to strike. I thought you were very capable, kid, but now it seems you're nothing much. Facing that attack, feeling as if his body was severely injured, Jian Chen quickly raised his sword to block in front of himself. At the same time, Elder Shao quickly punched the sword in his hand. The sword in his hand immediately cracked after his punch. Immediately, a huge explosion rang out, carrying with it a massive surge of energy that detonated. Jian Chen collapsed to the ground, unable to help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. Seeing him collapse, Elder Shao said coldly, Jian Chen, a sacred weapon and the spirit are connected. Now that the sacred weapon is destroyed, your spirit must have suffered severe damage. He pressed his sword to Jian Chen's neck. I'll give you one last chance. Immediately hand over the king's weapon of our two masters, and I will grant you a quick death. He struggled, then said again, even if I die, I will never let you easily obtain it. Just then, a powerful surge of inner energy burst forth, enveloping him. Elder Shao immediately slashed his sword down while shouting loudly, seeking death. But seeing his own sword break in half, he couldn't help but be stunned. What? From the air, a red storm now surged like fierce tides. Daba watched, unwilling to accept it. Impossible, impossible. How could Jian Chen know a saint-rank martial skill? Hearing this, the two elders looked at each other, their eyes also becoming bewildered. What? Saint-rank martial skill? Now Daba said urgently, quick, kill him. We cannot let Jian Chen summon the spirit domain, or all of us will die. Upon hearing these words, Elder Sa and Elder Zhao's eyes darkened as they stared intently at Jian Chen. It seemed he had evolved, his entire body had changed, and there was an unusually sharp glint in his eyes. Jian Chen continuously channeled his inner energy. The dense murderous aura surrounding him made the three of them instantly cautious. Elder Sa now couldn't help but say urgently, accept your death, Jian Chen. Then, he charged straight at Jian Chen, engaging in a life-and-death battle with him, as two surges of inner energy fiercely erupted. Jian Chen now seemed like a demon king. He raised his red hand with sharp claws forward. Like this, after a while, Jian Chen was able to calmly split that sword energy in half, startling Elder Sa. Just as that sword was about to strike, Jian Chen was able to calmly block the attack with one finger. Seeing this situation, Elder Sa, terrified, exclaimed, How? Is this possible? Unbelievable! Not letting Elder Sa wonder any longer, Jian Chen quickly reached out his hand and simultaneously broke the sword. Having just been severely wounded and his sword broken in half, he immediately clutched his chest in sharp pain, staring intently at the young man. Elder Shao, seeing the situation before him, also felt terrified. Elder Sa, be careful. But it seemed it was already too late. Jian Chen now held his weapon, pointing it towards him. Elder Sa only had time to let out a desperate cry, no. Regardless of what the opponent said, the young man coldly delivered a fatal blow without hesitation. And just like that, seeing Elder Sa lying prostrate at Jian Chen's feet, the other two were instantly startled. Duke Ba recognized it at first glance. It's a Saint-tier combat skill. This is definitely a Saint-tier combat skill. Elder Shao also marveled. Even the Heaven Sky stage couldn't do anything to him, yet he even comprehended a Saint-tier combat skill. Duke Ba then reassured him, Old Shao, don't be afraid. He probably hasn't mastered the combat skill for long. Let's team up. I don't believe two of us can't defeat one. Elder Shao quickly replied, all right. Elder Shao looked towards the young man and then reassured himself, that's right, this brat surely hasn't comprehended it for long. On this side, Jian Chen was secretly shocked. This Saint-tier combat skill is too terrifying. I can only use 3 moves at most. He then quickly calculated, then I must take care of those 2 guys within 3 moves. Thinking this, Jian Chen shouted loudly, Jie Duke Ba, take this sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Chen immediately unleashed a powerful strike towards Duke Ba. This attack carried a massive flame that swept through. Duke Ba quickly parried, channeling his inner energy while also preparing to counterattack. This sparring match was like standing in magma. Jian Chen quickly delivered a deadly move, intending to take his life then and there. Duke Ba on this side was also instantly startled and immediately shouted, "Elder Xiao, act quickly." At the same time, a sudden pain surged through the young man's body, startling Jian Chen. Having been ambushed by Elder Xiao, his fresh blood couldn't be contained and now streamed down his entire body. Seeing the scene before him, Duke Ba was extremely delighted. He sported a pleased smile as he looked at the young man. From behind, Elder Xiao fiercely pulled out the long spear in his hand and shouted loudly, "Die, Jian Chen." But immediately after he finished speaking, the young man's devilish red hand reached out and directly gripped his face. He channeled his inner energy just like that, and a massive fire enveloped Elder Xiao, burning his body. Now, only a desperate scream echoed. In less than 5 minutes, Elder Xiao's entire body was charred black, no longer recognizable. From above, Duke Ba quickly plunged down fiercely towards Jian Chen. While he wasn't paying attention, the young man was hit, and his entire body tumbled to the ground just like that. Duke Ba couldn't help but laugh delightedly. "Jian Chen, you finally died by my hand." He stared intently at the ring on the young man's hand. His power, it must be from cultivating some secret technique. "I've waited for this for so long. After this, my kid Duke family will fall into my hands. No, perhaps I'll even become a Saint King." Duke Ba was incredibly excited. "This time, not only will I recover what was lost, but the Stone family's mountain seal will also return to my kid Duke family." But as soon as he checked inside, Duke Ba's mouth dropped open in shock. "How can this be? Impossible." He looked at those colorful stones in a panic. "How? They're all demon-slaying stones?" Looking at Jian Chen lying there, he couldn't help but curse. "Damn it. You dared to hide them somewhere else." Duke Ba frowned, secretly uneasy. "This is troublesome. Even if I use a secret technique, I can only sense the Divine King's weapon within 10 meters. I've been following this guy for a day and a night. Where could he have hidden it?" He paused, then suddenly remembered, "That's right, the Lam family girl." Jian Chen must have known he would die, so he left the item for the Lam family girl. So even if we kill him, we won't find that item. Then he looked at the young man with a disdainful smile. "Too bad, Jian Chen, you're still too naive compared to me. When I return to the city, I'll wipe out the Lam family from top to bottom." But right after that, Jian Chen suddenly woke up. He tightly grabbed his ankle. Duke Ba stared intently at the young man, his eyes wide with fury. "Impossible." Looking at the young man, Duke Ba asked in disbelief, "Jian Chen, you're still alive?" Now, a sinister smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth, carrying an eerie internal power. Seeing that he was still not dead, Duke Ba now frantically yelled, "No, Jian Chen, I was wrong, spare me." But it seemed too late. Now, his entire body was surrounded by an eerie energy. Immediately after, he looked at his weapon and thought, "Use the king's weapon to cut off this kid's arm, then quickly escape. I absolutely cannot die at the hands of this brat." But just as his hand touched it, the sword immediately disintegrated. Jian Chen then growled, "Farewell, Jia Duke Ba. To die at the hands of a saint stage martial skill, your life is not in vain." Seeing the oppressive aura from the young man, he immediately yelled with fear, "No." On this side, Jian Chen's power quickly dominated the sky. All 4 elders were defeated by him tonight. Finally, Duke Ba died, but Jian Chen's strength was also depleted. Quickly returning to his normal form, Jian Chen wearily lay flat on the ground. "Miss Lam, you must be safe." Slowly closing his eyes, he said to himself, "Father, Mother, I'm sorry. I can't be filial to you anymore." Remembering the faces of those 2 people, Jian Chen was full of regret. "Ming Dong, Qin Xiao, my good brothers, farewell." Then he thought of the 2 beautiful girls. "Luo, Yu, I really want to see you again." Jian Chen's vision blurred, and he asked himself, is this what death feels like? In 2 lives, this is the first time I've felt death so close. At the same time, 2 extremely strange blue and pink auras emanated from Jian Chen's body. The 2 auras merged, forming 2 children standing in a circle around each other. And strangely, as soon as Jian Chen fainted, the 2 children immediately transferred life energy into his body. Now, Jian Chen's wounds healed, and his face became rosy again. Then, a figure simultaneously approached Jian Chen, who was lying there. The person immediately looked around. Strange, just now there was the aura of a Saint Stage martial skill here, so why isn't there even a Saint Stage expert? Looking at the young man, he assessed, such tenacious vitality. His chest was pierced by a Saint weapon, his heart was severely injured by a King's weapon, and the wounds on his arm were probably from the backlash of a Saint Stage martial skill. Tu Feng then touched Jian Chen and observed for a while. Not only did this kid not die from such severe injuries, but his wounds have also completely recovered. He then channeled internal energy into the young man and said, if you and I are fated, then I will take you back with me. The next morning, Jian Chen still hadn't woken up. He lay motionless on the bed with someone watching over him. Tianju sat beside him, yawning. This brother has been unconscious for 3 days now. Is he really still alive? Just then, Jian Chen's finger finally moved. He exclaimed in surprise, oh my, he moved. I must go call father. Tianju immediately ran out in a hurry. Father, father, that kid is awake. Jian Chen dimly looked around with hazy eyes and wondered, where am I? Then he sat up, looking around in confusion. As soon as he moved, Jian Chen immediately felt a sharp pain. What's going on? My injuries, why am I still alive? Just then, Tu Feng entered and looked at the young man, saying, awake now? Jian Chen looked at him, puzzled. Senior, was it you who saved me? Tu Feng calmly replied, I merely brought you down the mountain. I didn't save you. Then Tu Feng couldn't help but ask, you have quite a tough life, don't you? Your internal organs were destroyed, yet you were able to recover. What kind of spiritual pill or elixir did you take? At the same time, a sense of alert quickly rose within him. Is this person also on the side of the Shi family? Tu Feng sensed his thoughts and explained, no need to worry. I have no grievances or enmities with you. This place of ours is just an ordinary village. Then Tu Feng handed something to Jian Chen. That's right, this must be yours, isn't it? Quickly opening the wooden box, Jian Chen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, this is. Looking at his treasure lying motionless, Jian Chen regretfully said, Azure Wind Sword, it's broken. Then he hurriedly jumped off the bed. Could the purple-green twin swords also be? Immediately, Jian Chen circulated his inner force, concentrating it. Looking at his hand, Jian Chen was somewhat confused. I can't even gather a wisp of spiritual energy. Could it be that I've become a cripple? Tu Feng looked at his expression, then comforted him. Kid, try to be more open-minded. So what if you've become a cripple who can't use martial arts? Won't you just live a normal life then? Seeing his sadness, he added, recover well. Later, I'll go to my father and ask for a bright divine pill. It should help you recover quickly. Night fell. Jian Chen sat silently alone in the cultivation room, sweat pouring down. As he circulated his inner force, he despaired, Father, Mother, the sacred weapon is destroyed. My son's efforts of over 10 years have been for naught. At this moment, Tianju peeked around from outside, then also walked in. Slapping Jian Chen hard on the shoulder, he happily said, Brother, you're really amazing. I heard Father say that your injury isn't life-threatening. How did you do it? Teach me. Seeing that Jian Chen still said nothing, Tianju happily introduced himself. My name is Tu Tianju. What's your name? But immediately after, Tianju surprisingly waved his hand in front of Jian Chen's face. Hey, brother, are you asleep, or are you still awake? Talk to me a bit. Feeling that not answering would be rude, Jian Chen lowered his voice and spoke. My name is Jian Chen. Tianju replied blankly, You're finally talking. I thought you were dumb. Tianju innocently and happily continued, Jian Chen, Grandpa told me to bring you medicine. After you take it, you can get out of bed. Looking at the pill in Tianju's hand, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, is that an 8th grade bright divine pill? Tianju scratched his head blankly, grinning foolishly, I don't know what this toy is called, but my grandpa said it's a great strength pill. If you eat it, you'll have unmatched strength. Since my strength has been great since I was little, I've never had to take it. He added, oh, right, my father also told me to tell you that the great strength pill can only help you get out of bed. Don't even dream about anything else. Hearing this, Jian Chen's face turned pale. He then smiled brightly and said to Jian Chen, don't worry, big brother. Once you can get out of bed, everyone will bring you many spiritual elixirs and fine wines. I guarantee that the rest of your life will be very happy. After that, Tianju didn't linger. You rest first, okay? Get plenty of rest, and we'll talk later. Jian Chen hesitated, wait a minute. Looking at Tianju, Jian Chen couldn't help but smile warmly. It seems the people in this village are very honest and simple. Immediately after, he didn't hesitate and promptly swallowed the pill. As Jian Chen circulated his inner force, he secretly marveled, no wonder it's an 8th grade bright divine pill. Even my bright sacred power at its peak couldn't compare to 1/100th of this spiritual pill. After a while of circulating his inner cultivation to heal himself, he finally absorbed the pill. Looking at his body, Jian Chen was utterly disheartened, although my physical injuries have recovered, my spiritual power. At the same time, he suddenly felt his body reeling. What's happening? Why is there a fierce storm in my sea of consciousness? Jian Chen quickly closed his eyes. Immediately after, he couldn't help but continue to meditate again. When he entered his subconscious, he was utterly surprised. Purple-green sword spirit, why did it run in here? Jian Chen looked around blankly, then asked himself, why did the purple-green sword spirit move from my dantian to my sea of consciousness? At this moment, the image of the two spirits healing Jian Chen together quickly appeared, replaying clearly like a film. Now he finally understood, so that's how it is. I get it now. Because I was almost dead, the purple-green sword spirit saved me. It protected my soul. Now my soul has merged with the purple-green sword spirit. Right after showing him what he needed to see, Jian Chen finally slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the soul forces flying around him, he wondered, then asked himself, this color is. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jian Chen reached out to touch a red dot nearby. Immediately, a large flame quickly engulfed his entire hand, surprising Jian Chen greatly. Fire elemental energy? He looked at them and speculated, could it be that this is the energy generated after merging my soul with the purple-green sword spirit? Then Jian Chen touched the green orb again. This green elemental energy must be wind attribute energy, right? Jian Chen didn't know that, at this very moment, Tu Feng's house had already burst into a huge fire. The surrounding villagers looked on frantically, shouting and calling out to each other, fire! Everyone, quickly put out the fire and save people. Looking up at the roof, Jian Chen was startled, oh no, I must quickly put out the fire, otherwise, Uncle's room will burn to ashes. As soon as he finished thinking, he quickly got out of bed, but as he moved, his legs trembled weakly. Just like that, Jian Chen's entire body couldn't help but collapse to the ground. He was now no different from an old man. It was then that he suddenly realized, this is bad, after several days of unconsciousness, my whole body has become soft and weak. Looking at the shadow in front of me, this blue must be water elemental energy. I must reach it. At the same time, Tianju kicked open the door from outside and rushed in, yelling, Jian Chen, run. The house is on fire. Seeing Jian Chen, he was startled, brother, I'll come save you. Don't worry. Tianju then carried him away. Jian Chen was startled and shouted loudly, hey, no. Wait for me a moment. Outside, everyone was surprised. Tianju, what happened? Why did your room suddenly catch fire? Quickly put out the fire. Hurry, quickly bring water here. Leaving Jianchen sitting there, he said tiredly, I don't know either. I remember there was no fire in the house. Who started this fire anyway? Tianju then looked at Jianchen. Brother, could it be you? You don't want to say anything? He thought Jianchen wanted to end himself and cried, there are still many wives waiting for you, brother. Don't just die like that. Jianchen closed his eyes wearily. Don't worry, I won't do anything so foolish. Tianju was happy to hear this answer. That's more like it. My elder brother, from now on, in Yutsuan village, you and I will mess around together. From behind, Tu Feng appeared without anyone knowing and said indifferently, I think you little brat need another beating. Tianju was startled. Dad, the burnt room has nothing to do with Jianchen. Tu Feng hit Tianju hard on the head. Nonsense. I knew you little brat wouldn't have the guts to do it. Why aren't you going to fetch water with everyone to put out the fire? This stinky brat, he said indignantly, firefighting is firefighting. Why are you hitting me, Dad? On this side, everyone was shouting, hurry up. Quickly come put out the fire. Where's the water? Why isn't it here yet? Everyone, move faster. Tu Feng looked at Jianchen worriedly. Are you all right? Jianchen guiltily admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, uncle. It was because I couldn't control my power just now. Once I recover, I'll help you build a new house. Tu Feng then said, no need for that. It's also a good chance to get that kid to exercise a bit, otherwise, he'd just stay inside all day. Then he looked at Jianchen. Can you stand up? My father wants to meet you for a bit. Quickly following Tu Feng to the location, Jianchen respectfully said, I apologize for disturbing your rest late at night, senior. Jianchen is truly sorry. Old Tu said nothing. Instead, he handed a small wooden box to Jianchen. Looking at him, Old Tu said calmly, little brother, take this medicinal pill. This can help you recover from the injuries inside your body. As soon as he opened it and saw the item inside, Jianchen was immediately stunned and gaped. Is it a high-grade divine light elixir? Then he returned it to him. Old senior, I dare not accept such a precious item. Please take it back. Old Tu smiled kindly. This item is useless to me. It just so happens that it can help improve your condition. Hurry and use it to recover from your injuries soon. Seeing him so generous, Jianchen also felt embarrassed and stammered, unsure how to refuse this. Old Tu then said coldly, don't make excuses. You still have to help my grandson build a new room, right? Jianchen then had a thought. It seems this old elder's intention is. Finally, he no longer refused. Then, I thank you in advance, senior. Old Tu smiled kindly and stroked his beard. Little brother, there's no need to be so cautious. Actually, I just want to find a friend for my grandson. In these deep mountains, there aren't many children his age. Jianchen now relaxed his guard. Old senior is truly benevolent. Even without the elixir, I had intended to become brothers with Tianju. Old Tu then said, all right, go get some rest tomorrow, okay? This old man wants to rest too. Jianchen quickly replied, yes, sir. After speaking, Jianchen quickly left. Now, only Old Tu remained, sitting silently in the empty room. Then he finally spoke up, Farmer, this time, we've truly found a treasure. Tu Feng quickly came out, Father, could it be that you've seen through that Jianchen? Old Tu looked out at the sky and pondered, that kid is definitely no ordinary person. The next morning, after a good rest, he felt more refreshed. At this moment, Tianju spoke up, Jianchen, are your injuries better? Jianchen happily and quickly replied, many thanks to your father for giving me the elixir. My injuries are much better now. Tianju then happily took his hand, that's great. Let's go, I'll take you to explore this place. Jianchen then said, brother, wait a moment, I have something I want to ask you. Tianju continued, why be so polite? Just call me Tianju or Little Fatty. Jianchen quickly replied, all right, Little Fatty, I have a few very important things I need to ask you. Tianju happily said, go ahead. He quickly asked, first, where are we? Second, do you know where Saga City is? And third, how long does it take to get to Saga City from here? Tianju replied, our village is called Changgu Village. It's surrounded by mountains on all sides, protecting the village. The mountains are very steep and difficult to climb, and there's only one narrow path leading outside. According to him, this small village is home to over 100 households, with about 600 people living isolated from the outside world. The small mountain valley is deep within the Million Mountains, and outside the valley, there are many powerful and extremely dangerous magical beasts. Tianju then said with a genuine smile, I've never left the village, so I really don't know which Saga City you're talking about, nor do I know how long it would take to get there. Jianchen didn't doubt him, so that's how it is. Then he suddenly became happy. That's right, you can go ask your father, he probably knows. Jianchen then said, Little fatty, if your father can cross the great mountains to the outside world, isn't he the most powerful person in the village? Tianju replied, Of course. Not only does my father teach martial arts to everyone in the village, but he also often catches fierce magical beasts for everyone to eat. All the villagers revere him. Jianchen was slightly pleased. If he's that powerful, then your grandfather must be much more capable, right? Tianju looked bewildered. I don't know either. My grandfather either fishes or farms all day and never leaves the village. Then Tianju looked towards the mountain and asked, Jianchen, the outside world is vast, it must be very interesting, right? Both fell silent for a moment, and Jianchen immediately fell into deep thought. Then he said, Indeed, the outside world is vast and interesting, but also very cruel. To survive there, you must have strong power. At this moment, a voice rang out, Brother Tianju, are you two here? Tianju looked at the girl. Luor, why are you here? Luor softly said, Brother Tianju, I came here to pick wild berries. Jianchen secretly speculated, it seems these two are definitely a couple. Jianchen suddenly remembered Lan Ying, wondering how Miss Lan was doing now. Before leaving, he had given her the king's soldiers of the Shi family and the Jiedu family. The spatial ring he left for her also contained a life-saving item. Immediately after, he frowned and resolved, I must quickly find a way to restore my cultivation. After the two left, Jianchen now sat alone at a large tree nearby. He silently focused intently, allowing himself to clearly sense the auras around him. At this moment, a leaf from the tree suddenly fell. Following his instincts, he accurately caught the leaf. Looking at the leaf in his hand, he couldn't help but be satisfied. It seems this time, amidst misfortune, I found a blessing and gained new power. Now, Jianchen mumbled to himself for a while. Based on the records on the Violet Azure Sword manual, this kind of power must be divine sense. Now I can rely on my spiritual consciousness to accurately sense the aura of all living beings within a 10,000-meter radius. He looked up at the high sky and said to himself, including the power of the elements floating between heaven and earth. Immediately after, Jianchen summoned something incredibly large in front of him. Stroking the object in front of him, Jianchen then reassured himself, at least I have a way to save my life now. He looked towards his sword, I must find a way to repair this divine weapon. Otherwise, at the same time, a voice rang out, Master. Quickly putting the object away, he looked around vigilantly, then said loudly, Who's there? Pausing for a moment, Jianchen wondered, could it be a hallucination from being too tired? The voice rang out again, Master, we are here. This startled him. Violet Azure Sword Spirits, is that you? Are you talking to me? The two streams of light flew out from Jianchen's body. Master, we can finally speak with you. Looking at the two figures, one male and one female, Jianchen was stunned. Are you two the Violet Azure Sword Spirits? The young man in purple clothes quickly replied, That's right, Master, I am Ziying, and she is Qing Suo. Jianchen was secretly astonished. Although he had known early on that the Violet Azure Sword Spirits were two spirit entities, he never expected them to be able to materialize into human form within his body. He couldn't help but say, I didn't expect us to be able to meet this way. Could it be that your powers have started to recover? Ching Suo continued, "No, Master, we are still very weak now. We only relied on the five-colored divine stone absorbed earlier. Just now, we used our power to materialize and speak." He immediately recalled, "It seems that was an unexpected joy. You can just call me Jian Chen. I'm not used to being called master by others." Ziying replied, "We have long recognized you as our master. Now, you are the master of Ziying and Qing Suo." Jian Chen then stated his guess, "That's right, did I come to this world because of you too?" He recounted, "I remember at that time I was indeed shot through the heart by Dugu Qiubai. I thought I had died then." Hearing this, Qing Suo's expression suddenly became flustered. She said, That. Ziying was honest, "That's right, originally Master was severely injured. To protect Master's life, we forcefully broke open a spatial rift, intending to take Master to another planet. However, an accident occurred, a yin-yang error, which is why we came to this planet." He was surprised. "What kind of accident?" He added, "When entering the spatial rift, Qing Suo encountered spatio-temporal chaos and lost most of her spiritual power, which is why we didn't reach our originally intended planet." Finally, Jian Chen understood, "So that's how it is." Qing Suo showed clear remorse. She said, "Master, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault." Jian Chen immediately patted her head and reassured her, "It's all right, no need to apologize. This isn't your fault." After a pause, Jian Chen continued, "Besides, without you too, I wouldn't have known about such a miraculous world, nor would I have such a brilliant life." Then Jian Chen asked Ziying, "By the way, how can you two quickly recover to your best state?" He shook his head, "Master, on this planet, we cannot recover to our peak state. The heaven and earth Yuan Qi here is too weak." Qing Suo added, "However, if Master can find a five-colored divine stone, a treasure of that caliber, it could, on the contrary, allow us to recover a bit faster." Jian Chen was happy, understood. He looked at his weapon again and said, "Oh right, my divine weapon is broken. Is there still a way to continue cultivating the power of a saint?" Ziying pondered, "Master, with a special method, you can still cultivate the power of a saint, but I do not recommend that Master continue to do so." He asked in surprise, "Why?" He replied, "Because it's too weak." It was like a bolt from the blue. Jian Chen asked again in surprise, What? Too weak?" Tan Tak then added, "That's right, it's too weak. Master, we can help you cultivate the power of chaos." He was surprised, "The power of chaos? What kind of power is that?" Ziying explained, "The power of chaos is the greatest power in the universe. All powerful individuals on this planet dream of cultivating that power." Jian Chen wondered and asked, "So how do I cultivate that power?" Tan Tak happily said, "Master, the yin-yang duality in our bodies is also transformed from the power of chaos. Therefore, we can transform any primordial energy in heaven and earth into the power of chaos." Ziying also added, "Master, the two king weapons in your hands both possess considerable power." Tan Tak interjected, "Give those two king weapons to us, and we will refine the power of chaos within them for Master to use." Immediately after, Jian Chen scratched his head and gave a helpless laugh. "I thought those two things were useless, so I gave them to someone else already." Hearing him say this, both of them were stunned and bewildered, not knowing how to reply. After that, Jian Chen quickly summoned the demonic beast he had tamed. This is a fifth-tier demonic beast, the iron-armored beetle. Not stopping there, he raised his hand and simultaneously formed a seal, striking hard into the air several times. A strong wind immediately rose, and an aura formed around Jian Chen along with it. At the same time, beneath the grass, a powerful pressure began to emerge. As soon as the iron-armored beetle felt that power, it immediately reacted. Its entire body grew larger and charged with its power directly towards that strange inner force. A loud sound echoed. Jian Chen stood there, intently watching the iron-armored beetle. Seeing it like that, he was satisfied. "It seems this time I've truly turned misfortune into a blessing, becoming much stronger." Upon hearing this, Tu Fong couldn't help but ask, what method did you use? After losing your saint weapon, you shouldn't have any power at all, right? Jianchen waved his hand at the grass. He then added, I used the elemental energy of heaven and earth to manifest it. Looking at the deep hole Jianchen had made in front of him, Tu Fong exclaimed in surprise, I truly didn't expect this. After that, he asked, Senior, are you planning to go out into the outside world? He honestly replied, my father told me to go. He was afraid you might encounter danger, so he asked me to check on you. But it seems my father worried too much. Although you lost your saint weapon, your inherent strength is much greater than before. Tu Fong then surmised, you asking me this, do you want to leave the village, right? Jianchen frowned and said, that's right, I still have very important matters to attend to. Tu Fong turned his back, then first, let's go see my father. If the old man thinks you're fine, then I'll send you off. Jianchen respectfully said, thank you, Senior. On this side, as soon as old Tu saw Jianchen, he said, Kid, come with me to the cornfield this afternoon. Thien Tru immediately interjected. Grandpa, my brother isn't fully recovered yet. How can he do heavy work? Let me call some of the younger people in the village to help you, okay? But at this moment, Jianchen did not refuse. He just stood there and obediently replied, yes. Old Tu unhappily looked at Tu Fong, you better manage your kid. Tu Fong calmly replied, isn't it because you spoil him? He frowned and asked again in a cold voice, what did you say? Immediately after that, Jianchen and old Tu went to the cornfield with hoes, as he had said earlier. Jianchen observed his surroundings as he walked. As a second-generation person, this was his first time holding a hoe and going to the fields. It felt very strange. Seeing his silence, old Tu asked with a slight dissatisfaction, do you feel that your noble status and carrying a hoe on your shoulder are beneath you? Jianchen immediately replied, no, it's not. This junior just finds it a novel experience. He secretly thought, I don't want to tell Senior, but I've been thinking about whether I should buy a hoe later and turn it into a divine weapon. Old Tu said, all right then. Remember that a person's original intention is the most important. Only with a kind heart can you reach the peak. As soon as Jianchen heard him say this, he immediately replied seriously, this junior will definitely remember that. Then he scooped some water and splashed it on the ground, asking, little one, on the heaven origin continent, when a master reaches the Saint King stage, they all choose to live in seclusion and rarely go out. Do you know why? Jianchen secretly thought, listening to the village chief's words, could he be a Saint King master? He immediately replied, is it to escape the mundane world, to escape the temptations of power and money, right? Old Tu said again, no. Humans cannot avoid desires. What makes people obey can only be the rules set by the strong. He was surprised. So which master set these rules for those in the Saint King realm? Old Tu then said, You've got it wrong. The one who set the rules for the Saint King realm is heaven and earth itself. Hearing this, Jianchen was a little surprised and quickly asked him, heaven and earth? Old Tu explained, when a person reaches the Saint King realm, heaven and earth will create a rule, and this rule is called the 5 declines of heaven and man. According to him, the 5 declines of heaven and man will manifest in 5 different ways. Hair will dry and turn yellow like grass, the body will wither like plants, blood within the body will evaporate, the internal organs will be burned, and finally, the soul will perish, and both spirit and form will be destroyed. After a pause, he added, the 5 declines of heaven and man are the rules suppressing the Saint King realm. They aim to prevent their power from committing heinous crimes. Now, he couldn't help but exclaim, so there's such a rule for the Saint King realm. Old Tu listened and then advised, little one, I see that you are no ordinary person. I hope you maintain your original intention. Don't go down a path of no return. Jianchen respectfully said, thank you for your guidance, Senior. This junior will certainly remember it. After saying a few words, he turned and left. Tomorrow noon, I'll have Tu Fong take you. From now on, you must be careful in everything you do. Jian Chen respectfully said, "Thank you, senior." Meanwhile, Mo Yun was still causing trouble outside the Lan family's door. "You, surnamed Lan, quickly hand over your granddaughter to be my maid. I might let your Lan family have a way out, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Inside, Lan Ming told his granddaughter, "Child, quickly take what Jian Chen gave you and escape through the secret passage." Lan Ning frowned and made up her mind, "Grandpa, I won't run away from the Lan family alone." Lan Ming immediately said, "Silence. Quickly retrieve the king's weapon. That item must absolutely not be seen by others." Mo Yun then loudly declared, "Old man Lan, if you have no regard for dignity, then don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately struck out a palm towards the Lan family grandfather and granddaughter. But just as that palm strike was unleashed, a protective barrier appeared and successfully blocked it. However, that barrier didn't last long, it instantly shattered. The palm strike then forcefully descended upon the Lan family's home, creating a cracking sound followed by a loud reverberation. The palm print left a large mark on the ground. Lan Ming fearfully pulled his granddaughter back behind him. Lan Ning was scared. She thought to herself, "Young Master Jian Chen, I no longer have a way to fulfill the agreement between us." Mo Yun looked down scornfully, "You, surnamed Lan, you old man really don't know what's good for you." Lan Ming also didn't give up. "Clan head Mo Yun, if you spare my granddaughter's life today, my Lan family is willing to submit to you." Mo Yun laughed loudly and then said, "All right then, if your granddaughter becomes my concubine, I might reconsider." At the same time, Lan Ming flared up with rage and shouted loudly, "You bastard! I'll fight you to the death." Afterwards, Lan Ming charged forward to fight Mo Yun, but a palm strike he unleashed was quickly dodged by Mo Yun. Not stopping there, he immediately used a palm strike of his own, hitting Lan Ming hard in the stomach, startling him. Lan Ning, standing below, couldn't help but worry and shouted loudly, "Grandpa!" On this side, Lan Ming was sent flying into the wall, completely powerless and drained of all strength. Lan Ning quickly ran over, "Grandpa, Grandpa!" Lan Ming used what little strength he had to persuade her, "Granddaughter, run away quickly. Don't worry about me." Mo Yun then immediately said, "Where is the sixth-stage demonic beast cub?" Lan Ning quickly replied, "Don't ever dream of finding little white tiger in this lifetime." Immediately after, he became extremely angry at her answer. Mo Yun then channeled his internal energy and shouted loudly, "Go to hell." Seeing his granddaughter about to be in danger, Lan Ming couldn't help but shout in fear, "No!" Mo Yun's aura erupted powerfully. He seemed to want to kill them first and then search for the item since he couldn't interrogate anything from them. But at this moment, after the smoke and dust gradually cleared, Mo Yun was immediately startled and bewildered. Lan Ning stood there, huddled in fear, but she was completely unharmed. Looking at the situation before her, Lan Ning secretly speculated, "Is this the treasure young Master Jian Chen left behind, saving my life again?" He said excitedly, "A king's weapon. It's a king's weapon. That little bastard Jian Chen actually left a king's weapon with you? The king's weapon is now mine, Mo Yun's." But just as he was about to touch it, a hand quickly grabbed his wrist. Mo Yun growled, "Who is it? Who dares to stop me from taking the king's weapon?" Jian Chen exerted more force on his hand and threatened, "It seems I went easy on you last time." As soon as he saw him, he was startled and couldn't help but exclaim, "Jian Chen, is that you?" No sooner had he spoken than Jian Chen immediately threw his opponent far away, terrifying him. Quickly helping Lan Ning up, he said gently, "Miss Lan, I'm late." Lan Ning was overjoyed to the point of tears, "I thought you were dead." Jian Chen whispered, "Sorry, it took a bit of time to deal with those Sky Saint Masters." Lan Ming heard this and was secretly startled. "What? Deal with them? Could it be that this brat has already killed the Sky Saint Masters?" Mo Yun then said, "Jian Chen, I never thought you'd escape from the encirclement of the 4 Sky Saint Masters." Then he said contemptuously, "However, I, Mo Yun, had already thought of this point. And I've prepared a trump card for you." At the same time, a loud explosion rang out, and he said smugly, Jian Chen, just you wait. The 4 Sky Saint Masters will soon be here to kill you. This time, you have nowhere to run. Jian Chen calmly asked back, run? Why should I run? Mo Yun explained, with no Saint Kings, the strongest in the world are the Sky Saint Masters. When the 5 of us Sky Saints work together against you, I don't believe you can escape. Jian Chen began to channel his internal energy. You're wrong. There aren't 5 Sky Saint Masters at all. Because the 4 of them are already dead. These words were uttered with a gloomy tone, like a demon king from hell passing judgment. Of course, Mo Yun didn't want to believe it. How ridiculous. You're just an Earth Saint Master, what nonsense are you spouting? He immediately channeled his internal energy. Our last fight was just due to my carelessness. Mo Yun started flying rapidly everywhere. This time, I'll show you just how vast the difference between an Earth Saint Master and a Sky Saint Master is. As soon as Lan Ming saw Mo Yun channeling his internal energy, he panicked, Brother Jian Chen, run. But on the contrary, he calmly stood there, staring intently at him, seeking death. Now, Mo Yun was still flying erratically above Jian Chen's head, while he calmly stood there. At this moment, Jian Chen finally made his move. He channeled his internal energy and unleashed a single slash, sending that energy tens of thousands of miles away. There seemed to be a blade in the air, so sharp it cut through Mo Yun's body, startling him. No! Now, lying flat on the ground, he still asked in a daze, no, it can't be. Where did you get the strength to injure a Sky Saint Master? Looking at Jian Chen in front of him, Mo Yun was now terrified. Could it be that you're already a Sky Saint Master? He lay beside his 2 severed, bloody legs, utterly terrified. Elders of the Shi family, the Jie family, save me. At the same time, Jian Chen continued his attack with a downward strike, leaving Mo Yun gaping in astonishment. He looked at his opponent with a cold voice and calmly said, if you missed them that much, then I suppose I'll have to grant your wish. Then Jian Chen looked at Lan Ming, Patriarch Lan, I have involved your Lan family. Now he said nothing, secretly horrified, what did I just witness? An Earth Saint Master killing a Sky Saint Master with a single sword stroke? Lan Ming happily chattered, Grandpa, young Master Jian Chen is talking to you. Lan Ming put on a sentimental expression, oh, Jian Chen, my young brother, there's no need to blame yourself. Originally, our Lan family had a good relationship with you. This was our choice, so how could we blame you? Then he happily said, come on, today we must have a delicious meal together to celebrate your safe return. The next day, Jian Chen finally led Lan Ming back to Tianju's village. Everyone was still in the cornfield. As soon as Tianju saw him, he happily ran over, brother, you're back. Did you bring any delicious food for me? Jian Chen happily tossed him a large bag. These are specialties from Saga City. Try them and see if they suit your taste. While eating a pastry, Tianju looked at Lan Ming, brother, is this your wife and pet? She blushed in embarrassment, not yet. Tianju stared at her blankly and then asked, then when will it be? Jian Chen couldn't help but hit him, nonsense. This is Miss Lan from Saga City, and this is the little white tiger I found in the forest. Tianju asked again, so, are you back to stay or planning to leave again? Jian Chen replied, I came back for this very reason. Can I meet your grandpa or your father? After that, Tianju quickly ran into old Xiu's room to report, Grandpa, Dad, Jian Chen is back. As soon as he saw him, the old man was surprised, Jian Chen, why have you returned? Then Jian Chen presented the little white tiger and introduced, this is a young magical beast I found outside. As soon as he saw the white tiger, old Xiu was stunned in shock, his eyes wide, unable to speak a word. Jian Chen spoke up, village chief, what's wrong? He secretly groaned, could it be that the village chief recognized this little guy as a 6th-tier magical beast cub? Then he told his grandson, Tianju, go to the fields and work. He obediently complied, yes. As soon as the person left, old Xiu raised his hand and opened a barrier around them. The entire room was now enveloped by internal energy, no sound could possibly escape. Then old Xiao asked him, Jian Chen, tell this old man the truth, where did you find this heavenly winged divine tiger? Jian Chen was secretly surprised, this senior actually knows about the heavenly winged divine tiger? He then added, I wouldn't dare hide it from you, senior. This is how I obtained it. Jian Chen then respectfully said, Village Chief, I've returned this time specifically to ask for your help with this matter, senior. Old Xiao immediately continued, you want to let this girl and the little white tiger live in our village? Jian Chen was honest, yes, it's truly very dangerous for Miss Lan and this little white tiger out there. Old Xiao then said, Jian Chen, I wonder if you know that this heavenly winged divine tiger hasn't fully grown yet. Later, it could even cause the humans of our Tianyuan continent to fall into turmoil. Lan Ning stroked the little white tiger's head and said, Old man, it's very obedient. I've been raising it for a few days now, and it's never bitten me. Jian Chen then added, that's right, village chief. Moreover, its father tiger was killed by the king of the Jin Li Jian clan. Its mother tiger was severely injured. When this little white tiger grows up, it will only want to return to avenge the Jin Li Jian clan, it won't harm us humans. Old Xiao no longer refused, all right, if that's what you say, then this old man, will have to agree. Tu Feng, take Jian Chen and the others into the village and arrange good lodging for them. Tu Feng quickly replied, yes. Watching their departing figures, he secretly mused, it won't be long until they come here looking for the heavenly winged divine tiger. It seems I must find a way to strengthen the village's defenses. Old Xiao held his head and sighed in distress, Jian Chen, you must grow up quickly, otherwise, this old man, won't be able to protect you anymore. Then old Xiao instructed his son, Tu Feng, take my divine token and quickly go to the Blood Sword sect. Deploy all scouts to gather information. Handing over the divine token, he carefully added, as soon as any strong experts of unknown origin appear, report it to me immediately. Tu Feng was surprised, Father, didn't you say you wouldn't use the Blood Sword sect anymore? Why this time? Old Xiao frowned, this matter is very important. Don't ask so many questions, go immediately. Tu Feng obediently complied, yes, son will depart immediately. On this side, Jian Chen was sitting alone in his room. Ziying, Qing Zhe, and the king's armaments have returned. Can you now help me cultivate the power of chaos? The two of them immediately appeared. Ziying spoke, of course we can, but we want to remind Master that because the world's elemental energy is very weak. Qing Zhe also added, it may take a lot of elemental energy to cultivate even a single strand of chaotic power. Therefore, Master's future cultivation will be much more difficult. Jian Chen smiled cheerfully, it's fine. Later, when I have enough strength, I'll go find more king's armaments. Speaking of which, he chuckled faintly, after all, Shi Xiangyan and Jie de Wukong, those two guys have very thick wallets. Then Jian Chen looked at them and said, so, how should I start now? Qing Zhe and Ziying began to transmit their internal energy into Jian Chen. She said, Master, close your eyes and focus your mind. As soon as he entered that spiritual force, he was surprised, is this the power of chaos? Qing Zhe reminded him from outside, Master, quickly circulate it from the sword field to thoroughly refine this chaotic power and turn it into your own strength. Finally, 2 Shurchen later, which is 4 hours, Jian Chen's entire body was now enveloped in a black mist. He felt a very strange, dark cell within his body. Jian Chen looked at it and wondered, Ziying, Qing Zhe, is this truly the power of chaos? Ziying replied, that's right, Master, this is the initial form of chaotic power. Jian Chen was extremely surprised and asked, the initial form? What does that mean? Qing Zhe also added, Master, this is the weakest form of chaotic power. Its might is not even 1/10,000th of its true power. Because the energy within the king's armaments is too little, it's fundamentally not enough to cultivate true chaotic power. Jian Chen was surprised and asked himself, the fluctuation in this kind of energy isn't even true chaotic power? If so, how great would its true power be? Ziying then said, "Oh, that's right, Master, the cultivation techniques on this continent are not suitable for cultivating chaotic power. Later, you should cultivate the violet-green sword field, that would be better." Jianchen quickly agreed, "Okay." But it seemed Qing Zhe still had something on her mind. Her face briefly showed a hint of unhappiness. Qing Zhe then finally said, "Master, the violet-green sword field is divided into 3 volumes, upper, middle, and lower. Previously, you only used the upper volume and haven't cultivated the other 2. If you want to soar through the heavens and delve into the earth, you must find those 2 volumes." Jianchen was surprised. "What? There are 2 more volumes? Didn't the 2 of you have all of them?" He then asked, "Do you 2 know where to find them?" Qing Zhe replied, "I'm sorry, Master, we can no longer sense the location of those 2 volumes." Ziying replied, "Master, there's still plenty of time later. Even if those 2 volumes were here now, Master wouldn't be able to cultivate them." Jianchen was a bit disheartened. He said, "Never mind, I'll take it one step at a time then. Ziying, Qing Zhe, you 2, quickly go back, let me continue cultivating." Both replied in unison, "Understood, Master." On this side, the surrounding air was extremely quiet, and the sunlight was still shining all around, very warm. Inside, Jianchen's eyes showed a sharp glint again. He frowned, staring intently ahead. Immediately after, Jianchen circulated his internal energy everywhere, causing strong winds to scatter. Quickly standing up, he said delightedly, "I've truly reached the Sky Saint Master level." Circulating his internal energy again, Jianchen now began to enter a higher realm of his cultivation. Now, the entire village was covered by a massive layer of internal energy. It seemed Old Tu had strengthened the protective barrier. Jianchen stood by the window, looked outside, and said again, "I've found it." Afterwards, Jianchen quickly flew to the cornfield where everyone worked daily. Tianzhu saw him and delightedly said, "Jianchen, isn't the view from above beautiful?" Jianchen replied, "Xiao Pan, if you cultivate diligently, you can fly like me too." He laughed foolishly, "I don't know. I heard my dad say he only reached the Sky Saint Master realm at 56. I'm only 21 now, so it'll take another 20 or 30 years to do it." Jianchen encouraged him, "Xiao Pan, don't think like that. You're not bad at all right now. In the outside world, not many people your age can reach Great Saint Master." "Really? Jianchen, is my strength truly formidable in the outside world?" He then said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Take me to your father, I have something to discuss with the village chief." Tianzhu happily replied, "Okay." Then, both happily went to Old Tu's room. Tianzhu loudly said, "Grandpa, I've brought Jianchen to see you." Upon seeing him, Jianchen respectfully bowed, "Village chief, I've received your care these past days. But it's time for this junior to leave this place." The elder didn't stop him, "Have a safe journey." Jianchen then said, "Village chief, have you never considered letting Fatty go out and gain experience?" He was startled, "Brother, don't say that, or my grandpa will beat me to death. A few years ago, I told him, but he beat me so badly I couldn't get out of bed for days." He then said, "Village chief, if he doesn't experience the hardships of the outside world, Xiao Pan's mindset won't mature. Although you care for Xiao Pan so much, precisely because of that, you need to think about helping Xiao Pan grow. You can't keep him in your embrace forever." Jianchen looked at his brother, "Xiao Pan, quickly speak your true thoughts, don't go against your heart anymore." As if encouraged, he quickly said, "Grandpa, from childhood until now, I've never known what the outside world is like. I want to see it with my own eyes." Tianzhu, who was usually timid, now spoke loudly, "Please allow me, Grandpa." Old Tu now sighed, all right, I was too stubborn. If you want to venture out there, then go." Tianzhu was delighted, "Grandpa, is it true? Do you really agree to let me venture out into the world, Grandpa?" Then he said, "Wait until you reach the Earth Saint Master level, then I'll tell your father to take you." As he ran after old two, he said, "Grandpa, from now on, I will diligently cultivate and quickly break through to Earth's Saint Master." Right after that, he happily looked at his brother, Jian Chen. "I really thank you." Jian Chen then encouraged him, "Cultivate well. Wait until you advance to Earth's Saint Master, then come find me." Tianzhu excitedly said, "All right." After giving his instructions, Jian Chen was flying in the air, searching for something. He pondered, "I wonder how the Jialan Kingdom is doing now. I need to return quickly." Jian Chen was a bit puzzled. "I've searched all around this area, but still haven't found any teleportation gates." His gaze fell upon the map in his hand. On it was written Xian Huang Kingdom. After a pause, he mused, "Could it be that Qin Ji has a connection to this Xian Huang Kingdom?" Jian Chen then quickly increased his speed. "I should go to this Xian Huang Kingdom and see." In the sky, his speed tore through the wind, even faster than the birds. Below, people walked leisurely, and the streets were bustling. At this moment, someone below pointed to the sky and said, "Look! That's the Sky Saint Master." Looking at him, they couldn't help but be excited. It must be wonderful to be able to fly. Jian Chen, of course, didn't hear their chatter. He secretly surmised, this must be the Xian Huang Kingdom. Looking ahead, Jian Chen said to himself, "I'll try my luck." With that, he headed towards the city wall, preparing to land. The two soldiers immediately saw him and shouted, "Who's that? Stop right there." Jian Chen then asked them, "Sirs, do you know anyone named Qin Ji?" The guard shouted loudly, "How dare you? Is the third prince's name something you can casually utter?" Jian Chen dodged, secretly surprised. "Qin Ji is actually a prince?" Immediately after, he presented the jade pendant. "I'm looking for the third prince, Qin Ji, about an urgent matter. Please go and inform him." As soon as the soldier saw the jade pendant, he was startled and exclaimed, "The Qin Emperor Jade?" Then he lowered his voice, "Young master, may I see this jade pendant for a moment?" Jian Chen calmly replied, "Of course." After that, the two of them spoke for a while, making Jian Chen wait. Then they respectfully said, "We did not know the esteemed guest's identity earlier and have offended you. Please tell us your name so we can inform him." He replied, "My name is Jian Chen." As soon as Qin Ji heard the soldier's report, he said, "Brother Jian Chen, you've actually come to visit me." Upon meeting, he spoke directly, "Brother Qin Ji, I've come here this time because I need your help." Qin Ji replied, "Brother Jian Chen, just tell me what you need help with. As long as it's within my power, I, Qin Ji, will not refuse." He said seriously, "Brother Qin Ji, I urgently need to go to a place called the Spatial Gate. I wonder if your Qin Huang Kingdom has such a spatial gate." He calmly said, "I thought it was something important." "Brother Jian Chen, you've come to the right place to find a spatial gate in my Qin Huang Kingdom. Because within 100,000 miles, apart from the mercenary city, only our Qin Kingdom has a spatial gate." He was stunned. "Brother Qin Ji, I'll have to trouble you with this. I hope I can borrow your spatial gate for a bit." Qin Ji replied, "Brother, don't worry, I can handle this. Let me go ask my imperial father first. It shouldn't be too difficult." Jian Chen respectfully said, "If that's the case, then thank you very much, Brother Qin Ji." After a pause, he added, "However, you should come back here in 3 days before using the spatial gate." He was surprised. "Why is that?" He happily said, "In 2 days is my imperial father's 50th birthday. I hope you can attend his grand birthday celebration as a friend. I wonder if you'd be willing." Jian Chen was delighted, "Of course." At the same time, a soldier entered to report, "Third Prince, young Master Qin Chang, Princess Qin Nak Bang, and County Princess Nam Fu are here to see you." Qin Ji secretly wondered in surprise, "Strange, what do they want with me?" Jian Chen, understanding the situation, asked, "Brother Qin Ji, should I step out for a moment?" Qin Ji recalled their past encounters. Whenever Huang Long met Jian Chen, it was always chaos. Thinking of this, Qin Ji chuckled to himself, "Miss Huang, this Qin will have to offend you then." Then he ordered the guards, let them in. He replied, understood. Then he told him, Brother Jian Chen, there's no deep affection between me and those three. Qing Ji smiled brightly and said, I think they rushed over here for you. Following the soldier's announcement, the three quickly entered after waiting outside for a while. Qing Chang spoke first upon entering, third brother, Chang'er came here to see you, why aren't you welcoming me? Qing Ji gave a faint smile, of course I welcome you. Come, sit down. Let's eat and talk. He secretly thought disdainfully, you three want to visit me? I've been in this imperial palace for over 20 years now. Then Qing Ji introduced, this is my good brother, Jian Chen, who is this year's champion of the Mercenary Guild tournament. The three exclaimed delightedly, this young brother is actually the champion? Young Master Jian Chen is indeed someone whose appearance cannot be judged. So you are Jian Chen, the head of the Mercenary Guild tournament? Before the three beauties, Jian Chen was indifferent but respectfully maintained etiquette. Princesses, you are being too kind. Jian Chen then looked at him and quietly said, Brother Qing Ji, what exactly are you trying to do? Qing Ji ate and delightedly said, quickly bring the food, don't keep the princesses waiting. The palace maid behind respectfully replied, understood. Nak Bang raised her glass, young Master Jian Chen, you've taken first place at the Mercenary Martial Arts Tournament. I toast to you, young Master. Jian Chen respectfully replied, my victory was merely luck. Nam Fu chimed in, is that so? How can a champion say it's just luck? Qing Chang also delightedly interrupted, that's right, it seems you're definitely more formidable than third brother. Qing Ji on this side chewed and secretly complained, I'm just eating a meal, and I'm still getting caught in the crossfire. Just then, a soldier entered to report again, young Master Kyo Han, you cannot enter Han Van Palace without the third prince's permission. Kyo Han caused a ruckus and shouted, get out of the way. What's my status? Why do I need to announce my visit to the third prince? The two soldiers, frightened, quickly knelt, third prince, forgive us, these humble servants dared not act. He quickly waved his hand and said, retreat, it's all right, I understand. Hearing this, both of them respectfully bowed, thank you, third prince, for not killing us. Qing Ji then asked, Kyo Han, why have you suddenly come to my Han Van Palace? He sneered and said, third prince, princesses, Kyo Han is here to discuss his majesty's birthday gifts. Then his gaze flickered towards Jian Chen, if I've caused any inconvenience, please forgive me. Nak Bang seemed uncomfortable, she unhappily clenched her hands on her thighs. Her eyes stared intently at him, Nak Bang seemed to despise this man greatly. Immediately, she stood up straight, and Kyo Han was also very surprised to see her react. Nak Bang coldly said, I've already prepared for my imperial father's grand birthday celebration, so there's no need to discuss anything. You should go back now. After speaking, she quickly went to Jian Chen's side. He silently watched Nak Bang. Kyo Han couldn't help but wonder, then asked, third prince, who is this person? Nak Bang frowned, clearly unhappy, this is young Master Jian Chen, he's third brother's friend. He stared intently at the young man, then frowned and said, how can the three esteemed princesses casually drink with a country bumpkin like him? Qing Ji couldn't sit still either, he shouted, Kyo Han, what do you mean by those words? Are you saying my friend, Qing Ji's friend, isn't worthy enough to drink with the three princesses here? Qing Chang also stood up. Kyo Han, it's not your place to tell us who we can drink with. Nanfu couldn't help but add, Kyo Han, you're too meddlesome. What we want to do is none of your business, is it? Qing Ji lost his patience and said, escort young Master Kyo Han out for me. Zhang Mao, standing nearby, respectfully replied, understood. Unconvinced, he waved his hand and loudly declared, I want to ask one thing, what's so great about this country bumpkin? Besides being a little taller than me, in terms of status, position, or power, what makes him equal to me? Then he pointed directly at the young man. Brat, I, Kyo Han, challenge you. Do you dare to accept? Qing Ji was so angry he stood up and slammed the table. Kyo-han, this is my Xingyun Palace, not a place for you to cause trouble. If you continue to be so disrespectful. Jian Chen quickly interjected, Brother Qing Ji, if this esteemed brother has challenged me, then I shall grant his wish. Qing Ji sighed and lowered his voice. My apologies, Brother Jian Chen, our Qin Huang nation has been disrespectful. Jian Chen then said, don't worry, I'll go easy on him. Qing Ji looked visibly flustered. Then thank you. Afterward, he casually said to Kyo-han, go on, make your move. Kyo-han pointed towards the door. Let's go outside to fight. It's too small in here, I don't want to damage the third prince's Xingyun Palace. Jian Chen, while eating, casually said, I'm too lazy to go somewhere else. Don't worry, for you. Then I won't damage anything on this table. Xiao Han lost his patience and then shouted, you fanatic, I'll make you pay. He still sat there, but this time, he unleashed a powerful internal force towards him. As fast as lightning, 2 large bloody holes appeared on his shoulder, making Xiao Han gasp in shock. It didn't stop there, he was sent flying all the way out the door, even though Sword Chen didn't lay a hand on him. Xiao Han was thrown back, his powerless body slamming hard against the stone pillar behind him. Nak Bang gasped in astonishment, Brother Sword Chen is that formidable? Qin Xuan was also amused. Amazing, truly amazing, Sword Chen. Brother, you're truly incredible. With just a pair of chopsticks, you defeated Xiao Han, who possesses the strength of a Grand Master. Nan Fu quickly walked up and hugged his arm, Sword Chen, you absolutely must teach me this skill. Qing Ji ordered Zhang Mao, quickly, take Xiao Han to get treated. She bowed respectfully. Thump. Then he looked towards him again, many thanks, Brother Sword Chen, for showing mercy. Sword Chen was surprised, Brother Qing Ji, where did this Xiao Han come from, and why does he dare to speak to a prince like you in such a way? According to Qing Ji's account, Xiao Han's identity was indeed a bit special. He said, his grandfather is the national grand tutor of our Qin Huang kingdom, a figure of extremely high status, respected by many. Even Father Emperor treats him as an equal. 5 years ago, Father Emperor was ambushed by assassins during an outing. Xiao Han's father used his own body to shield Father Emperor from a fatal sword strike from the enemy. Because of this, my Father Emperor also loves Xiao Han dearly and indulges him, which makes Xiao Han's status almost equal to that of us princes. Sword Chen was surprised and asked, what level of strength has Xiao Han's grandfather reached? At this, Qing Ji's expression turned grim. He said, a 5 Transcendence Heavenly Sky Saint Master. But Sword Chen, on the other hand, was indifferent and scornfully said, only 5 Transcendence. Finally, that day passed, and the next day, at the longevity banquet of the king of Qin Huang Kingdom. The palace maid inside respectfully said as soon as she saw the two, please enter, third prince. The Minister of Rights is looking for you. Sword Chen looked at him, Brother Qing Ji, if you have something to do, please go ahead. Don't worry about me. Qing Ji replied. Brother Sword Chen, then please find a place to rest for a bit. I need to go welcome some guests. He quickly replied, all right. Immediately after, Sword Chen found a spot quite far from Qing Ji and quickly sat down. As soon as his teacup was brought up, a scornful voice came through, what kind of cat or dog dares to come here? Sword Chen calmly said, your body seems fine, recovering quickly, I see. Xiao Han said coldly, today is His Highness's birthday, I didn't think you'd dare to show up. He didn't even look at Xiao Han's face, teasing him playfully, don't worry, I'm not interested in playing with children. Xiao Han gnashed his teeth in anger. He glared at him furiously, you. At the same time, the eunuch loudly announced to everyone, His Majesty has arrived. As soon as he entered, the officials on both sides bowed deeply, greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty lead our Qin Huang kingdom to prosperity and strength. King Qin entered and laughed heartily, excellent, excellent. Today is my 50th birthday. All of you who have come are my guests. Looking at the wooden box in his hand, Xiao Han thought gleefully, today, I'll make you lose face in front of the princesses. Looking toward Sword Chen, his face full of resentment, today, I'll get my revenge on you. Then he quickly presented his gift. Foster father, this is the gift I've prepared for you. Having said that, he finally handed the item to the eunuch nearby, who respectfully received it. King Qin looked at him happily. My foster son even knows how to give me gifts, truly filial. As soon as he looked at the item inside the box, he immediately gasped, this is. The bright pearl sparkled, nestled exquisitely inside the box. King Qin looked intently at him and said, Foster son, is this pearl perhaps the legendary Fire Cloud Pearl? The officials whispered amongst themselves, Xiao Han is indeed His Majesty's foster son, so filial. This Fire Cloud Pearl is equivalent to a 5th grade elixir. Not only that, if one carries the Fire Cloud Pearl, it can even prolong one's lifespan. Xiao Han knelt down flatteringly, that's right, foster father, your son expended a lot of effort to obtain this Fire Cloud Pearl. King Qin smiled with delight and then gently said, my good child, quickly stand up. He then added, foster father, yesterday I went to His Royal Highness the Third Prince to discuss your birthday banquet. Coincidentally, I met a friend of the Third Prince there. That friend also wants to present you with a grand gift today. Putting the pearl back into the box, King Qin said, there's such a thing? Then he turned to ask Qin Ji, third son, is your friend here today? He stammered, Imperial father, he. Qin Ji secretly grumbled, that damned Xiao Han. He's trying to cause trouble for brother Sword Chen. If I had known, I would have given Sword Chen some items from the treasury already. Xiao Han then continued his attack, foster father, your son just happened to meet Sword Chen. He's over there. Upon hearing him say this, the officials all stared intently at Sword Chen, everyone silently waiting. Qin Ji quickly thought, no, I must speak up for brother Sword Chen. It wouldn't be good if he got into trouble. Immediately after, he spoke up, Imperial father, yesterday brother Sword Chen had a slight disagreement with Xiao Han. But at this moment, Sword Chen quickly stepped forward and whispered, brother Qin Ji, don't worry, let me handle it. Then he also presented a wooden box, Your Majesty, I am Sword Chen, a friend of His Royal Highness the Third Prince. Today, I am fortunate to attend Your Majesty's grand birthday. Your humble servant has prepared this gift to offer you. Two officials below whispered, do you think that kid's item can compare to Xiao Han's Fire Cloud Pearl? How could it? The Fire Cloud Pearl is a 5th grade elixir. King Qin looked at him and then coldly said, little brother, you're too kind. What is this item? Sword Chen immediately reported with a smile, an 8th grade divine light elixir. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent, everyone speechless. Only King Qin's face turned ashen. He said, little brother, what did you just say? Sword Chen, standing below, heard this and happily repeated slowly, an 8th grade divine light elixir. Everyone was abuzz. An 8th grade divine light elixir can not only cure all toxins in the body, but also bring people back from the brink of death. That's right, the 8th grade divine light elixir is extremely rare on the Tianyuan continent. This is a true treasure that can save lives. Xiao Han immediately shouted, I don't believe it. How could a penniless nobody like him have an 8th grade divine light elixir? It must be a fake, a deception. Sword Chen immediately reported, Your Majesty, if you don't believe it, you can have someone examine it. King Qin then said to the eunuch beside him, summon the divine light Saint Master here. The eunuch quickly replied, yes, Your Majesty. After a moment, the person was quickly invited over. Dressed in white, he respectfully said, this humble servant, Yi Guanming, greets Your Majesty. How may I be of service? King Qin then said, this is a birthday gift from third son's friend. I hear it's an 8th grade divine light elixir. See if it's real or fake. Hearing this, he himself was stunned. What? At the same time, the eunuch had presented the item. As soon as the box was opened, Guanming quickly looked inside, and a brilliant light emanated from it. Xiao Han, standing behind, saw the elixir glowing and was himself dumbfounded. He was astonished. An 8th grade divine light elixir. This truly is a divine light elixir, Your Majesty. It really is an 8th grade divine light elixir. King Qin stroked his beard, unable to hide his delight. Good, very good. Then he said to him, Brother Jianchen, you've gone to great lengths. I will surely reward you handsomely today. Tell me, what do you want? He bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, Jianchen only wishes to be a friend to the third prince. If you truly wish to reward me, then please reward the third prince instead. King Qin looked at his son. Third son, you've made a good friend there. Qin Ji replied respectfully, Thank you, Father, for your praise. Then he quickly introduced, Father, Jianchen is also the champion of this year's martial arts competition. King Qin praised coldly, Brother Jianchen is indeed a rare genius. To be so young and yet become the champion of the martial arts competition. Your future is very bright. Third son, it's truly a great fortune for you to befriend Brother Jianchen. Hearing this, he also quickly and respectfully replied, Your son understands. Xiao Han was so furious his teeth gnashed. What war master? No matter who you are, I, Xiao Han, will definitely not let you live so easily. King Qin excitedly ordered immediately, begin the feast. Today is my birthday, so there is no need to adhere to strict etiquette. We thank your Majesty for your grace. At the same time, a voice rang out, Xiao Han, it's His Majesty's grand birthday, and you're sitting there drinking alone? Chat Jiao walked over, laughing heartily. I heard that you, young man, pursued Princess Yubing yesterday and got beaten? As soon as he heard this, he put on a wronged expression. Uncle Mu Chat Jia, you must do something for me. He teased with a smile, do something? Do what? If you want to marry Princess Yubing, you must have His Majesty's consent. Xiao Han frowned and said coldly, It's not about that, Uncle Mu Chat Jia. I know my place with Princess Yubing. It's that yesterday I wasn't just beaten, I was even humiliated. Chat Jiao was so angry his teeth gnashed, and he quickly asked, What? Who dared to humiliate you? Then he looked towards Jianchen. Uncle Mu Chat Jia, it was that Jianchen. Xiao Han angrily said, Uncle, please help me teach him a lesson. Otherwise, I, Xiao Han, will find it hard to swallow this insult. Chat Jia replied, Xiao Han, it's not that I don't want to help you. I heard that Jianchen is not only a friend of the third prince but also the champion of the martial arts competition. He paused for a moment then continued, moreover, he now has His Majesty's admiration. If I act against him, I'm afraid it might displease His Majesty. Xiao Han, not understanding the situation, said, Uncle Mu Chat Jia, how old is he? He must have used some trick or gotten lucky to earn the title of War Master. You can challenge him in front of all the imperial officials, then humiliate him thoroughly. As for His Majesty, my grandfather will naturally help you with that. Chat Jia then agreed, all right, as it happens, I also want to test his strength and see just how formidable this War Master truly is. Having said that, he stepped forward, bowed, and said loudly, Your Majesty, I, your servant Mu Chat Jia, have a request. King Qin looked at him and asked coldly, What is it, Mu Chat Jia? Chat Jia respectfully said loudly, This humble servant wishes to compete with War Master Jianchen. Consider it a performance during your Majesty's grand birthday celebration, a gift to wish you longevity. I beg your Majesty to grant permission. Hearing this, King Qin was momentarily stunned. He silently pondered for a long while. Then, King Qin quickly introduced, Brother Jianchen, this is Mu Chat Jia, the commander of the Imperial Guards. Do you wish to compete with him? He quickly stepped forward, If Commander Mu Chat Jia wishes to compete with me, then I will perform a demonstration with the commander, also as a birthday gift for your Majesty. King Qin clapped his hands in satisfaction, Excellent, excellent. If that's the case, then everyone, let's go outside and enjoy the performance of these two gentlemen. Immediately, everyone now moved to the arena, staring intently at the two. Chat Jia looked at him and said, Brother Jianchen, feel free to pick any weapon from behind. Immediately after, he used his inner force from a distance to snap a dry branch from above. The branch was tiny, but Jian Qin indeed intended to use it as a weapon. Holding the branch out in front of him, Jian Qin said loudly, "Commander Muchat Jia, let's begin." Seeing his attitude, he gnashed his teeth in anger. "Jian Qin, what is the meaning of this?" Jian Qin calmly replied, "Commander Muchat Jia, I have no intention of insulting you. We are not enemies in a life-and-death struggle, it's just a willow branch." Immediately after, Chat Jia quickly threw his weapon aside. He was able to skillfully throw the item precisely into its designated spot. The clang of weapons echoed in the air. Then, Chat Jia turned to the person next to him and said, "Eunuch, please give me a wooden spear." Through his actions, he secretly evaluated, it seems Muchat Jia is also an upright and honorable man. The new weapon was brought over, and Chat Jia quickly channeled his internal energy, then shouted, "Jian Qin, here I come." Even as he charged, he merely stood there calmly, showing no signs of retaliation. Immediately after, he finally channeled his internal energy and brought the branch forward in front of him. And just like that, in an instant, a massive surge of internal energy was unleashed towards Chat Jia. He looked towards him, startled and bewildered. What? Looking back at his hand, his large wooden staff had somehow been broken by this internal energy. Immediately after, he regained his composure and couldn't help but exclaim in distress, "This is bad." Then, that energy surged straight towards Chat Jia, forcing him to block it with both hands in front of him. But strangely, the seemingly oppressive internal energy didn't harm Chat Jia in the slightest, which utterly astonished him. Chat Jia then bowed respectfully, "Many thanks for your guidance, brother Jian Qin." Jian Qin wasn't arrogant because of this. "Commander Muchat Jia, you're too polite. It was just a small game. If it were a life-and-death battle, I wouldn't have won." King Qin on this side couldn't help but be curious. "Holy Master, could you assess the capabilities of this young brother Jian Qin for me?" Guangming quickly replied, "Yes, your majesty." Immediately after, he channeled his internal energy and flew over, loudly saying, "Jian Qin, let this old man fight you." Now, the two of them stared intently at each other. Guangming hadn't expected Jian Qin to be stronger than he imagined. Immediately after, Guangming channeled his internal energy and quickly lunged towards Jian Qin, carrying a few hints of murderous intent. Once again, he raised the wooden stick high and then shouted, "Old senior, be careful." Guangming's martial arts were profound. He immediately clapped his hands together forcefully. Looking at the surge of internal energy Jian Qin unleashed, Guangming simultaneously shouted, "Break for me." Then, he stood before the aura he emitted, struggling a bit to retaliate. After seeing his hand bleeding, he was a little bewildered. What kind of skill is this, exactly? Why do I feel a trace of the world's primeval energy? Guangming then channeled his internal energy, holding a weapon summoned from internal energy in his hand. After a moment, he quickly flew straight up, aiming for Jian Qin and attacking. But unlike Guangming's urgency, he calmly stared intently at his opponent. Jian Qin raised the withered branch into the air, all the surrounding energy was absorbed through him. Guangming watched in shock and exclaimed, "Controlling the world's primeval energy. You've actually managed to control the world's primeval energy." On this side, the other Grand Ministers were also stunned, controlling the divine power of the world's primeval energy. Has he reached the heavenly controller Holy Master realm? Qing Ji stood beside them, utterly astonished. How can this be? Has brother Jian Qin actually broken through to the heavenly controller Holy Master realm? King Qin looked at Jian Qin, confused. Is he really only young on the outside? Immediately after, Guangming continued to charge, "Young brother Jian Qin, be careful." Fire Pine Cloud Sword, Heavenly Fire Slash. However, standing before him, he remained completely calm and unperturbed, his face showing no change in expression. Jian Qin channeled his internal energy, then shouted, "Heavenly Realm Battle Banner of the Gods." An aura thus condensed together. The moment Jian Qin unleashed this attack, a huge explosion quickly rang out, and smoke billowed everywhere. Appearing in the air was a colossal pillar of light energy, its fierce explosive power radiating in all directions. In an instant, its spiritual energy expanded, reaching towards the palace. The people in red robes were fleeing from the scattered energy rays in the air, urging each other, "Run quickly, retreat immediately. Protect His Majesty the King." From the center of that pillar of light, Guan Ming suddenly suggested, "Jian Chen, let's fight up there." Jian Chen readily agreed, "All right." Following that, Guan Ming soared high into the sky, and the pillar of light gradually dissipated. Next was Jian Chen. A ring of green spiritual energy slowly coiled around his ankle, lifting Jian Chen into the air. Seeing him about to fly towards him, Guan Ming was slightly astonished. What? He can actually control the power of the wind element? It wasn't just him who felt that way. Even those observing below couldn't hide their surprised looks. How is that possible? He clearly has the power of the fire element. Now he can also control the power of wind? Could it be that he can control not only the fire attribute but also the wind attribute? No way. On the Tianyuan continent, no one has ever controlled two elements. He must be using some method unknown to us. At this moment, facing Jian Chen in midair, Guan Ming voiced his thoughts. "Little friend Jian Chen, can you really control two types of elements?" Jian Chen calmly replied, "Yes," then lightly waved the weapon in his hand, releasing a small amount of spiritual energy. This straightforwardness startled Guan Ming. "Impossible. This cannot be. I have never seen anyone who can control two types of elements." Hearing this, Jian Chen's expression remained unchanged. He calmly uttered, "What in this world is truly impossible? There are still many mystical and unimaginable things that exist in this world, it's just that our comprehension is not yet sufficient." Considering this made sense, Guan Ming stopped questioning. "You're right, there are many profound things in this world that we don't fully understand. It seems I was disrespectful." With that, he raised the spiritual energy weapon in his hand. Guan Ming gritted his teeth. "Then today, let me find out just how powerful someone who can control two elements truly is." Guan Ming's body radiated boundless spiritual energy. He loudly challenged, "Little friend Jian Chen, take this sword. The technique I'm unleashing is fire from Cloud Sword, Flame Phoenix Slash." At this moment, Jian Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and a burst of powerful light appeared within them. After that, Jian Chen waved the branch in his hand, and a wondrous spiritual energy immediately emanated from it. He launched the spiritual branch forward, simultaneously chanting the incantation, "Purple-Green Sword Manual, Flying Star." The branch swiftly shot forward, easily flying through Guan Ming's golden energy barrier. Witnessing this, Guan Ming was momentarily stunned. How is that possible? How can you cut off the connection between elements? Before he could fully grasp the situation, the spiritual branch pierced straight through Guan Ming. At this point, Guan Ming finally felt fear. His hand nervously touched his chest. No. But then Guan Ming realized, what's going on? I'm not dead yet? A leaf quietly fell from the spiritual branch in Jian Chen's hand. After regaining his composure, Guan Ming cupped his hands. His voice rang out, filled with extreme gratitude. "Thank you, little friend Jian Chen, for not taking my life. I have lost this competition." Jian Chen quickly returned the courtesy. "Mr. Yi is joking. If Mr. Yi had not gone all out, I'm afraid the outcome would not have been this way." Hearing this, Guan Ming was suddenly pleased with his decision. "Indeed, if I had gone all out, I would be a dead man now. A loss is a loss. I am not someone who doesn't know right from wrong. Little friend Jian Chen, you don't need to save face for me." On the other side, King Qin was asking Li Chang next to him, "Guardly, you are also a heavenly sky saint master. Do you think this young Jian Chen is a genius?" Responding to King Qin, Li Chang cautiously spoke his thoughts. "Your Majesty, from this humble servant's observation, this Jian Chen is a once-in-10,000 years genius. His future achievements will at least be that of a Saint King." The two officials behind them were so shocked by this assessment that their eyes widened. "What? A Saint King?" On Yubing and Qin Shuang's side, both were looking at Jian Chen with eyes full of admiration. After the match ended, Jian Chen returned to present himself before King Qin. He cupped his hands in a salute, his tone carrying a hint of humility. "Your Majesty." Jian Chen was a bit clumsy. King Qin laughed heartily upon hearing Jian Chen's words. All right, little brother Jian Chen, you've worked hard. Since you are a friend of my son Qin Ji, you are no longer an outsider. I will call you worthy brother. Wouldn't that be better?" He replied respectfully, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness." Among everyone, only Xiao Han saw the result clearly yet remained unconvinced. "No, impossible, impossible. How could he be a Heaven Realm Saint Master? This must be an illusion." "That's right, this is just an illusion." Chajai walked up from behind, stroking his thick beard in contemplation. "Xiao Han, you've offended someone you shouldn't have. I must tell your grandfather about this." These words immediately woke Xiao Han. He grabbed Chajai's arm, pleading, "Uncle Chajai, can you tell Grandpa to discipline him for me?" But Chajai no longer wanted to be involved in this matter. He sternly rebuked him, "Foolish. Don't even think about this anymore. Your grandfather can't even threaten Jian Chen in the slightest. If you still don't know how to repent, I'm afraid even your grandfather will be implicated." Xiao Han stammered in confusion, "Uncle Chajai, what should I do now?" Unexpectedly, Chajai directly suggested, "You should go apologize to Jian Chen." "I will definitely tell your grandfather about this," hoping to turn a big problem into a small one, and a small one into nothing. At this moment, before all the civil and military officials, King Qin enthusiastically announced, "I want to appoint Jian Chen as the Imperial Protector Grand Preceptor of my Qin dynasty. Do any of you have any objections?" These words immediately made the surrounding people's eyes widen with envy. What? This Jian Chen, did he just rise to power in one leap? Following that, a few people stepped forward to object. "Your Majesty, this is absolutely unacceptable. Jian Chen's abilities are indeed sufficient to be a Grand Preceptor, but to bear the responsibility of an Imperial Protector Grand Preceptor, I'm afraid it's not appropriate." The official next to him also cupped his hands, loudly advising, "Your Majesty, what Prime Minister Ji Li said is very reasonable. The position of Imperial Protector Grand Preceptor involves too much. Such a hasty appointment is indeed inappropriate. Why not let Jian Chen first serve as Grand Preceptor?" But King Qin did not want to listen. He directly raised his hand to interrupt them. "My ministers, no more words are needed. My decision is final." At this, a worried expression appeared on Jian Chen's face. He tactfully declined, "Your Majesty, Jian Chen is without virtue or ability, and I fear I cannot bear such a great responsibility. Moreover, I still have important matters to attend to and must leave the Qin dynasty in a few days." King Qin, however, did not give Jian Chen that chance. He even offered, "Worthy brother Jian Chen, you can serve as the Imperial Protector Grand Preceptor of my Qin dynasty. You don't necessarily have to stay here." Afterwards, Qin Ji walked up from the side, softly persuading him, "Jian Chen, after becoming the Imperial Protector Grand Preceptor, you will be able to use the Spatial Gate and all sorts of other resources of our Qin dynasty without any restrictions. If you encounter any trouble, we can also step in to help you." Knowing he couldn't refuse, Jian Chen had no choice but to agree with King Qin. "All right then." This greatly pleased King Qin. He immediately ordered everyone, "Excellent. Everyone, quickly come and pay respects to our new Imperial Protector Grand Preceptor of the Qin dynasty." With the command given, the officials dared not disobey. They all bowed in unison, "Greetings to Imperial Protector Grand Preceptor." In an instant, night had fallen. In the dark night, Jian Chen's figure appeared before a large room. Then, he directly pushed open the door. "Qin Ji, I've become the Grand Preceptor of the Qin dynasty, so now I can use the Spatial Gate, right?" Seeing Jian Chen come to find him so late, Qin Ji immediately realized there was a problem. "Jian Chen, can you tell me what urgent matter you have? Perhaps I can help you come up with an idea." Jian Chen's expression suddenly darkened. He sadly said, "War has broken out in my homeland. I must return as soon as possible, otherwise, the consequences may be unimaginable. This news struck Qin Ji like a bolt of lightning. He asked in alarm, "What?" Then Qin Ji hastily pulled Jian Chen's hand, looking even more anxious than Jian Chen himself. "Tell me more clearly about the situation there. Let me see if our Qin dynasty can help you in any way." Who knows how much time had passed, Qin Ji was deep in thought, looking in the direction Jian Chen was pointing. "So that's how it is, those Sam Kingdom states." After thinking for a while, he made a suggestion. "Jian Chen, you should have a few Grand Preceptors go with you. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult for you alone to change the tide of the war." Jian Chen didn't dare to accept this favor. He hesitated and replied, "This isn't very convenient." But Qin Ji walked over and patted his shoulder. He quickly reassured him, "Jian Chen, don't hesitate anymore. Don't forget your current status. You have the right to use this power. At the moment, the situation in the Sam states is the most important, so Jian Chen had no choice but to accept. "All right then, I'll listen to you." The scene shifts to a dense forest. In the sky, a complex magic circle suddenly appeared. Then, a brilliant beam of energy shot straight down from it, carrying Jian Chen's group of 6. Seeing that they had arrived, Tian Luo asked Jian Chen, "Grand Preceptor, where should we go next?" After assessing their surroundings for a moment, Jian Chen pointed forward, "This place isn't too far from the Sam Kingdoms. There's definitely a city to the east, so let's go there first to check it out." Then, the 6 of them quickly transformed into 6 streaks of light, soaring across the sky. While on the move, Jian Chen announced their initial plan: "Let's first enter the city to gather some information." At this moment, inside the city, the people were bustling with trade. "Quick, quick, quick! Come and see, fresh monster beast meat here." Jian Chen approached a street vendor. He raised his hand inquiringly, "Vendor, I'd like to ask something. What's the current situation of the Sam Kingdom? Has a war broken out?" The vendor narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Then he recounted, "A war broke out there 3 months ago. It seems to be an allied army of 4 nations. Not only that, 2 guests sitting nearby advised Jian Chen, 'Young man, don't go there during this time. The Sam Kingdom will be annihilated this time. 7 days ago, 2 Sky Saint Masters from Sam died, and 3 others were severely injured. Furthermore, only 1 Sky Saint Master from the 4-nation allied army was near death, but I heard he was later saved by a Light Saint Master." The more he listened, the paler Jian Chen's face became. The other person continued, "I also heard news from Sam 3 days ago that a Sky Saint Master level expert from the Pingyang Kingdom captured a general alive and brought him back, then cut off his arms and legs and hung him in front of the Pingyang Kingdom's gate. For a whole day, with both arms and legs cut off like that, that general must have been a famous, distinguished general, right?" Hearing this, Yun Er spoke up, refuting, "You guessed wrong. That general wasn't a distinguished general at all." Pausing for a moment, he blurted out, "He was an unknown commander. His name was Zhang Yanghu, I think." When Jian Chen heard that name, his eyes widened in shock. He tried to suppress the agitation in his heart, then abruptly grabbed someone by the collar. Jian Chen lifted him high, simultaneously growling, "What did you say?" The man's face turned pale from Jian Chen's action. He fearfully repeated, That person's name is Zhang Yanghu. He was captured by the Sky Saint Master of the Pingyang Kingdom, then had his arms and legs cut off, and was hung in front of the Pingyang Kingdom's city gate for a day and a night." By this point, Jian Chen could no longer suppress his emotions. He blamed himself, "Big brother, I'm so sorry, I came too late." But Jian Chen quickly regained his composure. He turned to instruct the others, "The 5 of you immediately set off, support the Sam Kingdoms against the allied forces of the 4 nations, and protect everyone in Zhang Yang's mansion for me." They shouted, "Understood." Next, Jian Chen hastily flew off, secretly praying in his heart, "Big brother, please don't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, I, Jian Chen, will raise the entire Pingyang nation and make the allied forces of the 4 nations be buried with you." He traveled at the fastest possible speed, and in just a moment, he arrived at the capital city of Pingyang Nation. Before the city gate, Yang Hu, his body covered in wounds, was hanging suspended. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, Jian Chen still couldn't calm down. Pingyang Nation, damn you scoundrels! At that moment, a dazzling light was radiating in all directions in the high sky. The guards quickly discovered this anomaly. They quickly gathered on the city wall and stood by. Who goes there? The person next to him spoke, How dare you trespass into our Pingyang Nation? Then, without another word, the guards immediately launched an attack, firing crossbow bolts. On the city wall, the siege engines simultaneously fired, and giant arrows flew straight into the sky. The target of that attack was a figure surrounded by powerful spiritual energy. Facing the rain of crossbow bolts, Jian Chen simply waved his hand. A vortex of spiritual energy was created, quickly destroying the rain of arrows. Seeing Jian Chen easily defuse the attack, the soldiers were stunned. What? While they were still dazed, Jian Chen swept across the sky twice. He had used his ultimate skill, the Windchild sword art. That slash cut through the sturdy city wall, causing a long section of it to crack. On the other side, the other slash cut the rope that was holding Yang Hu. Jian Chen hastily flew over to catch the unconscious Yang Hu, and he said apologetically, Big brother, I'm sorry, I came too late. Seeing his brother's unfavorable condition, Jian Chen administered medicine while pondering. First, I must use the Bright God pill to protect Big Brother's life, and then I'll think of a way to restore his severed limbs, if possible. Just then, a shrill voice rang out, Fire the arrows! Fire the arrows! Shoot those two beasts from the Sam Kingdoms to pieces for me. Right when Jian Chen's pent-up rage had no outlet, he immediately condensed a spiritual energy orb in his hand. Then, he raised his arm, and an awe-inspiring aura quickly permeated the space. At this moment, Jian Chen was supporting Yang Hu with one hand, and with the other, he swung down, creating a line of spiritual energy. In an instant, that line of spiritual energy cut the city wall in front of them in half, causing the soldiers who couldn't escape to scream to the heavens. On the city wall, a person who appeared to be a general asked, Who are you, and why are you attacking our Pingyang Nation? Facing him, Jian Chen's expression was terrifyingly grim. He coldly uttered, Today, I will make sure your Pingyang Nation can never rise again. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Chen waved his hand, and countless spiritual energy rays quickly gathered like sparks. Then, he fiercely whipped the spiritual energy whip in his hand forward. The energy emanating from it was like a colossal flame, heading straight towards the enemy general. He screamed in terror, no, but there was no way to escape. Suddenly, that line of spiritual energy unexpectedly changed direction, flying over his head. Then, it landed in another corner, where the powerful spiritual energy struck, causing an explosion. Amidst the blazing fire, the figure of a powerful expert emerged calmly. Qian Zun slowly glided through the burning flames and approached Jian Chen. He seemed to have guessed, Are you from the Sam Kingdoms? Jian Chen looked at Qian Zun with haughty eyes. He didn't beat around the bush and directly admitted, That's right. At this moment, Qian Zun probed, May I know your name, Your Excellency? This old man has never heard of a figure like you. Jian Chen had already lost all patience. He growled, You're the one who cut off my elder brother's limbs, aren't you? Hearing Jian Chen's address, Qian Zun immediately speculated, Your elder brother? Are you also from Zhangyang Manor? But Jian Chen didn't bother to answer. He raised his voice and repeated the previous question, Answer my question, did you cut off my elder brother's limbs? By then, although Qian Zun sensed Jian Chen's aura, he was still very confident, It was me. So what? Jian Chen looked at him with sharp, cold eyes, his voice carrying a hidden meaning, If that's the case, then it's convenient. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Chen's figure vanished without a trace in the air. By the time Qian Zun realized something was amiss, Jian Chen had already appeared behind him. What? Contrary to what Qian Zun expected, Jian Chen merely placed his hand lightly on his shoulder. In just an instant, one of his arms was mercilessly ripped off. A hint of madness appeared on Jian Chen's face. He threw the arm aside and calmly looked at Qian Zun. Hold on. Before I take your 4 limbs, you absolutely cannot faint. Faced with such overwhelming aura, Qian Zun finally knew fear. He wondered to himself, how does Zhang Yang produce such a powerful expert? Qian Zun endured the sharp pain in his broken arm, looked up, and shouted, Senior Qian Yun, please show yourself quickly. Seeing Qian Yun's figure appear, he joyfully shouted, he's here. Qian Yun appeared standing in the middle of the battle, his voice echoing, I am Qian Yun, of the Qian Kuan Kingdom's royal family. He looked directly at Qian Yun, a fierce killing intent erupting, his voice full of rage. No need for more words. Today, I will flatten your Pingyang Kingdom and hang the heads of all your powerful experts on the city gate. Qian Zun, hiding behind Qian Yun, his voice trembling with indignation, a mere brat who doesn't know his place, dares to speak disrespectfully to old ancestor Zhang Yang? You think you can flatten my Pingyang Kingdom with just the strength of a Sky Saint Master? Jianchen gently helped Yang Hu lean against the wall. His voice deep and soft, elder brother, wait for me a moment. I will kill these 2 to avenge you. Jianchen's eyes suddenly glowed brightly. A surging spiritual energy burst forth, and fragments of shattered walls floated in the air. Jianchen waved his hand. Immediately, the fragmented walls around him simultaneously vibrated and shot out with terrifying speed. Qian Yun and Qian Zun raised their hands, summoning a spell to attack him. Trifling tricks. Do you think we don't possess such attacks? From afar, the fragments, carrying a fierce killing intent, shot straight towards Qian Yun and Qian Zun like a meteor shower. Qian Yun suddenly realized something was wrong. Their speed is too fast. This move is a bit strange. Be careful. He immediately stepped forward to block the terrifying speed of the fragments. Qian Yun executed his moves, each saber slash deflecting an incoming fragment. What kind of person is this brat? The fragments shot towards Qian Zun, who, seeing this, shouted in panic, quickly use all your power to protect your body. His face turned pale, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Qian Zun asked in confusion, what? Jian Chen's attack struck like lightning. Qian Zun had no time to defend, taking the full force of the move, and his body was shattered. Qian Yun watched his figure vanish into thin air. His hands clenched tight, as if utterly helpless. Jian Chen's eyes shone brightly and resolutely. He pointed directly at him, one down, you're next. He decisively raised his finger. Spiritual energy surged through Jian Chen's arm. With just a single point of his finger, a colossal power was unleashed, making heaven and earth seem to tremble. Qian Yun couldn't help but be terrified. His expression immediately changed. What kind of power is this? Could it be a heaven-tier battle skill? That surge of power shot straight towards him, so powerful that it shook the surrounding space. Qian Yun was panicked. Terrified to the point his face turned pale, what kind of power is this? It can even break through my holy protection? In his horror, he immediately transformed into a streak of light. After dealing with those 2, Jianchen pondered, right now, I must first find a way to ensure my eldest brother's safety. Jian Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. Qian Yun, on another day, I will surely step onto your Qian Kuan Kingdom and slaughter everyone, leaving nothing behind. At the palace of the Guilin Kingdom, the fresh air was filled with gentle sunlight. Jing Guang sighed softly, it seems our Guilin will hardly escape this calamity. Yang Ba sat solemnly, exuding a chilling murderous aura, we will hold on for as long as we can, even if we lose our lives. We absolutely cannot let them easily have their way. Hearing this, he spoke softly to comfort Zhang Yang Ba, although your son was captured by the Pingyang Kingdom, they probably wouldn't dare to kill him. He clasped his hands together, filled with worry, his gaze distant. I heard that Ahu's limbs have been severed, now he can't even live like a cripple. Even a cripple won't do. Even if they could be saved, what then? It would only make them suffer more pain. Qin Kuang let out a sigh, his face filled with weariness, as if burdened by countless unspoken concerns. La Tu gently comforted him. Truong Duong Ba, don't you still have an extraordinarily gifted son, Truong Duong Truong Tian? Qin Kuang added. That's right. I heard he's only 15 and has already forged a sacred weapon. He pondered, unable to help but worry about the health of his son far away. Tuong Mi, are you well now? How many years has Tuong Mi been away from home? Until now, there's been no news. I don't know either. The door creaked open, and Min Dong walked in from outside. He said, Truong Duong Ba, that boy, Truong Duong Truong Tian, forged a sacred weapon at 15. That was 3 years faster than me back then. It's truly unbelievable. If he were here, how wonderful it would be. Duong Ba's brows furrowed slightly, his face clouded with a layer of sorrow, as if carrying unspeakable worries. It's best if he doesn't come home. In a few more days, I'm afraid Truong Duong Manor will no longer exist. Seeing his worry, Min Dong gently comforted him. Truong Duong clan head, please rest assured. I will definitely do my best to protect Truong Duong Manor completely. Suddenly, a shout rang out from outside, tearing through the somber atmosphere. Truong Duong Ba. Come out and pay for your life. Ba Tu flew high above, his cold eyes looking down at the people below. The Hidden Dragon Nation has already broken through the western side of the Sam Nation. Now it's your turn. He spoke coldly, demanding that the opponent abandon the city early to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Truong Duong Ba, abandon the city and surrender. Whoever surrenders will not be killed. Otherwise, don't blame our Hidden Dragon Nation for destroying the entire city. Duong Ba was enraged, his voice filled with indignation. Our Sam Nation has no surrendering soldiers. Even if we die, we will not be slaves. A sinister smile flashed across Ba Tu's lips. He began to unleash his spiritual power. Then die. Immediately after, he unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, striking directly towards him. Seeing the approaching attack, Duong Ba's face changed, his eyes wide in panic, his entire body rigid. A fiery red stream of fire tore through the air, darting towards Duong Ba like a bullet ripping through the wind. Like an arrow tearing through the wind. Kim Tran rushed forward, shouting a warning to him, Truong Duong Ba, be careful. Duong Ba stood rooted to the spot, his mouth agape. Could it be that this is where I'll meet my end? At the most critical moment. An ethereal shield flared up, fully intercepting the fierce attack hurtling towards him. A cracking sound echoed. The ground split into two, dust and rocks rising in a cloud, amidst everyone's shock. Seeing this, Ba Tu turned around and roared, Who's there? Who dares ruin the good work of our Qianlong nation? Tian La and the other Sky Saint Masters appeared behind him. Are you from the Qianlong nation? Ba Tu hadn't expected it. These people are all Sky Saint Masters? He stammered in response. Yes, who are you all? In the silent space, Tian La suddenly spoke coldly. We are from the Qin Huang Nation, here by the king's decree to protect the nation-protecting Grand Master, and first to assist the Sun Nation. Hearing this, Ba Tu cried out in shock. What? You are from the Qin Huang Nation, one of the 8 strongest nations in the Tian Nguyen continent? Tian La smiled faintly. Is there a second Qin Huang Nation in the Tian Nguyen continent? Ba Tu pondered. This is bad. I must return and report this to His Majesty. He hurriedly bid farewell. In that case, we shall take our leave for now. Tian La heard Ba Tu's words. His hand gently waved, and an ethereal green spiritual power slowly gathered. How audacious! Is this a place where you can just come as you please? And leave as you please? The vibrant green spiritual power swirled, surging straight towards Ba Tu like a raging river. He tried to block the attack with his hand. Esteemed Qin Huang Nation Senior, we have no grievances, why pursue and kill me? Like a cold gust of wind. Tien La silently appeared behind Ba Tuesday because our nation-protecting Grand Master gave the order. He summoned green spiritual power, and his shattering fist slammed into his stomach with astonishing force. No! Tien La coldly squeezed Batu's head. Batu's eyes gradually blurred, leaving only a lifeless, desperate gaze. Finally, he flung him to the ground. I, Tien La, am here by the order of the nation-protecting Grand Master to assist everyone. Tien La's voice rang out clearly. If you need us to do anything, just say so. There's no need to be polite. As for these people from the Team Long Nation, it's still best for you to handle them. Duong Ba solemnly clasped his hands. Bowing his head respectfully, he thanked the seniors for their assistance. May I ask how the nation-protecting Grand Master you spoke of is addressed? Tien La gently replied. Our Grand Master's esteemed name cannot be easily revealed to you. Once he returns, you will naturally know. A blazing purple light shot down from the sky, landing in the courtyard with a fierce whistling wind. The guards saw the stranger and quickly pointed their spears, shouting, Stop! Who's there? Stop, this is the Imperial Palace's forbidden grounds. Anyone who intrudes shall die. King Tran didn't hesitate. He swung his arm, and a cold, sharp cutting sound echoed. The first guard froze. His eyes wide with confusion. Before he could even understand what was happening, the second guard also stiffened like a statue. His eyes filled with horror. Immediately after, the guards fell into chaos. They all gathered, one of them pointing at him. How dare he? He dares to come here and cause trouble? Seize him! King Tran calmly waved his hand, and a purple glow streaked through the air. Then, screams erupted and quickly subsided as the guards were completely wiped out. Tran Tien heard the commotion and appeared. Who are you, sir? Why are you slaughtering people in our Bin Duong Nation's Imperial Palace? King Tran saw him and said coldly, You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know one thing. He declared loudly, From now on, this Imperial Palace on the Tien Nguyen continent will completely disappear. Tran Tien immediately flew into a rage. Nonsense! Our Bin Duong Nation has been established on the Tien Nguyen continent for hundreds of years. You think a mere youngster like you can overthrow it just by saying so? King Tran's eyes gleamed with killing intent. Whether it can or not, just take this move of mine first, then we'll talk. He raised his hand to the sky. Immediately, a surge of magic power erupted, spreading a terrifying force into the air. Tran Tien's expression changed as he stared in shock at the magic power before him. What kind of power is this? From his hand, a blazing fire of magic power, surging with immense strength, Saint Stage 9 Skills Fire Wind Flow Source. The fiery magic power exploded, spreading destructive heat and charging straight towards Tran Tien. His eyes widened, reflecting terror as he saw the fiery magic power rushing towards him. Quickly dodge, everyone dodge. The flame was like a raging wall of fire, devouring Tran Tien's palm force mercilessly. Slay! The vast Imperial Palace gradually vanished behind a thick screen of dust, giving way to a deadly silence. From within the dense dust, King Tran strode confidently amidst the ashes of Bin Duong Kingdom. His eyes closed, spiritual power erupting within, converging entirely to a single point. In the space below, the silhouette of the fleeing person gradually emerged through the hazy mist. King Tran's voice rang out coldly, without a trace of emotion. No matter where you're hiding, you won't escape my grasp. Three figures stood towering in the dark space, a mysterious place enshrouding every corner. Bin Quang suddenly spoke in fear. Who exactly is that person? How can their strength be so terrifying? Even the two national grandmasters couldn't stop him? Tu Tan cupped his hands. Your Majesty, I suspect that person might be from the Sam Kingdom. Because we are currently at war with the Sam Kingdom, it's reasonable for their national grandmasters to come and seek revenge. Bin Quang sighed dejectedly. If I had known this, I wouldn't have joined the war. Teuton smiled and pointed, "Your Majesty, please rest assured. This place is a very sturdy maze. Moreover, there are many traps along the way." Tranbin also tried to reassure Bin Quang, "The strong cultivators stationed at the border fortress will arrive soon. The strong cultivator from the Sam Kingdom will have no choice but to flee." He heard that. His expression also became less tense. "You're right." Bin Quang clenched his fist. "Once I capture that strong cultivator from the Sam Kingdom, I will surely torture him to death." From somewhere, a voice echoed through the space. "How do you want to torture me?" He turned his head in fear, his cold gaze scanning his surroundings. "You? Who are you?" Kim Tran calmly walked over. "I am the powerful cultivator from Sam Kingdom you spoke of. Didn't you just try to capture me?" Bing Guang began to tremble. How did this brat manage to make a hole in the wall? Didn't they say only a Saint King expert could break through this wall? Could this brat really be at the Saint King realm? Without hesitation, Ziqing gripped his sword tightly, standing in front, forming a human shield to protect him. "Your Majesty, run! Let us stop him!" With astonishing speed, he charged directly at Jian Chen, ready for a fierce battle. Jian Chen said softly, "For someone your age to have reached the Great Earth Saint Master realm, you can already be considered a prodigy of this region." But his hand swept horizontally, a flash of purple magical power streaked past. It flew past Ziqing. He widened his eyes, his face bewildered, completely unable to understand what had just happened. "Before me, a Great Earth Saint Master is nothing but scattered chickens and fleeing dogs." Bing Guan's eyes widened, stunned as he watched him collapse to the ground. Chen Ping gritted his teeth. His entire body tensed, his eyes filled with fear as he looked towards Jian Chen. He was so scared his hands trembled, but he still gripped his sword tightly. "Your Majesty, run!" Bing Guang suddenly placed a hand on Chen Ping's shoulder. "Enough. Don't sacrifice your life in vain anymore." He turned back. "Your Majesty." Then, he stepped in front of Jian Chen, "This declaration of war. All the blame lies with this king. This consequence must, of course, be borne by this king. It has nothing to do with the soldiers here. If you want to kill, then kill this king. All these soldiers are innocent, they still have families. And children." He recalled old Tu's words, "If you exterminate, you must exterminate thoroughly. Before you decide anything, remember this saying. Then decide." Jian Chen decisively ordered, "Immediately take me to your Pingyang Kingdom's national treasury. I must make you compensate the fallen soldiers of Sam Kingdom." Finally, with no other choice, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. "All right." In a heavily guarded military camp, guards patrolled continuously and very strictly. Xiao Ba pointed at the map. "I just received a dispatch. The enemy has already breached 3 border regions. The main army is advancing towards the imperial city." Mo Quan was helpless. "It seems now, even if the national teacher of Qin Huang Kingdom returns to assist, we won't be able to resist." He looked at Xiao Ba. He asked worriedly, "General, what should we do now? Are we to abandon this city and rush to reinforce the imperial city?" He narrowed his eyes and asked again, "How many men do we have left?" Mo Quan replied, "Approximately 700,000. Xiao Ba suggested, "First, dispatch a unit to reinforce the 3 directions, east, south, west, and north. What do you think?" Mo Quan hesitated. "General, if we do that, how many men will be left here?" He replied, "About 200,000 should be enough. And there are also 5 national teachers from Qin Huang Kingdom who can inflict damage on the enemy. Without Sky Saint Masters, if they're just regular soldiers, then 200,000 is enough." Mo Quan immediately knelt. "General, I, General Mo, volunteer to lead 200,000 troops to defend this place." Xiao Ba placed a hand on his shoulder. "Old Zhou, leave the defense of this place to me." When you are no longer injured, take the healthy children and leave the city. Mo Quan was unwilling. General. He smiled gently. I, an old man, have lived long enough. What is death? If I recall correctly, your child is 3 years old, isn't he? Xiaoba gently patted Mo Quan's shoulder. If I made you stay here, I wouldn't have the face to meet your family. A subordinate rushed in, panting, to announce urgent news. General, someone's here. The person the subordinate announced was Jian Chen and Ping Guang appearing simultaneously, which greatly surprised Xiaoba. He pondered. Isn't that the Pingyang State Preceptor? Why is he here? Could it be? Xiaoba asked softly, the king of Pingyang Nation? I can't believe you came here in person. What's your purpose for coming here? Jian Chen cupped his hands respectfully. Old general, don't be anxious. The king of Pingyang Nation has already been captured alive by me. He's just a prisoner now. Hearing that, Xiaoba couldn't hide his shock and bewilderment. What? His eyes wide, his voice trembling with shock, he asked again as if he couldn't believe his ears, the king of Pingyang Nation was captured alive by you? Jian Chen replied, that's right. I wonder if the 5 state preceptors of Qinhuang Nation have arrived yet. Xiaoba was extremely surprised to hear him ask that. Sir, do you perhaps know the 5 state preceptors of Qinhuang Nation? Jian Chen replied, they and I came here together, then we split up along the way. They went to help the Garian Nation first, while I headed towards Pingyang Nation. He suddenly remembered and asked. That's right, did the state preceptors of Qinhuang Nation bring someone from Chanyang Manor? Xiaoba realized who he was asking about. Are you referring to Chanyang who? His voice suddenly became serious. He was gravely injured. I've already told his father, Chanyang Ba, to take him back to the imperial city first. Jian Chen frowned, his eyes filled with worry and concern, his voice urgent. Just what happened? Xiaoba lowered his face. Not long ago, I received a message by carrier pigeon that enemy troops are attacking towards the imperial city. Soon, I fear the father and son of Chanyang might be in grave danger. He blamed himself, it's all my fault. Mo Jun immediately consoled him, General, how can you blame yourself for this? At that time, you were only concerned for the safety of Chanyang and his son. Jian Chen turned around to reassure Xiaoba, Old General, rest assured. With the king of Pingyang Nation here, the northern Pingyang will never dare to attack this place again. His eyes suddenly lit up, filled with gratitude. Old Xiao truly thanks you, young brother. Then, he wondered, Old General, where did the 5 people from Qinhuang Nation go? Xiaoba replied, not long ago, I asked them to help me defend the west side of this place. Jian Chen bent down and picked up the map. Old General, lend me the map for a moment. He dashed away like the wind. As long as I can quickly reach West City and have the 5 state preceptors return to support the imperial city, this situation will be resolved. Jian Chen thought to himself, Father, elder brother, you all must live. Upon arrival, the cold spears of the vigilant guards were simultaneously pointed straight at him. Who goes there? Jian Chen cupped his hands, his voice calm, I am from Garian Nation. I am not your enemy. A soldier asked suspiciously, do you have anything to prove your identity? He slowly walked forward. Just call one of the state preceptors of Qinhuang Nation over. They know me. Hearing him, the soldier angrily shouted, how dare you? The state preceptor of Qinhuang Nation isn't someone a lowlife like you can just meet any time. They all simultaneously pointed their spears forward, ready to attack Jian Chen. Seeing Jian Chen, Lei Jing clasped his hands and said, Lei Mao, I respectfully greet Protector State Preceptor. The guards quickly bowed in fear. Please, we are truly sorry, we were truly blind to not recognize you. He waved his hand, it's all right, no problem. I understand the responsibility you carry. A soldier smiled warmly, thank you, honorable heroes, for your generosity. Jian Chen turned and asked Lei Jing, are you the only one here? He replied, Your Excellency, there's one more person. He wondered. Then where are the other three? Lei Jing answered him, They heard that other fronts were urgent, so they went to other camps. He looked down and suddenly noticed his hand. Lei Jing raised his hand and replied with a smile, Your Excellency, you don't need to worry. This humble one only suffered a minor scratch. It's nothing, really. Jianchen lowered his voice. What exactly happened? Could it be that the enemy is also a Sky Saint Master? Lei Jing replied seriously, Your Excellency, there are a total of 5 Sky Saint Masters on the other side. Old Dong and I barely managed to repel them, all 5 of them, by working together. He rubbed his forehead. If they had lost one Sky Saint Master, Old Dong and I could have already killed all 4 of them. Jianchen immediately asked, Where is that state preceptor? He replied, Old Dong was more seriously injured than your subordinate. He is currently resting in his room. Jianchen threw a bottle towards Lei Jing. This is a bottle of Radiant Saint Pellets. The grade seems to be around 4th grade. You must recover your injuries as quickly as possible, then immediately go to the Eastern Fortress to fight against the foreign invaders. He clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Protector State Preceptor. As soon as my brother and I recover from our injuries, we will immediately go with you to eliminate those 5 Sky Saint Masters. Hearing this, Jianchen waved his hand, refusing, No need. Just leave this matter to me alone. Lei Jing asked in surprise, What? Protector State Preceptor, do you intend to deal with the experts of Qianlong Kingdom by yourself? Jianchen calmly replied, That's right. Seeing his calm demeanor, he tried to dissuade him. Your Excellency, there are 5 of them on the other side. Although they haven't mastered heaven-tier battle skills, 5 of them working together will be very difficult to deal with. Jianchen placed a hand on Lei Jing's shoulder. It's all right, hurry up and seize the time. Furthermore, the situation in the other 2 directions will probably become. A resounding voice from somewhere cut him off. You Sky Saint Masters of Sun Kingdom, get out here and surrender your lives. Lei Jing looked at the people high above. He shouted in alarm, Danger! They've arrived! A murderous glint appeared in his eyes. How convenient, you saved me the trouble of looking for you. In response to their challenge, Jianchen boldly flew up from the city wall. Seeing him appear, a strong expert sneered loudly, Is that kid perhaps so scared he's dumbfounded? The one behind him chimed in, I think that's very possible. Fu Lu still didn't know Jianchen's true strength, so he was still very arrogant. Just you alone dares to utter such arrogant words? Are you looking to die? Jianchen didn't want to waste words with them. He simply raised his hand level with his chest, It's you who are looking for death. As soon as he finished speaking, Jianchen's entire body radiated immense power as he charged straight towards those people. Fu Lu was the first to step forward to fight. He confidently raised the shield in his hand. Behold my Saint King's shield. Facing Fu Lu, Jianchen didn't flinch. He swung his arm horizontally. With just such a simple punch, Fu Lu's power shield was shattered. Fu Lu clearly didn't expect his shield to be broken in the blink of an eye. He was momentarily stunned. But it was too late for Fu Lu to react. Jianchen's sword chi had already split him in 2. This sight immediately froze Fu Lu's companions in their tracks. Ben King exclaimed in alarm, What was that? Only then did they realize that Jianchen was not to be trifled with. Lu Duong immediately decided to fight dirty. Let's charge him together. Be careful, he has a saint weapon in his hand. Under no circumstances should you directly clash with him. Ben Kang shouted, All right. Next, an expert jumped out, unleashing strange streams of power towards Jianchen. Brat, behold my palm strike. The attack successfully reached Jianchen, quickly engulfing him. Just as Ben Kang was celebrating, he's hit. Jianchen's figure appeared behind him. Surprise. Hearing his voice, Ben Kang frantically turned his head, his face ashen with fear. What awaited Ben Kang, of course, was another palm strike from Jianchen. His body was pierced through, and he slowly lost his life force. In his final moments, his eyes revealed extreme horror. No, no way. What kind of power is this? Jian Chen swung his hand, allowing Ben Kang's corpse to fall freely. In just a blink of an eye, the enemy side had lost two powerful experts. Having dealt with Ben Kang, Jian Chen's sharp gaze turned towards the remaining few. The next one is you. Seeing the fate of the other two, Lu Duong hastily urged, "Run." He then transformed into a streak of green light, abandoning his companions, and shot away. Jian Chen's expression remained unchanged. He raised his hand in front of him. "Did I tell you that you could leave?" As soon as he finished speaking, a massive, brilliant spiritual energy shot forth from Jian Chen's palm. It quickly pierced through Lu Kan's body, causing him to scream in agony. At this moment, the two remaining men, the Hung and Quang Kak, quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. My lord, we were wrong. Please spare our lives." Jian Chen landed in front of them. He coldly raised his hand. "It's too late." On the city wall, Lei Jing calmly watched the situation below. The future Grand Imperial Tutor will surely become a true Saint King. A moment later, Jian Chen returned to where Lei Jing and his companion were. He and his companion looked at Jian Chen with gratitude. "And thank you for your medicinal pills, my lord." Jian Chen was very pleased to see this. He quickly made a request. "Excellent, then I hope the two of you immediately go south of Sam Nation to help me." Next, Jian Chen swiftly flew up. "As for me, I'll head east to see if anyone else needs help." With that, he transformed into a streak of light and flew away. While soaring across the sky, Jian Chen thought to himself, "Just now, I sensed an aura. The camp in the east must have been attacked by Phone Lam Nation." After that, he flipped open the map in his hand. If Phone Lam Nation invades the inner city, it's very likely they'll encounter my father and elder brother. Thinking this, Jian Chen's eyes revealed determination. I must stop Phone Lam Nation's army before they encounter my father and elder brother. Just then, a large fire suddenly erupted in the middle of the forest, attracting his attention. Jian Chen's gaze focused on that place. He silently exclaimed, "It's there." At that spot, a group of fierce people were tightly surrounding two seemingly injured individuals. Gao Lang flashed a cunning smile. "You, Qin Huang Nation's national preceptor, quickly hand over the old man from Sam Nation. Our Phone Lam Nation will definitely not make trouble for you." Tian Luo gritted his teeth, responding sternly, "Don't even think about it. I promised the Protector National Preceptor that I would protect the people of Sam Nation. I can't go back on my word." Hearing this, Gao Lang rubbed his forehead, feigning regret. "If that's the case, then don't blame me for not holding back." His face showed cruelty as he swiftly lunged towards Tian Luo and the other person. Grand Tier Battle Skill, Annihilation Slash. Die. Facing the approaching Gao Lang, Tian Luo clutched his injured arm. He thought to himself, "Damn it, how shameful to betray the Protector National Preceptor's trust." Then he shouted, "I'll fight you to the death." Following that, water energy exploded around Tian Luo's body. Heaven Tier Battle Skill, Water Dragon Burst. Seeing this, Gao Lang loudly ordered his companions, "Quickly attack. Absolutely do not let him unleash his Heaven Tier Battle Skill." From both sides, Si Peng and Si Gao rushed forward, shouting in unison, "Understood." Taking advantage of the moment before Tian Luo's technique had gathered enough magical power, the two tried to launch a sneak attack from behind. In such a dangerous situation, Tian Luo desperately accepted his fate. "I'm going to die here." But just as the two's attacks were about to reach Tian Luo, they were blocked by a barrier. Si Peng and Si Gao noticed this. They swiftly jumped back to Gao Lang's side. Then, Si Gao loudly cursed, "How dare you? Who's there?" Si Peng also angrily roared, "You dare to oppose our Phone Lam Nation? Do you really not want to live?" In contrast to them, Tian Luo, with his sharp eyes, recognized, "It's the Protector National Preceptor. It must be him. He's come to save me. You guys are dead for sure." At this moment, Si Gao was still arrogant. What Protector National Preceptor? He doesn't even dare to show his face. No sooner had he spoken than Jian Chen's voice rang out from behind them. "Are you talking about me?" Hearing the movement, Si Peng and Si Gao showed bewildered expressions, then simultaneously turned around. But their speed was too slow, only a long streak of light flashed through the air. Before Si Peng and Si Gao could even understand what was happening, the fatal slash had cut them down. At this moment, Jian Chen's body exuded a thick murderous aura. He asked Gao Lang in a low voice, "Do you know why you're still alive?" Witnessing the scene, he turned pale, his voice stuttering in fear, because of your benevolent heart. Jian Chen calmly looked into the distance, his eyes revealing a sharp coldness. "No, it's because I need someone to go to Fong Lam Nation and deliver a message." In an instant, his eyes lit up, exuding danger. "Tell the king of Fong Lam Nation, if he doesn't want his nation to be annihilated, then surrender immediately." Gao Lang dared not stay another second. He cowardly fled quickly. Yes, this humble one will go and deliver the message." Having dealt with those people, Jian Chen turned to ask, "Are you two all right?" "I arrived too late." Tian Luo respectfully cupped his hands and saluted. "Protector my lord, please don't say such things. To die for you, that is our honor." Even Kali next to him expressed his gratitude. "Respected Protector National Preceptor of Qin Huang Nation, I, on behalf of the entire Sam Nation, sincerely thank you for your assistance." Facing his actions, Jian Chen thought to himself, "Not long ago, in my eyes, the elders of Kaga's Academy held high, unattainable positions, only to be looked upon with respectful awe." Outwardly, he calmly asked, "How are your injuries?" Reminded by Jian Chen, Kali only then remembered the wound on his shoulder, but his gaze remained fixed on Tian Luo. "This old man's injuries are fine. It's better to quickly find a way to treat National Preceptor Tian Luo instead." Hearing this, Jian Chen reached out his hand. "Tian Luo, let me examine your injuries." Tian Luo cautiously stepped forward. "Understood, my lord." As soon as he placed his hand on his wrist, Jian Chen was astonished. How could Tian Luo's injuries be so severe, yet he was able to persevere until now? Next, Jian Chen took out a small porcelain bottle. "Tian Luo, quickly take a few bright light saint pills to stabilize your pulse." Tian Luo cautiously replied, "Understood." Then he asked Kali, "Old sir, are there any bright light saint masters in the nearby army? My friend needs treatment." Naturally, he was ready to guide Jian Chen. "Please follow me, my lord. Over there is the base of our Sam Nation's army. Conveniently, there's a bright light saint master of our Sam Nation over there." Hearing this, Jian Chen felt somewhat relieved. He spoke, "Excellent, please lead the way." After an unknown period of travel, the three finally arrived before a large city. The guards immediately recognized him. "Elder Kali, thank heavens, you're safe." The guard next to him suddenly wondered, may I ask who these two are?" Kali immediately reached out his hand and solemnly introduced the two. "These are the Protector National Preceptor and the National Preceptor of Qin Huang Nation. Thanks to their assistance, I was able to return alive." The city gate was then opened. Upon entering, Kali asked, "Is General Lu still in the camp?" The guard immediately nodded. "General Lu is in the camp. I'll lead you there." At the same time, General Lu was discussing matters with his subordinates in the room. "Immediately tally the number of casualties for me." "Understood." Just as the guard led Jian Chen and the other two in, General Lu eagerly ran out to greet them. "Elder Kali, it's truly good that you're safe." He quickly got to the main point. "General Lu, where is the bright light emissary in the army? The National Preceptor of Qin Huang Nation is severely injured and needs immediate treatment." General Lu also worked quickly. He immediately ordered his subordinate, "Quickly take the National Preceptor of Qin Huang Nation for treatment." His subordinate bowed and withdrew. "Understood." Having dealt with Kali's issue, General Lu asked with a serious expression, "Elder, did you manage to retrieve the frontline battle formation map?" Kali slowly produced an old, thin brown scroll. "It's right here. Please take a look, General." As soon as he opened the scroll, General Lu roared in anger, "That bastard! How dare he do something like this? Is this to completely annihilate our Sam Nation?" Seeing his agitated expression, Jian Chen took a step forward. "General Lu, what happened?" Can you tell me clearly? General Lu's face clearly showed tension, and his voice deepened as he announced, the Qian Kuan nation has also joined the war. Therefore, what the Sam nation faces is not being surrounded by 4 nations, but being attacked by 5 nations simultaneously. Hearing that familiar name, Jian Chen's expression immediately darkened. Qian Kuan nation. Qian Yuan, is that you? If you actively seek death, then don't blame me for it. The scene shifts to a spacious and well-appointed inn. Jian Chen slowly walks in from the outside. De Kuan warmly welcomed Jian Chen. Welcome, honored guest. Are you looking to rest or stay at our humble establishment? Jian Chen handed him a silver ingot and requested, give me a room, and then bring us some of your special dishes. De Kuan happily reached out to take it. All right, please come inside. As soon as he sat down, Jian Chen curiously asked De Kuan, hey, friend, you look a lot like a friend of mine. What's your name? Still with a smiling face, he cleverly replied, young master, you're scaring this humble one to death. This humble one's name is Kai De Kuan. How could this humble one be friends with a noble person like you, honored guest? The moment the words were spoken, Jian Chen was astonished. He silently repeated the name, Kai De Kuan. Could it be? While Jian Chen was lost in thought, De Kuan quickly served the food. Honored guest, this is our shop's special dish. Please try it and see if it suits your taste. Jian Chen wasn't in a hurry to eat. He curiously looked around the shop. Waiter, is this shop yours or someone else's? At this moment, De Kuan was busy wiping tables and chairs. He answered naturally, this shop was opened by my family. My father went hunting, but it's been several years, and his whereabouts are unknown. To find my father, my mother opened an inn within this shop, hoping that passers-by might have seen him. Hearing De Kuan say that, Jian Chen's voice suddenly became urgent. What's his name? What does he look like? Tell me, in case I've met him before? De Kuan didn't hide anything. He honestly described, his name is Kai De Bao. He's tall and burly. He has a clear scar on his shoulder, which a naughty boy inflicted on him when he was young. At this, Jian Chen became even more certain of his inner suspicion. That's right, it truly is Uncle De Bao's family. Lost in thought, he slowly raised the hot teacup to his mouth. Uncle De Bao was killed by a demonic beast while trying to protect me back then. Now it's my turn to repay Uncle's family. Next, Jian Chen was about to say something. Waiter, you, when an arrogant voice cut him off. Mistress, we brothers are here to collect money. Entering were the people of the Yangji sect. The deadline for this month has arrived. Hurry up and hand over the fee. Seeing them arrive, De Kuan held out a small bag of money. Sirs, the money for you has been prepared. Qi Yang rudely snatched the money bag from De Kuan's hand, his greedy hand constantly tossing the bag. Even after receiving the money, Qi Yang was still not satisfied. He shouted, you brat, are you messing with me? De Kuan, of course, didn't dare to do such a thing. He tried to speak softly, young master, what are you saying? How would this humble one dare? But Qi Yang grabbed De Kuan by the collar and lifted him high. Brat, our Yangji sect's protection fee is clearly 3 taels of silver a month. You're playing games with us. At this, his face turned pale from lack of air. De Kuan explained in a low voice, sirs, recently there have been wars in the surrounding countries. Business at this small shop hasn't been good, and my mother also fell ill a few days ago. All the money in this shop is right here. But Qi Yang didn't bother listening. He continuously punched De Kuan, you damn bastard. I don't care. If you don't hand over the money, I'll beat you to death. Hearing the commotion, Nuang Lan, dragging her frail body, rushed down. Sirs, please stop. Seeing De Kuan's pained expression, she tremblingly took out her last bit of money. My lords. This old woman still has a little money. I'll give it all to you. Can you please spare my son and me? Even while fighting the pain, De Kuan used all his strength to shout, Mother, no. This is life-saving money. Mother's illness won't be treated otherwise. Noam Lan calmly hugged Dekuan, her voice weak. My child, I've lived long enough, so I know myself. This meager amount of money cannot save my life, but it can save yours. Dekuan burst into helpless tears. Mother. Chi Yang lunged and took the money from Noam Lan's hand, then even complained, damn it, I'm just collecting a little money from you guys. Hand over the money to me now. Just then, a stern voice spoke up, if I were you, I absolutely wouldn't touch that money. Chi Yang glanced in the direction of the voice, asking disdainfully, kid, who are you? At that moment, Jian Qin was still calmly enjoying the cup of tea in his hand. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that if I'm not happy today, none of you three will be able to leave here alive. These words immediately angered Qi Yang's two henchmen. They aggressively rushed forward. Are you looking for death? For these small fry, Jian Qin didn't even bother to look at them and directly shot two chopsticks at them. The two subordinates had no time to dodge. The chopsticks pierced their vital points. No! On one side, Qi Yang was so scared he fell to the ground. He stammered, You dared to attack people from our Yang-ji sect? Jian Qin didn't want to waste words with Qi Yang. He continued to pull chopsticks from the tube, his voice cold. I'll give you 3 breaths. Let's see if you can make me happy. Otherwise, you'll be the next one to die. By now, Qi Yang was so terrified his face turned pale. He kept kowtowing, I was wrong, I won't dare to collect money from this shop again. All the money previously extorted will be returned. Please don't kill me, I know I was wrong. But Jian Qin still showed no intention of letting him go. He coldly asked Qi Yang, I don't think that's enough, what do you say? For his life, he actually thought of something. Starting today, I will send money to this shop every month. I'll send a lot of money each time. Not only that, Qi Yang also took out a small ceramic bottle. This is a 5th grade Guanming divine pill. It can definitely cure the owner of this shop. Only then was Jian Qin satisfied. He ordered him, get your 2 dog legs out of here. I want to rest. Qi Yang immediately backed away. Yes, thank you, sir. Next, Jian Qin handed the medicine bottle to Dekuan. He continued what he had said earlier, my friend, I told you that you really resemble a friend of mine. Soon it was night, and everything was immersed in the quiet darkness. Only the small courtyard echoed with pleading voices, Master, please uphold justice for us, elder. Xia Shan stood majestically on a high platform. He asked, Qi Yang, what exactly happened? How did your 2 junior brothers die? Only then did Qi Yang dare to raise his head, his voice full of resentment. Master, someone dared to disrespect our Yang-ji sect. He then recounted everything that happened during the day. Master, my junior brothers and I, the 3 of us went down the mountain to an eatery and encountered a mysterious expert. But most of it was fabricated and exaggerated. The mysterious expert learned that we disciples were all from the Yang-ji sect and attacked us 3 without a word. Adding a provocative and twisted lie, after killing 2 junior brothers, he not only insulted the Yang-ji sect, but also called us trash. Indeed, this story successfully provoked Xia Shan. He angrily cursed, how impudent! Who in this Qiankuan kingdom dares to be so arrogant? Seeing that his goal was achieved, Qi Yang seized the opportunity to suggest, Master, you must avenge the 2 junior brothers. Xia Shan pondered for a moment, then burned a yellow talisman in his hand. His expression furrowed, and he clenched his hand into a fist beside his face. Zhu Qing, this sect master has something to discuss. Following the summons, Zhu Qing quickly appeared. What does the sect master need? Xia Shan then ordered, you will go down the mountain with Qi Yang and talk to that mysterious expert. After receiving the order, Zhu Qing clasped his hands and replied, understood. Before he left with Qi Yang, Xia Shan deliberately emphasized, the emperor is coming to discuss matters with me. I hope that when I return from the imperial palace, I will receive a satisfactory result. Zhu Qing complied, understood. At the same time, Jian Qin had arrived at the imperial palace of Qiankuan Kingdom. So, this is the place? Unexpectedly, the guards discovered him. One person shouted, "There's someone in the sky, isn't that a peak Sky Saint Master expert?" Another hastily ordered, "Danger. He's here to attack the Imperial Palace, quickly go inform the Grand Tutor." Before they could react, a blazing spiritual energy flame ignited on the ground. Then, it quickly spread everywhere, heading towards the soldiers. At this moment, they couldn't escape in time, the powerful flame engulfed their bodies. As Jian Chen was pondering, a voice rang out, "Who are you, Your Excellency? Why are you here to destroy the Imperial Palace of our Qiankuan Kingdom?" Jian Chen coldly looked at the person who had just flown over, because the Qiankuan Kingdom deserves to die. "Quickly tell Qian Yun to get out here." Hearing this, he angrily shouted, "How dare you? Do you dare call His Majesty by his given name directly?" Next, he condensed spiritual energy in his palm and roared, "Die!" But Jian Chen calmly moved his finger slightly. Immediately after, his body froze, and the spiritual energy within him completely dissipated. As his body fell freely through the air, only his pale white eyes remained on his face, along with a hollow voice, "I never expected such power." From above, Jian Chen coldly threatened directly, "Qian Yun, from today onwards, every breath you take, I will kill one person. Until there's no one left in your Qiankuan Kingdom if you don't come out here." A short while later, everything that happened outside was relayed to Qian Yun without missing a single word. Sitting on the golden throne, he sighed, "It's all my mistake. If I hadn't joined those 4-nation alliances, my Qian Kingdom wouldn't have encountered this bringer of death." Hearing this, Eunuch Zhang, standing beside him, spoke worriedly, "Your Majesty, this old servant has sent someone to invite the sect master of Yangji sect to protect you. We just need to wait until then, and we'll be safe." But Qian Yun raised his hand to signal him to stop. He seemed to have made a decision, "Don't dream of revenge anymore. This is all my doing, so let me end all of this." Afterwards, Qian Yun went directly to Jian Chen. He spoke first, "Your Excellency, it's been a long time." Seeing Qian Yun, Jian Chen's eyes revealed anger. "Qian Yun, do you still remember what you said to me?" The sword in his hand glowed again, and Jian Chen looked at it with madness. "On that day, I already said I would trample upon your Qiankuan Kingdom, killing every last one." Next, his voice rang out, firm and sharp. "Now I've come to fulfill that promise." Eunuch Zhang couldn't bear to listen anymore. He pointed his finger and scolded, "How dare you be so disrespectful to His Majesty, you!" Qian Yun raised his hand to cut him off. He slowly flew forward. "Your Excellency, participating in the war with the invading nations was my mistake alone. Please spare the innocent people of Qiankuan Kingdom." Jian Chen heard that and laughed in anger, "Very well. Innocent people, indeed." He immediately questioned Qian Yun back, "Then, weren't the fallen warriors of our invading nations innocent?" To appease Jian Chen's anger, Qian Yun offered a condition, "My Qiankuan Kingdom is willing to compensate the families of the fallen soldiers from the invading nations." But Jian Chen didn't want to hear more. He raised the spiritual energy weapon in his hand. "You think compensation will solve everything? That's far too naive." The spiritual energy string rapidly lengthened with Jian Chen's movement. He growled, "Today, I will destroy the Imperial Palace of the Qiankuan Kingdom. This is a warning to all of you." With that said, Jian Chen directly lashed it towards one side of the Imperial Palace. A fierce blaze immediately spread out, quickly engulfing the palace in a burning golden light. Only at this moment did Xiaoshan calmly appear. "Where did this brat come from, daring to destroy the Imperial Palace of our Qiankuan Kingdom?" Seeing him appear, Eunuch Zhang happily pointed, "You brat are dead for sure. The sect master of the Yangji sect is the 5-transmission Heavenly Sky Saint Master." But Jian Chen remained unusually calm. "If you think you can avoid national annihilation by relying on the so-called 5-transmission Heavenly Sky Saint Master, then I feel you are far too optimistic." His expression immediately startled Qian Yun. He exclaimed in surprise, "What? Judging by this brat's tone, could it be that he can defeat the 5-transmission Heavenly Sky Saint Master?" Next, Jian Chen calmly looked at Xiaoshan. I'll give you one more chance, either get out or die. At this, he still confidently laughed arrogantly. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that. No sooner had he finished speaking than Xia Shan resolutely charged towards Jian Chen. His entire body was now covered in red flames, because those who dared to speak to me like that have all been killed by me. Amidst the sky-shattering roar, "Brat, hand over your life." Xia Shan used his ultimate technique, heavenly rank martial skill, myriad heaven sword chi. Immediately, sharp spiritual energy threads, like sword blades, continuously shot out from around him. Facing that move, Jian Chen's expression didn't change at all. He swung his hand across his chest. Following that, a spiritual energy vortex was quickly created. Jian Chen had used the move, heavenly rank combat skill, Cloud Wind Flat Palm. Seeing his attack easily nullified, Xia Shan was momentarily stunned. What? Just as he lost focus, Jian Chen appeared behind Xia Shan. Is this the 5-transmission Heavenly Sky Saint Master? Next, Jian Chen channeled all his spiritual energy into his palm and struck Xia Shan's back. With just that one move, he was completely unable to resist, his body flying uncontrollably forward. But Xia Shan quickly regained his balance. He cried out in horror, "How can this brat's speed be so fast?" Even at this point, Xia Shan intended to risk his life to continue fighting, but someone stopped him. "Stop!" He turned his head in confusion to look behind him, where Qian Yun stood. "Your Majesty." Tiredness appeared on Qian Yun's face. He rubbed his forehead in dejection and spoke, "Don't sacrifice yourself in vain any longer. All of this is due to my greed. Let me end everything myself." With that, Qian Yun flew directly in front of Jian Chen. "Lord, I know you are here because of issues related to the invading nations. From now on, the Qian Kuan Kingdom will never interfere in the affairs of the invading nations again. Please, be lenient and spare them, will you?" Jian Chen scoffed at him loudly. "You only know to repent when death is near? How can there be such a good thing in this world?" Seeing that he couldn't convince him, Qian Yun had no choice but to reveal his last trump card. "Lord, I am willing to exchange the treasure map of the Saint King's cave dwelling for peace for my Qian Kuan Kingdom." Hearing that, Jian Chen suddenly hesitated. There must be a king's royal weapon in the Saint King's cave dwelling. If I let the youngster, if they help me refine it, my strength will advance another step. Thinking this, he immediately agreed. "All right, I'll grant your wish." At this, Qian Yun finally felt some relief. He pulled out a map from his personal space, his voice full of reverence. "Thank you, Lord." Receiving the golden scroll, Jian Chen carefully unrolled it and examined it. A moment later, he contentedly put it into his spatial ring, but still didn't forget to threaten. "Since you've offered this price, I won't pursue your crimes against the Qian Kuan Kingdom any further. But if you still dare to mobilize troops against my invaded kingdoms, I will surely annihilate your Qian Kuan Kingdom." Having settled things here, Jian Chen quickly transformed into a ray of light and flew off. Noticing Qian Yun's strange silence, Eunuch Zhang worriedly asked, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" He regained his composure and turned to speak. "I'm fine. Go do something for me." Eunuch Zhang bowed. "Please command, Your Majesty." Unexpectedly, Qian Yun took out many other golden scrolls. He commanded solemnly, "Distribute this map of the Saint King's cave dwelling to all the great clans and aristocratic families." It turned out Qian Yun had a plan all along. I must make that scoundrel suffer to death at the hands of those great clans and aristocratic families. Hearing this, Eunuch Zhang smiled smugly and withdrew. Understood. Next, Qian Yun turned to Ha Sun. "Sect Master, are you all right?" He clasped his hands respectfully and reported, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. This old man is only slightly injured." Ha Sun's expression suddenly turned serious. He bowed even deeper. "Please punish this old man, Your Majesty, for failing to protect Your Majesty and causing you to lose such a precious item." But Qian Yun not only didn't punish him but also comforted him. "What are you saying, Sect Master? Without your Yangji sect, how could our Qian Kuan Kingdom establish a foothold on this continent? Ha-sun replied softly, "Thank you for your forgiveness, Your Majesty." Suddenly, it was early morning. Jian Chen returned to Duke Khan's place with joy. Yesterday, he didn't have time to tell Duke Khan about his father. He must tell him today to see if he's willing to return to the invaded kingdoms with him. If not, then he'll just give him some money. In a flash, Jian Chen landed on the tiled floor in front of Duke Khan's shop. The shop hadn't opened yet, the door was silently and inexplicably closed. Sensing something was wrong, Jian Chen quickly flung open the door and called out loudly, "Kanzi, Kanzi." Just as he suspected, the scene inside the shop was one of chaos, blood, and broken furniture. In a corner, Duke Khan was crying, clutching Nuang Lan's body, "Mom, Mom, please wake up, Mom." Seeing this, Jian Chen's anger immediately erupted. Dense killing intent enveloped the entire space. But then, Jian Chen quickly regained his composure. He walked over and asked, "Kanzi, what happened?" Duke Khan didn't have time to explain everything. He urgently pleaded, "Great hero, please save my mother." Jian Chen took out a small bottle of medicine and gave it to Duke Khan. "Quick, give her this medicine." At this moment, Duke Khan didn't have time to think much. He carefully put the medicine into Nuang Lan's mouth. Meanwhile, Jian Chen was taking her pulse. Only then did he realize, how could this injury be from the heavenly void Saint Master? After that, Jian Chen still needed confirmation from Duke Khan. "Kanzi, I was only out for a moment. What has happened already?" With teary eyes, Duke Khan said in a choked voice, "It was done by those beasts from the Yang extreme sect." Hearing that name, a look of surprise clearly appeared on Jian Chen's face. The Yang extreme sect? What Duke Khan cared about wasn't that. He excitedly grabbed Jian Chen's arm. "Great hero, my mother won't die, will she?" Jian Chen gently patted his trembling hand to reassure him. "Don't worry, since your mother has taken the Saint Bright Divine Pill, you don't need to worry about her life anymore. Once your mother wakes up, I'll use the power of holy light to heal her, and she'll surely live a long life." Hearing him say that, Duke Khan immediately prostrated himself on the ground. "Thank you, great hero, thank you, sir." Jian Chen quickly helped Duke Khan up. He gently asked, "Kanzi, you don't need to worry about your mother anymore. Now calm down and tell me what happened." Facing Jian Chen, Duke Khan lowered his gaze. He recalled and slowly recounted. The group from the Yang extreme sect that the great hero chased away not long ago just brought someone named Junior Marshal Uncle Zhou Yu to seek revenge on the great hero. But unexpectedly, you were no longer at the inn. Next was the destructive rampage of Qi Yang and his accomplices. So, to vent their anger, they started smashing things in the shop. Not only that, but they also cruelly laid hands on Nuang Lan. As he recounted this, Duke Khan's voice faltered. "My mother tried to stop them, but they beat her to this state." At present, there was towering hatred in his eyes. "These beasts of the Yang extreme sect, once my mother recovers, I will definitely embark on the path of cultivation to take revenge on you all." Jian Chen walked over and patted Duke Khan's shoulder. He calmly told him, "No need, I'll take you to get revenge now." Jian Chen's expression darkened slightly. His voice rang out coldly, "It just so happens I need to find their sect master for something." Immediately after, the image at Jian Chen's feet suddenly blurred and twisted. Following that, a spacious garden under the moonlight appeared. As the image gradually became clear again, it turned out to be the group from the Yang extreme sect sitting and chatting. Jian Chen exclaimed, "Found them." A moment later, Jian Chen led Duke Khan to a shop. The waiter standing at the door immediately greeted, "Sir, are you here to rest or to dine?" Unexpectedly, Jian Chen generously threw out a gold ingot, "Help me get 10 barrels of water and deliver them to the backyard of the Yang extreme sect." Seeing the dazzling gold ingot in his hand, the waiter's eyes squinted with a smile. "Thank you, esteemed patron, I'll go right away." By evening, Jian Chen casually led Duke Khan to the residence of the Yang extreme sect's people. The disciple guarding the gate raised his hand to stop them. "Sir, this is our Yang extreme sect's territory. No one is allowed to enter without an invitation." Jian Chen didn't want to waste words with them. He swung his hand across their faces. The two guards immediately fell down. Jian Chen calmly walked inside. Khan, don't be afraid. With me here, no one from the Yang extreme sect can harm you. Hearing this, an excited expression appeared on Du Khan's face, and he firmly replied, yes, great hero. At this moment, the Yang extreme sect's people were still cheerfully sitting around a table, chatting. When they noticed, Qi Yang, their leader, majestically yelled, how dare you? Who's that? His expression quickly turned to fear as he looked at Jian Chen in horror. Is that you? Seeing this, the disciple behind him wondered, Senior brother, do you know this person? Qi Yang stiffly replied, he's the one who killed those two junior brothers. The other person exclaimed upon hearing this, what did you say? In front of them, Jian Chen directly ordered, quickly summon the one you call Uncle Master Zhou here. At this moment, the undisciplined disciple beside him dared to retort, how insolent. Boy, who do you think you are? How dare you speak such words? Jian Chen remained silent. He flicked his hand, releasing a tiny bit of spiritual energy. It quickly transformed into a dazzling ray of light, shooting towards the disciple's neck. By then, it was too late for him to regret. His mouth could only stammer out two words, no, no. Once again, a disciple of the Yang extreme sect fell right beside Qi Yang. Jian Chen's eyes glowed ominously, and he repeated, quickly summon your Uncle Master Zhou here, and I'll grant you a swift death. By now, Qi Yang was utterly terrified, and he wailed piteously, no, don't kill me, please spare me. Seeing this, Jian Chen impatiently took out his spiritual energy whip. Did you hear clearly what I said? Then, he decisively lashed the whip towards Qi Yang, who was now too frightened to even lift his feet. Just as the whip was about to strike Qi Yang, a spiritual energy shield blocked it. Realizing someone had come to save him, Qi Yang boldly shouted, Uncle Master Zhou, save me. From the upper floor, a deep voice echoed, who are you, sir? Why do you come to our Yang extreme sect in the middle of the night to arbitrarily kill people? Jian Chen knew without thinking that the other person was the leader, and he asked loudly in return, that's a question I should be asking you. In the endless darkness, Zhou Qing's figure appeared, and he spoke, what do you mean? Jian Chen sternly questioned, half an hour ago, why did your Yang extreme sect go to someone's inn and casually kill people? At this moment, Zhou Qing stepped into the light, looking down arrogantly. So, you're here because of this young fellow. Then, Zhou Qing calmly looked at Jian Chen, his voice carrying a threatening tone. I hope you understand that our Yang extreme sect is the #1 sect in the Qinkuan kingdom. Not just anyone can provoke us. His eyes suddenly flashed with danger, and Zhou Qing raised his voice. If you insist on defending such a lowly commoner, then don't blame our Yang extreme sect for not knowing how to treat guests. Faced with the intimidating aura emanating from him, Jian Chen remained as calm as ever. I only have one thing to say to you. If your Yang extreme sect doesn't want to be annihilated, then I advise you to come down here, kneel and apologize to Du Khan, and compensate him. These words deeply angered Zhou Qing, and he roared, nonsense. You truly are ignorant young punk. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual energy in his hand transformed into a sword, and he charged down. Let me see what abilities you truly possess. In contrast to Zhou Qing's agitated attitude, Jian Chen calmly flicked his finger. A sharp ray of spiritual energy shot from his hand, striking straight towards Zhou Qing. With just that one move, he was struck down, flattened on the ground. Only then did Zhou Qing realize fear. He scrambled to his feet. How can you have such cultivation? I am already a third-rank Heaven Void Holy Master. Jian Chen's expression remained as calm as ever, and his sharp voice rang out, I've already killed several third-rank cultivators like you. Only then did Zhou Qing realize how formidable Jian Chen's strength was. What? This kid has already killed third-rank cultivators? So, according to him, his strength must have reached at least the 5th rank? Thinking this, he wisely knelt down and begged Jian Chen for mercy. Sir, please spare me, I was just following orders. Not only did he not believe it, but he also questioned him. Following orders, huh? You are Heaven Void Holy Master, yet you take orders from a great Earth Holy Master. Hearing this, Zhou Qing stammered in confusion. No, I was following the orders of our sect master, Ha-Sun. Jian Qin repeated his words in surprise. Your sect master, huh? Why would he want to make trouble for Kai de Kuan-Zin? As if afraid he would attack him, Zhou Qing looked up, secretly observing Jian Qin's expression, and honestly confessed. Because we found out someone killed a disciple of the Yangji sect. After that, Jian Qin continued to ask. So when you couldn't find me, you blamed it on my sick mother and Kai de Kuan? Zhou Qing's face turned ashen, and he stammered an apology. Sir, I know I was wrong, please spare my life. But Jian Qin coldly exposed him. You are not wrong, you just realized that you're about to die. With that, the spiritual energy in Jian Qin's hand glowed again, immediately splitting into two sharp rays. Next, he beckoned, and the two rays of spiritual energy followed his command, piercing directly into the chests of Qi Yang and Zhou Qing, who screamed. No! After dealing with them, Jian Qin turned to reassure de Kuan. All right, let's go back and visit your mother, she should be awake by now. As soon as Nuang Lan was mentioned, de Kuan's eyes lit up. Yes. As the sun rose, the two returned to de Kuan and Nuang Lan's inn. On the bed, Nuang Lan had just woken up, and de Kuan rushed over emotionally. Mother, you're all right now, that's really wonderful. Nuang Lan still looked a little tired, but her hand could now stroke de Kuan's head. My good son, you worried so much. Then, she sat up and looked at Jian Qin with gratitude. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my old life and my son. At this moment, he humbly bowed to Nuang Lan. Madam, please don't be so formal, this is what I should do. Jian Qin's mind was still busy thinking. I can't let these two mother and son live here. I must repay Uncle Kaida for saving my life. Thinking so, he inquired. Madam, do you two have any plans for the future? After a moment of careful thought, Nuang Lan looked at de Kuan. I plan to take Kuan away from Qian Kuan Nation. Hearing this, his face was full of confusion, and de Kuan wondered. Mother, aren't we going to stay here and wait for news from father? On Nuang Lan's haggard face, her sad eyes closed. There's been no news from your father for so many years, I'm afraid something unexpected has happened. She stroked de Kuan's head, her voice full of tenderness. I originally wanted to establish some property here for you, then see you marry and have grandchildren, that way, I could face your old man. But... In a flash, Nuang Lan's gaze drifted into the distance, and she spoke with great sorrow. The Yangji sect is not only numerous and powerful, but also connected to the imperial family of Qian Kuan Nation. If my son and I stay here, we will surely be found by the Yangji sect. Nuang Lan embraced de Kuan, tears streaming down her cheeks. I don't want to see you being scorned by those people from the Yangji sect anymore. De Kuan had already started crying with Nuang Lan, and he finally made a decision. All right, mother, I'll follow you back to our hometown, and take care of you and support you from now on. Hearing this, Jian Qin's heart suddenly twinged. I can't let them go by themselves, otherwise, how can I repay Uncle Kaida's kindness? Thinking so, he immediately suggested. Kuaner, take your aunt and come with me to the Tsin Nation. Nuang Lan held de Kuan in her arms and gently refused. Benefactor, for you to help this old woman like this, I am endlessly grateful. But the Yangji sect is too powerful, it's not worth making an enemy of them to save us. Seeing their refusal, Jian Qin had no choice but to bring up that name. All right, I'll be direct with everyone. Uncle Kaida himself told me to come and take you two mother and son away. De Kuan was surprised to hear this and turned to look at Jian Qin. Great hero, do you know my father? At this moment, Jian Qin was still pondering. Well, I'll wait until your aunt's health recovers before telling them that uncle has passed away. So, he just found a plausible reason. He took on a very important mission, which is why he told me to pick you two up and take you to the Tsin Nation to enjoy a good life. Next, Jian Chen patted Dekuan's shoulder, encouraging him. As for Uncle's matter, we'll talk about it slowly later. First, take good care of your aunt's health. He immediately regained his spirits. All right, thank you, great hero. Before leaving, Jian Chen also instructed the two of them. Tomorrow, I will take you and your aunt to the Yangji sect to demand an explanation, so today, both of you should rest well. The implied meaning in his words made Nuang Lan suddenly feel suspicious. What does demanding an explanation mean? Could it be that the young hero has ties to the imperial family of the Tsan Khan nation? On the other side, in the imperial palace of Tsan Khan nation, a panicked voice echoed. Your Majesty, something has happened. The person who arrived was Eunuch Trin, who quickly reported to Tsan Van. Something has happened at the Yangji sect. Noticing Eunuch Trin's unusual demeanor, Tsan Van shouted. What about the Yangji sect? At this moment, Eunuch Trin immediately announced the bad news. Your Majesty, last night, Chu Tan and others from the Yangji sect were killed at the inn. Not one of the 50 disciples of the Yangji sect survived. Hearing this, Tsan Van immediately became enraged. He slammed the table and roared. Damn it, who dared to do such a brazen thing? Eunuch Trin's stammering voice spoke up again. According to the people from the 6 doors, it was probably done by the mysterious strongman who destroyed the palace the night before last. This was truly shocking news for Tsan Van, who asked in alarm. What? Next, Tsan Van suppressed his anger. He pointed a finger at Eunuch Trin. Do you know the reason? A few drops of sweat ran down Eunuch Trin's forehead as he continued to report. Reporting, Your Majesty. It said that people from the Yangji sect attacked first, damaging and beating the inn staff. The inn's owner seems to have a very good relationship with the mysterious strongman living there. At this point, Tsan Van didn't need to question further. He calmly sat down. So it was the Yangji sect's people who attacked first. Then it's fine. Pausing for a moment, Eunuch Trin inquired. Your Majesty, are we still going to manage this matter? Tsan Van casually dismissed the matter. Forget it. Tell the sect master of the Yangji sect that this matter was brought upon themselves, it has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Eunuch Trin could only reply. Understood. At the same time, Ha Sun was angrily interrogating the inn waiter from the other day. Speak quickly, who dared to brutally attack my Yangji sect disciples like this? The waiter knelt on the ground in fear, answering vaguely. Sir, this humble one truly doesn't know the name of that gentleman. Clearly, this answer did not satisfy Ha Sun, who quickly gathered spiritual energy in his hand. If you won't tell me, then I'll find out myself. Afterward, a red stream of power from Ha Sun's hand shot directly into the waiter's body. At this moment, a look of horror appeared on his face, his eyes wide and vacant as if he'd lost his soul. As a white stream was forcibly extracted, the waiter screamed in agony. In the red light, Jian Chen's face clearly emerged. Seeing that unforgettable face, Ha Sun gasped in surprise. What? How can this be? The scene shifted to the entrance of the Yangji sect, where Jian Chen had brought Duc Khan and Nuang Lan. Even there, Duc Khan wanted to turn back. Great hero, maybe we shouldn't go. Duc was still traumatized by their beating. Jian Chen spoke to reassure him, Khan Zi. Auntie, everyone, don't worry. With me here. No one can harm either of you. Next, the three went straight inside. But were stopped by the guarding disciples. Stop! Who are you to come here? Seeing them, Jian Chen's expression darkened slightly. He spoke grimly, Today, I've come to your Yangji sect. Because I want an explanation. The two disciples, however, burst into laughter. One mocked, Aren't you crazy? The one next to him chimed in, How dare you come to my Yangji sect and act so arrogantly? Don't you value your life? Jian Chen didn't bother saying more to them. He calmly raised the spiritual energy sword in his hand. Yangji sect, take this. As soon as the words fell, that surge of murderous aura struck towards them, carrying an extremely oppressive aura. Those two watched in fear, couldn't help but sweat profusely and cried out involuntarily. But of course, Jian Chen had no intention of stopping. And so that surge of wrath shot straight through, bringing a thunderous sound. Jian Chen's aura was hot as fire. At this moment, it was continuously incinerating the opponents, making them feel as if they were being burned by hellfire. Dekuan watched in disbelief. Oh my goodness! This hero is truly formidable. What exactly is his relationship with Father? Noam La looked towards Jian Chen, speculating. He's helping us like this. He must have a very good relationship with the father and son. Jian Chen said coldly, if you've already arrived, then stop being sneaky. At the same time, Xia Shan finally had to show himself. He looked at Jian Chen, then admonished. Your Excellency, why did you go back on your word? He then asked back dismissively. When did I go back on my word? A few days ago, you promised His Majesty Qingkuan Kingdom that you wouldn't make things difficult for us anymore. Have you forgotten? Indeed, at that time, Jian Chen had said, if you offer a sufficient price, then I will no longer pursue Qingkuan Kingdom's past crimes. He said with a cold face, at that time I also said, as long as you don't provoke me, I won't cause you any trouble. Now he recalled what they had done, and his heart was filled with hatred. But unfortunately, none of you from Yangji sect listened to me at all. Jian Chen questioned coldly, your Yangji sect destroyed the inn of my old friend's son yesterday, and then severely injured his mother. If I hadn't returned in time, the elderly lady would be dead by now. Hearing the accusations, Xia Shan looked bewildered. He asked again, what inn? After a pause, Xia Shan remembered, could it be? At that time, he had called for Zhou Qing. Sect Master, what are your orders? Xia Shan also gave an order. You go with Qi Yang, and talk to that mysterious master. Then he suddenly flinched. Wait a minute. This is a misunderstanding. Now Jian Chen was too lazy to listen to explanations, he said. Stop making excuses. My heart won't be at peace until I avenge this. Today, I will use the blood of your Yang Exchange sect to atone for the sin committed against my old friend's son. With that, he quickly struck a sword down towards Xia Shan. He, of course, wouldn't sit idly by and wait for death, and immediately counterattacked with the Earth Tier Water System combat skill, Water Dragon Slash. In the sky, two streams of red and blue internal energy immediately collided, creating a shocking disturbance. Jian Chen frowned and said, let's see if your water extinguishes my fire, or if my fire evaporates your water. Immediately after, he quickly channeled his internal energy again, looking intently at the opponent with immense power. In less than 2 seconds, Jian Chen shot that aura straight into the sky. And now his fire was everywhere. From the air, a fireball just appeared. And not only that, its momentum was also incredibly immense. Xia Shan watched, completely stunned. What kind of power is this? Why do even I feel such terrifying dread? Jian Chen looked at him, and now he said coldly, Sect Master of Yang Extreme Sect, take this. With that, he leaped up, gained momentum, and then powerfully sent that stream of internal energy towards Xia Shan. He couldn't believe that. The boy possessed such terrifying power. He quickly brought both hands forward to block in front of himself. In no time, old man Xia Shan was beaten by Jian Chen with no room left to retreat. Although he used all his strength to resist, it was fundamentally useless. The shield Xia Shan created was immediately shattered. Xia Shan then couldn't help but spit blood. He was startled. How can this be? But just as he was still dazed and didn't understand, he was once again sent flying far away. Jian Chen threatened. If you can't block this, then the people below will be smashed to smithereens. These words made Xia Shan jump. He quickly looked down at his building. Now, it had exploded. Xia Shan jolted, unwilling, and simultaneously shouted. No. Of course, everything was too late. His residence was already engulfed in Jian Chen's sea of fire. Now, hatred made Xia Shan no longer fear him. He looked at Jian Chen and then said loudly, "This old man will fight you to the death." After speaking, he channeled a massive source of internal energy, his entire body emanating an oppressive aura. Jian Chen was slightly surprised and asked himself, "Is that a heaven-tier combat technique?" Xia Shan roared in a cold voice, "Ignorant brat, today this old man will show you that there's always a higher mountain. And beyond people, there are people." Having said that, he furiously rushed towards him, shouting loudly at the same time. But right then, Jian Chen used his 2 fingers to hold back that sword. Then he calmly asked him again. Xia Shan was startled, his eyes wide in surprise. "No, it's impossible. How can you block a saint weapon?" Jian Chen easily broke it, and at the same time scornfully said, "Heaven-tier combat technique? It's nothing more than this." Then he channeled his internal energy, his entire body radiating an oppressive aura. Jian Chen said, "From now on, the Yang-Ji sect will no longer exist." Xia Shan, disbelieving, roared, "You frog in a well, do you really think the Yang-Ji sect is just a small sect? Our Yang-Ji sect's power is greater than you can imagine. It's not too late for you to stop now." Jian Chen looked at him disdainfully and said again, "Powerful, huh? Then let's see if you can block this move." Right then, Jian Chen concentrated his internal energy, preparing to use the move. Saint-tier combat technique, blood frenzy. Xia Shan seemed to have been utterly astonished and said, "A saint-tier combat technique? How can that be? You're just a heaven sky. How can you know a saint-tier combat technique?" But of course, Jian Chen had no intention of explaining anything to a dying man. He coldly pointed his finger towards Xia Shan. "Saint-tier combat technique, Hellfire." At this moment, with death imminent, he finally realized. Xia Shan screamed in fear, "No, don't. I was wrong, please don't kill me." In response to his words, a violent gale rose, accompanied by a dramatic explosion. Ha Sun couldn't bear the sharp pain. He let out a piercing scream as his entire body was torn into many pieces by this power. In an instant, this place was blown up by you, with smoke and dust rising everywhere, obscuring the sky. Duk Khan and his mother fearfully embraced each other. They looked around in stunned surprise. King Tran watched, momentarily afraid as well. The power of chaos is indeed incredibly formidable. I've only grasped a tiny bit of its surface, yet its might is already like this. He then slowly descended, still calculating in his head. It's time to take Duk Bao Tuk's family away from this place. King Tran then said, "Madam, Kanzi, come with me to Sam Kwok. I will take care of both of you in the days to come. You won't have to live in worry anymore. Or fear. I guarantee that in Sam Kwok, no one will bully either of you." Noam Lan happily looked at him, smiling politely and saying, "Thank you, young master." Turning back towards the camp. The atmosphere here was still unusually quiet. King Tran and the 2 quickly returned. And in an instant, he had arrived. As soon as the soldier saw King Tran, he was overjoyed. "Protector National Master, you have returned." King Tran then said, "Is General Lu here now?" The soldier excitedly said, "Yes, I will lead you to the general." He then quickly lifted the tent flap and respectfully said, "Please enter, General Lu is here." King Tran politely replied, "Thank you." As soon as he stepped inside, King Tran spoke. "General Lu, I'm back." He joyfully stood up. "National Master, you finally returned. As soon as you returned, you asked about official matters. I haven't been here for 2 days. Has anything happened?" General Lu replied, "Nothing bad has happened, but a lot of good news has arrived. My lord, first let me prepare some food for you to eat." But he quickly refused. No need, I still have other things to do. I just came here to ask you for a favor. General Lu rejoiced, thinking to himself. Finally, it's time to prove myself. I must perform a great deed. Then he respectfully said, Please, my lord, command me. Then he pointed to Duc Khan and Nuang Lan. General Lu, these two are old acquaintances of a friend. Please take care of them for a few days. As soon as he heard this, General Lu happily replied. Nuang Lan respectfully bowed her head. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my son and me. King Tran quickly said. Madam, please don't say that. From now on, just call me King Tran. Then he instructed again. General Lu, please take them to eat something. They are not cultivators. They must be both hungry and tired right now. Hearing this, General Lu quickly gave an order. Men, quickly take the National Master's friends to eat something. The soldier quickly bowed, understood, my lord. Afterward, King Tran was still not at ease. He asked again, how is the war situation? General Lu happily said. Fortunately, thanks to you, my lord. The great army of Phong Lam nation has begun to retreat and has sent us a letter of surrender. According to what he recounted, the situation in the three fortresses to the east, west, and north of the Sam nation has now stabilized. At this point, General Lu smiled even more joyfully. You've worked hard, my lord. The assistance of your nation to our Sam nation, the people of Sam nation will forever remember in their hearts, never forgetting. In the evening, seeing Nuang Lan sitting alone, King Tran worriedly asked, Madam, are you still doing okay tonight? Nuang Lan looked sad, then she looked at him and asked directly, My benefactor, Kai Duk, he's dead, isn't he? King Tran, flustered, said, Madam, uncle is on a mission. Nuang Lan didn't want to deceive herself or others, she stated frankly. All right, you don't need to worry about me. Before, every year he would come home 2 or 3 times, and each time he'd bring a lot of food. Then Nuang Lan frowned and asked in a cold voice, I ask you, how did he die? King Tran didn't know how to deny it anymore and had to tell the truth. Uncle lost his life to save mine. She didn't show surprise, only quietly said, Indeed, he is truly a man of his word. Hearing this, King Tran was also extremely surprised and immediately asked back. Nuang Lan began to recount. Since childhood, he had immense strength, and his cultivation was much faster than others. She recalled. I asked him, why do you have to cultivate? Isn't living as a farmer good enough? At that time, Duc Kai said, To protect others. You need courage. Nuang Lan was heartbroken. He protected me for half his life. Remembering Duc Khan, she sadly said, Now it's my turn to protect his son. Seeing her lonely figure, King Tran secretly made a resolve. Madam, from today onwards, no one will look down on the two of you anymore. Back at the Imperial Palace, the surrounding space was incredibly fortified and quiet. Van Thien sat in her room. Her face couldn't hide her worry and sadness. The person outside, seeing she didn't reply, quickly added, Fourth sister, are you in there? Then she pushed the door open and entered. Fourth sister, these past few days I've noticed something unusual about you. Do you have something on your mind? That girl sadly said. These past few days I've been feeling restless, can't seem to calm myself, and keep having nightmares. Feng Yin gently sat down and said, Fourth sister, are you thinking about Chang Tian again? Van Tien's eyes were dazed, then she added, Sister, if you were a mother like me, you would understand. Feng Yin kindly advised, Fourth sister, don't be sad. Chang Tian's talent is extraordinary, he has great fortune and destiny, he will surely be protected by heaven. He will be back soon. Van Tien said again, but when he was expelled by the Hoa Van sect, he was only a 15-year-old child. How long have we been looking for him, and still, there's no news. After Van Tien finished speaking, her whole body trembled. I don't know where Chang Ni is now, or if he can even come back. I'm afraid for him. Feng Yan patiently comforted her. Fourth sister, don't overthink it. Chang Ni will definitely be safe. She looked at Van Tien and whispered to herself, Fourth sister, you must persevere. Now, the only people in Chanyang Manor who can be relied upon are you and me. According to accounts, the second sister's daughter, Chanyang Mingyue, left home a year ago due to dissatisfaction with her engagement, and her whereabouts are unknown. The eldest sister's son, Chanyang Hu, was brought back a few days ago. Although he's alive, he has become a cripple. Feng Yan then went to the window, looking into the distance. You all must be safe and sound. Outside, Jian Chen and Dekuan's mother and son were already there. He said to himself, Mother, your son is home. How are you? Then Jian Chen quickly knocked on the door. The people inside were still doing their work. At the same time, a voice from inside the house rang out, Who's out there? Rushing to open the door and enter, Jian Chen happily called out, Uncle De, it's me. He stared excitedly at Jian Chen. Fourth young master, you're finally back. He couldn't help but anxiously ask, Uncle De, is my mother's health still fine? The old man excitedly pulled his hand. Hurry, come with me, fourth madam misses you every day. Wait, Uncle De, slow down. Inside, Feng Yan was still advising, Chang Tian has great fortune and destiny, and he's also intelligent. He'll definitely be fine. He's probably just hiding somewhere. Uncle De excitedly ran in, shouting, Fourth madam, fourth madam. Feng Yan annoyedly quickly opened the door. Uncle De, why are you yelling so loudly? Uncle De pushed Jian Chen in front of Feng Yan. Third madam, the fourth young master has returned. She was startled. Fourth young master, Chang Tian. As soon as Van Tien heard the name, she quickly pushed Feng Yan aside. Chang Ni. Jian Chen, with tears in his eyes, looked at her and said, Mother, your son has returned. Van Tien hugged him tightly. Chang Ni, you're finally back. You made your mother miss you so much. Jian Chen felt her pain and also felt heartbroken. Your unfilial son has not returned home for a long time. Then he said to the old man, Uncle De, I have something to ask of you. Uncle De happily replied, Fourth young master, just give your orders. Pointing towards Dekuan, he said, Uncle De, please arrange a place for this mother and son. Their father was my savior. Uncle De respectfully said, Young master, rest assured, this old servant will arrange everything thoroughly. Feng Yan quickly interjected, All right, don't stand outside, come inside and talk. I still have to quickly go and report the good news to the master. Meanwhile, Yang Bao was sitting dejectedly in his room. His expression couldn't help but be pensive. Feng Yan rushed to open the door and entered, excitedly shouting, Master, there's great good news. Hearing her voice, he frowned. What's all this noise? What is it? As soon as Feng Yan entered, she excitedly grabbed Yang Bao's arm. Master, fourth sister's son, Chang Tian, has returned. Hearing this, he was slightly startled. What? Are you telling the truth? Has Chang Ni really returned? Feng Yan pulled Yang Bao's hand. It's true, come with me. After regaining his composure, Yang Bao ran as fast as he could. I'm coming, I'm coming. Feng Yan hurriedly called out, Master, wait for me. Meanwhile, Jian Chen was excitedly telling his mother, Mom, I even raised a small tiger as a pet. But because I was eager to come back, I left it at a friend's house. Later, when I have time, I'll bring it back for you to play with. Yun Tian said nothing. She just silently looked at her son with loving eyes for a long time. At the same time, a loud sound rang out. Yun Tian was startled and looked at Yang Ba, who was panting in front of her. Master. Jian Chen stood up, turned around, and said, Father, your son has returned. Yang Ba hugged him tightly and lifted him up. My good son, I knew you wouldn't die. Jian Chen hugged both of them, secretly reassuring himself, Home, this is my home, I'm home. Yang Ba, overjoyed, loudly said, Someone. Quickly prepare a wine feast for me. Today, I want to have a truly satisfying drink with my son. The servants in the house quickly replied, understood. Seeing him uncontrollably joyful, he quickly reminded him, Father, you've just returned from the battlefield. It's best not to drink too much. Your health is more important. He happily replied, all right, I'll listen to my son. If I don't drink, I don't drink. Suddenly, Jian-Chen said, oh right, Father, where's my eldest brother? Is he all right? Hearing this, Yang Ba sighed sadly, your eldest brother Ahu, he. Jian-Chen worriedly quickly pressed further, Father, what happened to my eldest brother? Yang Ba sadly said, he had his limbs cut off on the battlefield. Even though he's conscious now, he refuses to eat or drink anything. He just wants to die. Jian-Chen was secretly relieved. Fortunately, as long as eldest brother is alive, everything will be fine. After that, he said, Father, let me go see how eldest brother is for a moment. Yang Ba, of course, agreed, go, and try to persuade him too. He replied, yes. As soon as he walked past, he saw Feng Yin bringing food to the door of the room, eldest sister. I know you're heartbroken about Ahu, but you can't go without eating or drinking. Seeing this scene, Jian-Chen also changed his view of her. It seems third madam isn't as bad as I thought. At the same time, Feng Yin turned to look at him. She was a little surprised to see Jian-Chen looking at her. Then she said, Chang Tian, you quickly go and persuade your eldest aunt. Jian-Chen happily said, don't worry, third madam, leave it to me. Give me the food, I promise I'll make both eldest brother and eldest aunt eat it. Jian-Chen sincerely looked at her, during my absence, thank you, third madam. Feng Yin was pleased, Chang Tian, what are you talking about? Although I always compete with my sisters for favor, now is not the time for that. You Feng Yin, still know what needs to be done. Then she tenderly stroked his head, these past years have been hard on a child like you. Jian-Chen added, third madam, go rest. I'll feed eldest brother and eldest aunt. Feng Yin softly said, all right, third madam trusts you. As soon as he entered, Jian-Chen whispered, eldest aunt, eldest brother, I'm back. As soon as Su Qi saw him, she was overjoyed, Chang Tian, you're back? Jian-Chen handed over the meal, eldest aunt, I have a way to cheer up eldest brother, but first, you must eat all of this. As soon as Su Qi heard this, she tightly gripped Jian-Chen's hand, startling him. Then she looked intently at Jian-Chen with hope, Chang Tian, I beg you, you must persuade your eldest brother well. Jian-Chen then firmly said, eldest aunt, don't worry, leave everything to me. Jian-Chen then walked to Yang Hu's bedside and called out softly, eldest brother. Turning his cloudy eyes to Jian-Chen, he said, fourth brother, you're back. Yang Hu became even more pessimistic, fourth brother, if I had known earlier that your eldest brother would become like this today, I'd rather be beaten to death by the people of Huayan sect, and I wouldn't let you, fourth brother, go offend them. Then he said gloomily, like someone about to die, fourth brother, it's all because your eldest brother implicated you. Seeing him like that, Jian-Chen was displeased and immediately said, eldest brother, why are you talking like that? He tried to persuade him, eldest brother, you must cheer up. Wait a little longer, I'll find a way to restore your limbs. But Yang Hu was completely powerless, fourth brother, you don't understand. To regenerate a severed limb, one must be a 7th stage light saint master to possess that ability. Your eldest brother will never be able to stand up again in this life. Then Jian-Chen happily presented a brightly shining pearl, eldest brother, look at this. Upon seeing it, Yang Hu's eyes lit up, is this the power of light? Pausing for a moment, he suddenly came to his senses and realized, fourth brother, are you a light saint master? Jian-Chen added, eldest brother, I am currently a 6th stage light saint master. I'm just one step away from reaching 7th stage, so it will take a little more time, and your body will be restored. Yang Hu's eyes welled up as he stammered, fourth brother, is that true? Are your words all true? Jian-Chen then said, of course, eldest brother. First, swallow this light saint pill. You must persevere and stay alive until that day. Finally, he obeyed and quickly swallowed it, saying, "Fourth brother, your eldest brother will definitely strive to live." Yang Hu struggled to close his eyes, swallowing the pill with some difficulty. Only then did Jian Qin stand up reassured. "Good. Now I'll go tell eldest aunt, she'll be very happy." Meanwhile, that group of people was looking at the clouds and sky. The man in the scholar's robe seemed to be plotting something. At the same time, a subordinate quickly reported, "My lord, your subordinate has something to report." Mingxian frowned. "What's the rush?" The subordinate then hastily said, "My lord, Changyang Chang Tian has returned." Hearing this, he was startled and surprised. "Did you see it with your own eyes?" The subordinate quickly bowed his head. "Yes, my lord, this is indeed true." Hearing this, Mingxian flashed a cunning smile. He said coldly, "Excellent." Then Mingxian gave another order. "The direction of attack has changed. Follow this sect master to Changyang Mansion to collect what's due." The subordinates behind him replied, "Understood." On this side, Su Qi was happily feeding Yang Hu. "Ah Hu, eat more." He also cheered up, "Mom, I'm so full. Let's eat again tomorrow." Jian Qin sat aside teasing, "And who was it that said eldest brother couldn't eat or sleep well a few days ago?" Yang Hu turned to look at him with a gloomy face, "But I can't eat for 4 or 5 days in one meal." At this moment, Yun Tian ran in frantically, pale-faced, "Chang'er, come with me quickly." He was startled. "Mom, what's wrong?" Yun Tian said hastily, "Chang'er, people from Huayun sect are coming to our Changyang mansion. You can't stay at home." Jian Qin calmly reassured, "Mom, don't worry. Your son will be fine." Feng Yan also rushed over. "Chang Tian, quickly find a place to hide." Yang Ba worried, "Chang Tian, you and your mother should hide for a while. I will go to the palace immediately to ask Grandmaster Qing Guo to intervene and see if this matter can be resolved." Jian Qin reassured them, "Father, mother, eldest aunt, and third aunt, don't worry. I can handle the Huayun sect matter myself." Yun Tian was frantic, "My foolish son, don't say such stupid things. Huayun sect is very powerful. How can you possibly deal with them?" Yang Ba added, "That's right. Even if you've grown stronger in recent years, you still can't contend with the Huayun sect." He said mournfully and sadly, "It's also because my strength isn't enough that you two, mother and son, have to endure this injustice." Then Yang Ba handed him a secret manual. "Chang Tian, this is a heaven-grade combat skill that your father accidentally acquired. Take it and cultivate it for a while. Come back after you're done cultivating." Jian Qin recalled, "Isn't this what I asked Ming Dong to send? This guy actually delivered it on time, huh?" At the same time, a loud voice rang out, "Chang Yang Ba, today you must hand over your son Chang Yang Xiang, or else our Huayun sect will annihilate your entire Chang manor." Jian Qin frowned and said coldly, "Huayun sect? I've wanted to settle scores with you for a long time." With that thought, he confidently walked out towards the main door. At the same time, Yun Tian rushed over and grabbed his hand tightly. Frightened, she said, "Chang'er, where are you going? Listen to your father, come with mother and find a place to hide first." Jian Qin explained with difficulty, "Mother, your son isn't afraid of the Huayun sect anymore. Just let me go." She quickly shouted, "No, what nonsense are you talking about? How could you be a match for the Huayun sect? Just listen to your mother, okay?" Yang Ba blocked them. "Chang Tian, you and your mother should quickly leave through the back door. I'll go to the front gate and stall for a bit." Outside Jian Qin's house, the door remained tightly shut, showing no sign of opening to welcome the troublesome guest. Mingxian led his subordinates, shouting, "Chang Yang Chang Tian, get out here and die now." Yang Ba came out from inside. "Sect Master Chang, how can you stand in front of my Chang Yang manor and make such a racket? Don't you know any manners?" He provoked. "Chang Yang Ba, as long as you hand over Chang Yang Chang Tian, our Huayun sect will never make things difficult for your Chang Yang family." Yang Ba tried to explain, "Sect Master Chang, the matter from back then was clearly your son Ching Ming Xiang's fault first. Mingxin remained unreasonable. Chang Yang Ba, I'll give you one chance. Either you obediently hand over Chang Yang Chang Tian, and we'll have no further dealings, or else. He paused, then threatened, my Huayuan sect will destroy your Chang Yang manor. Yang Ba was annoyed. Damn it, you guy named Chang, if you really take another step, then my Chang Yang manor will have no choice but to fight your Huayuan sect with all our might. Let's see if your Huayuan sect is stronger or our Chang Yang manor is more formidable. Mingxin then quickly charged forward. Chang Yang Ba, if you want to die, then don't blame me for being merciless. He threw a punch towards Yang Ba, Earth-grade combat skill, Azure Wind Fist. At this moment, Uncle De was frightened and quickly shouted, Master, be careful. Then Uncle De also quickly channeled his internal energy, Earth-grade combat skill, Wind Calming Palm. But of course, he was no match for Mingxin. The latter landed a fatal blow directly to his stomach. The old man flew out. Yang Ba was startled and shouted worriedly, Uncle De. Mingxin scornfully said, with such little strength, you dare to fight me? At the same time, Mingxin's smile suddenly stiffened as he stared intently at his opponent. He quickly stepped forward to support the old man, then said with a heavy heart, Uncle De, you've troubled yourself. Although severely injured, he couldn't help but worry. Fourth young master, quickly go. Quickly taking out a medicinal pill for Uncle De, he reassured him, don't worry, Uncle De, it'll all be over in a moment. Mingxin said delightedly, Chang Yang Chang Tian, I've finally found you. Today, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Jian Qin carried the old man and instructed his father, Father, you take care of Uncle De first. Let me handle this for a bit. On this side, Mingxin was still standing there babbling, Chang Yang Chang Tian, prepare to die. Then he channeled his internal energy, Earth-grade combat skill, Azure Wind Fist. Die, Chang Yang Chang Tian. Seeing the dangerous situation, Yang Ba couldn't help but warn, Chang Tian, be careful. He hadn't even looked at his opponent, yet his hand had already moved up to gently block the attack. Upon seeing this scene, the subordinate's jaws dropped in astonishment. Mingxin was also startled. What? You, how can you block my attack? I'm a Sky Saint Master. Jian Qin said coldly, my mother is still waiting for me inside, so your Huayuan sect will probably die faster than her. Then he formed a hand seal and pointed at him, purple-green condensed flying star sword. The move looked gentle, but now Mingxin was instantly sent flying far away. Looking at the hole in his chest, he widened his eyes, impossible. As he fell, Jian Qin said disdainfully, Sky Saint Master, for me to kill is just like killing a dog. The subordinates were scared pale, the sect master is dead, run. But of course he wouldn't let them have their way. Very quickly, Jian Qin managed to round them back up. Seeing his angry face, they seemed to have seen a ghost. Every single one of them gaped in astonishment. He knelt down and stammered, G great hero, I was wrong, I was just forced to go along, I didn't do anything bad. He calmly instructed, go back and tell your Huayuan sect ancestors that I, Chan Yang Chan Tian, will soon come to your Huayuan sect to get an explanation. Then Jian Qin kicked him, now get out of here. He flew away, scared pale, understood, thank you, great hero, for sparing my life. With that, he looked at Yang Bai again, Dad, didn't your son lie to you? It ended so quickly, right? Here in the royal palace, everyone was gathered around, enjoying a grand banquet. King Wu respectfully said, thank you, esteemed imperial preceptors of Qin Kingdom, for coming to help us. The young man quickly replied, King Kassam, you are too kind. We are merely following orders to protect the protector imperial preceptor of the Qin Imperial Kingdom. The other person added, that's right, King Kassam, if you want to thank someone, thank our Qin Kingdom's protector imperial preceptor. The dean then asked curiously, esteemed sirs, may I know the honorable name of your protector imperial preceptor? Perhaps this senior is also acquainted with our Kassam Kingdom. Both looked at each other, each surprised by the dean's words. Tian Luo then spoke up, our protector imperial preceptor's name is Jian Qin, I wonder if anyone here knows him. Upon hearing this, the dean hesitated, then said, Jian Chen, this person. Then he turned to ask the others, do any of you know this esteemed person? They were also vague, we've never heard this person's name before. Could he be a hermit from some prominent family? Ming Dong secretly wondered, no one in the entire kingdom knows Jian Chen? Is he even from this country? Then he tilted his head back, drank wine, and calculated the time. It must be time for Jian Chen to leave the mercenary city's sacred land, right? He felt a bit bored. I remember he told me to wait for him at Chanyang Mansion. Well, I'll go there after the banquet ends. Meanwhile, on a large mountain, an enchanting light enveloped the area. Chang Yun laughed with delight. I've broken through. The two subordinates below happily echoed, congratulations, ancestor, for successfully breaking through and becoming a third-stage Sky Saint Master. Chang Yun descended, pleased, good disciples, you've worked hard while I was in secluded cultivation these days. The other person added, this is what a disciple should do. Hardly had they rejoiced when bad news was reported, ancestor, save us. The subordinate ran over frantically, ancestor, the sect master, The sect master was killed by someone. Tian Yun's heart skipped a beat, what? What exactly is happening? Speak quickly. As soon as he heard the old man speak, the person immediately replied, understood. At the male lead's house, everyone was now happily feasting. It had been a long time since their house was filled with such laughter. Hugging Jian Chen, Yang Bai excitedly said, you have no idea how exhilarated I feel today. At the same time, Yun Tian quickly pushed her son away. If you crave wine, don't drag my son into it. She irritably couldn't believe it. Chang'er is only 21 this year. How could he possibly have killed the Huayun sect master? Then Yun Tian gently said to him, Chang'er, I just want you to live a peaceful life forever. He reassured her, Mom, don't worry, no one in the Kassam kingdom will dare bully you anymore. Yang Bai was surprised and asked, Chang Tian, what level has your strength reached exactly? Why can't I sense your aura? He honestly replied, Dad, due to some strange fortunate encounters, my cultivation path has completely transcended the realm divisions of the Tianyuan continent. Then Jian Chen calmly added, as for strength, anyone below a 5th stage Sky Saint Master, I can kill as easily as killing a dog. Hearing this, both husband and wife fell silent, stunned, unable to utter another word. Then Jian Chen looked at the two of them and asked, Dad, Mom, what's wrong with you two? Yun Tian, overjoyed, then asked, Chang'er, have you become a Sky Saint Master? Jian Chen didn't know how to explain. He scratched his head and chuckled, you could say that. Yang Bai laughed heartily with delight, good, no wonder you're my son, Changyang Tianba. Then Jian Chen hurriedly left, Uncle De, I'm going out for a bit, to completely settle things with the Huayun sect. He worried incessantly, 4th young master, let this old servant accompany you. Jian Chen then said, I can handle the matters of the Huayun sect myself, but I need Uncle De to help me with one thing. The elder continued, 4th young master, just say it. Jian Chen carefully instructed, these next few days, someone named Ming Dong will probably come to our manor. If I'm not here and he arrives, please keep him here and tell him to wait for me, he's a close friend of mine. He didn't ask anything further, just respectfully replied, understood. Then he flew up, Uncle De, I'm going out for a bit, to completely settle things with the Huayun sect. Uncle De worried, 4th young master, come back soon. Turning away, Jian Chen's eyes held a glint of killing intent, Huayun sect, I'm coming. At the imperial palace at this time, a quiet atmosphere enveloped the area. 2 figures sitting inside the building were still talking to each other. At the same time, King Wu spoke, you've met the Qin Huang Kingdom's imperial protector, Jian Chen, who is he? He frowned and said, Your Majesty, although I have met Jian Chen, I truly have no impression of him at all. King Wu then wondered, why would he travel thousands of miles to support our Jessen Kingdom? Although our Jessen Kingdom's territory is rich, it wouldn't catch the eye of the Qin Huang Kingdom. He couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity, and the distance between us and the Qin Huang Kingdom is also too great. After a pause, the headmaster then added, "Your Majesty, I suddenly remembered someone." King Wu was surprised. "Who?" Then, he frowned and voiced his thoughts to King Wu, old ancestor Chanyang. At this, King Wu suddenly realized, that's right, it can only be old ancestor Chanyang. Before he finished speaking, a soldier immediately brought a report, "Your Majesty, secret report from Lan City." As King Wu looked at the secret report, he couldn't help but be shocked. What, not only is he alive, but he's also returned. Seeing his expression, the headmaster couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, is that person named Jian Qin really related to old ancestor Chanyang?" King Wu quickly folded the paper. "Not that person named Jian Qin, but Chanyang Changtian has returned." Hearing this, the headmaster also couldn't help but be startled. He quickly exclaimed, "What, he's not dead?" He frowned and said, "Back then, after he left the Chanyang Manor, there was no news of him. I thought something had happened to him. I didn't expect him to be alive." King Wu replied with delight, "This can also be considered good news for the Chanyang Manor. After all, his eldest son had his limbs severed and was sad all day. Now that the fourth son has been found, it's also a joyful event." The headmaster also had an idea. "Your Majesty, let's take this opportunity to curry favor with the Chanyang Manor." King Wu also agreed with this idea. "That's right, if we can gain the favor of the Qin Huang Kingdom's imperial protector, Jian Qin, it would be a great honor for our Jessan Kingdom." Just then, a soldier quickly entered to report, "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The Huayan sect master, Ming Shen, was killed by Chang Tian right on the street." Hearing this information from the soldier, both of them were momentarily startled and couldn't help but exclaim together, "What?" The soldier then repeated, "This afternoon, the Huayan sect master, Ming Shen, was killed by Chang Tian right on the street." King Wu was so startled he broke into a sweat. How many stages of Sky Saint Master was the Huayan sect master, Ming Shen? At the same time, the headmaster vaguely recalled, if I remember correctly, he was probably a third-stage Sky Saint Master. King Wu was pleased. Then doesn't that mean Chanyang Changtian's strength is at least above a third-stage Sky Saint Master? He couldn't help but laugh heartily. Good, good, our Jessan Kingdom has another young genius. The headmaster recalled the young man's innocent smile and couldn't help but assess, this child, Chanyang Changtian, indeed possesses extraordinary talent. After that, King Wu immediately ordered, "Headmaster, quickly go to the National Treasury and select some good treasures. Later we'll go to the Chanyang Manor together to offer our congratulations." He also quickly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." After he had finished, King Wu secretly rejoiced. It seems our Jessan Kingdom is about to have great fortune. That evening, Jian Qin finally arrived before the enemy's residence. The two guards at the door saw him and shouted, "Who's there? What are you doing at our Huayan sect?" Jian Qin's eyes were like a devil's now. He looked at them and then indifferently uttered two words, "Exterminate sect." They looked at Jian Qin mockingly. "I'm dying of laughter. Is this kid an idiot? Hurry up and leave. Our Huayan sect doesn't bully fools." He said nothing, only silently channeled his internal energy. A dense aura emanated from Jian Qin's hand. That power now converged into a sharp sword, surrounded by burning streams of fire around him. Now, the smiles on their faces gradually disappeared. Both of them simultaneously shouted, "What do you want to do? Stop!" But of course, he didn't explain further. Jian Qin just launched a powerful strike towards the two guards. That night, an entire tall building was struck, causing it to fly into the air with a huge shocking sound. Inside, the guards were startled, each shouting, "What was that sound? There's an intruder. Go check it out." Immediately after, Jian Qin was surrounded. "Kid, who are you? Are you tired of living? How dare you come to our Huayan sect and cause trouble? And destroy our Huayan sect's mountain gate? Our Huayan sect will definitely not spare you." Ming Xiang immediately asked him, "Who are you, sir? Why did you destroy our Huayan sect's mountain gate and main hall? If you don't explain yourself, no matter who you are, don't even think about leaving here today." Jianchen frowned and asked, "You don't know me, so why have you been sending people to find me all these years?" When he heard this, he immediately realized, "You are Changyan Changtian." Jianchen then coldly looked at his enemy and said, "Long time no see, Cheng Ming Xiang." He laughed maniacally, looking at him. "Changyan Changtian, there was a path to heaven you didn't take, and a gate to hell you walked into yourself." Ming Xiang then shouted, "Disciples of Huayan sect, heed my command. I, as sect master, order you to immediately execute the villain before us. Those who successfully kill Changyan Changtian will be heavily rewarded." Below, the subordinates who overheard immediately responded fiercely, "Yes, young sect master." Having said that, they all desperately rushed towards Jianchen, shouting in unison, "Die!" He looked at him disdainfully and mocked, "Cheng Ming Xiang, after so many years, you're still a coward." Then, Jianchen extended his hand and looked indifferently at his opponent, "Die." Seeing this intimidating internal energy, all the subordinates were startled and said to each other, "What? This is bad. Be careful." Of course, Jianchen had no intention of sparing them. He unleashed many immense internal energy forces from his body. The subordinates who were hit by the attack exploded like mud, their bodies mangled. As they fell, their bodies were no longer intact, the corpses looked utterly terrifying. Jianchen said coldly, "Cheng Ming Xiang, that year the Huayun sect forced me to flee my home. Now, it's time to settle this debt." Now, Ming Xiang began to get scared. "Changyan Changtian, I warn you not to act recklessly. My father is the Sky Saint Master, and he will return soon." However, Jianchen now looked at him with amusement. "What, don't you know I killed your father this afternoon?" Ming Xiang thought he was bragging. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? My father is the Sky Saint Master. Do you know what a Sky Saint Master is? It's an existence second only to a Saint King." Jianchen continued to extend his hand towards him, gathering internal energy, and said, "Since you don't believe me, I'll send you down to reunite with your father." As soon as this attack was launched, Ming Xiang couldn't help but gape in surprise. His eyes widened, watching Jianchen, and he couldn't help but feel fear. No. But at the same time, a golden light appeared beneath Ming Xiang's feet at a moment he least expected. In a life-or-death situation, just as Ming Xiang was about to be pierced by Jianchen's attack, that beam of light suddenly formed a circle, engulfing his body. From afar, Cheng Yun finally arrived just in time to save his life. As soon as Ming Xiang saw the other party, he rejoiced as if grasping a blade of grass. "Grand Elder! The Grand Elder has arrived!" Yet he remained incredibly arrogant. "Changyan Changtian, if our Huayun sect's Grand Elder has appeared, then you are surely dead." Cheng Yun's face darkened as he looked at him and asked, "Changyan Changtian, what brings you to our Huayun sect?" Jianchen casually said, "This afternoon, the sect master of Huayun sect came to my home and argued, upsetting my mother. So I've come to your Huayun sect to demand an explanation." Cheng Yun was irritated. "Changyan Changtian, you killed our Huayun sect master and you still want to demand justice from our Huayun sect?" Upon hearing this, the subordinates were utterly astonished, unable to believe their ears. "What? The sect master is really dead?" Jianchen then continued, "That's just the first thing. Secondly, back then, your Huayun sect relied on your power to force me to leave my home and flee. The fresh grudge from yesterday, coupled with the old hatred from the past, let's settle it all today." Cheng Yun replied, "Changyan Changtian, how exactly do you intend to settle this?" Seeing that he also intended to reconcile, the young man then said, "I'll give your Huayun sect 2 choices. First, you disband the Huayun sect so that it will be erased from the Kaisan kingdom from now on." But it seemed Cheng Yun was displeased. "Damn it, Changyan Changtian, you're too arrogant. What do you think our Huayun sect is? Even your father, Changyan Ba, wouldn't dare speak so boldly. Who do you think you are?" Jianchen added, "Second, I will help you destroy the Huayun sect, so that it will be erased from the Kaisan kingdom." Upon hearing this, he finally couldn't hold back his anger. "Changyan Changtian, you're going too far. I saw you were young and talented and originally intended to turn enmity into friendship. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being merciless. Ming Xian was so angry he shouted, "That's right, old ancestor, kill him. Avenge my father." Immediately after, Cheng Yun struck a blow towards Jian Chen, Changyang Changtian, prepare to die. Yet, the young man didn't even care. As the sword chi was about to pierce his head, Jian Chen still stood there calmly. This also made Cheng Yun involuntarily gasp in surprise. He stammered, "How? How can this be?" Before Cheng Yun could comprehend the situation, Jian Chen calmly caught the sharp golden sword with 2 fingers. Now, his face turned pale. "No way. I just broke through. I am a 3rd stage Heaven Saint Master." The young man calmly broke the sword tip and then contemptuously said, "Just a 3rd stage Heaven Saint Master dares to bark in front of me." Quickly putting distance between himself and his opponent, he now finally understood. "No wonder you're so arrogant, you're already a Heaven Saint Master." Afterward, Cheng Yun continued to circulate his internal energy, but there are differences even among Heaven Saint Masters. Today, I've decided to go all out and show you what a 3rd stage Heaven Saint Master is capable of. Jian Chen also stopped holding back. He coldly declared, "The Huayun sect will be erased from the Kaisan Kingdom today." In the sky, the two stood gazing at each other, both emitting a formidable internal energy. It seemed he was very eager to kill Jian Chen, immediately unleashing a blow towards the young man. But of course, compared to him, the young man's strength was still far superior. Jian Chen calmly extended his hand and struck a blow, successfully blocking Cheng Yun. Looking at the crushing momentum of the young man, he couldn't help but be horrified. How can this be? How can you manipulate both attributes? Even as he was still wondering, Jian Chen had quickly vanished from his sight. At this speed, he couldn't help but be startled and jump back in shock. In an instant, Jian Chen had moved behind Cheng Yun. He disdainfully said, "Let me dislocate one of your arms." With that, he unleashed a sharp internal energy strike that sliced through the air with a terrifying sound. Seeing this surge of internal energy fiercely cutting towards him, Cheng Yun could do nothing but scream in shock. Jian Chen now had the upper hand. He simply kicked down hard on his opponent. "Go down." With a dazed look in his eyes, Cheng Yun didn't think his opponent, merely a young man, would possess such overwhelming power. And just like that, a huge explosion echoed in the air, while Jian Chen stood there calmly, watching for amusement. Cheng Yun's entire body was thus slammed into the mountain, looking utterly miserable and unable to bear it. However, knowing that he was now at a disadvantage, Cheng Yun quickly got up and simultaneously channeled his internal energy to counterattack. Jian Chen was not in a hurry to act rashly. He stood there watching to see what other tricks his opponent would pull on him. At the same time, he quickly launched a fatal blow towards the young man. It seemed Cheng Yun did not want Jian Chen to survive. Seeing the massive explosion before his eyes, Cheng Yun couldn't help but feel smug. "Hit! You little brat, if you don't die, you'll be seriously injured." However, Jian Chen was not scratched in the slightest. From within the dust and smoke, he coldly asked his opponent, "Is this all your strength?" He contemptuously said to Cheng Yun, "If you don't even have a low-tier heaven-grade combat skill, then dreaming of injuring me today is just that, a dream." Cheng Yun was terrified, his mouth agape in shock. "No, no way. Absolutely impossible." Immediately after, he frantically attacked in the air. "I am a 3rd stage Heaven Saint Master. I am the pinnacle existence of the Kaisan Kingdom." Jian Chen no longer dodged, but those internal energy attacks were like a mere scratch to him. "Goodbye, Huayun sect." With that said, Jian Chen immediately channeled his internal energy. His aura now was no different from a demon from hell coming to claim lives. Looking at the circular internal energy streams falling towards his body, Cheng Yun was stunned. This is... Down below, the disciples of Huayun sect were terrified. They heard Cheng Yun's desperate scream, "Help me!" Now, the internal energy Jian Chen unleashed was a saint-level combat technique. After concentrating his internal energy, he gently flicked his hand towards the elder. To die by a saint-level combat technique, you might as well consider your life was wasted. Cheng Yun watched in shock as the hellfire rushed towards him. He was unwilling and roared, "No!" Tonight, the imperial palace was still utterly silent. It seemed this news had not yet reached King Wu. At the same time, Prime Minister Sa read an announcement, "Your Majesty, respected Kaisen Kingdom, our Heavenly Eagle Kingdom hopes to become an eternal ally. Therefore, I, your humble servant, have specially come here to propose a marriage, hoping your Majesty the King can marry Princess Jelen to the second prince of our Heavenly Eagle Kingdom." King Wu said happily, "Prime Minister Sa, Yuera is my only daughter, and also my most beloved daughter. Let me discuss it with Yuera first, to see what her opinion is." He stroked his beard and smiled faintly. "That's not a problem, truly a good father, worthy of my admiration." After that, Prime Minister Sa began to reveal his intentions. "I wonder, Your Majesty, when can you help us recommend some imperial tutors from Qinghuan Kingdom?" King Wu secretly disdained, "Old fox, what are your intentions?" "Don't think I don't know." Then he also made an excuse to reply. "The imperial tutors of Qinghuan Kingdom were too exhausted from the Great War and are currently recuperating. After a few days of rest, I will introduce them to Prime Minister Sa." Prime Minister Sa picked up his wine glass and offered it forward, then respectfully said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." At the same time, a soldier entered. "Your Majesty, an urgent letter has arrived from Huayun sect." King Wu looked and his heart secretly trembled. Isn't this seal only used for emergencies? What happened to Huayun sect? He nervously grabbed it. "Give it to me quickly." As soon as he read the contents, King Wu's mouth hung open in shock. "What? Zhang Yangchang Tian single-handedly annihilated Huayun sect?" Prime Minister Sa, seeing his grim expression, quickly asked, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" King Wu quickly ordered his maid, "Escort the guests from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom to rest. I have important matters to attend to." She respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." King Wu immediately gave urgent orders, "Prepare a grand gift. I want to leave for Luor City at once. Tell Commander Baidao of the Black Armored Army to come see me immediately." The soldier replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Before leaving, Sa Quoc added, "Your Majesty is busy with state affairs, but don't forget the in-law relationship between our two nations." Now he had enough courage to refuse. A few years ago, Yuera was already betrothed, so forget about marriage. Sa Quoc scoffed, "So what if there's an engagement?" "They haven't married anyway. It can be cancelled at any time. My crown prince of the Sky Eagle Kingdom cannot come here in vain." Early in the morning, everyone outside had set up a banquet, sitting and drinking together. Tian Lang spoke, "Tian Luo Air City is so big, where do we find the National Protector Imperial Advisor?" Tian Luo then said, "The Lord didn't specify. We can search slowly once we get there." Tian Lang couldn't help but wonder, "It's really strange to say, is the Lord truly a person from Sam Quoc?" He was a bit surprised. Why don't the powerful figures in Sam Quoc know the name of the National Protector Lord? Tian Luo then added, "I also find it strange. Based on the National Protector Imperial Advisor's strength and talent, everyone in Sam Quoc should know him, and no one should dare to provoke him." At this moment, a commotion caused everyone to stir. The people shouted and scattered, "It's the royal family's Black Armored Army. Why is the Black Armored Army entering our Luo Air City? Has something happened?" Tian Luo looked at the person on the golden palanquin and was greatly surprised. "Isn't that the king of Sam Quoc? Why has he come here? Is he looking for us?" As soon as he arrived, King Wu immediately gave the order, "Stop." Afterward, he directly stepped down onto the road, walking with everyone. King Wu turned to Tian Luo, "I didn't expect to meet 5 Imperial Advisor experts here. What a coincidence." Tian Lang then said, "Your Majesty, you seem to be in a hurry. I wonder what has happened." King Wu smiled brightly and said, "The 5 Imperial Advisors might not believe it, but an unprecedented genius has appeared in our Sam Quoc. This person is so young yet has already achieved the strength of a Sky Saint Master." Tian Luo was surprised. Then he asked, Your Majesty, do you know this person's name? King Wu loudly stated his name, Zhangyang Zhang Tian, the fourth young master of Zhangyang Manor. Tian Luo suspiciously looked at Tian Lang. Do you think this is possible? He secretly replied, I think it's possible. After all, how many geniuses like that can there be? Then Tian Lang spoke, Your Majesty, if convenient, could you take the 5 of us to meet this genius? King Wu happily agreed. Of course, you all should come along. Upon seeing King Wu, Yang Ba immediately bowed respectfully, Welcome, Your Majesty, to Zhangyang Manor. King Wu then said, It's been a long time since this king has visited Luo Air City. Today, I'm rarely free, so I came to have a look. Then he pointed at Tian Luo and his group, Oh, by the way, Zhangyang Ba, these 5 are imperial advisors of the Qin Huang Kingdom. You must have met them before, right? Yang Ba respectfully said, Zhangyang Ba thanks the 5 imperial advisors of Qin Huang Kingdom for saving our lives that day. Tian Luo secretly rejoiced, Here it comes, it's my turn to show off. Then he added, Patriarch Zhang Yang is too kind. I was merely following the orders of the National Protector Imperial Advisor. King Wu secretly wondered, why are these people more courteous to Zhangyang Ba than even me, the Emperor? Then Yang Ba said, Your Majesty, a banquet has been prepared for you in the manor. Let's go in, eat, and chat. King Wu then agreed, All right. After everyone had taken their seats, King Wu then said, Zhangyang Ba, I heard that Zhangyang Zhang Tian has returned. This king hasn't seen this son-in-law in a long time. Immediately, Yang Ba looked inside, Zhang Tian, why don't you come out quickly and pay your respects to His Majesty? He quickly obeyed his father, stepping out respectfully, Zhangyang Zhang Tian pays his respects to Your Majesty. King Wu rejoiced, Good, good, good. No wonder he's my son-in-law, truly a dragon among men. Both Tian Luo and Tian Ling secretly thought, It's exactly as we thought. The Imperial Protector's real name is indeed Zhangyang Zhang Tian. Then they looked at each other, secretly satisfied, I was absolutely right. I'm still the smart one. Then, King Wu looked at them again and happily said, Revered State Preceptors. Immediately, Tian Luo and Tian Ling simultaneously knelt down, Your subordinates pay respects to the Great Imperial Protector. Your foolish subordinates could not find the Great Imperial Protector, please forgive us. King Wu was stunned upon hearing this, what did these people just call Zhang Tian? Thinking of this, he was slightly startled, could it be that my son-in-law is the Imperial Protector of Qin Huang Nation? Jianchen then said, Sorry, I was in a hurry when I left, so I forgot to tell you my real name. Then he helped them up, How are your injuries? Tian Luo then respectfully replied, Reporting to Your Excellency, the injuries of some of us have fully recovered. Jianchen was overjoyed, That's great, then, you all. At this moment, Yang Ba said to him, Zhang Tian, what exactly is going on? He was surprised, dumbfounded, and gaping, Zhang Tian, why are they calling you the Imperial Protector? Is it really you? Jianchen said apologetically, Father, please sit down first, don't get agitated. I am indeed the Imperial Protector of Qin Huang Nation. King Wu held back from gasping in astonishment, My nation is soaring this time. Your husband is amazing. Immediately after, he said, My son-in-law, you've kept us in suspense for so long. Right after that, Bai Shu whispered into his ear, Patriarch, Bai Dao has arrived. Seeing Yang Ba so anxious, Jianchen curiously asked, Father, what happened? Then he quickly said to him, Zhang Tian, your maternal uncle is here. Jianchen was surprised and asked him again, his eyes couldn't help but ask, Maternal uncle? At this moment, his memories began to recall that maternal uncle who used to play with him when he was little. King Wu then asked, Zhang Yang Ba, is it possible that Bai Dao is still holding a grudge over that incident? Yang Ba sadly said, Yun Tian and I have advised him many times, but he is still stubbornly set on revenge, but the opponent. Then Yang Ba asked again, Bai Shu, where is he now? He replied, according to the master, he is in the fourth madam's room. Yang Ba said to him, Zhang Tian, quickly go to your mother's room. Convince your maternal uncle to let go and not seek revenge anymore. We cannot afford to provoke the other party. Jian Qin immediately knew the matter was serious, maternal uncle's enemy. Then he quickly replied, "Yes, father, I'm going now." Tian Luo quickly reassured, "Your Majesty, you don't actually need to worry so much. The Imperial Protector's strength is already considered one of the best on the entire continent." Tian Ling also said, "That's right, and with the help of our Qin Huang nation, as long as it's not someone with the cultivation of the Saint King realm, they definitely won't be able to trouble the Imperial Protector." King Wu looked pained, but the Bai family's enemy is someone that even a Saint King realm expert couldn't deal with. Hearing him say this, both of them secretly paled and couldn't help but be startled. What? On this side, Jian Qin had quickly obeyed his father's order and rushed over. Okay. As soon as she saw him, Yun Tian quickly stood up in a hurry. "Zhamer, come meet your maternal uncle." His impression of this person was also very good, so Jian Qin immediately respectfully said, "Maternal uncle." But as soon as he saw him, this maternal uncle channeled his internal energy and quickly struck out. Jian Qin wasn't flustered, he calmly channeled his internal energy, concentrating a powerful aura into his palm. Immediately after, the two, who hadn't seen each other in a long time, had a small sparring match as soon as they met. Bai Jiao then looked at him with satisfaction, controlling the primordial energy of heaven and earth. "Zhang Tian, you have indeed reached the airborne Saint Master realm." Yun Tian then couldn't help but hit him hard. "If you dare to lay hands on my son again next time, do you believe this old lady won't disregard kinship and eliminate you?" He immediately gave a bitter laugh. "Sister, I was just accurately measuring Zhang Tian's true strength, that's all." She worriedly hugged her young son. "That's still not okay. What if Zhang Tian gets hurt?" Jian Qin immediately said, "Mother, don't worry, your son knows his limits." Bai Jiao, on the other hand, was overjoyed. "I never expected that when my Bai family was annihilated, a 21-year-old airborne Saint Master would emerge." After saying that, he said coldly, "Zhang Tian, you are now an airborne Saint Master. It's time to tell you about the deep blood feud of my Bai family." But Yun Tian seemed reluctant. "Brother, Zhamer has just barely gotten through those difficult days. Don't put any more burdens on his shoulders." She paused and then said again, "Moreover, the Bai family's enemies couldn't even be dealt with by our old ancestor, who reached the Saint King realm. If you tell Zhamer, aren't you just leading him to his death?" Hearing this, Bai Jiao's expression couldn't help but turn sorrowful. "You're right, I was too stubborn." Hearing this, the boy secretly wondered, Saint King realm. Immediately after, he said, "Mother, when I was traveling, I heard from friends that Saint King realm powerhouses are not easily annihilated. Perhaps our Bai family's old ancestor is still alive." Bai Jiao felt a little relieved now. Indeed, Zhang Tian's words aren't without reason. Perhaps the old ancestor is still alive in this world. Seeing his uncle's worry, Jian Qin reassured him, "Uncle, don't worry. I am not only a descendant of the Zhangyang mansion, but also a descendant of the Bai family. I will definitely avenge the Bai family." Bai Jiao, hearing these words, was overjoyed. Good grandson. To hear that from you, your uncle is already very satisfied." Yun Tian also immediately urged, "Zhang Tian, stay and eat with your mother and uncle. Afterward, tell your mother about your cultivation journey these past years. Your mother wants to hear it." Jian Qin couldn't bear to refuse them either. "All right." The scene shifts to this side. Shagwa respectfully bowed in greeting. "Your humble servant greets His Second Highness." Huang Bao smiled brightly and quickly helped him up. "Prime Minister Xia, please rise. How is the marriage proposal going?" Then Shagwa put on a sorrowful expression. "Today, your humble servant discussed it with Emperor Gusiniter. He said that Princess Yu already has an engagement." Hearing this, Huang Bao was furious and couldn't help but shout, "What? Who dares to snatch a woman from me?" Shagwa immediately recounted, "A few years ago, it seems King Gusun promised Princess Kulan in marriage to a man named Zhang Tian." Hearing this strange name, Huang Bao couldn't help but ask again, Zhang Tian?" Shagwa continued, the fourth young master of the Zhangyang mansion. Huang Bao gritted his teeth in anger. This King Gusen truly doesn't know what's good for him. For my Sky Eagle Kingdom to actively seek a marriage alliance with them is already a great honor. He not only didn't cherish this opportunity but also made things difficult for us, making us lose face. Shagwa calmly offered advice, Second Prince, please calm your anger. This marriage proposal is a task assigned to your humble servant by His Majesty the King. Your humble servant will certainly strive to complete it well. Speaking of this, a ruthless look appeared on Huang Bao's face. Princess Yu will definitely be mine. No one can take her from me. He looked at the painting of the beautiful young woman in front of him, and ambition began to rise in his heart. Returning to the princess's boudoir, she now sat alone and sad before the mirror, lost in thought. That beautiful face couldn't manage a smile. Yu thought to herself, Brother Zhang Tian, where are you now? Then, she recalled the hateful face of that second prince, and a wave of annoyance couldn't help but surge in her heart. Huang Bao had looked at her with mischievous eyes at the time. Princess Yu, I am the second prince of the Sky Eagle Kingdom. Thinking of this, Yu couldn't feel happy at all. She bitterly asked herself, why must I marry someone like that? As soon as Chiu Yi saw her looking so dejected, she spoke up, Princess, do you want me to take you away? I'm sure His Majesty wouldn't blame you for eloping. Yu immediately said, no need. If I leave this place, where would I even go? At this moment, King Wu's voice came from outside. May Father come in? As soon as Yu heard that, she rejoiced and said, Father, please come in. Yue isn't asleep yet. Chiu Yi knew they wanted to talk privately and said, Your Majesty, I'll go prepare evening tea for you and the princess. He said to himself, it seems Yue doesn't like Zhangyang Zhang Tian, but for the sake of the kingdom of Sams, I can only let her suffer this hardship. Immediately after, he said, Yue, Father understands your feelings, but Father is the king of a nation, and there are many things I cannot do as I wish. Yu sadly said, Father, your daughter understands. From the day I became a part of the royal family, my destiny has no longer been in my own control. King Wu lowered his voice, Yue, quickly get prettied up. Go meet the Zhangyang family and your future husband, Zhangyang Zhang Tian. Hearing this name, she was startled and then asked again, who? King Wu then said, Zhangyang Zhang Tian. Don't you know he's returned? Yu quickly asked, when did Brother Zhang Tian return? And wasn't the one I was supposed to marry the prince of the Sky Eagle Kingdom? King Wu's face showed clear disgust upon hearing this. What kind of nobody is the prince of the Sky Eagle Kingdom to dare harbor intentions toward my Yue? King Wu was surprised at this point. Yue, you've also met Zhangyang Zhang Tian before. Several years have passed, and now, Zhangyang Zhang Tian's achievements are quite high. He's reached a level that even Father can only aspire to. Yu was intrigued and wanted to hear more. Brother Zhang Tian, what great feat has he accomplished? King Wu then immediately told her, Zhangyang Zhang Tian is only 21 years old now, but he's already a Sky Saint Master and has become the protector national preceptor of the Qin Huang Kingdom. Yu listened with wide-eyed astonishment. How can that be? Father, you're not trying to fool Yue, are you? She couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that the reason the Qin Huang Kingdom retreated from us was because of Brother Zhang Tian? King Wu was excited and then said, my kingdom of Sams has Zhangyang Zhang Tian, and in the future, it will surely develop by leaps and bounds. His smile grew brighter. Oh Yue, tomorrow you must definitely make your brother Zhang Tian marry you. Yu was teased until her face turned beet red. She flared up in anger. Father, what are you saying? Meanwhile, Jian Chen and his father quickly arrived at the imperial court to meet Yu. Zwilly was delighted. I never expected that the esteemed protector national preceptor is actually the fourth young master of the Zhangyang manor. Yambo smiled widely. Elder Zwilly, you're too kind. Then he added, oh right, the dean has gone to Huayun sect. When he returns, we must definitely give him a scare. Jian Chen secretly smiled wryly. If the dean sees that Huayun sect is no more, he'll indeed be scared out of his wits. At the same time, King Wu and his daughter quickly walked past. "Worthy nephew, this is my daughter, Princess Yu." Jian Chen quickly greeted her respectfully, "Greetings, Princess Yu." He secretly thought, how is this princess so similar to Yu? Even her name is identical. Could it be? Immediately after, Jian Chen suddenly had a bold thought, she and Yu are twins, how amazing. Yu said nothing, but she was very happy to see him. "Brother Zhang Tian, you're all right, that's great." King Wu then said, "Worthy nephew, this is your first time in the imperial palace of the kingdom of Sams, isn't it? Let Yue show you around." Yu respectfully replied, "Your daughter obeys, father." Watching the young couple walk away, King Wu then said to Yang Bo, "My dear-in-law, when shall we hold our joyous occasion?" He quickly added, "I'll go discuss it with the boy's mother to see if there's an auspicious date." King Wu happily said, "Yes, yes, yes, I will send someone to check for an auspicious date." Meanwhile, a soldier quickly reported, "Second Prince, Prime Minister, the Princess of the Kingdom of Sams and a young man of about 20 are heading towards the Imperial Garden." Huang Bao gritted his teeth in anger. That young man must be Zhanyang Zhang Tian. This king of the Kingdom of Sams truly refuses a toast and prefers a forfeit. This prince, came here personally, and he treats me like this? How unreasonable. Shagwa seized the opportunity. It seems the Emperor of the Kingdom of Sams has made up his mind to betroth Princess Yu to the Zhanyang manor. This minister will go find the king and ask him directly if he truly disregards the Sky Eagle Kingdom. Huang Bao gritted his teeth. "Zhanyang Zhang Tian, the person this prince likes is not someone you can defile." Immediately after, he ordered his subordinates, "Bring your weapons and come with me. This prince wants to see what capabilities Zhanyang Zhang Tian truly possesses." The soldiers quickly replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, Yu quickly led Jian Chen on a tour of the Imperial Palace Garden. As she walked, she introduced, "This is the largest garden in the royal palace of the Kingdom of Sams. I really like it here." Jian Chen then immediately asked, "Princess Yu, do you have a twin sister?" Yu looked bewildered, then asked, "Young Master Chanyang, why do you say that?" Jian Chen then said, "I once met a girl who looked very much like the princess at Kargath Academy, also named Yu. Does the princess know her?" Hearing this, she laughed cheerfully, "Young Master Chanyang, I am Yu from the academy. Don't you recognize me?" Jian Chen was so surprised that he was stunned. This girl is so beautiful after not seeing her for a few years. No, she's a princess, so isn't it right for her to be so beautiful? Seeing him so dazed, she waved her hand and said, "Young Master Chanyang, I heard from my imperial father that you are already a Sky Saint Master." Jian Chen, realizing he had been momentarily dazed, stiffened and said, "Yes, princess, that's right." Yu then said, "Then can you give me a flying experience? I haven't flown yet. Before, I always rode magic beasts." Immediately after, Jian Chen looked at her. Yu's beauty made him can't help but be dazed. But very quickly, he accepted Yu's suggestion. Jian Chen calmly began to channel his inner force from his hand. At the same time, he was standing on a large, refreshing blue sword, looking towards Yu. Jian Chen warmly extended his hand and said to her, "Princess, please come up." But Yu then said, "Please continue to call me Yue. Suddenly calling me princess feels strange." Since she said that, he felt a bit more at ease. "All right, Yue, hold my hand tightly." As soon as he finished speaking, the two soared into the air. Yu was startled and couldn't help but let out a loud cry. Looking at everything from above, she happily said, "Is this what aerial flight feels like? It's completely different from riding a magic beast." Jian Chen then said to her, "Yue, your talent surpasses others. As long as you cultivate diligently, you will definitely be able to enter the realm of Sky Saint Master in the future." Yu was a bit sad, but after all these years, my strength is still at the Earth Saint Master realm, while you have already become a Sky Saint Master. He sincerely advised, cultivation cannot be rushed or agitated. I am just you a few years from now. Yu then remembered, "Oh right, there's something very important I want to tell you." Then the two landed, and she recounted the entire incident to Jian Chen. So, that's how it is. You must be careful of the prince of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. But of course, he didn't care. Don't worry. Since I've returned, I won't let you suffer any grievances. At this moment, a voice rang out, Princess Gallon, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. Looking at the soldiers following behind him, Yu spoke up, Your Royal Highness Second Prince, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to lead your troops to capture me? Huang Bao replied, The princess is joking. These people are only here to protect this prince's safety. How would I dare to do anything outrageous to Her Royal Highness? Immediately, she hid behind Jian Chen and whispered to him, Be careful. He is the second prince of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Jian Chen frowned disdainfully. I thought he might be on par with Brother Chen, but now he just looks like a good-for-nothing. They're both princes, so why is there such a huge difference? Huang Bao pointed at him. This must be the fourth young master of Chanyang Manor, Chanyang Chang Tian. Immediately after, he said to her, Princess, I wish to speak privately with young Master Chanyang. Would that be convenient? Jian Chen saw that Yu was unwilling to leave, so he said, Go admire the flowers. I'll speak with him for a moment. Yu knew that staying wouldn't solve anything, so she reluctantly stepped aside. As soon as she left, Huang Bao immediately showed his true colors. Chanyang Chang Tian, this prince will give you some advice. Princess Yu is someone this prince fancies. If you don't want to lose your life, quickly go ask your emperor to annul the engagement. He, on the other hand, calmly replied, My affairs are not for you to meddle in. If there's nothing else, then please return. Huang Bao was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Chanyang Chang Tian, do you want to bring disaster upon Chanyang Manor? It seems you don't know the strength of my Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. He waved his hand, pointing at him and threatening, Do you believe I can make your Chanyang Manor utterly destroyed? Jian Chen now had nothing left to do. Second Prince of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, do you believe that with just one word from me, I can make your Heavenly Eagle Kingdom disappear in a single night? Huang Bao slammed his hand down on a nearby table and growled, How dare you? Chanyang Chang Tian, you don't know your place. How dare you insult my Heavenly Eagle Kingdom like that? Men, seize him for me and on a chosen day, bring him back to the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom for my imperial father to deal with. Jian Chen also began to channel his inner force at this moment, but outwardly, he still stood motionless in place. Seeing no one rushing forward, Huang Bao was startled, his mouth agape in surprise. Where are they? Where are they? My men. The moment he looked back, all the soldiers he brought were lying sprawled on the ground. Huang Bao was shocked. What's going on? At this moment, Jian Chen looked intently at him. He asked, Your Highness, Second Prince, why are you sitting on the ground? Huang Bao was now secretly trembling. When did this brat make his move? I didn't notice it at all. He was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. Moreover, those guards were killed instantly without even a cry for help. Just what kind of strength does this brat possess? Immediately after, even though he was terrified, he still managed to stand up. Huang Bao looked at him and respectfully bowed his head. Young Master Chanyang, it was this prince's offense. Immediately after seeing him leave, Yu was a little scared. Brother Chang Tian, won't you cause trouble for Chanyang Mansion this way? He quickly reassured her, Don't worry, it's just the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, I don't even put them in my eyes. Then Jian Chen, pulling Yu, said happily, Let's go back too. She didn't mind and immediately followed, Okay. On this side, Zhang Xing was talking with Ming Dong. Brother Ming Dong, what are your plans for the future? At the same time, a guard quickly entered and reported, Your Royal Highness, the fourth young master of Chanyang Mansion, Chanyang Chang Tian, killed the guards of the second prince of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. He is currently outside, wishing to see Your Royal Highness for an explanation. Upon hearing this, he was so startled his mouth hung open in shock and he couldn't help but exclaim loudly, What? As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Bao walked in, shouting, Crown Prince Jisun, how do you discipline your subordinates? Zhang Xing hurriedly interjected, "Second Prince of Heavenly Eagle, Your Royal Highness, please sit down first and calm your anger." Seeing Ming Dong, he was startled. "Young hero Ming Dong, why are you here?" Huang Bao couldn't forget that this person was the genius he met at the celebration banquet of the Jisun Kingdom. Ming Dong glanced at him dismissively and asked, "What, do I need to report my whereabouts to you?" Huang Bao laughed cheerfully, "Young hero Ming Dong, you're too kind. I still wish to host a banquet for young hero Ming Dong." He secretly thought, if not for Prime Minister Xia telling me to win you over, why would I give you face? At this moment, Zhang Xing happily offered a wine cup. "Since that's the case, then the three of us might as well drink to our heart's content today." But Huang Bao was arrogant. "Crown Prince Jisun, no matter how magnanimous I am, shouldn't you at least make that Chanyang Chang Tian come and kowtow to apologize to me? For some reason, he killed more than 10 of my guards." He hastily smiled ingratiatingly. Yes, I will talk to my imperial father later and have Chanyang Chang Tian compensate you." Zhang Xing secretly groaned in his heart. Our Jisun Kingdom cannot afford to provoke the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. It's truly good to have a way to back down. Upon hearing this, Ming Dong was a little confused. Chanyang Chang Tian, Chanyang Mansion. Could it be? Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "What does that Chanyang Chang Tian look like?" Zhang Xing spoke up, "Although there isn't a portrait, we have the wanted poster left behind by the Huaiyuan sect when they pursued him." Ming Dong was extremely surprised and quickly asked, "A wanted poster? Can I see it?" Not expecting him to be so curious, Zhang Xing said, "Go get the wanted poster." The palace maid beside him respectfully replied, "Yes." Afterward, she handed him the wanted poster. "Your Highness Ming Dong." He looked at it and almost spat out his wine. "Isn't this Jian Chen? I wondered why I couldn't find anyone named Jian Chen in the entire country for 3 days. I didn't expect your real name to be Chanyang Chang Tian." Now, Ming Dong scratched his head. "I really am a blockhead. If he wasn't Chanyang Ba's son, how could I have given him that heaven-grade combat skill?" Recalling, Jian Chen had said, "Ming Dong, help me deliver this to Chanyang Ba, the family head of Chanyang Mansion, Lore City, Jisun Kingdom." At that time, he had agreed, "Okay, I remember." Immediately after, he looked at Huang Bao again. "Wait a minute, this grandson said he just had a conflict with Jian Chen." Seeing someone staring at him intently, he couldn't help but be curious. "Young hero Ming Dong, what's wrong?" Ming Dong asked him, "You just met Chanyang Chang Tian and then had a conflict with him, didn't you?" "That's right, I originally wanted to discuss something with him, but unexpectedly he suddenly provoked me and killed all my guards." He smirked. "Just in time, let you go test the strength of that Chanyang Chang Tian." Ming Dong immediately pulled Huang Bao up. "Just in time, take me to him, I also have something to discuss with him." He thought Ming Dong and Jian Chen had a personal feud, so he was extremely delighted. His eyes couldn't hide his cunning. "All right." On this side, as he and Yunoyet had not yet left, a loud voice suddenly rang out, "Stop, Chanyang Chang Tian." As soon as Yunoyet heard the voice, she quickly recognized it as Huang Bao's, and a little frightened, she placed her hand on Jian Chen's back. But he calmly and quickly grasped her hand, then reassured her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." He quickly turned towards the opponent. Jian Chen couldn't help but be surprised, his mouth agape in astonishment. He pointed at Ming Dong, then asked again, "Why are you here?" He looked at Jian Chen and smiled happily. Huang Bao angrily shouted loudly, "How dare you, Chanyang Chang Tian, point your finger at young hero Ming Dong?" Immediately after, he said coldly. Huang Bao delightedly pointed at him, "Did you hear that, Chanyang Chang Tian? Young hero Ming Dong told you to kneel." Ming Dong angrily kicked Huang Bao's leg hard and shouted loudly, "Damn it, I told you to kneel." After just a moment, he had been kicked to the ground, and he couldn't help but gape in bewilderment. Huang Bao stood there as if rooted to the spot, seemingly still unable to understand what was happening to him. Ming Dong then looked at him again. "Hey, Jian Chen, you still haven't told me your real name since you returned." Jian Chen rubbed his head and laughed apologetically. I was in too much of a hurry then, I forgot to tell you. Then he looked at his friend and introduced the girl, Ming Dong. This is Princess Yunoyet of the Jessen Kingdom. Then he pointed at Ming Dong. Princess Yunoyet, this is my brother, Ming Dong. At this moment, Ming Dong quickly kicked Huang Bao's shoulder hard, causing him to break out in a cold sweat from fear. Then he said with amusement to Jian Chen, this nephew wants to die, doesn't he? Huang Bao, now terrified, kowtowed to the ground. Great hero, please spare my life. I truly didn't know you and Chanyang Chang Tian were friends. Yunoyet also quickly interceded. Brother Chang Tian, please spare his life. After all, he is a prince of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Jian Chen said to Ming Dong, let's just drop it, Ming Dong. Ignore him, let's go find a place to have a drink, shall we? Hearing this, he angrily kicked Huang Bao. Now get out. He ran away in fear, scrambling on all fours. Thank you both for not killing me. Then Jian Chen asked again, by the way, why are you in the Imperial Palace? Ming Dong replied helplessly, now that you mention it, your emperor has been treating me with great hospitality ever since the war ended. Moreover, I didn't know your real name, so I could only wait here for news of you. He said to him, Jian Chen, I personally delivered the heaven's creation art to your father. And I just found out about the Huayuan sect matter. Remember to count me in for a share, don't forget to call me when the time comes. Jian Chen smiled brightly, then you probably won't be able to wait. Ming Dong asked in surprise, why is that? He calmly replied, because yesterday afternoon, I already destroyed the Huayuan sect, leaving Yunoyet standing beside him completely bewildered. Hearing this, Ming Dong looked annoyed. He grumbled, and there's nothing for me to do at all. Immediately after that, Ming Dong looked at his hand in surprise. Jian Chen, I still have something I'm extremely curious about. Jian Chen heard this and immediately asked, what is it? He didn't notice the other person's cunning gaze. Then Ming Dong put his arm around him and smiled cunningly. Who's older, the princess or young lady Huang? Immediately after returning, Huang Bao was so angry that he paced back and forth in his room. He couldn't swallow this anger. Sitting down at the table, Huang Bao angrily slammed it. Chanyang Changtian, today's humiliation, I will repay you 100-fold. At the same time, Sagwa walked out. Second prince, what happened? Why are you so angry? Immediately after, he coldly recounted, the people from Chanyang Manor are too arrogant. Just now, I was at the garden. Seizing the opportunity, Sagwa began to fan the flames. How could that be? Only now did he understand. No wonder the king of the Sam Kingdom was so insistent on a political marriage with Chanyang Manor. Then Sagwa continued, if I'm not mistaken, this Chanyang Changtian has the strength of a Sky Saint Master. Huang Bao asked him in distress, Chancellor Sa, did your negotiations with the king also fail? Whether it was sincere or intentional provocation, Sagwa said, that's right, but if it were me, I would do the same. Chanyang Changtian's future is limitless, he might even lead the Sam Kingdom into a golden age. Huang Bao listened, his heart anxious, this is a threat to our Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Once the Sam Kingdom becomes stronger, it will definitely threaten our Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Therefore, this Chanyang Changtian cannot be allowed to live. Hearing this, a cunning smile appeared on Sagwa's face. Indeed, this old official also has this intention. Chanyang Changtian has committed such a heinous act, this can serve as an excuse. Meanwhile, King Wu and Yang Ba were still chatting in the main hall. At this moment, Jian Chen and Yunoyet also returned. Your Majesty, your subject and Princess Yunoyet have returned. As soon as he saw him, the king smiled brightly. My son-in-law, you and Yunoyet are no longer young. Choose an auspicious day to discuss your marriage as soon as possible. But Jian Chen honestly replied, Your Majesty, I have many things to deal with during this period. This is not the time to talk about marriage. Please postpone this marriage. It seemed King Wu was not pleased. He gazed intently at Jian Chen as if wanting to say something. But at this moment, Yunoyet also quickly spoke up. Father, your daughter also agrees to postpone this marriage. He was unhappy but had no other choice. Now he could only go along with her wishes. Finally, King Wu had to agree. All right, if both of you propose to postpone this marriage, then let's delay it for a while. By evening, Jian Qin quickly returned home after a long and tiring day at the imperial palace. Yun Tian, who seemed to be waiting, saw him and immediately said, "Changchen, did you refuse little Yu Noyet again today?" "I think that child is quite good," but Jian Qin immediately interrupted, "Mother, please go to sleep first. Your son will explain everything to you tomorrow." Yun Tian didn't make things difficult for him. "All right, then tomorrow I'll remind you about the marriage." Jian Qin smiled lightly, "I know, Mother, please rest first." After returning to his room, he sat silently on the bed to cultivate his inner energy. At the same time, on the rooftop, a stranger was already waiting there, monitoring his every move. A bottle with a strange scent was opened, and that fragrance wafted down into the room below. He smiled triumphantly, his eyes gazing maliciously at Jian Qin with delight. Success! Now, that scent continued to spread towards him. Jian Qin remained still, his eyes still unopened. Up here, after waiting for a while, the assassin finally drew his weapon. He thought his anesthetic had taken effect, so he immediately flew down from the ceiling. Die! But as the knife plunged into Jian Qin's neck, he didn't even have a scratch. Seeing him like that, he was even more startled. The man couldn't help but ask himself, "What's going on? Why is it like this?" Jian Qin then said coldly, "This is truly rare. Dark attribute sacred power, huh?" He was startled and quickly retreated, asking himself. The man couldn't help but be startled, his face showing his confusion and breaking out in a sweat as he asked him, "Did you know I was here all along?" Jian Qin replied calmly, "Of course. If it weren't for my mother's worries, I would have killed you the moment you entered Chanyang Mansion." It seemed this assassin didn't think he was that strong. Now, he wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. But, of course, Jian Qin wouldn't let him leave so easily. Want to run? It's not that easy. Immediately after, a black shadow shot out from his room, as fast as a rocket. And at that moment, a loud explosion rang out, striking the masked assassin squarely in the back, leaving him unable to defend himself. Blood spilled everywhere on the ground. He now felt as if his internal organs had been shattered. Ming Dong suddenly appeared from nowhere. Now, he angrily clenched his teeth and delivered a fatal blow directly to the opponent. Receiving Ming Dong's blow, the assassin quickly had his soul leave his body and died on the spot. He then cracked his knuckles. "Damn it, I can't even sleep in peace. You still dare to assassinate my brother? You really have a death wish." Ming Dong picked up the opponent. It turned out he had left him alive after all. "Jian Qin, should I just kill him directly?" He quickly replied, "No hurry, wait until he wakes up and then ask him." Meanwhile, Yun Tian, hearing the commotion, hurried over, out of breath. "Chang'er, what happened?" She looked at her son in fright. "Chang'er, what was that sound just now? You're not hurt, are you?" Ming Dong smiled cheerfully, "Auntie Bai, it's nothing. Just an assassin broke in, and I dealt with him." Hearing him say this, she looked at the assassin lying on the ground, covered in blood, and shrieked in alarm. Jian Qin wiped his face. He broke out in a sweat, silently lamenting, "It's over. Don't even think about cultivating tonight." Yun Tian quickly nagged, "Chang'er, what did Ming Dong just say? Could it be that you're not listening to your mother? And, today there's also that girl Yu. The next morning, Huang Bao couldn't help but report, to the emperors of all the Sun kingdoms, Changyang Changtian has insulted our great eagle nation. He has severely trampled on the dignity of our great eagle nation. I hope your majesty can give us justice." King Wu quickly said, "Second Prince Tianying, I understand what happened yesterday. It was merely a quarrel between young people, it's not as serious as you make it sound." Sagwa now spoke up, "Your Majesty, Changyang Changtian has offended our Tianying nation. This old man must take him back for Emperor Tianying to deal with. It's best if your Majesty doesn't get involved." King Wu then continued, if that's the case, then you should take your people and leave here as soon as possible. Our Sun kingdoms do not welcome you. Huang Bao began to show a threatening attitude. Are you going to stop the people of our Tianying nation from doing their work? But at the same time, King Wu couldn't help but get angry. This is the imperial palace of the Sun kingdoms, not your Tianying nation. If you insist on causing trouble in the palace, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sagwa also couldn't hold back anymore. If you Sun kingdoms are so unreasonable, then don't blame me. Attack! As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion outside the door sent all the imperial guards flying inwards. King No didn't expect them to cause such a commotion here. He stood up in surprise. What's going on? George swaggered in from outside. Prime Minister, we just need to catch this old man, right? Sakwa calmly said, showing no deference, that's right, Mr. George, please lend a hand. King No was truly enraged now. You, Sky Eagle Kingdom, think that we, Sam Kingdom, don't have Sky Saint Masters? Elder Ta Luke, teach these two blind fools a lesson for me. At the same time, Ta Luke quickly appeared in front of King No, channeling his inner energy to protect his emperor. As you command. Immediately after, King No was terrified and quickly sent word to Truong Duong Manor, telling them to hide Truong Truong Tien, and absolutely not let them take him away. The soldiers quickly obeyed. That's it. That night, he was lectured all night long until his dark, sunken eyes looked like a panda's. Min Dong saw his miserable state and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Finally, I know why you didn't want to stay at home. Kim Tran was annoyed and wanted to retort, aren't you? At the same time, the guard ran over fearfully to report, Young Master Truong Duong, Young Master Truong Duong. He spoke breathlessly, Sir. The second prince of the Sky Eagle Kingdom has led people to His Majesty's presence, demanding you. His Majesty told me to inform you, saying that you should flee, and His Majesty will definitely stop these people for you. When Kim Tran heard that name, he asked coldly, Second Prince of Sky Eagle. If you're looking for death, then don't blame me. On this side, Ta Luke was still fighting George in the sky, with neither clearly gaining the upper hand. He stared intently at his opponent, then unleashed a move, Earth Tier combat skill, Wind God's Fist. The man looked at him and said scornfully, how dare you use such a common technique to show off in front of an expert? Then a Heaven Tier combat skill, Tyrant's Fist, was unleashed. George said contemptuously, let me show you the difference between you and me. Seeing his opponent rush towards him, he couldn't help but secretly cry out, oh no. Just as that strike was about to land, a hand quickly blocked it in front of Ta Luke, startling him. As soon as he saw Kim Tran, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Fourth Young Master Truong Duong. Without answering him, Kim Tran easily sent George flying with a single strike. Then he respectfully turned to him, Elder Ta Luke, you have suffered enough. Please let me handle the rest. Ta Luke also bowed respectfully, it is this old man who should thank Fourth Young Master for saving my life. Then Kim Tran quickly led him down, Your Majesty, please leave this to me. King No couldn't help but worry, my son-in-law, I entrust this matter to you. At the same time, Hong Bao, blazing with anger, shouted, Truong Truong Tien, I wondered how long you'd hide. You've finally shown yourself. Kim Tran looked at him, if you leave with your people now, I can let everything go. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. Sa Kwok said disdainfully, Truong Tien, do you really want to become an enemy of my Sky Eagle Kingdom? Do you know what kind of empire you're dealing with? He looked at him, then said coldly, if you continue to be so arrogant, do you believe I can make sure none of you can leave the palace of the Sam Kingdom? Sa Kwok was not afraid and continued to provoke, all right, it seems this Sam Kingdom cannot help but become an enemy of our Sky Eagle Kingdom. With that, he looked at George again, Senior Kyo, Sam Kingdom has decided to become an enemy of Sky Eagle Kingdom. Please lend a hand to His Majesty and eliminate the enemy. The man said smugly, Prime Minister Sa, rest assured. This old man will definitely capture all these commoners and bring them back to Sky Eagle Kingdom, awaiting His Majesty's command. At this moment, George lunged swiftly towards King Tran, shouting, "Brat, prepare to die." However, King Tran could no longer hold back. His hand quickly gathered inner energy. And so, a booming explosion resounded, and the ground couldn't help but shake. His overwhelming inner energy surged straight towards his opponent with terrifying destructive power. George looked on in surprise and asked, "You can control the essence of heaven and earth? You are a Sky Saint Master." King Tran said calmly, then asked in return, "What? Didn't your master tell you?" He didn't hesitate to warn his opponent, "Don't get distracted, or you'll die very quickly." George was momentarily terrified, but now he was riding a tiger and couldn't stop. The only way to survive was to fight. The two now charged at each other, and a fierce aerial battle quickly ensued. But it seemed the victory was tilting towards King Tran, as his sword chi began to cut through his opponent's power sword. Seeing his weapon break in half like that, he couldn't help but be startled. How can this be? You dare destroy my sacred weapon?" King Tran said nothing. He simply calmly slashed powerfully forward at his bewildered opponent. Finally, with no sacred weapon left, George was now completely unarmed, without even an inch of steel in hand. The final attack was the Heaven-tier combat skill, Fire Cloud Palm. With that, King Tran's hand quickly struck hard towards his opponent's chest, trying to make him spit blood. At the same time, he was so terrified that he quickly kept a safe distance and didn't dare approach King Tran. Clutching his trembling body, George was unwilling. No, it can't be. I am a third-stage Sky Saint Master. How could I lose to a mere brat like you?" King Tran asked in a cold voice, "Do you know Zaya, the man from Hoa Van sect?" George was startled upon hearing this. He gaped in astonishment, "Senior Zaya? You know him?" He honestly recounted, 3 days ago, he also reached the third-stage Sky Saint Master level, and then yesterday, I killed him. George was now trembling. You're lying. A third-stage Sky Saint Master isn't easily killed like that." King Tran circulated his internal energy and said coldly, "I know not only you don't believe it, but the people below don't believe it either. So, I can only kill one more third-stage Sky Saint Master to let them know that I'm not someone to be easily bullied." He now looked as if he was seeing a ghost. No, I believe you. Don't kill me. I don't want to die." But of course, it was too late. King Tran immediately unleashed an attack. Heaven-tier combat skill, Crimson Thunder Flash. He shouted loudly, "Die!" Immediately, his entire body was pierced by that power, leaving a large hole. Watching his chest continuously bleeding, George fearfully repeated, "No." And immediately, he collapsed to the ground, to the horror of Hong Bao and Sa Quoc. King Tran descended like a demon in front of them and asked, "Do you believe it now, second prince of Tian'an Kingdom?" Hong Bao looked at what was happening, his eyes wide in disbelief. "No, impossible." At the same time, Sa Quoc finally couldn't help but bow his head. "Truong Duong Truong Tien, you are very strong. We are not your opponents. For our previous disrespect, I represent the Tian'an Kingdom in apologizing to you." Afterward, he hastily pulled Hong Bao away and said, "We will leave the Cam Kingdom right now." Immediately after, Min Dong spoke up, "Stop. Do you Tian'an Kingdom really think my brother Min Dong is so easily bullied?" Sa Quoc's face turned pale. He respectfully said, "Young hero Min Dong, for the sake of our two nations, could you spare His Royal Highness the Second Prince?" Min Dong showed no deference and couldn't help but threaten them. "A small kingdom like Tian'an dares to be so arrogant? And two nations? Do you believe I can rally people to destroy the Tian'an Kingdom right now?" To the astonishment of the two clueless men, he turned to King Tran and asked, "King Tran, how do you plan to deal with them?" King Tran looked at the bewildered King No and calculated, "The Cam Kingdom has just gone through a major war, it cannot be ravaged by a war again." After finishing his calculations, King Tran said, "Min Dong, let them go." Min Dong asked in surprise, "Let them leave so easily?" King Tran quickly replied, let them go. I have my own plan for this. Although very annoyed, he still listened to King Tran, but couldn't help but kick them in the behind. Next time, it's best not to let me see you, otherwise, things won't be as easy as today. On this side, Ko Fong was sitting alone drinking tea, looking extremely dejected. Recalling Tan Kai's words made him even more gloomy. Brother King Tran has returned to the Cam Kingdom. If you want to find him to play, just go. There's a battle going on there right now, you can certainly join in the excitement. Ko Fong returned, wondering, why is everywhere I go so peaceful? There's no excitement at all. Recently, he has also been searching everywhere. Hello, do you know someone named King Tran? But no matter who he asked, everyone replied, no, I don't. Ko Fong couldn't help but feel strange now. It's been almost half a month since he arrived at Lower City, and no one knows King Tran. At the same time, two people at a nearby tea house were discussing, have you heard? The fourth young master of Chanyang Mansion has cut down a third-rank Sky Saint Master. Oh my god, the fourth young master of Chanyang Mansion is that strong? Upon hearing this, Ko Fong immediately became excited and rushed over, hey, you're talking about the fourth young master Chanyang, where is he? However, as soon as he got there, he was stopped by soldiers. Stop, this is Chanyang Mansion. No one is allowed in without an invitation. He excitedly said, I am Ko Fong, and I'm here to find someone named Chanyang Chantian for a match. The soldier immediately became angry upon hearing this, insolent. How dare you speak the fourth young master's name so casually? Have you come here to provoke us? Ko Fong quickly explained, no, I didn't come to provoke, I really came to fight. At the same time, a voice rang out, making him flinch, Ko Fong, why are you here? Seeing the two of them, he was delighted, King Tran, I finally found you. After that, Ko Fong stepped forward and whispered, King Tran, I heard the fourth young master of Chanyang Mansion is very powerful. Do you know him? I want to have a match with him. King Tran wasn't in a hurry to tell him, only feeling helpless, all right, follow me. Then he quickly ordered his subordinate, this person is my friend, you don't need to bother him in the future. The other person replied, yes, sir. Ko Fong was still foolishly confused, King Tran, you're here too? Do you know the fourth young master of Chanyang Mansion? Min Dong saw him looking so bewildered and couldn't help but let out a mischievous laugh, yes, I do. Right after entering, seeing Min Dong continuously teasing Ko Fong, he gave a wry smile, all right, stop teasing him. As soon as he learned the truth, Ko Fong couldn't help but stand up in shock, what? You are the fourth young master Chanyang Chantian? Min Dong happily said, well then, next up, I will host a duel between Ko Fong and Chanyang Chantian. Ko Fong slumped down in dismay as his sword chi froze, don't tease me anymore. Before King Tran became a Sky Saint Master, I was already no match for him. Now that he's a Sky Saint Master, how can I be his opponent? King Tran then spoke up, all right, don't listen to Min Dong's nonsense. Do you have anything you need to do here? He dejectedly replied, I originally planned to fight with you to improve my strength, but it turns out the war had already ended by the time I arrived. Min Dong now had an idea, that's right, King Tran, let's bring Ko Fong into our mercenary group. That way, our strength will greatly increase. King Tran then replied, I was thinking the same thing, but I don't know what brother Ko Fong thinks. Ko Fong, on the other hand, was delighted with this idea, that's great. I was just wondering what to do. After a pause, King Tran worriedly said, speaking of which, I wonder if Physician and Van Tran, the two people who saved my life, have made it to Lower City? Min Dong saw him pondering and became serious, tomorrow, I will inform the City Lord's mansion to have them check every person entering the city. That way, as soon as Physician and Van Tran arrive in Lower City, we will receive news. Entrusting this task to Min Dong, King Tran also felt a little relieved. Good, I'll leave this to you. Ko Fong quickly asked him, King Tran, what are your plans next? King Tran replied, I plan to go on a trip to the St. King's Cave abode remains tomorrow to investigate. Do you two want to come along? Ko Fong quickly objected, no way, my current strength is too weak, I'd definitely be a hindrance to you. Min Dong also said, I won't go either. I currently have a special cultivation method, so the St. King's Cave abode remains aren't very useful to me. Kim Tran didn't force them, all right then, while I'm away, please help me look after my family. Ko Fong enthusiastically said, leave it to me. Min Dong also said, no problem, rest assured. Once again, Kim Tran ventured out alone, far from his loved ones. As he flew through the air, he checked the map. According to the location on the map, this should be the place. After a pause, his eyes suddenly looked down with a bit of surprise, that is. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he quickly flew towards the tall tower and then asked himself, this is. Kim Tran looked around in surprise, deep within these vast mountains, is there actually a hidden sect? At the same time, a voice rang out, startling him, a friend has come from afar, undying and carefree. As soon as Utu saw him, he came out, you, who have come from afar, our guest. If your excellency doesn't mind, please come and sit in our Tan-Tam pavilion. Kim Tran respectfully walked over, old master, you don't even know whether I am good or bad, yet you've already invited me in after just meeting. Could it be that you trust me so much? The old man calmly replied, my Tan-Tam pavilion is dirt poor and has nothing, unlike those wealthy sects outside. There's basically nothing you would want, and the disciples of Tan-Tam Pavilion are all dedicated to cultivation, essentially having no enemies. Young friend, you are worrying too much. Kim Tran also respectfully replied, in that case, I will humbly accept your invitation. After that, Hutu quickly led him inside. Kim Tran took the opportunity to look around for a while. He then secretly evaluated them. These people look no different from ordinary folk on the outside, but their strength is extremely formidable. The old man quickly introduced himself. This old man is Tien Hutu, the pavilion master of Tan-Tam Pavilion. Young friend, to be able to become a heavenly sky saint master at such a young age is truly unbelievable. Kim Tran was surprised to hear that and asked, could it be that the old master can discern my age? The old man happily explained, our Tan-Tam Pavilion, thanks to cultivating profound ancient texts, can see through the essence of all things. Therefore, I can discern your age at a glance, young friend. Certainly no more than 25 years old. Kim Tran couldn't help but praise, it seems the cultivation texts of your sect are indeed profound. Hutu added, that's natural. Although the Tan-Tam art is exquisite, only a handful of people can cultivate it. According to his account, Tan-Tam Pavilion has existed in these mountains for thousands of years, with each generation having only 100 disciples. Those with excellent talent cultivate in the tower, while those with ordinary talent go out to find disciples for the next generation. After that, the old man looked at him curiously, little brother, for what reason have you come to these mountains? Kim Tran now thought to himself, should I tell him about the St. King's Cave mansion? But Hutu seemed to read his mind, little brother, did you come for the St. King's Cave mansion? Kim Tran was surprised and asked, old master, have you ever entered the St. King's Cave mansion? The old man chuckled, little brother, there's no need to be so tense. When cultivating the Tan-Tam art, one must absolutely not be swayed by external things. No matter how precious a treasure is, it must be regarded as ordinary sand and stone. He asked further, then, may I ask, Senior, if you could point me to the location of the St. King's Cave mansion? Hutu did not hide anything. About 50 dam to the south, next to a lake, is the St. King's Cave mansion. Outside, there is a powerful illusion array protecting it. If you wish to enter, little brother, I'm afraid it will take some effort. As soon as Kim Tran heard him, he was delighted and respectfully said, thank you for the guidance, Senior. After that, he quickly flew off. I still have important matters to attend to, so please excuse my departure. Hutu watched him and evaluated, to reach the heavenly sky saint master realm at such a young age, he will surely become one of the top powerhouses on the Tianyuan continent in the future. He might even become a second Mo Tianyun. Perhaps I should report this to the Grand Pavilion Master. If we can bring him in, the pressure faced by the Protector clan will also decrease, and we won't be suppressed by the Beast God continent to the point of being unable to breathe. Meanwhile, King Tran had quickly flown to his destination, and before him was a steaming, clear blue hot lake. He looked around and then evaluated, this must be the place. I wonder where the Saint King's Cave Mansion is. At the same time, deep within the water, something caused the surface to constantly swirl in a large circle. Simultaneously, a ferocious python with glowing red eyes lunged from beneath the water towards King Tran. He looked at it disdainfully, then quickly took out his saint artifact and said, "You're seeking death." Immediately after drawing a divine streak in the air, he struck towards the large python and simultaneously said, "Go." Yet, King Tran's saint artifact clearly pierced through the python's head, but it seemed completely unharmed. Seeing it now lunging towards him again, he was even more surprised. What's going on? Why didn't my attack hit it? After that, King Tran continuously unleashed 3 more saint artifacts towards it. He didn't stop there, he continued to attack, but this python was incredibly powerful. Immediately, King Tran's face paled as he realized one thing, this python wasn't real, it was an illusion. King Tran then told himself, if it's an illusion, there must be a formation core. I must quickly find the formation core. As soon as he thought it, he immediately closed his eyes tightly, using all his senses to perceive clearly. His inner energy spread throughout all the mountains, and King Tran surveyed every cave and hidden corner. After a while, right after he opened his eyes, King Tran saw the python's formation core. Found it! Immediately, he didn't hesitate but rushed over and struck hard towards a nearby mountain base. A beam of light struck straight forward, causing the rocks and earth to let out a significant rumble. And finally, King Tran had killed that python, successfully shattering it into many pieces. Looking down below, he couldn't help but be extremely happy. Found it! Now before him was a secret passage leading down into a deep cave, and he didn't know what awaited King Tran ahead. In the clear sky, a few streaks of fiery red light suddenly shot across. A moment later, the group landed in a mountain crevice. Veem Leet wondered, Elder Fong Veen, around this area? Elder Fong Veen was also just trying his luck as he moved forward. Let's go down and check, hoping that Can Van didn't trick us. Hearing him say that, Veem Leet thought for a moment then denied it. Elder Fong, you're overthinking. He told us our secret, wasn't it so we would come kill someone? Why would he trick us? At this moment, Van Thua, who had been silent until now, spoke up. That's true, but we just don't know who he wants us to kill after all. But Veem Leet didn't care at all, his voice full of coldness. No matter who it is, after we get all the Saint King's bones, we'll invade your kingdom and kill them all. As he got closer to the entrance, Veem Leet suddenly froze and exclaimed, it seems someone got here a step before us. Van Thua, by his side, immediately guessed, could it be the person Can Van told us to kill? It seemed Elder Fong Veen thought so too, most likely. At this, the smile on Veem Leet's face grew wider. He excitedly raised his hand, if that's the case, then we don't have to look for him. We'll just kill him right here. The other two were also convinced by his reasoning. Elder Fong Veen spoke, let's do as you say. We'll go in there and see who he really is. At the same time, deep in the secret chamber, King Tran suddenly cheered, found it. Before him now was a skeleton radiating an eerie blue light, the Saint King's skeleton. King Tran was curious and wanted to touch it, but the dense spiritual energy surrounding it stopped him. As expected of a Saint King Realm Master. Even though it was just a skeleton, the energy within was not much weaker than a king's. Then King Tran temporarily put it away, his eyes still searching around. Let's look around and see if there are any other treasures. Just a few steps later, King Tran actually found something new, a spatial ring. He happily picked it up. King Tran eagerly examined it. Let me see what treasures are inside. As soon as he casually tossed the ring, a golden book with ancient characters appeared. King Tran exclaimed in surprise, Heaven Tier Mid-Grade Combat Skill, Leet Tien Quiet. What a great find. And just like that, King Tran had another new treasure in his bag. While he was still happy, the commotion behind him startled King Tran. Fortunately, King Tran reacted quickly and jumped high, otherwise, he would have been hit by that dazzling spiritual energy. After that attack, he keenly spotted two powerful figures in the dark corner, Elder Fong Veen and Elder. Seeing King Tran appear here, they couldn't hide their surprise and shouted, "Young Master!" Veem Leek, who was walking ahead of them, turned around and asked, "Young Master, Elder Fong, Elder Van, do you two know him?" A hint of awkwardness flashed across Elder Fong Veen's face. He scratched his head and replied, "Know him? Of course, he's the young master Our Lady thinks about day and night." Putting the greetings aside for a moment, Van Thua looked up in surprise. "King Tran, you've already reached the Heavenly Sky Saint Master realm?" King Tran heard the question but didn't rush to answer. What he cared about was, "Elder Fong Veen, why are you two here? Why did you attack me just now?" A bit of embarrassment showed on their faces. Elder Fong Veen stammered, "Young Master, please let me explain. Don't tell the lady any nonsense." Beside him, Van Thua impatiently explained, "Young Master, we were set up by that nephew, Ken Van." This immediately surprised King Tran. He looked at the two with a puzzled expression. "What do you mean?" At that moment, Veem Leek had to step forward to explain for the two. "All right, let me make it clear." A moment later, the four of them found a picturesque waterside spot to sit and converse. After talking for a while, Jian Chen finally understood. "Qian Yun told you all about the location of the Saint King's Cave Mansion?" Yin Lai added, "It's not just my imperial family, but probably other families as well." Feng Yuan also added, "That's right, young master, it's a good thing we arrived quickly." Yun Cheng couldn't help but speak up, "Otherwise, if anything happened to you, the young lady would kill us." Now that he understood the situation, Jian Chen's eyes suddenly darkened. "I didn't expect King Qian Kuan to play such a trick on me. It seems I'll have to find him and sort this out." After thinking it through, Jian Chen turned and asked the others, "What do you plan to do now?" Hearing this, Feng Yuan immediately urged, "Old Yan, let's go. We don't need to make things difficult for young master." Even Yun Cheng wanted to retreat. "Old Yan, let me give you a piece of advice. This matter is too deep and unfathomable, you can't control it. You should leave quickly." Seeing the expressions on their faces, Yen Lai silently cursed, "Nonsense. I can tell from you two suck-ups that today's fight can't happen." Though he thought this, he decided to retreat and didn't forget to thank Jian Chen. "Jian Chen, I, Yen Lai, am not an unreasonable person. Thank you for helping the young lady at the Mercenary Grand Assembly. Today's incident was a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart." Seeing this, Jian Chen also cupped his hands in thanks to them. "Senior Yen Lai, Senior Feng Yuan, thank you. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." At that moment, Feng Yuan suddenly grabbed Jian Chen's arm. "Wait, Jian Chen, I have something to tell you." He asked blankly, "What is it?" Then, Feng Yuan leaned in and whispered to Jian Chen, "Ever since returning from the Mercenary Grand Assembly, the young lady has become more silent and withdrawn. She's often lost in thought alone. When you're free, please visit the Imperial family." Hearing this, Jian Chen simply replied, all right, I understand." A moment later, Jian Chen waved goodbye to the others. "Please convey my regards to young lady Huang Lon for me." Yun Cheng quickly nodded, "I will definitely deliver the message for young friend Jian Chen." When their figures had completely disappeared, Jian Chen began to contemplate his vengeance. "Qian Yun, if you're going to play this game with me, don't blame me." At the same time, in the main hall of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, Huang Bao was kneeling before the king. "Your son greets Imperial Father." Beside him was Shagua, "This servant greets your majesty." On the dragon throne, the king calmly took a cup of tea from a maid beside him and asked, "Huang, Prime Minister, was your trip to the Cassava Kingdom smooth this time?" Prince Huang Bao immediately seized the opportunity to complain loudly, "Imperial Father, the Cassava Kingdom is too arrogant. Not only do they disrespect everyone, and our Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, but they even killed Senior Qiao Jian." My companions and I almost couldn't leave the Cassava Kingdom's palace. Hearing this, the king's face darkened. He asked Shagwa in a grim tone, Prime Minister, is what Huanger said true? Did the Cassava Kingdom truly do that? Shagwa bowed his head, his voice full of sincerity, reporting to your majesty, most of what the second prince said is true. The Cassava Kingdom indeed shows no regard for our heavenly eagle kingdom. Furthermore, Senior Qiao Jian was also killed by their people, and in the end, they even intended to keep this servants group there permanently. By this point, the king could no longer remain calm. He furiously crushed the teacup in his hand. Damn it! The Cassava Kingdom truly doesn't know its place. In such a situation, an official from behind stepped forward and suggested, Your Majesty, of course the Cassava Kingdom is a minor player, but we need to thoroughly investigate the Qin Imperial Kingdom behind them first. The king also found this reasonable. He slowly wiped his hands and asked, You are right. Prime Minister Xia, have you thoroughly investigated the relationship between the Cassava Kingdom and the Qin Imperial Kingdom? Shagwa suddenly looked up, his voice urgent, reporting to your majesty, his majesty the king of the Cassava Kingdom is also unsure why the Qin Imperial Kingdom suddenly provided support to the Cassava Kingdom. This old servant speculates that it's highly likely the 5 imperial preceptors of the Qin Imperial Kingdom happened to pass by while on a training journey. At that moment, a sharp look appeared on the king's face, his gaze fixed far away. Indeed, it is so. Then, he loudly declared to everyone in the main hall, who is willing to flatten the Cassava Kingdom on my behalf. On another side, King Wu was meeting privately with Bai Dao. Bai Dao, I heard you once met Chang Tian. He nodded, Yes, Your Majesty. Unexpectedly, King Wu then said, Bai Dao, can you persuade my imperial son-in-law to marry my daughter quickly? Faced with this difficult problem, Bai Dao could only helplessly scratch his head, Your Majesty, this matter, I. Just then, a series of violent sounds from outside startled the two. What's happening? Bai Dao stopped King Wu, then resolutely turned and walked away. Your Majesty, please go to the palace first. I'll go see what's happening. Immediately after, the palace gate swung wide open, and Bai Dao dashed outside. But the scene before his eyes astonished him. Bai Dao exclaimed under his breath, What? By then, their sturdy city walls were shattered, and 5 strange black figures appeared in the sky. Recognizing the unusual aura around them, Bai Dao immediately questioned, Who are you, and why have you come to my Sami Kingdom's royal palace with such arrogance? Leading that arrogant group was Qi Yang. He haughtily declared, We are from the Sky Eagle Kingdom. Hand over the king and princess Unoyat of the Sami Kingdom, along with Truong Duong Truong Tian, or we will destroy you. Bai Dao was not only unafraid but warned them in return, Sky Eagle Kingdom, do you think our Sami Kingdom is still as weak and easily bullied as it once was? With that unpleasant expression, Qi Yang continued to sneer, That's right, in the eyes of the Sky Eagle Kingdom, your Sami Kingdom is nothing but a motley crew. Those words infuriated Bai Dao. He raised his sword high and shouted, You're going too far. Take this. Then, Bai Dao spun the sword in his hand. He unleashed a move, Bai Dao's blade art, first form, sky-splitting. This immediately surprised Qi Yang. He exclaimed in shock, A heaven-grade combat skill? You have a heaven-grade combat skill? As Bai Dao unleashed his sword technique toward him, Qi Yang unexpectedly burst out laughing. He arrogantly commanded, Hand over that combat skill, and I might grant you a quick death. Bai Dao roared, simultaneously sweeping his sword horizontally, Never. However, Qi Yang's figure had vanished without a trace. In a flash, he reappeared behind Bai Dao. Although Bai Dao detected him, he didn't have time to turn around. I'm finished. At this moment, the red spiritual energy around Qi Yang expanded more and more. Then, he decisively struck Bai Dao across the abdomen, his tone full of mockery, You're too weak. Struck by such a dangerous blow, Bai Dao quickly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Qi Yang happily touched the golden ring on Bai Dao's hand, Heaven-grade combat skill, heaven-grade combat skill. Afterward, vials of elixir suddenly appeared scattered haphazardly on the ground. Qi Yang's face had turned dark and sinister. He gazed longingly at the golden ring. No matter what, I must obtain this heaven-grade combat skill. I won't let you die until you hand it over. Inside the palace, King Wu had just received the terrible news. Your Majesty, Bai Dao has been captured by the Holy Master of the Sky Eagle Kingdom. Now they are rushing towards your Majesty. Please flee quickly. Hearing this, he calmly ordered his guard, go immediately and take Yunoyit to Truong Duong Mansion. Hurry. The guard quickly replied, yes, your Majesty. But before they could react, the palace gate was violently thrown open. Qi Yang appeared before King Wu. He loudly commanded, Emperor of Sami, the Emperor of the Sky Eagle Kingdom invites you for tea. Come with us willingly. Faced with such a critical situation, the loyal guards rushed forward, swearing to protect His Majesty to the death. Qi Yang didn't even bother to look at them. He casually spread his hand, a bunch of brats daring to be insolent. In just a moment, the guards were forced to bow before Qi Yang by the red power. Faced with such a perilous situation, King Wu had no choice but to call out, stop. King Wu looked at the group of people and scolded, you, Sky Eagle Kingdom, will pay a heavy price for what you've done today. Do you know who the person you just captured is? He is the maternal uncle of the Imperial Protector of Qin Huang Kingdom. No sooner had he finished speaking than Qi Yang burst into laughter. He narrowed his contemptuous eyes, you're really making me die of laughter. Qi Yang gleefully lifted the unconscious Bai Dao. He immediately retorted, what kind of status does the Imperial Protector of Qin Huang Kingdom have? How could his maternal uncle be captured by me like a dead dog? King of the Sami Kingdom, you should think carefully before lying. Seeing them so unreasonable, King Wu could only roar, you will regret this sooner or later. Qi Yang paid no attention to his words. He calmly stepped forward and ordered, bring out the princess and Truong Duong Tian. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. King Wu's face, full of disgust, was Qi Yang's only answer. He sternly shouted, dream on. This attitude infuriated Qi Yang. He decisively punched King Wu in the stomach, you seek death. Next, Qi Yang stepped directly onto King Wu's head. He coldly declared, you're being unreasonable, so don't blame us. After that, Qi Yang carried the unconscious King Wu outside. He irritably ordered, let's go. The next stop is Truong Duong Mansion. Meanwhile, Yunoyit was sitting with Van Tian. She was gently comforting her, Princess Yunoyit, please stay here. When that young brat returns, I, as his mother, will personally discipline him. Yunoyit seemed a little surprised, this. Next, Van Tian presented a wooden box to Yunoyit. Yunoyit, this is for you. Try it on quickly and see if it fits. Seeing the jade bracelet inside, Yunoyit waved her hand in embarrassment, this is too precious, I can't accept it. While the two were deep in conversation, a voice rang out, Truong Duong Tian, come out here. Realizing something was wrong, Van Tian quickly pulled Yunoyit, Yunoyit, be careful. She asked blankly, what's happening? But Yunoyit quickly understood what was happening. She froze and cried out, Father. It turned out Zich Duong had come. He mercilessly strangled King No and squinted his long, narrow eyes, searching around. Truong Duong Tian, come out here. Otherwise, I'll turn this Truong Duong mansion into barren land where nothing grows. Seeing King No in such a miserable state, Yunoyit cried out tearfully, Imperial Father. Hearing her voice, King No, despite his pain, still managed to warn Noyit Ni, quickly, run away. But because of that, Zich Duong recognized Yunoyit. He laughed gleefully, so Princess Yunoyit is hiding here. Immediately after, Zich Duong threw King No to his subordinate and then swiftly rushed downwards. Watch Emperor Kak Sam. I'm going to capture Princess Yunoyit. The subordinate immediately caught him, yes. Seeing Yunoyit right before his eyes, Zich Duong became even more excited. Princess Yunoyit, I've been rude to you. At this moment, while hovering in mid-air, Zich Duong intended to strike Unoyat immediately. Just as that strike was about to land on Unoyat, a ray of power suddenly appeared and blocked it. Seeing this, Zich Duong was momentarily surprised. He stared blankly, wondering, who is it? How can they block my attack? It turned out Ko Fong and Min Dong had arrived just in time. Min Dong snarled, "Good thing I made it back today. Where did you wild dogs come from?" Unoyat saw him arrive and softly reminded him, "Young hero Min Dong, they are from the Tien Kingdom, you must be careful." Hearing that name, Min Dong became even more furious. "I should have killed that prince then." Ko Fong knew a fierce battle was unavoidable, so he suggested, "Ant bitch, princess, both of you leave quickly. They are all Skymaster sages. A little later, when the fighting starts, even the residual energy shockwaves could harm you." Van Tien didn't hesitate and pulled Unoyat away immediately. "I know, I'll take Unoyat to the basement right away." Zich Duong would never let his prey escape so easily. He quickly lunged forward. "Where do you think you're going?" But he happened to enter Min Dong's range. He raised his powerful fist. "You're asking for death." It was only then that Zich Duong realized the abnormality. His face crumpled, and his voice was full of bewilderment. "What was that?" Min Dong decisively punched Zich Duong in the face. Caught off guard, he could only block with both hands. Even after flying high, Zich Duong was still bewildered. How can this be? This brat is clearly not a Skymaster sage, so how can he throw such a powerful punch? Facing Zich Duong now was Min Dong, with energy surging around his body. A level 3 Skymaster sage dares to bark like a dog in front of me. At this point, Zich Duong no longer dared to underestimate him. He immediately ordered his subordinates, "Everyone, pay attention. Truong Duong Mansion has allies. Everyone attack." The others shouted in unison, "Understood." After that, they gathered and simultaneously unleashed their power downwards. Blinding rays of light covered the ground in an instant, emitting an aura that seemed to want to destroy the entire space. However, that combined attack was aimed directly at Van Tien and Unoyat. Those rays of power transformed into flames, burning everything they caught. At this moment, Van Tien and Unoyat were also engulfed by the flames. She desperately called out to Unoyat in her arms, "Unoyat, Unoyat." But the only response was a lifeless face. Van Tien worriedly shouted, "Wake up." In a flash, the initially magnificent mansion was consumed by flames. Standing amidst the chaos, Min Dong angrily cursed, "Beasts of Tien Kingdom, you're seeking death." That rage quickly merged with the power surrounding Min Dong's body, and he charged straight towards Zich Duong. Facing Min Dong, Zich Duong could only dodge. He quickly called to his comrades, "Come help me. This kid is strange." Hearing this, the others rushed forward, led by Loi Kwong. "All right." But before they could fly far, a golden beam of light swept across their faces. It turned out Ko Fong had blocked them. He spoke with a powerful voice, "You two aren't going anywhere." Loi Kwong angrily shouted, "Do you want to die?" The elder behind him instructed, "The two of us will handle this brat. You others go assist below." Following his words, those two immediately rushed downwards, simultaneously replying, "Understood." Seeing his comrades arrive for support, Zich Duong laughed loudly, "Kid, next, let's see how you're going to run." But Min Dong showed no fear at all. He slightly curled his lips, his voice ringing out provocatively, "Run? Why should I run? You're the ones who should be running." With that, Min Dong raised his hand and created two clones. This was his ultimate technique, the heaven-rank battle skill, Wind Shadow Remnant. Zich Yan was still eagerly looking at the combat skill in Min Dong's hand. It was another heaven-snatching combat skill. "Today, I'm going to get rich." Next, those two clones immediately rushed towards Zich Yan, each clone blocking one side. Unexpectedly, Zich Yan was able to easily dodge them, and the two clones, having missed, fell headfirst forward. Having dodged that attack, Zichiang quickly channeled his energy, and a large amount of spiritual power was released around him. A sinister expression appeared on Zichiang's face. He smirked complacently, just a little trick. Just as Zichiang was engrossed in what was in front of him, a shrill scream echoed from behind him. It turned out that the scream came from Zichiang's accomplice. He had been sent flying by Ko Fong's sword. Seeing that tragic scene, Zichiang frantically shouted that person's name, Elder Bin Van. But Ko Fong still didn't stop. He raised his sword high and shouted, "Die!" The man was so scared he didn't have time to escape. He also met the same fate as the previous one. Seeing his comrade's body fall beside him, his body trembled with rage. "How dare you kill someone from the Tian'an kingdom?" Just as Zichiang was distracted, Ming Dong rushed over with a punch. "Where are you looking?" Only when he got close did the man realize something was wrong in shock. "Oh no!" But it was too late. Ming Dong's powerful punch landed squarely on Zichiang's back. Luckily, there were two subordinates next to him to cushion the blow. "Master Zichiang, are you all right?" Zichiang bent down and whispered. "These two brats are too strange." After some consideration, Zichiang ordered Loi Quang, "Throw those two burdens down, retreat quickly." He quickly replied, "Yes." Immediately, Wu Wang and Bitch Dao were dropped in free fall. Seeing this, Ko Fong below immediately extended his arms to catch them. After much effort, he finally managed to safely catch the two people. Ko Fong angrily watched the figures of those people fade into the distance. "You want to leave?" "It's not that easy." But Ming Dong held him back. "Come back. First, let's check Aunt Bitch and Aunt Two's injuries." Ko Fong finally gave up. He pouted and looked in that direction. "Consider yourselves lucky." The scene shifts to in front of Van Tian and Yu Noyet's resting room. Ming Dong anxiously asked, "Uncle Duke, how are Aunt Bitch's and the princess's injuries?" Uncle Duke quickly reassured them, "They're just superficial wounds, nothing to worry about." Hearing the elder say that, Ming Dong felt a little relieved. "That's good, otherwise I really wouldn't know what to say to King Tran." Beside him, Ko Fong couldn't stand it anymore. "If they're all right, then I'm going to find those bastards to settle the score." Ming Dong quickly stopped him. "No, don't go. If we leave, what if they come back?" Ko Fong turned his face away, disgruntled. "Are we just going to let this anger go?" Ming Dong seriously explained, "Wait for King Tran to return. Our top priority is to ensure the safety of King Tran's family." Ko Fong finally calmed down. "All right." Who knows how much time had passed? King Tran's figure finally appeared. He looked around in confusion. "I've only been out for a few days. How did Truong Duong Manor end up like this?" King Tran flew down near the ruins. He looked around. What exactly happened? Just then, a movement from a distance made King Tran vigilantly turn around. Powerful spiritual energy quickly enveloped his entire body. King Tran shouted, "Who's there?" In the endless darkness, a shadowy figure slowly approached him. "King Tran, you're finally back." King Tran looked at the person in front of him in surprise, and he withdrew his spiritual power. "Ming Dong, why is Truong Duong Manor in such a state? Didn't you go on a training journey with Doc Ko Fong?" Ming Dong's expression became serious. He recounted, "Don't even mention it. Luckily I came back today. Early this morning, 5 Heaven Realm Saint Masters from the kingdom came to Truong Duong Manor. They spoke arrogantly, saying they wanted to take Zhuxiai away. Dugu Fong and I fought them, and the aftereffects of the battle destroyed Chanyang Manor." Then, Ming Dong urgently pulled Jian Chen's arm. "Jian Chen, quickly go check on Aunt Bai and Zhuxiai. Both of them are injured." Hearing that his family was in trouble, Jian Chen was so angry that blood vessels appeared on his face. "Sky Eagle Kingdom, you're seeking death." Standing before Jian Chen, Ming Dong hesitantly bowed his head. "Jian Chen, I'm sorry. Dugu Fong and I failed to protect your family." Of course, Jian Chen didn't blame him. He patted his shoulder comfortingly. "You can't be blamed for this." "What about my mothers?" Ming Dong eagerly stepped forward to lead the way, replying, "They're in the resting room. You, follow me." Just as Yun Tian walked out of the room, Jian Chen's voice rang out, "Mother." Yun Tian was overjoyed to see him return. Ignoring her injuries, she rushed forward. Chenger, you're back? Jian Chen observed the wound on Yun Tian's head, his voice filled with sorrow. Mother, your unfilial son has caused you injury. But she urged him, I'm fine. Go quickly and see where. She's seriously injured. Hearing this, Jian Chen immediately reassured Yun Tian, Mother, rest assured, now that I'm back, everything will be all right. Next, the two entered the room. Yu was still unconscious on the bed. Then, Jian Chen sat by the bed and gently examined Yu's injuries. A while later, he announced, Mother, please rest assured, Princess's injuries will heal quickly. First, I'll treat your injuries. Yun Tian was visibly overjoyed. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Jian Chen didn't answer. He gently placed his hand on her forehead to heal her injuries. When he was done, Jian Chen advised Yun Tian, Mother, please go rest. Let me treat Princess Yu. All right, seeing this, she didn't insist further, then I won't disturb you anymore. Once Yun Tian left the room, Jian Chen began to treat Yu's injuries. Princess Yu, please excuse my intrusion. The scene shifted to the main hall of Chanyang Manor. Jian Chen was inquiring about the situation. Uncle De, are our losses at Chanyang Manor significant? At this moment, he suddenly closed his eyes, his lips slightly curving as he uttered a name, Qin Emperor Kingdom. Hearing this, Ming Dong exclaimed in surprise, Qin Emperor Kingdom? Jian Chen, could it be that you want to? Sky Eagle Kingdom? There was no doubt, this was exactly what Jian Chen wanted. That's right, I will make the Sky Eagle Kingdom truly disappear from the Tian Yuan continent. Ming Dong's face showed excitement. He slammed the table and stood up in response. This is the first time I've encountered such a nation annihilation. Let's go, the two of us will go and destroy that Sky Eagle Kingdom. But Jian Chen stopped Ming Dong, don't rush. First, I'll call Tian Luo and the others. To prepare for the plan, Jian Chen went to Tian Luo. Tian Luo, is there a way for the space gate to lead to other kingdoms? He cautiously replied, then, we must create a position sensing device. Jian Chen heard this and asked, can you set this up? Tian Luo confidently replied, no problem. Jian Chen seemed very satisfied with the answer. He took out an old scroll, that's good. Now, immediately go and create the sensing device 10 miles away from Luo City. Tian Luo immediately obeyed, understood. Next, he turned to Tian Ling. Tian Ling, you all will temporarily stay to protect Chanyang Manor, especially my family. Nothing must happen to them. Tian Ling clenched his fist, affirming in a firm voice, Grand Protector Imperial Preceptor, if those turtles dare to come again, we will certainly cut off their heads. After assigning all tasks, Jian Chen clasped his hands before the two of them. Things are urgent. Please convey my words to everyone. The kindness of everyone, I, Jian Chen, will always remember. In the future, I will certainly treat everyone well. Tian Ling immediately knelt down to show his loyalty. To be able to serve the Imperial Preceptor is our honor. It didn't take too long for Tian Luo to successfully create what Jian Chen wanted. Before leaving, Jian Chen suddenly asked, is everything ready? Tian Luo immediately reporting, Your Excellency, it's just been prepared. Then, he presented a transparent crystal and instructed, Your Excellency, please give this crystal to the space gate operator in the Qin Emperor Kingdom. He will naturally sense this place through this crystal. Jian Chen heard this and praised, excellent. Then first, take me to the Qin Emperor Kingdom. Tian Luo replied, understood. Immediately after, Jian Chen stepped through the space gate without hesitation. On the other side, a faint vortex suddenly appeared at the space gate. From the center of that vortex, Jian Chen, with a composed demeanor, walked out. Seeing him appear, the two waiting guards immediately knelt down, respectfully welcoming His Excellency, the Protector of the Nation Grand Master. Jian Chen walked over and motioned for them to stand up, his voice filled with urgency, stand up, I have an urgent matter and need to see His Majesty. Where is His Majesty right now? Hearing Jian Chen speak, One of the two guards extended his hand forward. Please follow me, Your Excellency. King Qin is currently reviewing petitions in his study. The guard's voice then rang out, His Excellency, the Protector of the Nation Grand Master, requests an audience. King Qin quickly inquired, I didn't expect the Protector of the Nation Grand Master to return so soon. Has the threat from the invading nations been resolved? Jian Qin bowed, cupping his hands in a report, Thank you for your assistance, Your Majesty. The invading nations have been freed from the fires of war. However, my return this time is to request to borrow a troop of soldiers from Your Majesty. The words instantly startled King Qin, who inquired, What? A troop of soldiers? What happened?